Chapter 1. I, Fang Xiu, choose an alien as my spirit beast. Qingqing number 1 High School. Afternoon. Inside the homeroom teacher's office of Class 2. Fang Xiu, what do you mean by facehugger? Asked Zhang Yu, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, with a puzzled expression. Fang Xiu excelled academically, with striking features, sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, and a fresh, handsome appearance. His tall, slender frame made him stand out effortlessly among his peers. And every student at the school, upon entering high school, will open a beast taming domain with the school's assistance. Generally, each student will try their best to choose powerful creatures as their tamed beasts, such as fierce tigers, giant elephants, wild bulls. Yet the Fang Xiu before them actually wanted to choose a facehugger as his tamed beast. Although I don't know what facehugger means, since its name contains the character for insect, it must be some kind of bug. Have you been brainwashed by online influencers? While insects possess strength beyond their body weight, once they exceed a certain size, their own weight will crush them. Although there have been some gifted individuals in the past who tried to tap into the potential of insects, the success rate was negligible. Are you really going to choose that so-called facehugger? In Zhang Yu's eyes, Fang Xiu's choice was undoubtedly wrong. If he had chosen a normal spirit beast, combined with his guidance, he would surely have been able to get into a good university in the future. However, the teacher could only advise and not force students to choose their spirit beasts. I've already made up my mind, teacher. I believe the facehugger is the most suitable spirit beast for me. Faced with Zhang Yu's persuasion, Fang Xiu's gaze remained resolute. In fact, Fang Xiu was not originally from this world. About a month ago, he had crossed over into this world. After some exploration, he discovered that this world was extremely unique. Every student entering high school would have the opportunity to choose a spirit beast. They would then bond with their chosen spirit beast. The stronger the spirit beast they cultivated, the more their own physical strength as a beastmaster would grow. At a certain level, it was even possible to evolve an ordinary spirit beast into a deity. As for the facehugger Fang Xiu chose, it also did not belong to this world. To be precise, the facehugger comes from a movie called Alien. It assimilates the host's genes through parasitic means to produce even more powerful offspring. It not only has bones as hard as steel, but its blood is also highly corrosive like strong acid. Most importantly, gene assimilation. Fang Xiu thought to himself, if he could assimilate the genes of those spirit beasts, just how powerful the resulting xenomorph would be Fang Xiu couldn't even begin to imagine. Alright. Seeing Fang Xiu unwilling to give up on choosing the facehugger, Zhang Yu had no choice but to hand him several spirit beast cards. These are your enrollment resources. Take them. In a week, the school will conduct an assessment test for all of you. Before then, if you change your mind, there's still time. Fang Xiu gave a slight nod and then took the cards from Zhang Yu's hand. One is the school cafeteria meal card. The other is a beast taming space card, used for nurturing tamed beasts. Another is a resource card, containing items like food and medicine for feeding the tamed beasts. These are forms of support the high school provides for new students. Once the resources inside are depleted, students will need to purchase them on their own. Thank you, teacher. After expressing his gratitude, Fang Xiu turned and left the place. Meanwhile, the corridor outside was crowded with many people around Fang Xiu's age. These were all freshmen who had come to Zhang Yu's office to confirm their spirit beasts and receive their resources. While Fang Xiu was finalizing his spirit beast, many of the freshmen had been eavesdropping. After all, Fang Xiu entered Qingqing number 1 high school with a top 10 score in the city's entrance exams, and coupled with his striking good looks, sharp eyebrows, and starry eyes, he quickly became the standout among his peers. Many were even curious about what kind of spirit beast such an outstanding freshman like Fang Xiu would choose. Yet no one expected him to pick a facehugger. Whispers of surprise and speculation trailed behind Fang Xiu. What's a facehugger? What kind of thing is that? No idea, never heard of it. Feels like some kind of parasite. Another weirdo obsessed with the Zerg? Sure, the Zerg have all those exaggerated stats, but over the years only a handful have succeeded with them. It's practically considered a beastmaster trap by now. It seems like another blindly confident fellow. Hearing these voices, Fang Xiu didn't defend himself at all. Indeed, facehuggers aren't particularly powerful creatures. But what does that have to do with my xenomorph? Placement test, huh? At this thought, a faint smile curled at the corners of Fang Xiu's lips. Half an hour later, Fang Xiu returned to his assigned dorm room. Having entered this high school with outstanding grades ranking in the top 10 of the city, He received special treatment, not only enjoying the luxury of a single room but also an extravagant space of 60 square meters. Next is nurturing the spirit beast. Fang Xiu swiftly walked to the sofa, sat cross-legged on it, and then took out the domain card given to him by Zhang Yu. With a faint glow, a translucent panel appeared before Fang Xiu. He quickly filled in his personal information and completed the binding process. Connect to the spirit beast space. The next second, Fang Xiu only felt a blur before his eyes, and after a dizzying spin, the surrounding scenery rapidly transformed. All the furniture and appliances had vanished without a trace. What met his gaze was an endless expanse of grassland. This was the primordial space of the domain yet to be developed. The sky was cloudless and the sun was bright. Though a bit glaring, it wasn't scorching hot. Beneath my feet lay lush green grass, and in the distance, I could see a small stream flowing. Do you want to change the environment of the original space? An AI-like voice sounded in Fang Xiu's ear. Since different spirit beasts require different living environments, each new student is granted one opportunity to modify their domain upon entering the primal space. No need. Fang Xiu refused without hesitation. The true strength of the xenomorphs lies in their ability to survive in even the harshest environments. What a magnificent species. As one's own spirit beast, it couldn't be more suitable. Extracting host spirit beast information. Begin cultivation. After all, students nowadays live in concrete jungles, and no one can actually go into the wild to capture real spirit beasts. Thus, the spirit beast space constructs the spirit beasts within it based on the students' memories. This not only requires students to have precise knowledge of the spirit beast's various attributes, but also demands a solid scientific foundation. Perhaps this is also why high school students are unable to cultivate phantom species. Fang Xiu speculated inwardly that the reason he could cultivate a facehugger, aside from being a transmigrator with memories of his past life, was also because countless filmmakers and scholars had expanded the lore of the Alien franchise. For Fang Xiu, the facehugger and the xenomorph were not just fictional characters from movies, they were genuine, living creatures. Chapter 2. The Birth of the Xenomorph. From now on, I'll just call you System. After a brief moment of thought, Fang Xiu decided to rename his AI beast companion to System, and then took out the resource card given to him by Zhang Yu. Just as different spirit beasts require different living environments, they also often need different types of food. System, can I use myself as a template to create food? Although the facehugger could parasitize animals like cattle or sheep, but the most powerful aspect of the facehugger lies in its genetic assimilation. Human genes are undoubtedly the most perfect blueprint. However, no one in this world has ever attempted such a thing before, to the extent that Fang Xiu's single statement left his AI system utterly speechless. Time passed minute by minute. After what felt like an eternity, his system finally responded. Commencing host body analysis, preparing beast taming food. A flash of light flickered, and an identical food replica of Fang Xiu fell from the air. It's worth noting that since the produced item is ultimately food, it doesn't possess Fang Xiu's memories or intelligence. Still, seeing a perfect copy of himself left Fang Xiu with somewhat mixed feelings. Starting to analyze host's memories. Proceed with incubating the facehugger as the spirit beast? Yes. Fang Xiu nodded without hesitation. In Fang Xiu's memory, the facehugger was about 1 meter in length with a beige coloration. It had 8 slender legs, in total 4 on each side, each leg consisting of 3 bony segments, giving it an appearance similar to that of an arthropod. As the system completed its analysis, this creature that should not exist in this world soon appeared before Fang Xiu. Notification. You have created a facehugger in the beast taming space. Notification. You have gained the loyalty of the facehugger. The gradually awakening facehugger did not immediately pounce on Fang Xiu's duplicate. Instead, it curled up motionless on the grass, as if awaiting Fang Xiu's command. Although the facehugger had no expression indeed, it didn't even possess a face, as an organ Fang Xiu could sense its fear of him. It was a primal emotion etched deep into its bones. In the facehugger's mind, Fang Xiu was the supreme ruler of the xenomorph species. Without his command, it dared not act recklessly. Come to think of it, xenomorphs inherently operate on a hive mind, where the central consciousness holds absolute authority. Then, Fang Xiu opened his domain panel again. Host, Fang Xiu. Divine name, God of the Facehugger. Beast companion, Facehugger. Facehugger Parasitize. Fang Xiu glanced at the facehugger and immediately issued his first command. Upon receiving the direct order, the facehugger acted without the slightest hesitation, darting toward its prey with astonishing speed, like a streak of lightning. By the time Fang Xiu realized what was happening, the facehugger had already latched onto the prey's face, living up to its name. Fang Xiu was so drawn to the facehugger, not only because of the formidable strength of its adult form but also due to its unique method of reproduction. The facehugger reproduces by parasitizing hosts to breed xenomorphs. From the moment it attaches to a host's face, it implants a xenomorph embryo into the host's body, then automatically detaches and dies, its exterior solidifying and hardening into a desiccated husk. The entire process takes only 1 to 2 hours to complete. Afterward, the host consumes large amounts of food to nourish the xenomorph. Typically, within a few hours, the xenomorph bursts from the host's chest and begins hunting for sustenance. The entire cultivation process wouldn't even take a day before the facehugger evolves into a xenomorph. Once reaching adulthood, the xenomorph will naturally lay eggs, hatching more facehuggers in an endless cycle. Fang Xiu glanced around, taking in the lush green grassland. It wouldn't be long before an entire xenomorph army would emerge here. The next thing to do is to observe. However, when the alien tore open its replica and emerged from within amidst crimson and wails, the overly realistic imagery violently struck Fang Xiu's mind. A scent of blood also lingered in the air. Notification. The beast in the beast taming space has completed its evolution. As it is a new species, please assign a name, host. The system's voice echoed in Fang Xiu's ears. A new species. Let's call it the alien. Prompt. Naming of the new species completed. Notice. You have gained the loyalty of the xenomorph. Very well. Fang Xiu nodded, then observed the little alien that had emerged from the clone. This tiny alien creature was entirely a structure of bones encasing flesh, with a hard exoskeleton supporting its body weight and protecting the internal muscles. Its head was flat, elongated, and rounded, while its tentacles were as sharp as deadly pincers. Although less than a meter in length, its entire body radiated a chilling aura of killing intent. Unlike the facehuggers that only parasitize, the chestburster aliens have undergone dual upgrades in both defense and combat capabilities. With just enough food, a chestburster alien can mature into an adult in just a few hours, reaching a height of 2 to 3 meters and possessing astonishing regenerative abilities. Even more terrifying is that all aliens do not need to breathe. This allows them to survive even in environments without air. Then, let's begin feeding. Fang Xiu took out the resource card. Only this time, he didn't create another clone of himself. After all, the chestburster xenomorph had already assimilated human genes, so killing more clones would serve no purpose. Moreover, Fang Xiu is not some kind of psychopath, so this method wouldn't bring him any physical or mental pleasure. Thus, Fang Xiu used the resource card to create a herd of cattle. Although the alien can be fed cooked food, hunting helps cultivate its combat abilities. The placement test is just 1 week away. According to the information Fang Xiu found online, there would be a martial exam involving spirit-beast battles at that time. The purpose was to test the nurturing abilities of the new students within just 1 week. Of course, even though Fang Xiu used resource cards to create a herd of massive wild buffalo, the chestburster xenomorph did not immediately launch an attack. Its flat, elongated, and rounded little head swayed back and forth between the herd and Fang Xiu, occasionally letting out strange cries, as if pleading for Fang Xiu to issue a hunting command. No matter how you look at it, the xenomorphs inherently possess a hive mind, and in their consciousness, Fang Xiu's status is supreme. Hunt. Only after receiving Fang Xiu's permission did the ravenous chestburster xenomorph finally lose its restraint and charge wildly toward the herd. At first, the herd of cattle didn't take this tiny chestburster seriously. It wasn't until the chestburster leaped onto the back of one of them and secreted acid from its mouth, melting through the old bull's neck, that the entire herd realized the danger and fled in panic. However, they are destined to be nothing but prey. Chapter 3. Life finds a way. The birth of the alien queen. As the alien continued to feed, its body began to grow at a visibly rapid rate. In less than an hour, the once 1 meter tall alien had surged to a height of 1.8 meters, its pitch-black exoskeleton as hard as iron, making it a truly terrifying sight. If encountered in the wild or another world, Fang Xiu felt he would be so terrified that he'd flee in panic. Moreover, the alien's transformation wasn't just physical. Its head gradually lost its original smoothness, its dorsal tubes became shorter and thicker, and its razor-sharp pincer-like hands split open, forming opposable fingers like those of a human. As it was the only alien in this beast taming space, the male genes originally present in its body gradually faded, causing the chestburster to slowly change as it fed. Is this an alien queen? This change took Fang Xiu completely by surprise. He had thought he would need to continuously analyze and create facehuggers to cultivate an alien army. Yet, unexpectedly, the aliens could automatically change their gender. Life finds a way. Fang Xiu couldn't help but feel emotional in his heart. However, this awakened alien queen, who had discovered her feminine side, did not immediately lay eggs but instead approached Fang Xiu. It slowly lowered its body, continuously gazing directly into Fang Xiu's eyes. Although the queen is the true ruler within the alien species, Fang Xiu's status as their creator made this alien queen revere him as if he were a god. It lowered its body and knelt at Fang Xiu's feet. The alien queen remained silent, only bowing in worship. This act of submission made Fang Xiu feel somewhat peculiar. He tentatively reached out his hand and gently stroked the alien queen's head. The texture was smoother than he had imagined, like stroking the thigh of a girl in leather pants. Why does my alien queen seem somewhat delicate and pretty? Gurgle. But just as Fang Xiu was enjoying all this, his stomach let out a loud growl. Time to eat. Fang Xiu rubbed his belly, realizing that he had spent several hours here tinkering to cultivate his alien. However, what Fang Xiu didn't expect was that the alien queen kneeling at his feet seemed to sense something. With a powerful push of its hind legs, it completed a sprint back and forth across the grassland in just 2 or 3 breaths, placing a bloodied ox at Fang Xiu's feet. The feeling was akin to a kitten bringing back a mouse for its owner. It wasn't until this moment that Fang Xiu finally understood why the alien queen had deliberately paused after hunting prey during her earlier feeding, even without his command. According to its understanding, it was merely a hunter, and the prey it brought back should be first enjoyed by Fang Xiu, the king. Truly, such a rigid hierarchy in the hive mind. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu gently patted the head of the alien queen. Here you eat it. Not to mention that resource cards were already expensive, but after seeing how the alien queen hunted, there was no way he could stomach anything from this place. After calming the alien queen, Fang Xiu finally exited the beast taming space and returned to the real world. Gurgle. His stomach growling also became louder. Half an hour later, Fang Xiu arrived at the cafeteria of Huqing No. 1 High School. The sky was gradually darkening, and all the freshmen had received their resources from their respective homeroom teachers. Although it was evening, the area in front of the cafeteria was bustling with activity. Are you that Fang Xiu? Just as Fang Xiu was about to enter the cafeteria, a deep voice came from behind him, carrying a hint of hostility. Upon hearing the name Fang Xiu, many freshmen exiting or about to enter the cafeteria stopped in their tracks and began discussing heatedly. Fang Xiu? Why does that name sound so familiar? That's the guy who chose the facehugger. Thought he was some top student, but he ended up picking a low-tier spirit beast. His grades must have come from rote memorization. Before high school, everything we learned was general knowledge. It's only in high school that we truly start working with spirit beasts. That's when the real competition begins. The heated discussion quickly leaned to one side in their eyes. Fang Xiu was nothing more than a fake top student who had only gotten into Huqing No. 1 High School through relentless grinding. It's nothing special at all. However, Fang Xiu paid no heed to these doubts. Who would get angry over a dog on the roadside? Who are you? Fang Xiu's attention focused on the classmate who had called out to him. The other was dressed in a black tracksuit, standing at a full 1.9 meters tall, even taller than Fang Xiu himself, with powerfully built arms and thighs whose muscles appeared impressively solid beneath the confines of his athletic pants. PE teacher? Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow. Although he was a transmigrator, he had done some research on this world. In his original world, PE teachers were often frail and sickly, and their classes were easily taken over by math or language teachers. But this world is different. In this world, beast taming reigns supreme, and the physical education teacher happens to be the one responsible for this subject. Some experienced physical education teachers even hold more authority than homeroom teachers. What math teacher? What Chinese teacher? If my PE teacher says you're sick, then you're sick. Today's math class is all changed to PE class. Based on this common sense, Fang Xiu's first thought was that the PE teacher from Huqing No. 1 High School had some objections to his breeding of the facehugger and had come to confront him. Hearing Fang Xiu's question, the visitor looked momentarily stunned. I'm a freshman in high school, ranked 11th in the entrance exam, with a middle school exam score of 674. My surname is Chun, and my given name is Fan. I remember your score was 689, ranking 7th in the city. Since we've met here, let's settle the score." As soon as these words were spoken, the room erupted in an uproar. "Chen Fan? I've heard of him. His family owns the largest chain of supermarkets in our city. Undoubtedly, both Fang Xiu and Chen Fan have become prominent figures among the freshmen in their first year of high school." Word spread quickly from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. The crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger. Chen Fan, for his part, had been holding back his frustration. He had always been confident in his academic performance, believing he could at least rank within the top 10. Unexpectedly, my ranking ended up being exactly 11th. Although the school gave 7 days for new students to nurture their spirit beasts before the placement exam. But in your case, you should have already completed the initial nurturing, right? As he spoke, Chen Fan took out a spirit beast space card from his pocket. Fang Xiu never expected that, on the very first day of school, he would already be targeted by someone. However, such a challenge was something Fang Xiu had no reason to refuse. The greatest advantage of the xenomorph is its ability to assimilate the genes of other organisms through parasitism. Since Chen Fan is confident enough to use his spirit beast in battle, it means the combat prowess of the beast he has nurtured is quite impressive. Moreover, Fang Xiu also wanted to see just how powerful his alien queen would be in this world of spirit beasts. Chapter 4. A Challenger Drawn by Reputation? Fang Xiu unhesitatingly pulled out his beast taming space card. Combat is inherently one of the functions of spirit beasts. Even without Chen Fan actively issuing a challenge, sparring would be inevitable in the future. Therefore, the spirit beast space cards distributed by the school can create a linked domain through a local area network. One more thing, I need to make this clear here. Chen Fan used a resource card to create an online domain and sent an invitation to Fang Xiu. Then his voice lowered. "I'm not just here to defeat you, Fang Xiu. The top 10 of Huqing number 1 high school are all my whetstones. I just happened to run into you here first. If I'd met Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, or any of the others here instead, I would have challenged them too," Chen Fan declared emphatically, making it clear that this was by no means a personal grudge. He just wanted to prove that this 11th was no worse than the top 10. Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, could it be the others from the top 10? This Chen Fan seems to have done quite a bit of homework. Compared to Chen Fan's fighting spirit, Fang Xiu felt somewhat lazy. He didn't even know who the top 10 were. However, Fang Xiu only silently complained in his heart, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor on the surface. "Now that you've said your piece, let's begin." With that, Fang Xiu clicked on Chen Fan's invitation on the beast taming space card. Buzz! In an instant, Fang Xiu felt a deafening roar echo in his mind. Looking ahead again, he saw the space expand by more than 100-fold. Mountains, waterfalls, and even a campsite built with wooden cabins. I remember my beast taming space was just a few dozen square meters of grassland. Looking at these items that didn't belong to his own beast space, Fang Xiu couldn't help but sigh. Chen Fan had really put in considerable effort. Roar! Then came a roar that echoed throughout the entire space, far more rugged than any tiger's growl Fang Xiu had ever heard. The next second, the ground began to tremble slightly. Footsteps like raindrops approached this place. Fang Xiu listened carefully. Chen Fan took a deep breath and then spoke loudly. "My spirit beast is not a conventional species, but a rare ancient one. Since my 3rd year of junior high, my family has hired tutors to teach me various general knowledge about ancient species. To cultivate a spirit beast, the first step is to understand it thoroughly. Due to the high oxygen content on Blue Star, ancient creatures not only had larger bodies but also remarkably dense muscles. Without guidance from experts in ancient studies, it's not easy for children from ordinary families to access general knowledge about ancient species. Without sufficient knowledge reserves, it's naturally impossible to cultivate ancient spirit beasts. This demonstrates the influence of one's family background on a newborn. No wonder Chen Fan has the confidence to treat the top 10 as whetstones. It's his affluent family background that gives him this confidence." Fang Xiu thought to himself, his gaze turning toward the massive creature that was roaring. A brownish-yellow Triceratops was charging toward them at full speed. The sharp horns on its head were thicker than Fang Xiu's arms, and the bony frill near its neck looked incredibly sturdy. Its size was even larger than a minivan. If they had encountered such a creature in the wild back in their original world, just one glance would have been enough to turn anyone pale with fear. Chen Fan crossed his arms and asked, "So, What's your spirit beast? My spirit beast. Fang Xiu pondered for a moment. He had told his homeroom teacher that his spirit beast was a facehugger, but mentioning it now clearly wasn't appropriate. However, none of that mattered. What truly mattered was, where's my spirit beast? Fang Xiu looked around. His beast taming space was only a few dozen square meters, an open grassland with nothing hidden from view. When he returned to the real world, his alien queen had already grown to a height of over 6 feet. Where have you been all this time? Chun Fan's face darkened even more at the sight. Thinking carefully, he hadn't seen anything resembling a tamed beast since entering. Where's your tamed beast? After a brief silence, Chun Fan couldn't help but speak up. Could it be that Fang Xiu, one of the top 10, was just a small-town exam crammer? Only proficient in general studies, but clueless about beast taming? Could it be? Fang Xiu ignored Chun Fan and his Triceratops. After a quick visual assessment, he realized that his original space had somehow been dug into, leaving a deep pit. On one side of this pit was connected a pitch-black hole. I understand now. In an instant, Fang Xiu had an epiphany. The social structure of the xenomorphs is a hive mind. After obtaining sufficient food, the queen will lay eggs through parthenogenesis. Because of the hive mind, the xenomorph queen doesn't lay eggs on open plains but seeks out caves, incubating the eggs in dark, shadowy environments. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu looked around in all directions. Since he hadn't thought of this issue initially, he didn't build a comfortable nest for the alien queen, which forced her to dig out an underground cave by sheer effort. But this couldn't be blamed on Fang Xiu either. According to his original plan, the alien queen would have taken at least 48 hours to reach adulthood. It seems the excessive energy from the food provided by the resource card accelerated the alien queen's growth. Accelerated growth. Although Fang Xiu is the god of the alien, and even the queen completely submits to him, after glancing at the size of the hole, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Chun Fan, it's not too late for you to back out now. As a rare ancient species, Fang Xiu naturally wanted the alien to assimilate the Triceratops genes. But this Chun Fan isn't a bad person either, and it's not too late if he regrets it. Humph. Chun Fan snorted heavily. Although he had also noticed the unusual deep pit, he wasn't the least bit flustered in his heart. His spirit beast was a prehistoric Triceratops, its horns and bony frill born for battle. Yet the next second, the entire ground began to shake violently. The green grass cracked at a visible speed, with fissures rapidly spreading to Chun Fan's feet. The once ferocious and battle-hungry Triceratops, its eyes bloodshot, seemed to sense something terrifying. Its eyes, wide as copper bells, were filled with fear, and the bony frill around its neck drooped weakly. Hiss, 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 completely different from the deafening roar of a Triceratops. What emerged from the pitch-black, deep cave was a low, hoarse, eerie sound, like a gas leak. Although the volume of this sound wasn't very loud, it persistently echoed in Chun Fan's ears. To him, the sensation felt like someone continuously dragging fingernails across glass. That bone-deep discomfort made every hair on his body stand on end. Cold sweat gradually beaded on his forehead, and his collar became soaked without him realizing it. Fang Xiu, that guy, what kind of spirit beast did he actually cultivate? Bang! Chapter 5. The oppressive presence of the alien queen. A battle ended in an instant. Just as Chun Fan was feeling utterly creeped out, an ear-splitting crash snapped his thoughts back to reality. A massive black figure leaped up from the depths, its eerie hissing sound unceasing. Chun Fan instinctively looked up, feeling as if the creature's massive size could blot out the sky. The Triceratops he had raised was trembling uncontrollably, intermittently spraying yellow urine from its lower body. In his terror, Chun Fan involuntarily opened his mouth wide, his eyes bulging even rounder than a Triceratops's. Dumbstruck. In fact, it wasn't just Chun Fan who was petrified by the sight before him. Even Fang Xiu was startled. Before leaving the beast space, his alien queen was only about 1.8 meters tall. But now, the creature emerging from the underground cave was an exaggerated 4 to 5 meters in length. Its pitch-black exoskeleton had transformed into a mesoskeleton, while its elongated head now bore an enormous fan-shaped crest that appeared even longer than Fang Xiu himself. Its chest was adorned with additional armored plating, and the dorsal tubes on its back had sharpened into spikes, looking even more lethal than Chun Fan's Triceratops horns. Moreover, the most striking difference between this alien queen and ordinary xenomorphs was the presence of an extra pair of forelimbs on its chest. although somewhat disproportionate compared to its massive body. This stance made the alien queen resemble a Tyrannosaurus rex. Its tail was thick and long, like a series of skinless bone segments, ending in a blade-sharp spike. HSSSSS. The alien queen's hisses continued as translucent mucus dripped from its exposed teeth. Before Chun Fan could even clearly see its movement, the imposing alien queen had already charged at the Triceratops, its razor-sharp tail stabbing fiercely into the other's neck. Roar! In an instant, the Triceratops' body visibly trembled, blood splattering in all directions, staining Chun Fan's cheeks and clothes crimson, while its mournful cries sent chills down the spine. No matter what, Chun Fan was just a freshman at Huqing No. 1 High School, and there was no grudge between him and Fang Xiu. Most importantly, the impact of killing a person was entirely different from slaying a spirit beast. After a brief hesitation, Fang Xiu ultimately chose not to have the alien queen attack Chun Fan. The next second, the alien queen turned and fled back into the underground cave without hesitation. The entire process could be described as smooth and seamless, completed in one fluid motion. From the moment the alien queen burst out of the underground cave to capturing the Triceratops and returning to her subterranean kingdom, the entire sequence took less than half a minute. In the face of a monster like the alien that defies all logic, even the ancient behemoths of prehistoric times stood no chance. What's even more terrifying is, the alien can assimilate the genes of its host, evolving the host's most exceptional abilities into its own. As long as Fang Xiu captures enough spirit beasts, his alien will grow infinitely stronger. Unlike Fang Xiu, who was relaxed and already envisioning his future, Chun Fan was completely terrified by what he had just witnessed. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? And what is that black mass? Fang Xiu's spirit beast? Why does it seem completely unlike any species that has ever existed on Blue Star? Could it possibly be a phantom beast species that only appears once in millions of people? Yes, it's definitely a phantom beast species. During middle school, my general knowledge courses were always at the top of the class. Plus, the private tutors my family hired for me. Whether it's modern or ancient creatures, Chun Fan may not claim to know them all, but he can be certain of one thing: that colossal entity he just saw was definitely not something that should exist on Blue Star. Thud. After experiencing an unprecedented shock, Chun Fan completely lost his fighting spirit. He collapsed onto the ground, his face as pale as paper, his mind in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. And as Chun Fan lost his will to fight, his beast-taming space began to crumble. In less than 2 breaths, Fang Xiu and Chun Fan returned to the real world. The cafeteria area was still crowded with a large number of freshmen. Although none of them had high expectations for Fang Xiu's facehugger and couldn't witness the battle process, the excitement of the scene naturally made them reluctant to leave so easily. But what no one had anticipated was, when Fang Xiu and Chun Fan returned to reality, their conditions were strikingly different. Fang Xiu remained as composed and indifferent as ever. Chun Fan, on the other hand, collapsed onto the ground, his face deathly pale. His bangs were soaked with sweat, and his clothes and face were stained with bright red blood. The beast space card in his hand slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground with a clatter. Hey, what's going on? Chun Fan was completely defeated? Fang Xiu's spirit beast is a facehugger, right? How did he manage that? Could it be that Chun Fan's spirit beast is even worse? As a new student who entered Huqing No. 1 High School with a top 10 citywide score, Fang Xiu has always been the center of attention. The news about him cultivating a facehugger had spread among all the freshmen in the first year of high school. Before the battle results came out, they were almost unanimous in believing that Fang Xiu would lose. An ancient species? A Triceratops? Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, and the others' gazes quickly focused on the beast space card that Chun Fan had dropped on the ground. Although the beast taming space card could conceal information about the tamed beasts, the always arrogant Chun Fan disdained using this feature. In fact, one could say he was eager to announce to the world that he had successfully nurtured an ancient species. This revelation instantly caused an uproar among the surrounding freshmen. No one had expected that Chun Fan would manage to cultivate a rare ancient species on the very first day of school. And every freshman is well aware of the power of ancient species. Even without undergoing mutation upgrades, their inherent strength alone is already a terrifying existence. Yet, the fight between Fang Xiu and Chun Fan didn't even last 2 minutes. The ancient species was instantly defeated? Just what kind of spirit beast did Fang Xiu cultivate? What the hell is this face hugger thing anyway? I searched on my phone, but couldn't find any information about facehuggers at all. Could it be that this facehugger is also an ancient species? Countless pairs of eyes turned toward Fang Xiu, with some freshmen unable to suppress the chills running down their spines. What exactly is the origin of this facehugger? It actually managed to defeat Chun Fan's ancient species. Just what kind of monsters are these top 10 prodigies of the city? For a moment, many people even looked at Chun Fan with sympathy in their eyes. Before this, they had thought Chun Fan was simply unlucky to rank 11th. Now it seemed there might truly be an insurmountable gap between the top 10 and 11th place. However, Fang Xiu didn't become complacent because of everyone's attention, because he understood that this was only just the beginning. The alien queen could still evolve further into an alien empress. And even when the alien species reproduced to a sufficiently massive scale, an ultimate life form like the Queen Mother would be born. Chapter 6. A sensation on the first day of school. A large crowd of freshmen gathered at the entrance of the cafeteria, with many even pulling out their phones to record videos and upload them to platforms like Kuaishou and Douyin. The incident quickly caused a stir at Qingqing No. 1 High School. Zhang Yu, Fang Xiu's homeroom teacher, immediately set aside his work and hurried toward the cafeteria entrance with long strides. The moment he thought of Fang Xiu choosing a facehugger as his spirit beast, Zhang Yu couldn't help but imagine Fang Xiu getting beaten black and blue. But this might be for the best. Rather than falling behind others in the placement exam, realizing the shortcomings of his spirit beast now could prompt Fang Xiu to abandon the facehugger and focus on cultivating a more powerful one. Zhang Yu kept murmuring to himself the entire way. As one of the top 10 students in the city, Fang Xiu's college entrance exam results would undoubtedly be impressive with proper guidance. Even if it's not among the top 10 in the country, there's still a chance to get into 985 or 211 universities. By then, as Fang Xiu's homeroom teacher, this would undoubtedly be a solid achievement for him. Precisely because of this, Zhang Yu felt a headache when he learned that Fang Xiu wanted to choose a facehugger as his spirit beast. Hello, Teacher Zhang Yu. When Zhang Yu arrived near the cafeteria, students in the crowd quickly recognized him. Following the exclamation of one student, the other freshmen retreated like a receding tide, clearing a path for Zhang Yu. However, what Zhang Yu never expected was that the scene he had anticipated did not unfold. At this moment, Fang Xiu stood calmly and composedly among the crowd. Instead, it was Chun Fan, who had challenged him, who appeared frightened, sitting paralyzed on the ground. What's going on? Did Fang Xiu's facehugger win? Is that student Chun Fan? Although Chun Fan's city ranking is only 11th, for Qingqing No. 1 High School, he is still a prodigy worth nurturing. With Chun Fan's family's considerable financial resources, even Zhang Yu was impressed by him. In fact, when Zhang Yu learned that Chun Fan had been assigned to Class 6, he even felt a pang of regret. Such a promising student, why wasn't he assigned to his own class? I remember Chun Fan's spirit beast is a Triceratops, an ancient species. The facehugger defeated the Triceratops? What a joke! Zhang Yu simply couldn't comprehend the situation before him. Fang Xiu. However, fame brings trouble. Getting into a fight at the cafeteria entrance on the first day of school was somewhat inappropriate. Zhang Yu quickly calmed down and grabbed Fang Xiu's wrist, saying, "Come with me. Mr. Zhang, I haven't eaten yet." Fang Xiu complained with a dark expression. He had spent the entire afternoon nurturing the alien and was already starving. First Chun Fan, and now Zhang Yu. Couldn't he just enjoy a peaceful meal? But after all, Zhang Yu was his homeroom teacher, and his strength was truly formidable. Fang Xiu had no choice but to follow him to the office. Fang Xiu, what on earth is going on here? As soon as they sat down in the office, Zhang Yu put on a stern expression. Ah! Fang Xiu deliberately sighed first. I'd like to know what's going on too. I spent the whole afternoon raising my spirit beast in the dorm, and now my stomach is growling with hunger. I was planning to treat myself to a good meal at the cafeteria to reward my hard work, but out of nowhere, this Chun Fan showed up. He insisted on challenging me. Like I'd back down from him? If this gets out, damaging my reputation would be the least of it. What if students from other classes find out and say that Teacher Zhang's class is full of cowards? Zhang Yu couldn't help but freeze. That's certainly the logic of it. Especially in this era where the world has entered an age of universal beast taming, where the poor study literature and the rich practice martial arts. Who wouldn't want to nurture a powerful beast? How can a beastmaster grow strong without striving or fighting? Moreover, before Zhang Yu brought Fang Xiu back, he specifically checked Chun Fan. Although there was blood on him, It wasn't his, it must have been from his tamed beast. He was just frightened and otherwise unharmed. Stop being so glib. Don't you know that yielding a step leads to boundless skies? Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Let me see your spirit beast. Zhang Yu changed the subject. He never intended to hold Fang Xiu accountable in the first place. The reason he brought him here was simply out of curiosity. What kind of spirit beast had this guy cultivated that could scare Qingfan so badly? Bang! However, just as Fang Xiu was about to respond, a loud noise came from behind him. Turning around, he saw a middle-aged, muscular man with a square face storming in angrily, followed by a man in sportswear wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Li Guosheng, Zhang Panpan. Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows, instantly on high alert. The newcomer was none other than Li Guosheng, the homeroom teacher of Class 6 and also Qingfan's teacher. The other was the newly arrived physical education teacher, specifically responsible for the PE classes of Classes 2, 6, and 8. Though he appeared refined and his name was somewhat comical, Zhang Yu had heard that he was admitted to a top-tier sports university through a recommendation program, making his abilities not to be underestimated. Zhang Yu, your student killed Qingfan's spirit beast and publicly humiliated my student. Isn't that going too far? Li Guosheng strode in quickly, his broad palm slamming heavily on the table, while deliberately glancing at Fang Xiu out of the corner of his eye. So you're that Fang Xiu? The words were filled with hostility. Yes. Fang Xiu wanted to retort, but Zhang Yu pulled him behind in one swift motion. Facing Li Guosheng, whose veins were bulging with anger, Zhang Yu's presence didn't waver in the slightest. Freshmen in their first year of high school are naturally full of youthful vigor. Isn't it normal for them to vent a little? As for teacher Zhang Panpan, are you also here to hold someone accountable? Both Class 2 and Class 6 are under your charge. Fang Xiu is also your student. Why the favoritism? Is it because of Qingfan's family background? Fang Xiu silently observed the scene, thinking to himself, Teacher Zhang Yu seems unremarkable at first glance, but I didn't expect him to be so good at standing up for his students. Moreover, with just a few words, he managed to put the accompanying PE teacher on the spot. This guy has some skills. You've misunderstood. Teacher Zhang Yu, Zhang Panpan said with a slight smile, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses. I'm just here to watch the show. I was once invited by Qingfan's family to be his bridging class teacher, so I have a fairly good understanding of his abilities. That's why I'm curious about what kind of spirit beast Fang Xiu has cultivated. You must be Fang Xiu, right? Hello, I'm Zhang Panpan, your physical education teacher for the first year of high school. Would you mind showing me your spirit beast? Zhang Yu instantly furrowed his brows, never expecting Zhang Panpan to make such a request. After all, he was Fang Xiu's future physical education teacher. Refusing here might affect his impression of Fang Xiu. But what if Zhang Panpan was trying to stand up for Qingfan and deliberately suppress Fang Xiu? A hint of hesitation arose in Zhang Yu's heart. Chapter 7. You can see my spirit beast, but it'll cost you. Although she was Fang Xiu's homeroom teacher, the most crucial beast taming class was Zhang Panpan's domain. If he held a grudge and truly intended to interfere with Fang Xiu's academic progress or even suppress him, as the homeroom teacher, he would not only struggle to notice it promptly but also find it difficult to confront Zhang Panpan even if he became aware. All right. Fang Xiu noticed Zhang Yu's hesitation and readily agreed. After all, in this world, the PE teacher is someone who can make the math teacher fall ill at any moment. There's no need to escalate the conflict right from the start. Wait a minute. Li Guosheng's face darkened. He had brought Zhang Panpan over to help Qingfan stand up for himself. How did it suddenly turn into watching Fang Xiu's spirit beast? However, Zhang Panpan remained silent, merely giving Li Guosheng a look to signal him not to be impatient. If Fang Xiu's spirit beast had won through some underhanded or dishonorable means, this physical education teacher would certainly have something to say about it. All right. Seeing Zhang Panpan's stance, Li Guosheng had no choice but to nod in agreement. But, unexpectedly, Fang Xiu didn't immediately take out his spirit beast space card to invite them in. My spirit beast isn't something you can just see for free. As he spoke, Fang Xiu directly raised a finger. 1,000. How about that? Zhang Yu? Li Guosheng? Zhang Panpan? In an instant, all three of them were left utterly bewildered. Damn. Among the three of them, one was Fang Xiu's homeroom teacher, and another was his physical education teacher for the semester. How could they even need to pay just to take a look at his spirit beast? Sigh. Seeing the three teachers widen their eyes, Fang Xiu also sighed helplessly, I come from an ordinary background, not as wealthy as Chun Fan's family. Expanding the beast taming space and buying various beast food, it's all a significant expense. I'm not complaining to you about being poor, I really am poor. To expand the size of the beast taming space card, one needs to purchase various expansion packs. The resources in the supply cards, including food, are also limited. Once depleted, students must top up their accounts again. Some students who originally had the potential to enter top-tier universities like 985 or 211 often fall behind their peers in their senior year due to financial struggles at home. As a result, they end up attending ordinary undergraduate colleges or even vocational schools. To avoid finding himself in such a predicament, Fang Xiu came up with this idea. What you said does make some sense, Zhang Yu replied, somewhat speechless but fully aware of the logic behind it. He then took out his phone, added Fang Xiu as a friend on Tencent's messaging app, and transferred him 1,000 yuan. Zhang Panpan didn't say much when she saw this. In this world, any teacher might be short of money, except for the PE teacher. Has your class too gone too far? You injured my student, and now you want me to pay to see your student's spirit beast? Isn't this just bullying the honest ones? Then Teacher Li can wait here. It's not like I'm forcing you to watch, Fang Xiu replied without hesitation. If you don't want to spend money, then just wait outside. You! Li Guosheng's veins bulged on his forehead as he watched Fang Xiu's smug expression after getting the upper hand. For one, he didn't want to stand around foolishly waiting outside. For another, curiosity is human nature, he was also eager to find out exactly what kind of beast had defeated Qin Fan's spirit beast. Li Guosheng angrily paid the fee. Got it. With the payment in hand, Fang Xiu wasted no time and directly took out his spirit beast space card, extending an invitation to the three teachers. A faint glow flashed as Fang Xiu once again entered the beast taming space. Even the furious Li Guosheng, after all, was still a teacher and naturally wouldn't stoop to using his own tamed beast to bully Fang Xiu. Thus, Zhang Yu and the others merely entered Fang Xiu's beast taming space without choosing to summon their own tamed beasts. Where is your tamed beast? Zhang Yu glanced around. Fang Xiu's beast taming space was in its initial grassland form, with an extremely limited range. Looking up, the entire scenery could be seen at a glance. Forget about taming beasts, he hadn't even encountered anything resembling a beast. Follow me. Fang Xiu waved his hand, signaling the three teachers to follow. In no time, they arrived in front of an underground cave. It was not only pitch black inside, but also exuded a chilling coldness. It's worth mentioning that Fang Xiu was also cultivating an alien for the first time. He hadn't even anticipated that the alien queen would dig an underground cave. Only now, upon seeing the dark underground cave, did Fang Xiu realize. Aliens prefer laying eggs in such environments, but for humans, this setting is essentially like being blind. Snap. Just as Fang Xiu was about to make a torch in the underground cave, Zhang Panpan's crisp snap caught his attention. Electric eels, Zhang Panpan murmured softly, and 3 silver-white eels materialized out of thin air, circling around him. In the next moment, the eels emitted a dazzling white light, illuminating the pitch-black cave as bright as day. What surprised Fang Xiu even more was that the electric eel, originally a creature of the water, could actually defy the laws of gravity and float beside Zhang Panpan. And this glow, it was even brighter than a Minxing lamp. This was no mere beast taming, it was practically magic. Is this what true beast mastery looks like? Fang Xiu's gaze sharpened. Although you can find some beast taming videos online, this immersive impact is completely incomparable to anything a video can offer. In Fang Xiu's eyes, compared to a true beast master like Zhang Panpan, Chun Fan's Triceratops taming is nothing more than child's play. If only my facehugger could parasitize this electric eel. A glowing, electricity-generating xenomorph, just thinking about it is thrilling. Teacher Zhang, could you spare me one of your spirit beasts? Fang Xiu said very politely. As far as Fang Xiu knew, powerful spirit tamers could possess several spirit beast spaces and own countless spirit beasts. This electric eel might very well be one of the most insignificant spirit beasts in Zhang Panpan's possession. Even if I wanted to give it to you, a spirit beast of this level isn't something you can control right now. If a beastmaster's own strength is insufficient, not only will they fail to control their beast, but they may also suffer backlash. Zhang Panpan earnestly lectured Fang Xiu. Although he defeated Qin Fan this time, the path of a beastmaster is one where success is built upon countless failures. He still has a long way to go. Attempting to tame a high-level beast like the electric eel at this stage would only backfire. However, Zhang Panpan had no idea that Fang Xiu never intended to cultivate any electric eel, he only wanted to use it to feed his alien. But if he were to actually say such a thing, it would probably make Zhang Panpan question her entire existence. Breaking free from control, Fang Xiu pondered thoughtfully. The aliens operate under a rigidly hierarchical hive society, where the alien queen holds supreme authority. After transforming into a beast master, would such a rigid hierarchy still apply? No. Fang Xiu shook his head. There's nothing to worry about at all. If strength is lacking, then all we need to do is become stronger. If the alien queen is destined to be a witch, then I just need to become the demon king. Chapter 8. The shock teaches this alien is a phantom beast species. Along the way, Fang Xiu kept asking Zhang Panpan about matters related to spirit beasts. Although he knew Zhang Panpan wanted to stand up for Chun Fan, any knowledge about spirit beasts would become useful experience for him. Moreover, with their homeroom teacher Zhang Yu present, Fang Xiu wasn't worried that Zhang Panpan would try to deceive him. As the group ventured deeper into the cave, Zhang Panpan gradually began to sense something amiss. Teacher Zhang, Teacher Li, don't you think this cave is a bit excessively large? Zhang Panpan frowned, noting the ceiling towered nearly 3 stories high from the floor. Just what kind of spirit beast had Fang Xiu been cultivating that required such an enormous space? Moreover, strange hissing sounds have been continuously emanating from the depths of the cave since earlier. Not only is this sound somewhat uncomfortable to the ears, but it also carries an utterly chilling aura. During her university years, Zhang Panpan was considered outstanding among her peers and had encountered numerous spirit beasts, including some truly terrifying ones. But one must remember, Fang Xiu is only a first-year high school student, a freshman who just enrolled. Today was his first time encountering beast taming. Zhang Yu's expression also turned peculiar. Listening to Zhang Panpan say that, it does seem a bit strange. I remember Fang Xiu's tamed beast is a facehugger, right? Isn't it just an insect? Why would it need such a large space? After who knows how long, the group finally entered the main nest of the cave after navigating several winding turns. Zhang Panpan's electric eel swiftly soared into the air, expanding its radiance as much as possible to enhance visibility. Yet, with just one glance, Zhang Yu's eyes widened to the size of bull's eyes. Li Guosheng beside him couldn't help but blurt out a curse. Not only these 2 homeroom teachers, but even Zhang Panpan instinctively rubbed her eyelids, doubting whether she had seen correctly. Fang Xiu, you call this thing a facehugger? Zhang Yu turned his head abruptly, his voice booming like a wild beast. Fang Xiu's alien queen was crouched with its legs tucked in, its massive body towering as high as a 2-story building. If not for the continuous hissing moans emanating from the queen's mouthparts, Zhang Yu wouldn't have even realized this colossal creature was a spirit beast. What shocked Zhang Yu even more was that, unlike ordinary creatures whose bones are protected by layers of muscle, this alien queen, the skeletal structure of this alien queen is directly exposed, serving to protect its muscles in reverse. Beneath the pelvis of the alien queen, a massive ovipositor is attached, appearing strikingly similar to the lower body of an ant queen. Only it has been enlarged thousands of times. Li Guosheng swallowed hard in disbelief, visually estimating the length of this ovipositor. It measured a staggering 8 meters long. Wait, Mr. Zhang, what did you just say about hugging something? Li Guosheng felt like he vaguely heard the words, facehugger, but he couldn't understand why such a massive creature would be called a facehugger. Whose face is it hugging? Just standing in front of this alien queen made Li Guosheng feel extremely uneasy. If he encountered this thing in the wild, he would definitely summon his spirit beast to fight immediately. This? Zhang Yu frowned, taking deep breaths to calm himself down. You're asking me? Who should I ask then? However, although the alien queen was staring intently, creating a sense of pressure, Zhang Yu could tell she harbored no hostility toward the 3 of them. Clearly, Fang Xiu has trained this terrifying alien queen very well. Zhang Yu's gaze followed the ovipositor to the other side, where clusters of sticky eggs were densely packed together. No, it looked more like a white egg than an egg in shape. Meanwhile, Chun Fan's Triceratops spirit beast was abandoned in a corner of the nest, with a beige facehugger latching onto his face. Although the facehugger had a body nearly a meter long, compared to the alien queen, it hardly seemed like the same species. Zhang Yu glanced at the facehugger, then at the alien queen, and drew in a sharp, cold breath through his teeth. Fang Xiu, don't tell me this thing evolved from a facehugger? Seeing Zhang Yu's utterly clueless expression, Fang Xiu felt a surge of satisfaction. Well, you can't exactly call it evolution. It's just what a facehugger looks like when it grows up. Zhang Yu? Li Guosheng? Zhang Pan? In an instant, all three widened their eyes in shock simultaneously. Looking at the densely packed eggs on the ground, a rough estimate suggested there were over 20 of them. According to Fang Xiu's words, does this mean that all these eggs could grow into massive creatures like the alien queen? Not exactly. Only female facehuggers can grow this large. I named it the alien queen. As for male facehuggers, they are much smaller. Listening to Fang Xiu's explanation, Zhang Yu finally understood. These facehuggers, despite their astonishing size, operate under a hive mind social structure. Just like ants, the queen ant is typically 3 to 4 times larger than ordinary worker ants. Even when fully grown, it would only be about 3 meters tall, Fang Xiu said nonchalantly. What? Zhang Yu was once again stunned on the spot. Based on the size difference between a queen ant and a regular ant, an adult male xenomorph would only be about a meter tall. Yet Fang Xiu claimed that even an ordinary xenomorph could grow over 3 meters tall. Moreover, judging by the state of this nest, it seems the alien queen reproduces asexually. Doesn't that mean, as long as this alien queen has enough space and resources, it can continuously expand its colony? This is just too unreasonable. Fang Xiu, how on earth did you create such a spirit beast? Could it be a spirit beast from ancient times? Zhang Yu turned his gaze back to the alien queen. In ancient times, the blue star's excessively high oxygen levels gave rise to many bizarre creatures. Even something as small as a mosquito would grow to an astonishing size by modern standards. Given this relationship, Zhang Yu couldn't help but speculate that Fang Xiu might have discovered this alien creature in some ancient beast taming text and thus bred this thing. Sigh. If only he had known that the facehugger Fang Xiu mentioned was this kind of tamed beast, he should have fully supported him. Just thinking about it now, Zhang Yu felt like slapping himself. Fortunately, Fang Xiu had strong convictions, and he wasn't the type of teacher with excessive control tendencies. Otherwise, wouldn't that have stifled a genius beastmaster? In fact, it wasn't until this moment that Zhang Yu truly understood why the school had established the principle that homeroom teachers could only guide students, not make decisions for them. No, that's not right. After carefully observing for a while, Zhang Pan refuted Zhang Yu's statement. It's not an ancient species. Fang Xiu's spirit beast is a phantom species. Huh. Li Guosheng, standing nearby, was instantly stunned upon hearing this. A phantom species? Chapter 9. Silicon-based life? The phantom species. A phantom species? Even Zhang Yu was startled by Zhang Pan's statement. Conventional spirit beasts and ancient spirit beasts are all creatures born from the blue star's life system. The phantom beast species completely transcends this limitation. As far as Zhang Yu knew, among millions of beastmasters, only one would naturally be born with a phantom beast species. Zhang Pan's words were tantamount to saying that Fang Xiu was one in a million, a genius beastmaster. Oh my god! Zhang Yu gasped in shock. From the time he entered Huqing No. 1 high school until today, a full 7 years had passed. As the strongest high school in Huqing, all the city's top talents were sent here. Yet even so, the number of phantom beast tamers produced by Huqing No. 1 high school could be counted on one hand. In fact, throughout Zhang Yu's teaching career, he had never encountered a student with a phantom beast. Fang Xiu was the first. How could he not be excited? Wait a minute, Zhang Pan. How can you be so sure that Fang Xiu's spirit beast is a phantom species? Li Guosheng found it hard to accept for the moment. If Fang Xiu's spirit beast were a common species or even an ancient species, he would have ways to stand up for Chun Fan. But once Fang Xiu's spirit beast is labeled as a phantom species, the situation changes entirely, because in that case, Fang Xiu would undoubtedly be this year's top scorer, and could even enhance the resumes of the principal and the head of Huqing's education department. Hey, Mr. Zhang, where are you? However, when Li Guosheng turned around, he realized that Zhang Pan, who had been standing beside him, had disappeared without a trace. I'm here. Fang Xiu and the others followed the gaze, only to realize that Zhang Pan was inspecting the alien queen's egg, holding a peculiar card in her hand. A faint, shimmering light emanated from it, enveloping the entire egg. Yeah. What makes you say this alien is a phantom beast species? Zhang Yu's mouth curled up like a smirk. Although he was echoing Li Guosheng's words, it was clear he was already overjoyed inside. Because this alien isn't a carbon-based life form. As she turned to explain, Zhang Panpan had already stood up. From the very beginning, he had found the structure of the alien queen quite peculiar, so he conducted an internal scan of the egg. The results left him utterly shocked. The life composition of this alien is not based on carbon. Ha! Li Guosheng was stunned once again. Zhang Yu was also dumbfounded and quickly took out his card to scan the egg on the ground. All known organisms on Blue Star, whether ancient or modern, are composed of carbon as the fundamental organic material. Only phantom beast-type spirit beasts can break free from this constraint, using other elements as the organic material foundation. Correct. This alien is a silicon-based life form, Zhang Panpan declared emphatically. To analyze, construct, hatch, and cultivate a creature from one's imagination, this is undoubtedly something only a phantom beast-type spirit master can achieve. At this point, Li Guosheng was completely dumbfounded. Although Zhang Panpan had just stated that Fang Xiu's spirit beast was of the phantom beast type, he had still held onto a sliver of doubt in his heart. What if Zhang Panpan made a mistake? But who would have thought? This alien turned out to be a silicon-based life form. In fact, it wasn't just Zhang Yu and Li Guosheng who were so shocked. Fang Xiu also just realized it in his mind. If it weren't for Zhang Panpan's reminder, he would have almost forgotten that the alien was set as a silicon-based life form. Compared to carbon, silicon has atoms with a larger radius, making the compounds it forms more stable. Some scientists even speculate that silicon-based life might be able to withstand intense cosmic radiation and resist attacks from viruses and bacteria. No! Being silicon-based, what bacteria would dare to court death? Fang Xiu couldn't help but complain inwardly. Teacher Li, although my alien queen killed Chun Fan's spirit beast, he provoked me first. So I hope you can make sure he doesn't act recklessly in the future, Fang Xiu said in a low, icy voice. In my impression, this is how protagonists in web novels typically warn the villains. Then the villain would start mocking the protagonist, or even resort to violence. To put it simply, it's a case of defeat the young, and the old will come seeking revenge. If Li Guosheng insists on standing up for Chun Fan, I can openly have the alien parasite possess his spirit beast. Fang Xiu. In an instant, Li Guosheng's voice also rose several times louder. Very well. Thud. However, just when Fang Xiu thought that Li Guosheng would be unable to restrain himself and release the imperial beasts, he took 3 steps and held Fang Xiu's hand. Do you want to come to class 6? I can make you the class president, and the class fees can be given to you to manage. And I'll pay for all of your meals for the 3 years of high school. Fang Xiu? No dude, what about the promised beating up of the little one to come to the old one? The script is not right. Where's the arrogant attitude you just had? Boom. In a flash, Zhang Yu quickly stepped forward and pushed Li Guosheng away. Old Li, what do you mean? Stealing a student from me? Are you? Fang Xiu is our 2nd class's person. Who are you, the 6th class, to get your hands on him? And the district class president wants to buy people's hearts? Don't be ridiculous. Fang Xiu, for the 3 years of high school, you can rest assured that you'll stay in class 2. And if you need anything, just ask me. I'll find you 3 more female classmates to accompany you. Fang Xiu? Female classmate companions? There's still this kind of operation? Old Zhang, what makes you say that Fang Xiu is from your 2nd class? It's only the first day of school. We haven't even had a formal class yet, and you're still using this trick of female classmates accompanying you. Is this what a teacher should say? You wait for me. However, Li Guosheng didn't continue to pull the wool over Zhang Yu's eyes here or come up with better benefits to tempt Fang Xiu. He directly took out his Imperial Beast space card, detached himself from Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast space and disappeared. This old Li must have run off to find old Wang. Fang Xiu, just feel free to cultivate your face-hugging insects. In this school, I'll cover you. While saying that, Zhang Yu also took out his card. Okay, Teacher Zhang. The sudden situation caused Fang Xiu to be stunned, but he still nodded his head, indicating that he knew. What, Teacher Zhang? Do I look that old? Okay, Brother Zhang. Fang Xiu mentally changed his words. What did you call me? Brother Yu? Shang Dao. Zhang Yu nodded his head in satisfaction and immediately disappeared in front of Fang Xiu. Say, who is old Wang? Looking at his royal beast space, only Zhang Panpan remained. Fang Xiu then remembered to ask. It should be Wang Kai. He's the grade director of your first year. Whichever student wants to apply for a class transfer must have his approval to do so. They went offline in a hurry, I think they must have run to find old Wang to fight for you. Zhang Panpan explained with a smile. Although Chun Fan was a good seedling, no one would offend an illusory beast species royal beast for an ancient species royal beast. Are you not going? Seeing that he was so sought after, Fang Xiu also joked. I'm in charge of the 2nd class, and the 6th class is physical education class, so it doesn't matter to me if you go over there. However, it's too rude to call you directly. Call me Brother Pan Pan. I'm not much older than you. Chapter 10. Successfully hatching a brand new alien. This plot is not right. Fang Xiu thought back to the net article he had read in his previous life. Often at this time, the villain would die with the protagonist who knows this Li Guosheng and Zhang Panpan. One of them wanted to run to the age director to help himself change classes. The other directly wants to treat himself as his own brother. Well, your imperial beast is about to hatch again, so I won't continue to disturb here. As the words fell, Zhang Panpan also exited Fang Xiu's imperial beast space. And as Fang Xiu's imperial beast space was left with him alone, the face-hugging insect that was clinging to the Triceratops' head also dislodged itself from it. Still wanted to go for a meal. Fang Xiu looked at the state of the Triceratops. The face-hugging bug would not directly kill the host, but would borrow their bodies to feed and provide energy to the alien until the alien detached itself from the host's body. And although Fang Xiu had the authority of the imperial beast space, he couldn't do it to stop time. If he left from here now and went to the cafeteria to eat, and then came back, it was estimated that the alien would have already broken out of his body. Forget it. If it was a normal alien, Fang Xiu wouldn't be so expectant. But in the Alien series of movies he watched, most of those terrifying aliens were parasitized on humans, puppies. There had never been an alien that could parasitize onto extinct dinosaurs. I wonder what the alien, after assimilating the Triceratops gene, would be like. Fang Xiu rubbed his stomach and decided to wait for the little alien to hatch out before eating and using the resource card to provide food for the Triceratops. Luckily, this process didn't last long. In about 20 minutes or so, the Triceratops' eating speed started to become sluggish, and it didn't take long before it collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, setting off a small shock. Immediately afterward, the Triceratops' belly began to bulge continuously, and a reddish hue revealed itself from it. Cheer up! Somehow, Fang Xiu instantly had a feeling of waiting for labor. He and the alien queen coincidentally looked towards the Triceratops. Fang Xiu could even sense the alien queen's worry about the alien in the belly of the Triceratops. After all, an ancient creature like the Triceratops had thick skin and flesh, and its defense was dozens of times that of a normal human. Not to mention that Chun Fan had deliberately strengthened the Triceratops' physical qualities during the breeding process. But just when Fang Xiu was a little worried, blood splashed out in all directions from the belly of the Triceratops. 2 blackened horn bones pierced out from it, and then there was a third. The Triceratops' horns? Fang Xiu's starry eyes slightly condensed, but he saw the belly of the Triceratops begin to melt. It felt like it had been corroded by a strong acid. Alien-specific acidic blood? Although the Triceratops' skin and flesh were very tough, under the corrosion of the alien's unique acidic blood, large portions of it quickly fell off. Even if your flesh and blood is strong, can it still be stronger than steel? All of it was melted for you. Immediately after, the entire alien broke free from the Triceratops' body. It stumbled a little, obviously not quite adapting to its new body. It feels even more gigantic than when the alien queen broke her chest out. Fang Xiu muttered. He vaguely remembered that when the alien queen was still a chest breaker, her body height was less than a meter, while the new alien in front of him, its overall exoskeleton was even bigger, and so was its tail. And at the end of this new alien's tail, there was also a hammer-like bone attached, which looked like a meteor hammer without spikes. The head of this alien, however, still retained the unique long skull of the alien, and on both sides of the head, and at the front end, the horn bones of a Triceratops grew. And near the neck of this alien, there were also collected bone discs that looked like buds that hadn't blossomed. How does it feel like a dyed Frisia second form? Fang Xiu couldn't help but spit out the appearance of this alien. Since the alien queen's body already contained human genes, even the alien that hatched from the body of a Triceratops didn't maintain the Triceratops' way of moving. Even though this alien's body was heavier, it had learned to walk upright. It's just that the way this alien walks doesn't look like a human in any way. It's more like a Tyrannosaurus rex from the ancient times. It's very oppressive. Then, Fang Xiu consumed the resource card to create some food and threw it in front of this new alien, allowing it to feast on it. Although it was an alien born from the alien queen and assimilated the genes of the Triceratops, this alien still retained its nest consciousness. After seeing the food, it didn't enjoy it alone, but instead stared blankly at Fang Xiu as if it was waiting for him to distribute the food. Very good. Fang Xiu nodded with satisfaction, but felt that the alien queen had a sense of doting tenderness when she saw this alien. Is it my illusion? Or is it because I'm the master of this space that I can feel the alien queen's more delicate emotions? Let's ask the teacher later. After all, in the entire Alien movie, no one had ever been able to nurture the aliens and sense their emotions like himself. And Fang Xiu clearly remembered the setting of the alien queen, possessing a 175 super high IQ. And in Alien 1, when the heroine was preparing to burn the bug eggs, the alien queen tried to negotiate with her. And when the heroine really burned the bug eggs, the furious alien queen also showed a sense of revenge. As for the words of this new alien, "You're the alien queen. Then it's the alien Triceratops, right?" Fang Xiu tried to take a domineering name, but on second thought, the name alien itself had a strong sense of oppression. The touch test. I'll leave it to you. Fang Hui took 3 steps and came in front of the alien Triceratops, raised his head and gently stroked its head, and this alien Triceratops also quickly reacted, and in turn used the smoother part of its own head to rub against Fang Hui's hand. It looked like a pampered kitten. Moreover, hissing and gurgling sounds also came from the throat of the alien Triceratops from time to time. It wasn't hard to see how obedient this alien Triceratops was to Fang Xiu. As for why the mapping exam was given to the alien Triceratops, although the alien queen possessed an even more terrifying power, and would undoubtedly shock the entire Crane City 1 high school once it was released, the alien queen, in order to procreate, had grown spawners. I remember that the alien queen can separate from the spawning apparatus and fight for the pack in particularly critical situations, but this process also produces great pain. The district's mapping test was just a mere test. It was not a crime to make one's alien queen suffer for the sake of better performance. I, Fang Xiu, am truly a gentle man. On the other side, inside the office of Senior Year Director Wang Kai, Li Guosheng and Zhang Yu scrambled to push open the door before storming in, resulting in the two of them directly squeezing together and getting stuck in the door due to their size. Chapter 11: The Teachers Who Fought Over Fang Xiu. Wang Kai looked at the duo huddled in the doorway with a black line on his face. You guys came at the right time. Saves me from having to look for you guys. What's going on with the students in your class? It was only the first day of school, and there was a freshman brawl at the entrance of the cafeteria, and it was also spread to the internet. The impact was more or less bad. The unfortunate thing was that it was good that no one was injured, otherwise he, the grade director, might have to be implicated along with it. Seeing Wang Kai's unhappy face, Zhang Yu and Li Guosheng, two of them, then collected themselves a bit. Freshmen in the first year of high school just coming into contact with imperial beasts, it is inevitable that they will be a little exuberant, and it is normal that they can't help but use the imperial beasts to compete. Haven't there been similar incidents in previous years? Zhang Yu said lightly as he walked in. Wang Kai's teaching career was not less than Zhang Yu's, and student fights were indeed commonplace. Technology is advancing and school rules are gradually being relaxed. In the past, schools could still not allow students to bring cell phones, and the influence of short video platforms was not that exaggerated. But now, you are a little strict with the students. You may not be able to eat a complaint once something happens in the school, take a short video and post it online, the number of hits in minutes to break 10,000. Especially the first middle school. The strongest in Qingqing, #1 in the city. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at them dead on. Those of you who are class teachers should strengthen your management even more to avoid conflicts. Especially third middle school, Yutsai, and those schools, they are always eyeing our position. Director Wang is right. Li Guosheng took a step forward and said at the drop of a hat, "This year, 7 of the city's top 10 top students chose us, and those schools in the third middle school, they are simply not enough to worry about. But Director Wang, I hope that we can transfer the students from this incident to our class. I will definitely strengthen the management work." Wang Kai sniffed and raised his eyebrows. He had already investigated clearly that the parties involved were Chun Fan from Class 6 and Fang Xiu from Class 2. As the class teacher of Class 6, he thought that Li Guosheng was here to stand up for his student Chun Fan. "Director Wang, there's no need for that. Fang Xiu is doing well in our class. He doesn't need anyone else to worry about him. Not to mention, it was Chun Fan who provoked him first. Fang Xiu, he was just acting in self-defense." Zhang Yu hurriedly explained the situation. "Director Wang, I don't want the excellent teacher selection this year. I can give it up to Mr. Zhang. I just want Fang Xiu." "What do you mean you don't want the excellent teacher selection?" Make it sound like this qualification is internalized. And Fang Xiu is my student. Why do you want him? The two of them spoke one after another, tit for tat, causing Wang Kai to be a bit confused. At first he thought that Li Guosheng had transferred Fang Xiu to Class 6 because he wanted to use his status as a class teacher to suppress the other party. After all, Chun Fan's father was very influential in Qingqing and had strong connections in the education department. Pleasing Chun Fan would also help Li Guosheng in his future career development. However, looking at Li Guosheng's appearance, that kind of appreciation for Fang Hua was completely genuine. What was the situation? The student called Fang Xiu, what exactly is his origin? This Fang Xiu, is there anything different? Wang Kai recalled a little. He had some impression of the name Fang Xiu. He ranked 7th in the city in the midterm. However, his family of origin was average, and once he entered high school, it was likely that he would fall behind in his progress due to resources. If it was because of his excellent grades that he could attract Zhang Yu, Li Guosheng's mad rush, then wouldn't Li Qingqing Zhang Shuren be more worthy of them than Fang Hua? Eliminating other impossibilities, an answer called out in Wang Kai's heart. It was the royal beast. Although the mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology in the general studies course were the scientific research foundation that constructed the civilization of this world, any scientific research could not be done without the support of mathematics, including the mutation of the imperial beasts, the possibility of evolution, and so on. History, language, and other liberal arts can help human beings better explore the ancient imperial beasts and understand the past of imperial beasts. If general studies is the foundation of scientific research, then imperial beasts are the application of scientific research. The efforts of countless researchers were to breed stronger imperial beasts. However, no matter how hard the researchers tried, it was difficult to create a fantasy beast species. It was an existence that transcended the laws of nature and was a reflection of the mind of a talented imperial beast master. In other words, effort could determine the lower limit, but if you wanted to determine the upper limit, you couldn't do it without talent. If I'm not mistaken, Fang Xiu's imperial beast is a phantom beast species, right? When these words came out, Zhang Yu and Li Guosheng almost spoke in unison. Director Wang, how did you know? Their reactions precisely verified Wang Kai's guess. You are both senior teachers who have been practicing for many years. How have you ever had such an argument over a certain student? And with Chun Fan's family background, his imperial beast is destined to be powerful. Fang Xiu comes from a mediocre background, yet he cultivated an imperial beast that can easily defeat Chun Fan. It's not hard to guess what species his imperial beast is, Wang Kai said in a pretentious manner, as if the phantom beast species was no big deal. But in reality, Wang Kai was already happy in his heart. He was the grade-level director. No matter which class Fang Xiu grew up in, the KPI could be counted on his head. Moreover, that was a phantom beast species. That meant that Fang Xiu was a seedling that had a chance to impact the top 10. Not. I'm only 39 this year, and when Fang Xiu gets into the top 10, I'll only be 41. If Fang Xiu's grades can really suppress the students of Qingqing 1st Middle School, Qingqing 4th Middle School, and Haqing 3rd Middle School, then my promotion to vice principal will be in the bag. That's right, Fang Xiu is a phantom beast species, Director Wang. Shouldn't this kind of good seedling be taught to the more experienced me? I have 2 whole years more teaching career than Zhang Yu. That's 2 years. Li Guosheng threw out his voice, as if he was afraid that Wang Kai wouldn't hear him. It's only 2 years. What can it mean? What's more, Fang Xiu has a sense of belonging to the 2nd class, and he calls me Brother Yu in private. If you forcefully transfer him to Class 6, it will instead affect Fang Xiu's mentality. A movement is better than a silence. Don't you know this kind of reasoning? Zhang Yu showed no weakness. Everyone knew what a phantom beast breed imperial beast master meant. Not only was there a chance to go farther in the education world, more importantly, genius imperial beast masters were monsters with a promising future. Taking advantage of the fact that his seniority was still low and he was still making friends, he could make a good friendship, and in the future, if he was not good enough, he would really be a one-man wonder. Yes, for Fang Xiu, Zhang Yu was willing to be that dog. All right. Wang Kai waved his hand. This matter only depends on your thoughts, and Fang Xiu is more or less unfair. The mapping exam is around the corner, so you guys should leave him alone for now. As for letting Fang Xiu go to that class, let's wait until the results of the touch test come out. Chapter 12, the groping exam begins. Watching the alien Triceratops burrow in from the body of the Triceratops, Fang Xiu thoughtfully prepared a large pile of food for it before exiting the Imperial Beast space and heading to the cafeteria to fill his hungry stomach. And for the next few days, Li Guosheng didn't show up again, as if he had forgotten about the fact that he was going to be transferred to the 6th class. Aside from the time he went to the General Studies class, the rest of the time Fang Xiu used to soak in the Imperial Beast space. His alien Triceratops also quickly grew to its adult size. However, although the alien Triceratops had assimilated Qingfan's Triceratops genes as a male alien, it naturally couldn't be compared to the alien queen, and even when it reached adulthood it was only about 3 meters in size. Compared to the alien queen, it had simply shrunk. Comparatively, the alien Triceratops had head horns, and its tail was more aggressive. It was an existence that was second only to the alien queen in terms of strength in the army of aliens cultivated by Fang Xiu. That's right. After a few days of cultivation, Fang Xiu used the resource card to create a large amount of replicant food for the face-hugging insects spawned by the alien queen to parasitize. Come to think of it, the fertility rate of the alien is quite exaggerated. As far as Fang Xiu knew, during childbirth in the wild, animals not only had to face predator hunting, but also encountered various dangers during labor, such as malpositioned fetuses, difficult labor, and so on. However, the alien queen was able to lay an egg every few hours, and the face-hugging worm parasitization rate was even as high as 100%. In just 6 or 7 days, Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast space had given birth to more than 30 aliens. It made the entire underground cavern look a bit small. However, right after opening up the size of the Imperial Beast space, Fang Xiu realized that although the resources allocated by the school could expand the size of the Imperial Beast space, it was very limited. Fang Xiu had consumed all the resource points on the Imperial Beast space card, and had only expanded the cave 5 times its size. Despite solving the immediate problem according to the alien queen's production rate, in at most a month's time, the entire underground cavern would become crowded again. But the school provided resource help only once. Moreover, the alien community will only appear as an alien queen when it is huge to a certain extent. An ultimate alien like the queen's mother would need to be born on a planetary scale. Looking at the alien queen in front of him, Fang Xiu couldn't help but mutter in his heart. It can't be, really, inviting the entire school, teachers and students, to visit my alien. There seems to be 15 classes in one grade in Qingqing First Middle School, with about 50 people in each class. Even if I could invite everyone over, the visiting fee would only be a few $100,000. However, this kind of thinking is no different from everyone in the world giving me $1 and I'm a 10 billionaire. Theoretically feasible, practically all problems. It seems like I need to think of a way to make money. Warning, warning, warning. The beasts are running low on food. There's not enough food for the beasts. Please recharge in time. Please recharge in time. Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu pulled out the resource card from his pocket with a black face. In addition to cultivating aliens these days, one of the things that Fang Xiu repeated the most was to keep recharging the resource card. First, it was the visiting fees earned from Zhang Yu, Li Guosheng, and Zhang Panpan. Then it was his own living expenses. In the end, it was even more so when he had to call his family for help. But the predecessor's parents, too, were just ordinary white-collar workers. I now kind of understand what it means to be poor in literature and rich in martial arts. Previously, when checking online, Fang Xiu had found that many people on Little Blue Book had spat out that their family of origin was not good, and had not been able to provide any help on the path of the Imperial Beasts, so much so that they originally had the opportunity to enter 985, and in the end, they could only go to very ordinary undergraduate colleges. Now Fang Xiu directly have a personal feeling. In the 3 years of high school, one didn't know how much one had to be eaten in by the aliens. You guys are the real gold-swallowing beasts. Fang Xiu ruthlessly spat at the aliens in front of him. If there wasn't enough food to support them, the alien bug eggs would enter into hibernation. Although it wasn't considered an extinction crisis for the entire community, relatively speaking, without solving the problem of space and food, the upper limit of the aliens would be up to the alien queen. Forget it. Just sitting here thinking won't solve the problem. It's better to ask Zhang Yu. However, just as Fang Xiu was preparing to return to the real world and go find class teacher, Zhang Yu to have a good talk, a voice suddenly came from his Imperial Beast space card. Please all the new students of Qingqing No. 1 Middle School, gather at the school playground and take the new student mapping exam. Please all the new students of Qingqing No. 1 Middle School, gather at the school playground to take the freshman mapping exam. As if he was afraid that Fang Xiu didn't hear it, the Imperial Beast space card rang 3 times in a row. Mapping exam. Almost forgot about this matter. Fang Xiu exited the Imperial Beast space, and after tidying up a little, he hurriedly rushed to the playground of Qingqing No. 1 Middle School. The playground here was the size of 4 soccer fields, and by the time Fang Xiu arrived, it had already been crowded. Not only were there freshmen in the first year of high school, but there were also many sophomores and juniors who came over to watch. Even in the center of the playground, there was a curtain for projection. As Fang Xiu walked all the way, most of the freshmen were eager to give it a try, and only a very small portion of them were somewhat grimy and mingled in the queue, their eyes showing their fear of the touch test. After all, it's only a week's time. Not everyone can cultivate Imperial Beasts well. And the gold content of the Universal Imperial Beasts is not something that the Universal College Entrance Exam can touch. After the college entrance exam to go to a good university, it's just better to find a job when you come out. Some people go to a specialty early, or learn a craft, they can also have a good future. But in this world, even though it's just as possible to survive without cultivating powerful Imperial Beasts, that kind of difference in status is hard to accept. While thinking in his heart, Fang Xiu looked around, searching for the range of activities of his class, and in the meantime, looking at what noteworthy new students there were, especially Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and these warlords. When they stood in the pile of new students, just that confidence alone was enough to stand out from the rest. It wasn't long before Fang Xiu arrived at the range of activities of the second class. Fang Xiu is here. Zhang Yu quickly noticed Fang Xiu and greeted him with 3 steps. Those who didn't know would have thought that Zhang Yu was seeing a leader. Even Jiang Chao, the teacher of the 3rd class next door, and Fan Longhe, the teacher of the 1st class, cast their sights. Perhaps the new students rarely knew about it, but the fact that Zhang Yu had snatched a student from Li Guosheng had already spread in their circle of teachers. Everyone was curious as to what this Fang Xiu actually looked like. Your Imperial Beast. How is it developing? When Zhang Yu greeted Fang Xiu, he intentionally raised his volume and his tone was filled with bragging. Chapter 13. Pass it on. Fang Xiu has 39 Imperial Beasts. Is that Fang Xiu? He does look different. The 2 class teachers, Jiang Chao and Fan Longhe, looked at Fang Xiu in unison. Sword brows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome, with a straight and slender figure, no matter how one looked at it. It was a dragon and phoenix watch, which made one envious. Damn it! How come Fang Xiu was assigned to the 2nd class? Fan Longhe felt even more displeased in his heart. Especially Zhang Yu's intentionally raised his voice, clearly showing off. Getting a bargain and still showing off. Jiang Chao's heart also could not help but spit up Zhang Yu's performance, and even had the urge to rush over and hit him. Not only them, the teachers, but the freshmen of classes 1, 2, and 3 also couldn't help but look at Fang Xiu. Some girls were directly mesmerized by what they were watching. On the contrary, some of the boys clasped their hands on their chests, looking as if they felt that Fang Xiu loved to show off. In fact, many of the students in Fang Xiu's class wanted to get closer to him. Some female students often surrounded him in the classroom, wanting to add a friend or something. However, Fang Xiu wasn't interested in anything other than Imperial Beasts, and even more so, he didn't want to spend his time on early love. Whenever a girl took the initiative to come up to him, his pair of starry eyes always looked over with an icy coldness. After 3 or 2 times, the students in the class all turned away from Fang Xiu, as if they were isolated by Fang Xiu. But this was also something that couldn't be helped. Fang Xiu wasn't some high school freshman in the first place. His mind was much more mature than these classmates. The development isn't going very well. As soon as he saw Zhang Yu, Fang Xiu deliberately sighed and acted like he had encountered a problem. Isn't that Fang Xiu a genius? Would he also encounter problems? Who said he's a genius? But it was only the first day of school, defeating Qin Fan, so maybe it was just luck. That's right, the midterm exams are all about general studies. Grades don't mean anything. Fang Xiu being good at general studies doesn't mean that the Imperial Beasts are also good. For a while, the students who heard Fang Xiu's words couldn't help but talk about it. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, glanced fiercely at those broken-mouthed classmates before pulling Fang Xiu and returning to his own class's area of activity. What's wrong? Zhang Yu's expression also became serious. If there's anything, just tell Brother Yu. In Zhang Yu's opinion, this was undoubtedly an opportunity. After all, grade director Wang Kai had yet to decide on Fang Xiu's retention, if he himself could draw closer to Fang Xiu. However, just as Zhang Yu was thinking this, the class 6 teacher, Li Guosheng, came rushing over at a trot. Long time no see, Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu? Zhang Yu? Old Li, What are you doing running here when you're not in your own class's sphere of activity? Solving problems for the students in your own class? Aren't you afraid that those freshmen will not play well? Although he knew that Li Guosheng favored Fang Xiu, Zhang Yu never expected that he could leave his own students behind and run to pull Fang Xiu's strings. Excessive It's just a feeler test. It's just testing the potential of the new students' imperial beasts. What's there to worry about? On the contrary, Mr. Fang Xiu, how about it? Do you want to transfer to our 6th class? As Li Guosheng spoke, he didn't forget to observe Fang Xiu's reaction. Imperial beasts, encountering difficulties. Yeah. Fang Xiu glanced at Zhang Yu's reaction, then spat out his bitterness towards Li Guosheng. My imperial beasts are too able to eat. It feels like they can't even be fed anymore. Although he didn't know if it was appropriate to use a large-scale cultivation field in this kind of place, in Fang Xiu's opinion, if Zhang Yu could break his head with Li Guosheng for a little bit, his own alien rations would probably have a place to go. Ha ha ha. Indeed. Li Guosheng laughed and nodded, thinking of the exaggerated size of the alien queen. He felt that this was normal. However, it's only been a week. I've recharged my resource card 3 times, and today I was prompted to recharge my balance again. Li Guosheng. In a flash, the smile on Li Guosheng's face came to an abrupt end. You recharged. The corner of Zhang Yu's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air as his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Well, recharged 3 times, 2,000 each time. Fang Xiu nodded. In the cafeteria by himself, each time he ordered $10 of pig's feet rice, it was only $30 a day. Hiss! Li Guosheng directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. As the brand name of Crane City, First Middle School's resource funding was the richest. The resource cards given to the new students were almost enough for imperial beasts to eat for 1 last semester. As a result, Fang Xiu was telling them that it had only been a week since the school year started, and his imperial beast had finished eating the food from the resource card and recharged it 3 times in a row? Good guy. What kind of stomach is this alien? I'm afraid it's not a Taotai. Wait, how many aliens do you have now? Zhang Yu quickly realized the point of the question. He had seen Fang Xiu's alien queen in the imperial beast space. The size alone was as exaggerated as a 2-story building. It was the most exaggerated one he had seen in the freshman imperial beasts in all the years he had been in the first middle school. But even so, with that size of the alien queen, it was impossible to eat all the food in the resource card. At least it was impossible to eat it all in a week. Unless… Zhang Yu's mind floated back to those insect eggs that he had seen in Fang Xiu's imperial beast space. Right? Insect eggs. Unless all those bug eggs had hatched out as face-hugging bugs and grown into aliens. 1 alien queen, 1 alien Triceratops. 36. 7 male aliens. Fang Xiu calculated in his heart. As the words fell, Zhang Yu and Li Guosheng's pupils very seismically rose. How much? Even the voices of the 2 of them couldn't help but tremble as they spoke. Good fellow. 39 imperial beasts? Just kidding. It's only been a week since school started. Moreover, gym class hadn't even started yet. This meant that Fang Xiu hadn't received formal guidance from Zhang Panpan. He was the one who cultivated 39 imperial beasts while fumbling around alone. What was even more mind-boggling and unbelievable was that Fang Xiu's imperial beasts were neither conventional nor ancient species. Rather, it was a phantom beast species. In 1 week, 39 phantom beast species imperial beasts were cultivated. With such a demonic talent, I'm afraid that no one would believe it even if they said it to the heavens, right? The 3rd-class teacher, Jiang Chao, and the 1st-class teacher, Fan Longhe, were also taken aback when they heard these words. 39. Although he didn't know what kind of imperial beast the alien was, such a number was indeed somewhat appalling. One must know that other freshmen only bred 1 imperial beast a week. There were freshmen who hadn't even bred a single imperial beast. The mapping exams hadn't even started yet, and they were already over. As a result, when it comes to Fang Xiu 39 imperial beasts, no, what are you putting aside to lay your pups here? Fang Xiu. You're exaggerating. This is a royal beast, not raising pigs. Zhang Yu patted Fang Xiu's shoulder. Instead of focusing on quantity, you should focus on quality because he was too shocked. So much so that Zhang Yu had difficulty accepting such a setting in his heart for a while. Chapter 14, Groping Exam, Official Start. Zhang Yu had been practicing for at least 6 or 7 years, plus several years as a student, and he thought that he had a comprehensive understanding of the matter of imperial beasts. Until he bumped into Fang Xiu. First, the phantom beast seed, and then the phantom beast seed was raised as a pig, frantically laying pups in his own imperial beast space. This was a devastating blow to the opponent, whether it was the phantom beast's unique battle power or launching an army to suppress it as a whole. Simply horrifying. What's more, Fang Xiu had only just enrolled in school this year and was merely a freshman in high school. As for himself, he was the class teacher of the genius Fang Xiu. Zhang Yu suppressed his inner elation and patted Fang Xiu's shoulder. Fang Xiu, just play normally this time. Don't feel any pressure. As for the resource card matter with your brother Yu, there's nothing to worry about. Fang Xiu smiled and nodded, following Zhang Yu at the forefront. Suddenly, Fang Xiu felt a touch of cold air coming from his right side. He turned his head violently to look. He only saw a teenager who was about the same height as himself, sizing himself up with cold eyes. The two sides met eye to eye at this moment. Class teacher Zhang Yu also realized that something was wrong, shook Fang Xiu's hand, and said softly, "That's Zhang Shuren from Class 3, the second-place winner in this midterm exam, and also a genius-level character. Is your main competitor this time? But well." Zhang Yu gently laughed, a few moments of complacency. "His imperial beasts are far inferior to yours." Fang Xiu withdrew his sight and nodded slightly. "So he is Zhang Shuren." As soon as class teacher Zhang Yu's words fell, 60 instruments used to connect the imperial beast space cards were carried to the playground. The 4 large screens were also split into dozens of smaller screens. The mapping exam for the new students officially began. As the name implied, the mapping exam was to understand how much potential the new students contained in the matter of imperial beasts. Whether or not they could apply the various theories from the general studies class to the imperial beasts, as well as what resources each student's family of origin possessed. The rules were simple. Starting with the first class of senior high school, each class connected to the machine through the imperial beast space card. Then, they manipulated the imperial beasts and launched attacks on the machines at the end of the runway. Will this be too easy? After understanding the rules of the mapping exam, Fang Xiu couldn't help but spit out, "I thought it would be sending all the freshmen inside a large map to kill each other. Then the teachers outside will evaluate them. As a result, this was it?" Thinking about what? Zhang Yu was stunned at first. He knew that Fang Xiu was a very talented imperial beast master, but this kind of idea was just too dark. Every new student who enters Crane City number 1 high school is a student of the school. How can we put everyone in danger for no reason? Even imperial beasts that have little combat power are the result of the imperial beast master's devotion. They are companions, just to deal with a mapping exam. Letting them kill each other, what do you take as a killer movie? Fang Xiu, how could you have such dark thoughts? I read some imperial beast novels that were written this way. Fang Xiu said lightly. Zhang Yu froze for half a day. Are all imperial beast novels so dark now? Look less at those things. Moreover, don't you see that the rules of the mapping test are simple, but it tests the endurance of the imperial beasts, the explosive power, and the control of the imperial beasts by the imperial beast master. As Zhang Yu's words fell, the principal's voice once again spread across the playground. The mapping test now begins. Please ask the students of Class 1 to come forward. After all the students of Class 1 entered the examination room, the large screen in the center of the playground also quickly displayed the screen. Fang Xiu didn't mind being a spectator, but wouldn't this way of live streaming the mapping exam give the new students too much pressure? After all the students of Class 1 were connected to the imperial beast space, Class 1 class teacher Fan Longha also returned to the activity area. It is worth mentioning, because there are 3 types of imperial beasts: land, sea, and air. The venues will also be meticulously different. In addition to the runway, there were also flight routes and swimming routes. This meant that the top students of the first class were not without a chance to outsmart Fang Xiu. No! Fan Longha shook his head slightly. In his opinion, just a few days into the school year, Fang Xiu's focus on the quantity of imperial beasts just showed that he had neglected the issue of quality. His imperial beasts were probably worse than what he had imagined. Thinking of this, Fan Longha instantly felt that Fang Xiu wasn't much of a big deal. The Class 3 teacher glanced at Zhang Yu, who was on the verge of raising his head to the sky. It's just that he got lucky and was assigned a good student. What's there to be proud of? And this guy didn't even notice the problem. The third class teacher looked at Fang Xiu and Zhang Yu from afar. 39 imperial beasts, it sounded as if it was very impressive. But it also meant that Fang Xiu's energy was also equally divided into 39 parts. This kind of thing was the same as raising a pet. If the owner only had one pet, he could pour all of his heart and soul into the pet. But what if it was 39? Even if they like one of them more than the other, they still have to take care of the other pet's moods, feed them, play with them, and thus share their energy, their time. Even pets were like that, let alone imperial beasts with even higher intelligence. Even resources. Every new student can get a resource card when they enroll in school, which is considered a new student benefit. But the resources in this resource card are not unlimited. 39 imperial beasts means that Fang Xiu's consumption has increased 39 times. Such a simple truth. Fang Xiu surprisingly didn't even realize it. Instead, he was dabbling in confidence there. This is enough to show that this fellow, Fang Xiu, isn't as powerful as the rumors say. Not knowing whether it was out of resistance to Zhang Yu's complacency or something else, Class 3 teacher Jiang Chao muttered in his heart. As if he had found an anchor point, Fang Xiu's evaluation became lower and lower. Fang Hua. Zhang Shuren in the third-class team also narrowed his eyes slightly. He accidentally broke his glasses when he was in the Imperial Beasts, and he hadn't had time to go and get a new one yet, so much so that he was a bit unable to see people now. But these days, the name he heard the most was Fang Xiu. If I remember correctly, it seems that Fang Xiu's ranking in the midterm was 7th. All along, Zhang Shuren's eyes were only on the number 1 person, Li Qingqing, and didn't take the students behind him seriously. However, due to the fact that the name Fang Xiu had appeared in his ears too many times, it made him a little curious as well. In his spare time at the Royal Beast, he even found Chen Fan to inquire about it. Although Chen Fan didn't even make it into the top 10 of the midterm exams, his family has abundant resources, and the ancient species of imperial beasts that they have bred are also very powerful. The fact that Fang Xiu was able to defeat him is enough to show that Fang Xiu's imperial beasts are very strong. However, why didn't he focus on quality and instead go into breeding? Zhang Shuren was puzzled in his heart. In his opinion, more and more is better than less and more. This kind of simple truth should be easy to understand. Could it be that Fang Xiu doesn't know anything about imperial beasts at all? So he has empty talent, but he's still on the wrong path? Thinking of this, Zhang Shuren could not help but feel a little sorry for Fang Xiu. On the other hand, Fang Xiu didn't care about Zhang Shuren. Instead, he concentrated on observing the imperial beasts of his classmates. Although this bottoming out examination was not the killing battle that he had envisioned, it was a live broadcast that revealed each classmate's imperial beasts. Thus, Fang Xiu directly took out a small notebook, intending to write down the names of those classmates with great imperial beasts. Well, your imperial beast is very good, but it will soon be parasitized by my face-hugging bug. Chapter 15: The Alien That Shocked the Entire Court. Fang Xiu was originally still looking forward to this touch test, thinking that his face-hugging bug could insanely parasitize other people's imperial beasts. After watching for a while, Fang Xiu felt a bit bored. There wasn't a single imperial beast of the entire class that caught his eye. The imperial beasts that were released were almost all regular species. Worse still, it was as if these new students didn't know how to give commands at all. Those imperial beasts that were released either ran on the wrong track or stayed put. What's more, directly stimulated by the environment of the examination center, they simply curled up and didn't move at all. Not to mention attacking the machines in the center of the exam room. Just the 1,000-meter runway was like a gully, blocking these imperial beasts from advancing. Some of the freshmen were so anxious that they were about to cry. The level of these freshmen, would they be too bad? Fang Xiu couldn't help but spit it out. In his opinion, if this went on, he was afraid that they would get 0 points, right? After all, it's only 7 days. What can this amount of time do? Zhang Yu explained up in a serious tone. Do you think everyone is a monster like you? Contrary to Fang Xiu's thoughts, Zhang Yu felt that this was the level that freshmen should be at. As for Fang Xiu and his alien queen, they were living monsters. It wasn't until then that Fang Xiu realized. Zhang Yu is right, the alien is a bug nest society and has a high IQ. It can directly comprehend my thoughts. On the contrary, these newborn imperial beasts, that's really no different from cats and dogs. It needs to be domesticated from scratch. Fortunately, the vast majority of the freshmen in Class 1 were not knocked down by the difficulties in front of them. They even pushed and coaxed, finally allowing the imperial beasts to come in front of the humanoid machine and attack. The performance of a few of these students was even more impressive. Around the playground, the chatter of the sophomores and juniors resounded. It seems like the quality of this year's freshmen isn't good. Yes, this level is also too bad, I think when I took the touch test, I didn't even use 10 minutes. In these freshmen, the fastest one also used 15 minutes, completely insufficient to look at up. I really don't know how these people got into the first high school. Don't say so early, after all. This is only the first class. Maybe there will be monsters behind. In the eyes of these older students, the performance of the first class of freshmen could simply be described as poor. After roughly 20 minutes, all the freshmen of the first class exited the examination room. After seeing the performance of these new students, the class teacher of Class 1, Fan Longhe, couldn't help but blacken his face. How is it that the new students assigned to his class were all so bad? Please ask the second class freshman to come forward. The principal's voice came out from the loudspeaker. Play well. Zhang Yu patted Fang Xiu's back, the smile on his face unabated. Aha! Fang Xiu nodded and idly walked towards the playground before taking out his Imperial Beast space card and taking the exam. The next moment, a faint light engulfed Fang Xiu. When he opened his starry eyes again, Teacher Zhang Yu, his classmates, the playground, the teaching building all disappeared. In its place was clean white space. Mr. Fang Xiu, please choose the Imperial Beast for the exam. A gentle female voice came from above. Then, the Imperial Beasts that could be chosen appeared in front of Fang Xiu's eyes. They were the Alien Queen, Alien Triangle, and Male Alien. There was no doubt that the Alien Queen had the strongest combat power, but having it separated from the spawner would produce immense pain. Not to mention, after seeing the performance of the first class of freshmen, Fang Xiu had no pressure at all. It's better to use the Alien Triceratops. Fang Xiu thought for a while and felt that it was better not to bully the freshmen of this class too much. As he catalyzed with his intention, the Alien Triceratops appeared in the white space. The huge body of more than 3 meters tall was as exaggerated as a one-story building. Almost the instant he released the Imperial Beast, Fang Xiu became the presence of all eyes. At this time on the playground. What is that black thing? I remember that freshman's name seems to be Fang Xiu. Isn't his Imperial Beast a face-hugging insect? What the hell? That monster doesn't look like a bug in any way, right? This Fang Xiu, he must have changed his Imperial Beast. The upperclassmen couldn't help but exclaim in shock. After all, these days, Fang Xiu had become the center of attention amongst the upperclassmen. Many people had heard about him and his face-hugging bug Imperial Beast. Originally, they thought that the so-called face-hugging bugs would be insects, but it turned out that they didn't expect. Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast was so terrifying. No, it's not the one that we fought last time. Chen Fan from Class 6, who naturally came to participate in the mapping exam, stood in Class 6 area of activity, staring dead-on at the screen displaying Fang Xiu. His 2 eyes stared like the eyes of an ox. On the first day of school, he had challenged Fang Xiu in front of the cafeteria. It was also that fight that left an indelible impression on Chen Fan, so much so that he would often wake up with nightmares late at night in the last few days. That blackened exoskeleton, huge fan-shaped head crown, and sharp fingers, hissing and screaming, became his biggest nightmare. However, the alien Triceratops that Fang Xiu had released, although it also screamed incredibly unbelievably, was just too small in size compared to the nightmare in his mind. Could it be that Fang Hua he has more than just one alien? It was only afterward that Chun Fan learned from Li Guosheng that the so-called face-hugging bug was nothing more than the juvenile body of an alien. It was not considered a true Imperial Beast. And this blackened alien was Fang Xiu's trump card. Gulp. In 7 days, just being able to breed a powerful Imperial Beast was enough to prove genius. As a result, Fang Xiu had actually cultivated 2. Damn it! Chun Fan subconsciously clenched his fists, an unprecedented unwillingness breeding in his heart. Zhang Shuren of Class 3, although he was greatly nearsighted and couldn't see what was happening at all without his glasses, he could feel the enthusiasm of the students around him. Class 2, an extraordinary fellow had been born. Is it Li Qingqing? Zhang Shuren couldn't help but murmur. In his opinion, the only person who could cause such a stir in the playground was Li Qingqing, who was ranked number 1 in the city. In the examination center, Alien Triceratops, finish off that machine. Fang Xiu's gaze slightly condensed as he raised his hand and pointed at the robot in the center of the examination room. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After receiving Fang Xiu's order, the alien Triceratops whirled around and let out a low and icy growl at the robot before running violently. With its huge size advantage and unparalleled flexibility and maneuverability, the alien Triceratops was able to take a step of more than a dozen meters with a casual step. 1,000 meters of runway length was left behind him in an instant. The next second, the alien Triceratops twisted its huge body, raised its tail high, and swept viciously towards the humanoid machine. Rumble, accompanied by a loud sound. The machine that was placed here was directly cut off by the alien crosswise. Chapter 16, 3-minute quick pass mapping exam. From the time Fang Xiu chose his Imperial Beast and then to the time his alien Triceratops completed the command to attack, the entire process didn't even take 3 minutes. Fang Xiu whirled back to the playground and followed the staff's instructions to pull out his Imperial Beast space card from the machine. Only when he turned around and walked back did he realize that the area where the upperclassmen were located was almost silent. Everyone who looked at him all had their eyes wide with astonishment. This included the homeroom teachers of each class. Zhang Yu pinched his thighs hard. I'm not dreaming, right? Because it was so outrageous that it made him wonder if he was dreaming. Although I've seen Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast before this mapping exam, but this is too much. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu glanced down at his watch. He remembered that Fang Xiu had entered the examination center at 7:26, while the current time was 7:31 minutes and 56 seconds, 5 minutes before and after, and the best result for a freshman in Class 1 was 15 minutes. The difference was a full 3 times. The highs and lows were immediately judged. Most importantly, the alien Triceratops was not only much smaller than the alien queen, it had 3 horn bones growing on its head. It was easily distinguishable from the alien queen's fan-shaped head crown. This alien is not the trump card in Fang Xiu's hand. Zhang Yu rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. In other words, Fang Xiu's real killer weapon hadn't been brought out yet. No! Zhang Yu shook his head, the corners of his mouth rising as a bitter smile surfaced. Just now, I was spitting on Fang Xiu, saying that he shouldn't just focus on the quantity of Imperial Beasts, but also improve the quality. Now look, this is simply a slap in the face. Zhang Yu felt that the last time he was slapped in the face was when he questioned Fang Xiu's face-hugging insects. This time it was for questioning his cultivation methods. The clown is actually myself. However, although this feeling of being slapped in the face was hot and painful, his heart was very happy and satisfied. He couldn't wait to be slapped in the face like this by Fang Xiu every day. Old M. The person who also felt unimaginable was the Class 6 teacher, Li Guosheng, who had his mouth wide open, drew in a breath of cold air, and couldn't help but have the ad-libs ringing in his ears. Has it started? It's already over. Although Fang Xiu was the second group to conduct the mapping exam, in Li Guosheng's opinion, I'm afraid that there wouldn't be any more freshmen behind him to break Fang Xiu's score. Snap! Li Guosheng slapped his thigh fiercely, and the envy and jealousy towards Zhang Yu in his heart inevitably deepened a few more points. How come we let Fang Xiu go to the second class? No! Wait. Go find old Wang. No matter what means I use, I have to dig Fang Xiu into Class 6. Li Guosheng clenched his fists as soon as he could and swore secretly in his heart. Fang Xiu, this new student, he was going to make sure of it. The periphery of the playground. Quite a number of second- and third-year senior students had run to watch the first-year freshmen's touch test. Upon seeing the performance of the first class, they invariably felt that this freshman class should be the worst one. It was completely incomparable to their mapping exams. That was until Fang Xiu's appearance. Hey, did I see it right? Finished the mapping exam in 3 minutes. What the hell is that big black guy? How do I look at it? It doesn't look like a regular species of Imperial Beast, right? Is it an ancient species? No, even if it's an ancient species, it's still too scary, right? You guys say, that senior's Imperial Beast, could it be a phantom beast species? The older students of the second and third year of senior high school couldn't help but hotly discuss it. After entering the second year of high school, the general studies class would allow students to choose their subjects, in which those who chose to go to the history subject needed to learn about the ancient species of Imperial Beasts. Some history science bullies, at a glance, could tell that although Fang Xiu's alien Triceratops had some of the characteristics of a dinosaur, there had never been such a creature in Blue Star's past. Not an ancient species, but phantom beast species. Kai, are you kidding? A high school freshman can cultivate a phantom beast species. Illusory beast species are originally fantastical creatures that can only be constructed by extremely talented Imperial Beast masters. It has nothing to do with the senior years, right? A demon. In that case, our Crane City First Middle School has given birth to another genius beast master? This has nothing to do with you. Why are you so excited? That's true, but it's only been a few days since the start of the school year, right? To have bred such a powerful phantom beast species imperial beast. I'm sure there will be some action on the student council's side. Ahem. Be careful what you say. As one of the sophomores offhandedly mentioned the student council, the other older students also cast strange gazes. It was as if the student council of this first middle school was some kind of taboo existence. But no matter what, Fang Xiu's performance had given them a great shock. Coupled with Fang Xiu's sword brows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome appearance, some of the sophomore and senior sisters couldn't help but start inquiring about Fang Xiu's contact information. On the other side, the school administration was on a temporary podium for the purpose of this touch test. The principal of Qingqing No. 1 Middle School, half a day later, came back to his senses. What's the name of that new student? From the release of the imperial beasts to the end of the mapping exam, it only took 3 minutes before and after. Such an achievement hadn't been seen for a long time. Even in this principal's memory, such an achievement was enough to refresh the top 10 records of the mapping exams over the years. His name is Fang Xiu. It's a student from the second-year class. Only Zhang Pan slowly came over to the principal's side and whispered in his ear. And as he said the name Fang Xiu, a smile spread across his face. No matter what, Zhang Pan was Fang Xiu's physical education teacher. One honor was all that mattered. Even the other physical education teachers instantly reacted as soon as they heard the second class. The second class, the sixth class, and the eighth class were all under Zhang Pan's responsibility. This meant that all of Fang Xiu's future physical education classes would be taught by Zhang Pan. Damn it. For a while, many physical education teachers became red-eyed. After all, the 3-minute score was really too exaggerated. Not to mention this term of freshmen, even if they brought over the previous freshman's bottom scores, they were also the goods that were killed by Fang Xiu in minutes. Teacher Pan? You couldn't have secretly given student Fang Xiu a small cooking stove, could you? The mapping test is to check the potential of the new student's imperial beasts, and to be fair, a week before the start of the school year, not even physical education classes will be held. A physical education teacher couldn't help but lash out at Zhang Pan, feeling that he was the one who had privately helped Fang Xiu boost his imperial beasts. Zhang Pan did not think about it. Teacher Zhao, weren't you here when Fang Xiu took the exam just now? The implication was, where did your eyes go? That level of imperial beasts, as well as Fang Xiu's control over them, is simply not something that can be achieved by opening a small stove. He is a born imperial beast master, a genius who will surpass all of us sooner or later. As he spoke, Zhang Pan pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, as if he was looking at an idiot, sizing up the physical education teacher surnamed Zhao. Chapter 17, The Strongest Junior High School Student, Li Qingqing. Seeing the strong smell of gunpowder rubbing between Zhang Pan and Zhao Gang, the principal hurriedly waved his hand to separate them. Fang Xiu. Indeed a good seedling. The principal looked towards Fang Xiu, who was walking back from the playground, deeply memorizing him in his heart. On the other side, Fang Xiu was naturally unaware of the episode that happened on the podium. He walked idly, but realized that there was no one around him. Not only that, whether it was the freshmen or the veterans of the second and third years of high school, at this moment, their gazes were all focused on themselves. In the true sense of the word, everyone was watching. And this is also something that cannot be helped. While Fang Xiu was walking out from the exam room, the other students of Class 2 were still thinking about how to make their imperial beasts finish this exam. Luckily, the journey wasn't very far, and within a short while, Zhang Yu took the initiative to come up to greet him. Good job, Fang Xiu. Zhang Yu's head rose high. According to his original conception, Fang Xiu's bottoming out exam this time was enough to brighten up the eyes of the people in the playground. But the reality was, this was more than just calling people's eyes to shine. It was simply turning everyone's worldview upside down. Looking at the entire freshman class, I'm afraid that no one will be able to refresh. No one can come close to Fang Hua's time. Yes. Zhang Yu had already foreseen in his heart that this class of freshmen's mapping exam results would be left far behind by Fang Xiu alone. Jiang Chao, Fan Longhe, who were closer to the range of activities of the second class, were even more red-eyed for a while. Especially Fan Longhe, their class's mapping results had all come out. The most outstanding students were also crushed by Fang Xiu on the ground, completely becoming Fang Xiu's companion. Although Jiang Chao's class had Zhang Shirin, the top student, in his heart, He didn't feel that Zhang Shuren was able to break Fang Xiu's record in the slightest. Good lord. Others are taking exams. Fang Xiu is simply speed passing. Zhang Chao's heart broke up. However, just as Zhang Chao was about to console Zhang Shuren and tell him not to have so much mental pressure, he suddenly realized that Zhang Shuren in the team had disappeared. Frightened, Zhang Chao searched around. Luckily, the people from the second class hadn't returned yet, and Zhang Chao's eyes quickly spotted where Zhang Shuren had gone, only to see that he had unknowingly walked to Fang Xiu's side. Both eyes half narrowed, staring dead at Fang Xiu's face. Looking at Fang Xiu was somewhat baffling. I remember you. Zhang Shuren looked hard for half a day before recognizing Fang Xiu's appearance, then turned away without looking back. Fang Xiu? No, this dude doesn't have a problem with his brain. What the hell? Fang Xiu looked at Zhang Shuren's back. It was hard not to be reading stupidly. It's probably taking you as a rival. Zhang Yu was also confused, but as the second best student in the city, Zhang Yu was also relatively impressed with him. After all, he was a school bully, and it was understandable that he had some quirks. As a rival, Fang Xiu raised his sword brows. After seeing the performance of his alien Triceratops, he still had the courage to consider himself as a rival. It seemed that this guy was very confident in his imperial beast. Speaking of which, the number one person in Crane City is called Li Qingqing, right? Which class is she in? For a while, Fang Xiu couldn't help but wonder which class Li Qingqing was in. After all, being the number one person in Crane City Junior High School, one would think that her imperial beast was also very powerful. In the future, if there was an opportunity, he could let the face-hugging insect assimilate the genes. Are you serious? But who knew? Zhang Yu sniffed, but looked at Fang Xiu with a black face. What's wrong? Li Qingqing is in our class, Zhang Yu said while pointing to the screen in the center of the playground. It had been a week since school started, and Fang Xiu hadn't missed out on the general knowledge class. Did you not realize it all along? As the strongest junior high school student in Crane City, Li Qingqing had more than just proud grades. She also had a face like gelatin, eyes like dots of paint, and a concave and convex figure. If there was some kind of school flower competition, Li Qingqing would definitely be able to win. Not long after the start of the school year, there were quite a few sophomores, juniors, and freshmen from other classes who came over to the second class to inquire about Li Qingqing's Tingxin, wanting to add him as a friend. Hopefully, Fang Xiu had never realized it. Is there still this thing? In fact, Fang Xiu's sword brows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome, with a straight and slender body, coupled with the fact that he had defeated Qin Fan. He had already become the object of admiration for many girls. So every time after the general knowledge class, Fang Xiu just jumped out the window and ran away. On weekdays, he also spent all his time cultivating aliens, and simply didn't have the heart to gossip about others. This was also the reason why he couldn't go back even after the mapping exam was over, and still needed to wait here, otherwise, Fang Xiu would have gone back long ago. As Zhang Yu raised a finger, Fang Xiu also looked at the screen in the center of the playground, only to see that Li Qingqing's imperial beast was a gray strange bird that looked strangely ugly, and the feathers of its tail were even a bit blown up, looking as if it had been chewed by a dog. However, although this little gray bird was unimpressive, compared to the other freshmen's imperial beasts, its speed was quite swift. The 1,000-meter runway was quickly left behind by it before it crashed headlong into the humanoid machine. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the humanoid machine in the examination hall was directly lifted 3 meters high by the little gray bird, like a kite with broken strings, flying out backwards. The entire process was clean and flowing. When Li Qingqing walked out from the examination room, it only took 8 minutes. Humph! Li Qingqing returned to the playground and dashingly pulled out the Imperial Beast Space card. This principal of Crane City No. 1 Middle School. There is definitely something wrong with his brain. A good mapping exam has to be broadcast out live. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't want to expose her imperial beasts in public, Li Qingqing felt that her grades could still be improved. Maybe it could have gotten into the 6 points. It wasn't impossible to refresh Crane City No. 1 Middle School's bottom exam scores over the years. But forget it. Even with such a score, I'm sure it's not something this class can catch up with. Mortals, you'll just have to cheer for me. While murmuring secretly in her heart, Li Qingqing inserted her hands into her pockets. The corners of her mouth rose and a smile emerged as she walked back in big strides. Just when Li Qingqing thought that the freshmen of this class, as well as the older students of the second and third years of high school, would be incomparably shocked by her grades, murmuring voices also literally came from behind her. Hey, did I read it right? Passed the mapping exam in 8 minutes. That imperial beast is obviously so ugly, but I didn't expect it to be so strong. Although the imperial beast is ugly, that girl is so pretty. She's Li Qingqing, right? Rumor has it that the strongest junior high school student in Crane City was admitted to the first high school with the top score in the city. What kind of monsters are the freshmen in this class? Li Qingqing didn't care about the voices of these sophomore and junior high school veterans on the surface, but in her heart, she was smug. Yes, that's it. Praise me, marvel at me, mortals. However, when Li Qingqing raised her head to look towards the range of activities of her class, the corners of her raised mouth, however, froze all of a sudden. Chapter 18. Doubtful Li Qingqing. Am I second? She had thought that class teacher Zhang Yu would greet her in the second class activity area, but when Li Qingqing looked up, she suddenly realized that there was someone else standing beside Zhang Yu. What the hell? Li Qingqing's striding footsteps instantly slowed down and blinked a pair of beautiful eyes, seriously doubting whether she had misread the situation. Could it be that there was someone else, who had completed the mapping exam faster than herself and returned to the activity area? Impossible. As soon as such a thought popped up, Li Qingqing frantically shook her head in denial in her mind. Just now, when the students of the first class were taking the mapping test, she had deliberately paid attention to it, and the fastest record of passing the test took 15 minutes, and even some of the students were not able to complete the mapping test. How could anyone be faster than herself? It must be. This student's level of imperial beasts was so poor that he was kicked out of the examination room. It must be like this. Thinking of this, Li Qingqing covered her chest and let out a long sigh of relief. She herself was the strongest in the city in junior high school. Not only did she score first in general studies for all 3 years, she also accepted the knowledge of imperial beasts early on. Now that he had risen to this Crane City First Middle School, his position as the #1 person was still unshakable. But who knows, as Li Qingqing got closer and closer to the second class activity area, she also gradually saw Fang Xiu. His sword brows and starry eyes were fresh and handsome, and his body was straight and slender. But the other party's face was not gray. On the contrary, his face was overflowing with powerful confidence. It was completely unlike being kicked out of the examination center. Could it be that this guy had completed the mapping exam? But how is that possible? Li Qingqing raised a single eyebrow, and her hands, which were stuck in her pockets, could not help but clench her fists. Good job, Qingqing student. Seeing this, Zhang Yu directly gave a thumbs up to Li Qingqing. This time, the first and second in the groping exam will be able to stay in our class. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yu's bright laughter was extremely penetrating, and his voice was even louder, as if he was afraid that a teacher wouldn't hear him. Li Guosheng, the teacher of the 6th class, had an iron face the entire time. It was even if it was just one Fang Xiu, but he didn't expect that Li Qingqing was also assigned to the 2nd class. This Zhang Yu, it can't be that he sent a red packet to Old Wang, right? Li Guosheng looked at Zhang Yu with eyes full of grudges. The class teachers of the other classes, although they had not snatched any students from Zhang Yu, they were all very red-eyed at this moment's effort. A 3-minute speedy pass of the mapping exam. 8 minutes to take the mapping exam. If there was nothing unexpected, the two of them would be the first and second in this imperial beast mapping. The other classmates will only be the green leaves to set them off. So unhappy, so angry. However, at this moment, Li Qingqing did not dip her confidence. Even after hearing Zhang Yu's words, Li Qingqing's entire body directly froze in place. What did you just say? First, second? Who is the first? Although Li Qingqing's heart vaguely realized what had happened, the shock was simply too great, making it difficult for her to accept for a while. Of course it's me. Could it be you? Seeing this, Fang Xiu couldn't help but spit it out. This Li Qingqing's did have a few looks, especially when placed on the playground. The other class girls, they all looked a bit dim. However, it wasn't like he had never seen a woman before. Especially Li Qingqing's words revealed a sense of superiority, as if this first place results should be her Li Qingqing's. Other people cannot die like. What did you say? Li Qingqing felt a bolt from the blue. 3 years in junior high school, whether it was regular exams or various competitions. Not. Even if you counted elementary school, kindergarten grades, you have always been #1. Even in the origami competition, which was of no use in other people's eyes, as long as she got serious, she had never lost to anyone. Even this kind of first place for her, simply like breathing, drinking water, general normal thing. When she arrived at Crane City First Middle School, it was the same. In the future, the university career will also be so. It should have been like this. Also, for your information, my score is 3 minutes. Seeing that Li Qingqing was in a bit of a trance, Fang Xiu simply continued to speak and lit up his score. Impossible? The result was as Fang Xiu expected. After hearing the words 3 minutes, Li Qingqing instinctively took half a step back, her pair of beautiful eyes glaring like ox eyes. Her vermilion lips were open wide, her jade teeth and tongue in full view. Zhang Yu also did not expect Li Qingqing to have such a big reaction. That, Qingqing ah, Fang Xiu he? You are Fang Xiu. Li Qingqing did not care about Zhang Yu's words, but only captured the key information from his words. Fang Xiu. She had an impression of this name. After all, he was the guy who caused a stir on the first day of school. No, you're lying. Li Qingqing was still unable to accept reality, her head shaking like a rattle. Brother Yu, tell her what my grades are. Fang Xiu still didn't comfort Li Qingqing. Instead, there was a feeling of euphoria in his heart. Was this the feeling of hitting your face? It was indeed very good ah. Fang Xiu, you also say less. Zhang Yu sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The homeroom teachers of the other classes did not expect this to happen. In a flash, they all cast their gazes. A look of joyful people. Teacher Zhang, what exactly is Fang Xiu's grade? Li Qingqing snapped. Don't lie to me. I can check it myself. Worried that Zhang Yu would lie, she didn't forget to warn the other party specifically. It was indeed 3 minutes. Zhang Yu's face turned ironic. He was so focused on being happy that he completely did not expect that Li Qingqing would value this touch test so highly. But thinking about it, this Li Qingqing's grades have always been stable first. You took the second exam because you only have the strength to take the second exam. I'm number 1 because there's no more forward position than number 1. This famous quote was the golden sentence that Li Qingqing had exposed in the interview program. Although her arrogant attitude made many people feel uncomfortable, she did have such qualifications, until she met Fang Xiu, turning herself into the second. 3 minutes. 8 minutes. That's 5 minutes faster than me. 1.5 times faster. I'm second. Li Qingqing only felt her brain buzzing, and her vision in front of her eyes became even more blurry. I am the second. These words constantly echoed in Li Qingqing's mind, as if it was a bolt from the blue. Even more so, Li Qingqing's breathing quickly became rapid, and fragrant sweat continued to emerge on her forehead. Qingqing, where had Zhang Yu seen such an image before? He was instantly startled and hastily reached out to help. As a result, the next second, Li Qingqing staggered a few steps, her eyes went black, and she instantly pounced on Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu never expected that Li Qingqing would pass out in front of his face. Not sis, are you touching porcelain? Chapter 19. Li Qingqing's cunning. I'm not serious. Seeing Li Qingqing fall forward, Zhang Yu subconsciously reached out to help, but he was still a beat too slow. His hand was hanging in midair, and Li Qingqing directly fell into Fang Xiu's arms. Fang Xiu and Zhang Yu looked at each other with 4 eyes, and on his mouth, he couldn't help but spit out. This guy's mental capacity. It's too bad. In his own previous life, when his grades dropped several places, he didn't act like Li Qingqing. You don't know. This Li Qingqing has had excellent grades since she was a child. She has always been number 1 and hasn't taken second once. For this reason, at the end of the midterm, the TV station also specially interviewed Li Qingqing. At that time, Li Qingqing said, you took the second place because you only have the strength to take the second place, and I took the first place because there is no place more ahead than the first. Now not only were you surpassed, but the difference in grades was double. It's inevitable to take some blows, Zhang Yu explained. Although Li Qingqing was ranked second this time, her results were also enough to crush all the freshmen except Fang Xiu. It was nothing strange for Zhang Yu to speak up for her. Then what now? Fang Xiu still couldn't quite understand this kind of mood, but he couldn't keep letting Li Qingqing fall into his arms. Send her to the infirmary. Zhang Yu thought about it a little. As the homeroom teacher himself, he still had to look after the other freshmen and could not leave for a while. As for the homeroom teachers and classmates of the other classes, he was more or less not at ease. Hell knows if they would rob his own students. What's more, Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing were both students in his own class and were not enemies. There was no harm in letting them have more contact. I can send Qingqing's student to the infirmary, but the cost of this? Fang Xiu said inquiringly while carrying Li Qingqing on his shoulder. What are you thinking? The infirmary side is of course free. Zhang Yu said without thinking. Number 1 middle school was at least a key high school in Qingqing. How could the school nurse charge students? I didn't say medical fees. I'm talking about me. Can't let me make a trip for nothing, right? I had wanted to take a look at the other students' imperial beasts. Fang Xiu wasn't looking for excuses. In reality, he was really curious if this freshman class would have any imperial beasts that would catch his eye. When there was an opportunity, he himself would also let the face-hugging insect parasitize it. Zhang Yu whirled around and froze. It's excessive, Fang Xiu. Li Qingqing she is. Zhang Yu originally wanted to say that this Li Qingqing can be counted as a colonel's flower, whether its grades or family situation is very outstanding, is how many male students' heart of the white moonlight. As a result, Fang Xiu can be good, so good opportunity to be alone, he is still reluctant. Even the moment Fang Xiu and Zhang Yu bargained, the surroundings were full of male students' envious eyes. My imperial beasts are running out of money to eat. I'm really poor, brother Yu. Fang Xiu said without hesitation. 500. Looking at Fang Xiu's inch-perfect appearance, Zhang Yu felt a sense of tears and laughter in his heart. Good fellow, this is treating himself as a big family to slaughter. Forget it. All right, wait for you to come back. Zhang Yu sighed helplessly and could only agree to Fang Hua's conditions. But who knew that Fang Xiu would directly take out the resource card? It looked as if he was afraid that Zhang Yu would back out. It's not that I can't trust you, brother Yu, but the place to recharge the resource card is not far from the infirmary. It just so happens that I'll recharge it on the way. Otherwise, I would have to make another trip then, in case it delays my imperial beast. Hiss! Zhang Yu's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This was also Fang Xiu. If this was any other person, Zhang Yu wouldn't even be able to spoil him like this. Just like this, Zhang Yu transferred 500 to Fang Hua's resource card. Only then did Fang Xiu carry Li Qingqing and walked towards the infirmary. However, looking at Fang Xiu's distant back, Zhang Yu only reacted. He had directly transferred the account to Fang Hua's resource card. What kind of value did he charge? Along the way, both male and female students cast envious and jealous gazes. Male students hated that they were not Fang Xiu. Female students hate themselves for not being Li Qingqing. Of course, there are also female classmates who hate themselves for not being Fang Xiu. For a time, Fang Xiu had almost become a public enemy. And after the principal noticed this side of the episode, he quickly sent someone over to confirm the situation. Only after learning that there was nothing serious wrong with Li Qingqing did the mapping exam continue to start. However, Li Qingqing's coma didn't last too long. She originally fainted because she couldn't accept it for a while, and her qi and blood attacked her heart. But after all, she was a high school student and a royal beastmaster. Her physical quality wasn't that bad, and she woke up without a moment's work. Just let her dream never expected is. As soon as she opened her own eyes, she saw Fang Xiu's backside. The body just wanted to exert force, and then realized that she was carried on her shoulders. So embarrassing. The other students threw their eyes this way, causing Li Qingqing's face to turn red. Damn it! I had thought that I could shock the entire room at the touch test, to have all the students cheering and applauding for themselves. As a result, I didn't expect. This touch test had completely turned into Fang Xiu's home court. One was simply disgrace to the core. It's over, it's over. For a while, Li Qingqing only felt that her life was over. She ruthlessly closed her eyes and prayed in her heart to quickly leave the playground. Fang Xiu, on the other hand, didn't notice that Li Qingqing had come to this matter. He also didn't care about other people's gazes. Just carrying someone and earning 500, this was a good deal. Put me down. It wasn't until Fang Xiu carried Li Qingqing into the school building that Li Qingqing struggled violently. Fang Xiu smoothly spread his hands, and Li Qingqing staggered a few steps before regaining her footing. Fang Xiu. She clenched her small pink fists, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. Are you all right? Fang Xiu sized up Li Qingqing and whirled around to extend his hand. Li Qingqing couldn't help but stare. What do you mean by this? Pay up. I carried you all the way from the playground to here. Although I don't need to go to the infirmary, the fruits of my labor can't be in vain, right? Fang Xiu said with a serious face. Maybe other boys, just by saying a few words to Li Qingqing, would be excited to send a friend circle to show off. But he wouldn't. Even if this Li Qingqing's did have a few moments of good looks, then he should still talk about money. You're a miser, right? The corner of Li Qingqing's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, only feeling incomprehensible. How could there be such a person in this world? Don't think that you're better than me just because you took first place in this mapping exam. Let me tell you, my imperial beast. Ahem. I'm just not serious. Li Qingqing clasped her hands on her chest and emphasized towards Fang Xiu. However, these words sounded like nothing more than a loser looking for a reason to Fanghua. Truly speaking seriously, his own alien queen didn't even take this mapping exam. In the past, when you took the first place exam, didn't those second place finishers feel that their behavior was ridiculous when they said they weren't serious? Fang Xiu spoke coldly. If you have the ability, take the first place back openly and honestly. $1,000, please. Chapter 20. Someone from the student council. Li Qingqing instantly turned red. It was the first time she had encountered such an incomprehensible guy as Fang Xiu. Whether it was in elementary school or junior high school, she had always been the center of attention, and it was always the other boys who were courting her. Fang Xiu was good, just carrying himself to the infirmary. He dared to ask for 1,000. Although this amount of money was only a drop in the bucket for her well-off family, she was still very angry in her heart. Fang Xiu, you wait for me. Only after saying that, Li Qingqing angrily transferred $1,000 to Fang Xiu's resource card. Then she left the place without looking back. This little girl. Looking at Li Qingqing's distant back, Fang Xiu couldn't help but spit up in his heart. Even if she walks away directly, it's not like I can do anything to her. I didn't expect it to actually transfer money to me. Is this the strength of the strongest middle schooler? Looking at the $1,500 in hand, Fang Xiu's heart was still happy. In this way, the alien's 1 week's ration problem was considered solved. And the next thing was relatively simple. When Fang Xiu returned to the playground, the students of Class 2 and Class 3 had all finished their mapping exams. Fang Xiu obediently observed the situation of the imperial beasts of the other classes, and took note of the imperial beasts that performed well, one by one, thinking that in the future, if he had the opportunity, he would let the face-hugging insects to parasitize them. It took a whole day for the first-year high school students to all complete their mapping exams. Although the results of all the students hadn't been completely tallied, everyone already had a consensus in their hearts as to who the first-place winner was. Before disbanding, the principal of the first middle school didn't forget to praise Fang Xiu, turning his forest into a role model for the freshmen to learn well from him. At the same time, the principal did not forget to encourage everyone. There was still a long time to go before the college entrance exam, so even if you temporarily fall behind, don't be discouraged and work hard to improve the strength of the imperial beasts. You also go back early and have a good rest. Starting tomorrow, there will be physical education classes. Before parting, Zhang Yu purposely pulled Fang Xiu. Although he had taken very impressive results this time, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and only by keeping one's feet on the ground can one walk to the highest peak. I know, brother Yu. If it was an ordinary high school student, he might have drifted because of his excellent grades, or he might have been like Li Qingqing, who couldn't take the blow once he encountered failure. But Fang Xiu had long been an adult, and his mindset was quite a bit more stable than even Zhang Yu. After bidding farewell to Zhang Yu, Fang Xiu returned to his dormitory. He first entered the Imperial Beast space and exchanged all the $1,500 that he had snubbed into food before he slept beautifully. By the time Fang Xiu opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. He stretched his back, simply washed up, and headed straight to the campus. The first week's classes were mainly general studies. Fang Xiu was an undergraduate in his previous life, and as long as he flipped through the books, he was able to get good grades, so naturally he had little interest in these subjects. And after the mapping exam, it was the real start. The class schedule not only had more physical education classes even took up most of the class time. Conservatively estimated, one day would also require at least 3 physical education classes. Why don't we just rename it as the Imperial Beast class? Fang Xiu took out his cell phone, glanced at the class schedule that class teacher Zhang Yu had sent to the class group, and couldn't help but spit it out. 2 physical education classes in the morning and 2 physical education classes in the afternoon. It was truly worthy of being the era of all the people's imperial beasts. However, right on Fang Xiu's way to the classroom, Zhang Yu hurriedly trotted over. Finally found you. Seeing Fang Xiu alone, Zhang Yu was relieved. What's wrong, brother Yu? Fang Xiu shot a glance at Zhang Yu and felt that his face was even more ugly than the first time he heard about the face-hugging insect. It was hard to believe that Li Guosheng, the class 6 teacher, really used his connections to ask me over. Brother Yu, don't worry. Class 2 is quite good. I don't have any thoughts of going to Class 6. Fang Xiu spoke eloquently. For one thing, one's relationship with Zhang Yu was good. Secondly, this Zhang Yu's character was also the kind of homeroom teacher who would protect his children. There was really no need to switch classes. Once he heard Fang Xiu's words, Zhang Yu was naturally happy in his heart. It's not about changing classes. District Old Li is not qualified to snatch someone from my hands. It's the student council. While saying this, Zhang Yu pulled Fang Xiu to the corner of the staircase, with a look of fear that he would be discovered. Student council? Fang Xiu cocked his head. The so-called student council, as the name implied, was an organization of self-governing students. The school initially established the student union to enrich the students' campus life. However, there were some students who boasted that they would be superior if they entered the student council. All day long, they are like 250,000 people. During Fang Xiu's 4 years in college, the people he hated the most were those in the student union. Looking at Zhang Yu's expression again, Fang Xiu couldn't help but spit it out in his heart. It seems that no matter which world it is, the student council is not popular. Zhang Yu nodded. Didn't you pay attention when you came to school? With the development of AI, big data was easier to handle. After only one night's time, the first middle school had compiled the results of the freshman mapping exam. Fang Xiu, who had taken the exam with a 3-minute speed pass, was undoubtedly the first person in this mapping exam. Li Qingqing was second, and Zhang Shuren was third. Chun Fan of Class 6, although he had been killed off by Fang Xiu's imperial beast on the first day, his solid family background allowed him to quickly cultivate a new imperial beast and took the 6th place in this mapping exam with a proud result. The names of the top 100 freshmen, however, were made into banners by the school administration and displayed in various areas of the campus. I didn't pay attention to it. Fang Xiu said without thinking. On his way here, he did notice the banner, but he wasn't interested in what was on it and passed by without even glancing at it. However, Fang Xiu sort of understood Zhang Yu's worry. A big tree attracts the wind. His own alien Triceratops not only took the first place this time, it was likely to set the record of all the years as well. In the face of a freshman as outstanding as himself, it was nothing strange for the student council to have recruiting intentions. There's nothing to worry about. I have little interest in presiding over the student council. Fang Xiu said as such, thinking that Zhang Yu was worrying that he would be indulging in the power of the student council to the detriment of the imperial beast. In this matter, Fang Xiu still carried himself well. Student council president, also useful on campus, sounded powerful. Really, in society, who cares if you've been in the student council or not? Things are not as simple as you think. Zhang Yu looked at Fang Xiu with a black line on his face. If the student council only wanted to recruit Fang Xiu, he, the class teacher, had nothing to worry about. If they want to sign some kind of contract with you, just say that you'll reconsider. You're only in your first year of high school. You still have to discuss anything with your family. Zhang Yu said with a serious face. Chapter 21. The army comes to the table. Contracts? Can the student union still sign contracts with students? Fang Xiu raised his sword brows. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Although in the world before crossing over, organizations like student councils also existed, but the work they were mainly responsible for was related to clubs. It hadn't been heard of that student council signing contracts with students with excellent grades or anything like that. By the looks of it, the student council in this world was quite different from the student council in one's own perception. What kind of contract is it probably? Fang Xiu was also interested for a moment. But who knew? Zhang Yu shook his head. The specifics, I'm not at liberty to tell you right now. Moreover, this is just my guess. The student council might have other plans as well. In short, it's fine if they promise you something verbally, but if it's something like a written agreement, don't sign it yet. After saying that, Zhang Yu let Fang Xiu go to the classroom first, and he left the place with him. It seems like this student council has a lot of energy. After all, Fang Xiu wasn't really a high school student, and such things as detecting words and observing colors, he knew some of them before coming to this world. He could tell that this Zhang Yu was scornful of the student council. I think Zhang Yu is worried that I'll say the wrong thing and give him up? Otherwise, why be the Riddler? And this also meant that the student council was so powerful that it could even affect the direct interests of the homeroom teacher. But from another perspective, Zhang Yu could have also said nothing, and it wouldn't be too late for him to give his opinion when he went to him after he made contact with the student council. And he didn't do so, so it was evident that he was really looking out for himself. Forget it. I can't think of anything anyway. Just soldier on. Although he didn't know what kind of contract the student council wanted to sign with himself, he had nothing to be afraid of. Not to mention that this world was also a society with the rule of law. One's own alien was not a soft persimmon that anyone could come and pinch twice. If the student union really dared to mess around, the big deal was that if a man was angry, he would spill his blood. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu calmed down his mood and then walked towards his class. It was worth mentioning that when Fang Xiu defeated Chen Fan on the first day of school, he had already become a popular figure. Yesterday's touch test had even sensationalized the entire Qingqing First Middle School. When Fang Xiu pushed open the door of the classroom and walked into the class, he caused a furor on the spot. Many girls rushed up and wanted to add Fang Hua's friends. Even when Fang Xiu joined the class group, there were countless students submitting friend requests, or were bombarded with reapplications every few seconds. In the end, it caused Fang Xiu to have to set a ban on adding himself as a friend from within the group. Looking at the classmates who came together, Fang Xiu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. No wonder those stars had to wear sunglasses and masks when they traveled. The fans could be really fanatical. However, not everyone had gathered around. Fang Xiu looked around and found that Li Qingqing was sitting in the first row of the classroom by the window, then glared fiercely at himself, then turned his head to the side as if he was gambling. That's enough, you guys. Fang Xiu chided his classmates' actions, then came to his seat. However, as soon as Fang Xiu sat down, the classmate on the side spoke excitedly. Fang Xiu, how on earth did you do that? You did. Although Fang Xiu had already taken a week's worth of general studies classes, his mind was spent on the imperial beasts, and during class, he was also basically thinking about the alien queen, so he didn't have any interactions with his classmates at all. My name is Shi Zhanhong. Shi Zhanhong froze for a moment, but when he thought about it, he really hadn't interacted much with Fang Xiu. This time, the ranking of the mapping exam is 28. It's also considered a relatively impressive achievement. If another person came, Shi Zhanhong could have said with great pride, "Old me is a genius in the top 30 of Qingqing number 1 middle school. It's the innate 985 sacred body." But in front of Fang Xiu, the number 1 person, Shi Zhanhong couldn't even catch his breath. Even as soon as the words left his mouth, he developed a trace of remorse. How had he licked his face and exposed himself to the rankings in front of Fang Xiu? Cough, cough. Let's not talk about the touch test. Right, my brother is also from this first middle school. So if you have any questions, you can ask me. Shi Zhanhong's words turned, as if he had found some kind of breakthrough, his eyes moving. Older brother, I'll lend a hand this time. Oh, when Fang Xiu heard this, he immediately became interested. He really wanted to find someone to inquire about the student council. Then do you know about the student council? Student council? Shi Zhanhong didn't expect Fang Xiu to really ask himself about first middle school. He was only in his first year of high school as well, and if it wasn't for Fang Xiu mentioning it, he hadn't even paid attention to the student council. I don't know, but it's okay. I can help ask my brother, he should know. While saying that, Shi Zhanhong was about to take out his cell phone and help Fang Xiu ask. However, right at this moment, a loud voice came from the entrance of the second class. Is classmate Fang Xiu here? This voice was not only loud, but it also carried an air of arrogance. Fang Xiu and Shi Zhanhong looked towards the doorway in unison, only to see that the other party's height was almost close to 2 meters, and his muscle mass was also very exaggerated. It looked just like an NBA star. The sense of oppression that emanated from him even made the classroom instantly quiet. Could it be the physical education teacher? Many students secretly guessed up in their hearts. After all, the physical education class had only started today, and none of them had seen the physical education teacher yet. Is there something wrong? Fang Xiu whirled around and stood up from his seat. Hello, Mr. Fang Xiu. I'm Wang Bin from the 3rd class of the sophomore year. I'm from the student council. Our minister asked me to come and ask you to come over. Wang Bin's volume did not decrease. When these words came out, it even immediately sparked a clamor in the classroom. Not a physical education teacher? Sophomore? He just said he was a sophomore? This height is almost 2 meters, right? What is he looking for Fang Xiu for? No one had expected that the visitor was actually a student as well, and was only just 1 year older than them. Minister? What minister? What is it that you're looking for me for? Fang Xiu looked Wang Bin up and down. I'm from the organization department of the student union. I can't say exactly what it is. As he spoke, Wang Bin purposely glanced at the class schedule written on the blackboard. It doesn't matter if the general studies class is a few periods short. On the teacher's side, we'll go and notify. It won't count as you leaving early. Notify? Fang Xiu's starry eyes moved. In his opinion, this Wang Bin's wording was very elaborate, not helping him explain to the teacher, but notifying the teacher. Normally, only superiors would use the expression notification to their subordinates, right? No wonder even the class teacher, Zhang Yu, was scornful of the student council. Well, lead the way. But no matter what, Fang Xiu was not intimidated by Wang Bin's aura as he walked towards the door and asked Wang Bin to lead the way for him. Chapter 22: The Contract Offered by the Student Council. Sure, Zhanhong had wanted to come up to see the fun, but once he saw Wang Bin's somewhat menacing eyes, he was so scared that he instantly scrunched his neck. The entire second class was instantly silent. Felt like some school bully running over to block someone, and the other students didn't dare to make a sound. Only Li Qingqing, who gave Wang Bin a fierce blank look, didn't take him seriously. Follow me. Wang Bin whirled around and led Fang Xiu through the corridor before bringing him to the school playground. Fang Xiu could not help but be a little confused by this maneuver. He had thought that the place where the student council had asked him to meet would be some conference room, a classroom. As a result, playground? However, since it was close to class time, there weren't many students in the playground. Minister Chen. Wang Bin directly brought Fang Xiu to a relatively shady place. The person known as Minister Chen was sitting on a chair, with several people from the student council gathered behind him. You are Fang Xiu? Looking quite handsome. To introduce myself, my name is Chen Feng, the head of the organization department of the student council. Passing the mapping exam in only 3 minutes. What a rare achievement. How about it? Are you interested in joining us? Chen Feng directly threw an olive branch to Fang Xiu, but he didn't have the intention to stand up. Instead, it was the classmates beside him that had gathered up towards Fang Xiu, and all of these classmates were around 2 meters tall, on par with Wang Bin, and coupled with their burly muscles, they constantly exuded a sense of oppression. Especially their attitude, as if Fang Xiu would not let him go if he dared to disagree. What if I say I'm not interested? But how could Fang Xiu be intimidated by these people's aura? He sized up Chen Feng and didn't take Wang Bin and the others seriously. Chen Feng was first stunned. He didn't expect Fang Xiu to reject himself directly. Generally speaking, quite a number of senior high school sophomores and juniors wanted to join the student union. There were still quite a few applications piled up in the activity room, and he usually didn't even bother to look at them. But come to think of it, those who took the initiative to apply to join the student council were mostly mediocre. This Fang Xiu, on the other hand, had taken the first place in the mapping exam. The imperial beast that he cultivated was even a very rare species of phantom beast. If he wasn't exuberant, could he still be called a young man? Student Fang wouldn't have any misunderstandings about us, right? Our organization department upholds the idea of helping each other. Well, never mind. I'd better say it directly. This matter of imperial beasts not only depends on one's talent, but also on what kind of resources the family can provide for them. If in terms of resources, one can't provide enough help for the imperial beast master, the first semester of high school might not be a problem, but once one enters the second year of high school, one will be easily surpassed by those students from well-off families. We, the student council, have seen too many examples of geniuses falling. That's why, in order to prevent such a tragedy from happening again, our student council will provide these geniuses with help in terms of resources. Chen Feng paused slightly, his tone carrying a few hints of playfulness. Student Feng's parents, they are just ordinary workers, right? It seems like there are still financial pressures such as mortgage payments, car loans, and so on. Hearing this, Fang Xiu unnaturally raised his sword brows. Although from Zhang Yu's attitude as well as Wang Bin's performance, Fang Xiu had no difficulty in seeing that the student union had a lot of energy. But only a short day, even his own family situation was investigated clearly in this matter, or out of his expectation. This is the student body, or private detective especially Chen Feng's tone more or less threatening. This made Fang Xiu feel very uncomfortable. Then, what is the price? Fang Xiu still maintained his seriousness. I don't believe that there will be a free lunch in this world. Perhaps in other people's eyes, this Chen Feng was the high and mighty organization department minister, and one should be happy to be able to obtain his favor. But in Fang Xiu's eyes, this Chen Feng was nothing more than a little kid in high school. Especially with that superiority complex of his, it was practically written on his face. So what if you're the genius Imperial Beastmaster amongst the freshmen in high school? Now you're still standing and talking to me? It's nothing remarkable at all. A statement like cost would be too much of an exaggeration. Qian Feng laughed. We are all the top students of Huqing First Middle School, seedlings who can go to key universities in the future. Of course. While saying this, Qian Feng snapped his fingers. The boy standing beside Wang Bin whirled around and took out a bunch of documents from his school bag. Verbal promises naturally don't mean much. If student Fang is willing to accept our financial support, he can sign this contract. In case there are any problems, we can also solve the problem through legal channels. Qian Feng made a wink, and a document was then handed to Fang Xiu. It doesn't matter if Mr. Fang reads the contents of the contract first, right? Just look. Fang Xiu grabbed the document with one hand. Anyway, his own mind was an adult and he wasn't some kind of legal illiterate. Could he still be fooled by a sophomore brat? Thinking of this, Fang Xiu flipped through the documents Qian Feng had brought. It was just that what Fang Xiu didn't expect was, he thought that the contract Qian Feng brought would have pits everywhere. For example, some online platforms would use long contracts to trap authors, and in some inconspicuous places, sneakily add a sentence that the copyright of this book belongs to Party B and is valid for 50 years. Some look at the contract is not too careful author will be deceived. But who knows? Fang Xiu didn't see any overbearing terms. On the contrary, the conditions on it looked very tempting. For example, he would provide himself with financial assistance, solve the problem of food for the Imperial Beasts, and the expansion of the Imperial Beast space cards. It would also plan one's development for the 3 years of high school, such as some Imperial Beast competitions, and there would be a specialized senior for one-on-one responsibility. It feels like there's nothing wrong with it. Fang Xiu raised his sword brows. The contents of the contract were all more in favor of himself. It was hard to believe that this student council was really good people. However, just as Fang Xiu was thinking so, one of the clauses written on the penultimate page caught his attention. The student's high school preferred volunteer filling in will be the responsibility of the student council. High school preferred volunteer. Other than this one, which seemed to be problematic, there was nothing wrong with any of the other clauses. I remember high school volunteering, and it seems like you can volunteer 3 times. Even if something goes wrong with the first choice volunteer, as long as the second and third volunteers are not wrong, you can still go to a good college. If what the student council was asking for was that all the work of filling out the volunteers be taken care of by the student council, Fang Xiu would definitely not agree to it. But if it was just the first choice, it seemed like there was no problem. Or is it? There was something about the volunteer filling work in this world that one didn't know about? Chapter 23 Suppression from the Student Council. If it wasn't for Zhang Yu reminding me right beforehand not to sign a contract with the student union, I might have really signed it. Fang Xiu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If Zhang Yu hadn't reminded me beforehand, and Qian Feng's attitude had been a bit better, he might have really been fooled by this high school brat. However, although Fang Xiu was a bit moved, he still threw the contract back. The contract is indeed good. If it were a normal freshman, I'm afraid there's not much reason to refuse. But unfortunately, for me, Fang Xiu, the price you have offered is really too low. Fang Xiu didn't question the voluntary application. Instead, he used the reason that the price was too low to ruthlessly throw the contract back. Then, Fang Xiu directly turned around and prepared to go back to class, thinking that he would have the opportunity to ask Zhang Yu or Zhang Pan what was going on. Even if the student council's energy was great, it shouldn't be so great that it would clash with the physical education teacher, right? After all, the physical education teacher status was the highest existence among the teachers in this high school. But who knows? Without waiting for Fang Xiu to take a few steps, Wang Bin and another student stopped him. What's going on? Seeing this, Fang Xiu whirled around and glanced back at Qian Feng. Trying to use force to make me submit? For a moment, Fang Xiu seemed to understand something. No wonder Wang Bin had brought himself to the playground. There was surveillance in all areas of the teaching building. Especially the meeting rooms, activity rooms, and classrooms, there were basically no surveillance dead zones. But the playground was different. If they really made a move with the energy of the student council, they themselves might really be at a disadvantage. Of course, this was only in theory. Even if one's physique was no match for Wang Bin and these guys, one still had the alien. Don't misunderstand, student Fang. Seeing this, Qian Feng hurriedly raised the corner of his mouth and smiled at Fang Xiu. Our student union is not that lowly. Since you think the contract is unreasonable, I'll just go back and reflect it upwards. Only. Student Ma Ming watched the live stream of your touch test and has been clamoring to challenge you. A genius imperial beast master. As Chen Feng's words fell, Wang Bin and the others stepped back. A large enough space was made for Fang Xiu, Ma Ming, and the two of them. Fang Xiu could not help but be a bit speechless. It only felt that Chen Feng's dismounting was really only at the level of a high school student. However, Fang Xiu felt that he didn't have any reason to refuse. For one, these student councils were not only high school sophomores, the imperial beasts were longer and longer, far from being comparable to those of high school students. Secondly, since he was able to enter the student council and was called by Chen Feng to be a fighter, it was assumed that his imperial beasts were very strong. It just so happened that he could have his own alien-assimilated genes. Student Ma Ming, right? I'm your senior, Ma Ming said coldly, correcting up Fang Xiu's wording. Didn't your family teach you the proper manners? Hehe. Fang Xiu couldn't help but laugh coldly. What's so great about learning a year earlier than me? Between imperial beasts, there is also a gap. If you don't want to lose the imperial beasts that you have cultivated for a year, I advise you to put this idea to rest. Fang Xiu retreated and advised Ma Ming not to be so naive. Hehehe. Ma Ming similarly laughed coldly and took out the imperial beast space card from his pocket. Seeing this, Fang Xiu did not say anything more and similarly took out the imperial beast space card. The corners of Chen Feng's mouth rose slightly, and his heart grew more and more complacent. Although Fang Xiu is the one with the most exaggerated talent in this class of freshmen, and also possesses the rarest phantom beast species of imperial beasts, Ma Ming, however, is a genius who has worked hard, and has continuously polished his imperial beast since his first year of high school. The accumulated practical combat experience is simply not something that a freshman like Fang Xiu can compare to. The most important thing is the student union. With the funding from our student council, Ma Ming's imperial beast not only completed its mutation, but also paired it with powerful equipment. Although it's only a regular species, the combat power, it's simply not something that Fang Xiu's alien can compare to. Chen Feng thought in his heart. He admitted that Fang Xiu was a genius. If Fang Xiu was given enough time to grow, not only Ma Ming, but even himself would sooner or later be caught up with Fang Xiu's progress. But this world is like this. When you come out, you have to talk about power and background. In front of capital, geniuses are nothing more than tools. In this battle, Fang Xiu will definitely lose. Not only that, once Fang Xiu was made to feel the huge difference between himself, a genius, and Ma Ming, he would then realize that for this matter of the imperial beast, talent alone was far from enough. At that time, it would be the time for Fang Xiu to come and actively beg himself to sign the contract. Humph. Thinking of this, Chen Feng couldn't help but sneer. There had always been no shortage of geniuses in Huqing First Middle School. And they, the student council, had always enjoyed suppressing such geniuses. No one could reject the student council. If there was, then suppress it until he could accept it. At this moment, Fang Xiu knew nothing about Chen Feng's thoughts as he took out his Imperial Beast space card and prepared to add Ma Ming's friend and link up. No need to be so troublesome. But what Fang Xiu didn't expect was that Ma Ming actually shook his head without thinking. Let's just go straight here. There aren't many people in the playground anyway. Fang Xiu? Whether it was the battle with Chun Fan or the mapping exam, Fang Xiu had entered into another space to conduct it. I didn't realize that Imperial Beasts could still duel in reality. Looking at your reaction, you seem surprised? Ma Ming glanced at Fang Xiu's expression and mocked. If you're afraid, it's still not too late. That line should be my line. Although Fang Xiu was surprised, his aura still didn't lose. However, Fang Xiu didn't directly release the alien queen. It's better to use the alien Triceratops. Only Fang Xiu fumbled around for a bit before releasing the Imperial Beast. In a flash, the alien Triceratops that should have existed in the space of the Imperial Beasts appeared on the playground. His huge body crushed Wang Bin and the others. Translucent mucus dripped from the corner of the alien Triceratops' mouth, and along with it, there was also a hissing sound coming from its mouth. A few sophomores standing beside Wang Bin took half a step back coincidentally after witnessing the body of the Triceratops. Although they had seen Fang Xiu's alien in the live broadcast of the mapping exam, the feeling of being there still made them feel nervous. Even if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to believe that this kind of Imperial Beast would be released by a freshman in high school. Is this a genius? Ma Ming's gaze slightly condensed as he looked up and down at the alien Triceratops. However, Qian Feng had called him over to act as a fighter, so he naturally wouldn't back down. Not to mention, his own imperial beast was also very powerful. Watch this, Fang Xiu. This is my Ma Ming's imperial beast. As Ma Ming's words fell, a faint light flashed. Ow roar! A deafening roar followed, echoing throughout the playground. Chapter 24A/and chop. Accompanied by a faint flash of light, Ma Ming directly released his imperial beast. The corners of Qian Feng and the others' mouths rose slightly. Although Ma Ming's imperial beast was only a regular species, with the help of the student council, it had already completed its mutation, and with the addition of powerful equipment, its combat power could be considered to be at the peak. As for Fang Xiu's imperial beast, it had only been born not long ago, and it didn't even have much experience in battle. In their opinion, the balance of victory in this battle had already begun to tilt towards Ma Ming. Fang Xiu didn't care about what Qian Feng and the others were thinking as he whirled around to look towards Ma Ming's imperial beast. This look didn't matter. According to Fang Xiu's conjecture, he thought that this Ma Ming's imperial beast would be a tiger, an elephant, or some other creature. But who knew? Ma Ming's imperial beast was clearly a giant wolf that stood up. Not only did it have thick and robust legs, it also wore a pair of torn jeans, and its hands had opposable thumbs similar to those of humans, which allowed it to accomplish fine movements such as grasping. And it had bright red and sharp fingernails and carried a long knife behind its back. The size looked comparable to his own alien Triceratops. With such a shape, Fang Xiu could not help but think of an anime he had watched before crossing over called Digital Baby. This girl has to be a Beastman Garuru, right? Fang Xiu couldn't help but spit it out. Beastman what? Ma Ming frowned. Naturally, he had never heard of Beastman Garuru. Finish him off, Wolf God. Ma Ming directly named his imperial beast as the Wolf God, and with his order, this werewolf swiftly approached Fang Xiu's alien Triceratops. Without waiting for the alien Triceratops to react, the werewolf's right hand had already grasped the hilt of the blade behind it. A flash of cold light flashed by, and the large, brightly shining blade was raised above the head by the werewolf's one hand, and then fiercely slammed towards the alien Triceratops. Student Fang Xiu. Although this is a sparring match, swords have no eyes. I hope you won't mind if I hurt your imperial beast, fellow student Fang Xiu. Seeing this, Qian Feng whirled around and opened his mouth behind Fang Xiu as a way to attract Fang Xiu's attention. Especially for the imperial beasts that had just been bred, they did not yet have a fighting mindset in their thinking. Coupled with the lack of experience, it often required the imperial beast master to constantly give orders in order to complete the battle. Qian Feng, who was a sophomore, was well aware of this, which was why he deliberately used words to interfere with Fang Xiu's attention. Understood. Fang Xiu sniffed and nodded. I hope that student Ma Ming, too, can understand this kind of reasoning. However, just when everyone thought that Ma Ming's imperial beast wolf would easily cut off the head of the alien Triceratops, its erected pelvis suddenly opened up. Bam! The werewolf's long knife landed on the alien Triceratops' bony disc, erupting with a resounding sound while bright sparks rubbed out. Blocked it! A hint of surprise flashed across Ma Ming's eyes. The long blade used by this imperial beast werewolf was made of black steel alloy, capable of cutting iron like mud. Moreover, this werewolf's arm strength was also very exaggerated. With a knife slashing down, it had the explosive power of several tons. If it were to cut on a human, it would instantly be able to cut him at the waist. Unexpectedly, it was actually resisted by Fang Xiu's imperial beast. However, Ma Ming quickly put away his amazement. His imperial beast werewolf had more than just strength. No! Strength, to be exact, was never the wolf god's advantage. Its true trump card is its speed. Ma Ming reared the corners of his mouth. In his opinion, even if Fang Xiu's alien Triceratops, possessing a high level of defense, was able to block the wolf god's //. But the question was, how many times can you block it? As long as you keep chopping at the same location, sooner or later you can manage to break the defense. Chop chop chop. At the same time, the werewolf also glanced back at Ma Ming, but after realizing Ma Ming's thoughts, this werewolf stepped on its butterfly steps with both feet, constantly dodging around the alien Triceratops, and with the long knife in its hand, it also kept slashing at the other party. Hiss hiss hiss. The alien Triceratops that was constantly being attacked didn't get angry, but instead kept creating strange noises from its mouth. Student Fang Xiu, your imperial beast, it seems to be afraid. Chen Feng crossed his crosses together and propped up his chin. But that can't be helped after all, your imperial beast has only just begun to train. Without battle experience, this is the kind of problem that will occur. Do you not have a bottom in your heart? Fellow Chen Feng, is that why you have to keep talking trash here? Fang Xiu glanced at Chen Feng. If you have the ability, then my imperial beasts to death. In reality, only Fang Xiu knew clearly that the strange sound spat out by the alien Triceratops was not fear at all. Even other than the alien queen, none of the other aliens had the emotion of fear. That hissing sound was closer to a sonar system. Through acoustic feedback, it was used to determine the location of the prey. This kind of means was used in this situation, presumably to familiarize themselves with the werewolf's attack pattern. Good. Chen Feng's face turned ironic after being dissed by Fang Xiu. Ma Ming, stop inking him. Finish him off. Chen Feng's voice was low and cold, as if today was the day to waste Fang Xiu's imperial beast here. However, at this moment, a trace of panic gradually arose in Ma Ming's heart. From just now, he hadn't had any thoughts of retaining his strength, and had been urging the wolves to resolve Fang Xiu's imperial beast. But who knew? The skin of this alien Triceratops was as hard as a stupid X. With his swift speed, the werewolf slashed at the same location 7 or 8 times in a row, but it hardly failed to move. Classmate Ma Ming, you should actually be happy that your imperial beast didn't break the defense. Fang Xiu sized up Ma Ming and said lightly, likes to talk trash, right? Like to play psychological tactics, right? Cool meh. Your next sentence is that it was clearly your imperial beast that was suppressed by my wolf god and was unable to move. As Fang Xiu's words fell, Ma Ming immediately spat out, obviously, it's your imperial beast that is being suppressed by my wolf god and is unable to move. However, as soon as these words came out of his mouth, Ma Ming's expression directly froze. What? How did you know what I was going to say? He never dreamed that this fellow, Fang Xiu, would be able to guess what was in his heart. Could it be that this guy had the ability to read minds? It was the ability of the alien Triceratops. No, impossible. Ma Ming shook his head vigorously while urging the werewolf to attack even harder. Finally, after Ma Ming's werewolf slashed at the alien Triceratops's bony disc for I don't know how many times, the blade in its hand only then set into this alien Triceratops's bony disc, and green blood splattered out from it. However, in the next second, Ma Ming's werewolf covered its eyes and retreated back and forth. The blade that was set into the bone disc of the alien Triceratops was even broken at once. Not only that, on this alloy blade there were even large and small holes. The front and back were permeated with bright light. Chapter 25. Don't say I bullied you. What? Ma Ming's 2 eyes stared like cow's eyes, and his brain only felt a buzzing sound and went blank. He was not the only one. Wang Bin and the other students, too, were stunned by the scene before them. Chen Feng, who had been sitting on a chair, admiring the wretched appearance of Fang Xiu's imperial beast, also stood up from his chair with a loud bang. This is impossible. Obviously, it was Ma Ming's werewolf imperial beast that slashed Fang Xiu's alien Triceratops. So how come the one who let out a scream was Ma Ming's werewolf instead? What in the world was this situation? You guys, look at the wolf god's sword. Wang Bin rolled his throat and swallowed incredulously. The other students followed Wang Bin's reminder and looked towards Ma Ming's werewolf imperial beast, only to see that the black steel alloy blade in its hand was not only snapped off in one section, but large and small holes were also produced on it. Is that the blood of the alien? One of the students exclaimed again. If one looked closely, one could realize that the liquid that stained the black steel alloy knife was exactly the same as the liquid that spewed out from the alien's bony disc. And this liquid had a very strong corrosiveness. Even metals like the black steel alloy knife could be dissolved, only to see the holes on it continue to grow longer and longer, and finally dripping down to the ground. The werewolf's weapon was also disintegrated into several sections. Even more deadly was, as the werewolf recklessly knifed the alien, the acidic blood that splashed out flew directly into its eyes. When the werewolf lowered his palms, its eyeballs had already been dissolved and disappeared, leaving only black holes that looked exceptionally horrifying. Although I know that the alien's acid blood is highly corrosive, the technology of this era, which is undoubtedly ahead of the world before I traveled through, I didn't expect that it wouldn't be able to withstand the alien's acid blood either. Fang Xiu secretly spat in his heart. The next second, The alien Triceratops violently threw out its tail, and at the werewolf's neck, it was a heavy hammer shot. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening muffled sound, Ma Ming's werewolf directly planted itself on the ground. I'll take your Imperial Beast gene. In Fang Xiu's opinion, at this point, Ma Ming's Imperial Beast basically had lost its combat power. But although this werewolf was a regular species Imperial Beast in Fang Xiu's eyes, it was undoubtedly a much more powerful Imperial Beast than Chun Fan's Triceratops. If the genes of the werewolf could be fused into the alien as a group, and the creatures that were cultivated, just how powerful they would be, Fang Xiu felt excited just thinking about it. I originally thought that the so-called regular species were all ordinary animals. To have fierce beasts like tigers and elephants would already be very good. I didn't expect that the Imperial Beast technology of this era would also be able to make the regular species of Imperial Beasts mutate, thus advancing wolves into fantastical creatures like werewolves. If it wasn't for the fact that he heard Ma Ming, Qianfeng, and the others refer to this werewolf as a regular species Imperial Beast, Fang Xiu would even suspect that this werewolf might also be some kind of fantasy beast species. At the same time, this also made Fang Xiu curious. If even ordinary conventional species could mutate into a fantastical creature like a werewolf, then, if the ancient species, the phantom beast species, also mutated, what would it become? It felt, I'm full of expectations. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu whirled around and released the freshly hatched face-hugging worm from the Imperial Beast space. Parasitize. Fang Xiu lowered his voice and ordered the face-hugging insect to fly at Ma Ming's werewolf. But it was too late to say. Just as the face-hugging bug was about to hug the werewolf's face, a flying knife suddenly flew in. With a flash of cold light, the flying knife pierced straight into the face-hugging insect's body, and the powerful inertia propelled the face-hugging insect out of the werewolf's side. Eh? This all happened too quickly, so much so that by the time Fang Xiu reacted, the flying dagger had already penetrated through the face-hugging insect and nailed it fiercely to the tree planted at the edge of the playground. Fang Xiu raised his sword brows. Student Ma Ming, are your means? However, just when Fang Xiu thought that it was Ma Ming, the Imperial Beast Master, who threw out the flying dagger, he suddenly realized that beside Ma Ming, there was another werewolf standing. Only the difference was, this werewolf didn't carry any large swords on its back, but rather, on its own belt, it was covered in bright flying daggers. Another Imperial Beast. Ma Ming forced down the anger in his heart and tried hard to squeeze out a smile towards Fang Xiu. I didn't say that I would only use one Imperial Beast to fight with fellow student Fang Xiu, did I? After all, the more powerful the Imperial Beast Master, the more number of Imperial Beasts they can manipulate. Or is it? Fang Xiu-san, currently, has only bred this one Imperial Beast? That's a shame. While saying that, Ma Ming kept releasing his own Imperial Beasts. The third one, the fourth one, the fifth one. In less than 2 short breaths, 4 wolves had directly gathered around Ma Ming. In reality, he originally just wanted to teach Fang Xiu a lesson so that he could perform well in front of Qianfeng. This way, when he returned, he could obtain more resources for himself. After all, a royal beast master like him, who wasn't a genius, would have to consume a large amount of resources to force his royal beast to mutate if he wanted to keep going on this path of royal beasts. Only then, when encountering those powerful imperial beasts, only then could they have the capital to fight. But relatively speaking, after investing a lot of time, energy, and resources, once one's imperial beast was nullified, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the efforts he had been making. This also completely galvanized the anger in Ma Ming's heart. Qian Feng's originally tense heart also relaxed a bit after seeing that Ma Ming was completely serious. If it really ended this way, not only would it not suppress Fang Xiu once it was spread out, it would instead have a bad impact on the student union. Although he himself was the head of the organization department, he couldn't afford to carry such a blunder. Now it's good. Although this would appear to be a bit of a victory, face could at least be saved. Even if this Fang Xiu fellow is no matter how powerful he is, it's still impossible for him to cultivate a second alien in such a short period of time. As he muttered to himself, Qianfeng also purposely glanced at the face-hugging insect that had been knocked out by Ma Ming. That one should be the second imperial beast cultivated by Fang Xiu. The development is still incomplete. Although the alien's acidic blood was indeed somewhat difficult to handle, it was not an invincible existence. As long as long-range attacks were employed, it was possible to round up and kill Fang Xiu's alien Triceratops. The victory in this battle would still be Ma Ming's. But who knew? I had thought that Fang Xiu would be shocked, would accuse Ma Ming of being a bully, and would be furious. However, on Fang Xiu's face, there wasn't even a trace of such an emotion. On the contrary, only the corners of Fang Xiu's mouth were slightly raised upwards, and a smile like that of a devil emerged. Student Ma Ming, this is what you said yourself. The more powerful an imperial beast master is, the more number of imperial beasts he can manipulate. It can't be considered that I'm bullying you. Chapter 26, letting you off the hook? On what grounds? Seeing that Ma Ming was furious and released more imperial beasts, Fang Xiu's heart was bursting with joy. For a mutated imperial beast like him, it would take at least a year and a half to cultivate it. Even with the resources tilted by the student council, it would still take at least a few months. If he directly parasitized himself with a face-hugging worm, wouldn't he be able to directly pick the fruit? Thinking of this, Fang Xiu, who was trying to remain serious, was so happy that he could barely suppress the corners of his mouth. Then don't blame me for bullying you. As Fang Xiu's words fell, dazzling light directly swept in all directions, stabbing Qian Feng and the other's eyes a little open. Ma Ming's heart became even more apprehensive. This matter of acting as a student council fighter was not the first time he had done it. Even as early as the first semester of senior high school, after he was absorbed into the student council, he had already played such a role, being utilized by the student council to suppress those disobedient genius imperial beastmasters. During this period, it was natural that his werewolf imperial beast could not win 100 battles. There were also net times in which it was defeated by other imperial beasts. Whenever he encountered such a situation, Ma Ming would release more imperial beasts, utilizing the advantage of numbers to combat the other party. Almost every student who was suppressed by himself would show an expression of impotent rage, cursing him bitterly for being a bully. Some irrational students would even directly charge up for a real-life PK. The result was predictable. Ma Ming, who was 2 meters tall and above the head, also had a very impressive fighting level. This also caused a great sense of satisfaction to arise in his heart every time he managed to suppress those imperial beasts whose talent was better than his own. However, he didn't feel this emotion from Fang Xiu's face. Why? Didn't this guy Fang Xiu just get promoted to the first year of high school this year? Didn't he just start imperial beasts? And his family situation, Qian Feng has already investigated. Both of his parents are ordinary workers. They don't have any savings at all. Fang Xiu also doesn't have any borrowing records. This is not scientific. For imperial beasts, there were only 3 paths. The first one, having enough talent. Number 2, having enough resources. Number 3, having both talent and resources. Importance, from small to large, this was almost a well-known common sense. This Fang Xiu fellow, where exactly did he get his confidence from? Luckily, the glow didn't last long. After just a few breaths, Ma Ming felt that his vision was no longer so tingling, and he whirled around to open his eyes. But the scene that came into his eyes made his brain suddenly buzz. At a glance, a dense mass of aliens surrounded his wolfman imperial beast. Although the size of these aliens was not as tall as the alien Triceratops, and was a head shorter than his lichens, the number was several times, a dozen times that of the lichens. This is impossible. Ma Ming rubbed his eyes vigorously, his footsteps backward in succession. I must be dreaming. Yes, I'm dreaming, because the visual impact was so great, so much so that Ma Ming couldn't believe the images he was seeing. He pinched his thigh hard, wanting to wake up from this nightmare. But the intense pain was reminding him that this was not a dream. It was reality. This guy, Fang Xiu, didn't know where he got a whole bunch of aliens from. Even in a trance, Ma Ming realized that the imperial beasts that were released by Fang Xiu were not only adult aliens, but also a large number of face-hugging insects. These face-hugging insects were eyeing the wolves' every move. The other aliens pounced on the wolves. The battle was imminent. But who knows? These xenomorphs, not only did the blood in each of their bodies have a strong corrosive nature, their intelligence was also very exaggerated, and they would also obtain acidic blood through self-mutilation to deal with the weapons in the wolves' hands. In less than a few short breaths, all of these werewolves were pounced on by Fang Xiu's aliens. If it wasn't for the face-hugging worms to parasitize them, these alien troops alone would have been able to tear Ma Ming's werewolves to shreds. Qian Feng, who stood up from his chair, was even more wide-eyed. How is this possible? I've clearly investigated Fang Xiu, and he has a very ordinary background. He hasn't even paid off his mortgage or car loan. Where exactly did he get the resources? In Chen Feng's opinion, Fang Xiu's alien form was simply unimaginable and unbelievable. Even if he racked his brain, he didn't know how Fang Xiu had cultivated these aliens. A bad feeling arose in his heart. Because Ma Ming's imperial beasts, there were only a few of them. It still took a semester to cultivate them. The student council hadn't poured a lot of resources into it either. If they were to be killed by Fang Xiu just like this, not only would it be a big loss for the student council, Ma Ming's imperial beast career would also completely hit rock bottom. It was a direct severance. After all, high school is a total of 3 years, 1 year less. In addition to using a lot of resources, it is possible to catch up. But this Ma Ming was also an average family. Being so out of sorts meant that it was impossible for the student council to fund him anymore. His imperial beast career at an end. No, stop. Seeing that Fang Xiu's face-hugging insect had already crawled up the werewolf's face, Ma Ming could no longer restrain his emotions, his tone completely turning into pleading as warmth continuously slipped from the corners of his eyes. Fang Xiu, please, don't hurt my imperial beast. I know it's wrong. Don't. Please. Or else my imperial beast career will fall. Looking at Ma Ming, who was so anxious that he was about to cry, Fang Xiu just snorted coldly. Begging me? If it was your imperial beast that had the upper hand, would you have let my alien go? And I'm afraid this isn't the first time someone like you has done something like this, right? Did you give those students a chance when they begged you? Did you ever think you'd have such a day? Wanting yourself to let Ma Ming off the hook here? What a joke. Let's not talk about the fact that these werewolves had very good genes. Why should they make themselves the victim? Forgive Ma Ming the aggressor. If one's alien failed miserably, one might be suppressed by them. First of all, it was possible that he would never be able to raise his head again for 3 years in high school. What's the point of repaying kindness with kindness? Returning virtue for virtue? Repaying grudges with straightness? Fang Xiu's voice was low and cold as he directly parasitized all 5 of these Leaken imperial beasts. No! Ma Ming felt a thunderbolt from the clear sky. His knees went weak and he fell to the ground with a thud. His hands held his head and his eyes were red from crying. The imperial beasts that he had worked so hard to cultivate had all been destroyed by Fang Xiu. Under the urgent fire, Ma Ming even spat out a smear of blood from his mouth, and his body collapsed straight down. Fang Xiu looked on with cold eyes, seemingly having no thoughts of going over to appease or letting go of Ma Ming's imperial beast. He turned towards Chen Feng and his eyes swept around Wang Bin and the others. Anyone else who looks at me with displeasure, come together. Fang Xiu threw his voice, unable to wait to fight with these sophomore veterans. Chapter 27. Come up and fight if you can. Hiss. The seniors who were swept by Fang Xiu's eyes sucked in a mouthful of cool air and took a step back on their heels involuntarily. If there was only one alien, they would still dare to compete with Fang Xiu. Not. If Fang Xiu only had one alien, then Ma Ming would be able to finish him off. But now, there were 50 to 60 aliens that ran out from Fang Xiu's royal beast space. The huge bodies formed a blackened square formation. Looking at Ma Ming's imperial beasts, they were all parasitized by the face-hugging insects and collapsed on the ground. Their bodies couldn't stop twitching, but they showed no signs of resistance. Ma Ming couldn't stand such a huge blow, and with a rush of fire, he first spewed out a breath of air before collapsing straight down. Seeing such a situation, who still dared to call out to Fang Xiu? No one wanted their imperial beast to end up like Ma Ming. What? Don't you guys want to challenge my imperial beast? When Fang Xiu saw that Wang Bin and the others all didn't react to the challenge, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. These guys, they were also too bullying and afraid of hardness, weren't they? They were too weak to squeak out at this point. Where is Senior Chen Feng? Since he's the head of the student union's organization department, I'm sure he has plenty of resources, right? The imperial beasts he cultivated should be very powerful, right? Aren't you going to let me see it? One-on-one is fine. Worried that Chen Feng would feel that he was using human tactics, Fang Xiu purposely made the one-on-one request. But even so, Chen Feng was unmoved. Just kidding. Hell knows if this guy Fang Xiu would keep his word. What if he waited for his imperial beasts to be released and directly greeted a group of aliens to swarm him? There was also the face-hugging bug's parasitic method, which also made him feel very disgusting. Hehehe. However, Chen Feng still pretended to be calm. The corner of his mouth rose and he laughed coldly. Student Fang Xiu is joking. The original intention of our student union is to help each other, not to use imperial beasts to kill each other. Rather, student Fang Xiu, shouldn't you let your imperial beasts spare Ma Ming's imperial beasts? Not only did he spend energy, resources to breed those imperial beasts out, the most important thing is, in 2 more years, he'll be taking the entrance exam. If he were to recultivate the imperial beasts, I'm afraid it would be too late. Just because of a personal grudge, it causes a sophomore to miss out on the chance to go to 985-11. Don't you think this is too much? Let the people be spared. Qian Feng questioned Fang Xiu. No matter what, he was the minister of organization, and Ma Ming and Wang Bin, they were all his own people. If he gave up on Ma Ming straight away, he might cause the others to get cold feet. What's more, Qian Feng couldn't possibly let Fang Xiu go that smoothly. For a while, he had to use morality to kidnap up Fang Xiu. Let him give in. But who knew? This Fang Xiu's face skin was far thicker than Qian Feng had imagined. Minister Qian Feng is right. Fang Xiu nodded, indicating that he agreed with Qian Feng's words. Then if you don't like it, just come up and fight. Wouldn't it be better to treat others the way they treat you? As for what you said about not being able to get into 985-211, it's none of my business. Facing Qian Feng's moral abduction, Fang Xiu did not defend himself. Lousy just doesn't have morals. What can you do to me? Since this was an era where all the people were imperial beasts and imperial beast masters were honored, then come up and fight. You! Qian Feng instantly turned red as he raised his hand and pointed it fiercely at Fang Xiu. He never dreamed that Fang Xiu, who was only a senior, could have such a thick skin. Moral kidnapping was completely useless against him. What was even more angry was that Qian Feng completely lacked the courage to strike. After all, the aliens gathered around Fang Hua's side were simply too many. The sense of oppression brought about by that blackened square formation caused even a trace of fear to arise in Qian Feng's heart. Who could be so perverted as a freshman in high school? It's only been a week since enrollment. Not to mention freshmen, even seniors couldn't do something like this without resources. One's own miscalculation. Really not making a move? Fang Xiu stared at Qian Feng, then extended 5 fingers. 5. 4. With each number, Fang Xiu curled up a finger. It was as if he was counting down. 3. Although Qian Feng realized what Fang Xiu was doing, his face became green and purple, and he even wanted to explode with this Fang Xiu in his heart. But after seeing Ma Ming's miserable state, Qian Feng still chose to remain silent. Wang Bin and the others turned their heads to look at Qian Feng, their eyes all in anticipation of his strike. 2. Fang Xiu's tone revealed disappointment. This Qian Feng remained unmoved. No, to be exact, it was that this Qian Feng did not dare to move at all. Really want to fight? There is no certainty. If you win, it's fine. But in case you lose, not to mention not being able to explain to the vice president, the most important thing is that I will have to start from the beginning again with the imperial beast, in case it affects his college entrance exam. Qian Feng weighed the pros and cons in his mind. The benefits of winning the fight were average, while losing the fight would be the sky falling. But anyone with a little bit of sense would not gamble with this matter. As for Ma Ming, one has just spoken for him. It is this Fang Xiu who is too ruthless to give him a chance. Can't blame me. Gradually, Qian Feng completely gave up the idea of making a move and relieved himself in his heart, pressing all the blame on Fang Xiu's head. It wasn't his own fault. 1. 0. Along with Fang Xiu's words, his palms clenched into fists. How boring. Seeing that Qian Feng and the others had absolutely no intention of making a move, Fang Xiu then spat out. Although he looked at these people with displeasure, there wasn't much he could do if they were dead set on not releasing their imperial beasts. After all, one couldn't use a face-hugging insect and go directly to parasitize them, right? Now is a society of law and order. Taking out other people's imperial beasts was not much of a concern. But once one strikes out at humans, that would be a big trouble. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu directly retrieved his alien. Along with Ma Ming's 5 werewolves, all of them were plundered by him into his royal beast space. In theory, a royal beast master was unable to take in someone else's royal beasts and shelter them into his own royal beast space. However, after being parasitized by the face-hugging bug, the werewolf's body also combined with the genes of the face-hugging bug. This was what caused Fang Xiu's royal beast space to determine the werewolf as his royal beast. After retrieving his alien, Fang Xiu walked towards the school building without looking back. Qian Feng looked at his back with an iron face, his teeth itching with anger. Originally, he wanted to give Fang Xiu, a senior freshman, a downward spiral. Now it's good. Instead, the student council was suppressed. Minister, really just let him go like this? The corner of Wang Bin's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he was met with a big blank stare from Chen Feng. Why didn't you dare to fight Fang Xiu just now? Chen Feng spat out without any good humor. Wang Bin, on the other hand, was a bit embarrassed and murmured in a small voice, "Didn't you also goad?" Chapter 28 Sensational Network. Fang Xiu so strong? Seeing that Chen Feng and the others didn't take out any more imperial beasts to fight with him, Fang Xiu left the playground without looking back. Anyway, the face hugger bug needs a few hours to evolve into a chest breaker, so it's better to go back to class first. Although this world was the era of universal imperial beasts, the importance of general knowledge classes had decreased quite a bit, but they still occupied a certain amount of points in the college entrance exams. In Fang Xiu's eyes, the college entrance examination in this world was like the art students in his world. If one's performance in the culture course was too poor, even if one's art score was high, one would still be refused admission by some schools, especially if one wanted to get into the top 10 in this world. The imperial beast score and the liberal arts score, you can't have one without the other. It was, although Fang Xiu had only entered his first year of high school, in his heart, he already had the top 10 in the country as his goal. However, what Fang Xiu didn't know was, he thought it was Ma Ming that he defeated on the playground, and the other students were in class, so the battle didn't spark much attention. But in reality, there were quite a few classes that were positioned just so that they could observe the playground through the windows. These students even secretly took out their cell phones to film, and uploaded the footage of Fang Xiu defeating Ma Ming to short video platforms such as Fighting Shark. Many people even posted in the campus forum. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Those students who had been suppressed by the student union posted anonymously and started a heated discussion on this matter. Isn't that Ma Ming? I remember he's the guy that the student council specially trained and used as a fighter, right? Ha ha ha. It's so cool to be Ed this time. What is this called? It's called karma. Ma Ming deserved it. If it wasn't for him, my grades would be in the top 100 in the school. We're all happy to be here. Who was the man who killed Ma Ming? Seems like a new face. What grade? A fresh face? Don't you know? That freshman is Fang Xiu, the super genius of this freshman class. The first day of enrollment caused a sensation, not to mention that he only used 3 minutes of time, past the bottom of the examination, has the imperial beast or phantom beast species. Is it that powerful? Then wouldn't this be a top 10 seedling? The problem is, if he has Ma Ming this time, isn't that like slapping the face of the student council? Shouldn't something happen? I don't think so. Those students who were suppressed in the past, all of them don't have much family background, although their academic performance is good, but it's not good enough to make the school pay attention to them. But Fang Xiu is different. He's a phantom beast breed imperial beast master, the strongest in the senior group. If the student council really messes up, the school will take action, right? But there is that man. Fang Xiu, who was completely unaware of what had happened, returned to his class. Teacher, sorry, I'm late. Fang Xiu gently knocked on the door. It was worth mentioning that the matter of Fang Xiu's clash with the student council had long spread in the second class. This teacher of the general studies class didn't give much of a lecture. Instead, he stood by the window and watched from afar. When he saw Ma Ming release several werewolf imperial beasts, his heart still pinched a cold sweat for Fang Xiu. It wasn't until the time when his black pressurized alien army completely surrounded Ma Ming and his imperial beasts. Even this teacher of the general studies class was unable to calm down after a shocking wave had risen in his heart. Well done, Fang Xiu. Even when Fang Xiu returned, this liberal studies teacher even led the applause for Fang Xiu. The students sitting up there even erupted in thunderous applause. Although they didn't know anything about the student council, something that raised their eyebrows so much naturally made them feel proud. The most important thing was, anyone could see Fang Xiu's potential. In the future, when he got into the top 10, he would definitely be able to soar. Not to take advantage of now, when there are still interactions, to make a good friendship, that is not a little cute. Is it? Good, good, good. Fang Xiu didn't expect that he would be so popular, however. This kind of attention from everyone also made him feel refreshed. Before long, he returned to his seat under everyone's gaze. It was just that what Fang Xiu didn't expect was, just as he had just sat down, Li Qingqing suddenly stood up. Ignoring the teacher, she turned towards Fang Xiu's side, then threw the senior year math textbook in her hand, onto the table, and finally pointed to her own seat towards Shi Zhanhong in a cold voice. Go over. Huh. Shi Zhanhong couldn't help but freeze. Good lord, which person would so blatantly change seats during class? He even stole a glance at the general studies teacher. He didn't want to change it. Fang Xiu had ed the student council. He himself still wanted to eat melon well. But who knows? After the liberal studies teacher noticed Shi Zhanhong's gaze for help, he even directly turned his head away and then cleared his throat as if he didn't see it. If it was an ordinary student who didn't put himself in his eyes so much, he would have definitely scolded him sternly. However, this guy was Li Qingqing. When he was in middle school, he was the man of the hour. All sorts of interviews, all sorts of programs, it was on the verge of becoming a small internet celebrity. Even if she was overshadowed by Fang Xiu after entering Huqing First Middle School, she was still the second person. The top 10 seedlings of the future. Moreover, Li Qingqing's family situation was also very good. He himself was just a general studies teacher. Why should he offend Li Qingqing? Thus, regarding Li Qingqing's behavior, this teacher directly chose to acquiesce. This. Shi Zhanhong couldn't help but cry in his heart. He himself was at least a schoolmaster who was in the top 30 of the mapping exam. You're ruthless. Although Shi Zhanhong felt aggrieved in his heart, he was forced to stand up in the face of Li Qingqing's ice-like eyes. Then he obediently walked to Li Qingqing's seat. Li Qingqing, on the other hand, sat down on her butt. Teacher, let's start the lesson. Huh? Oh yes, let's get to class. It was only then that the general studies teacher reacted as an afterthought, hastily reminding his classmates and flipping the book to page 4. We're going to talk about factorization today. However, this part of the general knowledge class, Li Qingqing had already completely mastered it during the transition class. Instead, it was Fang Xiu. He still remembered the image of Li Qingqing pointing at herself with an angry face and telling her to wait. What was this? Running to warn himself not to be complacent? Ma Ming was nothing more than a relatively trashy one in the student council. Come to think of it, isn't it true that wherever a netizen protagonist goes, he or she will be stepped on? Fang Xiu thought in his heart. Well done. As a result, as soon as Li Qingqing opened her mouth, Fang Xiu froze for a moment. This guy, was he praising himself? However, it's not a wise choice to break out into a conflict with the student council only a short while into the school year. Fang Xiu, I'm afraid you're going to get into big trouble. Li Qingqing blocked her lips with a book, then whispered in Fang Xiu's ear. So, this is you caring about me? I thought you'd be proud of it. Fang Xiu couldn't help but spit it out. Chapter 29. The Big Ten and the Preferred Volunteer. Me? Delighted? Why? Qingqing Li couldn't help but be stunned, not quite understanding what that meant. Where was the point of being complacent? Because I'm being pestered by the student council, and once I'm suppressed by them, the first place in the next exam might be yours? In Fang Xiu's impression, this Li Qingqing was simply a fiendish person. Once she wasn't number 1 in the exam, her Tao would be shattered. Hell knows if these students would come to the door. Could it be Li Qingqing's arrangement? Is that how you look at me? Li Qingqing raised a single eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing through her beautiful eyes. I do want to take back first place. No. She shook her head. The first place was originally mine. However, I, Li Qingqing, will never use underhanded means against others. I will be honorable and use my own strength to prove who is the number 1 in Crane City. In order not to affect the general studies teacher's lesson, Li Qingqing deliberately spoke in a very small voice. However, there was a sense of power in her voice. This caused Fang Xiu to re-examine this little girl, especially her last sentence, which focused on emphasizing being the number 1 person in Huqing, rather than the number 1 person in Huqing number 1 middle school. In other words, the students of those schools in Huqing 3rd middle school, Yucai, and 4th middle school were all no more than existences in Li Qingqing's eyes. If only I hadn't traveled to this world. Li Qingqing would probably have been the number 1 person all along. Fang Xiu thought in his heart. So, you ran over here just to say this? So that you can let me know that the student council wasn't arranged by you? Fang Xiu asked tentatively. Of course not. Li Qingqing shook her head once again. What I want to say is that I will defeat you and take back the title of number 1. But before that, you have to keep getting stronger. Li Qingqing's thoughts were simple. If Fang Xiu was really influenced by the student council, causing his ranking to drop, then when he took back the first place, he wouldn't be able to prove his strength. There would always be people spitting behind her back that it was Fang Xiu's fall that facilitated his own first place. She didn't like that. You think the student council can still suppress me? Fang Xiu smiled. Li Qingqing nodded. The student council has more than these tactics. Over the years, they have firmly controlled the volunteer application of Huqing No. 1 middle school. How could they control it if they didn't have some means? And as soon as he heard about the volunteer filling, Fang Xiu instantly remembered that the contract Chen Feng took out, there was a clause about the preferred volunteer filling on it. Originally, he had planned to ask Zhang Yu what was going on. But now it sounded like this Li Qingqing seemed to know some inside information. Speaking of which, Chen Feng had taken out a contract when he asked me to go over. You want to ask about the preferred volunteer, right? Li Qingqing turned her head to look at Fang Xiu, and then sighed. It's really the same as I guessed. Although he was very upset about Fang Xiu taking first place, he had to admit that Fang Xiu's first place was indeed by his own hard power. Even though he himself was a bit overwhelmed at the time, he realized after watching the video afterwards that in just a week's time, he had cultivated the alien to that level. Fang Xiu, he indeed was a rare genius. Himself, the loss was not unfair. For a genius like him, the student council would inevitably step in and keep him firmly under control. Originally, I thought that they would wait until the second year of high school, the third year of high school. I didn't expect to be so eager. As far as Li Qingqing knew, volunteering was basically something that only needed to be considered in the third year of high school. Even for some geniuses, the student council would choose to make their move in the second year of high school. In a situation like Fang Xiu's, it was the first time in Li Qingqing's knowledge. Perhaps it was because Fang Xiu's illusory beast seed was too unreasonable that the student council was pressurized. If Fang Xiu was allowed to go into his sophomore and junior year of high school, there would be no way to suppress it. Is there anything to say about this preferred choice? Fang Xiu said afterward. Aha! Li Qingqing nodded. You should know something about it, right? Students with poor grades can only go to specialties in the future, and can only do some manual labor-oriented jobs when they come out. Only when you enter into the undergraduate program will you have the chance to enter some big factories and take the establishment. Undergraduate further up is 985-11, is the National Key Imperial Beast University. And above these universities is the legendary top 10. It's our country, the 10 strongest universities. Not only do they have abundant resources, the most important thing is, only the top 10 are qualified to enter the Imperial Beast Realm. Imperial Beast Realm? Fang Xiu's eyes suddenly lit up. This was the first time he had heard of this term. Even when he searched for the knowledge of Imperial Beasts on the internet before, he didn't even search for the content of the Imperial Beast Realm. How did this Li Qingqing know about it? What exactly is going on? I'm not very clear. I just heard the elders in my family mention it, telling me to take the top 10 no matter what. Only the top 10 can truly excel. However, our Crane City is, after all, a small city, and those who can enter the top 10 are few and far between. Even by normal means, not many people are able to enter the top 10. So difficult to take the test? Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. He only knew that the top 10 were the 10 best Imperial Beast universities in the country, but he really wasn't clear about how high the score line of the top 10 was. Well, that's why for small cities like Crane City, the top 10 will give a few quotas every year. Qing nodded. In other words, the admission score line requirements will be lower. The quota for each school is 3. Only 3. Fang Xiu was stunned again. The top 10 multiplied by 3 would be 30. With 15 classes in the first year of high school, there were about 50 people in each class. Counting the other schools, the number of people who took the college entrance exam in Huqing City in a year was almost around 20,000. Out of 20,000 people, only 30 or so could go to the top 10. This advancement rate, it's too low, isn't it? The most crucial thing is that the top 10 only accepts first-choice volunteers. As long as your first-choice volunteer isn't the top 10, even if you overachieve later, you won't have a chance to go to the top 10. Li Qingqing continued to explain. This was also a trap inside the student union contract. However, in Li Qingqing's opinion, it wasn't much of a trap. After all, students weren't cuties either. This kind of thing really wanted to know, how could they all know? The reason why some people can still accept the contract is really that the top 10 is too difficult to test. Anyway, you cannot get into the top 10, why not accept the student union's financial assistance, and in the future to go to a 985-211, not lose the way out the door. But Fang Xiu is different. He is only in his first year of high school, and there is a high probability that there will be an information cocoon. If one is careless and signs the contract, then whether Fang Xiu can go to the top 10 in the future will be completely pinched in the hands of the student union. This kind of tactic is truly sinister. As she spoke, Li Qingqing clenched her fists in anger. Chapter 30 Black River State Imperial Beast Scholar, Qu Xinghe. Then according to you, wouldn't it all depend on the face of the student council if you can make it to the top 10? Fang Xiu couldn't help but get up with a black line on his face. No wonder Zhang Yu would purposely instruct himself that if the people from the student union wanted to mention signing a contract or something to him, he must not sign it. From the looks of it, Zhang Yu had long since seen the tactics of the student union. But it's not right. The top 10 has an extraordinary significance in this world, and if the students of his school can get into the top 10, then the school can benefit from it as well. Why would the school let the student council run amok? Doesn't the school care? Have no students reported the student council before? No matter how powerful the student council was, it was still just a group of students. Can't be that even the principal fears them, right? And those students' parents, their own children were bullied, didn't they speak out? How could they not care? Li Qingqing sighed. Although there was a limited number of spots to get into the top 10, the student council would be able to have another person fill in even if they kicked out a top 10 seedling. Theoretically, it wouldn't affect the school's advancement rate. But this matter had a bad influence after all. Together with the fact that some parents had reflected on the situation, the school also intervened in this matter. However, this has to mention one person. Who? Fang Xiu pursued without even thinking. Qu Xinghe. Who? Fang Xiu raised his sword brows, always feeling like he had heard this name somewhere, yet he couldn't recall. On the other hand, Li Qingqing looked at Fang Xiu as if she was looking at a monster. She had expected Fang Xiu to be shocked by this name. Not Buddy. No matter how much you like Alien, you should know a little bit about the school history of first middle school. That's Qu Xinghe. Forget it. In Li Qingqing's opinion, this guy Fang Xiu must have gotten into the devil with the Imperial Beast. Otherwise, there was really no reason why he wouldn't know who Qu Xinghe was. A little impression, just can't remember for a while. Is he famous? Fang Xiu asked again. More than famous. Qu Xinghe is our Hejiang Prefecture's Imperial Beast Scholar. This Qu Xinghe's Imperial Beast career could simply be called demonic. Everyone else was promoted to high school before they could start Imperial Beasts with the support of the school's resources. But Qu Xinghe, in middle school, he had begun the Imperial Beast. For 3 years in high school, he even maintained first place throughout the year. Before he appeared, the student council of the first middle school was nothing more than a name, at most organizing club activities. It wasn't until Qu Xinghe became the president of the student council that a drastic reform was made, and he integrated all the resources that could be integrated. At that time, due to Qu Xinghe's fame, although there were some unreasonable things, the school still gave the green light all the way. It caused the student council to gain a great deal of say. And after the reforms, Qu Xinghe then continuously helped raise everyone's strength. Fang Xiu couldn't help but be puzzled when he heard this. According to Li Qingqing, this Qu Xinghe seemed to be a good person. Moreover, he had the strength of a scholar, so he didn't need to worry that someone would steal his top 10 spot, right? Or was it that after Qu Xinghe left, the people below him had enormous power in their hands and started to corrupt? What exactly Qu Xinghe wants to do? No one knows yet, but saying that he's a good person, you're still too naive. Even after Qu Xinghe went to the top 10, he didn't give up his control over the student union. The current student council president is also nothing more than Qu Xinghe's puppet. Remember what I just told you? The student council's voluntary contract caused some parents to be dissatisfied, and in the end, it was Qu Xinghe who stepped in and silenced all those voices. Qu Xinghe has this much energy? Fang Xiu's starry eyes became grave. He's still a student, right? Or has he already graduated? Currently in his junior year, his energy is great, after all. He is the only top student to come out from Crane City in the past 20 years, and it is said that he has also established his own power in the top 10. It can be said that he has a great future. How could the principal of the first middle school, and how could he offend Qu Xinghe for the sake of an ordinary student? Li Qingqing said indignantly, and it wasn't until then that Fang Xiu came to a realization. I understand. You understand? You understand what? Li Qingqing couldn't help but be stunned. It's very simple. Since Qu Xinghe has so much energy, then isn't being loyal to the student council being loyal to Qu Xinghe? Plus, the top 10 places are limited. How does Chu Xinghe ensure that everyone who walks out from Crane City will be on his side? From the quotas, of course. Ensuring that every student who rises to the top 10 looks up to him. If I'm not mistaken, these past few years, the students who have risen to the top 10 from Huqing First Middle School have all gone to the same school, and that's Chu Xinghe's school, right? Although Chu Xinghe could be in the top 10 and by people's hearts, those people, how could they be more obedient than the students of Crane City? Those who were not willing to stand on Chu Xinghe's side were directly kicked out of the top 10 and went to 985, 211. It was no wonder that Chu Xinghe would pressure First Middle School to deal with those parents' voices. It had to be said that this Chu Xinghe did have some skills. Maybe his state top student was also a breakthrough up after integrating the resources of the student council. So you're not stupid. Li Qingqing couldn't help but stare. The conjecture that Fang Xiu said was almost the same as what she had investigated. She had even investigated the promotion situation of Huqing No. 1 Middle School, and all the students who entered the top 10 had gone to Chu Xinghe's one. There were no exceptions. I thought you only knew about imperial beasts and couldn't think of anything else. Li Qingqing couldn't help but spit it out. How could that be? I just don't care much about those gossips. Fang Xiu laughed. You're telling me all this. You're not trying to pull me in and deal with the student council together, right? In Fang Xiu's opinion, with Li Qingqing's grades and posture, the student council was very willing to take her in, as long as she accepted the conditions offered by the student council and listened well. Sooner or later, she would be favored by Chu Xinghe. Speaking of which, no wonder Chen Feng and Ma Ming and the others are like that. Their suppression is a test. Fang Xiu thought in his heart while gazing at Li Qingqing's beautiful eyes too. He himself had already clashed with the student council. Li Qingqing was still willing to say so much. It must be that she was also very dissatisfied with the student council. Saying what she said, wanting to beat herself in a dignified manner and take back the number 1 spot that belonged to her. Perhaps that was only part of the reason. No! But who knew? Li Qingqing shook her head, stating that she didn't want to join forces with Fang Xiu and deal with the student council together. But immediately afterward, Li Qingqing said in a firm tone, I want to finish off Chu Xinghe. I'll go to the university he's at and then finish him off. Make him lose his reputation. As she spoke, Li Qingqing's eyes, inevitably, turned a little red. Chapter 31. The Hope of Rebelling Against the Student Council. What's wrong with you, Chu Xinghe? Looking at Li Qingqing's eyes that were a little red, Fang Xiu's heart also produced curiosity. As far as he knew, this Li Qingqing could simply be said to be a winner in life. Not only did she come from an excellent background, she was even a super learner. In the 3 years of junior high school's general studies classes, all of them were first-place good grades. She was also beautiful and was a frequent guest on TV interviews. If it wasn't for her own appearance, she would definitely be the most talked about high school student in Crane City in the past few years. But when mentioning Chu Xinghe, the hatred she showed was completely undisguised. Not. To be exact, it was Li Qingqing's hatred for Chu Xinghe that had reached the extreme. It simply wasn't something that could be easily concealed. What kind of grudge did these two people have? Junior year, senior year. Fang Xiu did some math in his heart. The two people were 5 or 6 years apart. When Chu Xinghe was still in the first middle school, Li Qingqing didn't even go to middle school. In the end, what kind of conflict could there be? Or was it a family feud? However, Li Qingqing did not answer Fang Xiu's curiosity as she directly stood up and returned to her seat. Shi Zhanhong, on the other hand, was driven back by her with a confused face. What's the situation? What's wrong with her? When he brushed shoulders with Li Qingqing, Shi Zhanhong noticed that the corners of her eyes were a little moist. Bullied by Fang Xiu and cried? Who knows? Fang Xiu shrugged. He also wanted to know what was going on. Meanwhile, inside Zhang Yu's office, boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the door of his office was kicked open. Zhang Yu was also startled, and the pen in his hand directly fell onto the table. Old Li, when he saw that it was Li Guosheng who barged in without knocking, a nameless fire rose in his heart as well. You're sick, aren't you? I'm telling you, I'm not going to give Fang Xiu to you. It's useless even if old Wang agrees. Looking at Li Guosheng's hurried appearance, Zhang Yu thought that he had already convinced Wang Kai and specially ran over to ask for the man. Thinking what? If old Wang had loosened his grip, why would I need to come over to you? I'll go directly to your class to find Fang Xiu. Okay? Li Guosheng glanced at Zhang Yu without any good humor. He came over with good intentions, but this guy is good. Even if he didn't say thank you, he still thought of himself in a bad light. Is he that kind of person? It seems to be true. Ahem. Li Guosheng pulled over a chair and sat down directly beside Zhang Yu before pulling out his own cell phone. Fang Xiu from your class is in big trouble. While speaking, Li Guosheng handed over his cell phone. Zhang Yu first glanced at the content on it. As a result, it didn't matter when he took a look. The blackened aliens that had formed a formation on the playground looked quite appalling. Without a doubt, it was Fang Xiu's imperial beasts. What is this? Zhang Yu frowned as a bad feeling arose in his heart. He snatched Li Guosheng's cell phone. This look didn't matter. Fang Xiu and Ma Ming from the student union were directly fighting on the playground. And the video on the cell phone seemed to have been captured from the teaching building. The amount of airplay even exceeded 100,000. It had already caught a small fire online. Various pop-ups floated past the screen. What kind of imperial beast is this? No, are all the students of Qingqing First Middle School so exaggerated? One person is an imperial beast army? Who is that person? Do you know? You don't know him, do you? The super genius of Qingqing First Middle School, Fang Xiu. Not only is he an illusory beast breed imperial beast master, his touch test only took 3 minutes. He's a top 10 talent. Handsome. Does anyone know my husband Fang Xiu's email address? I want to add him as a friend. What are you thinking about? It's clearly my husband. Looking at the content on the screen, as well as the pop-ups that kept drifting past, Zhang Yu could not help but draw a breath of cold air. See, there's more than one video like this. Fang Xiu directly ed the student council. Do you know what that means? He's in big trouble. The student council side won't let it go. Li Guosheng took his cell phone back. What now? Although Fang Xiu was not a student of his 6th class, Li Guosheng had a good impression of Fang Xiu. During this period of time, he had also been trying to ask Fang Xiu to come to his class. Now that Fang Xiu had caused trouble, he naturally wouldn't easily give up on Fang Xiu. What's more, the student union was arrogant and domineering, relying on Qingqing's influence to make a mess of the first middle school's volunteer application. He, the class teacher, had long been dissatisfied with the student council's behavior. It wasn't even an exaggeration to say that, in his opinion, Fang Xiu had done a good job. Let me make it clear. If you don't dare to offend the student council, then transfer Fang Xiu to our class. Big deal for me. I'll explode with them. Zhang Yu sniffed and coldly glanced at Li Guosheng. Can you beat Qingqing? Li Guosheng, who was originally still acting like he was ready to die, his expression instantly froze. Back then, because of the issue of volunteering, a female classmate was hard pushed to death. Quite a few parents followed suit, and Principal Gao also wanted to ban the student council over this. What happened as a result? Qingqing directly brought people back from the imperial capital. This matter ended up not being settled. You want to explode with the student council? On what grounds? The year Qingqing came back, Zhang Yu was already the head of a certain class in the first middle school. At that time, some of the physical education teachers couldn't stand to see Qingqing's bullying and chose to step in. As a result, Qingqing used his own strength to defeat all the physical education teachers. Even looking at the entire Crane City, Zhang Yu felt that there wouldn't be a stronger imperial beast master than Qingqing. The era of universal imperial beasts. This was absolute power. It was also the reason why all the teachers in the first middle school were very afraid of the student council. Then what do you mean, we don't care about Fang Xiu? Li Guosheng could not help but be stunned. He remembered that this Zhang Yu had always been very protective of his students. How can we not care? Zhang Yu sighed. Honestly, he was also unwilling to offend Qingqing. But the video he just watched made his blood boil. Only 8 days after enrolling in school, he had cultivated dozens of aliens. Not. Perhaps Fang Xiu had even more aliens, it was that he had only released these. It was the first time he had seen such a genius imperial beast master in all the years he had been a teacher. How could he let the student council bully him? If there really was a person that could outlaw the student council controlled by Qingqing, then that person would undoubtedly be Fang Xiu. Even from Fang Xiu's body, Zhang Yu saw a possibility. That was to outlaw the student council, letting Qingqing No. 1 middle school return to its original form. Now it was Li Guosheng who froze. He had never dreamt that Zhang Yu would put his hopes of banning the student union on Fang Xiu. But Banning the student council. Li Guosheng gazed at Fang Xiu in the cell phone screen. Perhaps it really was like what Zhang Yu said. The only person who could do this was really Fang Xiu. Chapter 32 Freshman Exchange Match. Qingqing First Middle School. 1 Year 2 class. The general studies teacher was writing formulas on the blackboard with chalk. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door interrupted the liberal studies teacher's movements as he turned around and whirled around to ask softly, "Who is it?" The latter didn't make a fuss and directly pushed open the door of the second class. Fang Xiu and Shi Zhanhong coincidentally looked towards the doorway, only to see a young man wearing gold and silver mirrors standing there. While Fang Xiu also recognized his identity at once. Zhang Pan, the physical education teacher of the second senior class. When he had defeated Chen Fan himself earlier, he had come over with Li Guosheng to stand up for Chen Fan. As a result, he was deeply shocked by his own alien form. "Hello, Mr. Zhao. I'm Zhang Pan, the physical education teacher of the second class. I'm here to find Fang Xiu." While speaking, Zhang Pan scanned up the classroom until her gaze landed on Fang Xiu. When Fang Xiu heard this, he subconsciously glanced at liberal studies class teacher Zhao's reaction. "Go ahead, Fang Xiu." Teacher Zhao's attitude was very amiable. "There's one more thing, are you not feeling well, Teacher Zhao? All of this afternoon's classes have been changed to physical education." Zhang Pan lowered her voice. It didn't sound like she was discussing with Teacher Zhao at all, but rather unilaterally informing him. "You don't have to teach the second class this afternoon. All of them will be changed to physical education." When the students in the classroom heard this, they were all stunned. This Teacher Zhao was only in his early 40s, strong and sturdy. He had no problem walking, talking, and didn't look like he was uncomfortable at all. Is this the gold content of a physical education teacher, saying that you're not comfortable comfortable or not? "It feels like our gym teacher is so handsome. Yeah, and it looks young too." For a while, the students in the classroom couldn't help but mingle. Although Teacher Zhao's face was a bit embarrassed, he didn't say anything more and just nodded slightly, indicating that he knew. "And Li Qingqing, you come out as well." And just as Fang Xiu passed by Li Qingqing's seat, Zhang Pan raised an eyebrow and also greeted Li Qingqing to come out with Fang Xiu. "Yes, teacher." At this moment, Li Qingqing had completely calmed down. Although she didn't know what Zhang Pan was looking for her for, she still stood up honestly. After all, the physical education teacher was in charge of the Imperial Beast score. It was the #1 main subject teacher in Crane City #1 middle school. The power of speech was, at times, greater than even the homeroom teacher. Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing, one after the other, left the classroom under the attention of their classmates. "It feels like Fang Xiu is so busy all day." Shi Zhanhong stared blankly at the classroom door. The mapping exam had just ended, and it was either the student council or the physical education teacher. There was always a feeling that the world was revolving around Manhwa. Was this the campus life of a genius? On the other side, you're still really dishonest. On the first day of school, you beat up Chen Fan, and now you're in conflict with the student council. After calling Fang Xiu out, Zhang Pan couldn't help but spit it out. After all, Fang Xiu's violent beating of Ma Ming had already spread in the school. In particular, the physical education teacher who had been defeated by Chu Xinghe felt like raising his eyebrows. "This can't be blamed on me. I just want to study hard and get better every day, and every time it's someone else who comes after me." Fang Xiu replied without thinking, with an expression of being helpless himself. "Is that so?" The corners of Zhang Pan's mouth rose, and a smile could not help but surface. "Obviously you are the biggest beneficiary. If I'm not mistaken, those face-hugging insects of yours have already parasitized Ma Ming's imperial beasts, right? Although his imperial beasts are just regular species, but being a man of left and right, he has hardened himself to the line of the student council. Last year, he even started to act as a fighter for the student council, suppressing many students, thus further gaining the appreciation of the student council. Originally, the mutation that could only be attempted in sophomore year was allowed to be completed ahead of schedule in his first semester of senior year. Combined with his own hard work, he is also considered a genius among ordinary people. Your face-hugging bug directly parasitized his imperial beast. If he assimilates the mutated imperial beast's genes, he might also awaken some special ability. Zhang Pan walked in front, leading the way for Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, while pushing his glasses and popularizing the science for Fang Xiu. On one hand, he appreciated Fang Xiu. Apart from the fact that he possessed a rare phantom beast species, his character was also very much to his liking. When others were bullying the door, of course they had to fight back. On the other hand, he himself was originally Fang Xiu's gym teacher, and it was his job to explain the knowledge of imperial beasts to his students. However, you also have to be careful. Once the imperial beasts are too powerful, they will ostracize the imperial beast master in their hearts. If not handled properly, however, it will be dangerous. My suggestion is that by the time your alien finishes parasitizing, it would be best to have a powerful imperial beastmaster to protect it from the side. Then it would be better to let Brother Pan Pan come. Fang Xiu sniffed and instantly understood. Anyway, this afternoon is all gym class. My alien will be able to break its chest almost then. Hehehe. A visit costs 1,000. Too expensive. Zhang Pan Pan also didn't forget to seize the opportunity to bash Fang Xiu's charging behavior. How can you say that? Brother Pan Pan came to my imperial beast space. How can I ask for 1,000? Although we are teacher and student, but the age difference is not too big in my heart, can always treat the teacher as a brother. Fang Xiu said smilingly. Then the words changed. 500? How about it? Zhang Pan Pan? In a flash, Zhang Pan Pan had a question mark on his face. It's not right. Usually at times like this, shouldn't one say, Brother Pan Pan is coming. How can I ask for money? What the hell is 50% off? Pan Pan is not unaware that I'm poor, I have no resources, and now that I've offended the student council, I'll probably be suppressed a lot in the future. When I buy a lottery ticket and win the jackpot someday, I'll let you visit my imperial beast space for free. Fang Xiu simply cried poor to Zhang Pan Pan. The conversation between the two, on the other hand, caused Li Qingqing to listen in disbelief. This wasn't right. Just participating in the imperial beast space, you want to charge money? This Fang Xiu was in the eye of money, right? Speaking of which, the last time he sent himself to the infirmary, he even asked for 1,000. Good guy. This is pulling hair out of the goose's back. Cough, cough. It was really a bit hard to watch. Li Qingqing deliberately cleared her throat. Although he didn't know exactly what the situation was, but if it was just to find Fang Xiu to say this, there was no need to bring himself along. Moreover, Li Qingqing also disliked this feeling of being a green leaf for others, and simply interrupted the duo's conversation. Teacher Zhang called us out. What exactly is the matter? Well, seeing that Li Qingqing was a bit displeased, Zhang Pan Pan also temporarily put a stop to the alien question. He whirled around and stopped at the entrance of his office. Do you guys know about the exchange tournament? Chapter 33 Rich is Great. Huh? An exchange match? Fang Xiu immediately felt that his knowledge of this world was still too scarce. Although this world likewise had computers and cell phones, and many questions could be searched online, but there was no way for a person to search for things that he or she could not think of. For example, the freshman exchange tournament that Zhang Pan Pan was talking about. I know. Li Qingqing nodded. It's nothing more than the key schools of Crane City High School gathering together to exchange and compare tips on imperial beasts. That's right. Zhang Pan Pan nodded. Although our first high school has always been the best high school in Crane City, the brand name of Crane City, other high schools have always wanted to surpass us. And from this, the exchange tournament was born. Fang Xiu nodded with a sudden realization. To his ears, the exchange tournament that Zhang Pan Pan and Li Qingqing were talking about was like a high math competition or something like that. Each school would send out the students with the best grades from their school and then compete together. Then there should be rewards for this kind of exchange match, right? Like prizes and such? Fang Xiu didn't care what schools were participating. He was more prize money. After all, in Fang Xiu's opinion, it was impossible for him to lose. The winner of the exchange tournament must be himself. All you know is money all day long. Zhang Pan Pan spat out without any good humor. The exchange match is a showdown between prestigious schools, a chance to win honor for first middle school. However, Zhang Pan Pan still told Fang Xiu that there was a bonus for the exchange match. If you can take the first place, there will be about $200,000 in prize money. The second place was $100,000. The third place was $50,000. $200,000? As soon as Fang Xiu heard this figure, his pupils instantly dilated. Although he guessed that there would be a bonus, he had still underestimated the prize pool of the exchange tournament. In Fang Xiu's cognizance, in a competition like this, it would usually be good to have a 30,000, 50,000. As a result, 200,000. Wouldn't that mean that one could double the imperial beast space and let the aliens eat and eat again? At that time, I'm afraid that one could multiply the number of aliens to triple digits. Just thinking about it, Fang Xiu felt excited. Don't be too happy yet. Zhang Panpan poured down a pot of cold water, then pushed open the door of his office. Although First Middle School is the best high school in Qingqing, the other schools aren't that bad yet. Even though half of the top 10 students in the city's midterm exams got into Qingqing number 1 high school. However, the middle school exam is based on general studies. Once in high school, what used to be a general education class will no longer be a priority. It was simply not too easy for some students who lagged behind in general studies to make a comeback through Imperial Beasts. Even Fang Xiu himself was a good example. His midterm score was only the 7th in the city. It was completely incomparable to Li Qingqing, the number 1. As a result, how about the bottoming out exam? Fang Xiu's results directly crushed Li Qingqing. So you understand, right? In other schools, it's just as likely that an Imperial Beastmaster like you will appear. Zhang Panpan patiently explained. And for the exchange tournament, it's unlikely that there will be a situation like the one between you and Ma Ming, where everyone brainlessly releases all of their Imperial Beasts and engage in a melee. According to the content of the previous year's matches, even the battle sessions are one-on-one. You can't utilize your alien advantage. However, Fang Xiu wasn't worried about this in his heart. Even if he didn't consider the issue of numbers, his own alien was enough to crush the alien of the other students. There's no harm, I'm confident. Fang Xiu was still confident. Zhang Panpan just smiled at this. In addition, in this exchange tournament, the team score is used to calculate and then divide the rankings. Fang Xiu, almost as a subconscious reaction, Fang Xiu couldn't help but glance at Li Qingqing. From his impression, Li Qingqing's Imperial Beast seemed to be an unimpressive little gray bird. Although his scores in the mapping exam were good, it looked like a complete aura of weakness. This guy wouldn't be dragging himself down, right? Thinking of this, Fang Xiu could not help but frown. Li Qingqing also read Fang Xiu's concern from his expression. You guy, you shouldn't think that I would drag you down, right? It's not my hind legs, it's our school. Fang Xiu's mouth fell back a breath of cool air. You guy! Li Qingqing instantly clenched her fists, itching to punch Fang Xiu's sword-browed starry eyes. However, once she thought that Zhang Panpan was also there, Li Qingqing still tried her best to restrain her displeasure. This doesn't need to be bothered by you. I won't lose to anyone, including you. All right. Zhang Panpan shook his head. Both being students of the second class, he had thought that the duo would have a good relationship, but it turned out that he had not expected the flavor of gunpowder between them to be so strong. You guys don't have to worry too much. I've seen both of you two's Imperial Beasts. Even when compared to some of the senior classmates, it's not bad. Especially Fang Xiu. Your face-hugging bug has just parasitized Ma Ming's Imperial Beast. It can fight as an ace. There's also Li Qingqing. Your Imperial Beast has a great advantage in speed, and your control over it is also very strong. The two of you, I am not worried. While saying that, Zhang Panpan pushed his golden glasses and gave the duo an extremely high evaluation. And Fang Xiu instantly grasped the point of this statement. Since he wasn't worried about him and Li Qingqing, it meant that the others. How many places are there in this exchange tournament? The two spoke in unison. 4. Zhang Panpan held out 4 fingers. Besides you and Li Qingqing, there's also Zhang Shuren from Class 3, and Chun Fan from Class 6. Chun Fan. Li Qingqing frowned slightly. Why him? Zhang Shuren's words were still understandable on their own. In middle school, he was second only to himself in general studies. Other than his eyes not being very good, he was stronger in all aspects. There was nothing wrong with participating in this exchange match. But Chun Fan was under the impression that he didn't even enter the top 10. Although his Imperial Beast was an ancient species, it wasn't a particularly strong one. In our school, there should be freshmen who are stronger than Chun Fan. Li Qingqing couldn't help but spit it out. This? Zhang Panpan nodded. If one looked at the Imperial Beasts, Chun Fan was indeed not the strongest. However, his family had money. Chun Fan's dad said that if Chun Fan can participate in this exchange tournament, he is willing to give a sponsorship. So, Chun Fan will probably be the short end of the stick, Zhang Panpan said with a serious face. This also meant that Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, and Zhang Shuren absolutely couldn't have any problems in this exchange match. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would not get the first place. In addition, our first middle school has been the first in the exchange competition for 3 consecutive years. Zhang Panpan said with a smile on her face. Damn Chun Fan. Li Qingqing clenched her fists viciously. Wasn't it just that his family had a few stinking dollars? What's the big deal? By the way, Chun Fan's father also said that if you guys need any financial assistance for these exchange competitions, you can just ask. Zhang Panpan added. Just leave it to me to take care of Mr. Chun. Fang Xiu replied in a loud voice. Li Qingqing. Chapter 34. Fang Xiu the geese pulling out hairs. Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing looked at Fang Xiu with a question mark on her face. No, aren't you a guy who is usually quite aloof? Fang Xiu, please be more reserved. Li Qingqing spat up without any sense of humor. Chun Fan's family was indeed quite rich, but as an imperial beast master, how could one bow down to money? You're rich, so of course you're talking without any pain in your back. Fang Xiu glanced at Li Qingqing. No matter what, this Li Qingqing was a popular figure in Crane City now, and her background could be found out once she went online. Her father's business was related to imperial beast equipment. Her mother, on the other hand, was a cadre within the system. During her 3 years of high school, she didn't have to worry about resources. The family was able to prepare everything for her. One's own self was completely different. Both of her former parents were ordinary workers, and every month she had to pay off her car loan and house loan. One's monthly living expenses were only $1,000. This is also Crane City First High School, willing to provide free dormitories for students who study well. Otherwise, one's living expenses were a bit tight. If you have the ability, if you take first place this time, don't ask for the prize money. Give it to me. Fang Xiu said with a serious face. After all, this Li Qingqing was high-minded and proud, so maybe she would really agree once she was on top. Dream on. However, Li Qingqing was not overwhelmed by Fang Hua's words. She just glared fiercely at Fang Hua. So, when will Chun Fan's family be able to call in the money? Fang Hua ignored Li Qingqing and directly asked Zhang Panpan. Don't be so impatient. Although Zhang Panpan was able to understand Fang Xiu's mood in his heart, after all, the path of the imperial beasts was never short of spending money, and sometimes he felt pity for Fang Xiu for not being able to have a good family. I'll let Chun Fan add your friend. Turn around and contact him yourself. After saying that, Zhang Panpan took out 2 forms from his desk drawer and handed them to Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing respectively. You guys fill them out first. In the exchange tournament between colleges, although it was not the turn of students with poor imperial beasts, there would often be students like Chun Fan, whose family had resources and whose grades weren't that bad, who would show up. So how does it work at times like this? Naturally, it was for the students to apply to participate in the exchange tournament on their own, which would then be reviewed by the teacher. In this way, even if the students with better scores on the mapping exams were kicked out, the teachers, would still be able to have something to say. Although your last exam scores were better, student so-and-so's imperial beast is more suitable for this competition. There is absolutely no backroom maneuvering in our school. Good. Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing spoke in unison and quickly filled out the form before returning to class. For the next few classes, no one came over to find Fang Xiu out again. Even when he went to the cafeteria to eat at noon, Fang Xiu wasn't disturbed. Sparing his tablemate Shi Zhanhong, who had unknowingly become Fang Xiu's little brother, was clamoring one after another at noon to invite him to dinner. How could Fang Xiu refuse such a heartfelt act? By the way, he explained to him some of his own beast royalty experience. Time quickly came to the afternoon. This was the first time that the first time they had a physical education class, and every student's eyes were filled with anticipation. Even Fang Xiu was a bit curious if the gym class in this world would have a group of students fighting together. However, I don't know if it was because the school had just started, or because of something else. Zhang Panpan's physical education class talked about the theory of imperial beasts. Of course, the students of the second class still took notes very carefully. After 20 minutes, Zhang Panpan let everyone enter their own royal beast space to practice. Then, Zhang Panpan took 3 steps to Fang Xiu's side. Take me one. Seeing this, Li Qingqing also immediately came up. What's the situation? Shi Zhanhong saw that the physical education teacher and Li Qingqing both came together by Fang Xiu's side. He also brought his curiosity and was not willing to lag behind. Nothing's going on. My alien might mutate, so I'm asking Brother Panpan to help protect the magic. Fang Xiu smiled and explained to Shi Zhanhong. Want to come visit? Upon hearing the word visit, Pan Pan Zhang's pupils instantly dilated up. Fang Hua, this guy wouldn't be thinking, wouldn't. Zhang Pan Pan slightly shook his head. No matter what, it wasn't like every student in Huqing No. 1 middle school could have an outstanding family like Li Qingqing and Chun Fan. Sure, Zhanhong's parents were both ordinary white-collar workers. Although they belonged to the middle class, they were not considered rich. Okay. Sure, Zhanhong nodded his head in a hurry. Of course it's not free. Let's charge you $20. The corners of Fang Xiu's upturned mouth were like the devil's smile, interpreting the geese and geese in the best possible way. Fang Xiu? Li Qingqing? Wait. Why does you charge 20 and I charge 500? Zhang Pan Pan couldn't help but spit it out. That's right, why is it 500 for us, bullying? Li Qingqing followed suit and complained. Do you guys think he can afford 500? Fang Xiu pointed at Shi Zhanhong and said with a sense of entitlement. He had inquired about it long ago. The physical education teacher was the teacher with the most oil and water in Huqing No. 1 middle school, and that Chen Fan alone didn't know how many times he had given gifts to Zhang Pan Pan. Li Qingqing's family situation is not to mention. Her pocket money for a week is more than 20,000 yuan, proper white rich beauty. Who is it that doesn't eat them? Furthermore, brother Pan Pan, sister Qingqing. The exchange tournament is coming up. We're on the same team. If I shine in the exchange tournament, it's also the honor of our second class. Isn't it? Pay up. While saying this, Fang Xiu took out his resource card and asked the two of them to directly put money into his card. Good, good, good. Zhang Pan Pan didn't say much. Just as Fang Xiu said, if they could achieve good results in this freshman exchange competition, he, as a physical education teacher, would also be able to follow in the glory. Money and everything else was secondary. Performance is the real thing. Thinking of this, Zhang Pan Pan paid the money quickly. Although Li Qingqing was not happy in her heart, she could not get involved with Fang Xiu for $500. Only when she was paying, she glared viciously at Fang Xiu. If her eyes could kill, she would definitely be able to break Fang Xiu into pieces. Only Shi Zhanhong was dumbfounded the entire time. Seeing that Zhang Pan Pan and Li Qingqing had both paid, he could only pay obediently. Fang Xiu looked at the resource card in his hand and nodded with satisfaction before taking out his Imperial Beast Space card and inviting Zhang Pan Pan and the others to enter his Imperial Beast Space. As the three of them pressed agree, a faint light flickered from Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast Space card and quickly engulfed them. When Fang Xiu opened his eyes again, they had already arrived at the entrance of the aliens' underground kingdom. This is your Imperial Beast Space? Li Qingqing stood at the entrance of the underground cavern and looked inside. It was a pitch-black environment where one could not see a finger. Strange hissing sounds continuously came from inside, making one's hair stand on end. Chapter 35. Zhang Pan Pan's Imperial Beast. Hellfire. Fang Xiu. What did you just mean by protector? Shi Zhanhong had already been, more than once, shocked by Fang Xiu's alien form. Now that he had the opportunity to visit the Imperial Beast Space, he naturally had no reason to miss it. However, when he really entered Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast Space and stood at the entrance of the Alien Queen's underground kingdom, feeling the coldness that gushed out from inside, and the strange hissing sounds, the hairs on his body stood up one after another. A bad premonition arose in his heart. Although he was a freshman in high school, he would also surf the internet at home after school, searching for study materials. But was there still a need for a protector during the time of the mutation? This he really wasn't sure about. It's literally, Zhang Pan Pan, who was at the side, said without thinking. Student Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast progress is too exaggerated. According to the normal process, the students of Huqing First Middle School would not come into contact with mutations until after they entered their second year of high school. However, Fang Xiu's face-hugging bug possessed the characteristics of parasitizing and assimilating the genes of imperial beasts. It might cause the mutation to occur earlier. No matter what, the essence of an imperial beast is a beast. They will see the imperial beast master as their own kind and then submit. This situation is similar to raising a dog. A good master can train a dog to be very obedient. But once they don't think you're strong enough and feel that you can't take the initiative, their actions will become scattered, ignoring the orders of the Imperial Beast Master. In the worst case, there's also the possibility of attacking the Imperial Beast Master. Based on such and such, the Imperial Beast Master and the Imperial Beast had to progress together. although Fang Xiu's alien had an insect nest consciousness, but after all, it was a phantom beast species with no previous experience. In order to ensure that this process, there were no accidents, Zhang Panpan had chosen to act as a protector. Let me be clear first. Although this exchange tournament is crucial, if your imperial beast displays aggression, I will snuff it out here. Zhang Panpan's voice turned ice cold, although he felt that Fang Xiu was a rare genius imperial beast master. But for the sake of safety, when it was time to give it up, he still had to give it up. Aha! Fang Xiu nodded. Even though he felt that his face-hugging bug, after parasitizing Ma Ming's werewolf, would give birth to a very powerful imperial beast. But he didn't want a bunch of fosterless ones either. If it was really as Zhang Panpan had said, it would be better to settle them as early as possible. Even without them, with just the alien Triceratops, I will definitely be able to win this exchange tournament. Fang Xiu thought in his heart. Exchange tournament? It's the freshman exchange tournament? Shi Zhanhong was stunned when he heard this. Although he was a freshman, he had heard about the freshman exchange tournament. Not to mention the fact that he could bring his imperial beast man to manifest himself in front of him. The prize money of tens of thousands of dollars alone called for a great deal of eye-rolling. But on second thought, Shi Zhanhong's heart was relieved. In the end, Fang Xiu was the #1 freshman. 3 minutes to speed through the mapping exam. The mutation that should have been touched by the second year of high school, he had touched it now. If they didn't let him, a genius imperial beast master, participate in the freshman exchange tournament, who would they let participate? Lightning Eel. Zhang Panpan whirled around and released his own imperial beasts. Only a few electric eels were seen floating in the air as if they were swimming freely. When they entered the cave, their bodies emitted hot white light, illuminating the dark cave as if it was bright day. Qingqing Li looked around and carefully observed Fang Xiu's imperial beast space. The space of this underground cave was exaggerated. From the ground to the ceiling, there was a height of 7 to 8 meters. The hall of a school building was more spacious. However, the deeper she went, the more she could feel the gloomy wind gusting. If she didn't know that this was Fang Xiu's imperial beast space, she would definitely be deterred. Hiss! Shi Zhanhong sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Although he knew that Fang Xiu was the master of this place, and those aliens of his would never mess around, he still couldn't stop the hair from rising in his heart. After all, fear was the most primal emotion in the human heart. It was simply not something that could be changed by restraining it. On the contrary, it was Fang Xiu who had long gotten used to this environment. Other than attending classes, he would basically stay here. Fang Xiu, can you feel the face-hugging worm? And has it completed its parasitization? Zhang Panpan thought for a moment and inquired about Fang Xiu. Not yet. Fang Xiu shook his head. Zhang Panpan answered because he had been here once. He also had a rough understanding of the environment here. In order to be prepared, he also released his imperial beast. Hellfire. Accompanied by Zhang Panpan's low roar, only a green flame appeared from in front of the 4 of them. A wave of heat swept in all directions, forcing back the gloomy cold that permeated everywhere from the underground cavern. Then, the spreading fire began to shrink, like a tornado, attracting over large and small rocks from the cave's rock walls, piling them up, arms and legs, body and head. Within a short time, a 6-meter-tall giant of fire came alive and stood in front of several people. Fang Xiu? Shi Zhanhong instantly drew a breath of cold air. Huh! Li Qingqing frowned slightly. Illusory beast seed? The first time she met Zhang Panpan, she still felt that this gym teacher was too young and questioned his teaching ability. Even his name, Li Qingqing, found it a bit comical. Why would a 20-something-year-old boy be called Panpan? It wasn't until she witnessed Zhang Panpan's imperial beast with her own eyes that Li Qingqing realized that she had underestimated him. This is an imperial beast? Fang Xiu blinked. As far as he knew, the so-called imperial beasts were all creatures. Where did this thing, Zhang Panpan, fit the definition of a creature? Who said that imperial beasts must be creatures? Zhang Panpan raised the corners of her mouth and smiled smugly. That's only because you students, your bodies and minds aren't strong enough, so you're allowed to use the most common imperial beasts to exercise your imperial beast abilities. Only when you reach the university will you be considered a true beginner, Zhang Panpan said smugly. It had to be said that Zhang Panpan's imperial beasts really opened Fang Xiu's eyes a bit. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really wouldn't have thought that there would be such imperial beasts in this world. It's a bit interesting. However, Fang Xiu was more than a little curious in his heart. Could his own face-hugging insect parasitize Zhang Pan's hellfire? I really want to try it out. Follow him. Zhang Pan continued. And every time this hellfire took a step forward, the ground would follow and shake a little. Could be seen how powerful it was. At the same time, Fang Xiu felt that he had really made a fortune this time. Not only did he have Zhang Pan's hellfire to act as the protector this time, he also gave himself a visiting fee. Zhang Pan was really a good teacher. The most important thing was, I don't know what kind of imperial beasts this Pan could still come up with. Fang Xiu had a strong premonition in his heart. This hellfire was not the most powerful imperial beast in Zhang Pan's hands. Will it be considered a true initiation when we reach the university? Fang Hua muttered up. Chapter 36. The aliens are actually as terrifying as this. Looking at Zhang Pan's hellfire, Fang Xiu's heart was filled with longing for the future. He must get into the top 10 himself. Within a short time, Fang Xiu's group arrived at the depths of the underground cavern. The alien queen was still curled up with her legs. The end of her body was connected to a giant spawner, and at a glance, it was as if she was sitting on a throne. Moreover, this alien queen's body was 5 or 6 meters, taller than the alien Triceratops that Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong had seen. This is a royal beast. Shi Zhanhong's 2 eyes stared like cow's eyes as he looked around with an incredulous expression, only to see the face hugging bug eggs, spitting out from the alien queen's spawner from time to time, densely packed as if they were a square formation. If all of these bug eggs were to hatch, the aliens that would be born would easily exceed 3 digits, I'm afraid. No wonder when Fang Xiu fought with Ma Ming, his aliens were blackened. This kind of unreasonable reproduction speed was the root of the fearsome nature of the aliens. Is this the gap between geniuses and mortals? Shi Zhanhong couldn't help but see his eyes redden for a moment. According to the development of the aliens like this, it felt like Fang Xiu didn't even need to take the college entrance exam. He could be guaranteed in by the top 10. Not only Shi Zhanhong, Li Qingqing's pupils couldn't help but quake slightly. All along, she had been the school bully in the eyes of her teachers and classmates. Not only were her grades excellent, but the path of the imperial beast was also very smooth. Proper winner in life. But now that she saw Fang Xiu's alien army, she immediately felt the gap. Who could compare to Fang Xiu in this? Would your alien breeding speed be too fast? Zhang Pan, on the other hand, saw the crux of the problem at a glance. Although aliens were silicon-based organisms that wouldn't be affected too much even if they didn't eat for a few days, the alien queen would generate a very large amount of energy consumption when laying eggs. Coupled with the limitation of being trapped in the spawning apparatus, the alien queen could not move. So Fang Xiu's alien needed to take on the job of feeding the queen. The number of aliens continued to increase, in turn making the space here crowded. Yeah. Fang Xiu nodded. From the parasitization of the face-hugging worm to the alien growing into an adult body, it only took 48 hours. And the spawning of the alien queen would be completed once in 2 or 3 hours. And in the group of aliens, the alien queen was the uncompromising birthing machine. At first, Fang Xiu still felt elated, thinking that as long as the alien race kept growing, he would be able to become the strongest imperial beastmaster. But after really cultivating it, he realized that food, space, all of it cost money. This underground cave was still the result of Fang Xiu's expansion. It was the size of a soccer field. But even so, for the constantly proliferating aliens, such a space was still too small. Even because of the lack of food resources, some of the aliens even directly entered hibernation as a way to reduce the consumption of energy. Hiss. The corner of Zhang Pan's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and the whole person couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. Such a huge scale, not to mention that Fang Xiu was just an ordinary high school student. Even if he was a physical education teacher, he was also very headstrong. However, if one were to think about it from a different perspective, how many imperial beast masters would hate to be able to breed imperial beasts like aliens? It's also hard for you. Zhang Pan sensed the pressure Fang Xiu was facing and couldn't help but pat his shoulder. If he could have a family like Chen Fan, this Fang Xiu really had to be invincible. Unfortunately, it was a pity. And right at this moment, the face-hugging worms that were parasitized on the werewolves' faces began to shed off. These werewolves also seemed to have regained their self-consciousness and climbed up from the ground one after another. It's starting. Fang Xiu's gaze slightly condensed as he exchanged the money that he had just snubbed from Zhang Pan, Li Qingqing into food and threw it in front of these 5 werewolves. Ah, this. Shi Zhanhong only took one glance, and his entire body was dumbfounded. Because Fang Xiu's feeding method was very simple and rough, he directly customized the food into pork. The quantity was so large that it could even be piled up into a small mountain. It was worth mentioning that when Fang Xiu had just started the imperial beasts, there were resources given by the school. The food that Fang Xiu fed to the aliens were all living cows and sheep. It was only when he had consumed all the resources allocated by the school and needed to spend his own money that Fang Xiu realized the problem of waste. A pound of beef and mutton cost almost 34. The cheaper pork was only $11. Had I known, I should have fed the alien pork from the beginning. Lost count. Good lord, Fang Xiu. Your alien is also too capable of eating, right? All this food is enough to feed my imperial beast for half a month. Shi Zhanhong couldn't help but spit it out. Not only him, Li Qingqing was also shocked. Fang Xiu, can you afford to feed so many aliens? From the initial shock, both of them couldn't help but squeeze a cold sweat for Fang Xiu in their hearts. So you guys now know why I'm so poor, right? Fang Xiu smiled helplessly. The food issue was still secondary. Because space has not been able to get expanded, to the point that my alien queen is not very willing to give birth to little babies. As Fang Xiu spoke, he didn't forget to look at Zhang Panpan. The implication was, think of a way, brother Panpan. The pork that Fang Xiu took out was quickly swept up by the werewolves and swallowed even the bone fragments. Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong, on the other hand, were dumbfounded. You call this thing a little baby? Fang Xiu, here is 20,000. Li Qingqing hesitated slightly, and then took out her resource card, and with that, she transferred 20,000 to Fang Xiu. Although her imperial beasts weren't as edible, there were quite a few places where she needed to use money. Plus, her family had restrictions on her living expenses. Her pocket money wasn't much either. It was Fang Xiu who was a bit surprised, not expecting Li Qingqing to be so generous. Worthy of being the beautiful and kind-hearted Miss Li, Fang Xiu whirled around and arched his hand. Don't forget what I told you. Just think of it as an investment. I hope that one day you won't badmouth me, Li Qingqing said with a serious demeanor. It was true that she had a bad attitude towards Fang Xiu at first, but there was no grudge between them. It was just a momentary imbalance in her own mind. After that momentum, she also realized that the fault did not lie with Fang Xiu, sort of a compensation. Secondly, was Fang Xiu's strength. He was the most talented imperial beastmaster that Li Qingqing had ever seen. If there really was that day after entering the top 10 in the future, she at least didn't want Fang Xiu to be her opponent. Your business. Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow, and then he thought of what Li Qingqing had said. One day, I will take out Chu Xinghe. Don't worry, I'm on the same side as Miss Li. Fang Xiu quickly recovered his smile. Although he had no grudges with Chu Xinghe, the student council had suffered the students of the first middle school for a long time. He himself did not intend to be in league with Chu Xinghe either. Zhang Panpan silently watched the conversation between Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing, and a pleased smile emerged with it. Chapter 37. A higher order alien is born. Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing were not only the most powerful imperial beastmasters in Class 2, but also the future hopes of the first middle school's college entrance examination. Zhang Panpan naturally hoped that they could get along well and help each other. In this way, Fang Xiu and the others were waiting for the alien to break out of the werewolf's body in this imperial beast space. Thinking about what Zhang Panpan said, Fang Xiu's heart was somewhat nervous. Although with Zhang Panpan's hellfire here to protect me, I don't need to worry too much about safety. But Fang Xiu looked at those werewolves, not to mention that, in order to parasitize them, he himself had consumed several face-hugging worms. The food that was fed to them had almost spent almost all of the balance of the resource card. If it wasn't for the $20,000 that Li Qingqing had transferred to him, his next feedings would have become a problem. Don't ever fail, Fang Xiu thought in his heart. And Fang Xiu also realized that he was not the only one who was waiting apprehensively. The alien queen also seemed to be able to sense the alien babies in the werewolves' bodies, and its production speed slowed down, its attention staying focused on those werewolves. The alien Triceratops and some of the male aliens, on the other hand, looked like they were ready to go. Alien queen, could it be restless? Fang Xiu raised his sword brows. According to the alien setting, not only did the queen possess a super high IQ of 175, the fan-shaped crown on its head could also release special pheromones, which could be used to sense the location of all the aliens and give orders. Perhaps, the alien queen sensed something special from the alien in the werewolf's stomach. It won't really let Zhang Panpan hit the nail on the head. Fang Xiu thought in his heart. Sure, Zhanhong even subconsciously retreated to the corner of the underground cave. Although there was Zhang Panpan and his hellfire, Sure Zhanhong's heart always felt creepy. A bad feeling arose in his heart. Li Qingqing, on the other hand, was fully focused on the werewolf. Zhang Panpan was even giving direct orders to hellfire. If the alien that rushed out from the werewolf's body in a moment attacked them, then they would directly finish off the other party. Alien Triceratops, protect the queen. Fang Xiu hesitated slightly. On his side, he had Zhang Panpan's hellfire, so he didn't need to worry too much. But in case these aliens really rebelled against their orders or even attacked the alien queen, then it would be troublesome. With Fang Xiu's order, the alien Triceratops quickly came in front of the alien queen, staring at the werewolves with a vigilant face. Luckily, this wait didn't last long, only to see one of the werewolves suddenly fall to the ground, its body twitching up unceasingly, and its expression becoming twisted from the pain. Ow! Wailing sounds erupted from the werewolf's throat, and the amplitude of its convulsions became larger and larger. Li Qingqing and Zhang Panpan followed suit and tensed up. Plop! Only sharp nails, which cut through the werewolf's abdomen, reached out from inside, and blood splashed in all directions. Fang Xiu stared at the palm with full concentration. Identical to the other alien appearance, the alien that had fused with the werewolf's genes had the same bone-encased features, the pitch-black exoskeleton in turn protecting its muscles. Combined with the werewolf's huge size, the chest-breaker shifter that came out of his abdomen was 1.5 meters long. And its palms were different from ordinary shifters. Not only was its palm wider, its bones were also finer. It was more like a human's palm than the other aliens. Closer to human, Fang Xiu thought in his heart. Soon, the alien, which had fused the werewolf genes, drilled out from its body, and it shook its head. Its head was also a cut shorter than the alien Triceratops, and its stance when it stood up fully was also closer to that of a human, rather than like a dinosaur. Its tail was also relatively shorter than the other aliens, and the part of its elbow was even more of a joint. In Fang Xiu's opinion, this alien was more like what a werewolf would look like after skinning and deboning it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. However, this alien's vocalizer was no different from the other aliens, still hissing and hissing in a strange manner. It swept its eyes at Fang Xiu and the others, and although it did not display any malice, it made sure Zhanhong feel a chill. Fang Hua. Zhang Panpan was highly nervous. He never dreamed that he would feel such a great pressure in the senior's imperial beast space. Can you command it? Although this alien was still an immature body, the sense of oppression it brought was extremely strong. Sit down. Fang Xiu sniffed and tentatively ordered this alien. However, this alien did not act after hearing Fang Hua's words. Such an unusual scene even made the alien queen feel a crisis. Hiss! Hiss! Only to see that the alien queen's emotions became a bit irritable, constantly rebuking the little guy who had just broken out of his chest in the language of the aliens. No matter what, in the alien queen's perception, Fang Xiu was the king of this world, and for an alien that she had given birth to dare to ignore the king's orders, this was simply a capital offense. What's wrong? Qingqing Li noticed this and couldn't help but ask Fang Xiu. Alien is a bug nest society, with a strict hierarchy up and down. The alien queen's orders are absolute, and as the alien king, I am the absolute of absolutes. So this alien didn't sit down according to my orders, undoubtedly challenging the alien queen's authority. Fang Xiu casually explained, and his heart was more or less nervous. He could feel that this alien was different. In particular, the joints on its elbows were organs that none of the other aliens possessed. This indicated that this alien had only completed a higher level of evolution after absorbing the werewolf genes. If possible, Fang Xiu really couldn't afford to let Zhang Panpan's hellfire finish it off. Brother Panpan, is there any way to raise my power? It suddenly occurred to Fang Xiu that Zhang Panpan had said that if the power of the Imperial Beastmaster was too weak, the orders given would be ignored by the Imperial Beasts. So in turn, as long as one became stronger, one would be able to suppress the aliens again, right? So, there was no method to make oneself stronger. There is. Zhang Panpan hesitated slightly, the method was still there. After all, human technology was very advanced, and the method to raise the spiritual power of an Imperial Beastmaster for a short period of time had already been found. Only, this method was not free. Fang Xiu's alien queen, on the other hand, seemed to have lost its patience all of a sudden. Its fan-shaped crown then released pheromones, giving orders to the male aliens here. In a flash, two 2-meter-tall xenomorphs suddenly darted up and towards the xenomorph that had come out of the werewolf's body, in a vain attempt to use their power and make them submit. However, when it was too late, just as these two xenomorphs approached the werewolf alien, a black blade suddenly popped out of the joint on its elbow. Chapter 38 Altered Skills? Gale Steps? It wasn't until the alien queen ordered the two male aliens to charge up towards the werewolf alien that Fang Xiu realized what the joints growing on the werewolf alien's elbow were. Only seeing the front wrist of the werewolf shifter shaking slightly, a black blade directly protruded out of the joint before being grasped by this werewolf shifter in its hand. Almost as a subconscious reaction, as soon as it gripped the black knife, it swept across towards the charging alien. The next second, this werewolf alien flashed directly behind the two aliens, and along with a flash of cold light, those two aliens were directly chopped off horizontally. Acidic blood splashed in all directions. Ha! This sudden scene took Fang Xiu by surprise. He subconsciously blinked his starry eyes, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but suck up a mouthful of cold air. One must know that aliens were not only silicon-based creatures, but also bone-covered flesh life forms. Their exoskeletons were stronger than steel alloys. As a result, it was cut down to the waist in a single slash. Just how sharp was the black blade of this werewolf alien? Could this be the power of the mutation? Fang Xiu's starry eyes focused on the werewolf alien. To say that he wasn't excited at all was obviously impossible. After all, this werewolf alien was his own imperial beast. Stop! Seeing that those male shifters were stupidly moving and wanted to rush over to fight for their lives, Fang Xiu hastily drank them back. In his opinion, his own werewolf shifter might not necessarily have an anti-bone. Perhaps it had just broken its chest and was still in a state of ignorance about the world. Sensing hostility from those two male shifters, he was forced to fight back. Is this big brother Fang Xiu's imperial beast? Shi Zhanhong on the side looked dumbfounded. How strong Fang Xiu's alien was, he had not only seen it in the footage of the mapping exams, but also on the short video platform. He had also seen the process of an alien defeating a werewolf that had been recorded by someone. Based on such and such, in Shi Zhanhong's perception, Fang Xiu's alien was the strongest imperial beast amongst the upperclassmen. However, it was such a terrifying imperial beast that had been slashed in a second. Invincible. Shi Zhanhong's two eyes stared like bull's eyes, and a trace of envy and jealousy arose in his heart. The same were all freshmen. Why were the imperial beasts so different from each other? So strong. Not only Shi Zhanhong, Li Qingqing also felt unbelievable and incredible. The moment the werewolf alien struck just now, she didn't even see the guy's movements. Is this really the strength that a freshman in high school should have? Li Qingqing's mood was like the sea swept by a storm, unable to calm down. Everyone be careful. However, Zhang Panpan's voice quickly pulled Li Qingqing, Shi Zhanhong back to the real world from the shock. Teacher Zhang. Li Qingqing subconsciously looked at Zhang Panpan. Fang Xiu's imperial beast? What should we do with it? In her opinion, the alien that had parasitized from the werewolf's corpse had already transcended Fang Xiu's control, and had also decapitated its own kind without authorization. If they continued to let it go, not only would the aliens here be slaughtered, but perhaps Fang Xiu's life would also be in danger. Although it was more or less a pity to take out such a powerful imperial beast here, it couldn't be helped. After all, with Fang Xiu's current power, he was still unable to harness such a powerful imperial beast. It can only... Zhang Panpan spoke and deliberately looked at Fang Xiu. No matter what, this alien was Fang Xiu's imperial beast. Even if he could understand what was at stake, it wasn't something that could be accepted so easily. Finished him off here. Zhang Panpan's eyes revealed a touch of murderous aura, and he immediately gave orders to Hellfire. Wait, brother Panpan. Fang Xiu didn't expect Zhang Panpan to make a move so quickly, and his heart was startled. He hurriedly waved his hand, asking Zhang Panpan to wait a little longer. However, who knew that Zhang Panpan's Hellfire had already taken action? Only to see the Hellfire rushing towards the werewolf alien with quick steps, 5 fingers clenched into fists in the air, and every step taken by the huge body forward would cause the entire underground cave to vibrate. The werewolf alien was even smaller in front of Hellfire. Fang Xiu, when you make a break, you will suffer from chaos. Zhang Panpan had absolutely no intention of stopping and instead advised Fang Xiu. However, just as Hellfire's fist was about to fall on the werewolf alien, the latter suddenly disappeared. The huge fist, which continued downwards, eventually smashed onto the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the entire underground cavern began to shake violently, and a green shockwave swept in all directions along with heat waves. Qingqing, Li, and Pan Zhang were even forced back a few steps before they could stabilize themselves. Hiss! Li Qingqing's mouth drew a mouthful of cold air, her heart horrified. On the one hand, Zhang Pan's hellfire, just an ordinary punch, had set off such a huge impact, it was simply more powerful than a hot weapon. On the other hand, Fang Xiu's werewolf alien, how come it had disappeared again? Where did it go? Li Qingqing racked her brain and couldn't figure out how this werewolf alien had dodged. Even as she looked around, she did not see the figure of this werewolf alien. At the same time, Fang Xiu's ears resounded with the Imperial Beast Space System's beeps. Congratulations, Imperial Beast Master. The alien has undergone a mutation, giving birth to the skill Sneaking Technique. Fang Xiu was first stunned. Mutation? There's also a skill. Could it be that? Fang Xiu's heart suddenly came to a realization. It must be that his own werewolf alteration had used the sneaking technique to avoid the Hellfire's attack. Blistering Wind Step? Fang Xiu raised his sword brows and thought of a single-player game called Warcraft that he had played before crossing over. In it, there was a unit hero called Sword Saint, and one of his skills called Gale Step was to enter into a state of invisibility and increase his movement speed. When attacking the target again, it also causes exposure to the target. Although he didn't know what the sneaking skill was, from the manifestation, Fang Xiu felt that his wolf alien seemed to have mastered a Gale Step type of skill. It's gone! Zhang Pan frowned as a bad feeling arose in his heart. He had never dreamed that Fang Xiu's alien could still hide his whereabouts. This guy, Fang Xiu, is a freshman in high school, right? For a while, Zhang Pan couldn't help but be a little skeptical of life. He himself was a teacher of Huqing No. 1 middle school, graduating from a proper university. According to reason, dealing with a freshman's imperial beast, it was as simple as an adult beating up a kindergarten class. Why was it like participating in a college imperial beast competition? This is not scientific. Even as soon as Zhang Pan came up with this thought, the wolf alien that had disappeared reappeared. It stood on the right side of Hellfire, its knees slightly bent, utilizing the strength of its entire body to catapult itself out, and with both hands holding the black blade, it made a slash at Hellfire's shoulder. Boom! Chapter 39, I'm the Alien God. Boom! Only to see the black blade of the werewolf alien slash directly on Hellfire's arm, colliding with a deafening sound. A terrifying air current spread out in all directions. Seeing this, Zhang Pan hurriedly shielded Li Qingqing behind herself to block this air wave for her. The entire ceiling, walls and floor of the underground cave were all cracked by the impact. Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, Zhang Pan, Shi Zhanhong, all held their breath at this moment, not even blinking their eyes. Hey, you're kidding. Zhang Pan quickly marveled. He saw the black blade of the werewolf alien set into Hellfire's arm bit by bit. 2 breaths later, the werewolf alien's black blade directly passed through Hellfire's arm and chopped it down hard. Rumble. Hellfire's arm fell heavily to the ground. Ah! Shi Zhanhong's mouth grew into a large O shape. He never dreamed that Fang Xiu's werewolf alien could suppress Zhang Pan's Hellfire. One must know that Zhang Pan was not a high school student. He was a physical education teacher. He had close to 10 years of experience with imperial beasts. But he was suppressed by Fang Xiu, who had only been in contact with beasts for a few days. Is this really not a fantasy? What kind of demon is Fang Xiu in the end? Shi Zhanhong sneakily looked at Fang Xiu's side face, and a mouthful of cold air poured out. In fact, not only Shi Zhanhong, but even Li Qingqing's heart was somewhat skeptical if she was dreaming. This Fang Xiu's alien, what kind of monster was it? Brother Pan. At this time, on the contrary, it was Fang Xiu who was the most calm as he slowly spoke. Have your Hellfire stop striking. Ha! Zhang Pan could not help but be stunned. What did you say? Although his Hellfire had an arm chopped off by the werewolf alien, it was not considered a fatal injury. In the end, the core of Hellfire was fire. The arm that fell was just a rock that absorbed over. Only to see Hellfire rotate its body, a greenish eerie flame surging towards the ground, rolling up the fallen arm and reattaching it. The werewolf shifter took a quick step back and redrew some distance. Fang Xiu, I know you can't let go of this imperial beast, but a disobedient imperial beast will bring a lot of trouble. Not only will your life be in danger, your imperial beast, will also be harmed. As she spoke, Zhang Pan also hinted with her eyes at the 2 aliens that had been wasted by the werewolf alien. Even worse, there were still 4 more aliens like this one that hadn't hatched. If he didn't thoroughly help Fang Xiu solve the problem here, his efforts during this period of time would most likely go down the drain. No, Brother Pan, I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm not asking you to stop out of any reluctance, Fang Xiu said in a calm tone. Although his body was only a senior, his mind was an adult. You just said that as long as the Imperial Beast Master is strong enough, the Imperial Beasts won't rebel against their orders, right? Fang Xiu asked Zhang Pan in return. The 2 sides looked at each other. Zhang Pan also saw unprecedented determination in Fang Xiu's starry eyes. This guy wasn't bluffing. You! Zhang Pan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. It was the first time he had seen a student like Fang Xiu. First, he had bred a rare phantom beast species, and then used just a few days to propagate like crazy. Now, he had even bred a mutant imperial beast. The most crucial thing was Fang Xiu's mentality. He didn't feel fear because of the performance of the werewolf alien. Perhaps. Zhang Pan looked at Fang Xiu and then at his werewolf alien. After a brief hesitation, he still couldn't help but want to believe Fang Xiu. All right. In the end, Zhang Pan's tone loosened and ordered Hellfire to stop, and made Hellfire take a few steps back. Relying on you, Fang Xiu. In reality, Zhang Pan's mood was also very excited. Although he knew that there was a certain amount of risk involved. But what if? In case Fang Xiu was really able to suppress the werewolf command. What if it made it recognize Fang Xiu's identity as a royal beastmaster? Teacher Zhang, would this be too dangerous? Seeing this, Li Qingqing only felt incomprehensible. Although Fang Xiu's werewolf alien was indeed excessively powerful, Fang Xiu, who was able to cultivate this kind of imperial beast, was the most crucial existence. In other words, as long as Fang Xiu exercised himself more, sooner or later, he would be able to cultivate this kind of powerful imperial beast again, and at that time he wouldn't have to take the risks he was taking now. Fang Xiu was only in his first year of high school. There was no need to take risks at this time. Fang Xiu. We're only in our first year of high school now. Even if we lose 1 or 2 imperial beasts, it doesn't matter. By the time we are in our second year of high school, I believe that you will be able to breed even more powerful imperial beasts than you have now, and that you will be able to control them by that time as well. For a while, Li Qingqing couldn't help but persuade Fang Xiu. But how could Fang Xiu possibly give up on the werewolf alien here just because of Li Qingqing's words? Not to mention the power of this werewolf alien. The most important thing was, this alien was bred by me. I'm the one who gave them the chance to survive in this world. I am their master, Fang Xiu said in a loud voice. In his view, this was not a trade-off or a rush at all. He himself was the alien god. For a moment, even Li Qingqing was taken aback by Fang Xiu's performance. She opened her mouth to speak. Teacher Zhang, is this possible? Sure, Zhanhong didn't expect the situation to develop to this point. He cautiously walked over and stood behind Zhang Pan, unable to resist asking. It's not impossible. Zhang Pan thought about it. No matter how strong a human was, it was impossible for them to go into a physical fight with a royal beast. So essentially, it was to suppress one's imperial beast in the spiritual realm. In other words, some imperial beasts would indeed rebel against their own imperial beast masters. But that was because, unlike humans, these imperial beasts had no language, no words, but were observant enough to be able to judge whether or not they were afraid of themselves from the imperial beast master's reaction. After all, fear was an innate emotion of all beings. Once the imperial beasts were allowed to discover that their imperial beastmasters had developed fear, they would feel that their imperial beastmasters were too weak. That was why there were incidents of rebelling against orders and even attacking the imperial beastmasters. What Fang Xiu had to do was to erase the heart of fear towards the werewolf alien. On a spiritual level, overcome the other party. Originally, Zhang Pan thought that this was impossible until he saw Fang Xiu's eyes. It was not at all like the eyes that a high school student should have. It was more like that of an adult. Only Fang Xiu was seen walking towards the werewolf alien step by step. Have you made enough of a scene? Fang Xiu lowered his voice as he gazed at the werewolf alien. And with that, he exuded a powerful aura that crushed towards the other party. The werewolf alien looked at Fang Xiu. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Chapter 40 Alteration out of 2 skills? Fang Hui gazed at the werewolf alien and moved forward step by step, eventually stopping at a position less than 5 meters away from the werewolf alien. Zhang Pan, Li Qingqing, and Shi Zhanhong held their breath on the spot, not even daring to blink as they stared at Fang Hui. Especially Zhang Pan, although he chose to believe in Fang Xiu and expected a miracle to happen, he didn't dare to do anything to gamble. Hellfire slowly approached Fang Xiu, staring stupidly at the werewolf alien. Once this werewolf alien made any excessive moves, it would immediately strike. Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong were all nervous to the extreme, bean-sized beads of sweat emerging from the latter's forehead. Li Qingqing chanted Fang Xiu's name in her heart. "Have you made enough of a scene?" Fang Xiu gazed at the werewolf alien and lowered his voice. The werewolf alien, on the other hand, did not respond and just observed Fang Xiu. It seemed to be just like what Zhang Pan said. It was judging whether Fang Xiu would fear itself or not. Suddenly, the werewolf alien moved. It took a step forward, trying to shorten the distance between them, wanting to use this to force Fang Xiu back. Once Fang Xiu retreated, then there was a possibility that it would capitalize on its victory. However, Fang Xiu knew very well in his heart. It was himself who created the aliens. Without himself, they wouldn't have been able to be born in this world at all. It was himself who was the god of alien. Instead of running away, "You're approaching me? Then why don't you come a little closer?" Fang Xiu said in an icy tone before taking a step forward. In Fang Xiu's opinion, his behavior was not reckless. The aliens were a bug nest society, and the strict hierarchy was deeply embedded in their genes. And although wolves were also class animals, a powerful wolf could challenge the wolf king. In Fang Xiu's opinion, it was possible that it was this kind of behavior that affected the judgment of the wolf alien. But what made the aliens perfect was their genes, which could suppress the assimilated genes, making them aliens and not another species. Of course, these were just Fang Xiu's speculations. He had also made calculations as he approached the werewolf alien. If the werewolf alien really attacked himself, then Zhang Pan's hellfire would be able to instantly annihilate this fellow. In other words, Fang Xiu's heart had a great bottom line. This bottom line would translate into his aura. For a while, in contrast, this werewolf alien was confused. Looking at Fang Xiu approaching over on his own initiative, it instead developed uneasiness. "Take back the sword," Fang Xiu continued, and under this order, the werewolf alien, in fact, really put away the black blade and slowly bent its knees, kneeling on one knee in front of Fang Xiu before lowering its head. "That fellow yielded?" Shi Zhanhong rubbed his eyes with his hand and murmured softly. He had thought that the werewolf alien would make a move against Fang Xiu. As a result, he didn't expect that Fang Xiu really suppressed the alien with just his aura. And it wasn't just suppressed, it even made the other party submit to itself. Li Qingqing's heart also let out a long sigh of relief, although Fang Xiu robbed her of the first thing, which made her grumble. But in these 2 days of contact, she felt that Fang Xiu's temperament was good. It was very much to her liking. If she could, she also didn't want Fang Xiu to give up on this werewolf shifter. Teacher Zhang. However, Li Qingqing was still a bit uneasy as she turned her head to look at Zhang Pan. Is Fang Xiu considered a success? However, when she turned her head to look at Zhang Pan, she suddenly noticed that Zhang Pan's pupils were crazily quaking, and the corners of her mouth even involuntarily drew a large mouthful of cold air. Shocked, Zhang Pan was shocked by Fang Xiu's behavior. "It's really unbelievable." Although Zhang Pan had given Fang Hui the opportunity to try, in his heart he did not feel that Fang Hui could succeed. This was because this werewolf alien had already exceeded Fang Xiu's imperial beast progress. Generally, it was only when one reached the second year of high school that they would come into contact with the alteration. Even in Zhang Pan's opinion, a royal beast like the werewolf alien was even more powerful than the royal beasts of some senior high school students. With this level of imperial beasts, you can go for the college entrance exam now. Even if they couldn't get into the top 10, 985 or 211, taking an ordinary undergraduate degree would be a breeze. It was simply unbelievable and unbelievable. Although my teaching career isn't long, but at least I've gone to school for more than 10 years, and I've seen a lot of geniuses from all walks of life. But this is the first time I've seen a fellow like Fang Xiu. After the shock, Zhang Pan's heart was a burst of joy. Happy for Fang Xiu. Very good. Fang Xiu looked at the wolf alien that had completely submitted itself, and only then did he nod in satisfaction. However, right at this moment the other 4 aliens too all broke out of the werewolf's body through the chest. Blood splattered in all directions, and an eerie hissing echoed in the underground cave. Shi Zhanhong and Li Qingqing's nerves, which had only relaxed with great difficulty, once again tightened up. Bad. I almost forgot. Fang Xiu's imperial beasts have 5 of them. Shi Zhanhong's face instantly turned as pale as paper, and he hurriedly hid behind Zhang Panpan. Just one werewolf alien alone made them thrilled. This time, for more came at once, which really scared Shi Zhanhong to death. Teacher Zhang. Li Qingqing also stared at the 4 chest breakers as if they were on the verge of an attack. But who knew that these 4 aliens, unlike the first one, did not ignore Fang Xiu's orders and struck out to decapitate their own kind. As soon as they came out, they kneeled down on one knee and offered their loyalty to Fang Xiu. Congratulations, Mr. Fang Xiu, for completing the mutation. Your alien has gained a new skill. Synchronization. Synchronization. Fang Xiu raised his sword brows, not really understanding the meaning of synchronization. But after he subconsciously murmured out synchronization, the 4 aliens that were kneeling on one knee were suddenly pulled up by a force, only to see their bodies quickly leave the ground, as if they were flying like kites with broken strings. And the direction they flew out was precisely the one werewolf alien at the very beginning. What the hell? Shi Zhanhong was startled by this scene, and thought that something had gone wrong again, and almost instinctively wrapped his arms around Zhang Panpan's arm, a look as if he would be killed the moment he let go. He even somewhat regretted following to Fang Xiu's imperial beast space. These aliens were also too scary, weren't they? Teacher Zhang, what's going on here? On the contrary, it was Li Qingqing, although she also had a puzzled look on her face. At least she wasn't as wretched as Shi Zhanhong. A mutated skill. The corner of Zhang Panpan's mouth once again sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He could tell that this was Fang Xiu's alien, and in the process of mutation, skills were born. But was this reasonable? A normal mutation is only changing the form of the imperial beast. Only in very rare cases will an imperial beast skill be mutated. And then the situation where the alien just disappeared into thin air should have been the use of a skill, right? Fang Xiu's alien mutated 2 skills? Are you kidding? Chapter 41. I feel awfully strong. Hiss. Zhang Panpan looked at Fang Xiu, and the more he looked at him, the more he felt that this guy was just too demonic. Not only did he make such an imperial beast submit to himself, but he also mutated 2 skills. Fang Xiu naturally didn't know what Zhang Panpan was thinking. His attention at this moment was all focused on his alien. He only saw a faint light emanating from the 4 flying aliens. It was as if their bodies turned into liquid and entered the body of the first werewolf alien. Along with the light disappearing, those 4 aliens too all disappeared. Eh? Fang Xiu couldn't help but be stunned. 5 became 1? What the hell was this synchronization skill? 5 of his own aliens turned into 1. Wouldn't that be a loss? Where could Fang Xiu accept this kind of thing? He hesitated slightly and tentatively chanted, "Separation." As Fang Xiu's words fell, he only saw the werewolf alien in front of him, rapidly swaying. What was even more unexpected was that this way of swaying was not the body swaying. It was more like a cell phone screen shaking because of a bad signal. The next second, 4 aliens split out from the body of this werewolf alien and landed on its front, back, left, right, and 4 directions respectively. Fang Xiu's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. Could it be that? A bold thought arose in Fang Xiu's heart. Synchronize. As his words fell, the separated aliens, once again, synchronized into a whole. Separate. Synchronize. Fang Xiu tried several times in a row, and each time he was able to make this werewolf alien split and synchronize. Isn't this a mirror image? For a moment, Fang Xiu's heart once again thought of the hero unit sword saint from Warcraft 3, sneaking technique corresponding to Gale Step, synchronized separation corresponding to mirror image. Wasn't it possible that this werewolf alien had developed to a certain level and could still make sword blade storm? Fang Xiu, how did you do it? Although Shi Zhanhong wasn't clear about what was happening, he felt that Fang Xiu's alien was simply handsome. Li Qingqing was also very curious as she sized up Fang Xiu's imperial beast.
Brother Panpan.
Seeing that his alien was no longer a threat, Fang Xiu then returned to Zhang Panpan's side and inquired with inquisitiveness. Does every imperial beast gain skills when it mutates? Because Fang Xiu remembered that when Ma Ming fought with himself, it seemed like he didn't use any skills. Not really. Zhang Panpan shook his head. Most of the imperial beasts only change their forms when they mutate, making them into something more suitable for fighting. strength, speed, all of them will increase drastically. Only a very small portion of imperial beasts will gain skills during the mutation process. Of course, saying it's a skill, it looks more like some kind of psychic ability. Whether it was the hiding of the werewolf shifter or the synchronized separation, it wasn't something that could be easily explained by science. Even regarding shifters and skills, it had always been the direction of researcher studies. It was only a pity that humans were currently unable to answer questions in this regard. The only thing that can be known is that there are only a very few genius imperial beast masters that can make imperial beasts give birth to skills when they mutate. Of course, although most imperial beasts would not obtain innate skills, they could create their own skills later on, relying on their own efforts and those of the imperial beast master. Fang Xiu nodded with a sudden realization. However, he still didn't quite understand why his own alien would be born with a skill similar to that of a magical beast sword saint. Could it be that the imperial beast skills had something to do with the perception of the imperial beast master? Brother Pan Pan, the skills of the imperial beast, could it be related to the cognition of the imperial beast master? For example, if I subconsciously wish for my imperial beast to obtain a certain skill, it could be born? Fang Xiu inquired. Shi Zhanhong and Li Qingqing quickly recorded this question as a point of knowledge. There is indeed this possibility. Zhang Pan Pan nodded. This kind of theory was not the first to be put forward by Fang Xiu. There were imperial beast scientists who had previously cognized that the imperial beast alteration skill was most likely a reflection of the imperial beast master's mind. Or perhaps it was the materialization of spiritual energy. However, there is also a problem. If it's true that it relies on something like subconsciousness, mind writing, and spiritual energy to empower the imperial beast skill, then why is it that only a very small percentage of imperial beast masters are able to give their imperial beasts innate skills? Although some people have tried to answer it, this kind of question is like drilling into a dead end. It's difficult to have a hypothesis that convinces others. Over time, the key to innate skills is something that no one can figure out. But Zhang Pan Pan took a deep breath. Although this hypothesis is not supported by science, I do think it is right. Because my imperial beast has also given birth to an innate skill to come, and that skill is an ability that I always wanted to have when I was a child. What is it? Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong asked in unison, their eyes radiating the spirit of gossip. Dang, dang. However, Zhang Pan Pan directly flicked a brain crash at both of their heads, and the expression written on his face also seemed to be saying, don't pry blindly. Fang Xiu, on the other hand, stood in place thoughtfully. In other words, my alien can materialize the skills deep in my memory? That's why I got the blistering wind step and mirror image? And because this world doesn't have a game like Warcraft, so my imperial beast space, which doesn't know the correct name for blistering wind steps, called it sneaking technique? Fang Xiu thought in his heart. When he used to play Warcraft, Sword Saint was indeed his favorite hero. After all, which boy would not like this violent slashing king? Wait a minute. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu couldn't help but look back at the alien queen. If the skills of the Wraith Sword Saint could appear in this world, then Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Kizuna Tree Realm Descent, Dharma Sky, Smash Varuto. For a while, Fang Xiu's heart couldn't help but marvel. He himself was a traveler, a modern man. What one knew, when placed in this world, was simply a descending blow. Silicon-based creatures that were already powerful and immortal, plus those super perverted abilities. Just thinking about it made Fang Xiu feel terrified. Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu. Seeing that Fang Xiu was somewhat lost in thought, Li Qingqing couldn't help but raise her volume over and over again. Are you alright? No, it's fine. Fang Xiu shook his head. I just feel powerful and terrifying right now. I so want to fight with the people from the student council again. For a while, Fang Xiu couldn't wait to single-handedly take on the entire student council, and then let his face-hugging bugs frantically parasitize their imperial beasts. The hell knows what kind of skills could be born out of his own alien form with the next mutation. Chapter 42 Methods and Credits of Alteration. The sneaking technique will be renamed as Blistering Wind Steps, and synchronization will be renamed as Mirror Image Split. Fang Xiu ordered towards the Imperial Beast Space System. After all, sneaking technique and synchronization sounded a bit strange, so Fang Xiu simply made the changes. Skill renaming has been completed. The system's feedback was also swift. Sneaking step and mirror image split, it feels like it sounds a bit handsome. Shi Zhanhong on the side was envious in his heart. When would his own imperial beast be able to mutate and mutate skills as well? Fang Xiu, you can also design a name for this imperial beast. Seeing that Fang Xiu had completely subdued this alien, Zhang Panpan was also very happy in his heart. In his opinion, alien was a collective name for a race. Just like all dogs were called dogs, but as pet dogs, they could often have names such as Wang Kai, Xiao He, and Eat Nai Nai. As the most powerful individual in the alien community, it was completely worthwhile for Fang Xiu to have a distinctive name. A name. Fang Xiu hadn't thought about this in detail. Like when he had parasitized Qingqing's Triceratops before, he had just combined the alien and the Triceratops together and called it the alien Triceratops. Let's call it Alien Sword Saint then. Fang Xiu briefly thought for a few seconds and simply used fetishism, naming his alien as Sword Saint. Sword Saint. Li Qingqing immediately fell over. That's so middle of the road. While spitting, Li Qingqing also sized up Fang Xiu's imperial beast. Although the strength of this imperial beast was indeed terrifying, calling the Sword Saint, how dare he alien Sword Saint? Shi Zhanhong, on the other hand, his eyes were glowing, and in his heart he called out that Fang Xiu was simply naming a ghost genius. Alien Sword Saint, blistering wind steps, mirror image split, all feel like quite a domineering name. Zhang Panpan only smiled at this. On the level of sophistication, his hellfire also not stronger than the alien Sword Saint. Right, brother Panpan. Fang Xiu thought about it for a little while. Although the alien Sword Saint had evolved through parasitizing Ma Ming's werewolf, in Fang Xiu's heart, the alien queen was the most powerful one. If he let it undergo mutation, he didn't know what kind of skills could be born. If I want to make the alien queen mutate, what should I do? Alien queen? Zhang Panpan glanced at Fang Xiu's alien queen. As long as there are enough credits, you can make the mutation choice. Credits? Fang Xiu couldn't help but be stunned. He had thought that mutation only required spending money. Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong also came over and perked up their ears. Although this aspect of knowledge waited until the second year of high school, and there would be a teacher who would specifically explain it, but as Huching No. 1 middle school schoolmasters, how would they miss the opportunity to gain knowledge? That's right. Generally speaking, not being late to class and leaving early, not getting bad grades on midterm, final exams, and not getting into any trouble while in school. All of them will be able to accumulate enough credits in their second year of high school for mutation selection. Zhang Panpan explained. Didn't Ma Ming complete his mutation in the first semester of his senior year? How did he do it? Fang Xiu hurriedly inquired. Since Ma Ming could carry out his mutation in advance, it meant that the credits had something to work with. Additional credits. Zhang Panpan knew that Fang Hua would ask this, and he wanted Fang Hua to ask this. As a beast master, if you don't fight or grab, what's the point of beast mastering? Just graduate early and find a class to attend. Additional credits? Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing spoke in unison. That's right, the so-called additional credits is a kind of reward mechanism in Huching First Middle School. For example, if you participate in a competition, or if you see justice in society, you can be rewarded with credits. Like this freshman exchange competition, if you can achieve good results, the school will be able to reward you with credits. Zhang Panpan paused slightly and continued. Don't underestimate the credits. Besides allowing you to make mutation choices, you can also use the credits to customize equipment for imperial beasts, or even exchange for various imperial beast resources, cash, and so on. And in order to make a mutation choice, you need to accumulate 100 credits. If you guys can really get first place in these freshman exchange competitions, that's 10 credits. Second place also has 5 credits. Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing glanced at each other. Originally, they thought that the freshman exchange competition was just a way to make money, but they didn't realize that there was such a good thing as credits. For a moment, the two of them couldn't help but smile, already prepared to shine in the freshman exchange tournament. On the contrary, the light in Shi Zhanhong's eyes quickly dimmed. With his grades, he naturally had no chance to participate in the freshman exchange competition. Not only was it the freshman exchange competition, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for him to have a chance in the other competition programs as well. But, can you also get credits for seeing justice? This kind of thing happen off campus. Aren't you worried that someone will fake it? Fang Xiu hadn't thought that it was possible to see righteousness. After all, in his original world, the word seeing justice was on the verge of becoming a derogatory term. How could it be that easy? Zhang Panpan couldn't help but laugh. Nowadays, the streets are filled with surveillance, and whether two people have crossed paths and recognize each other can be found out as soon as they are checked. As for why colleges have this kind of system, I guess it's also because they want to establish a culture. Personally, I think there's nothing wrong with this. If you do good things, you should be rewarded. Only in this way can more people be willing to lend a helping hand. It's only wrong to do good deeds and get nothing in return. Of course, I'm just my personal thoughts. There's no need to agree with me. Although Zhang Panpan had his own sense of right and wrong in his heart, he did not force others to agree with him. Fang Xiu, however, nodded thoughtfully before looking at his alien queen. Since he knew the mutation method, the next thing to do was to accumulate credits. Just like this, Fang Xiu took out the Imperial Beast space and returned to the real world with Zhang Panpan and the others. The other students also came out of their Royal Beast space one after another. Under Zhang Panpan's guidance, their beast efficiency had been significantly improved. Zhang Panpan also did not favor one over the other, and in the following time, he went to each student's Royal Beast space to give them one-on-one instructions. Without realizing it, Zhang Panpan's physical education class ended. Fang Xiu and the others returned to their classes, and Zhang Panpan also went back to his office. However, just as he went up the stairs to the floor where his office was located, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. The person who came was no other than the second-class teacher, Zhang Yu. He originally planned to come over to look for Zhang Panpan during the gym class, but he felt that it would affect the students in class, so after weighing his options, he came to the door of Zhang Panpan's office and waited for him to come back. "What's the matter, Mr. Zhang?" Zhang Panpan inquired while striding towards Zhang Yu. Chapter 43. Zhang Yu is once again shocked. What is a genius? Zhang Panpan had nothing to do with Zhang Yu, and now that he saw him waiting for his return at his office door, the only situation he could think of was Fang Xiu. "Is it for Fang Xiu's matter?" Zhang Panpan smiled. As the strongest senior freshman in Huqing No. 1 High School, Fang Xiu's name had long spread to every teacher's ears. As the second-class teacher, it was naturally impossible for Zhang Yu not to be concerned about Fang Xiu's matter. "Aha!" Zhang Yu heaved his head. "You've heard about it too, right?" Fang Xiu had a conflict with Ma Ming from the student council. Although that guy Ma Ming doesn't have much of a background, but this matter has after all messed with the student council. I'm worried that the student council will be unfavorable to Fang Xiu. And, in addition to worrying about the student council finding trouble with Fang Xiu, Zhang Yu was also worried about one more thing. That was Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast. He, along with Zhang Panpan and Li Guosheng, had all been to Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast space. In addition to knowing that aliens were silicon-based creatures, he also knew that face-hugging worms could parasitize other people's Imperial Beasts and assimilate their genes. Chun Fan's Triceratops was a good example. However, Ma Ming's Imperial Beast was mutated. Even though he wasn't as demonic as Fang Xiu, he had at least eaten some of the resources of the student union. His Imperial Beast was not ordinary. Based on this and that, Zhang Yu was worried that Fang Xiu would be in a hurry and instead, he wouldn't be able to control his xenomorph. Ha ha ha. Zhang Panpan could understand Zhang Yu's feelings, but he still couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Zhang Yu could not help but be stunned. He was telling him about this matter in a very serious manner. How could he still laugh? Fang Xiu was also his student. In case something really went wrong, he, the physical education teacher, was also jointly and severally responsible. "You're being overly concerned, Teacher Zhang." In the PE class just now, Fang Xiu's face-hugging bug had already completed its parasitization, and the xenomorph that was born out of it had also completed its mutation. As he spoke, the corners of Zhang Panpan's mouth could barely be suppressed. "Huh? What did you say?" Zhang Yu blinked. "Really? Generally speaking, only by the second year of high school could one accumulate enough credits for the mutation choice. Even if there were additional credits, the earliest one would need to wait until the second semester of senior year. The reason why the school did this was, firstly, to cultivate a sense of competition in the students, and only in this way could the Imperial Beastmasters continue to become stronger. Secondly, there is a risk of mutation. If the Imperial Beastmaster's mentality is not strong enough, it will make the Imperial Beast uncontrollable, and in serious cases it will also hurt the Imperial Beastmaster. That's why the school doesn't dare to let freshmen try mutation easily. As a result, this Panpan said that Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast, through parasitism, had forcibly undergone a mutation? Wouldn't that mean that Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast had directly risen several levels? You shouldn't be trying to say Fang Xiu controlled the mutated alien? The corners of Zhang Yu's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and his pupils became wildly seismic. Although he wasn't a physical education teacher, he had at least been a homeroom teacher for a few years, and he knew more about things like mutations. A freshman in high school who had just started school less than a month ago had accomplished a mutation? Would anyone really dare to believe this kind of thing if it was told? Not only that. Zhang Pan smiled and shook his head. Fang Xiu's alteration has also awakened 2 skills. What? The moment these words came out, Zhang Yu's entire body directly froze on the spot. Just being able to control an imperial beast that had mutated was already a very astonishing deed. As a result, Zhang Pan said that Fang Xiu was more than simply controlling it. His alien formation had also given birth to 2 skills? Are you kidding me? Fang Xiu, this guy is a human being? This was simply a demon. Honestly speaking, although I haven't been a teacher for a long time, but at least I've gone to school for more than 10 years, especially in our university, there's never a lack of geniuses. Zhang Pan pushed his gold glasses. But, as far as those geniuses I've heard of, they can't even be compared to Fang Xiu. He is a born top 10 seedling. Even his future achievements may shake this world. As she spoke these words, Zhang Pan's tone revealed a strong sense of pride. No matter what, she was a teacher who had helped Fang Xiu. If Fang Xiu really had a day to leave a mark in history, he himself might also be credited with a few strokes. Seriously, I feel like I'm witnessing a legend. Now, Zhang Yu's mouth opened into a large O shape. He wanted to say something, but at this moment, he felt that words were pale and powerless. It wasn't that he didn't know that Fang Xiu was a demon. The first time he created a phantom beast, he created a phantom beast species. The first time he took the bottom examination, he set a new record for Crane City No. 1 middle school. In his teaching career, it was the first time he had seen such a student. But, less than a month after starting school, he let his imperial beast successfully mutate and also awaken 2 skills? Zhang Yu stayed for half a day, only to feel his mouth dry before he drew in a mouthful of cold air. Don't worry, Teacher Zhang. Although I don't know much about the situation over at the student council, but a student like Fang Xiu, I believe he can solve this problem. Zhang Pan continued to give Zhang Yu a peace of mind. He had heard a bit about how overbearing the student council of Qingqing No. 1 middle school was. However, in his opinion, unless the student council president, vice president personally came down. Otherwise, with just those few ministers, they shouldn't be able to deal with Fang Xiu. As for the student council president Ma Wanfeng and vice president Wu Mingjian, they were now in their 3rd year of high school and needed to deal with the college entrance exam. There shouldn't be much energy to deal with Fang Xiu. Of course, the premise was that Fang Xiu would no longer cause any more chaos out. Aha! Zhang Yu nodded. That's true. Soldiers come to block, water comes to cover. Fang Xiu is such a good seedling. I don't believe that the student council would really dare to do anything to him. Zhang Yu put his heart on the line. In the past, when his students had been suppressed by the student council, he had been in the way of Chu Xinghe's hegemony and had never said anything. But this time, for Fang Xiu's sake, the big deal was that he himself would explode with them. At the same time, Student Union Activity Room. Qian Feng came to the door of the activity room with an iron color, and even the hand that knocked on the door was a bit trembling. This time, he didn't manage to fix Fang Xiu, and he was also punched in the face by a senior freshman. What's worse, this matter had already gone viral on the short video platform. Come in. Hearing the voice coming from inside the activity room, Qian Feng nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Woo! Woo! Qian Feng squeezed out an awkward smile on his face, and even the volume was very tiny. He stood in the doorway position, scanning the classroom from the corner of his eye. How many times have I told you to refer to your position while at school? The person who was called Wu was currently sitting in a corner of the activity room and was holding up a book on the postpartum care of imperial beasts in his hands. This person was no other than the vice president of this term's student council, Wu Mingjian. He was also the 4th strongest person in Crane City First Middle School, ranked 4th. Chapter 44 Freshman Exchange Competition. In the next few days, no one from the student council came looking for Fang Xiu again, and his campus life returned to calm, 2 points and 1 line every day. Other than going to the school for classes, he spent the rest of the time inside his imperial beast space for imperial beasts. Especially after receiving Li Qingqing's financial support, his feeding pressure was eased. The alien sword saint also entered its adult body under his feeding. Not only had his height skyrocketed to 4 meters, his movements were also much more flexible, and just by standing still, he was able to bring about an extremely strong sense of oppression. For this freshman exchange match, Fang Xiu could be said to be full of confidence. Until a week later, physical education teacher, Zhang Pan, came to the door of his classroom. Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, come out for a moment. Yes. Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing spoke in unison, then stood up from their seats, greeted the general studies teacher, and left the classroom. Looking at Fang Xiu's back as he left, Shi Zhanhong's heart was even more envious. Freshman exchange competition. Do we still have to attend classes? After coming to the corridor, Fang Xiu asked curiously. He had thought that the freshman exchange competition would be the same as the games in his world. The class could move around freely and watch the freshman exchange match. It turned out that he didn't expect. The freshman exchange match was neither a vacation, nor did it allow students to go and watch the battle. Well, Zhang Pan pushed his glasses. After all, for the loser, face will always be a bit unbearable. No matter what, the freshman exchange match was about the face of the school. If it was held in the school, wouldn't it become a public execution? In order to maintain the face of these schools, so every session of the freshman exchange match was held at the Imperial Beast Stadium in the city. Plus, of the 4 students who participated in the freshman exchange tournament this time, 3 of them were all Zhang Pan students. The school also let him lead Fang Xiu and the others to the Royal Beast Gymnasium to participate in this freshman exchange match. Why does it feel like you're a primitive? Li Qingqing on the side couldn't help but spit at Fang Xiu. Although it was their first time to participate in the freshman exchange competition, this competition, too, was considered Crane City's signature event. This guy Fang Xiu unexpectedly didn't understand the process at all. Obviously, he was also a schoolmaster. Well, Fang Xiu shrugged his shoulders. My time is used for imperial beasts, not too concerned about these. He had traveled across, and hadn't gained much memory of his predecessor, so how could he have channels to understand these things? What's more, this kind of minutiae, is it still necessary to go online and ask? Isn't it better to do what the school arranges and what one does? When these words came out, it was Li Qingqing who smacked her lips a little, although she wanted to say something to refute Fang Hua. But Fang Hua's aliens were all violently abashed, so she simply couldn't refute it. Knock knock. It was good that Zhang Pan knocked on the door of Class 3 even faster, calling Zhang Shuren, who was participating in these freshman exchange matches, out of the classroom. Good day, Mr. Zhang. Only Zhang Shuren was seen wearing a blue punching jacket with brown and green work pants, looking very trendy. Student Fang Xiu, student Qingqing. Noticing Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing who were following Zhang Pan, Zhang Shuren also greeted them very warmly. Only, this Zhang Shuren's line of sight was basically focused on Li Qingqing's body, and even his address was more intimate. Li Qingqing, on the other hand, clasped her hands on her chest and did not buy it. You guys know each other? Seeing this, Fang Xiu could not help but be a little curious. More than knowing each other. Zhang Shuren smiled awkwardly. In the 3 years of junior high school, I was pushed down by Qingqing's classmates in every way. I was also given the nickname, Zhang Lao Er. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the nickname, Zhang Lao Er, Fang Xiu almost laughed out loud. But thinking carefully, it was really, because Li Qingqing was first in everything, this guy's grades could only be that of 1,000,000 years old. It's all right, Mr. Zhang. In this first middle school, no one will treat you as a second. Fang Xiu smiled, then deliberately glanced at Li Qingqing. You! Li Qingqing glared fiercely at Fang Xiu. Zhang Shuren, on the other hand, pushed his glasses. The corners of his mouth rose and a bitter smile emerged. Yeah, I thought that when I went to high school, I could make a counterattack by virtue of the imperial beasts, but as a result, I didn't expect. Not only have I been pressed by Qingqing's classmates, but now I've also been pressed by Fang Xiu's classmates. Zhang Shuren desperately studied and desperately imperial beasts in the hope that he could make a comeback in high school and become the #1 person in everyone's mouth. However, after he saw Fang Xiu's alien, his entire being was suddenly disheartened. When he saw Fang Xiu's alien form, he was suddenly disheartened. He really understood what was beyond the sky and beyond the people. Zhang Pan didn't bother them and just walked in front to lead the way. After all, these freshman exchange competitions had team competitions. It wouldn't hurt to let Fang Xiu and the others familiarize themselves with each other. After that, Zhang Pan led the way to Class 6, called up Chun Fan, and then left the school building and drove to the Imperial Beast Stadium in the city center. However, what Fang Xiu didn't expect was, when he heard Zhang Pan say that the face of the loser would be bad, Fang Xiu had thought that these freshman exchange matches would be small in scale. In addition to the leaders of each school, there would be no other spectators in the Imperial Beast Stadium. But who knew? When Fang Xiu walked into the Imperial Beast Gymnasium, he realized that the space inside was extremely exaggerated, as big as 4 soccer fields combined. Even the audience seats were filled with people. Brother Pan Pan, are you sure that after this arrangement, the face of the losing family will be able to hang on? Fang Xiu couldn't help but spit out. This was clearly an even greater loss of face. Well, it's better than students from their own school seeing freshmen from their own school lose again and again. Moreover, this can also generate revenue for the school. Zhang Pan Pan did not think so. Generate revenue? Fang Xiu, on the other hand, instantly grasped the point. Saying something about worrying about losing face, these guys, they just wanted to make money. Thinking about it, if they invited their own school students over to watch the match, could they charge money? Even if they did, how much could they charge? If the tickets are priced at 500, 1,000, that group of parents, surely they will have to jointly complain. Your school is a consumer kidnapping. But what if it's an outsider? Then it doesn't matter. I'm not forcing you to buy a ticket. It feels like although student Fang Xiu is very powerful in the Imperial Beasts, he seems to know nothing about the human world. Ever since he was defeated by Fang Xiu, Chun Fan had admired him. Now that they had met once again, Chun Fan's attitude towards Fang Xiu was also respectful. The tickets for this freshman exchange tournament are 3,000, 5,000, and 10,000 respectively. This is still just the school's offer. The real situation, on the other hand, is that a ticket is hard to find. See over there? Chun Fan said while pointing to a nook and cranny. The tickets over there are all fired up to 8,000 apiece. Ah, that expensive. Fang Xiu couldn't help but be stunned. 8,000 for a single ticket? That's of course. This Huching number 1 middle school's freshman exchange tournament is only this once a year. Chapter 45. The number 1 person in the 3rd middle school, Li Jin. Even a position like that can be speculated to 8,000. Then a good position, wouldn't it be tens of thousands? Fang Xiu was really surprised. He didn't expect that a freshman exchange match could create such a big battle. On the ability to roll in money, it had to be those guys. More than that. Zhang Shuren smiled. Last year this even made the news on Huching Station. There were a few security guards selling tickets for the freshman exchange tournament. The audience thought they were scalpers. Who knows, as soon as they came in, they were brought backstage by the security guards and made to pretend to be security guards. It was only when the venue finally dispersed that they realized that there were more than 200 security guards at the Imperial Beast Stadium. Fang Xiu couldn't help but have a black line on his face. But thinking carefully, it wasn't hard to understand. After all, it was using Imperial Beasts to fight, and that was really a fist-to-flesh violent duel. It was only right that it would attract eyeballs. It was just that the ticket price was still too expensive. Brother Pan Pan, don't we have any benefits as participants of the freshman exchange tournament? Like family tickets, half-price tickets, or something like that? For a while, Fang Xiu couldn't help but be a bit tempted. If he could get the tickets himself and sell them out, wouldn't he get rich? Don't think about it. Zhang Pan Pan glanced at Fang Xiu. Even I don't have one. Plus, it's not advocated. Do you think scalpers are all good people? Will be arrested. I am resolute with such behavior, and it is incompatible. Zhang Pan Pan said in a loud voice, but what she suffered as a result was Zhang Shuren's blank stare. Although he didn't say anything, that blank stare was as if he was spitting out, "You're saying this because you don't have a ticket yourself." However, this episode also ended very quickly, and under the leadership of Zhang Pan Pan, Fang Xiu and the others quickly arrived at the backstage. The teachers from the other schools, as well as the participating freshmen, were also resting here. Unlike Huching number 1 high school, these freshmen were all wearing neat school uniforms and looked quite united. Among them, the 4 freshmen from Yucai High School were even bald. Fellow student Fang Xiu, you must be wondering why all of Yucai students are bald. Chun Fan came over to Fang Xiu's side and muttered in a low voice. You know? Fang Xiu glanced at Chun Fan. Then he thought of the way he looked for trouble from himself at the cafeteria entrance. It always felt like this guy's temperament had changed drastically. I still like your untamed look. Chun Fan nodded. There are a total of 4 schools participating in this freshman exchange tournament. Among them, 1st High School, 3rd High School, and 8th High School are all key high schools in Crane City. Only this Yucai High School is a privately run private high school. And the principal who started Yucai High School, named Lu Zilong, is more than 100 years old this year. And when he was young, not only was he the principal of the Qingpu Military School, It is rumored that he also went to war. Fang Xiu? In fact, after Fang Xiu had traveled to this world, he had also Googled the general history of this world, the cultural background. In the 1933 years, the Sakura country next door had waged the Imperial Beast War in order to seize the Imperial Beast resources of China. Although it was defeated in the end, it killed quite a few Imperial Beast masters from China. Even to this day, 80 to 90 years had passed, and there was still a strong competitive relationship between the Imperial Beast masters of the two countries. Now that he heard that the principal of Yucai was from the Qingpu Military Academy and had also participated in the Imperial Beast War, Fang Xiu instantly understood why all of Yucai's students were bald. Good lord, Yucai's principal is treating his high school as a military school, right? Fang Xiu suddenly remembered that Chun Fan's ability to gather intelligence was very strong. When he had just entered Huqing No. 1 high school, he had recognized him at the entrance of the cafeteria, not to mention that he had accurately stated the rankings of Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and the rest of them. There are freshmen you recognize in here, right? Fang Xiu asked curiously. The students in the top 10 of the midterm exams were as good as counting in Chun Fan's place. Those students who went to other schools, Chun Fan might have done his research as well. Aha! Chun Fan nodded, then casually pointed. That person is probably our biggest enemy this time. His name is Li Jin, and he ranked 4th in the city in the midterm. At that time, I thought he would choose the first middle school, but it turned out that I didn't expect him to go to the third middle school at that time. I was more curious about why he gave up the first middle school, but later on, I realized that his mother was the vice principal of the third middle school. Chun Fan spoke through gritted teeth. You have a problem with him? Even Fang Xiu could feel Chun Fan's hatred towards Li Jin. I can't talk about faults, I just can't look at the guy who relies on his family. Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu looked at Chun Fan with a black line on his face. Good guy. Hoping how you participated in the freshman exchange tournament, you don't have any numbers in your heart. If it wasn't for your family's willingness to pay, you wouldn't have been qualified to participate at all, right? If it wasn't for his family's connections, he wouldn't have been able to get a phantom beast species of Imperial Beast. Fang Xiu? Question mark. What do you think he has? Fang Xiu's eyes instantly glowed. It's an illusory beast breed just like you, and I heard that his family used their connections to copy the data of the illusory beast breed from someone else, and then forcefully cultivated it. To put it bluntly, it's a guy who relies on his family's power. Otherwise, how could his Imperial Beasts be that good? That's what allowed him to take the first place in the third middle school's mapping exam. Although the third middle school was not as good as the first middle school in terms of ranking, having connections was different. A student like Li Jin, who went to the third middle school, would in turn have a better development. And not only that, over the years, third middle school has been trying to surpass first middle school, so it has been more willing to spend money on students' education. I even heard a saying that the third middle school is just waiting for Li Jin. Before he took the midterm exam, his mom had already made connections up and down the line, just waiting for this time to overtake our school. Chun Fan told Fang Xiu the information he had investigated, one by one. Although he had the confidence to challenge the top 10 freshmen in the midterm exams, he had also sobered up a lot after being defeated by Fang Xiu. With his own qualifications, he was simply unable to defeat someone like Li Jin. Fellow student Fang Xiu, for this exchange match, I'm relying on you. And just as soon as Chun Fan's words fell, Li Jin also noticed their side. Only Li Jin stood up from his class's area and walked towards Fang Xiu with his hands in his pockets. You're that Fang Xiu, right? The corners of Li Jin's mouth rose, surfacing a contemptuous smile as he said to Fang Xiu. No matter what, Fang Xiu had been in the limelight for a while. On the short video platform, there were slices of him everywhere. Aha! Fang Xiu nodded. My name is Li Jin. Li Jin looked down at Fang Xiu, who was sitting on a chair, the strongest senior in the third form. This time, I will defeat all of you in first middle school and make third middle school ascend to the apex of Crane City. After saying that, Li Jin then directly turned around and walked backwards without looking back. Was he this middle-aged when he was in middle school? The corner of Fang Xiu's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. How come it felt like the high school students in this world were not quite normal? Chapter 46 versus Yucai High School. Fang Xiu didn't take Li Jin's provocation to heart in the slightest. To him, the so-called freshman exchange tournament was nothing more than coming to go through the process and then bring home the credits and prizes. Soon after, the staff came over to inform Zhang Panpan and tell them to get ready. Before this freshman exchange match started, They needed to enter the venue and be introduced one by the host for the audience watching the match. Fang Xiu, as the strongest freshman in Huqing First Middle School, naturally became the captain of this team. And the flow of the exchange match was also very simple. It was divided into 2 parts in total. The first part was the ring match, where lots were drawn to determine the order of engagement, and each team could arrange their own order of battle. When all the freshmen on that side were eliminated, that team was considered to have lost. Fang Xiu entered the venue under the leadership of Zhang Pan. The entire Imperial Beast Stadium was a semi-closed design, while the competition site was an open-air design. In Fang Xiu's opinion, it was similar to the ancient gladiator arena. The difference was that the ground here was paved with green grass, so even if one stepped on it without shoes, there would be no discomfort. Even in Fang Xiu's opinion, the environment here was simply better than a soccer field. Soon, the host's voice, through the stadium's sound, surrounded the entire arena. First of all, let's welcome the first team of this freshman exchange tournament, the freshmen of Huqing First Middle School. Speaking of Huqing First Middle School, we have to mention Fang Xiu. There were a total of 2 hosts in charge of the commentary, and with one of them mentioning Fang Xiu, the other one also hastened to play the joke. "Oh, who is Fang Xiu? Don't you know? He's the man of the hour in this first middle school. Not only does he possess a phantom beast seed Imperial Beast, he also set the record for the first middle school's mapping exam. More importantly, this Fang Xiu's sword brows and starry eyes, his face is heroic, his body is robust and straight. When placed in ancient times, it's really the posture of a dragon and phoenix, the table of the sun and the moon." For a while, the conversation between the 2 hosts kept coming out from the stereo, spreading throughout the Imperial Beast Stadium. And this introduction quickly fired up the atmosphere of the scene. Many audience members stood up from their seats and took out their cell phones to take pictures of Fang Xiu. "That's Fang Xiu, right? So handsome indeed. I want to marry my daughter to him. I'm determined. I'm Fang Xiu's mom fan from today." "No dude. You're a male, right? Male moms are moms too." In a flash, heated voices continued to come from the surroundings. Hiss. Fang Xiu didn't expect himself to be so popular. Although normally in school, whether he was eating in the cafeteria or in class, there would be students who would come over to surround him. But compared to the atmosphere of the Imperial Beast Gymnasium, the fervor of those classmates was really nothing. Hehehe. Is student Fang Xiu not used to it? Li Qingqing was used to this, after all, since middle school. She had been the center of attention. However, just as Li Qingqing wanted to teach Fang Xiu some methods to adjust his mindset, the host of the scene happened to talk about her. "The girl following Fang Xiu is indeed Li Qingqing. I know about Li Qingqing. It's said that she was number 1 in all 3 years of junior high school, the top student in the Huqing Middle School examination, a proper schoolmaster." That's right, and I think all those who have heard of Li Qingqing should think that with Li Qingqing's talent, after entering high school, she will definitely be number 1 all the time as well. It's just a pity that she ran into an even more demonic genius in the first high school, Fang Xiu. In a flash, Li Qingqing, who was still wearing a smile on her face, instantly froze her expression. She glanced viciously at the host, itching to rush straight up and punch him. "Reserve." Seeing this, Fang Xiu couldn't help but laugh lightly. Soon, freshmen from other schools also entered the venue, and then were introduced one by the host. Most of the new students, however, were not very famous, and the hosts hurriedly skimmed over them. Until, as a high school second only to the first high school, the third high school had produced quite a few outstanding Imperial Beastmasters, and even 4 years ago, it was the freshmen from the third high school that broke the first high school's reign and got the first place in the freshman exchange tournament. It's just a pity that since then, the freshmen of the third high school have not had any students who shine too brightly. That's right, except for this time, Li Jin, his ranking in the city's middle school exams, was 4th. Only 4th. Well, even though it's said to be 4th, Li Jin's talent in general studies wasn't actually good until after he entered high school, when his talent was tapped into, and he was also the big favorite to win the freshman exchange tournament this time. Even, there's a folk rumor about how this third middle school discovered Li Jin's talent a long time ago, just to wait for him to be promoted to third middle school. A duel between the number 1 in the third middle school and the number 1 in the first middle school? Feels like there's a sense of destiny. When introducing Li Jin, the host did not forget to compare Li Jin with Fang Xiu. It had to be said that under the host's drive, many people began to look forward to this freshman exchange match. Fang Xiu was guided by the staff to the venue to draw lots. Other than him, Li Jin from 3rd Middle School, Wang Dalong from Yutsai, and Su Mengmeng from 8th Middle School also came to the draw table. The results also appeared quickly. 1st Middle School versus Yutsai and 3rd Middle School versus 8th Middle School. The first battle was 1st Middle School versus Yutsai. Please teach me more, Mr. Fang Xiu. Wang Dalong took the initiative to shake hands towards Fang Xiu. He knew very well in his heart that although Yutsai was one of the 4 most prestigious schools in Heching City, there were only 1 or 2 students who could rise to the top 10 every year, and sometimes not even that. They basically came to the freshman exchange tournament to accompany them. There was no psychological pressure. Hello. Fang Xiu smiled politely, then left the drawing table with Wang Dalong back to back. Then, a referee came onto the field and then had 1st Middle School and Yutsai set the order of battle. I'll go first. Chen Fan volunteered and wanted to play first. In his heart, he knew very well that his own imperial beasts were naturally no match for Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren, who were true schoolers. His own ranking in the 1st Middle School was, at best, the 4th person. In this situation, it was only right that he should be allowed to go on the field first, both to test Yutsai's strength and to consume the opponent's stamina. The most important thing is, their goal this time was to win the championship. Yutsai is just a stepping stone on the way to the championship. Li Jin of the 3rd Middle School was the biggest challenger. The reason why Chen Fan did this was also so that Fang Xiu could save his physical strength. To fight Li Jin with all his strength. This is the tactic I came up with, Chen Fan said with a serious face. It was not hard to see that he was really thinking for this team. When Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren heard this, they nodded their heads and both felt that it was feasible as well. What do you think? However, just as Zhang Shuren turned around, he suddenly realized that Fang Xiu had already disappeared. He looked around and suddenly realized that Fang Xiu had already gone up to the ring. Chapter 47. When the alien came out, the opponent directly abandoned the game? Holy! When did this guy go up? Zhang Shuren burst out when he turned around and realized that Fang Xiu was already standing in the ring. No, what about the promised discussion on tactics? Fang Xiu, as the number 1 freshman in Heching 1st Middle School, shouldn't he be their bottom card? How could there be no reason to be the first to go up? This guy, he really loves the limelight? Li Qingqing clasped her hands on her chest and couldn't help but spit up Fang Xiu. In her opinion, Fang Xiu just didn't want to give up the chance to be in the limelight. Chen Fan opened his mouth, wanting to speak. No matter what, this Fang Xiu was the captain of the 1st Middle School freshman team. Although they were shocked, there was no reason for them to run over and pull Fang Xiu back. Zhang Panpan, on the other hand, didn't have much of a reaction. In the end, Yutsai High School was just a private high school, and if it wasn't for the fact that their principal was still alive, this high school was afraid that it would have long since fallen. Many parents send their students to Yutsai only because they are interested in Lu Zilong's fame and management style. If we really talk about the quality of teaching, it would still have to be the 1st and 3rd high schools. Zhang Panpan thought in her heart, thinking that it would be good if Fang Xiu could end this garbage time quickly. On the other side, it was said to be a ring, but the entire venue was a battle area. After all, the 2 sides were competing against the imperial beasts. For humans, a venue the size of 4 soccer fields was indeed an exaggeration. However, even the imperial beasts of the upperclassmen were immovable behemoths that were several meters tall, so if they didn't make the battlegrounds a bit bigger, they were afraid that the audience in the auditorium would suffer. Hello 2 students. I am the referee this time, Wang Wei. The referee signaled Fang Xiu and Yutsai's classmates to come forward, then asked them to take their royal beast space cards, insert them into the machines on the venue, and then recounted the rules of the match. After all, it was the freshman exchange match, and the focus was on communication, not killing. There was basically only one rule, and that was not to harm the lives of the Imperial Beastmasters. After all, this was the freshman exchange tournament, not a fight. It would be bad if someone got killed. Good. Yutsai's classmate nodded politely before looking at Fang Xiu with a smile on his face. I really didn't expect that I could have the opportunity to challenge the number 1 person in the 1st middle school. Hello fellow student Fang Xiu. My name is Gao Han, a student of Yutsai Senior Class 6. I'd also like to ask fellow student Fang Xiu to be able to give me more guidance. Although Gao Han felt that his grades were good and his imperial beasts were also very good, but facing the strongest freshman in Heching 1st Middle School, he was still very self-aware in his heart, thinking that he could just consume Fang Xiu's physical strength. Hello, let's begin. Fang Xiu nodded, then followed the referee's request and took a few steps back before expecting Gao Han's imperial beast. It didn't matter what kind of imperial beast he was, and it didn't matter if the imperial beast was strong or not. The key was what kind of imperial beast. Fang Xiu's starry eyes slightly condensed, and he couldn't wait to parasitize. But who knew that the imperial beast released by Gao Han was a gray wolf? Although this gray wolf's body length was around 2 meters, a proper wolf king level, but in Fang Xiu's eyes, this kind of imperial beast was simply unimpressive. Do you have any other imperial beasts? Fang Xiu's starry eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. If you have any other imperial beasts, just let them out in your head. Other imperial beasts? Gao Han couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't it true that a student of Qingqing First Middle School could cultivate several imperial beasts at the same time? Just this one imperial beast alone had already cost himself a lot of effort. No. Fang Xiu looked at Gao Han's reaction, and in his heart, he instantly understood everything. It was, the participants this time were all freshmen from various schools. They had just started to come into contact with imperial beasts. Not to mention them, even schoolmasters like Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren only had one imperial beast. Not to mention ordinary freshmen like Gao Han. Then let's make it a quick battle. Fang Xiu thought for a little while and directly released the alien sword saint. For one thing, the alien sword saint, as the strongest single body among the alien clan, should properly sharpen his battle spirit. Secondly, there were quite a lot of spectators at this freshman exchange tournament, and there was also a live broadcast. By displaying the majesty of the alien sword saint himself, he might also be able to receive praise from Crane City First High School and obtain more resources. Chop it up. Fang Xiu's voice was low and cold. The alien sword saint, which stood up to about 3 meters, slightly shook its wrist, and a black blade emitting a metallic luster protruded from the joint of its elbow, which was then grasped in its hand. The aura that emanated from it even made Gao Han's gray wolf shiver and spin around, clamping down on its tail. Ha! Both of Gao Han's eyes stared like the eyes of an ox. Although he had long heard that Fang Xiu was a genius and a demon in the first middle school, he had never dreamed that Fang Xiu's imperial beast would be so outrageous. That blackish fellow, just what kind of imperial beast was it? Even the entire gymnasium became silent. These people, when had they ever seen such a royal beast? What's the situation? Fang Xiu's imperial beast that can use equipment? The host rolled his throat and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Imperial beast equipment, weren't they all customized? Moreover, it needed to be exchanged with credits. But the school year had just begun. Where would one find the credits to exchange for equipment? Based on such and such relationship, the freshman exchange tournament, basically there would be no imperial beasts using equipment. No, it's not equipment. Another host realized only after careful observation. Although Fang Xiu's imperial beast was holding a black sword in its hand, which was majestic, that sword was not an equipment, but a piece of bone knuckle protruding from its elbow. Hiss! Is this the illusory beast species? The height is 3 meters and the body. Is that a bone? The host half squinted his eyes, carefully observing Fang Xiu's imperial beast. From Fang Xiu's alien sword saint, the host couldn't see half a bit of muscle, skin, and only felt that the body of this ferocious beast was skeleton through and through. The moment he thought of the rumors that Fang Xiu had cultivated a phantom beast species, the host immediately felt his scalp tingle. It wasn't the first time he had hosted the freshman exchange tournament. He had seen all sorts of geniuses, but it was the first time he had seen one as outrageous as Fang Xiu. No, that kind of imperial beast, is it really something that a freshman can cultivate? Look, Gao Han's imperial beasts, they've all been scared to death. With the host's commentary, the audience in the auditorium realized that Gao Han's gray wolf was not only scared to the point that it clamped its tail, but it was also spraying urine uncontrollably. The hairs on his body also stood up, and it looked like he was stressed. Gao Han's face was as pale as paper. What's the point of this? Fang Xiu's imperial beast was simply like Gouda in his eyes. Wait a moment. In fear, Gao Han hastily raised his hand, and even his voice couldn't stop trembling as he spoke. Referee, I abstain, Gao Han said in a small voice. The entire person aggrieved as if he was on the verge of crying. Even Fang Xiu did not expect this. There's still an abstention? Chapter 48. Wang Dalong. Better to be the head of the chicken than the tail of the phoenix. Looking at Gao Han raising his right hand and announcing to the referee that he had abstained, Fang Xiu couldn't help but be stunned. No dude, the freshman exchange match still has a forfeit? Seeing this, referee Wang Wei took 3 steps to the center of the arena and announced the result to the entire audience through the microphone hanging on his ear. Round 1, Fang Xiu wins. In a flash, the audience was also silent. They had come to watch the Imperial Beast competition just to enjoy the visual stimulation. As a result, they didn't expect that Gao Han would directly surrender. Even though they could see the gap between Fang Xiu and Gao Han, and that skinny gray wolf had no qualifications to compete with the alien sword saint. Giving up without even fighting caused them to be upset. The host also smiled awkwardly and could only defend Gao Han. Although Imperial Beasts getting injured and dying is something that happens from time to time, and as long as the data of the Imperial Beasts is recorded, a new Imperial Beast can be quickly bred. This process, however, will consume a large amount of resources. Students like Gao Han, whose family of origin is average, often can't afford such expenses. Choosing to abstain from the game when you know you're not going to be defeated is not unwise. This host's name was Zhao Di, and when he was in high school, he was also full of hope for the Imperial Beasts, but after seeing those talented and wealthy classmates, he truly saw the gap and understood that this world did not revolve around people like him. So when he saw that Gao Han had to choose to abstain, his heart resonated. I have to say, student Fang Xiu is indeed a rare genius. The other host's name was Du Liao, a female. When she saw Fang Xiu's extremely high face value, her heart of love couldn't help but ripple for a bit, and she only felt that she was born at the wrong time. If she could have been a dozen years younger, she would have been able to attend the same high school as Fang Xiu. Between each other, they might even be able to rub out the sparks of love. Yeah, even if I saw it with my own eyes, it's hard to believe that that chilling creature would be a royal beast bred by a freshman in high school. Zhao Di nodded approvingly. I even suspect that even if Fang Xiu were to be directly compared to a senior student, his Imperial Beast would still be a top-ranking existence. It seems that another Chu Xinghe has been born out of Huqing First Middle School. Chu Xinghe, as a genius who walked out from Crane City, was undoubtedly a household name. From Fang Xiu's body, Zhao Di could even see Chu Xinghe's figure. Not. Zhao Di shook his head slightly. If he were to discuss the degree of demonic, this Fang Xiu might be even stronger than Chu Xinghe. It seems that other than Li Jin from the third middle school, no one would be Fang Xiu's opponent. Zhao Di took a deep breath and began to hype up the atmosphere of the scene. After all, Gao Han's forfeit was too unexpected, so in order to not make the audience emotional, he simply brought up Li Jin. Let's put our attention back on the playing field. There seems to be some problems on Yucai's side. Du Liao noticed that the students of Yucai seemed to be communicating with the referee. Around half a minute or so, referee Wang Wei announced the results of the exchange. The other two freshmen from Yucai similarly announced their forfeit. Abstaining again. Du Liao sucked in a mouthful of cool air, but she did feel that she could understand the feelings of Yucai's freshmen. Fang Xiu's Imperial Beasts were as terrifying as monsters. Take the head and beat it? It seems that there's still one more person that hasn't abstained. Zhao Di noticed that after the two freshmen had forfeited one after another, the last freshman of Yucai's team had actually walked slowly onto the playing field. He is the captain of Yucai High School, Wang Dalong. Sure enough, the hymn of humanity is the hymn of courage. Even after seeing Fang Xiu's power, he still chose to challenge him. Even if he loses in the end, such courage is worthy of our admiration. Zhao Di didn't sneer at Wang Dalong, thinking that he was being insouciant by challenging Fang Xiu at this time. On the contrary, in his opinion, Wang Dalong at least had the courage to challenge. This spirit alone was already too much better than ordinary people. Not bad. Fang Xiu originally thought that the Yucai squad would collectively surrender, but he didn't expect that there was really one who dared to challenge himself. Don't get me wrong, Wang Dalong also didn't expect Zhao Di to praise himself so much, and even after his words fell, the audience directly erupted in thunderous applause. Honestly, I don't want to let my royal beast fight with that kind of monster either. But there's no way. If even I, the captain, were to abstain, then Yuk Kai would have lost too ugly. Wang Dalong smiled helplessly and bitterly. He knew very well in his heart that Yucai, as a private high school in Crane City, hadn't been criticized by the students of the first and third middle schools. Even his junior high school classmates at the summer vacation party all teased how they could go to a high school like Yucai. It was simply condescending. However, Wang Dalong also had his own considerations. If he were to go to the first high school or the third high school, his grades were not outstanding, and he would only be mediocre. Coupled with the fact that his family can't provide any resources to help him, once he enters the second and third year of high school, he will most likely be obliterated and finally go to an undergraduate university. When the university graduated back, joined the company 9 to 5 life. And although Yutsai is not as good as the first middle school, the third middle school, but they are willing to cultivate themselves, help themselves to solve the problem of Imperial Beast resources. Chicken head. Still. Phoenix tail. Wang Dalong gave his answer. He didn't regret such a choice, on the contrary, he was grateful to Yutsai for giving him such an opportunity. Based on such and such a relationship, even after seeing Fang Xiu's power, and knowing that he would fail, Big Brother Wang still chose to stand up and defend Yutsai's dignity. A genius like you must think that my idea is ridiculous, right? Hehehe. Wang Dalong laughed, and with that, released his Imperial Beast. Accompanied by a faint flash of light, a standing Nile crocodile appeared on the playing field. It stood at a height of 4 meters, quite a bit stouter than Fang Xiu's alien sword saint, and its claws had evolved into human-like by living thumbs, allowing it to complete difficult movements such as clenching fists and grasping. The tail behind it was thicker than Fang Xiu's waist. The ghostly red eyes exuded an extremely strong sense of terror. Desert Butcher Recton? Looking at Wang Dalong's Imperial Beast, Fang Xiu couldn't help but think of a MOBA-type game he had once played, League of Legends. In it, there was a hero called Recton that was similar to Wang Dalong's Imperial Beast. That's not right. Isn't this kind of Imperial Beast that changes form only appear after a mutation? Fang Xiu raised his sword brows. Could it be that Yutsai had forcibly helped Wang Dalong mutate in order to gain results in this freshman exchange tournament? It's a bit interesting. Chapter 49, between the first and the first, there is a gap. A mutated Imperial Beast? Fang Xiu sized up Wang Dalong's Imperial Beast and instantly felt that it was a bit interesting. Since Wang Dalong could be the captain of Yutsai's squad, he must be the #1 person among the freshmen just like himself. Adding to that, Yutsai, as the only private high school in Crane City to enter the freshman exchange tournament, naturally wanted to do something in the exchange tournament as well. Using a large amount of resources to help Wang Dalong's Imperial Beast alteration, there would be nothing strange about it. Of course, it wasn't enough to just have resources. It was also necessary for Wang Dalong's own heart to be strong enough to make the Imperial Beast submit to him. And this aspect was exactly Wang Dalong's strong point. He was able to resist the temptation of the first middle school, the third middle school, and chose his own path. After his companions abandoned one after another, he still chose to fight in defense of Yutsai. Such a royal beast master was bound to have a bright future. Then, let me attack first. Dalong, let's go. Ow roar. Wang Dalong directly named his Imperial Beast Big Dragon, and with his order, the Crocodile Man also violently charged towards the alien sword saint. Every step it took forward caused the playing field to tremble. Wang Dalong held his breath and pinned his hopes on his Imperial Beast. The next second, the Crocodile Man grasped his fist with 5 fingers and blasted up at the alien sword saint's head. However, it was too late. Just as its fist was about to pour onto the alien sword saint, the latter magically disappeared. Disappeared? Wang Dalong's 2 eyes stared like bull's eyes as he hurriedly looked around for the alien sword saint's location. The Crocodile Man's fist directly lunged into the air, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It wasn't just it and its Imperial Beastmaster. The spectators in the audience also didn't react to what was happening. Only Fang Xiu understood that this was the alien sword saint's blistering wind step. It could utilize light and hide its figure, looking as if it had disappeared out of thin air. Immediately after, the alien sword saint reappeared. It circled around behind the Crocodile Man, and with the black blade in its hand, it did a sweep. This didn't count. After the horizontal sweep, the alien sword saint backhanded another vertical chop. The 2 chops were so fast that it looked like they were done at the same time. Swoosh, swoosh. The sharp blade set off a wind-breaking sound, and the chopping attack even set off a translucent impact that landed on the Crocodile Man's body. The crocodile skin that looked incredibly sturdy was unbeatable under the alien sword saint's chopping attack. Plop! Only blood splattered from the cut, waving in the air like a dancing red butterfly. The impact of the sword blade even propelled the Crocodile Man's body to tumble out. Ow roar! It was followed by miserable cries of grief that echoed in this Imperial Beast Stadium. Wang Dalong was startled and rushed over. But how could the speed of an alien sword saint be compared to a high school student? The moment Wang Dalong ran up, the alien sword saint had already appeared beside the Crocodile Man. It stomped the Crocodile Man on the ground with 1 foot, and its sharp black blade, pointing straight at the other party's throat, violently stabbed down. Enough! Seeing this, Fang Xiu hurriedly shouted. In a flash, the tip of the alien sword saint's blade hovered down, almost sticking to the crocodile man's throat, and a splash of blood flowed out from where the tip of the blade was. It could be seen that if Fang Xiu hadn't been merciful, the alien sword saint would definitely have run its blade through. And the reason why it didn't choose to chop off the crocodile man's head was because of the characteristics of the alien race. Although the alien queen could reproduce infinitely and expand the number of herds, the face-hugging worms that hatched out needed to be parasitized in order to grow into aliens. For this reason, the aliens would usually heavily injure their prey before allowing the face-hugging worms to parasitize them. Although Fang Xiu's alien sword saint chose to show mercy, in the eyes of the audience, this battle was simply a power crush. Sparing the host, Zhao Di, and Du Liao, they couldn't help but fall silent. It wasn't silence, but shocked. The two of them all had their eyes wide open in shock at this moment, their mouths incredibly wide open into an O shape. The freshmen from other schools who came to participate in this exchange match were also dumbstruck, especially Gao Han and the others. Wang Dalong was Yutsai's number one. It could even be said that he was the number one person that Yutsai was trying to build. This freshman exchange match was to let Wang Dalong shine. But who knew? Facing Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast, this Wang Dalong's Imperial Beast was instantly killed. I didn't see it wrong, did I? This is the end. Killed in seconds. Is this the strength of the number one person in Crane City 1? No, is this guy really a freshman? I'm afraid he's not a senior coming down to impersonate. Gao Han and the others couldn't help but spit it out. In their eyes, Fang Xiu's strength was simply not in the same dimension compared to freshmen like them. Even if they said that he was a senior, they would still believe it. It wasn't just them, there were also students from the 8th and 3rd middle schools. This is too perverted. This is how we can still fight. The phantom beast species is not at the same level as us at all. It's fine, we still have Li Jin. His imperial beast is also a phantom beast species. Compared to the despair of the 8th middle school, the students of the 3rd middle school were slightly better off. Although they didn't feel that their imperial beasts could defeat Fang Xiu's alien sword saint, they were clear in their hearts. Li Jin was the ace of the 3rd middle school. Not only had he also gotten his hands on a phantom beast species imperial beast, his mom was also the vice principal of the 3rd middle school, and his hands were all over the place. In his hands, he would definitely have many cards. Fang Xiu. Li Jin's gaze slightly condensed as he looked Fang Xiu up and down. Originally, he thought that this freshman exchange tournament would be the stage for him to kill. As a result, he didn't expect that a Chongbite Jin would be killed out halfway. Hehehe. Is it a phantom beast species like me? No. Li Jin shook his head vigorously. Even if they are both mirage beast species, my imperial beast is still nobler than you. That ugly appearance doesn't even enter the picture. A trace of contempt flashed through Li Jin's eyes. The number one freshman in Crane City would definitely be himself. He himself would definitely be able to defeat Fang Xiu. At this moment, Fang Xiu did not notice Li Jin's glances. He was fully focused on Wang Dalong. I admit defeat. Wang Dalong clenched his teeth and a hot tear flowed unwillingly from the corner of his eye. Although he wanted to make his crocodile man get up and fight again, the tip of the alien sword saint's blade was aimed at its throat. Once the crocodile man made any move, it was able to stab the crocodile man's throat first with its terrifying speed. The gap in strength between the two sides is simply a difference between clouds and mud, and one have no chance of winning. Is this the strength of Crane City number 1 middle school, the number 1 person? Although it has already made up its mind to sprint to the top 10 in the country as a Yutsai chicken head, but I didn't expect that I and the Phoenix head of number 1 middle school, there is such a disparity. Wang Dalong reluctantly clenched his fists, his life. For the first time he felt so powerless. Chapter 50. Fang Xiu is the MVP. Li Qingqing is the lay-winning dog. Looking at Wang Dalong's unwilling appearance, Fang Xiu whirled around and retrieved his alien sword saint before walking towards him. Don't doubt yourself. Your royal beast is very strong. It's just a pity that you met me. Try harder next time. Even though this Wang Dalong was a freshman from Yutsai, the unassuming manner he showed made Fang Xiu have some admiration. Moreover, this Wang Dalong's royal beast was indeed very powerful, making Fang Xiu think of Lexington. During the 3 years of high school, if it was Yutsai's full support, this Wang Dalong would definitely take the imperial beast and cultivate it to a very powerful level. Even Fang Xiu suspected that if Wang Dalong encountered an opponent other than himself, but Zhang Shuren, Li Qingqing's words, he might have a great chance of winning. As for that guy Chen Fan, in Fang Xiu's eyes, he was not Wang Dalong's opponent at all. Wang Dalong also didn't expect Fang Xiu to say such words to himself. He thought that Fang Xiu walked over to him because he wanted to ruthlessly humiliate himself. It was himself who had taken the heart of a small man for the heart of a gentleman. Fang Xiu, after I go back this time, I will sharpen myself and one day, I will challenge you again. Wang Dalong gathered his emotions and threw his voice towards Fang Xiu. The two sides looked at each other, then guffawed and smiled, each going off the field. The host, Zhao Di, couldn't help but feel emotional when he saw this scene. Although in this match it was Fang Xiu who won, but Wang Dalong's Imperial Beast is also really good. Worthy of the title of Yutsai's #1 freshman. Please give a warm round of applause for Mr. Wang Dalong. Under Zhao Di's encouragement, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Although the top 3 freshmen of Yutsai all chose to abstain, judging from the final result, student Fang Xiu is fully capable of picking 4 in 1. Du Liao also felt that Wang Dalong's performance was good. However, she liked Fang Xiu more in her heart. In her opinion, even if Gao Han and the others hadn't abstained, she was afraid that they wouldn't be Fang Xiu's opponents. Truly worthy of being the strongest in Huqing First Middle School. I feel like I'm witnessing a legend, Du Liao said in an excited tone. Yeah, it's really been a long time since there's been a royal beastmaster like Fang Xiu in Crane City. However, the competition is still going on, and the next match is between the 3rd middle school and the 8th middle school. Zhao Di shifted the topic to the next match, then introduced the students of the 3rd middle school one by one. Meanwhile, as soon as Fang Xiu returned to the rest room, he saw Li Qingqing puffing up. You've made a name for yourself this time. For the next match, you're not allowed to be the first one on the court. Li Qingqing didn't come to participate in this freshman exchange tournament to be a green leaf. No. Even if she was a green leaf, at least she had the opportunity to go on the field. Only those like Wang Dalong were called green leaves. Good guy, once he sat in the lounge, he sat until the Yutsai freshmen were eliminated en masse. And Fang Xiu's alien sword saint also shocked Li Qingqing to a great extent. She still remembered now that she was present when the alien sword saint hatched out. The alien sword saint at that time was just a little over 1 meter 8, not too far from Fang Xiu. However, after being released, she realized that Fang Xiu's alien sword saint had skyrocketed to double its size. When standing upright, it was more than 3 meters tall. How long has it only been? Did Fang Xiu's alien sword saint grow up on pig feed? According to his strength, not to mention Yutsai, a private high school. Even if it was the 2 key high schools of the 8th and 3rd, I'm afraid that it would still be possible for Feng to pick 4 by 1. If the next game continued to let Fang Xiu to play the lead, these freshmen, afraid that not all have the opportunity to play. Fang Xiu was the MVP, and Li Qingqing was the lying dog. Li Qingqing could even imagine that the school confession wall would say this about herself. Qingqing classmate. Chen Fan saw this and hurriedly walked up to awkwardly compensate for the smile. But before he could finish his words, he was met with a blank stare from Li Qingqing. Qingqing is also what you call it? Li Qingqing herself didn't have much goodwill towards Chen Fan. If it wasn't for the fact that he had used his family's connections, he wouldn't have been qualified to participate in the freshman exchange tournament. Classmate Li Qingqing. Chen Fan scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry. What I wanted to say was, Fang Xiu, we know that you are very strong. In fact, when Fang Xiu released the alien sword saint, Chen Fan's entire body was dumbfounded. As someone who had fought Fang Xiu on the first day of school, he had a certain knowledge of Fang Xiu's alien, especially the shock brought about by the alien queen. Until now, he would have nightmares when he woke up at night. As for the alien sword saint just now, although it wasn't as exaggerated as the alien queen in terms of size, its speed, strength, all of them made Chen Fan feel that it was more than enough. Such a strong imperial beast. In Chen Fan's eyes, no one would be Fang Xiu's opponent. If they continued to let Fang Xiu play the lead, they really didn't need to do anything. Fellow student Fang Xiu, it's time to let us, the freshmen, take to the field and show off a bit. Zhang Shuren, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression. He didn't really have any desire to perform, and everyone was a team anyway. If you could lie down and win, why bother trying? Li Qingqing and Chun Fan are right. Seeing this, Zhang Panpan also said in a serious tone. You are a team, a whole. Maybe third middle school, Yutsai's freshmen are all weak. With just your strength alone, you can easily defeat them. But this world is big. Sooner or later, you will encounter powerful opponents. When that time comes, you will realize the powerlessness of individual strength in front of the collective. Fang Xiu, for the next match, you'll be the last to appear. As the words fell, Zhang Panpan pushed his glasses. The country of China had 34 large states and 667 cities. Qingqing was merely a small city in the 18th line. Fang Xiu might be the strongest and hopeful of Crane City. But if he were to look at the entire Hejiang prefecture, he wouldn't necessarily be the strongest imperial beastmaster. If he wasn't here to make Fang Xiu realize the importance of a team, he would sooner or later suffer a great loss one day, especially when bumping into a royal beastmaster who was as demonic as him. However, Fang Xiu didn't think about it that much. He originally just wanted to parasitize as many imperial beasts as possible from the freshmen. He didn't expect the first 3 of Yutsai to abstain. As for Wang Dalong, although he himself could have let the face-hugging insects parasitize them, he always had a feeling of sympathy once he saw Wang Dalong's eyes. Good, good, good. Fang Xiu nodded and let Zhang Panpan decide the order of appearance for the next match. Then, Fang Xiu watched the match between the 3rd middle school and the 8th middle school through the screen broadcast in the restroom. However, although this 8th middle school was also a key high GH school, the overall quality was far inferior to the 3rd middle school. Without even waiting for Li Jin to appear, the 4 freshmen of the 8th middle school had already been wiped out. Sure enough, Zhang Panpan was not surprised by this result, although there are quite a few high schools in Crane City, but the only ones that can truly be called the dual heavenly supreme are 1st middle school and 3rd middle school. Chapter 51, 1st middle school versus 3rd middle school. Although the 8th middle school is also a key high school in Qingqing, in Zhang Panpan's eyes, the 8th middle school does not have a strong teaching force. The school's resources are also very limited. The top 10 students in the city's midterm exams, but none of them chose a school like the 8th grade. Every year, they come over to participate in the freshman exchange game, but it is also just a passing phase. With a little bit of luck, they could bump into Yutsai in the lottery session, and then enter the finals and take 2nd place. But most of the time, the 8th middle school and Yutsai, it's a hard match. Watching 3rd middle school eliminate 8th middle school so easily, Zhang Panpan naturally didn't feel surprised. Chun Fan takes the lead, then Zhang Shuren, Li Qingqing, and most of all, Fang Xiu closes out. Zhang Panpan took the order from weakest to strongest, so that every freshman had a chance to appear. Of course, in Zhang Panpan's heart, this was not done simply to show everyone's face. Rather, it was to accumulate experience. The freshman exchange tournament was just a beginning, not the end. Fang Xiu and the others would definitely participate in various competitions in these 3 years of high school. There was naturally no harm in letting them accumulate combat experience early. Yes, Chun Fan clenched his fists in excitement. He had long been impatient. Although he knew in his heart that he was the weakest Imperial Beast Master in the team, he didn't care. Just having the chance to go on the field was great. Fang Xiu sat in a corner of the lounge and watched the live stream on the screen. He only saw Chun Fan come to the venue with a quick and hurried step. The host, Zhao Di, narrated along with it. The freshman sent up by 1st middle school this time is called Chun Fan. I remember that he ranked 11th in the city in the midterm. The touch test after entering Qingqing 1st middle school was also very good. Moreover, the instrumentation is impressive. I think it will be a top 10 seedling as well. Zhao Di couldn't help but praise Chun Fan as soon as he saw him. Du Liao also understood. Let's look forward to Chun Fan's performance together. I wonder what kind of imperial beast he has bred. There was no other reason. This Chun Fan's family owned a chain of supermarkets. The biggest supermarket in Crane City was owned by their family. Naturally, they wouldn't say anything bad. The freshman sent out by the 3rd middle school this time is Han Bing. He was also the one who stepped up to play the lead in the battle against the 8th middle school just now, and he also defeated 2 of his 8th middle school classmates with his own strength. Du Liao said as such. Yeah, and when he faced the 3rd challenger, Han Bing also had a chance to take the match. It's just a pity that it was just that close. I wonder if Chun Fan, this time, will be able to defeat this Han Bing on the competition field. Are you that Chun Fan? Han Bing followed the referee's instructions and came to the center of the competition arena. then inserted the Imperial Beast space card into the machine. The corners of his mouth rose, and a contemptuous smile surfaced. On the first day of school, you were ed by Fang Xiu's scum. You! Guy! Chun Fan glared fiercely at Han Bing. He didn't remember the name Han Bing being among the top 10 people in the midterm. And he himself was the 11th, in other words, besides the top 10 people, he himself was the strongest in the midterm. A mere Han Bing, how dare he taunt himself? You're also worthy? Chun Fan resumed his old high and cold demeanor. In front of Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing was just fine. You, a guy with no name, what right do you have to fool around in front of me? Han Bing did not expect Chun Fan to speak so directly, and his expression froze. But immediately afterward, he laughed again. In the past, number 1 middle school was perhaps the strongest high school. But this year is different. This time, 3rd middle school has not only poured in a lot of resources, but also ushered in a genius like Li Jin. It's time for the name of the strongest high school in Crane City to change owners. Han Bing released his Imperial Beast as he spoke. His Imperial Beast was clearly a rhinoceros. However, the horn of this rhinoceros was not an unusual white bone rhinoceros horn. At a glance, Chun Fan saw that not only did this rhinoceros horn appear black, it also had a metallic luster on it. It was evident that it had been strengthened during the cultivation process. If you believe in Li Jin, you might as well go back to dreaming about everything. When Chun Fan was in middle school, he was in the same class as Li Jin. The guy he hated the most was a connected person like Li Jin. Although he didn't think that he would be Li Jin's opponent, as long as there was Fang Hua around, Li Jin wouldn't have any chance. As long as Fang Xiu is around, there's no way 1st middle school will lose. As Chun Fan's words fell, he also released his Imperial Beast. A roar. Only a roar could be heard, echoing throughout the entire playing field. The Imperial Beast that was released by Chun Fan was clearly a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yes. His 2nd Imperial Beast. Not only did he still choose the ancient species. Even after learning from the experience of his failure, Chun Fan was even more aggressive and bred a Tyrannosaurus Rex, even though Han Bing's rhinoceros was over 2 meters tall. But in front of Chun Fan's Tyrannosaurus Rex, it still looked a little weak. You guy! Han Bing also did not expect Chun Fan's Imperial Beast to be a rare ancient species. It wasn't even until he saw Chun Fan's Imperial Beast that he remembered that this Chun Fan wasn't just the 11th in the city's middle school exams. This guy's family was opening a supermarket. Even in the system, he had connections. There is no lack of resources. Although he himself had the resources of the 3rd middle school to help him, but no matter how much help he had, it was impossible to compare it with a rich 2nd generation like Chun Fan. He subconsciously turned back and glanced at Li Jin. Upon realizing that his Imperial Beast was not as good as Chun Fan, Han Bing also had the thought of abstaining. However, Li Jin only glanced at him. The feeling was as if he was saying, if you guys should abstain, then drop out. Beans of sweat broke out on Han Bing's forehead. For a moment, it could only be hardened. Finish it off. Along with Han Bing's order, the black-horned rhinoceros could only let out a low chirp before running wildly towards Chun Fan's Tyrannosaurus Rex. Let me show you just how big the gap between us is. Facing Han Bing's first attack, the corner of Chun Fan's mouth rose, only to see his Tyrannosaurus Rex turn around violently, flinging its tail behind it and sweeping it out. In an instant, Han Bing's black-horned rhino was directly balanced by Chun Fan's Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was knocked over by its tail. Rumble. Accompanied by a loud sound, the black-horned rhino fell heavily to the ground, setting off a terrifying air current that swept out in all directions. Stand up. Han Bing clenched his teeth, urging his black-horned rhino to get up and fight again. However, the tonnage of these 2 Imperial Beasts was simply not at the same level. Without waiting for Han Bing's black-horned rhino to get up again, Chun Fan's Tyrannosaurus Rex had already opened its bloody mouth and bit down hard on its neck. With the terrifying bite force of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it tore off a piece of meat from the chilly black-horned rhino. Blood sword. A scream erupted from the audience. Frenzied screams. Chapter 52 Upright Atom. Only to see Chun Fan's Tyrannosaurus Rex bite the head of the black-horned rhinoceros, and then forcefully fling it, hard enough to send the big guy, which weighed several tons, flying to Han Bing's feet. Go down. Chun Fan's voice was low and cold. You! Han Bing's forehead veins rippled. If his eyes could kill, he hated to break Chun Fan into pieces. The winner of this round, Chun Fan of number 1 middle school. The referee quickly stepped forward and declared the result of the match. First middle school lounge. Chun Fan, he's quite capable. Although Li Qingqing couldn't look at a connected person like Chun Fan in her heart, she had to admit that his imperial beasts were indeed not as weak as she had imagined. Chun Fan was able to participate in this freshman exchange tournament. Although he has his family's operation, he himself is not that bad. Zhang Pan stood behind Li Qingqing and said, he had tutored Chun Fan before the start of the first year of high school. Although Chun Fan's talent was not that outstanding, he was willing to work hard for it, and with the help of his family, he had gotten to where he was today. In terms of strength, even if he looked at the entire Huqing First Middle School, he was an existence that could be ranked in the top 10. Aha! Li Qingqing nodded, feeling that what Zhang Pan said was also reasonable. Soon, Third Middle School sent out their second player. This person wore the uniform of the Third Middle School and had a short inch. His face was not considered outstanding, but he had a good figure, and he applauded as he walked onto the playing field. What a nice imperial beast. Chun Fan. Chun Fan sized up the visitor. Are you Gung Guangwei? Normally, Chun Fan rarely bothered to memorize the names of students with poor academic performance. However, this Gung Guangwei was an exception. He had moderate grades and was not considered outstanding, but because after his father was killed on the job, he left his family with a compensation. Gung Guangwei relied on this money to pull up a force in the school. This was nothing to Chun Fan originally. However, after getting a taste of the sweetness, Gung Guangwei became more and more aggressive. Not only would he bully his classmates, but he would also bring someone to touch the buttocks of his female classmates from time to time. Even on the way out of school, he would rob the lower grade students. As Gung Guangwei's classmate, Chun Fan naturally couldn't stand to see this kind of behavior from him, so he initiated a conflict with him. Gung Guangwei originally thought that he had collected a group of juniors by money and could beat Chun Fan violently. As a result, he didn't expect that in the face of a real second generation like Chun Fan, none of the little brothers he had raised dared to make a move. In the end, both sides fought and alarmed the school. The principal didn't dare to mess with your family and only expelled me. This account, how is it going to be settled? Gung Guangwei clenched his hands into fists. Until this day, he was haunted by this matter. Hee. Chun Fan couldn't help but sneer. How to count? Those classmates who were bullied by you, how are they going to be counted? Those lower grade students deserve to have you rob them? Your father was killed on the job and is considered a character. How come you have such an uncontested child? It's okay for you to bully others, but not when you're bullied yourself? Chun Fan did not feel that there was anything wrong with him in the slightest. Perhaps the final handling of that matter did have his own family intervening. But if Gung Guangwei hadn't bullied him first, he wouldn't have clashed with him himself. Good. Gung Guangwei said 3 good things in one breath. I hope you don't regret it. As soon as the words fell, Gung Guangwei directly released his imperial beast. Chun Fan's gaze slightly condensed as he looked towards the light. However, what he never dreamed of was that the imperial beast that was released by Gung Guangwei was actually a human. That person was more than 2 meters tall. His body was all covered in solid muscles. His clenched fists were the size of Chun Fan's head. His waist was surrounded by a tiger's skin, while behind him, he was carrying a hammer on his back. No, not human. The corner of Chun Fan's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and his pupils quaked madly. Even though the imperial beast released by Gung Guangwei resembled a human, he, who had studied the ancient species, quickly saw the difference. This imperial beast's face was flattened, and the structure of its dental bed and lower jawbone was reduced. Instead, the upper jawbone was expanded quite a bit. Upright. Your imperial beast is an upright human? Chun Fan instantly came to a sudden realization. The emergence of Homo erectus had been a milestone in the evolutionary process of human beings, laying the foundation for the emergence and development of Homo sapiens later on. Because Homo erectus ended up going extinct, it was also not the ancestor of modern humans. According to the law of imperial beasts, Homo erectus could serve as an imperial beast. But, because of the uniqueness of Homo erectus, very few people would breed this imperial beast. This guy, Gung Guangwei, was really nasty. Hehehe. Gung Guangwei noticed that Chun Fan's eyes were filled with contempt for himself, and instead, he laughed coldly. Ever since I was kicked out of school, I haven't wanted to beat you all the time. However, it's also thanks to you. If it wasn't because of you, I wouldn't have been forced to transfer to another school, and I wouldn't have met Lord Li Jin. And also, wouldn't have gained the power to defeat you and defeat the first middle school. Although Gung Guangwei's father, who was killed in the line of duty, left behind a compensation, over the years, it was all used to secure his livelihood and tuition. So much so that there was no sizable wealth left behind at all for him to imperialize the beast. The reason why he was able to cultivate this upright human imperial beast was still because of the help he received from Li Jin. A dog's leg. Chun Fan scoffed at Gung Guangwei. Originally, he thought that he could learn from that incident. Now, looking at it, this Gung Guangwei had not changed at all. Cut the crap. Let's see if it's your Tyrannosaurus Rex that's powerful or my Adam. As soon as Gung Guangwei clenched his fist, he ordered Adam to strike. Adam. This name made Chun Fan frown. This Gung Guangwei, he really dared to name his imperial beast. However, even though Chun Fan couldn't see Gung Guangwei's behavior from the bottom of his heart. However, as creatures that had survived on the blue planet for millions of years before becoming extinct, their predatory abilities were outstanding. Ow roar! The Tyrannosaurus Rex furiously ran forward, then rotated its body and swept its tail across. But in the face of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's attack, Adam's face was devoid of fear, and with a sliding shovel, he passed under the Tyrannosaurus Rex's tail. When he stood up again, he had already come to the side of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's leg, and at the same time, he grabbed the hammer behind him and aimed at the Tyrannosaurus Rex's knee. It was a heavy blow. Perhaps the primitive strength of the Homo erectus was limited, but the tool in his hand was a product of industrialization. Not only was the head of the hammer of high-quality steel, the handle of the hammer was also treated, no longer the traditional solid wood, but a random copolymerized polypropylene which was not only able to withstand the horrific impact, but also increased the rebound force, increasing the power of the blow even further. Boom! Only heard a loud sound. Tyrannosaurus Rex's knees directly clicked and folded. The huge body, too, instantly lost its balance and fell to the side with a loud bang. Gung Guangwei's eyes became frenzied. Kill him! Chapter 53. Who says I only have one imperial beast? Gung Guangwei looked at Chun Fan ferociously. Not only was he going to defeat Chun Fan this time, he was going to humiliate him severely. Kill him! Accompanying Gung Guangwei's order, Adam grabbed the hammer with both hands and smashed it fiercely against the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head. Boom! A terrifying air current swept out in all directions, and Tyrannosaurus Rex's body trembled under the force. But what everyone didn't expect was that Adam had clearly defeated the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but he didn't stop. Instead, he violently turned around and his vicious gaze focused directly on Chun Fan. A bad premonition arose in Chun Fan's heart. You guy! Chun Fan glanced at Gung Guangwei out of the corner of his eye. He knew that this guy's character had always been questionable, but he didn't expect him to dare to mess around at the freshman exchange tournament. After all, they are upright people with insufficient brain capacity, so it's nothing strange that they sometimes can't understand the orders of the Imperial Beastmaster, right? The corner of Gung Guangwei's mouth rose and he deliberately lowered his voice so that Chun Fan could hear this alone. In the next second, Adam's knees slightly bent before he violently exerted his strength and charged straight at Chun Fan. Only to see his 5 fingers grasping his fist, he ruthlessly slammed it towards Chun Fan's face. When it was too late, Chun Fan fully deflected his center of gravity to the side and was able to dodge Adam's punch. But immediately after, another kick came from the front, kicking Chun Fan's abdomen. Boom! In an instant, Chun Fan flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. His body drew a parabola in the air and fell heavily on the ground, spitting out blood that stained the grass of the competition field. His body rolled several more times in succession before he was able to stop. Stop! Seeing that the situation was not right, referee Wang Wei then hastened to stop it. The freshman exchange tournament is only an exchange of royal beasts. You may not attack the Imperial Beast Masters. Wang Wei glared at Gung Guangwei before pulling out a yellow card from his pocket. Sorry. My Imperial Beasts aren't too smart in the brain. Sometimes they don't quite understand my commands. Gung Guangwei didn't care about this and just shrugged. Adam retreated to his side with it. In the lounge of the first school, Li Qingqing angrily stood up from her chair. This guy, he definitely did it on purpose. In her opinion, if this upright man really couldn't understand instructions like Gung Guangwei said, then he should have used the weapon in his hand. As a result, after rushing to Chun Fan's side, he used his fists and feet instead. It showed that he knew that he couldn't seriously injure Chun Fan. This was clearly Gung Guangwei's intention. Zhang Shuren, be careful. Seeing this, Zhang Panpan first reminded Zhang Shuren to be careful of Gung Guangwei's tactics in the next match, then hurriedly rushed out from the lounge. Bringing the medical staff, he went over to check Chun Fan's injuries. Teacher Zhang. Chun Fan braced himself for the pain, stood up from the grass, and retrieved his Tyrannosaurus Rex, then unwillingly lay down on the stretcher. Sorry, Teacher Zhang. It's all because of my imperial beast. Seeing this, Gung Guangwei even deliberately came up to discuss Chun Fan, only to be glared back directly by Zhang Panpan's eyes. At first, the conflict between Chun Fan and Gung Guangwei was making a lot of noise. He had also heard about some of it. He just didn't expect that this Gung Guangwei, not to mention entering the third middle school, had also bred imperial beasts like the Upright Man. Although there was no explicit rule, it was sort of a consensus not to breed Upright Man into an imperial beast. But this Gung Guangwei did whatever he could to win. Humph. Zhang Panpan gave a heavy cold snort. As Chun Fan's teacher, he didn't even care to say anything more to this Gung Guangwei. Even the host, Zhao Di, was a bit upset with this Gung Guangwei. But he couldn't do anything to him either. The match continued. Zhang Shuren came from the lounge to the competition arena and brushed shoulders with Chun Fan on the way. Be careful. His imperial beast is very strong. Aha! Zhang Shuren shook Gung Guangwei's hand before continuing forward and releasing his imperial beast. Only a black panther was seen, summoned directly onto the field. Zhang Shuren stuck his hands in his pockets. Gung Guangwei, you're the guy who fought with Chun Fan and then got expelled, right? What are you here to teach? Gung Guangwei disdained Zhang Shuren as he snorted coldly. Even his eyes were filled with contempt as he looked at Zhang Shuren, the city's top 3 ranked schoolmaster. The imperial beast he bred was only a regular breed of black panther. This guy really doesn't have any imperial beast talent at all. High school isn't like middle school, your grades, they don't mean anything. Zhang Shuren, our third middle school. This year, we will definitely beat your first middle school. As he spoke, Gung Guangwei gestured. His atom violently rushed towards the black panther, and his 2-meter-tall body made even Zhang Shuren's black panther look a bit skinny. However, Zhang Shuren merely pushed his glasses. His imperial beasts were never based on strength. Only to see Zhang Shuren's black panther constantly dodging and avoiding Adam's hammer, nimble as a black lightning. After a few false moves, this black panther even saw the opportunity to open its bloody mouth and viciously bit on Adam's wrist. Ah! Accompanied by a miserable scream, Adam's hammer fell to the ground in response. Next, it's time to fight back. The corner of Zhang Shuren's mouth rose. In his eyes, Gung Guangwei's Upright Man was nothing more than that, only to see the black panther reveal its sharp nails and clawed towards Adam's abdomen. 5 bloody scars were imprinted on it. Adam retreated on his feet and could only swing his fists haphazardly. However, they were dodged one by the black panther and seized the opportunity to bite up 3 times. But just when Zhang Shuren thought that Gung Guangwei would turn pale, the other party laughed instead of being angry. He. In a flash, a faint light flashed from Gung Guangwei's side, only to see 2 upright men, whose stature was not similar to Adam's, appear at Gung Guangwei's side. One of them was holding a spear in his hand, while the other was carrying a bow and arrow. Adam number 2, number 3, finish off that black panther for me. Gung Guangwei lowered his voice. If it was just about single combat, the unarmed Homo erectus was weaker than more imperial beasts. Even compared to modern humans, their advantage wasn't much more huge. But the 2 biggest characteristics of the Homo erectus, besides being able to use tools, was their characteristic of living in groups. With Li Jin's financial support, Gung Guangwei had not long started school and had raised the number of uprights to 3. With the cooperation of each other, they could hunt any imperial beast. What Zhang Shuren, Li Qingqing, they're all nothing more than that in my eyes. Gung Guangwei thought in his heart, only to see Adam 3 take his bow and shoot repeatedly. Although Zhang Shuren's Black Panther sensed something bad and tried to dodge, Adam number 1 seized the opportunity as he grasped his fist with 5 fingers and ruthlessly smashed it on the Black Panther's head. The powerful force directly set the Black Panther into the grass. Adam 2, on the other hand, saw the opportunity and threw the spear in his hand, ruthlessly piercing the Black Panther's abdomen. Chapter 54. What? The first school is being one-upped? What? This guy even has 3 imperial beasts? Zhang Shuren couldn't help but be stunned. He thought that he would be able to defeat Gung Guangwei and avenge Qin Fan. As a result, He didn't expect that Gung Guangwei had only enrolled in school for a short while, and he had raised the number of his royal beasts to 3. Wasn't this the freshman exchange tournament? Hehehe. Didn't expect it, Zhang Shuren. Gung Guangwei spread his hands. This is resources. In terms of achievements, I am indeed no match for you. But I am Lord Li Jin's beloved, and with the help of his resources, not only did I triple the number of uprights, I tripled them. Even the weapons Adam and the others use are all very fine Imperial Beast equipment. Just that hammer alone costs $50,000. Gung Guangwei said smugly. It was as if the one with unlimited resources was him. You! Zhang Shuren was a little moved, but his Black Panther, however, was pierced through the abdomen by Adam II's spear, and was viciously nailed to the grass, unable to move. Go down, weakling. Gung Guangwei had already received a yellow card once, and if he did anything excessive again, he would be red-carded. There were 2 more in the first center. Not. The really tricky guy is that freshman named Fang Xiu. Gung Guangwei thought in his heart. That alien sword saint's strength, speed, were all monsters, and even with 3 uprights, he didn't have much control. However, the 3rd middle school was determined to win the freshman exchange championship this time. It was even more bloodthirsty. The only thing Li Shijia and I can do is to consume as much of Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast stamina as possible, so that Lord Li Jin can finish it off. That way, not only will 3rd middle school get the championship, but we can also make sure that Lord Li Jin makes a name for himself. As Li Jin's little brother, Gung Guangwei naturally had a clear sense of priorities. Get lost, he said towards Zhang Shuren, as if the strong were about to humiliate the weak. And although the referee, Wang Wei, was not used to seeing Gung Guangwei's behavior, he still had to announce the result. Gung Guangwei, the 3rd center, won in 1 fight. Zhang Shuren's face was a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything more as he retrieved the Black Panther and turned around to go back to the rest room. Sorry. Zhang Shuren hung his head. I had wanted to defend student Chun Fan. There's no need to say anymore. Zhang Pan Pan patted his shoulder. You've already done a good job. If it wasn't for Gung Guangwei's superiority in the number of Imperial Beasts, the winner of this round would have been Zhang Shuren. But there was nothing that could be done about it. I can only say that 3rd middle school has really put in the blood for the championship of this freshman exchange tournament. Gung Guangwei, Li Qingqing's anger, even more so, was completely ignited as she clenched her fists with both hands. I won't let him go. If Gung Guangwei had released 3 Imperial Beasts from the start, Zhang Shuren might not have lost so completely. However, he had used a single upright to fool Zhang Shuren, and then at the critical moment shot a cold arrow. This was not a fair duel at all. I'll do it. Seeing this, Fang Xiu directly asked Zhang Pan Pan to go on the field himself. Although he didn't have much dealings with Chun Fan or Zhang Shuren, Gung Guangwei's methods were indeed a bit sinister. Li Qingqing's Imperial Beast. He had seen it before and remembered that it was a small gray bird. Although its speed was good, it was not suitable for fighting at all. If he were to come out strong, this Li Qingqing might lose the battle as well. No need for you to worry. However, Li Qingqing didn't appreciate Fang Xiu's favor as she directly walked out of the lounge. Zhang Pan Pan did not say anything about this, although he felt that Fang Xiu had always been able to defeat Gung Guangwei. 1st middle school was not Fang Xiu's 1st middle school. Li Qingqing, Chen Fan, Zhang Shuren, they were all students of 1st middle school. They needed to grow. On the other side, Li Qingqing angrily came to the playing field. Yo, little beauty. Gung Guangwei had long heard of Li Qingqing's name. He just didn't expect to run into her at the freshman exchange tournament. How's it going? Do you want to transfer to our 3rd middle school? I will definitely love you. Scram. Li Qingqing glared fiercely at Gung Guangwei before releasing her Imperial Beast, only to see that her Imperial Beast was a strange gray bird, not much bigger than a goose. Even as Li Qingqing released her own Imperial Beast, Gung Guangwei couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Ah, this is it? Ha 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 ha. Gung Guangwei whirled around and covered his stomach, unable to hold back his laughter. This is your Li Qingqing's Imperial Beast? This is too weak, isn't it? Ha ha ha, a bird. One must know that Li Qingqing was very much a haloed schoolmaster during her middle school years. Not only was she number 1 in general studies for 3 years, her midterm scores were perfect scores except for language. It was even once called the strongest brain. I thought that this Li Qingqing's Imperial Beast, maybe it will be a phantom beast species, and then it is also an ancient species. The results did not expect. This little gray bird. It was so weak. I can't. It's killing me with laughter. Li Qingqing, you guys are afraid that you only know how to read and don't know how to imperialize beasts. Ha 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 ha. Adam 3. Finish her off. Even in Gung Guangwei's opinion, to deal with Li Qingqing's imperial beast, he didn't even need Adam 1, 2, and 3 to join forces. With just Adam 3's archery skills, he could easily finish him off. The faces of the hosts, Zhao Di and Du Liao, turned ironic. Did I see it right? That's Li Qingqing's imperial beast? If it wasn't for Fang Xiu's sudden rise, Li Qingqing should be the #1 person in Huqing #1 middle school. Wouldn't this imperial beast of hers be too weak? Zhao Di frowned, no matter how one looked at it. This Li Qingqing's imperial beast didn't look like it was very powerful. It even gave off a very weak feeling. Could it be true that Li Qingqing is just a great reader as rumored, and doesn't have a talent for royal beasts at all? Du Liao couldn't help but feel pity. She was really not used to seeing Gung Guangwei's face. But this Li Qingqing's royal beast, again, really wasn't very capable of fighting. It's not rare to see students who are good at general studies and not good at imperial beasts. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the saying that high school is the turning point in life. Zhao Di sighed. It seems that the pressure on Fang Xiu's classmates will become very great. Yeah. Du Liao nodded. Not to mention Li Jin's gold, Gung Guangwei and Li Shijia's imperial beasts are both very strong. With student Fang Xiu's imperial beasts, if he wants to manage to take on 3 of them, I'm sure it's a very difficult thing to do. Could it be that the champion of this session of the freshman exchange tournament is really going to change hands? Zhao Di's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The resources of the 3rd middle school has always been not much worse than the 1st middle school. And it's not as if they didn't win the freshman exchange match in previous years. It's just that this year's 1st middle school, the loss will be a bit ugly. Gung Guangwei made a move. Accompanied by Zhao Di's cry of surprise, Adam 3, who had directly strung his bow, shot a precise arrow that pushed right into the chest of the little gray bird. The heartstrings of the entire audience also tightened up at this moment. Chapter 55 Li Qingqing's Secret, Phantom Beast Seed. Before Li Qingqing appeared on the stage, many people were filled with anticipation for her, the schoolteacher girl who was #1 in the secondary school exams. In particular, Gung Guangwei's arrogant attitude had caused many viewers to be upset. Everyone hoped that Li Qingqing could violently beat Gung Guangwei. But I didn't expect. The moment she released the imperial beast, none of the viewers at the scene sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the hosts Zhao Di and Du Liao were all dumbfounded. Humph, go to hell. Gung Guangwei clasped his hands to his chest, and Adam 3 directly drew his compound bow at his command. Swoosh! The sharp arrow sped towards the little gray bird. The spectators at the scene held their breath. Even their hands pinched a cold sweat for Li Qingqing. However, just when Gung Guangwei thought he could end the battle instantly, the little gray bird instantly disappeared into thin air, and the arrow that was shot out directly hit the ground before drawing a parabola in the air and landing on the ground. What? Gung Guangwei's heart was shaken. Not only did Adam 3 have excellent archery skills, the weapon he used was a masterpiece of modern technology. It was impossible to be easily dodged. Humph! However, Gung Guangwei quickly calmed down. Although Li Qingqing's little gray bird, its speed was indeed a bit astonishing, but all it had was just speed. Your imperial beast is not even comparable to a rural poultry. Even if it can dodge Adam 3's attack, it can't threaten my Adam. Gung Guangwei once again mocked Li Qingqing. Is that so? The corner of Li Qingqing's mouth rose. Then let's show you, my imperial beast. As Li Qingqing's words fell, the little gray bird that had disappeared appeared behind Adam 3. Adam 3. Seeing this, Gung Guangwei hastily spoke out to remind him. Although Homo erectus had little to do with modern humans, they were at least the same genus as humans, and their intelligence far exceeded that of ordinary imperial beasts. Under Gung Guangwei's nurturing, they could also understand human language. Only Adam 3 whirled around, sharp arrow, resting on top of the bowstring, as he snapped his head up, his sight focusing on the little gray bird. It's over at this distance. There's no escape for your imperial beast. Gung Guangwei didn't forget to interfere with Li Qingqing with his words. Who said my imperial beast will escape? Li Qingqing scoffed at Gung Guangwei's tricks. In a flash, her little gray bird opened its modest beak. In the next second, a ray of light erupted from the little gray bird's beak and set off a wave of heat. Adam 3 tried desperately to see where the little gray bird was, but his eyes were stung with pain from the hot light. Ah! In a flash, Adam 3 let out a miserable scream and his footsteps retreated back and forth as he blocked his vision with his arms. Ha! Gung Guangwei blinked hard, unable to believe the image he saw, only to see Li Qingqing's little gray bird, spewing out hot tongues of fire, pouring towards Adam 3. In less than 2 short breaths, Adam 3 was covered in fire. The miserable cries were scalp-numbing. The composite bow and arrows fell out of his hands, and his entire body directly flopped onto the grass and rolled up. Immediately afterward, the smell of burnt flesh filled the air. However, Qingqing Li's little gray bird did not have the slightest intention of letting go of Adam 3, and continued to pour its tongues of fire at him, until the blazing fire covered Adam 3's entire body. Such a horrifying scene instantly made Gung Guangwei's scalp numb. Gulp. Gung Guangwei rolled his throat and nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It was the first time he had ever seen a royal beast that could breathe fire. He wasn't the only one, as the entire audience screamed in shock, as if a pot had exploded when the little gray bird spewed out fiery flames. The hosts Zhao Di and Du Liao had eyes as wide as bronze bells. A moment ago, they had all thought that Li Qingqing's imperial beast had little lethality. Even if it had an advantage in speed, it would still be difficult to defeat Gung Guangwei's upright. But who knew? Li Qingqing's little gray bird could actually breathe fire. Even in a matter of moments, Adam 3 was suppressed. This is a phantom beast species, right? Du Liao's eyes were glowing. In her opinion, only an illusory beast species imperial beast could achieve this level. And if she thought about it carefully, the way this little gray bird looked, it was indeed uncommon. At least in her impression, she hadn't seen such an imperial beast. A phantom beast species? It's not that there isn't such a possibility. Although innate illusory beast species imperial beasts are very rare, claiming that only one will be born out of millions of people. But what is Li Qingqing? 3 years in junior high school, first in all general studies, the existence of all perfect scores on the midterm except for language. I wouldn't be surprised to say that she has awakened the phantom beast seed imperial beast. But even though the words were said, Zhaodi's heart was still quite shocked. Even the audience began to cheer Li Qingqing's name. If it's a phantom beast species, then this Gung Guangwei has no chance of winning. Du Liao felt refreshed. She originally didn't like guys like Gung Guangwei. Now that she saw that Li Qingqing's royal beast was an illusory beast species, she didn't know how this Gung Guangwei was going to win. First middle school lounge. Zhang Shuren stood up from the bench with a loud bang, unbelievably, staring at the screen in disbelief. Li Qingqing, her imperial beast, is actually a phantom beast species? In a flash, Zhang Shuren had a feeling of a bolt from the blue. One must know that since the first year, he had regarded Li Qingqing as a rival to catch up with. He had always fantasized about defeating Li Qingqing and taking the title of number 1. Even up to now, he regarded Li Qingqing as his arch-enemy. As a result, the 3 years of general studies in middle school were crushed by Li Qingqing. The ability to take the middle school exam was finished off. Now, even Li Qingqing's imperial beast was a phantom beast species. And his own imperial beast, he didn't even know about the ancient species, it was just an ordinary regular species. Although, under his own efforts, the strength of his own imperial beast had skyrocketed, compared to the illusory beast species imperial beast that possessed an infinitely high ceiling, it was simply a heaven and a hell. For a moment, Zhang Shuren clenched his fists with both hands as a sense of frustration arose in his heart. A strong sense of frustration. He didn't even have such emotions as he did now when he was defeated by Gung Guangwei. Illusory beast species? Fang Xiu gazed at the screen. I didn't expect this Li Qingqing to hide quite deeply. If it wasn't for her royal beast suddenly spitting fire, he hadn't even realized that her royal beast was an illusory beast species. However, this also meant that the illusory beast species possessed supernatural powers. On the tournament field, I'm not as despicable as you, Li Qingqing said in a loud voice. Although Gung Guangwei's direct attack on Qin Fan sickened her, she would not use that kind of dirty tactics. After seeing the fear in Gung Guangwei's eyes, Li Qingqing spoke while letting the little gray bird deal with Adam 1. Even though she wouldn't directly attack the Imperial Beast Master, she intended to destroy Gung Guangwei's Imperial Beasts in a group. Chapter 56 The Despicable Gung Guangwei. Out of the 3 uprights, Only Adam 3 had the most skillful archery skills, and as a result, in a single glance, he was sprayed into flames by Li Qingqing's little gray bird. Even when Adam number 1 faced the little gray bird directly, his eyes were filled with fear of this imperial beast. Gung Guangwei's face also turned iron blue all of a sudden. Damn! He gritted his teeth and subconsciously glanced in the direction of the third form lounge. He wasn't worried about losing to Li Qingqing. What he was really worried about was Li Jin. Third middle school is determined to win the championship this time. No matter what, I have to make Lord Li Jin ascend to the top. Gung Guangwei thought in his heart. If he was eliminated by Li Qingqing here, then first middle school, third middle school would become a 2v2 situation. If Li Shijia lost to Li Qingqing's words again, then Li Jin would have to face 2 people alone. Li Qingqing and Fang Xiu were both Mirage Beast species Imperial Beast Masters again. No way. Gung Guangwei shook his head. He would not allow such an accident to happen. Thinking of this, he once again looked at Li Qingqing. Adam 1 was desperately dodging the little gray bird's tongue of fire. Only the next best thing. Gung Guangwei crossed his heart. As long as he seriously injured Li Qingqing, she would not be allowed to withdraw from the race. Although he himself would be red-carded or even receive a harsher punishment, he could at least allow third form to continue to maintain its advantage. Adam 2. Gung Guangwei's voice was low and cold. Adam number 2 followed suit and he gripped his spear tightly, his fierce eyes focusing on Li Qingqing's body. In a flash, Li Qingqing also felt this overpowering killing aura. Eh? Only Li Qingqing's eyes stared like copper bells as she looked at Adam 2 in disbelief. Although she knew that this Gung Guangwei wasn't a good person, she still underestimated his lower limits. Adam 2 boosted forward a few steps. The veins on his arms rippled, and his entire body's strength was focused on one point, and with a very terrifying force, he threw the spear out. Swoosh! The silver-colored spear set off a wind-breaking sound and stabbed straight towards Li Qingqing. Such a horrifying scene made the referee's face turn as pale as paper. The hosts, Zhao Di and Du Liao, had even widened their eyes in shock, and their mouths couldn't help but open wide into an O shape. Crazy. This Gung Guangwei was absolutely crazy. He even instructed his royal beast to attack the royal beast master. Li Qingqing's little gray bird, noticing the speeding spear, hurriedly threw down Adam number 1 and crashed towards the spear. This was after a burst of boosts from Adam 2, and the explosive power was boosted to a very astonishing level. The little gray bird directly crashed into the air. Qing Li retreated back and forth, but it was too late to dodge. Plop! Only to see the spear thrown by Adam 2 directly stabbing Li Qingqing's thigh, piercing through its flesh, and the spiked end was viciously nailed to the grass, blood waving into the air like a fluttering red butterfly. Li Qingqing's face instantly turned snow white. Her eyes glazed over. Bean-sized beads of sweat bubbled outwards from her forehead. The unprecedented pain caused Li Qingqing to nearly faint. On the contrary, it was Gung Guangwei who instantly felt relieved. Not to mention the pain generated by being pierced through the thigh by a spear, it was simply not something a little girl could withstand. If she wasn't sent to the hospital in time for treatment, it wouldn't take long for Li Qingqing to go into blood loss shock. Whew! Beads of sweat also appeared on Gung Guangwei's forehead, but in his heart, he let out a long sigh of relief. Although this was a serious violation of the rules, but at least it was a one-on-one mutual explosion with Li Qingqing. As long as I can hold on to Lord Li Jin's thigh, the results of the freshman exchange tournament don't matter to me at all. Gung Guangwei thought in his heart. He stood in place, waiting for the referee to come over and announce the results. You guy, what do you take the freshman exchange tournament for? Referee Wang Wei rushed up with great strides as he pulled out a red card from his pocket. If it wasn't for his professional ethics, he would have wanted to punch this Gung Guangwei. I don't know what you're talking about. Gung Guangwei shrugged. I was just trying to defeat Ms. Li Qingqing. It's just that my imperial beast brain wasn't working too well. That's why there was an accident. That's right, that spear was originally aimed at Li Qingqing's imperial beast. It was her who didn't dodge it herself. Although Gung Guangwei had already anticipated the consequences of doing so, he couldn't admit it openly no matter what. Even if he would be sent off the field with a red card, he bit down on the fact that it was an accident. It wasn't his own subjective realization. It was an accident. Gung Guangwei purposely raised his own volume, desperately trying to defend himself. However, this shameless behavior drew a burst of boos from the audience. There were even some spectators, who had trouble restraining their emotions and threw down the coke in their hands. No! But what Gung Guangwei never expected was that Li Qingqing suddenly opened her mouth. No? Gung Guangwei frowned, not quite understanding what Li Qingqing meant by this. Couldn't forgive himself? In the end, Li Qingqing was a student of the first middle school, and he himself was a student of the third middle school. Even if she was disgruntled, she couldn't do anything to herself, right? Don't give him the red card. Li Qingqing pressed her thigh with one hand, trying to slow down the flow of blood as she struggled to squeeze out a complete sentence. Referee, since it was an accident, then we should have to let the match continue. Isn't it? Even though Li Qingqing's heart was furious to the extreme, she didn't want to end the match in such a way. She herself had yet to teach this Gung Guangwei fellow a hard lesson. You! Gung Guangwei couldn't help but be stunned. He thought that this Li Qingqing wouldn't let herself go. But then he didn't expect that she would still want to fight with him, and even asked the referee not to give him a red card. This guy, is he out of his mind? Ms. Li Qingqing. Referee Wang Wei also didn't expect Li Qingqing's spirit to be so resilient. I'm afraid that if you don't hurry up and deal with your injuries, it will have an impact on your recovery later on. No matter what, Adam 2's spear had directly penetrated Li Qingqing's thigh. It was better to abort the match and rush her to the hospital. No way. I am Li Qingqing. How can I admit defeat so easily? Li Qingqing shook her head vigorously, yet her vision was becoming a little blurry. Shoo! Shoo! Suddenly, Li Qingqing only felt two wind-breaking sounds coming from her ears, and her thighs, which had been nailed to the ground, instantly recovered. Only the intense pain made it difficult for her to maintain her balance, and her body veered and fell towards the other side. Flop! But what Li Qingqing didn't expect was that she didn't fall to the ground, but instead, she directly jumped into someone's arms. Eh? Li Qingqing frowned slightly, and with her blurred vision, she could only make out a rough outline. Are you the captain of the first middle school? Fang Xiu. Referee Wang Wei instantly recognized the teenager who hugged Li Qingqing. It was the man who had eliminated the entire Yucai, Fang Hua. It was also the Huqing First Middle School, the final ace. Chapter 57. Do unto others as they would have them do unto you. Fang Hua, let go of me. Although Li Qingqing's beautiful eyes couldn't see clearly, the moment she heard Fang Xiu's name, she also instinctively struggled. Only, her strength was already smaller than Fang Xiu's, and now that she was injured, she would feel intense pain if she moved a little. Being held in Fang Xiu's arms, she was even more unable to use her strength. Zhang Panpan and Zhang Shuren also brought medical personnel and arrived at the competition field. Gung Guangwei, don't you think this is too much? Zhang Shuren pushed up his glasses and stared angrily at Gung Guangwei. If his eyes could kill, he would have hated to break Gung Guangwei into pieces. He went so far as to weasel out something about his royal beast's poor intelligence, that it was an accident, and that it was a misadventure. Do you really think that all of them don't have eyes? Adam 2 was simply aiming at Li Qingqing on purpose, doing whatever it takes to win. In this world, how could there be a guy like Gung Guangwei? It really was all about face. Don't spit blood. I didn't. Gung Guangwei sniffed, still trying his best to argue. I really didn't do it on purpose. This way, I will voluntarily withdraw from this freshman exchange tournament, and my results will be directly nullified. I'm also willing to bear all the medical expenses, so it's always okay, right? Gung Guangwei said softly, indicating that he was willing to bear it all. But one definitely didn't do it on purpose. Fang Xiu, let me fight him. Li Qingqing, on the other hand, still wanted to fight Gung Guangwei. However, her voice was getting smaller and smaller, and even the little gray bird couldn't maintain it and was forcibly taken into the Imperial Beast space card. Brother Pan Pan, I'll leave Li Qingqing to you. Fang Xiu picked up Li Qingqing in a hug, then turned towards the stretcher and placed her on it. Don't worry, Fang Xiu. I won't let anything happen to her. Zhang Pan Pan heavily emphasized his head. Although he had only been a physical education teacher for a short while and it was his first time encountering something like this, it was not the first time he had seen an Imperial Beastmaster as bad as Gung Guangwei. Fang Xiu, I'll leave the freshman exchange tournament to you. Don't lose. However, after something like this happened, this match was no longer considered an exchange match. I know. Fang Xiu responded. Next, it's a personal grudge. First, it was Chun Fan and then it was Li Qingqing. Although one's relationship with these two people could not be said to be that good, One was at least the captain of the squadron. The most important thing was, people are not grass and trees. Can't they roll when they're round and stop when they're square? Mr. Referee, you just heard it too, right? This guy said he didn't do it on purpose. It was an accident. A red card just because of an accident, I don't think that's very reasonable. And, as he spoke, Fang Xiu glanced back at Li Qingqing. I don't think that Ms. Li Qingqing will accept this argument either. So please also be able to step aside so that we can continue the match. When these words came out, the whole room was in an uproar. After all, after something like this happened, everyone felt that Gung Guangwei was guilty. As a result, he didn't expect that Fang Xiu would even want to let him continue the match. Referee Wang Wei also had a difficult time in his heart. He believed that Fang Xiu wasn't trying to forgive Gung Guangwei out of the idea of being a saintly mother. On the contrary, he was definitely trying to settle Gung Guangwei in his own way. You guy, you don't have a problem in your head, do you? Gung Guangwei couldn't help but be stunned. The moment he decided to make a move, he was already prepared to be eliminated and have his results cancelled. As a result, he didn't expect that this fellow, Fang Xiu, would even request the referee not to eliminate him. Did he even know what he was saying? Even if he had absolute confidence in his own imperial beasts. But he didn't necessarily have to fight with his imperial beast to the death. As long as he repeated the same technique, he could even eliminate him. Don't hit too hard. Looking at Gung Guangwei's arrogant attitude, referee Wang Wei eventually chose to turn a blind eye as he backed away repeatedly while reminding Fang Xiu, don't strike too hard. The referee withdrew the red card. The host, Zhao Di's expression, became grave. If it was a normal match, he believed that Fang Xiu could achieve victory. But the 3 matches just now were enough to prove that this Gung Guangwei was not a good person. Fang Xiu, give me a hard beat on him. Du Liao, on the other hand, didn't care that much and directly grabbed the microphone and shouted at Fang Xiu.
Fang Xiu, Fang Xiu, Fang Xiu.
In a flash, the entire audience started chanting Fang Xiu's name. The atmosphere of the scene was completely ignited. No one could stand Gung Guangwei's behavior, and all of them hoped that Fang Xiu would be able to ruthlessly fix this guy. Have I become a villain? Gung Guangwei looked around, not expecting the atmosphere of the scene to turn out like this. However, he didn't care and was instead happy in his heart. At the very least, he stayed on this playing field again. Fang Xiu, do you like Li Qingqing?
Hehehe.
You must think that you're handsome as hell with this current appearance, right? But let me tell you, it's useless. The winner of this freshman exchange tournament will definitely be our 3rd middle school. I'm bursting with you. As things stood, Gung Guangwei stopped pretending. After all, there was only one Fang Xiu left among the freshmen of the 1st middle school. As long as he himself finished him off here, exploding with him, the victory would be 3rd middle school's. Even Gung Guangwei didn't even act anymore. His atom number 1, atom number 2, simultaneously charged towards Fang Xiu. It didn't care about Fang Xiu's imperial beast at all. However, the next second, 2 black figures appeared directly behind Atom 1 and Atom 2. It was certainly Fang Xiu's aliens. These 2 xenomorphs, although they were just ordinary male xenomorphs, were 2.5 meters tall, a head taller than Gung Guangwei's upright man. As soon as they appeared behind Atom number 1, number 2, they whipped their tails and wrapped them up towards their necks. A handful of them restricted their movements. On Fang Xiu's side, on the other hand, stood the alien sword saint, who flicked his wrist and his black blade popped out of the joint of his elbow. The next thing that happened was the white face hugging insects, which fell to the ground from Fang Xiu's side, and then flew up to climb on the faces of Atom 1 and 2, hugging them to death. Even Atom 3, who was charred by the fire, Fang Xiu didn't let go. Seeing that he was dying, he still released the face-hugging insect to go over and parasitize him. In less than 2 short breaths, Gung Guangwei's 3 imperial beasts were all taken care of by Fang Xiu. Next, it's you. Fang Xiu lowered his voice. The alien sword saint stepped away, and the sharp tip of his blade cut through the gently green grass on the playing field. Wherever it went, the green grass snapped in 2. Combined with its huge body, it instantly caused Gung Guangwei to fight a cold war. What do you want? A bad premonition arose in his heart. I forgot to tell you, my imperial beasts don't have much of a brain either, and they sometimes ignore my orders. Fang Xiu said word for word. Chapter 58. Humiliators humiliate everyone. Fang Xiu naturally wouldn't have any compassion for people like Gung Guangwei. The alien sword saint took large strides forward, continuously approaching Gung Guangwei, and referee Wang Wei noticed the alien sword saint's demeanor and instantly understood Fang Xiu's intentions. Fang Xiu. After a slight hesitation, referee Wang Wei still couldn't help but open his mouth. Although he could understand Fang Xiu's feelings, if he really caused a death here, then Fang Xiu's future would end here. As the strongest and hopeful of Huqing No. 1 Middle School, he really didn't want to see Fang Xiu fall into the wrong path due to a moment of anger. However, Fang Xiu didn't care about referee Wang Wei's dissuasion. The distance between the alien sword saint and Gung Guangwei rapidly shortened. No, don't. With a fluttering sound, Gung Guangwei fell to the ground, looking at the oppressive alien sword saint, his pupils quaking madly. Fang Xiu, do you know what you're doing? This is willful injury, willful injury. Gung Guangwei hysterically yelled at Fang Xiu, hoping that he would stop here. But whether it was referee Wang Wei's persuasion or Gung Guangwei's pleas for mercy, he was indifferent. Those who insulted others were insulted by all. In a flash, the alien sword saint's hand rose up and slashed down towards Gung Guangwei. When it was too late, Gung Guangwei instinctively raised his arms, and his mouth continuously begged for mercy towards Fang Xiu. Stop. Quickly make your imperial beast stop. I know I'm wrong, Fang Xiu. Don't Gung Guangwei's miserable screams echoed throughout the imperial beast stadium, and some of the spectators even subconsciously turned their heads, not daring to look. Referee Wang Wei stared with wide eyes, only to see a flash of cold light. The alien sword saint's black blade directly cut through Gung Guangwei's arm. The next second, fresh red gushed out from the break, as if a faucet had been opened and released. Gung Guangwei's entire face was ashen. He never dreamed that Fang Xiu would be so ruthless. Even when the alien sword saint's black blade fell, he still held a trace of fantasy, fantasizing that Fang Xiu was just scaring himself and didn't dare to really let the imperial beast cut himself. No matter how you put it, Fang Xiu was the first or the last player in Crane City No. 1 Middle School. If he were to commit a foul here, it would be a lose-lose situation no matter how one thought about it. As a result, he didn't expect that this guy would really lay his hands on him. Bean-sized beads of sweat rose outward from Gung Guangwei's forehead as he gripped his arm, rolling around on the grass in pain. However, it didn't take long for Gung Guangwei's consciousness to reach its limit. His eyes went black and he fainted on the spot. Doctor. Seeing this, referee Wang Wei hurriedly called out on the field and quickly stepped to Fang Xiu's side. Grabbing his wrist, "That's enough, Fang Xiu." Just chopping off one of Gung Guangwei's hands, Huqing First Middle School could still find a way to help smooth things over. If he really killed someone in this kind of public place, then Fang Xiu would be facing a criminal problem. In fact, Fang Xiu wasn't overwhelmed by anger. First of all, Gung Guangwei's 3 imperial beasts had been pocketed by him, and he also had a hand chopped off by his own alien sword saint. Even if he could help Gung Guangwei connect his broken limb with this world's healing means, his future life would still be affected. Most importantly, with such a disoriented match, the 3rd Middle School would inevitably not provide Gung Guangwei with any more resources. His career as a royal beast came to an end. Only after thinking of this did Fang Xiu call the alien sword saint to come back, and at the same time, he took the face-hugging bug parasitized upright man and put it into his imperial beast space. The winner of this match is... Referee Wang Wei grabbed Fang Xiu's wrist, raised his arm as he did so, and announced loudly towards the audience. In a flash, the entire arena boiled over, like thunderous applause, one wave after another. Of course, Fang Xiu was warned by referee Wang Wei with a yellow card because he was unable to control the actions of the alien sword saint. Pay attention next time, Fang Xiu. After showing the yellow card, referee Wang Wei retreated from Fang Xiu's side, and the medical staff came onto the field, picked up Gung Guangwei's broken hand, and took him off the field at a rapid pace. What a treat! Watching Gung Guangwei end up in such a state, Zhao Di's heart cried out in pleasure. But in this way, student Fang Xiu has also been yellow-carded. Du Liao very much recognized Fang Xiu's daring love and hatred in her heart. In her opinion, a guy with a corrupt character like Gung Guangwei was not qualified to become an imperial beastmaster at all. If she was a teacher in the 3rd Middle School, she would definitely fire this guy. Yeah, to think that he would go out of his way to strike at students from other schools for the sake of victory, were a freshman exchange match. It's not like we're both splitting the difference between the best and the worst as well as deciding between life and death. I just hope that student Li Qingqing will be safe and sound. Zhao Di said as such. At the same time, Gung Guangwei passed by the 3rd Middle School's lounge before being sent to the hospital. Looking at Gung Guangwei, who had completely fainted, Li Jin couldn't help but frown. Although this Gung Guangwei was indeed loyal and helped him clear out Zhang Shuren and Li Qingqing, but his tactics were just too ugly. Even if he won the match, it would still have an impact on the reputation of 3rd Middle School. What a shame for our 3rd Middle School. Li Jin lowered his voice, and even his eyes were filled with contempt for Gung Guangwei. This scene caused Li Shijia's expression to become subtle as well. As far as he could remember, this Li Jin and Gung Guangwei were on good terms, and they were all known as brothers in private. Even those equipments that Gung Guangwei used for his imperial beasts were sponsored to him by Li Jin. As a result, that kind of contemptuous look was simply meant to send Gung Guangwei to hell in a handbasket. Li Shijia, don't be like someone like Gung Guangwei and disgrace our 3rd Middle School. Li Jin whirled around to look at Li Shijia and continued. Li Shijia's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. His entire body suddenly felt under tremendous pressure. He subconsciously glanced at his physical education teacher Wang Ying, hoping that she could say something to ease the atmosphere of the scene. Alas! Wang Ying sighed. This freshman exchange match was indeed a very crucial match for the 3rd Middle School. But now that it had gotten to this state, I'm afraid that it wasn't going to be easily wrapped up. Should we expel Gung Guangwei? Wang Ying hesitated slightly and confirmed towards Li Jin. Although she was only the physical education teacher leading the charge, she was in her prime, not much older than Li Jin, and even for something like deciding, she had to discuss it with Li Jin. That's fine. Li Jin nodded a bit. The reputation of the 3rd Middle School is crucial. I don't want to hear someone talking behind my back after graduation that guy came out of the 3rd Middle School. After the freshman exchange tournament is over, let's have a press conference and cut it with Gung Guangwei. Upon hearing that Gung Guangwei would be expelled, Li Shijia's heart couldn't help but thump. In his opinion, if it wasn't for Li Jin, Gung Guangwei would never have fought to such an extent. And as a result, in the end, just like that, he was fired? Even others have not woken up yet. Chapter 59, Another Illusory Beast Species, Imperial Beast Master. Hiss. Li Shijia sucked in a mouthful of cool air and didn't dare to continue staying in the restroom. When he arrived at the competition arena, the host, Zhao Di, took the initiative to introduce them. Okay, the contestant who is coming out now is the 3rd contestant from Huqing 3rd Middle School, Li Shijia. It's said that he ranked in the midterm exam rankings, coming in at number 3, and is a school bully second only to Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren. It's a genius that was poached by 3rd Middle School after spending a lot of resources. Du Liao nodded. Perhaps everyone on a normal day hears more of Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren's names, but this Li Shijia is also a very powerful freshman. That can be seen just from the fact that 3rd Middle School spared no resources and scooped him up. I just don't know. Will this Li Shijia's character be the same as Gung Guangwei's, who will do anything to win? Even though Gung Guangwei had already gone down, Du Liao still didn't give up the chance to diss Gung Guangwei. On one hand, Gung Guangwei's behavior was really bad to the extreme. It even triggered the audience's shocking anger. On the other hand, Du Liao was also reminding Li Shijia not to use some despicable means like that Gung Guangwei fellow, and her words naturally reached Li Shijia's ears. Hehehe. The corner of Li Shijia's mouth rose and a bitter smile surfaced. Honestly speaking, he was also not used to seeing Gung Guangwei's kind of behavior, but in his heart, he felt able to understand why he was doing that. This time, the freshman exchange tournament was very different from the past. Not to mention the fact that Huqing 3rd Middle School had been suppressed for several years, and had invested a large amount of resources this year. Li Jin, as a highly anticipated scholar, had also given 3rd Middle School hope. Based on such a relationship, it was Gung Guangwei who wanted to ensure that 3rd Middle School took first place. Even if the means were not bright, only he must not have thought. His loyalty to Li Jin was not exchanged for the other party's forceful protection, but cutting. Fang Xiu. Li Shijia chanted Fang Xiu's name, then after adjusting his mind, he took the Imperial Beast space card and inserted it into the machine. If you're ready, release the Imperial Beasts and start fighting. Referee Wang Wei lowered his voice. Because of Gung Guangwei, his entire body didn't have much goodwill towards 3rd Middle School anymore. Li Shijia didn't say much, just cleanly released his royal beast. Fang Xiu's starry eyes gazed slightly, and with just one glance, he was attracted by Li Shijia's imperial beast. The imperial beast released by Li Shijia was more than 2 meters tall, with a sturdy figure. His body skin was light blue. He had long ears and elephant-like tusks. His lower body was surrounded by a tiger skin skirt, and there was a string of animal skulls hanging on his waist. In his hand, he held a wooden stick. But rather than a wooden stick, it was more like a staff. At least in Fang Xiu's eyes, the weapon used by Li Shijia's imperial beast resembled the staffs used by those wizards in the online games. And Fang Xiu could be certain that this Li Shijia's imperial beast was by no means an ancient species. What kind of Homo erectus, Beijing apes? All of them had nothing to do with Li Shijia's imperial beast. Is this a troll? Fang Xiu looked up and down at Li Shijia's imperial beast. No matter how you looked at it, this thing looked like the troll race in Western magic fiction. That's right. Li Shijia nodded. Because Gung Guangwei had behaved in a very despicable manner, he naturally couldn't smear the reputation of the third middle school anymore, and at this moment, he behaved brightly as if he was a knight, and before starting the fight, he formally introduced his imperial beast to Fang Xiu. My imperial beast is none other than a troll, a phantom beast species just like you. The name I gave him is Shadow Wizard. As for why it's a sorcerer, the reason is also very simple. Although my imperial beast possesses troll-like raw power, he's better at using sorcery. His strength, it's strong, Li Shijia said with a serious face. It had to be said that after Li Shijia released his imperial beast, the entire auditorium immediately set off a climax. This was the freshman exchange match they were looking forward to. A battle between geniuses and geniuses. A battle between geniuses and geniuses. Even Du Liao, who couldn't look at Li Shijia, was brightened up. Another phantom beast species. After Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing, Li Shijia was the third genius to display the illusory beast seed imperial beast. Moreover, there were quite a few rumors that Li Jin's imperial beast was also an illusory beast species. Doesn't that mean that there are 4 illusory beast breed imperial beasts in the first and third middle schools? It's clearly a rare imperial beast that only appears amongst millions of people. Du Liao couldn't help but let out a gasp. I think it's quite explainable. Zhao Di had long been surprised by this. In previous years, imperial beasts of the fantasy beast species had also appeared in the freshman exchange tournament. Although it's said that only one rare species will appear out of millions, but think about it, what kind of people are the freshmen who can come over to participate in the freshman exchange tournament? The geniuses of each school, the pride of heaven. It's the true human geniuses. Is it any wonder that they possess a phantom beast species? It's like the top 10. Like our Crane City, only a few dozen people can get into the top 10 every year. Looking at Crane City, which has a population of several million, these people are pretty much one of the hundreds of thousands of phoenixes, but what if they are in the top 10? You'll be surprised to find that every single student is a genius who can get into the top 10. Zhao Di used a very simple and crude analogy. It was said to be a freshman exchange match, but it was actually a genius freshman exchange match. There were a few phantom beast species imperial beast masters. What was all the fuss about? On the contrary, it was this Li Shijia, his character, who looked much brighter and more upright than Gung Guangwei. I don't know if it's because he was originally such a student. Or is it? After Gung Guangwei did what he did, this Li Shijia also restrained himself. But no matter what, Zhao Di and Du Liao were still looking forward to this match in their hearts. Sorcery? Fang Xiu's eyes instantly glowed. Although he didn't know what the sorcery in Li Shijia's mouth was, it sounded like it was something extraordinary, and there weren't any sorcerers in his own alien tribe. Wanted. The heart moved. Fang Xiu, what kind of look is that? Li Shijia had a black face. He always felt that Fang Xiu's starry eyes were a bit wild. No. This was no longer some fervor. This was clearly excessive fervor. That feeling was like the eyes of a child who saw a favorite toy and wanted to get it at all costs. Your shadow wizard. I'll take it, Fang Xiu said in a loud voice. Those 2 male aliens, moreover, directly darted towards Li Shijia's shadow sorcerer. No matter what, it was still unclear what the other party's sorcery was. It wasn't a wise tactic to hastily let the alien sword saint rush up. Coming. Li Shijia rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. Shadow sorcerer. Gigi. The shadow sorcerer sniffed and then laughed grimly. Chapter 60 10,000 Snakes Massacre Formation. Plus 1 more. Yeah. The shadow sorcerer saw the 2 aliens rushing towards him at the same time. But he was not in a hurry. He just laughed grimly while reaching out and grabbing for the skulls at his waist. Seeing this, Fang Xiu subconsciously confirmed the number of its skulls. From the shape, these skulls, it seems like they are puppies. Counting the one that was grasped in the Shadow Wizard's hands, there are a total of 5. However, Fang Xiu was not worried in his heart. His aliens had already expanded to hundreds. Even if he piled them up here, he could still pile up Li Guosheng's Shadow Sorcerer. Ka. As the Shadow Sorcerer continued to increase his force, the skull shattered on the spot, and the residue floated down from his hands. At the same time, the Shadow Sorcerer raised the staff in his hand and aimed it at one of the aliens. Shackle. Only hearing the Shadow Sorcerer's mouth issue a vague and indistinct command, an orange energy flew out from his staff, transforming into a string of iron cords that wrapped around towards the charging alien. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, the iron cords directly wrapped around the alien, binding its arms and legs, causing its body to lose balance and crash headfirst into the grass. The other one continued forward, opening its bloody mouth and spitting out a second mouth. However, the remnants of the skull that had been crushed by the Shadow Sorcerer didn't all float away to the ground, but instead rolled up in a gust of ghastly wind, spinning up continuously in the air and transforming into a snake spirit. Snake Spirit Guard. The Shadow Sorcerer lowered his voice. Although this snake spirit wasn't big, standing upright it was only about 1 meter too, but it was able to spit out sharp flying needles from its mouth. And the flying needles weren't solid, they were more like a spirit body. 1, 2, 3. The snake spirit summoned by the Shadow Sorcerer kept repeating the action of gulping, one flying needle after another, bursting towards the alien. Although the alien sensed all of this, it did not make a move to dodge. It continued to run quickly, charging towards the Shadow Sorcerer. Li Guosheng's face suddenly changed. It was reasonable to say that every Imperial Beast Master would love their Imperial Beasts immensely. When they saw that their Imperial Beasts were at risk of death, they would all have a painful change in expression. But what he never expected was, countless flying needles exploded out, almost turning Fang Xiu's alien into a hedgehog. And this guy didn't even blink his eyelids. That kind of feeling, it was as if this alien was his dead soldier, not worth the heartache at all. Hiss. Li Guosheng's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and in his heart, he only felt that Fang Xiu was really a bit cold-blooded. However, what he didn't expect was, although Fang Xiu's alien had been shot into a hedgehog by the Shadow Wizard's snake spirit, with green mucus continuously spraying out from its wounds, the alien's movements were not slowed down in any way. There was a sense of knowing that there was a tiger on the mountain, but it was not going towards the tiger mountain. Even after the alien kept approaching the Shadow Sorcerer, the blood that spewed out from its body directly soared onto the Shadow Sorcerer's body. Ah! In the next second, the Shadow Sorcerer erupted into a miserable scream and stomped its feet hard, flying backward out. Li Guosheng didn't realize until then that his Shadow Sorcerer's body had been scalded with one bloody hole after another. Not only were the wounds extremely difficult to heal, the bleeding was also difficult to stop. Even the grass that had been stained by the alien blood began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. Acid blood. Fang Xiu appreciated Li Guosheng's incomparably shocked expression before explaining. My alien, not only does it have exoskeleton armor as hard as iron, its blood is even blood with a strong acid effect. Not to mention flesh and blood. Even if it's a steel plate a few meters thick, it can dissolve it layer by layer. So, be careful, classmate Li Guosheng. Fang Xiu reminded Li Guosheng that he must stay away from his alien. Otherwise, once touched by the alien's acidic blood, one could be disfigured or die. What a vicious ability! Li Guosheng spat with a black line on his face and trotted away from Fang Xiu's alien. Shadow Wizard. Finish it off. Use all the snake spirits. For every snake spirit created, a dog had to be killed and fed with its flesh and blood. This kind of evil sorcery sometimes made Li Guosheng helpless. He also didn't know how his imperial beasts were able to awaken such an ability. But now, in order to defeat Fang Xiu, he couldn't care about anything else. He could only look towards the end of the match and then find a way to replenish his imperial beast. GGG. The Shadow Sorcerer nodded. Although his body was painfully corroded by the acidic blood, he still forced himself to smile grimly, and then crushed all the skulls on his waist one after the other to create snake spirits. In a flash, 5 snake spirits, forming a pentagram pattern, trapped Fang Xiu's alien in the center. A flying needle exploded out towards Fang Xiu's alien like a storm. Quickly beat his alien form into mush. Fang Xiu admit defeat. Your alien is indeed tricky, but it is destined to not win against my shadow sorcerer. Especially after the serpent spirit guards are molded, any flesh and blood will be easily shot through by them. You have no chance of winning. Li Guosheng warned Fang Xiu to surrender in a hurry. No matter what, this Fang Xiu's imperial beast was also a phantom beast species. There was no need to fight for the imperial beast's life just because of a freshman exchange match. Moreover, second place was already not bad. It seems like you don't know anything about my alien. The corner of Fang Xiu's mouth rose. The shadow sorcerer's snake spirit formation was indeed good. But it was precisely because his phantom beast species was great that he wanted it himself. Alien plus sorcery. How powerful would the new alien Parasitize be? Just thinking about it, Fang Xiu felt incomparably excited in his heart. Go! However, Fang Xiu didn't directly let the alien sword saint attack the snake spirit formation. After all, the alien sword saint was the trump card alien in his hand. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu directly released a large number of male aliens. 1, 2. In less than 1 or 2 short breaths, more than 2 dozen xenomorphs directly appeared on the playing field. Such an astonishing number made Li Guosheng's brain just feel a buzz. It wasn't until at this moment that he completely understood why Fang Xiu didn't have any change in his expression when he saw his alien being attacked or even killed. It was fitting that it was because he had too many aliens. Losing 1 or 2 of them wouldn't hurt at all. In a flash, Fang Xiu's aliens stomped their feet hard and charged towards the snake spirit formation. Sword Saint used mirror image. Accompanied by Fang Xiu's low roar, his alien Sword Saint instantly split into 4 doppelgangers, running together with his main body and charging towards the shadow sorcerer's snake spirit formation. Especially since the number of aliens was too astonishing, the shadow sorcerer's serpent spirit formation, for a while, could only attack frantically without any regard, and couldn't concentrate its firepower at all. Chapter 61, Capturing the Shadow Wizard. This can't be. Li Guosheng's pupils quaked madly as he looked at the sight in front of him. Although he didn't have the same origin as Li Jin, as one of the very few phantom beast species imperial beast masters, he was discovered by the 3rd middle school during the mapping exam. In the matter of imperial beasts, the 3rd middle school was even more helpful, which led to his shadow sorcerer obtaining this 10,000 snake massacre formation. Originally, he thought that he could crush Fang Xiu's alien and take the victory in this match. Not. Even if he really couldn't defeat Fang Xiu, then at least he would be able to heavily damage his imperial beast. But who knew? Fang Xiu's aliens were like endless. Even if he was shot through the body by his snake spirit, there would be a new alien that would immediately replenish it, going forward and backward, hardening the firepower of this 10,000 snake massacre formation. Not only that, Fang Xiu's alien sword saint even split into 4 mirror image doppelgangers on the spot. They strided forward, and in less than a breath, they appeared near the snake spirit and swept the black blade in their hands forward, cutting the shadow sorcerer's snake spirit to pieces on the spot. Faced with this sudden scene, the shadow sorcerer's eyes also flashed with a hint of fear. Zhao Di and Du Liao, who were the hosts, were all speechless for a moment. It was too shocking. They had never dreamed that they would be able to see such a wonderful battle in this freshman exchange tournament. Especially Fang Xiu's alien. It directly impacted Zhao Di's cognition. Not. This Fang Xiu, is he really just a senior freshman? Long before he became a host, he had paid a lot of attention to the high school league. In previous years, various geniuses had often appeared in the freshman exchange tournament as well. However, in Zhao Di's perception, even those so-called geniuses possessed imperial beasts that were far inferior to Fang Xiu's alien. Du Liao even made a point of picking up the documents beside her and confirming them. It was discovered that this Fang Xiu was indeed a senior freshman. How on earth did he do that? High school has only started for a month, right? In such a short period of time, just being able to cultivate an imperial beast is already very strong. As a result, Fang Xiu was actually able to harness dozens of imperial beasts at the same time. Du Liao let out a gasp. Coupled with Fang Xiu's sword brows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome appearance, she felt more and more pity in her heart. Why hadn't she been born a few years later? Maybe they could have even rubbed sparks of love with Fang Xiu. It's more than that simple. Zhao Di rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. There are some imperial beasts that will sacrifice their individual strength to expand their advantage. In some specific situations, it can be used to amazing effect, but with this kind of imperial beast, the individual fighting strength is often not particularly strong. But look at Fang Xiu's alien. Not only does it master exquisite sword skills, its body is as hard as iron, and even its blood carries strong corrosive properties. Even without the advantage of numbers, this alien is not an existence that any imperial beast can touch. Zhao Di couldn't help but praise Fang Xiu's imperial beast. Du Liao also followed suit and nodded in agreement. Along with the alien sword saint, destroying the Shadow Wizard's 10,000 Serpents massacre formation, Li Shijia's imperial beast, too, completely lost its means. He looked at the pouncing alien in horror and turned around to escape. Referee Wang Wei watched this scene in his eyes. Once the imperial beast produced such behavior, it could basically be declared a failure. However, the image in front of him was so shocking that he was frozen on the spot for a moment, forgetting to stop Fang Xiu. Soon, Li Shijia's shadow sorcerer was pounced on by the catching up aliens. However, these aliens did not directly tear apart the shadow sorcerer's body. After all, without the orders of Fang Xiu, the king of the aliens, they had no qualifications to kill their target. Go ahead, face-hugging worm. Fang Xiu's eyes revealed a fervor, and seeing that the shadow wizard was being controlled by his own army of aliens, he hurriedly released the white face-hugging worm, only to see the face-hugging bug was like a white lightning bolt, charging towards the shadow wizard. Since everyone's eyes were focused on the aliens, no one would even pay attention to the face-hugging bug released by Fang Xiu. Even Li Shijia didn't even realize that the face-hugging insect was approaching his imperial beast. Referee. However, Li Shijia still reacted quickly. The shadow sorcerer's 10,000 serpent massacre formation had been broken, so naturally, he had no means of countering it. If he didn't stop Fang Xiu's alien, his shadow sorcerer, he was afraid that he would have to explain himself here. Although his imperial beast space, which recorded the shadow sorcerer's cultivation data, could be hatched again when he went back, but after pouring so much effort and resources into it, he didn't want to start from scratch. Referee. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Quickly make Fang Xiu stop. Li Shijia roared hysterically while taking out his imperial beast space card, wanting to retrieve his shadow wizard, but he was still a step too slow. Just as he roared out these words, the face-hugging insect released by Fang Xiu had already pounced on the shadow sorcerer's face. Warning! Warning! The shadow sorcerer has been parasitized, and if it is housed in the imperial beast space, it may pose a danger to the imperial beast master. The warning sound of the imperial beast space card resounded in Li Shijia's mind. The moment it was grabbed by the face-hugging bug, it inserted the parasitic device directly into the shadow sorcerer's mouth. What? Li Shijia only felt his entire brain buzzing. It was only at this moment that he suddenly noticed that his shadow sorcerer was being held by an ugly thing in a death grip. Parasite? What the hell is a parasite? Li Shijia's two eyes stared like bull's eyes as he looked at his shadow sorcerer and then at Fang Xiu. It was very different from his unbelievable, incredulous expression. At this moment, Fang Xiu could be said to be in a springtime mood. Success. Fang Xiu clenched his fists in excitement. Referee Wang Wei also reacted with hindsight at this time. I announce that the winner of this fight is Fang Xiu. Referee Wang Wei shouted the result of the battle. Fang Xiu, on the other hand, hastily activated the royal beast space and first retrieved the parasitized shadow wizard into it. Then it was those aliens that he had released that were also disappearing in large swathes. Fang Xiu. Li Shijia gritted his teeth and yelled up at Fang Xiu. Give me back my imperial beast. What, your imperial beast? Fang Xiu glanced at Li Shijia. It's mine now. Since you've come to participate in the freshman exchange tournament, how come you don't even have this kind of awareness? The corners of Fang Xiu's mouth rose, completely unaware that he had any problems. In fact, when Fang Xiu participated in the freshman exchange tournament, he had gone through the rules of the tournament. Although it was forbidden to attack a royal beast master, it was allowed for a royal beast master's royal beast to kill the opponent's royal beast. And there was no mention in the rules of the freshman exchange tournament that it was not allowed to parasitize another person's imperial beast. The law did not prohibit it. Let Li Jin come. Fang Xiu lowered his voice and told Li Shijia to hurry up and get off the field. He couldn't wait to see this Li Jin's imperial beast. Chapter 62, a royal beast that shocked the whole scene and could parasitize and seize a soul. Fang Hua. I'll fight you. Seeing that his shadow sorcerer had been collected into the imperial beast space by Fang Xiu, Li Shijia could no longer restrain his emotions and rushed towards Fang Xiu with his eyes wide open. Reddened eyes. It was as if he had seen his father's murderer. Are you sure? Fang Xiu coldly glanced at Li Shijia. The alien sword saint then took a step forward, and his terrifying aura crushed towards Li Shijia. With a plop, Li Shijia's legs went limp and he directly sat down on the grass. Referee Wang Wei also hurriedly gestured for the security guards at the scene to bring Li Shijia back to the restroom. In the rules of the freshman exchange tournament, there was no stipulation that one could not parasitize the opponent's royal beast. Only, referee Wang Wei looked at Fang Xiu. The strength of the alien alone was exaggerated. I didn't expect that it was also possible to take over the opponent's royal beast by parasitizing it. There was also that alien sword saint. If one looked closely, its appearance was completely different from the other aliens. Not only was its stance taller, but its elbow joints could also pop out weapons. Aside from all having a black exoskeleton, it was simply not the same kind of creature as the other aliens. Could it be that Fang Xiu's alien sword saint evolved by parasitizing other people's imperial beasts? If that's really the case, Fang Xiu's alien simply possesses infinite potential. Referee Wang Wei wasn't the only one who saw this. The rest room of Yucai School. Wang Dalong was sitting on a chair, observing the battle, and when he noticed Fang Xiu's face hugging insect, dragging Li Shijia's shadow wizard into his royal beast space, his brain only felt a buzzing sound. Parasitism. Fang Xiu's alien. It can parasitize other people's imperial beasts? But why? Wang Dalong's pupils quaked madly. Gao Han and the others even felt grateful in their hearts. It's fortunate that I chose to abstain, or else being parasitized by Fang Xiu's classmates would have been too unbearable. Gao Han sucked in a breath of cool air and spat out. Damn. Is this the monster from Qingqing First Middle School? This is too perverted? Who can beat him here? If I were Li Jin, I would have just forfeited. Losing is a small matter. If the imperial beasts were parasitized and taken over, that would be too unbearable. The celebration of Gao Han and the others was in stark contrast to Wang Dalong's grimace. You guys think that Fang Xiu looks at your imperial beasts? Wang Dalong turned his head and lowered his voice. Although Gao Han and the others had chosen to abstain, he himself had fought against Fang Xiu head-on. Facing the attack of the alien sword saint, his own crocodile Daolong was completely powerless to fight. In less than 2 rounds, he was trampled under the feet of the alien sword saint. Moreover, at that time, Fang Xiu hadn't exposed the face-hugger insect yet. In other words, if Fang Xiu had used the face-hugging worm to parasitize his imperial beast, he would not have been able to react at all. But Fang Xiu didn't do that. This was because his own imperial beast was neither a phantom beast species nor an ancient species. Damn it! Wang Dalong grasped his fist with 5 fingers and hit the chair heavily. Not only did he not have a feeling of celebration, but on the contrary, he felt that his imperial beast had been underestimated. Gao Han and the others looked at each other in dismay, and the emotions that were still celebratory were immediately lost. Yes, what in the world did they have to be thankful for? It was because their own imperial beasts were too weak. That's why they weren't looked at by Fang Xiu. For a time, the atmosphere of the entire Yucai lounge lowered to the freezing point. On the other side, Third Middle School Lounge. Li Shijia was forcefully dragged back by the security guards. His eyes were red and his bangs were wet with sweat. Let go of me, let go of me. As soon as the security guard let go, Li Shijia was about to run out to find Fang Xiu to argue. As a result, snap. Li Jin raised his right hand and ruthlessly hit Li Shijia's face. The fiery pain immediately calmed him down. Li Shijia looked at Li Jin dumbfounded. Waste. Li Jin lowered his voice. Why didn't you just rush up and let Fang Xiu's alien directly kill you? Although he didn't hold much hope for Li Shijia, thinking that he would be able to defeat Fang Xiu, he would have to consume Fang Xiu's strength no matter what, right? This was good. Not only did he not consume Fang Xiu's strength, but instead he gave away an imperial beast to Fang Xiu. And in the end, this guy was clearly overwhelmed and wanted to go in Fang Xiu. But in the end, he was so scared by the alien sword saint that he was paralyzed to the ground. At that time, why didn't he just charge up and force the alien sword saint to make a move? That way, it might even be possible for the referee to red card Fang Xiu. Victory would have been third forms. Now it's good. Surprisingly, he had to face Fang Xiu, who could parasitize other people's imperial beasts, by himself. What a waste. The more he thought about it, the more angry Li Jin became. He couldn't help but raise his fist and set it into Li Shijia's face. Thud. Only to see Li Shijia staggering back, tripped by the chair. The whole person directly fell to sit on the ground, his nose continuously flowing out blood. The whole person looked at Li Jin with a face of horror.
Li Yin.
Physical education teacher Wang Ying saw this and hurriedly walked over to say peace. Student Li Shijia also worked very hard, at least forcing out Fang Xiu's bottom card. Although he has a lot of aliens, without waiting for Wang Ying to finish his sentence, he was viciously glared back by Li Jin. There are a lot of aliens? I don't know that there are a lot of aliens? It's not like I have that many imperial beasts. If Fang Xiu was shameless and really used the Sea of Men tactic against himself, how was he going to win? Because of that Gung Guangwei guy, the popularity rating of the third middle school had become very bad. If he could get this championship and then cut with Gung Guangwei, he might still be able to save some face. But now, Fang Xiu's alien was simply strong and unreasonable. If this was lost, then shouldn't the third middle school be ridiculed for a whole year? Wang Ying also became a bit embarrassed. Honestly, she didn't know what to do in this situation. Forget it. Li Jin shook his head. You have someone from the organizing committee. Go inform the referee. Tell him to warn Fang Xiu not to release that many imperial beasts again. Li Jin, who had calmed down, rearranged his tactics. In his opinion, this freshman exchange tournament was like playing chess. Sometimes the strength of the chess player was crucial, but there were times when victory was not within the chessboard, but could also be outside of it. As long as the number of imperial beasts was limited, then Fang Xiu's aliens would be no big deal. Go, Li Jin said in a commanding tone to Wang Ying. Ah yes. Wang Ying hurriedly nodded her head before turning around and leaving the rest room. After she left, Li Jin glanced at Li Shijia, then walked over in 3 steps. To think that you want me to use such dishonorable means. While saying that, Li Jin raised his foot and viciously kicked down towards Li Shijia's head. In a short while, Li Shijia's face was covered in red. Looking at the security guards who sent him back, they couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. Chapter 63 Unfair Treatment +1. Hehe. Something seems to have gone wrong with the match. Just as Zhao Di was expecting what kind of collision would arise between Li Jin and Fang Xiu, he noticed that a few men in black suits had arrived at the match arena. It seemed that they were exchanging something with Fang Xiu, the referee Wang Wei. Could it be to penalize Fang Xiu? Du Liao couldn't help but squeeze a cold sweat for Fang Xiu. His aliens were not only very impressive in terms of numbers, but the speed of the alien sword saint and his sword skills were equally so. But Fang Xiu's final tactic of parasitizing the shadow sorcerer with a face-hugging worm would indeed create controversial issues. Especially this Li Jin. Not only was he known as the #1 freshman in the third middle school, his mother was the vice principal of the third middle school and had her hands full. It was just unknown if Li Jin's mother would use her connections to forcefully sentence Fang Xiu to a negative result. I don't think so. Zhao Di shook his head. Phantom beast species imperial beasts would have had all sorts of supernatural abilities, and although parasitism as an ability is rare, it is not without precedent. It's just that a parasitic method like that of an alien is still the first time I've seen it. But no matter what, in the rules of the competition, there is no restriction. Even if new rules were to be introduced to prohibit parasitizing and taking over another's imperial beast in a tournament, then it shouldn't nullify the results of the previous match. As for what Miss Du just said, Zhao Di laughed. The leaders on the side of the first middle school aren't vegetarians either. Fang Xiu and Li Jin, both phantom beast species imperial beastmasters, both representatives of various schools, both the last person in the freshman squad. The victory or defeat of the two of them was related to who would win this year's freshman exchange tournament. If the third middle school could use tactics, couldn't the first middle school? In Zhao Di's opinion, at most it was just a temporary addition of some regulations. In reality, the real situation was similar to what Zhao Di had imagined. The organizing committee staff came to the competition field. You are student Fang Xiu, right? We have just communicated unanimously. Regarding your imperial beast, we would like to propose 2 restrictions. The staff wearing a suit said with a serious face. 2 points. Fang Xiu raised his sword brows, not expecting that there could be temporary additions to the rules. First is the parasitization issue. For the rest of the tournament, you are not allowed to parasitize anyone else's imperial beast. Otherwise, we will directly cancel your competition results and qualification. Any objections? The staff member wearing a suit said to Fang Xiu with a serious face. What if I have objections? Fang Xiu frowned. You can protest by abandoning the match. The staff member in the suit said softly, as if this was all a matter of course. Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu had a question mark on his face. What do you mean by abandoning the match in protest? Combined, if you don't agree to your demands, you can't continue the match? Although he had heard Chen Fan say that this Li Jin's mom was the vice principal of the 3rd middle school and knew a lot of people. But the temporary change of rules, really out of Fang Hua's expectations. Ming. Li Jin's imperial beast was also a phantom beast species. If the face-hugger worm was allowed to parasitize it and assimilate its genes, it could breed a very powerful alien. Then there's the second requirement, quantity. Student Fang Xiu, you have too many xenomorphs. This is very unfair to the competition. After our unanimous discussion, absolutely the number of your aliens, prohibited limit. While saying this, the staff extended 2 fingers, warning Fang Xiu that he could only use 2 imperial beasts in the end. No, just now Gung Guangwei even used 3 imperial beasts. How come when it comes to me, the most is 2? Fang Xiu was speechless. Even if they wanted to limit the number, they should have limited it to 3, right? If student Fang Xiu has any objections to our rules, then, without waiting for the staff member to finish speaking, Fang Xiu directly interrupted with his words, abandon the race in protest? Or the results will be nullified? Don't you guys think that this is too shameless? Before traveling to this world, he had stumbled upon some underhanded things. As a result, he didn't expect to run into it when he came to the world of the Universal Imperial Beasts. That said, where were the leaders of the 1st middle school? Just letting their students be bullied? Although he knew that it might have something to do with Li Jin's mother's operation, Fang Xiu still felt unhappy in his heart. Fang Xiu, continue the match. Referee Wang Wei also felt that such a restriction was not very reasonable. Parasitism was still justifiable. But the number of imperial beasts would have depended on the strength of the imperial beastmaster. The stronger the strength of the royal beastmaster, the more number of royal beasts he had. Why should Fang Xiu be restricted in such a way? Really don't want him to be the winner? But sometimes individual strength was just so powerless. Even he, the judge, couldn't interfere with the organizing committee's restrictions. And even if he went to contact the leaders of the 1st middle school now and asked them to intervene, it would still be too late. The competition naturally wouldn't give Fang Xiu that much time. The only thing he could do right now was to accept the rules and continue the match. I know that you might be very unconvinced in your heart, but this world is sometimes like this. Without a good family of origin, you just get treated unfairly. But with your talent, Mr. Fang Xiu, I believe that one day, you will be able to say no to these unfair treatments. Referee Wang Wei relieved Fang Xiu and helped him adjust his mindset. Forget it. Fang Xiu waved his hand, telling the referee and also the staff to stop talking. Let the guy called Li Jin come up and fight. Even if I don't use parasitism and human warfare, there's no way my alien will lose to someone like Li Jin. Seeing that Fang Xiu didn't make any more trouble, the staff member then nodded in satisfaction before turning around and leaving the place. Soon, the results were transmitted through the Bluetooth headset into Zhao Di Du Liao's ears. They looked at each other in dismay and were both a little surprised at the organizing committee's decision. Especially Du Liao, who was already biased in favor of Fang Xiu. Now that she heard the way the verdict was handed down, she also felt extremely upset in her heart. This is simply too bullying. The corner of Du Liao's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, itching to punch those few staff members. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received a notice from the organizing committee that especially student Fang Xiu's ability to control beasts is too unreasonable and will affect the fairness and equity of the competition. So the organizing committee has temporarily decided to restrict Fang Xiu's imperial beasts. First is the ability to parasitize, disabled. Then there is the number. Student Fang Xiu can only send out a maximum of 2 aliens to fight. The moment these words came out, a hush came over the entire room. Whether it was parasitism or numerical superiority, it was all Fang Xiu's ability to control the beasts. It wasn't like it was some kind of out-of-hand trick. So what was so unfair about it? Even in their opinion, the organizing committee was clearly favoring Li Jin of the 3rd middle school by temporarily making such a restriction. However, even if some of the spectators were tinged with dissatisfaction, they still couldn't affect the outcome. Li Jin walked onto the playing field amidst a chorus of boos. Chapter 64, Li Jin's Fake Match Temptation. Who is the strongest senior in Crane City? Zhao Di said slowly as he gazed at Li Jin, who walked onto the playing field. Although he felt that the tactics of Huqing Third Middle School were really a bit cheap, he had to admit that both Li Jin and Fang Xiu were the strongest freshmen in their respective high schools. The match between them would determine who the champion would be. Fang Xiu. Li Jin took 3 steps and arrived in front of Fang Xiu. The two sides looked at each other, and Fang Xiu's alien sword saint stood beside him. Release your imperial beast. Fang Xiu lowered his voice, urging Li Jin to fight quickly. Don't be so hasty. Li Jin stuck his hands in his pockets, not caring about the booing coming from the audience, and he wasn't in a hurry to release his imperial beast. Want to make a deal? Li Jin deliberately lowered his voice. A deal? Fang Xiu raised his sword brows. That's right. Li Jin spread out his hands. Even if you win this freshman exchange tournament, it's only a $200,000 prize money, and that prize money will have to be shared equally with the others. There's no point at all except to defend the reputation of the first middle school. Individual first, then collective. As long as you lose this match, I'm willing to pay you $300,000. How's that? That's almost 6 times the amount of prize money you can share in your hands. And my conditions are more than that. As long as you nod your head in agreement, I can use my connections to transfer you to our third middle school. The corners of Li Jin's mouth rose, revealing a surge of confidence. It was as if he was recruiting Fang Xiu. Coupled with the fact that the audience was all booing Li Jin, other than referee Wang Wei, no fourth person could hear the conversation between them. And referee Wang Wei deliberately turned his head, pretending not to hear these words. Although he couldn't see this kind of behavior from Li Jin in his heart, he was in the way of the connections behind Li Jin and couldn't say anything here. Fang Xiu also didn't expect Li Jin to propose such a deal. Oh! For a moment, Fang Xiu surfaced with an interested expression. You want me to play a fake match? Don't say it so bluntly, Fang Xiu. I've just gotten someone to investigate your situation. Li Jin laughed. Your parents are both ordinary laborers. There is still the pressure of car loans and mortgage payments every month, and they can't provide you with much help in the matter of imperial beasts. And with your aliens, the advantage is in numbers. But again, the number of imperial beasts has both advantages and disadvantages. A huge group of imperial beasts requires all kinds of resources. If you had the same origin as me, you might have become the most powerful imperial beast Master Crane City has ever seen. Unfortunately, with your family's condition, once you reach your sophomore and junior year of high school, you will instead be dragged down by the number of aliens. Even if the first middle school is the key high school in Crane City, but you don't have any connections, the care that the first middle school will give you will be very limited. So now, I can give you a bright future, Li Jin said with a serious face. As long as you lose this match, you can get everything. Although he had used his family's connections to get the organizing committee to temporarily restrict Fang Xiu's imperial beast. However, once he thought of the alien sword saint's sword skills and amazing speed, Li Jin still didn't have full certainty that he could defeat Fang Xiu. And once he was defeated by Fang Xiu here, the third middle school's expectations of himself were small, and if he messed up, his own old mom would also be targeted. In order to make sure that nothing is wrong, Li Jin just had to ask Fang Xiu for a fake match. As long as he loses to himself what is a mere $300,000. This deal was well worth it for Li Jin. Even in Li Jin's eyes, such a great temptation was simply not something that a senior freshman could refuse. You've already defeated Li Shijia and proved your talent. Accidentally losing to me, the number 1 person in the third middle school, is also human. Most importantly, you've also seen Gung Guangwei, the equipment used by Li Shijia's imperial beast, right? As long as you are willing to pledge allegiance to me, the imperial beast equipment, I can give it to you. Li Jin further pulled Fang Xiu closer. If he could really get Fang Xiu to transfer to third middle school, not only could he fill Gung Guangwei's position, it could also eliminate one from the other so that this session of the first middle school, there would be no more chances to turn around. Think about yourself. Sometimes people should be selfish, Li Jin continued. In his opinion, Fang Xiu's heart had already begun to hesitate, and was even throbbing. What a good condition. The corners of Fang Xiu's mouth rose and a smile emerged. Compared to that 50,000 from the bonus, 300,000 will be more helpful to my imperial beasts, and can even solve my imperial beasts' expenses for the first half of the semester. For a student like me whose family of origin is not good, it can be considered a great help. Fang Xiu nodded, indicating that what Li Jin said was realistic. Seeing this, Li Jin also revealed a satisfied smile, truly worthy of being the #1 person in the first middle school. The one who recognizes the times is the best. However, the next second. However, I refuse. The smile on Fang Xiu's face came to an abrupt end, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and gravity.
Lin.
What did you say? Li Jin couldn't help but be stunned, wondering if he had heard wrong. One of my Fang Xiu's favorite things to do is to say to the guy who thinks he's nobler than me that he won't come to reject him. Fang Xiu had his hands in his pockets, and the alien sword saint beside him even exuded a terrifying sense of oppression, crushing towards Li Jin. Better family of origin? More resources? Wider connections? Don't make me laugh, if you're really capable. Release your imperial beast and fight me for real. If you don't have the courage, hurry home to your mom. When Li Jin heard this, his entire body froze in place. Not only him, even the referee, Wang Wei, could not help but admire Fang Xiu. To know that was $300,000. Even if it wasn't used for the imperial beast, it could still buy a C260L. Even if on the internet the average person couldn't look at a $300,000 car, but in the real world, $300,000 really wasn't something that an average family could take out. Especially for someone like Fang Hua, $300,000 is definitely a huge sum of money. But his refusal was so overbearing. You, this guy. Li Jin's face was even more bruised as he clenched his hands into fists. Since he was a child, no matter if he went to school or participated in any activities, he had always been the center of attention in other people's eyes. Not to mention that he had taken the initiative to open his mouth. He would have countless people coming up and flattering him just by sitting there. As a result, this Fang Xiu even dared to take the initiative to reject himself. This fellow, did he really think that his imperial beast was invincible? Seek death. In a flash, Li Jin could no longer restrain himself and released his imperial beast. A terrifying wind pressure swept out in all directions, hardening the grass under his feet, uprooting it and sending it flying. Even the referee, Wang Wei, was forced back in his footsteps by this wave of air. Chapter 65 Li Jin's royal beast is actually a half-dragon? So strong. Referee Wang Wei raised his arm to ward off the incoming air waves. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he almost couldn't believe that it would be the royal beast of an upperclassman. That's... Fang Xiu's starry eyes slightly condensed as he observed towards Li Jin's imperial beast. He only saw that Li Jin's imperial beast was similarly around 3 meters tall, and was not different from his alien sword saint. And what was very different from the alien sword saint was that Li Jin's imperial beast had a snow-white body, contrasting sharply with the black exoskeleton of the alien. What made Fang Xiu feel even more incredible was that Li Jin's imperial beast not only had solid muscles and held a steel fork in its hand. Its head was more like a dragon from the west. A half-dragon? Referee Wang Wei couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Although 3rd middle school and 8th middle school had fought, 8th middle school had fought with all their might, but they hadn't been able to force Li Jin off the field. So until now, it was the first time that Li Jin's royal beast appeared on this playing field. The crowd, which was originally booing, became silent. It could be seen that everyone was shocked by Li Jin's half-dragon. Even the two hosts, Zhao Di and Du Liao, blinked in disbelief. Half-dragon man? Li Jin's imperial beast is actually a half-dragon man. Hiss. And the weapon it's using in its hand, it doesn't seem to be an ordinary steel fork either. The corner of Du Liao's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Pay attention. The symbol on that steel fork. Zhao Di whirled around and widened his eyes. He suddenly realized that on top of the steel fork, there was a logo of crossed swords printed on it. That logo was clearly the logo of Longquan Industry. It was rumored that the imperial beast equipment they created was the topmost existence in China, and the deposits alone often reached 6 figures. It was higher than even his yearly salary. So rich. Zhao Di couldn't help but feel a bit red-eyed for a moment. The rarest phantom beast species, the half-dragon, plus the top-notch equipment. How was this Fang Xiu going to fight? If we relied on the Sea of Men tactic, Fang Xiu's alien army, we might still have a chance. But the organizing committee's temporary rule change prohibits Fang Xiu from having more than 2 aliens. Du Liao clenched her fists, once again feeling injustice for Fang Xiu. In this match, it was surprising that a guy like Li Jin was allowed to win the championship. She was really a little bit upset. This is rich people. Zhao Di couldn't help but sigh. In his opinion, Fang Xiu's talent was stronger than Li Jin. But this world was often like this. Talent would not necessarily lose to effort, but it would definitely lose to resources. What's the use of having talent? Just that steel fork in the half-dragon man's hand alone was almost a family of 10 years of food and drink.
Hehe.
Looking at the shock in referee Wang Wei's eyes, the corners of Li Jin's mouth rose. See? Fang Xiu. I am the difference between me and you before. In Li Jin's opinion, after seeing his own royal beast, and the weapon used by the royal beast, Fang Xiu must have felt a sense of disparity. Although he was the most powerful freshman in Qingqing First Middle School couldn't afford to pour so many resources on him. In the end, this world still depended on family status. If you're really that confident in your imperial beasts, then why did you limit the number of my aliens? In the end, you still lack confidence in your bones. Fang Xiu sniffed and immediately retorted back. What a pity. If only I could parasitize Li Jin's imperial beast with a face-hugging worm. Fang Xiu thought in his heart. What did you say? Li Jin's expression, which was still arrogant, instantly became a little embarrassed. After all, Fang Xiu's aliens were too numerous, and each of them possessed the unreasonable setting of acid blood. Even if his half-dragon was strong, he might not be able to exhaust his stamina by the endless army of aliens. Although he had the upper hand now, being caught by Fang Xiu's pain point at once still made Li Jin's face a little embarrassed. Finish him off, Lucas. Li Jin clenched his fists with both hands and immediately ordered the half-dragon. Blistering wind step. Fang Xiu was no longer polite either, only to see the alien sword saint disappear on the spot, with one footprint after another continuously appearing on the grass. Stealthy? Li Jin's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, obviously not expecting the alien sword saint to be invisible. However, facing the alien sword saint who was pressing step by step, Lucas did not panic. As a half-dragon, it possessed an intelligence comparable to that of a human. Even because of the data that was copied over, this Lucas's battle experience was also quite rich. It slowly closed its eyes, seemingly sensing the alien sword saint's aura. In the next second, it opened its arms, and a thunderous light blossomed from it, expanding towards the surroundings. In a flash, the thunder light released by Lucas then protected it due to a knot seal. Fang Xiu's alien sword saint manifested at this moment as it grasped the black blade with both hands and raised it above its own head before slashing down towards Ruka's head. After all, the rules had already prohibited parasitism. It also didn't need to give the face-hugging worm a chance to parasitize. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, the alien sword saint black blade collided strongly with Ruka's thunder light boundary. The latter violently opened its eyes and released an even more majestic current. Rumble! The thunderous roar was deafening, and Fang Xiu's alien sword saint was hardened by the force and sent flying. However, the thunder light boundary protecting Lucas also dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The alien sword saint flipped around in the air, kneeled on one knee, and skidded out 8 feet away on the grass. Only a wisp of gray smoke floated out from its exoskeleton. It was evident that the electric current that Lucas had just released had produced a high temperature of thousands of degrees. This was the fact that the alien belonged to a silicon-based organism. If it was a normal carbon-based organism, that terrifying electric current alone would be enough to pierce through flesh and blood. When Li Jin saw Fang Xiu's alien sword saint being forced back, the corner of his mouth lifted once again. How about it, Fang Xiu? Now do you understand the gap between you and me? The weapon in Lucas's hand, called the electric fork, not only possesses a very exaggerated hardness, it can also strengthen Lucas's strength. The move you just saw is the effect of the electric fork strengthening. Your alien can't even hurt my Lucas. Li Jin's smile became maniacal. Ruka stomped his feet hard and charged straight towards the alien sword saint, the electric fork constantly flying in its hand. Crackle! Every time the electric fork swung, it rubbed out purple electric currents, and its flexibility was even more like Ruka's hands and feet. Bam! Facing the raging guy, the alien sword saint hastily raised the black blade in his hand, intersecting with Lucas' electric fork cross, and the two weapons, moreover, rubbed out a piece of sparks. But Lucas's power, however, was much greater, pushing the alien sword saint out hard. Its feet once again stepped on the ground, utilizing the resulting reaction force to catapult itself out, and the electric fork in its hand waved, continuously chopping towards the alien sword saint. Chapter 66 Fang Xiu to lose? Plus one more. Fang Xiu's alien is completely suppressed. Zhao Di nervously observed Fang Xiu's alien sword saint. Whether it was its size, strength, or speed, the alien sword saint was the most powerful one among the aliens Fang Xiu had released. However, it was now being suppressed by Li Jin's half-dragon, making it difficult to resist. If it wasn't for the organizing committee's temporary change in the rules, Fang Xiu's army of aliens would definitely be able to defeat Li Jin's half-dragon man. Du Liao still felt a sense of injustice in her heart. Although Li Jin's image was also good and his family still had a lot of resources compared to him, Du Liao was still more favorable towards Fang Xiu. Yeah! Zhao Di clenched his fists. If there was that black pressurized alien army, how could Li Jin be as calm as he was now? Even in his opinion, changing the rules temporarily would have been an unreasonable thing to do. You say, if Fang Xiu releases another alien to feint for the alien sword saint, is there any chance, then, to turn defeat into victory? In the heat of the moment, Du Liao had already started to come up with a plan for Fang Xiu. This is difficult. However, Zhao Di didn't look at this scenario well. He had just observed Fang Xiu's other aliens. Compared to this alien sword saint, it was simply like two aliens. The strength, speed were all far inferior to the alien sword saint. Even if it was allowed to feint, it would probably be easily killed by Lucas. The spectators in the audience also pinched a cold sweat for Fang Xiu. It seems that Fang Xiu can only go so far. It can't be helped. Li Jin's imperial beast is too strong. Especially the weapon it used, Dragon Spring Industry. Yeah, it's estimated that an electric fork like that, at least a few million, really rich. Is this the gold content of the young master of the third middle school? There was a lot of talk in the audience. In their opinion, if Lucas didn't have an electric fork, Fang Xiu's alien sword saint might still have some chance. Mirror image split. Fang Xiu stood in place. He also saw the alien sword saint's decline. I didn't realize that the equipment's enhancement to the imperial beasts would be this great. Thinking back to the hatching process of the alien sword saint, it was a mutant born after parasitizing Ma Ming's werewolf. When it had just hatched out, it had even developed a treasonous heart. In the end, it was only under his own spiritual suppression that he became obedient. At that time, Zhang Panpan was still excited and certain that her alien sword saint would be the strongest existence among the freshmen in the entire Crane City. As a result, he didn't expect that this third form's Li Jin would be even more unreasonable. In a flash, under Fang Xiu's command, the alien sword saint split into 4 mirror image doppelgangers, jumping and slashing towards Lucas from different directions. However, the power of this mirror image doppelganger depended on the state of the main body. After a great battle, the alien sword saint also became weak, and its mirror image splitters were not as swift as before. Looking at the guys rushing out from different directions, Lucas once again opened his hands, and electric currents stirred out from his body. Instantly, a lightning boundary was opened. Rumble, accompanied by deafening thunder. The alien sword saint's mirror image doppelgangers were all sent flying out. Lucas even seized this break, violently flinging his tail behind him and sweeping it forward, with a terrifying force that directly sent the alien sword saint flying out. Hehehe. Looking at the alien sword saint being completely suppressed by his own rukas, Li Jin once again laughed coldly. Let me tell you one more thing, Fang Xiu. Although my Lucas has only been cultivated for a month, Lucas is not my original imperial beast. My very first imperial beast was nothing more than a regular species. Although the power is also okay, it's still too weak compared to the upper limit of the phantom beast species. So it's... My mother used some of her contacts to copy the various data of Lucas from the students of the top 10. Only then did I have this phantom beast species of half-dragon. While saying this, Li Jin approached Fang Xiu, his attitude becoming more and more arrogant. This is the gap between rich people and ordinary people. Or rather, the gulf. What can you do even if you are talented? Even if you innately possess the phantom beast seed imperial beast, what can you do? As long as I have the resources and background, I can just as easily solve the problem of not having an illusory beast seed. My equipment, too, is better than yours. What are you comparing me with? When copying the data of the phantom beast species, Li Jin also allowed Lucas to gain a wealth of combat experience. Combined with the electric fork, it could bring its combat power to 600%. Inside the rest room of the first middle school, after sending Li Qingqing to the hospital, Zhang Panpan contacted the second-class teacher, Zhang Yu, and asked him to go over to take care of her, and folded back himself. Unexpectedly, The alien sword saint that he had high hopes for was suppressed by Li Jin's Lucas. Zhang Shuren's face also turned ironic. When he was in middle school, he had heard about Li Jin. He had thought that Fang Xiu could rely on his talent and defeat this Li Jin. As a result, he didn't expect that the battle situation would take a sharp turn for the worse. If this continues, I'm afraid Fang Xiu will lose. Zhang Shuren sucked in a breath of cool air from the corner of his mouth. His heart naturally hoped that Fang Xiu would be able to defeat Li Jin and lead First Middle School to take first place. But now, no matter if it was the alien sword saint's blistering wind steps or his mirror image split, all of them were restrained by Rukash. Moreover, after a few exchanges, the raging currents released by Rukas were disintegrating the alien sword saint's exoskeleton little by little. If the fight continued like this, Fang Xiu would definitely lose. Zhang Panpan also nervously gnawed on his fingernails. It can't be helped. Longquan Industries' customized equipment is just too strong. Without the electric fork, there was no way that Lucas would have been able to wreak that much havoc on the heterosexual sword saint. Could it really only go so far? The students of Yutsai, the 8th grade, also felt despair after seeing the power of Rukas. The electric fork that Lucas used, even if their parents worked hard for their entire lives, it was impossible for them to afford it. And even if they had the money, they wouldn't necessarily be able to customize it without connections. Even a genius like Fang Xiu couldn't fight against Li Jin's financial power. What capital did they, ordinary people, have to be a match for someone like Li Jin? What made them even more desperate was that this Li Jin was merely a local snake in Crane City. In this world, there must be many people with more resources and connections than Li Jin. Even if they played well in the college entrance exam and went to a good Imperial Beasts University, in the end, they would still have to work as bulls and horses for people like Li Jin. Thinking of this, Wang Dalong and the others' eyes all dimmed at once. On the match field, Fang Xiu looked at the alien sword saint, who had fallen into the wind, and Li Jin's sneers and finally sighed.
Hehehe.
Li Jin sneered even louder. Regret? Fang Xiu, if you had just accepted my conditions, you would still be able to end it decently. But now, it's too late. Li Jin, you shouldn't have limited my Imperial Beasts to 2. If you were a bit more ruthless and directly limited it to 1, you might still have a chance to defeat me. A trace of contempt flashed through Fang Xiu's starry eyes. Since you want to be bad, why not be bad to the end? Chapter 67. The Alien Queen makes her appearance. What do you mean by that? Li Jin couldn't help but be stunned, looking at Fang Xiu's calm and collected appearance. A trace of uneasiness arose in his heart instead, and his eyes subconsciously glanced towards Lucas. His own half-dragon man had Longquan Industries' customized equipment, clearly suppressing Fang Xiu's alien sword saint. Where on earth did this fellow get his confidence? Humph. Scared silly by my Lucas? Li Jin snorted coldly, feeling that Fang Xiu was merely bluffing. Moreover, because Fang Xiu was the last person in the first, he couldn't directly strike at himself. Once he was eliminated, the winner would be himself. Humph. Do you think that your alien can hold my half-dragon man in check, and then use another alien to deal with me? It's useless, Fang Xiu, Li Jin said in a voice. Not to mention the fact that Fang Xiu had already eaten a yellow card. The organizing committee of this freshman exchange tournament was on his side. But who knows, in the face of Li Jin's gushing roar, Fang Xiu just turned around. He looked towards Lucas, who was suppressing the alien sword saint, and said in a low and icy voice, "Just let you see it. The real alien." As he spoke, a faint light flickered from Fang Xiu's side, and a blackened behemoth was instantly arrived behind Ruka's. Hissing, a low and gloomy chirping sound directly caused Ruka's to fight a cold war. It subconsciously turned around, only to see a big guy with curled-up legs looking down at itself. Alien Queen, the most powerful existence among all of Fang Xiu's imperial beasts. The posture of curled legs was like sitting on top of a throne, and the huge fan-shaped crown of the head even produced a huge shadow that enveloped Lucas' entire body. In front of the 3-meter-tall, robust body of this alien queen, it was like a baby standing in front of an adult. Li Jin's 2 eyes immediately widened like the eyes of a cow, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but involuntarily draw in a breath of cool air. Not only him, but the referee Wang Wei, the host Zhao Di, Du Liao, the freshmen from the other schools, the leading teachers, and the spectators who filled the Imperial Beast Stadium. Without exception, all of them drew in a breath of cold air. Zhao Di and Du Liao even rubbed their eyes hard. Their insanely seismic pupils seemed to be saying, "I didn't see it wrong, right? What is that thing? A royal beast? It's too exaggerated. Not. This is cultivated by a senior freshman. Hiss. This is too terrifying. Is this the strength of the number one person in Crane City's first high school? Monster. This guy is simply a monster. Murmurs erupted from the audience. Just a moment ago, they had thought that Fang Xiu's alien sword saint had been pushed to the brink by Lucas. But in the twinkling of an eye, Fang Xiu had released such a terrifying alien queen. Has this Fang Xiu not been serious all this time? Zhao Di exclaimed on the spot. Although he didn't know anything about aliens, he could see that this alien queen and the alien sword saint weren't even imperial beasts of the same magnitude. It's unbelievable that we have such a demonic imperial beast master in Crane City. Du Liao danced with excitement. Li Jin on the competition field. His mouth opened wide into an O shape, frozen on the spot until the saliva that flowed from the corner of his mouth dripped onto the back of his hand before he came back to his senses. And Fang Xiu's alien queen had already raised her wide palm and slammed it down towards Lucas. When it was too late, sensing that the situation was not good, Lucas quickly opened his hands, and raging electric currents burst out from its body, once again forming a thunder-light boundary to fend off the alien queen's attack. As a result, the next second, rumble. The sound of the explosion was deafening, and at the same time, it set off a terrifying wave of air that swept out in all directions. The alien sword saint returned to Fang Xiu's side with his blistering wind steps, using his own body to withstand this wind pressure for him. On the other hand, Li Jin's feet left the ground and his entire body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. The alien queen's palm, hard and fast, tore an opening in Ruka's thunder-light boundary, such a raging primal power that made a half-dragon like Ruka's, shocked and dumbfounded. Boom! Only to see the alien queen slap Ruka's face, knocking it directly to the ground. The open thunder-light boundary dissipated on the spot, and the electric fork, which was worth millions of dollars, spun and flew out. The upper half of the half-dragon Ruka's body was directly set into the grass. Looking again at the alien queen's arm that had penetrated into the lightning, only a wisp of black smoke floated up. The voices of the audience murmuring came to an abrupt halt. The entire tournament field instantly set off a dead silence. Fang Xiu had his hands in his pockets, still with a breezy expression on his face. It's still the alien queen, the most primitive aesthetics of violence. Fang Xiu glanced at Lucas, who had been slapped unconscious, and murmured softly. Although the alien sword saint assimilated the werewolf's genes and also mutated its genes, its alien genes, however, were the lowest level male alien, far less violent than this alien queen. Referee, can you announce the result now? Fang Xiu whirled around, looked at the referee Wang Wei, and said softly. In his opinion, Li Jin's imperial beast had already lost its ability to fight. Referee Wang Wei couldn't help but be stunned. The entire process had happened too quickly, before and after not even 2 breaths of time. It made him not even have time to react for a moment. Li Jin's half-dragon human imperial beast had been killed in a slap? Gulp. Wang Wei nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva before slowly announcing to the audience. The winner of this game is Qingqing number 1 Middle School, Fang Xiu. Accompanied by Wang Da's loud roar of these words, the entire audience immediately erupted in thunderous applause. Fang Hua, Fang Xiu, Fang Xiu. Immediately afterward, there was a wave of shouts that rose above the rest. Everyone was excitedly cheering Fang Xiu's name, because to them, Fang Xiu was not only the winner of this match. He had even proved one thing to everyone. Even an ordinary person like Fang Xiu could defeat a rich man like Li Jin. Let's congratulate Fang Xiu for leading Qingqing number 1 Middle School and taking the title of this freshman exchange match. Du Liao applauded excitedly. Qingqing number 1 Middle School is the champion. Qingqing number 1 Middle School is the champion again. Congratulations to Qingqing number 1 Middle School for taking the 4 consecutive championships. Seeing this, Zhao Di stopped pretending and roared at the top of his voice. Congratulations, Fang Xiu. Zhang Pan also brought Zhang Shuren and ran onto the playing field, embracing Fang Xiu with a hug. Is it necessary to be so excited? Fang Xiu looked at Zhang Pan, who was so moved that she was close to tears, and in his heart, he could not help but feel a bit speechless. Wasn't it from the very beginning that he had determined that he would definitely be able to win the freshman exchange tournament? What's all the fuss about? However, Fang Xiu secretly glanced at Li Jin's half-dragon Rukas. It's really a bit of a pity that it can't be used to parasitize. Chapter 68, Letting You Be Interviewed. Why are you selling classes? Fang Xiu still recognized Li Jin's half-dragon man in his heart, but the organizing committee had temporarily added rules, so he let it go. Soon after, Fang Xiu retrieved the alien sword saint and alien queen into the Imperial Beast space, and then saluted the audience as requested by the staff. Li Jin stood up from the competition arena with a gray head and clenched his hands into fists. When he watched everyone in the audience stand up to applaud and cheer for Fang Xiu, his heart became furious. These honors originally belonged to himself. Li Jin, Wang Ying, the physical education teacher of the 3rd middle school, took 3 steps to Li Jin's side, then pulled his arm. It's already over. It's not over. Li Jin gritted his teeth and his eyes became red. This guy Fang Xiu is just an ordinary person. What makes him able to have a royal beast like that? It must be that 1st middle school cheated. Yes, it must be that they cheated. That wasn't even an imperial beast that Fang Xiu bred himself. Li Jin yelled hysterically, not caring about his image in the slightest. Or rather, at this moment, he was completely swept off his feet and couldn't care less about his so-called image. I'm the veritable number 1 in the 3rd middle school, and I have customized equipment created by Longquan Industry. What does this Fang Xiu fellow have the right to do? What makes him able to defeat my Lucas? He must have cheated. I want to protest. Li Jin clenched his fists and raised his arms, stating that he would definitely use all his connections to track down Fang Xiu's cheating behavior. Security, security. Seeing this, referee Wang Wei hurriedly greeted the security personnel of the competition arena and pulled Li Jin back. Who? Only after Li Jin's voice faded away did Wang Wei let out a long sigh of relief. Then, a delicately dressed young lady wearing a white suit dress quickly walked onto the competition field, and she was closely followed by a cameraman. Hello, fellow student Fang Xiu. I am a reporter from Huqing Television, Kong Xiangmei, and I would like to do an exclusive interview with you. Is that all right? Seeing this, Zhang Shuren and Zhang Panpan all wisely took a few steps back. It was also an old tradition to conduct an interview with the champion of the freshman exchange tournament. Even as they stepped back, Zhang Panpan purposely patted Fang Xiu's shoulder, signaling him to perform well. No matter what Fang Xiu represented was Huqing 1st Middle School. Hello, reporter Kong. Fang Xiu nodded his head and smiled to signal. Although it was his first time being interviewed, his mind was at least an adult and he didn't have that much stage fright. First of all, I would like to congratulate Mr. Fang Xiu for taking the title of this freshman exchange tournament. Your mood must be very excited at this moment, right? Excited is not very excited. Fang Xiu smiled. Not very excited? It seems like student Fang Xiu has been aiming for victory from the very beginning. Then may I ask, are there any Imperial Beast insights that you can share with us? Imperial Beast insights? Fang Xiu raised his sword brows. If it was a netizen protagonist at this time, he would have said something to pretend to be X and show himself as a saint in front of people, right? For example, there's not much insight. I don't know why other people's Imperial Beasts are so weak. But a flash of thought suddenly arose in Fang Xiu's heart. Well, I actually have a lot of insights regarding Imperial Beasts, but it feels like it's not something that can be said in a few words. If there are interested students, you can pay attention to my Douyin account. I will often update the video to explain the knowledge of Imperial Beasts. For example, how to awaken the Phantom Beast species, how to mutate, and what to feed. Of course, if it's a student who wants to add my Qingqing friend to individually consult the details of Imperial Beasts, you can airplane add friends. Fang Xiu said with a smile on his face. The so-called Airplane Plus Friends was sending gifts on Douyin. An airplane was roughly $200, and after the platform took a cut, Fang Xiu could get half of it. Kong Xiangmei? Only Kong Xiangmei froze in place with a face full of question marks. As a reporter from Crane City TV, it wasn't the first time she had interviewed the winner of the freshman exchange tournament. Even in previous years, the most outrageous champion freshman was only in Versailles. Oops, where is the insight? I just casually cultivated it. I didn't expect to get the championship. Good for you. If you don't know, you'd think that Fang Xiu is a classroom salesman. That's not true. This is selling lessons. Moreover, using their TV station to advertise himself. Fang Xiu student, are you? However, without waiting for Kong Xiangmei to spit out his words, Fang Xiu directly took out his cell phone, then opened his Douyin account. Although he hadn't officially released the video yet, he pointed on the screen and then lit up a QR code for attention. He also changed his account ID to Fang Xiu of Board Imperial Beast in passing, then cleared his throat. Please recognize my account. This is my only account on the entire platform, so please tap to follow. Kong Xiangmei, Zhang Pan, Zhang Shuren, Referee Wang Wei, Host Zhao Di. It was important to realize that Kong Xiangmei's interview was conducted in a live broadcast format. Even in the surroundings of this Imperial Beast Stadium, there were large screens hanging right here that were broadcasting this interview. The moment Fang Xiu took out his cell phone, the large QR code directly occupied 3/4 of the screen. The audience at the scene was first stunned. Then they hurriedly took out their cell phones to scan the code. Even the host, Du Liao, couldn't wait to take out her cell phone and scanned at the QR code. In fact, it wasn't the first time that both she and Zhao Di had hosted the commentary for the freshman exchange match. However, it was the first time they had stumbled upon a champion who was messing with QR codes like Fang Xiu. What are you doing? Zhao Di looked at Du Liao, who had taken out her cell phone, and both of her eyes instantly doubled in size. Tap to follow. Du Liao said without thinking, then tapped Douyin's recharge system and directly gave Fang Xiu an airplane, then sent a private message with her 10-cent friend QR code. This line of operation watching Zhao Di froze. Be reserved. Zhao Di couldn't help but spit it out. If this wasn't still on the commentary stage, he definitely wanted to ruthlessly spit out, "You're 30 years old. Do you still want to eat Fang Xiu's tender grass? What are you thinking?" With Fang Xiu's talent in beast royalty, sooner or later, he will be a legend coming out of Crane City No. 1 Middle School. Of course, we have to take advantage of the fact that we can have a crossover now, and hurry up to liaise so that in the future, when Fang Xiu soars to great heights, I will also be able to rub off on him. Du Liao said in a serious manner. Sis is the one who wants the old cow to eat the young grass. Sis is being prescient. What you said seems reasonable. Zhao Di thought about it and felt that there really wasn't anything wrong with what Du Liao said, so he also sent an airplane out. Then carefully clicked on Fang Xiu's Douyin avatar and sent his QR code. Chapter 69 Black River State League. Plus one more. The corners of Kong Xiangmei's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, trying hard to snatch back the topic, but as a result, Fang Xiu was hard to stay away from Douyin for 3 sentences. Coupled with the fact that the interview time was originally limited, Fang Xiu's maneuvering had even caused Kong Xiangmei to have a black line on his face. However, Fang Xiu didn't care about Kong Xiangmei's thoughts. After finishing the interview, Fang Xiu was still focusing on his Douyin account, only to see the number of fans rising crazily. In just a few minutes, it broke through 10,000 fans. Fang Xiu. Zhang Pan led Fang Xiu in the direction of the restroom, and on her mouth, she still didn't forget to spit. What on earth are you thinking? That interview just now, you should thank the school and the teachers. Good guy. The whole time he didn't even mention first middle school. Hard to publicize your Douyin account there now. Zhang Shuren sniffed and also felt a bit embarrassed. The live broadcast of the Qingqing TV station was facing the whole city, and if this was seen by the school leaders of the first middle school, they were afraid that their faces wouldn't be able to hang on. In the worst case, it would also bring a negative impact to the first middle school. Brother Pan, it's not right for you to say that. There's a saying that one glory for all, one loss for all. If I'm famous enough, won't it also be a good thing for first middle school? Instead, it's those painless and vain words. I guess the school leaders have long been tired of hearing them. And Fang Xiu put down his cell phone, and his expression became serious. As long as my fame is big enough, the student council side won't dare to mess around. Zhang Pan could not help but be stunned. If it wasn't for Fang Xiu himself mentioning it, he had almost forgotten about the student council. Yes, Fang Xiu had not only wasted Ma Ming, the student union fighter, but also directly rejected the contract offered by Chen Feng. The other party would definitely not let it go. So all of this was in Fang Xiu's calculations? Freshmen who won the freshman exchange championship were often overwhelmed by joy, and some would even float for a period of time before returning to reality. Fang Xiu, on the other hand, did not show any signs of this at all, and was still able to calmly think about his future path. Although it sounded like Fang Xiu's use of the interview to advertise his account was a bit uncultivated. But on second thought, what was the thing that Imperial Beasts lacked the most? Resources. On the Douyin platform, 10,000 plays yielded roughly $15, and gifts could also be split in half. If Fang Xiu really made the Douyin account bigger and stronger, not only would he be able to generate income and solve the problem of resources for the Imperial Beasts, there is even the possibility that he will be favored by the e-commerce companies, with all kinds of bandwagons, business orders, and a steady stream. Thinking of this, Zhang Panpan's heart could not help but admire Fang Xiu's mind. Compared to those freshman champions in previous years, Fang Xiu is the real genius. For a while, Zhang Panpan couldn't help but look at Fang Xiu a few more times in her heart. The next thing was simpler. Li Qingqing and Qin Fan were injured and sent to the hospital. So the awarding session could only be conducted with Fang Xiu and Zhang Shuren. At the same time, Huqing First Middle School, Class 2 class teacher Zhang Yu's office. Because there were still students in class, he couldn't run to the Imperial Beast Gymnasium to watch the offline exchange match. So he could only take his cell phone and secretly watch it in his office. The 6th class teacher, Li Guosheng, and the 3rd class teacher, Jiang Chao, also came over. When Chen Fan and Li Qingqing were injured, in the hearts of the three of them, they all pinched a cold sweat. It wasn't until Fang Xiu's alien queen slapped Li Jin's half-dragon man unconscious that their hanging hearts completely relaxed. Good fellow, Zhang Yu, this time, you really picked up a treasure. Class 3 teacher Jiang Chao couldn't help but spit out his words. Such a good student, how come he wasn't assigned to his own class? If Fang Xiu could come to his class, he would have hated to offer him up. You can't say that, Zhang Shuren from your class. His performance is also very good. It's just that the freshman over there named Gung Guangwei is just too much. The corners of Zhang Yu's upturned mouth could not be suppressed at all. If it wasn't for Fang Xiu, the champion of this freshman exchange tournament might have fallen to the head of 3rd middle school. However, this 3rd middle school's Li Jin is really a ho nobody. Li Guosheng couldn't help but lament. Although on the side of the 1st middle school, students could use their credits to customize their Imperial Beast equipment, but no matter how customized it was still the equipment of a small workshop. There was no way to compare it to a big enterprise like Longquan Industry. After all, there were roughly 1,000 students in just one-year group. The entire school added up to almost 4,000 or 5,000 students. Plus the school's various expenses, the teachers' salaries, they simply couldn't afford too expensive equipment. Imperial beasts are originally something that requires resources. Jiang Chao couldn't help but lament. If he was from an average family, he might have been able to go to a 985, 211 as well, so he wouldn't have to return to Crane City to become a teacher. However, this Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast, it's really exaggerated. When that alien queen came out, I was taken aback. Zhang Yu, this time in the Black River State League, we might have a chance. Jiang Chao's gaze slightly condensed, and his expression became serious all of a sudden. Although Fang Xiu was not his student, Fang Xiu represented the 1st middle school. Most importantly, his student Zhang Shuren was second only to Fanghua, Li Qingqing. Black River State League. Zhang Shuren had the opportunity to participate. Black River State League? Li Guosheng couldn't help but be stunned. What? Have you forgotten? Jiang Chao glanced at Li Guosheng. How could I forget? Li Guosheng also immediately glanced back. The Black River State League, that's a state-level exchange tournament. Daxing City, River City, Kizil City, Qing City, Ha City, He City, Jia City. The Imperial Beast competition that only the top high schools of each city in the Black River State are qualified to participate in. Once you get the top 3 results, you can even enjoy extra points in your college entrance examination results. Li Guosheng sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Although the first high school was the brand name of Huqing, and could even be said to be the strongest high school, but if you look at the whole of China, the ranking of the first high school of Huqing was comparable to the end of the top 100. In the Black River State, it has also always been the existence of the bottom 1 or 2. In previous years, the state tournament was basically a walk in the park, and they couldn't even enter the group stage. Especially Ha San Middle School, the strongest existence in the Black River State. It is said that the key class of Ha San Middle School has a per capita phantom beast species. Even the penultimate student can be guaranteed a place by 211. Even more than half of the students can get into the top 10. No! Li Guosheng shook his head. The students in the key classes of Ha San Middle School never aim for the top 10. Their goal is the top of the top 10, even though the top 10 were the 10 strongest universities in China. But Imperial Capital University, Magic Capital University, and Ha Imperial Beast Engineering University were the top 3 of the top 10. Even the key class of Ha San Middle School, there had always been a rumor going around. If you don't get into Imperial Demon Ha, then just pick any of the top 10 and forget about it. Just by thinking about the monsters in Ha San Middle School, Zhang Yu could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Chapter 70 Imperial University Calls. Crane City First High School, Student Council. What a rare occasion, President. As soon as Wu Mingjian, who was the vice president of the student council, pushed open the door of the student council's conference room, he saw Ma Wanfeng standing by the window, admiring the scenery outside. Ever since he was promoted to his senior year of high school, Ma Wanfeng seldom asked about the student council's affairs and went all out to sprint for his grades. Although with his royal beast results, getting into the top 10 was already a foregone conclusion, but there were no one who could compete with him for the top spot in Crane City. Especially on the side of the third middle school this year, they had poured in a lot of resources, wanting to pocket the top student of this session of the college entrance examination. Based on this and that kind of relationship, Ma Wanfeng hadn't come to the student council side for a long time. The major and minor affairs of the student union naturally fell on Wu Mingjian's shoulders. Now that Ma Wanfeng suddenly came to him, Wu Mingjian's heart was somewhat apprehensive. There's a call from the Imperial Capital University. Ma Wanfeng whirled around and swept a glance at Wu Mingjian. What? Wu Mingjian could not help but be stunned. Imperial Capital University? Hiss. Immediately afterward, Wu Mingjian sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and a man's name then surfaced in his mind. Zhu Xinghe, the top student of the Hejiang State who had come out of Huqing No. 1 middle school that year. He was also the legendary man who had made a bold move and established the current student union. It's not Senior Chu. Ma Wanfeng noticed Wu Mingjian's change in expression, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly as he laughed lightly. Although Zhu Xinghe had paid some attention to Huqing No. 1 middle school over the years, he had more important things to do at the Imperial Capital University, and in most cases it was conveyed by the students who had gone out from Huqing No. 1 middle school. This time was no exception. Fang Xiu's performance in the freshman exchange tournament this time was quite good, and it was rumored that he even caught the attention of Senior Chu. Ma Wanfeng explained. Fang Xiu. Wu Mingjian frowned slightly. As early as during the freshman mapping exam, he had noticed Fang Xiu, and had specially explained to Chen Feng to bring Fang Xiu into the student council. As a result, that guy had botched it, and not only did he fail to convince Fang Xiu, he had instead made things very stagnant. I heard about Ma Ming's matter. Ma Wanfeng continued. Although his energy during this period of time was focused on the imperial beasts, he wasn't ignorant of the happenings at the school. In particular, Fang Xiu and Ma Ming's fight on the playground was not only filmed, but also spread everywhere. Although the student council's face had suffered a bit, it had to be said that Fang Xiu's imperial beast was, indeed, formidable, especially this time in the freshman exchange tournament. Fang Xiu's alien sword saint had the shadow of Ma Ming's imperial beast. Combined with the fact that his alien possessed the ability to parasitize its host, it made Ma Wanfeng quickly understand where that alien sword saint came from. There was also that alien queen had defeated Li Jin's half-dragon with brute force alone. According to his investigation, that half-dragon man was not Li Jin's imperial beast. It was the imperial beast's data that his mother had used her connections to copy from a genius of the top 10. But even so, it was still killed by Fang Xiu's alien queen with a single strike. You should also understand, right? That alien queen is much more powerful than the alien sword saint. Aside from her own terrifying strength, that alien queen did not undergo a mutation. This meant that Fang Xiu's alien queen could continue to become stronger. It was no wonder that, on the side of Imperial Capital University, someone would call over. How could such a good seedling not be absorbed into the student union? Even talent like Fang Xiu was worth cultivating according to the standards of a future student council president. Although in Huqing First Middle School we can be said to be a party of greatness, controlling the promotion rate of First Middle School, but in the top 10, those of us are nothing more than unruly people who entered the city from the poor countryside. Compared to those real city people, our eyesight is nothing more than sitting in a well and watching the sky. If it wasn't for Senior Chu, who integrated everyone's strength, even if we entered the top 10, we would be nothing more than a drop of water falling into the ocean. Sooner or later, we would have died out in our college career. Ma Wanfeng said in a serious tone. In this world, if one wanted to accomplish something and stand on a high enough mountain peak, it was never by personal strength. Even if a person's strength was strong, could it be stronger than a collective? The saying that a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake is not without reason. I see. Wu Mingjian sighed. I will personally talk to Fang Xiu and convince him to enter the student union. No! Wu Mingjian shook his head slightly. I'll have that guy Chen Feng apologize to Fang Xiu. Well, that's good. Seeing Wu Mingjian show his attitude, Ma Wanfeng nodded his head in satisfaction, then walked to his side. raised his hand and patted his shoulder, and finally disappeared into the student union's activity room. Only after Ma Wanfeng left did Wu Mingjian sit down as if he was relieved. Although he and Ma Wanfeng were only the difference between the head and deputy, the power they possessed was worlds apart. Sometimes Wu Mingjian felt like he was, more than anything, Ma Wanfeng's little brother, including this incident as well. Surprisingly, for Fang Xiu's sake, he had directly pressurized himself as the vice president. Damn Qian Feng! Wu Mingjian gritted his teeth and slapped one hand hard on the table. If it wasn't for that guy Qian Feng screwing things up, why would he be reprimanded by Ma Wanfeng? Forget it! Although Fang Xiu had a conflict with Ma Ming, which in turn affected his view of the student council, in this world, there are no eternal enemies. Thinking of this, Wu Mingjian stood up from his chair again and left the place in 3 steps. At the same time, Qingqing Imperial Beast Stadium. With Fang Xiu leading the first middle school to take the title of this freshman exchange tournament, the organizing committee was also personally presenting him with a trophy and prize money. Holding the $50,000 that he had been allocated, Fang Xiu's heart was also very happy. However, once he thought about the injuries of Li Qingqing and Qin Fan, after the freshman exchange competition was completely over, he followed Zhang Panpan and went to the hospital directly. Originally thought that Li Qingqing's injury need to recuperate for a month or 2. As a result, what Fang Xiu did not expect was, in this world, not only could all the people be able to control beasts, even the level of medical care was more developed than in his original world. There were even imperial beasts that were specifically used to treat the injured. In only half a day's time, the injury on Li Qingqing's leg had already completely healed. Teacher Zhang, there's also Fang Hua. Li Qingqing was lying on the bed in the hospital room. As soon as she saw Fang Xiu, she was furious. The face of the first middle school. It's kind of letting you lose all your face. Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu looked at Li Qingqing with a black line on his face. This little girl said the opposite, right? If it wasn't for the fact that he had ed over Li Jin, would first middle school have been able to get the championship of this freshman exchange tournament? However, very soon, Fang Xiu understood why Li Qingqing was spitting on himself so much. Because Li Qingqing directly took out her cell phone and played the interview video of Fang Hua promoting his Douyin account. Chapter 71 Extra Points in the College Entrance Examination. Li Qingqing was half recumbent on the hospital bed, pointing at the interview video on her cell phone, looking at Fang Xiu with a look of contempt, as if she was blaming Fang Xiu for being too unproductive. Such a good opportunity to show his sainthood in front of people. He had to use it to publicize his Douyin account. It was too humiliating. What's wrong with that? Fang Xiu snorted coldly before taking out his own cell phone. Through this interview, Fang Xiu's Douyin account had already accumulated 250,000 fans, and there were even countless people who took the initiative to send him gifts just to beg for a friend spot. Fang Xiu roughly estimated that just from these gifts, there were almost $10,000. And this was only the first day. As long as he operated it properly, getting rich was just around the corner. When he said this, Fang Xiu's face even surfaced with a smug and full expression. Poor guy. Li Qingqing frowned slightly, really unable to understand Fang Xiu. This guy clearly had a royal beast as powerful as the alien queen, and his looks weren't bad either. Why was he acting like a miser? It was as if he had never seen money before. However, spitting is spitting. While being brought to the hospital, Li Qingqing didn't forget to use her cell phone and watch the final match. There was no need to say anything about Li Shijia. Li Jin's half-dragon man was really out of Li Qingqing's expectation. There was also that electric fork, which Li Qingqing instantly recognized as a custom-made piece of equipment from Longquan Industries. Although his own family was well off, he had never customized Imperial Beast equipment from Longquan Industry. In terms of connections, resources, Li Jin was better than herself. At that moment, she also pinched a cold sweat for Fang Xiu. As a result, she didn't expect that the alien queen would kill Li Jin's half-dragon man in seconds with just one strike. If we really move, my little gray bird, I'm afraid it wouldn't be a match for the half-dragon man, Li Qingqing thought in her heart. Soon, the light in her eyes as she looked at Fang Xiu also changed, no longer with a hint of contempt, but rather, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Fang Xiu. Her vermilion lips lifted lightly. Thank you, Fang Hua. If you really want to thank me, you can give me money, Fang Xiu said lightly. Li Qingqing? Nobody, you really fell into the money's eye? Just kidding. Who knows, Fang Xiu snorted. You have nothing to thank me for, after all. Defeating Li Jin is also for my own sake. Li Qingqing didn't expect Fang Xiu to tease himself like this, and was first stunned before she laughed. It seems that you still don't know anything. HM? What do you mean? Fang Xiu's starry eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Phew, have you forgotten? The man I'm going to take out. As soon as Li Qingqing clenched her fists, a murderous aura was revealed in her beautiful eyes. Chu Xinghe. This name flashed through Fang Xiu's mind. The only person who could make Li Qingqing so enraged was him. It was just that Fang Xiu didn't understand what this Chu Xinghe had to do with the freshman exchange tournament. Looking at Fang Xiu's puzzled expression, Li Qingqing suddenly felt that something was wrong. She turned to look at Zhang Panpan. Teacher Zhang, didn't you say anything to Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu sniffed, and with that he also looked at Zhang Panpan. However, just as Zhang Panpan was about to open her mouth, a dull knock came from outside the hospital bed. Is it Li Qingqing's hospital room? This voice is Mr. Zhang Yu. Fang Xiu, who felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, subconsciously asked. Fang Xiu. Zhang Yu pushed open the door of the room and realized that not only was Fang Xiu here, Zhang Panpan and Zhang Shuren had also rushed over. Didn't you go to the event? Zhang Yu was under the impression that after the freshman exchange competition, there would often be some more activities, which was why he rushed over to the hospital, not realizing that Fang Xiu and the others were all there. I don't have much interest in that kind of activity, so I refused, Fang Xiu said without thinking. Oh, that way. Zhang Yu nodded and smoothly brought the door with him before coming to Li Qingqing's bedside and inquiring how her situation was. Li Qingqing did not shy away from it as she lifted the covers with one hand, revealing her bandaged thighs. The doctor said there's nothing wrong, but it still needs to be observed. If there's nothing serious, you can be discharged tomorrow, Li Qingqing said with a smile. It's good that it's fine. Zhang Yu sniffed and then let out a long sigh of relief. You came just in time. Zhang Panpan, on the other hand, looked as if she had thought of something. You'll be the one to say about the league. League? What league? Fang Xiu instantly became interested. The league, ah. Zhang Yu originally just wanted to come over to see Li Qingqing. Regarding the league, he had planned to find another time and tell Fang Xiu about it. He didn't expect to be asked about it directly. The Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and Fang Xiu in this ward were all outstanding students of the first middle school. All right. In fact, the so-called freshman exchange tournament is not just for the purpose of exchanging which college's freshman imperial beasts are more powerful. The main reason is to select a representative from Crane City, and then participate in the Black River State League. Black River State League? Fang Xiu raised his sword brows. That's right. Zhang Yu nodded. The Black River State League, as the name suggests, is a state-level tournament. It is held every year, and the best high schools in each city can send 4 students to battle. The rankings are decided through group matches and elimination matches. If they can get the top 3 scores, they can also score extra points in the college entrance exam. The scores are 30, 20, and 10 respectively. Zhang Yu continued. Then if you get the championship in all 3 high school leagues, wouldn't that be an additional 90 points? Zhang Shuren could not help but be taken aback. Good fellow. 90 points, One must know that today's college entrance exams were divided into general knowledge points and imperial beast points. The general knowledge score was divided into mathematics, language, and physics comprehensive arts comprehensive, with a full score of 100 for each subject, totaling 300 points. The imperial beast score was 700 points, a total of 1,000 points. The state league, on the other hand, could directly add up to 90 points. It was equivalent to scoring 1 more grade in a liberal arts course than anyone else. This was also too exaggerated. Don't think too much. Zhang Yu raised his hand and directly flicked a brain crash at Zhang Shuren. It's not like the first place in the league has anything to do with our Huqing First Middle School. Huqing First Middle School can get first place? What kind of results did Huqing First Middle School have in previous years? Fang Xiu instantly became interested and asked curiously. Previous years. Zhang Yu glanced at Fang Xiu. It couldn't even kill its way out of the group stage. Fang Xiu? You couldn't even kill your way out of the group stage? That's too much of a pull, isn't it? Li Qingqing's face also became subtle. Although she knew that Huqing No. 1 Middle School was not strong in the league, once she heard that they couldn't even kill their way out of the group stage, it was still a little hard for her to strain herself. What about the best result ever? Fang Xiu asked again. The best result? Zhang Yu thought about it for a little while. Once, it was a runner-up instead. Fang Xiu? A runner-up at the upper limit and not making it out of the group stage at the lower limit? This gap, it's too outrageous, right? Chapter 72 Qingqing has passed plus one more. Fang Xiu noticed that when Zhang Yu said that Qingqing number 1 middle school had taken the second place once, Li Qingqing's eyes flashed with a complex emotion. Her hands gripped the quilt and her head subconsciously lowered. On the contrary, Zhang Shuren's eyes glowed with excitement when he heard that Qingqing number 1 middle school had taken second place once. Although he didn't say anything on his lips, it was written all over his face. Truly worthy of being Qingqing first middle school. To be able to take second place in a league with strong players from the Black River State was so cool. The reactions of the two were worlds apart. And as far as Fang Xiu knew, this Li Qingqing wasn't someone without a sense of collective honor. On the contrary, she would also have a sense of pride when she said that she was a student of first middle school. But the only time she had this kind of behavior was when she heard the results that first middle school had taken. Teacher Zhang Yu. Fang Xiu instantly understood. That runner-up you're talking about, it couldn't be Qingqing, right? Ever since he went to Qingqing first middle school, Fang Xiu felt that he could hear Qingqing's name from time to time. That's right. Zhang Yu looked at Fang Xiu, then nodded his head. Sure enough. It's the same as what I guessed. Qingqing? Is that the top scorer from Hejiang Prefecture? NB. Zhang Shuren directly gave him a thumbs up. But who did he lose to? But immediately afterward, Zhang Shuren muttered. Since Qingqing was able to take the Hejiang Prefecture's top prize, that meant that he was the number 1 person in Hejiang Prefecture, right? His imperial beast must be incomparably powerful. Who exactly would such an existence lose to? One had to know that Qingqing hadn't taken the championship in the league, which meant that he had fewer extra points than others. And the general studies class had rolled to a head. In addition to language and composition, what with math, science, and literature, a perfect score was the foundation for these schoolboys of theirs. So in the case of having fewer extra points than others, and still being able to obtain the first prize, that meant that Qingqing had countered by relying on the Imperial Beast essay. And there was only one standard of measurement for the Imperial Beast essay, and that was battle power. Qingqing didn't lose. Zhang Yu shook his head. Although he did not have a good opinion of Qingqing in his heart either, he had to admit that Qingqing was indeed a royal beast genius. Didn't lose? Zhang Shuren could not help but be stunned. Without losing, why was he the runner-up? Fang Xiu was also instantly interested. That year, Qingqing was in his second year of high school. As the genius imperial beast master of Qingqing First Middle School, he naturally received a lot of attention. He led his teammates in the group stage and killed them strongly, as if he was a true dark horse. And in the elimination round of 8, he defeated Qing Second Middle School, exploding the cold door that year. You have to know that Hasan Middle School, Qing Second Middle School, Kizil Fourth Middle School, and Jia First Middle School are the 4 major colleges in Hejiang State. Qingqing being able to defeat Qing Second Middle School is already a feat that changed the history of Hejin City. When he said this, Zhang Yu's eyes were bright with light. Instead, it was the 4 major colleges. Ha City, Qing City, and Kizil City to be even more different. Ha City was the state sink city of Hejiang State nowadays. Whether it was education, healthcare, or anything else, it was the best in the entire Hejiang State. Kizil City, on the other hand, at the beginning of the founding of the state of China, due to the strongest overall strength, was selected as the state sink city, and as a result, due to a number of reasons, Kizil City ended up losing the election only to cast the present-day Qingqing. But a thin dead camel is bigger than a horse, although it lost some opportunities because it fell out of the election, but Kizil City still relies on its own comprehensive ability to develop well. Kizil City was originally just a small, mediocre city, but in the last century, it was discovered that the city was actually connected to an entrance to the Imperial Beast realm. The military, and bigwigs from all sides, began to move into the city, thus causing Qing City to begin to develop at a high speed. Especially in the Beast realm, in recent years, Qingqing has surpassed its big brother, Zizur City, and has gradually gained the power to wrestle with Qingqing. Some experts even predicted that Qing City was the future of Hejiang State. Zhang Yu briefly introduced the situation of Hejiang Zhou, so you should understand how difficult it was for Qingqing to defeat Qingqing Second Middle School, right? However, the heavens did not favor us. At the time Qingqing led the first middle school and killed his way into the quarterfinals, the opponents he encountered were the heavenly pride of Hasan Middle School. Hiss. Upon hearing Hasanzhong, Zhang Shuren sucked in a mouthful of cool air on the spot. The strongest high school in Black River State, Ha-San Middle School. I've heard that there is a key class in Ha-San Middle School called what's called the Heaven's Pride class, and every student in it, even the worst student at the bottom of the list, is a Phantom Beast Breed Imperial Beast Master. Fang Xiu? Hearing Zhang Shuren's words, Fang Xiu could not help but be stunned. One had to know that in this freshman exchange tournament, only 4 people, him, Li Qingqing, Li Jin, and Li Shijia, had imperial beasts that were illusory beast species. Among them, Li Jin was still a pseudo-illusory beast species. This was because his imperial beast, instead of being cultivated by himself, was copied at a cost. The 4 major colleges in Crane City had only barely managed to come up with 4 illusory beast breed imperial beast masters. As a result, Ha-San Middle School's Heaven's Pride class, per capita phantom beast breed, this could play. Wait, Teacher Zhang, you just said that Chu Xinghe took the runner-up, but he encountered Ha Sanzhong in the quarterfinals. Doesn't that mean? Fang Xiu reacted violently. That's right. Zhang Yu said with a loud voice. Chu Xinghe picked 4 and toppled Ha Sanzhong. In a flash, Fang Xiu and Zhang Shuren's eyes widened in shock at the same time. 1 against 4? Zhang Shuren's mouth opened into a large O shape. He only knew that Chu Xinghe was very powerful, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. But who knew that Zhang Yu was smiling bitterly? Actually, Chu Xinghe didn't want to take on 4 in 1. It's really because the students from Ha 3rd Middle School were too demonic, coming up to take on 3 in 1, eliminating all of Chu Xinghe's team members. Chu Xinghe was forced to go 1-on-4. Even that match, it was called an impossible miracle. Only, Zhang Yu sighed. Although Chu Xinghe was 1-on-4 and defeated Ha Sanzhong, he himself took half of his life. So much so that when it came to the finals, Chu Xinghe wasn't even able to participate. That's why 1st Middle School stopped as the runner-up and lost to Jia Cheng. That's why I said that Chu Xinghe didn't lose. Hearing this, Fang Xiu couldn't help but fall silent. Although he was dissatisfied with those things about his student council, he had to admit that this Chu Xinghe was indeed a very powerful character. Surprisingly, he was able to forcefully carry the 1st Middle School into the finals in that desperate situation. What about the senior year? Fang Xiu thought for a second. Since Chu Xinghe was halfway to the championship in his sophomore year, what about his senior year? Could it be that senior year also stopped at the runner-up? Senior year, Zhang Yu sighed. In senior year, Chu Xinghe didn't participate in the league because he was reorganizing the student council at the time. Fang Xiu? In order to reorganize the student council, he gave up the league that could score extra points in the college entrance exam. Chu Xinghe, what in the world had he gone through? For a while, Fang Xiu could not help but have a few interests in Chu Xinghe's past. Chapter 73, The Student Council Comes Again. After understanding the situation of the Black River State League, Fang Xiu returned to the school with Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan. Fang Xiu had developed a few interests in Chu Xinghe, and after returning to the dormitory, he turned on his computer and searched the internet for reports about Chu Xinghe. Ding dong. Suddenly, a doorbell came from outside the dormitory door. Zhang Panpan, Fang Xiu muttered, then stood up from his chair and walked towards the door. In this freshman exchange tournament, his face-hugging bug parasitized Gang Guangwei and Li Shijia's imperial beasts, and in a few hours he was able to give birth to chest breakers, especially Li Shijia's shadow sorcerer, a phantom beast species of imperial beast created based on the trolls in Western stories. Combined with the genes of the aliens, there was no telling what kind of monsters could be born. Fang Xiu did not find it strange when Zhang Panpan paid a visit to his door. But who knows? When Fang Xiu pushed open the door, what met his eyes was a strange face. He looked up and down. The visitor was wearing a white short sleeve and dark blue jeans. His hair was a fresh short inch, his eyes were a bit squinty, and his height was not far from Fang Xiu. You are Fang Xiu's classmate, right? Introduce yourself. My name is Wu Mingjian. I'm from the 3rd class of senior high school, and I'm also the vice president of the student union. The corners of Wu Mingjian's mouth rose as he smiled and introduced himself to Fang Xiu. And as soon as he heard the title of vice president of the student council, Fang Xiu's starry eyes instantly became wary. I don't know what is Vice President Wu's business here? Fang Xiu said rhetorically. There seems to be some misunderstanding between you and Chen Feng, and as the vice president of the student council, I feel that we should give an explanation to student Fang Xiu. As he spoke, Wu Mingjian gestured, and Fang Xiu followed the gesture and looked, only to see Chen Feng standing at the stairway, with the color of fear between his eyes. His face was even more blue and purple, and he was even limping as he walked. Fang Xiu student. Chen Feng covered his swollen face with one hand and said towards Fang Xiu, "Last time, it was my unauthorized act. I still hope that you will be generous and don't see eye to eye with me." "Sorry." After speaking, Chen Feng directly bent his waist, and his bangs were wet with sweat. Fang Xiu could see at a glance that the injuries on Chen Feng's face were all new. It must be that after he got the champion of the freshman exchange tournament, Wu Mingjian had beaten Chen Feng severely. On the contrary, the fear in Chen Feng's eyes just now was not because he saw himself. Rather, it was because of Wu Mingjian. Although the matter of Chen Feng bringing Ma Ming over to find trouble with himself made Fang Xiu very upset, the real villain was obviously this Wu Mingjian. "Don't I look too smart?" Fang Xiu's eyes retracted from Chen Feng, then focused on Wu Mingjian's eyes. The two sides met each other's eyes, and instead, Wu Mingjian froze for a moment. "What does that mean, fellow student Fang Xiu?" "It means literally the matter of signing the contract. It was indeed Chen Feng who came over to look for me. But if there was no explanation from above, he wouldn't have brought someone over to look for me, right? In the end, Chen Feng is just a pawn. If it was someone else, perhaps when they saw this scene, they would choose to forgive Chen Feng. At least on the surface, he would also give Wu Mingjian a step and turn this matter over. But people are not grass and trees. Can't a circle be rolled and a square be stopped? Obviously it is the problem of the student union. Now put the problem on Chen Feng, and then beat him up. He is going to pretend that nothing has happened? The credit goes to the superior. The faults are all the subordinates. This student council, it's really bad. Naturally, Fang Xiu would not give Wu Mingjian any good face. Wu Mingjian was also dumbfounded for a while. Regarding Fang Xiu's matter, he had also investigated, and had thought that by doing this, he could at least ease Fang Xiu's attitude towards the student union. The result did not expect. This Fang Xiu really do not give face. Chen Feng on the side was even more frightened by Fang Hua's words, and with a plop, he knelt in front of Fang Hua. "Senior Chen, the conflict between us has already passed. There is no need to be like this." Looking at Chen Feng, who had long since lost his previous arrogance and instead had a few moments of pity, Fang Xiu looked at him with a bit more subtlety. "There's no more business for you here. Do what you need to do." Wu Mingjian glanced at Chen Feng and said in a low voice, "This?" Chen Feng froze for a moment, looking a little overwhelmed. Still not quick to get out. Only when Wu Mingjian raised his volume did he run away trembling. "If Vice President Wu doesn't have anything else, I'll go back to the Imperial Beasts." Fang Xiu didn't want to get involved with the student council and said that he was about to close the door. Boom! At the critical moment, Wu Mingjian raised his hand and pressed it against the door. "Student Fang Xiu, don't be so hasty to give an expulsion order. Besides wanting to resolve the conflict between you and student Chen Feng, there is another matter that I want to talk to student Fang Xiu about." Wu Mingjian raised a smile on his face once again, but in his heart, he hated to give Fang Xiu two punches. Other than needing to bow his head in front of Ma Wanfeng, when had he ever been so humble? In front of other students, he had always been the first middle school superstar. No matter where he went, he was the existence of the front and back. Only this Fang Xiu actually dared to give himself an expulsion order. What was even more difficult for him to accept was, he had clearly been evicted, yet he still licked his face to the door. If it wasn't for the people from Imperial University coming to call, why would he need to suffer such an aggravation? Damn it! So angry. But there is no way. The other party is the people of the Imperial University. When one day they are promoted to the Imperial University, they still need those seniors to take care of. Thinking of this, Wu Mingjian forced down his anger in his heart, and in a pleasant manner, he pulled out a bank card from his body and waved it in front of Fang Xiu, as if to say that even for the sake of this thing, he should invite himself in, right? "What do you mean? Trying to bribe me, Fang Xiu, with money?" Fang Xiu smiled. "It's not what you think, student Fang Xiu. This is a little bit of our student union's heart." Wu Mingjian casually found a reason. "After all, you led the first middle school this time, taking the championship of the freshman exchange tournament, winning glory for our school, and deserving some rewards. How much is this token of appreciation?" Fang Xiu inquired simply and roughly. "It's a bit more than the prize money shared this time," Wu Mingjian said with a smile. "Come in." Fang Xiu looked at the bank card in Wu Mingjian's hand before taking a step back and inviting Wu Mingjian in. This Fang Xiu. Although he made Fang Xiu make a concession, Wu Mingjian's face became even worse. He himself, the vice president of the student union of Huqing No. 1 Middle School, actually had to rely on giving money to people in order to enter someone else's dormitory. If this were to spread out, he was afraid that he would be laughed at for a whole year. Damn Qian Feng! Wu Mingjian resented Qian Feng even more in his heart. If it wasn't for him screwing up the contract, where would he need to stoop so low? Chapter 74, An Invitation Letter. Senior Fang Xiu, I know that you have a misunderstanding about our student union. Wu Mingjian came to the dormitory's living room and took a seat on the sofa, and the bank card that he had pulled out at the door was placed on the coffee table. In reality, our student union is not what Senior Fang Xiu thinks. Our essence is to explore every student's potential as much as possible so that they can attend a better university in the future. Not only will we help with resource issues, but we will also instruct our students on how to better their imperial beasts. Wu Mingjian said in a gushing manner, as if he was a good senior who loved his schoolmates. Fang Xiu was not interested in what he said. He just picked up the bank card on the table. What's the password? Wu Mingjian had a black line on his face, but still immediately squeezed out a smile. The password is 368464. There's a total of $80,000 in this card. It's considered to be our student council's reward for Fang Xiu's classmates. Want to use $80,000 to ease my conflict with the student council? Fang Xiu nodded slightly. Let's get down to business. Vice President Wu specially came to my door. It shouldn't just be for the sake of sending me money, right? No matter what, Fang Xiu wasn't a brat who had just started high school. There was no such thing as a free lunch under the sky. If he didn't make it clear directly here, who knew what Wu Mingjian would mess up subsequently? What's more, he himself also wanted to know what exactly the student council's attitude towards him was right now. Wu Mingjian hesitated a little. His original intention was to first get closer to Fang Xiu before inviting him into the student council. But now, looking at it, this Fang Xiu was far more powerful than he had imagined. Truthfully, the current president, Ma Wanfeng, and I are both senior students, and we will be taking the college entrance exams next year and leaving the first middle school. Although Chen Feng and their imperial beasts are very good, being a minister is okay, it's difficult to hold up the operation of the entire student union. On the contrary, student Fang Xiu's performance on the mapping exam screams of amazement. Not to mention that this freshman exchange tournament is even more brilliant. To say that senior disciple Fang Xiu is invincible in his first year of high school, I don't think anyone would object. And Wu Mingjian's eyes became serious. It's only been less than a month since the start of the school year, letting the imperial beast complete its mutation, and also controlling the mutated imperial beast. Even those veteran students in the second year of high school are far inferior to you, senior disciple Fang Xiu. Most importantly, the power of that alien queen. Wu Mingjian praised Fang Xiu without mincing words before his words changed. So now, I sincerely hope that student Fang Xiu can join our student council. Join the student council? To Wu Mingjian's invitation, Fang Xiu did not feel surprised in his heart. After all, his own performance in the freshman exchange tournament was indeed not bad. Instead of continuing to be an enemy to this genius of his, it would be better to adopt him as his own. But, thanks to Vice President Wu's good intentions, I'm used to being free, and most of my time is spent on imperial beasts, so I really have no thoughts of joining the student association. Fang Xiu politely declined. There is no need for student Fang Xiu to reject so dryly. This matter is something that you should reconsider. Right? Suddenly, as if he suddenly thought of something, Wu Mingjian pulled out another invitation from his pocket. This one, I wonder if student Fang Xiu is interested. Wu Mingjian placed the invitation on the coffee table and then pushed it forward. What is this? Fang Xiu asked while picking up the invitation that Wu Mingjian took out. There wasn't much content on it. It was just an invitation to a certain painting exhibition. I don't know if student Fang Xiu, has he ever heard of Master Che Xian? No. Fang Xiu shook his head without thinking. Who is it? He was originally a traveler and didn't get all the memories of his predecessor, spending most of his time above the imperial beasts. He didn't know much about the celebrities of this world. Wu Mingjian directly surfaced a look of speechlessness. Good fellow. He was just being polite. I didn't expect Fang Xiu to really be able to ask that was Master Che Xian Hiss. Wu Mingjian sucked in a breath of cool air from the corner of his mouth and could only patiently explain to Fang Xiu. This Grandmaster Che Xian was a royal beast master who had gone out from Crane City. During his high school years, his imperial beast was unrivaled in Crane City. and with excellent grades, he entered one of the top 10 Magic City universities. Afterwards, he participated in several important Imperial Beast battles and became famous, successfully entering the Sunflower Imperial Beast Enterprise, with his highest position rising to vice president. Can be described as a successful and famous Imperial Beast master. It was only now that he retired that he chose to return to Crane City and organize this painting exhibition. There are rumors that the intent of this painting exhibition is to select a preferred student and then sponsor them. Student Fang Xiu has an extraordinary talent in the field of Imperial Beasts, so if he can be spotted by Master Che Xian, he will definitely soar. Listening to Wu Mingjian's explanation, Fang Xiu also had an understanding of this painting exhibition. To put it bluntly, it was just a random reason to invite geniuses from various schools. Then select one that satisfied them and cultivate them. Only, I don't know what this so-called Master Che Xian's criteria for selecting someone is. If we only look at talent, wouldn't it be better to just focus on the freshman exchange tournament? In Fang Xiu's opinion, if he really only looked at talent, there was no reason why this Master Che Xian wouldn't send someone to contact him. After all, now that technology was so developed, a little bit of anything, short video platforms could spread the word from one to the other. Even if Master Che Xian didn't brush short videos on weekdays, there would always be someone around him who would brush it, right? All right. Seeing that Fang Xiu had accepted both the bank card and the invitation, Wu Mingjian then stood up from the sofa. He patted his pants. There's a time and place on it. Student Fang Xiu will just go directly over there when the time comes. There will be someone to specially entertain you. I'll go back first. There's also the matter of joining the student council. I hope that senior apprentice brother Fang Xiu will reconsider. Knock knock. However, just as Wu Mingjian was about to turn around and leave, a knock suddenly came from outside the door. Who is it again? Fang Xiu put down the invitation, his sword brows slightly raised. Why did it feel like after he won the freshman exchange competition, the house became lively all of a sudden? Fang Xiu took 3 steps to the door and subsequently pushed it open. The person who came was no other than Zhang Pan Pan. Fang Xiu. Zhang Pan Pan smiled and greeted Fang Xiu. Considering that the shadow sorcerer was an illusory beast species, after Zhang Pan Pan returned to the school, she was more or less worried about Fang Xiu, so she came over to see how Fang Xiu's imperial beast progress was. Teacher Zhang. Seeing this, Wu Mingjian also politely greeted Zhang Pan Pan. Only then did Zhang Pan Pan notice him. You are the vice president of the student union, Wu Mingjian. Zhang Pan Pan frowned. It was clear that he did not have a favorable impression of the student union. Chapter 75 Traveling to the Alien Kingdom. Senior Fang Xiu made a big splash at the freshman exchange competition this time. As the vice president of the student council, I should pay a visit. Wu Mingjian replied with a leathery smile. After all, Fang Xiu is the future of our Huqing First Middle School. Zhang Pan Pan looked at Wu Mingjian. Although he didn't have a good impression of the student council, he wouldn't have a fit at Fang Xiu's house. All right. Zhang Pan Pan nodded his head a bit. Then he stopped looking at Wu Mingjian as he turned his head to look at Fang Xiu. Old rules. Fang Xiu put away the bank card that Wu Mingjian had sent, the invitation, and asked with a smile on his face while rubbing his thumb and index finger on his hand against each other. Good you Fang Xiu, the prize money from this freshman exchange tournament, as well as the gifts received from the Douyin account, how come it's more than 100,000, right? Surprisingly, you still missed these 3 melons and 2 jujubes of mine. Zhang Pan Pan viciously spat out. You can't say that, brother Pan Pan, you also know the situation of my imperial beast, and in this freshman exchange match, the weapon used by that half-dragon was really a bit powerful. If it wasn't for the alien queen's power that crushed the other party, this time I might have lost. Fang Xiu defended himself. That's why I also want to give my aliens a customized piece of better equipment. $100,000 won't take long at all. The path of the imperial beasts was just burning money like crazy. Not to mention a mere 100,000, even if it was 1 million, 10 million, all of them thrown in wouldn't set off much of a splash. How could Zhang Pan Pan not know such reasoning? It was precisely because of this that he felt that Fang Xiu operating a Douyin account was a good method. All right. Zhang Pan Pan didn't argue with Fang Xiu and directly transferred $500 to him. What are you doing here? Wu Mingjian was also interested for a moment. As far as he knew, physical education teachers had the highest gold content, and during New Year's festivals, parents of students would try to send gifts by all means. If one wanted to get guidance from a physical education teacher in private time, one would also need to pay a large sum of money. As a result, Zhang Panpan's situation with Fang Xiu was completely reversed. This made Wu Mingjian, indeed, a little curious. The cost of visiting my Imperial Beast Space? Vice President Wu is also interested? Fang Xiu gestured with his hand. Although he didn't have much goodwill towards the student union, but why not pull the wool of the student union if he could? How much? Wu Mingjian opened his mouth without thinking. In fact, this Wu Mingjian was already very interested in Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast Space. It was only because the Imperial Beast was a very private matter, coupled with Fang Xiu's resistance to himself, that he did not open his mouth. If he had known that he could get it done with money, why would he still worry about it? 2,000. Fang Xiu tentatively said a price. Good. Looking at Wu Mingjian transferring the money without hesitation, Fang Xiu also froze for a moment. Dry. It's going to be less. Then, welcome to my Imperial Beast Space. The moment Fang Xiu opened his arms and activated the Imperial Beast Space card, once the light engulfed towards Zhang Panpan, Wu Mingjian and the two of them, the hot white light made them instinctively close their eyes. And when they opened their eyes again, the scene around them changed drastically. The walls, tiles, furniture, and appliances all disappeared, and in their place was a huge underground cave entrance. Inside, a gloomy wind was constantly blowing out. Then look at the high end of the cave from the ground to the top, at least 10 meters high. Alien! Wu Mingjian mouthed Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast, then silently followed behind him. After passing through a long hyperbolic passage, the space inside became wide open. The height from the ground to the ceiling was at least 20 to 30 meters. Rows and rows of milky white insect eggs were as neat as an army formation. It was just that the environment here was somewhat cold and damp. And from the time he came in, he could see the figures of aliens from time to time. And these aliens all worshipped Fang Xiu as their king. Everywhere he went, the aliens that noticed them all knelt down. School brother Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast Space. It's really something. Wu Mingjian sighed. These words were not meant as a compliment. No matter what, he was also the hall vice president and a senior veteran. During these 2 years or so in the first middle school, he had been to all the Imperial Beast Spaces, big and small. However, even Wu Mingjian, the vice president, was the first time he had seen such an eerie Imperial Beast Space. There was also Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast. Just by walking from the entrance of the cave to the inside, he had encountered dozens of aliens along the way. Moreover, the size of these aliens were generally around 2 meters, much weaker than an elite like the alien sword saint. Senior Fang Xiu, just how many aliens are you cultivating? Wu Mingjian couldn't help but ask. Just so far then, there's about 300 or so. Fang Xiu roughly estimated. More? How many? Wu Mingjian's 2 eyes stared like bull's eyes. His brain only felt a buzzing sound, seriously doubting if he had heard something wrong. Good guy. More than 300? Are you a royal beast? Or are you engaging in wholesale here? It could also be 400. I didn't count carefully. Fang Xiu shook his head slightly. Once this alien queen found a safe spot, it would transform into a fertility machine, and at its craziest, it could lay a dozen or so eggs in an hour. With enough food, those face-hugging worms would continue to parasitize and grow the alien community. Meanwhile, those male aliens, on the other hand, would act as diggers and expand the scope of this cave. Previously, because of the lack of money, Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast Space was only a few hundred square meters in size, causing the aliens to quickly dig to the edge and hit the air wall. The alien queen's spawning speed, too, decreased. With Fang Xiu getting the prize money from the freshman exchange tournament, he directly used that 50,000 to expand the space here, expanding the few hundred square meters to tens of thousands of square meters. The male aliens continuously expanded up this underground kingdom. The alien queens also sold out and started their reproductive work. Listening to Fang Xiu's description, the corner of Wu Mingjian's mouth drew a mouthful of cold air. Previously, he only knew that Fang Xiu's aliens were exaggerated, but he didn't have an intuitive feeling. If there is a large enough space and the food source can be guaranteed, then this alien of yours, wouldn't it be thousands? Wu Mingjian could not help but be shocked by Fang Xiu's explanation. Where was this imperial beast? This was clearly cultivating a race. This Fang Xiu fellow, what kind of monster was he? Theoretically, that's correct. Fang Xiu nodded, indicating that it was indeed. But there is a problem. Ordinary male aliens have limited combat power. Only those who parasitize other imperial beasts and give birth to mutants are the future of the alien. So, The number, it's not that exaggerated. Fang Xiu explained in a serious manner. After all, to him, food was a major problem after the surge in the number of aliens. But if the number of aliens did not reach a certain base, the alien queen would not be able to evolve into an alien queen. And the genetically more powerful royal face hugger bug could only be produced down by the alien queen. Chapter 76 Advanced Evolution, Alien Queen. Listening to Fang Xiu's serious explanation, and then taking a look at the insect eggs that could not be seen, Wu Mingjian's heart only thought of two words. Tough guy. This guy Fang Xiu is really a ruthless person. Zhang Panpan, on the other hand, frowned a bit as he lifted his chin with one hand. Fanghua, your method of beast control. There is a problem. Zhang Panpan recognized Fang Xiu's talent in his heart. No matter if it was a student he had seen or heard of, his talent was not as demonic as Fang Xiu's. It was not even an exaggeration to say that Fang Xiu was not as talented as Fang Xiu. It wasn't even an exaggeration to say that Fang Xiu was the seedling of the future top 10. But it doesn't make sense to keep pursuing the number of imperial beasts. You should be able to feel it, right? The combat power of these ordinary xenomorphs is no more powerful than Li Jin's half-dragons, or Li Shijia's shadow wizards. Even at the freshman exchange tournament, Li Shijia's shadow sorcerer had taken out several male xenomorphs with the 10,000 Serpents Massacre formation. Li Jin's half-dragon man even suppressed Fang Xiu's alien sword saint. If they were replaced with more ordinary male xenomorphs, they might have been taken down by the half-dragons one at a time. On the contrary, these aliens, because the base was too large, the consumption on food would also be very exaggerated. So much so that there were quite a few eggs that had actively entered a dormant state. Once the number of these aliens reached 4 digits, Fang Xiu would definitely be dragged down by them. More is better than less. If you can give up the number of aliens, you won't need to consume a lot of resources when it comes to food. The extra portion can even be used to customize nice equipment for the alien sword saint, these elite imperial beasts. Zhang Panpan said with a serious face. No matter what, he could be Fang Xiu's physical education teacher, and when he encountered problems, he naturally had to point them out for Fang Xiu to improve. What teacher Zhang said is good. Wu Mingjian also chimed in. Initially, when he was called over by Ma Wanfeng to ease the relationship between Fang Xiu and the student council, his heart was still a bit reluctant. He himself was at least the vice president. In the entire Huqing No. 1 middle school, he was almost the existence of one person under 10,000 people. As a result, he had allowed himself to come over to curry favor with Fang Xiu. It was simply humiliating himself. However, when he came to this imperial beast space and saw Fang Xiu's alien form, he understood everything. A person like Fang Xiu was worthy of pulling himself forward. Once he went to university, he might become Chu Xinghe's booster. Based on this kind of relationship, Wu Mingjian also unified his front with Zhang Panpan. He pinched his waist with one hand. If I were you, I would clear out these aliens, leaving behind the alien sword saint, the queen, and these more powerful individuals. Pour your heart and soul into these aliens. Listening to Zhang Panpan and Wu Mingjian's words, how could Fang Xiu not understand this simple truth? It was just that the aliens didn't belong to this world. They lacked sufficient knowledge about aliens. Only when the alien community developed to the size of a nation would the alien empress be born. After that, the alien queen would continuously give birth to royal face hugger bugs. Not to mention the queen mother of alien extreme lifeforms. If one wanted the alien community to give birth to the queen mother, one would have to further expand the alien territory. If it wasn't for the fact that alien existed in this setting, Fang Xiu wouldn't have wanted so many aliens. Wouldn't it be better to just take the elite route? But there was no way. The alien queen and the alien queen were simply two kinds of creatures. The alien queen's thinking was more one-dimensional and would only reproduce savagely, while only the queen could have strategic intent and could better maintain the stable development of the population. Only when the queen's scope of control was further expanded could she evolve into the mother of queens. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu looked towards the alien queen in labor with affection. In this small crane city, his alien queen could definitely topple all enemies. Even if it was the Black River State League that Zhang Yu was talking about, Fang Xiu had full certainty that he would go to the top. But what about after that? This world was huge. The top 10. The Gosen family of the top 10. If the alien queen's evolution stopped sooner or later, there would come a day when one's own imperial beasts would not be the strongest in this world. What if I say that my alien queen can continue to evolve? Fang Xiu's starry eyes focused on Zhang Panpan Wu Mingjian and the two of them. What did you say? Zhang Pan and Wu Mingjian's hearts were shaken, their two eyes glaring as they turned their heads to look at the alien queen. That behemoth, it could still evolve? Wait, Senior Fang Xiu, you're trying to say alteration, right? Wu Mingjian reacted furiously. Fang Xiu was only in high school and hadn't come across knowledge like mutation yet. It was estimated that he had seen Ma Ming's imperial beast, and that was why he felt that his alien queen could still evolve further. Although it was right to say so, it had nothing to do with the number of aliens, but it had nothing to do with the number of aliens. Aya, Senior Fang Xiu, that alien change. But who knew that as soon as Wu Mingjian opened his mouth, Fang Xiu directly interrupted him. It's not a mutation. Fang Xiu shook his head. Although I also really want my alien queen to complete the mutation and obtain a stronger power. But the evolution I'm talking about is not a mutation. What I'm referring to is that when the alien as a group expands to a certain size, my alien queen can evolve into a higher-ranked queen. Now, Wu Mingjian completely froze in place. His wide-open mouth drew a large mouthful of cold air backwards, and his pupils stared at the alien queen behind him with crazy earthquakes. This huge fellow was just curled up on its legs, looking down at them. The giant spawner behind them, on the other hand, kept spitting out one insect egg after another. Evolution. Alien queen? This alien queen alone was already outrageous enough, right? In the freshman exchange tournament, with just a slap, she had knocked out Li Jin's half-dragon. If this were to advance and evolve into an alien queen, wouldn't its power be heavenly? Fang Xiu, who told you such things? Zhang Pan couldn't help but ask. This was the first time he had heard of this kind of evolution. No one has told me. Fang Xiu shook his head. This kind of idea arose when I created the alien. As for why this idea came to me, I don't know. But I can guarantee that it is true. It's a feeling like when a person is born breathing. It's an idea that exists in the genes. Fang Xiu snubbed Zhang Pan with a serious face. Zhang Pan looked at Fang Hua. A phantom beast species imperial beast would have possessed all sorts of strange abilities. Then again, looking at Fang Hua's appearance, it also didn't look like a lie yet. Then, how many xenomorphs do you need to make your queen evolve into a queen? However, just as Zhang Pan's words fell, the entire underground cavern resounded with a painful hissing sound. What the bee motion? Wu Mingjian couldn't help but spit out, his sight subconsciously searching for the place where the sound originated from. With a glance, he only saw a troll trembling in pain. Chapter 77 New Alien Breaks Chest. That one is Li Shijia's imperial beast. Wu Mingjian searched for the sound and looked, only to see a blue-skinned troll, which was convulsing madly on the ground, with whimpering and wailing sounds constantly coming out of its mouth. As the freshman exchange tournament was a rather grand event in Crane City, Wu Mingjian had paid some attention to it, and with a single glance, he recognized this troll, which was none other than 3rd Middle School Li Shijia's imperial beast. And it was also a phantom beast species. Parasitic, plundering someone else's imperial beast. Wu Mingjian's heart stuttered. Is it finally going to break the chest? Fang Xiu's eyes also focused on the troll. In the freshman exchange tournament, he had captured a total of 4 imperial beasts. Besides Li Shijia's troll, there were also Gung Guangwei's 3 uprights. Because the uprights were captured first and were an ancient species, these aliens had already broken their chests when they went to the hospital. After some frantic feeding, these 3 xenomorphs that had assimilated the genes of the Homo erectus had also turned into adults. Their appearance was comparable to that of a normal male xenomorph, only more massive in terms of bone structure. Each alien was over 4 meters tall, and compared to ordinary male alien, it was simply the difference between an adult and a child. Fang Xiu named them alien guards and put them in charge of defending the alien queen. On the contrary, it was Li Shijia's troll. Not knowing if it was due to the genes being more difficult to assimilate, it had been parasitized until now, before it started to show signs of wanting to break its chest. The alien sword Saint quickly came to Fang Xiu's side, and with a flick of his wrist, the black blade ejected from his elbow joint and was grasped in one hand. Seeing this, Zhang Pan also immediately released his hellfire, staring at the troll as if it was an enemy. What are you doing, Teacher Zhang? Wu Mingjian raised his eyebrows and quickly reacted that Zhang Pan was worried that Fang Xiu's imperial beast would be out of control. However, he didn't release his own imperial beast. Instead, he took a step back and came behind hellfire. Plop! Only blood sprayed out from the troll's chest as if it was a dancing red butterfly. The next thing that happened was that a long, flat head drilled out from the troll's body, and it opened its mouth with teeth that were much more massive than ordinary aliens, especially the 2 tiger teeth in the upper jaw, which were as thick as Fang Xiu's arm. Obviously, it was a mutation produced after assimilating the troll genes, saliva with corrosive properties, dripping from the corners of its mouth, dissolving a pit on the ground. Its palms were also wider and thicker, easily supporting the troll's body into 2 and then standing out. Its standing posture, too, was very similar to that of this troll. It clenched its fists, as if it felt that something was missing, then turned around, looked at the troll corpse on the ground, and finally reached out its hand and gripped the troll's spine, and with a forceful jerk, it hardened the troll's entire spine and pulled it out and held it in its hand. However, this alien did not attack its own kind like the alien sword saint. It stood in place, seemingly thinking for a while, before finally kneeling down on one knee towards Fang Xiu and lowered its head. Very good. Seeing this, Fang Xiu nodded in satisfaction. It looks like, after suppressing the alien sword saint, the power in your heart was enhanced, which is why you were able to make this alien submit to you. Zhang Pan said as such. Fang Xiu nodded his head a bit, thinking that it was also like this, then consumed his resources and released a 500-pound fat pig out. No matter what, breaking the chest was the beginning of the alien. They needed to eat a lot in order for their bodies to grow to full size, and once they lacked food, they would enter into a dormant state. Ordinary aliens were fine, but for elites like the one in front of them, the sufficiency of food still needed to be guaranteed. Hunt it down. Fang Xiu lowered his voice. Although he could create cooked meat to feed this alien, Fang Xiu still wanted to see how powerful it was after assimilating the troll. Just in its chest-breaking state, it's close to 2 meters tall. If this enters its full body, I'm afraid it won't be as exaggerated as 4 or 5 meters. Fang Xiu estimated with his past experience. Wu Mingjian subconsciously held his breath. Not to mention having seen a royal beast like the alien, he had never even heard of it. But what Fang Xiu and the 3 of them hadn't expected was that the alien didn't directly pounce on the domestic pig that Fang Xiu had released. It instead turned around, stretched out its wide palms, and grabbed towards the troll's head. What is it doing? Wu Mingjian asked in disbelief. Wasn't it telling the alien to hunt that pig? Could it be that it couldn't understand Fang Xiu's order, so it misunderstood the hunting target? If that was the case, then Fang Xiu's alien had some low intelligence. Fang Xiu silently watched, only to see this alien, ripping off the troll's head with one hand, then using the most primitive brute force, crushing it to pieces. Boom! All sorts of white, red liquids, like bursting watermelons, sprayed out from it, creating a sound that even made Wu Mingjian freeze for a moment. But as this alien crushed the troll's head, a faint light, changing into red energy, swirled around its feet. Is this a snake stick? Fang Xiu muttered, his eyes moving. Li Guosheng's troll, known as the Shadow Sorcerer, main means of attack, was to crush the skulls of animals and summon snake spirits with sorcery to attack. Now look, his own alien had also gained the power to use sorcery after assimilating the Shadow Sorcerer. That's really good. Fang Xiu's eyes glowed in anticipation of this alien's hunting performance. To know, the thing that Fang Xiu's underground kingdom lacked the most was skulls. So many ordinary aliens, all of them could be used to act as props for using sorcery. Only to see that mass of energy, transforming into the appearance of an alien, then opening its mouth, from which it spat out a bright red flying needle that sped out towards the family pig. Not waiting for this family pig to have time to react to what happened. No! To be exact, this family pig didn't notice anything. In just a blink of an eye, this flying needle shot directly into its body and flew out from the other end, finally sticking on the ground. The place where it was passed through was dissolving at a speed visible to the naked eye. It looked as if it had been melted by a strong acid. Acid blood. This alien created the alien rod with sorcery, which could take the corrosive effect of acid blood and fuse it into the energy needle. In less than half a breath, the house pig fell heavily to the ground, its mouth emitting pig-killing screams. It was scalp-numbing. The place where the needle was passed through was dissolving a fist-sized hollow, translucent before and after. Fang Xiu's alien was not surprised by this, as if everything was a matter of course, and walked over in 3 steps and began to feast. Wu Mingjian took this scene in, and the entire person directly drew a breath of cold air. Student Fang Xiu's alien? It's really unique. If he didn't remember wrongly, that sorcery was originally the ability of Li Guosheng's imperial beast. But he didn't expect that it would be copied by the alien. Chapter 78. A whole year of shocking Ma Wanfeng. Since you can use sorcery, let's call you Alien Sorcerer from now on. Fang Xiu looked at the newly hatched alien, nodded in satisfaction and gave it a new name. Alien was the foundation, there was no need to change it, and in order to differentiate them from ordinary aliens, it was sobering to use their abilities to differentiate them. The alien sword saint held back in close combat, and the alien sorcerer cooperated remotely, looking for an opportunity to kill in a single blow. Especially the flying needles with acidic blood properties could definitely reverse the situation at critical moments. Fang Xiu looked at his alien sorcerer and alien sword saint and couldn't wait to participate in the Black River State League. Speaking of which, the Black River State League, when will it be held? Fang Xiu calmed his excitement and asked curiously. After the midterm exams. Zhang Pan pushed his glasses. The first half of the first semester of senior high school started at the end of August, and the winter vacation was over in late December, so it was only 4 months before and after. The opening school mapping exam, then the freshman exchange tournament a month later, and then the midterm exams. By the time they came back from the Black River State League, it was basically almost time for the final exams. It had to be said that just the first half of the first semester of senior year was quite a tight schedule. Midterm exams? If it wasn't for Zhang Pan's reminder, Fang Xiu would have forgotten that there was such a thing as midterm exams. Yes. Zhang Pan nodded. The midterm exam was basically not difficult. With Fang Xiu's strength, there was basically no problem in stabilizing the #1 ranking. Do well, and if you can get first in the whole school, you can get a scholarship. It's still very generous. Zhang Pan smiled. In a key high school like First High School, if one could get into the top 10, not only could they get a scholarship, they could also get credits. If Fang Xiu really achieved good results in the Black River State League, these credits alone would allow Fang Xiu to undergo a mutation in the last semester. To know. So far, no one had been able to take this many credits in the first semester of their first year of high school. Even with the operation of the student council, those so-called geniuses had all performed a mutation in the second half of the first semester of their senior year. I'll work hard. Fang Xiu nodded, stating that he would definitely shine in the Black River State League. Well, the future of the first middle school depends on you, Fang Xiu. With this, Fang Xiu left a large amount of food for the alien wizard so that it could grow to its full size, and then sent Zhang Pan, Wu Mingjian, and the two of them away from his imperial beast space. All right, I should go back too. Zhang Pan waved his hand towards Fang Xiu, allowing him to continue with his imperial beast. Wu Mingjian also took his leave at this point. Only, after seeing Fang Xiu's alien form, Wu Mingjian didn't go back to the imperial beasts or rest, but hurriedly ran to Ma Wanfeng's dormitory. As the strongest in the senior class of the first middle school, and the student council president, his dormitory was heck of a 500 square feet villa. Just a living room alone was very luxuriously decorated. How are things being handled? Ma Wanfeng wasn't surprised by Wu Mingjian's arrival. He invited him in and had his cooking aunt help make a pot of tea. Wu Mingjian's face was a little embarrassed, but he could only shake his head. Although getting along with Fang Xiu wasn't bad, at least eliminating the conflict between him and Chen Feng, Fang Xiu hadn't agreed to the matter of joining the student union. But I went to his imperial beast space. Worried that Ma Wansheng would accuse him of not doing his job well, Wu Mingjian changed his words and directly chatted about the imperial beast space. Oh! After hearing these words, Ma Wanfeng's furrowed brows instantly stretched. One should know that the imperial beast space had always been relatively private, and unless the relationship between two people was extremely good, otherwise, one would normally not invite the other person to enter one's imperial beast space. From this point of view, Fang Xiu's heart was shaken even if he didn't directly join the student council. Speak, Ma Wanfeng said as he picked up the teapot and poured a cup for Wu Mingjian. This is the tea that Senior Chu sent. It tastes good. Wu Mingjian hurriedly received the tea with both hands. Even though the teacup was a bit hot, he still took a sip with a stiff upper hand, while hiding the part that it was only possible to visit because of the money spent. Fang Xiu's aliens? There are more than 400 of them. At these words, Ma Wanfeng's expression instantly froze. His pupils vibrated slightly, and the expression written on his face was as if he was saying, "Are you kidding? Over 400 aliens. Wasn't Fang Xiu just a freshman in high school?" His background, he had investigated it himself. Both of his parents were ordinary workers, with the pressure of mortgage payments and car loans. There aren't any higher status relatives either, just a very ordinary family. More than 400 imperial beasts? Are you kidding me? If insects, such as the hornet kind of imperial beasts, had hundreds of them, he could still understand. But Fang Xiu's aliens were clearly giant imperial beasts. Each one's combat power was extremely strong. That's right. Wu Mingjian nodded, stating that he definitely hadn't misread the situation and wasn't joking. President, you should remember that behemoth that Fang Xiu released at the end when he was fighting Li Jin, right? Aha! Ma Wanfeng responded sharply. Honestly speaking, the moment he saw the alien queen come out, he was also startled. Compared to the other aliens, this queen's power was simply not on the same level. With just one slap, she slapped the half-dragon's consciousness into a coma. It was truly amazing. Only, what did this have to do with Fang Xiu's number of aliens? According to Fang Xiu, that imperial beast is called the alien queen, and when the alien's colony grows to a certain size, the alien queen will be able to advance and evolve, becoming the alien queen. Whether it's power or anything else, it can be drastically increased. Wu Mingjian said with a serious face. At first, when he heard this, his heart was a little less convinced. However, Fang Xiu's talent for royal beasts was simply too demonic. Especially that alien sorcerer, who could actually seize the sorcery of Li Shijia's shadow sorcerer. This kind of thing was really subverting his cognition. There's such a thing? Ma Wanfeng's pupils quaked madly. Although he didn't convince Fang Xiu to join the student council this time, Wu Mingjian had indeed extracted good information. Did you record it? Ma Wanfeng pursued without thinking. In his opinion, Fang Xiu was far more powerful than he had imagined. He should record his imperial beast situation and send it to Chu Xinghe and the others. This? Wu Mingjian smiled awkwardly. In Fang Xiu's royal beast space, he had focused on being shocked, completely forgetting about the matter of being able to videotape. Forget it. Ma Wanfeng waved his hand and didn't blame Wu Mingjian for not doing his job well, as he lifted his chin and thought seriously for a moment. Fang Xiu is after all a student of our first middle school. There will be plenty of time to get in touch with him in the future. Wu Mingjian, your next task is to think of ways to get Fang Xiu to join our student union. Chapter 79 Fang Xiu's Head Pink Lady. The matter of the freshman exchange tournament came to an end, and Fang Xiu returned to campus life. It was just that, as soon as Fang Xiu walked onto campus, he became the center of attention. Is that person Fang Xiu? Ah, feels so handsome, even more handsome than on the video. I so want to find him to get an autograph. For a while, all sorts of voices entered Fang Hua's ears, but there weren't many students who really came up. Although Fang Xiu's family of origin was average, his sword brows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome appearance, as well as his play in the freshman exchange competition made many students think that Fang Xiu came from a famous family. The light that shone like a star instead gave people a feeling that it was difficult to get close to him. It feels like if this continues, I'll have to wear a hat with sunglasses in school in the future. Fang Xiu pretended to be calm on the surface, but in his heart, he couldn't help but spit. No wonder those celebrities had to use hats, masks, and sunglasses to hide their identities when they traveled. This kind of intense sight and murmurs really made people a little shy. Fang Xiu. But soon, a voice that Fang Xiu was familiar with stood out from the noisy chatter. Fang Xiu subconsciously turned around and realized that the person who came was no one else. It was none other than his classmate, Shi Zhanhong. Congratulations! You managed to take the championship of the freshman exchange tournament. It was really tense at that time. Speaking of which, that alien queen of yours, how in the world did you breed it? It's too strong. Shi Zhanhong was dancing with excitement, and those who didn't know thought that he had won the competition. Cultivated it that way. Fang Xiu said lightly. This Shi Zhanhong's results were not outstanding, but the first impression given to Fang Xiu was not bad, and he was interested in gossip. Speaking of which, do you know who Master Che Xian is? Fang Xiu and Shi Zhanhong walked side by side on the boulevard, heading to the classroom, and had a chat on the way. Master Qingqing? That must be known. Shi Zhanhong nodded repeatedly. That's the pride of our Crane City. It's said to be one of the earliest batch of genius Imperial Beast Masters to take the Imperial Beast High School examination, and shortly after entering the university, he made a name for himself and even participated in the Imperial Beast War. Then the military reform, he was discharged from the army and went to the Five Flowers group, but it was still a smooth transition, and in a few years he was promoted to vice president. It can be said that he's an existence amongst people. When talking about Master Che Xian, Shi Zhanhong's eyes were glowing, and that kind of pride jumped out on the paper. I know that there may be people who think that a vice president of a large factory is nothing great, but for a small 18th tier city like ours, to be able to come out with a figure like this is already a feat. Although Shi Zhanhong didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Crane City, But this was after all a small border town in China, where education and resources were not very developed. It was also difficult for those who walked out from Crane City to achieve too much. Especially after entering the Imperial Beast era, Hejiang Prefecture had united with Ji Prefecture, Liao Prefecture, and parts of Mengdong Prefecture to create the Imperial Beast 4 Prefectures General Bureau. In its heyday, the Imperial Beast's 4 States General Bureau was able to directly compete with its neighbors. Such a practice naturally caused some people's dissatisfaction. In the end, a group of people came down from above and not only disbanded the Imperial Beast's General Bureau, but also overhauled the personnel arrangements in Hejiangzhou. Ever since then, the entire Hejiang state had been devastated, and its vitality had been greatly injured. Alas! Shi Zhanhong waved his fist while recounting the past. Otherwise, our Crane City would be able to break bread with those second- and third-tier cities in the south as well. So you understand, right, how rare and precious it is to have someone like Master Che Xian? Surprisingly, there has been something like this. Fang Xiu nodded. Yes, but Master Che Xian is after all old, plus the 5 flowers infighting is powerful, and in the end, he still ended up in an early retirement. Shi Zhanhong said. His eyes couldn't help but darken a lot. Obviously, he was feeling unjust for what happened to Che Xian. However, he quickly reacted. There was no reason why Fang Xiu would suddenly ask about such a matter. It wasn't like he was as fond of gossiping as himself. Fang Xiu, you couldn't have gotten the invitation, right? Shi Zhanhong suddenly froze in place, both of his eyes glaring like bull's eyes as he stared at Fang Xiu dead in the face, and his mouth couldn't help but widen into an O shape. Dumbfounded, Master Che Xian could be said to be his idol. Over the years, he hadn't paid much attention to the other party on the internet. When he learned that the other party had retired and returned to Crane City, he investigated about the painting exhibition. Not only that, Shi Zhanhong had tried everything to get the invitation to the painting exhibition. However, the tickets for the invitations were speculated by scalpers to $100,000 each, which was simply unaffordable for a student like him. Moreover, even the scalpers had limited invitations on hand, so it was not possible to have money and no connections. Unexpectedly, the invitation that he had been longing for was actually obtained by Fang Xiu. 100,000 you really have money. Shi Zhanhong spat with a very red-eyed look. In his opinion, Fang Xiu must have used the prize money from the freshman exchange competition to buy the invitation. No, someone else gave it to me. Fang Xiu said lightly. Sent it? Shi Zhanhong couldn't help but be stunned. Who sent it to you? Wu Mingjian. Wu Mingjian? Isn't that the vice president of the student council? Shi Zhanhong was stunned again. What was the situation? Didn't Fang Xiu violently beat up Ma Ming? Although the other party was only a student council fighter, he was at least a member of the student council. If Fang Xiu beat him up, wasn't that the same as slapping the face of the student union? Why would Wu Mingjian still give Fang Xiu an invitation? The script wasn't right, was it? Yeah, what other reason could there be? Wanting to pull me in, Fang Xiu said with a light smile. He could feel Wu Mingjian's importance to himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Qian Feng over to apologize at his door and give himself money. It was just that what Fang Xiu didn't expect was the invitation to this painting exhibition would have such a high gold content. This could really be a heavy gift. Pulling in? That's right, after all, your performance in the freshman exchange tournament was too amazing. I also heard that there are quite a few female fans of yours in our school, and they even built groups and stuff. Shi Zhanhong spat out. HM? You also know about this kind of thing? Fang Xiu raised his sword eyebrow, although he knew that this Shi Zhanhong liked to gossip. But even the matter of female fan group knew. Would it be too outrageous? Well, my cousin is the head of your female fans. She was discovered by me when she built the group. Moreover, after hearing that I'm your classmate, she also wants to cooperate with me a bit. Shi Zhanhong scratched his head awkwardly. This matter was related to Fang Xiu after all, and he was embarrassed to hide it. Cooperation? What cooperation? Fang Xiu's starry eyes condensed slightly. It's her wish to steal a few pictures of you during class, preferably of you sleeping, and then print them out and sell them to the schoolgirls in the group. Fang Xiu? Chapter 80. You've thought of what to call the child, haven't you? But don't worry, Fang Xiu. How could I possibly do something so classless? So I righteously rejected her. Shi Zhanhong said forcefully. This was Fang Xiu, the #1 person in Huqing First Middle School. Just being at the same table with him was already something that could be bragged about for the rest of one's life. How could one steal a picture? It's not impossible. Fang Xiu's eyes moved. Shi Zhanhong? Did your sister give you a word on how much to sell a photo for? Fang Xiu pondered for a moment. He didn't expect his female fans to be able to be so outrageous. There was also Shi Zhanhong's sister, who was simply the head of female fans. But then again, what people's money was the best to earn? Of course, it's these female fans. The stars on the internet just give any product endorsement, they all buy. First of all, regardless of whether the things bought are useful or not, whether they can use it themselves or not, it's not important. What's important is that I can support my brother. This she did not say. Shi Zhanhong, a black line. Not buddy, what is this? On the contrary, we can cooperate a little. Selling my photos can be, but I want to take a cut. The expenses of his own imperial beasts were large, although there was the prize money from the freshman exchange tournament and Wu Mingjian's gift. But it was only a burning need. Now that there was this easy way to make money, Fang Xiu naturally had no reason to refuse. Are you serious? Shi Zhanhong asked incredulously. Well, you also know that imperial beasts will cost a lot of money, right? As long as the pricing isn't too outrageous, it's not bad if you sell at a thin profit. Fang Xiu said his thoughts. If a photo was sold for $5, then assuming there were 200 people in the group, that would be $1,000. And $5 wouldn't pose much of a burden to a little girl in high school. In a way, it was a win-win situation. After receiving Fang Xiu's permission, Shi Zhanhong's eyes also lit up. He sort of understood why Fang Xiu's imperial beasts were so powerful. Fang Xiu's business acumen was indeed very strong. Just something like selling photos could be applied to the imperial beasts. Just like that, Shi Zhanhong took out his cell phone and directly sent a text message to his sister Shi Yonglin. Sending the points Fang Xiu said he wanted directly over. Selling photos was fine, but the pricing couldn't be too high, and Fang Xiu had to take a 50% cut. Buzz. Shi Zhanhong's cell phone swirled and vibrated, and Shi Yonglin messaged back in seconds. Really? Please make sure to take a picture of my old sister first. Shi Zhanhong looked at the text message with a black line on his face. Good guy. Close to the water, you get the moon first, right? But no matter what, Shi Zhanhong's relationship with Shi Yonglin has always been good. As good as a brother and sister. In the end, he still raised his cell phone and took a picture of Fang Xiu's back and sent it over. So handsome. Just the backshot is so handsome. Truly worthy of being our Fang Xiu. Shi Zhanhong looked at the text message on his cell phone. A black line on his face. No sis? What do you mean by our family Fang Xiu? You don't want me to have a CP with Fang Xiu, do you? We're in a normal table relationship. Please don't knock around. What are you thinking day in and day out? Don't you think that old sister and Fang Xiu and I are a good match? He's a talented man. I'm a beautiful woman. And besides, I'm your sister. I'm your sister. I'm the one who's in your family. If Fang Xiu and I manage to get together, then he'll be your brother-in-law, Huching number 1 middle school. No. The future number 1 person in the Imperial Capital University, as your brother-in-law? Doesn't that smell good? Say, what do you think of the 2 names Fang Yuan Fang Zheng? In less than half a breath, Shi Yonglin sent over a series of text messages, allowing Shi Zhanhong to instantly see what it was like to have a female powder head on fire. Good guy. Obviously haven't even met. Even thought of what to call the child, right? And also the second child. You are here to respond to the national policy? For a time, spare Shi Zhanhong all feel their own old sister is full of grooves. But when he put down his cell phone and looked up at Fang Hua again, brother-in-law? If he could really be Fang Xiu's brother-in-law, did he count himself as one person's success and his whole family's ascension to heaven? What's wrong? Fang Xiu saw that Shi Zhanhong didn't follow. If you don't go, you'll be late. Coming. Shi Zhanhong quickly followed. Speaking of which, do you have a girlfriend? Fang Xiu? No, why did it feel like the entire school had become abnormal after he won the freshman exchange tournament? Just like that, the 2 of them arrived at the classroom of the second class. Without waiting for Fang Xiu to react, the classroom resounded with thunderous applause. There were even people who took flower tubes and set off fireworks. Those who didn't know would think that they were celebrating someone's birthday. Not only that, even the blackboard of the class was filled with boards celebrating Fang Xiu's winning the freshman exchange tournament. Congratulations to student Fang Xiu. If you are rich and powerful, don't forget each other. Fang Xiu. Looking at each and every fawning-looking classmate, Fang Xiu took a lot of effort to return to his seat. Only when he passed by Li Qingqing's seat, Li Qingqing specially said, "The freshman exchange match, thanks to you. If First Middle School failed to win the freshman exchange tournament, they would not be in this year's Black River State League." And as someone who wanted to defeat Chu Xinghe, Li Qingqing placed extra importance on this Black River State League. Li Shijia and Li Jin's phantom beast species were not expected by Li Qingqing either. Coupled with those harsh tactics, if it wasn't for Fang Xiu, then this year's First Middle School would really have no chance in the Black River State League. Just a show of hands. Fang Xiu smiled towards Li Qingqing. Rather, it's student Qingqing who still needs to work hard. Don't worry, I won't hold you back during the Black River State League. Li Qingqing lowered her voice. Although she was thankful to Fang Xiu, when facing him, Li Qingqing still had a high and cold demeanor. Fang Xiu didn't care and just returned to his seat, ready to start today's study. However, not waiting for the teacher of the first general studies class to come over, Zhang Yu, the teacher of the second class, had already arrived at the door, and the classroom that was still laughing and joking was suddenly quiet. Zhang Yu looked at the blackboard newspaper, but did not say much. Only his sight swept around and then fixed on Fang Xiu. "Fang Xiu, come out here." Coming. Before Fang Xiu's but was even warmed up, he stood up and walked towards the door. The other students at once cast envious eyes. Although they didn't know what Zhang Yu was looking for Fang Xiu for, considering Fang Xiu's performance in this freshman exchange tournament, they thought that there would be no shortage of benefits. In the future, the gap between them and Fang Xiu would only grow wider. At the same time, there were also quite a few students who subconsciously looked towards Li Qingqing after Fang Xiu left. The strongest student of Huqing Junior High School, the genius girl who ranked first in the midterm. Her radiance was now being overshadowed by Fang Xiu in all aspects. Alas, both Qing and Hu were born. The class didn't know which student spat out a sentence, and Li Qingqing violently broke the pen in her hand, the crisp breaking sound instantly silencing the classroom. Fang Xiu. Chapter 81 Principal Ren's Favor. "What's wrong, Brother Yu?" Fang Xiu and Zhang Yu left the classroom together. "I'm not very clear on what exactly is going on. I just know that Principal Ren wants to see you, so pay attention when you're there." Zhang Yu also didn't forget to remind Fang Xiu. It was fine to heckle with him and Zhang Pan on weekdays and collect a visiting fee. But in front of the principal, don't be so big-headed. The principal of the first middle school, named to see me? Fang Xiu then realized. No wonder today's Zhang Yu looked much more serious than usual. I didn't expect that the headmaster of the first middle school would take the initiative to ask to see himself. Before Fang Xiu crossed over, he had also gone to high school, and at that time, his grades were not to say that he was a school god or a school bully, but he was also at the top of the list. But 3 years down in high school, he had never seen the principal. "Be spirited. Don't disgrace our second class," Zhang Yu said in Fang Xiu's ear. At the thought of Fang Xiu also meeting the principal, the class teacher, was more or less nervous. However, compared to those students who made big mistakes and were called to the principal's office, Zhang Yu was still more happy than worried. A few minutes later, Zhang Yu brought Fang Xiu to the front of the principal's office and raised his hand to gently knock twice on it. "Please come in." The voice that came from inside was a rather gentle voice. It was very different from the voice line heard during the mapping exam. "Hello, Principal Ren." Zhang Yu pushed the door and walked in, forcing himself to greet the principal, not forgetting to raise his hand and slap Fang Xiu on the shoulder. "Oh, hello, Principal Ren. I'm Fang Xiu from the first year second class." Fang Xiu introduced himself while looking around and observing this office. There was a lot of space here. Not only was it able to fit a 60-inch television, Principal Ren's desk alone was 3 meters long, looking both atmospheric and luxurious, and behind it were rows and rows of bookcases. Only, Fang Xiu didn't feel any flavor of a bookish family. He only felt that this office was only used to display broad-mindedness. There was a kind of vulgarity. As for the Principal Ren, in Zhang Yu's words, she was a woman who looked to be in her early 30s, wearing a black one-piece dress and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. She ruffled her hair with a smile on her face. "Ren Qiuyue." Fang Xiu's line of sight focused on the desk in front of Ren Qiuyu. A woman's name was engraved under an ornament with a Chinese flag. Coupled with the fact that Zhang Yu referred to her as Principal Ren, Fang Xiu instantly realized that Ren Qiuyu was most likely the name of this principal. It was just that what puzzled Fang Xiu was that he hadn't seen this Principal Ren during the mapping exam. Fang Xiu student is really strange. When the mapping exams and the freshman exchange match, you didn't see me, right? Ren Xiu said smilingly, as if she possessed mind-reading skills, seeing through Fang Xiu's doubts. My benefactor some time ago just happened to return to his hometown, so the big and small matters of first middle school were handed over to another principal, the one you saw. This freshman exchange competition is thanks to Mr. Fang Hua, or else this year's laurels would have to go to third middle school. Fang Xiu didn't expect Ren Xiu to take the initiative to explain all this, as well as the fact that her image looked more like an older sister full of intellectualism. If it wasn't for the fact that he saw her in this office, it would be hard for Fang Xiu to connect her identity with the title of the principal of the first middle school. Where are the words? I am originally a student of first middle school. It is incumbent upon my generation to fight for the glory of first middle school. Fang Xiu held his head high and said with a serious face. Rao Zhang, you couldn't help but be stunned. No, is this your line? When did you become so collectively honorable? Although Zhang Yu wanted to ruthlessly spit on Fang Xiu, he still swallowed the words in front of Ren Xiu. Very good. Ren Xiu sized up Fang Xiu and nodded with satisfaction. Even though this was the first time they had met, she had heard quite a bit about Fang Xiu before this. In particular, his performance at the freshman exchange tournament was very bright. If it was Fang Xiu, he might really be able to shine in the Black River State League. Thinking of this, Ren Xiu's hand reached under the desk and pulled open the bottom drawer, then took out an invitation and a bank card from inside, placed them on the desk, and pushed them forward again. The password for this card is 123456. There's about $200,000 inside, which is considered our first middle school's commendation for you this time. For a good seedling like Fang Xiu, Ren Xiu naturally had no reason not to cultivate him. Only, Fang Xiu was different from Li Jin. The latter was the third middle school vice principal's own son, and although he had gotten a lot of resources, most of them were funded in his personal name. If he himself helped Fang Xiu like that, once he was utilized, it would only lead to unnecessary trouble. As opposed to being united and helping each other, there had always been dark currents within the first middle school. 200,000. As soon as he heard this figure, Fang Xiu's starry eyes also flashed with a brilliant light. It was the first time he had come into contact with such a large sum of money in such a long time as he had been a royal beast. In this way, not only could the scale of his own alien expand again, along with the next feeding problem, it was also solved. However, compared to that bank card, Fang Xiu's sight instead was attracted by the invitation letter on the table. It was because that invitation gave Fang Xiu a sense of familiarity. Master Che Xian's painting exhibition? Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows for a moment, then he remembered that the student council had Qingqing his backing and had erupted into conflict with the physical education teachers. Now that the tale was turning, it was causing the principals some headaches as well. What Wu Mingjian did in private, naturally he wouldn't report to Ren Xiu, the principal. Then the question came. Was it to tell Ren Xiu that he had gotten the invitation and ask her to give it to someone else? Or to pretend to know nothing and turn around to get the invitation out? It's not like I'm some kind of saintly mother, Fang Xiu murmured in his heart, then took both the invitation and the bank card in his hands. Then, thank you, Principal Ren. Looking forward to your performance in the Black River State League. Ren Xiu smiled. Then, as if she suddenly thought of something. By the way, the midterm exams are around the corner. Student Fang will have to work harder, if he can get a good ranking this time. I would like to sponsor a piece of equipment for Student Fang in my personal name. Really? Fang Xiu's starry eyes twitched. Through the freshman exchange tournament, Fang Xiu had a clear perception of the Imperial Beast equipment. If Li Jin's half-dragon didn't have that electric fork, his own alien sword saint wouldn't necessarily lose to him. It could be seen how much the equipment improved the Imperial Beasts. Especially Fang Xiu's alien sorcerer, because it didn't have a handy staff. It had to use the shadow sorcerer's spine to impersonate it. If he could build an equipment for it, it would also be of great help to the Black River State League. It's a deal, Principal Ren. It's a deal. Chapter 82. If Gong does not give up, I would like to worship as a righteous father. After receiving Ren Xiu's bank card and invitation, Fang Xiu exited the office with Zhang Yu. However, Zhang Yu's line of sight kept focusing on the invitation letter in Fang Xiu's hand. What's wrong, brother Yu? Fang Xiu shook the invitation, always feeling that there was something wrong with him since just now. Ah, nothing, just some envy. Zhang Yu's tone carried a hint of hopelessness. It was evident that he wasn't lying. Envious. Fang Xiu could not help but be a little surprised. Do you know how precious the invitation that Principal Ren gave you is? That was Master Che Xian's painting exhibition. Moreover, it's said to be a painting exhibition, but in reality, it's a desire to select an imperial beast master and take him as his close disciple. Not only will you be able to receive Master Che Xian's personal guidance, the resources needed for the imperial beasts, as well as the issue of future equipment, don't worry about any of it. Most importantly, with Master Che Xian's connections, once I graduate in the future, I will have the opportunity to enter a large factory. The more Zhang Yu spoke, the more excited he became. He couldn't wait for Master Che Xian to retire more than 10 years earlier, so that he might also have a chance. Of course, this kind of thing Zhang Yu was only thinking about it in his heart. With his own talent, even if he did get an invitation and went to the painting exhibition, he probably would not have a chance of being selected. Fang Xiu was different. He was the #1 freshman in Qingqing First Middle School. If it was him, there might really be a chance of being selected. So impressive. Fang Xiu nodded. Why don't you ask Li Qingqing to come along? Although he knew that this invitation was something unbeatable, Fang Xiu also felt strange in his heart. If he was the first person of the freshmen, then Li Qingqing was the second person of the freshmen. Her junior high school grades were even very bright. It was reasonable to say that she was also qualified to take the invitation. Do you think that Master Che Xian's painting exhibition is something that you can go and see just by spending money? Zhang Yu blankly looked at Fang Xiu. Although there are some kind of scalpers on the internet, but those are nothing but scams. The real invitations only circulate internally. Invitation, as the name suggests, is something that you can only attend if I invite you. Only after hearing Zhang Yu explain in this manner did Fang Xiu react. You mean to say that who gets to go to the painting exhibition is determined internally? Principal Ren gave me the invitation because I was on the list of those invited? Ruzi is teachable. Zhang Yu nodded. This is not the past. Information is not developed. If you want to check that student's information, you can do it with your cell phone. Ma Wanfeng, Wu Mingjian, Xin Bing, and you, these famous students of Qingqing #1 Middle School, are naturally on the list. Li Jin, Li Shijia, Han Bing, and Yutsai's Wang Delong from the 3rd Middle School are all the same. The sophomores and juniors will also be there? Fang Xiu raised his sword brows, grasping the point of Zhang Yu's words. Originally, he thought that the only ones invited were the freshmen. I didn't expect that even the sophomores and juniors were invited. But this wasn't right. If only the people on the list were invited, then what did Wu Mingjian say? Could it be that the invitation letter he gave was also naming himself? Thinking of this, Fang Xiu directly took out another one. Then what does this count as? Zhang Yu couldn't help but stare. How did you get 2? Wu Mingjian gave it to me. Fang Xiu said lightly. I see. The shock in Zhang Yu's eyes quickly disappeared. With Fang Xiu's qualifications, it wasn't much of a surprise for him to be pulled in by the student council. After all, some of the parents of the children in Crane City are people of honor, so it wouldn't be good to turn them away directly, so they prepared more invitations. I guess that should be the case. No matter what, Zhang Yu was just a high school teacher. Naturally, he couldn't come into contact with people in Che Xian's position, and he only partially understood about the painting exhibition. If you are interested in this matter, you can instead go and ask Li Qingqing. After all, her family's connections are still quite strong. Seeing that everything that needed to be said had already been said, Zhang Yu parted ways with Fang Xiu at the location of the stairway and went back to his office to get busy. When Fang Xiu returned to the classroom, it happened to be just after class. Coupled with the fact that the next class was gym class, there weren't many people in the classroom. However, Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong were both there. Say, what is it that Mr. Zhang Yu is looking for you for? Li Qingqing turned her body around and crossed her legs in a questioning tone. It was as if she was blaming Fang Xiu if he was doing something bad behind her back. Nothing much. Fang Xiu shook his head. If it was usual, he would have spat out whether Li Qingqing had taken the wrong medication. I, Fang Xiu, have acted in my life. Why do I need to explain myself to you? However, right now, he did have something he wanted to ask Li Qingqing. Do you know about Master Che Xian's painting exhibition? Principal Ren gave me this. While saying this, Fang Xiu took out the invitation to the painting exhibition. The other students were jealous when they saw this. An invitation to Master Che Xian's painting exhibition? So envious. Damn it. I even looked online today and the scalp tickets went up to 200,000 apiece.
Really want to go.
Due to Li Qingqing's aura, the other students were all shredding from afar, and no one dared to come up. Only Shi Zhanhong, who violently remembered that Fang Xiu had talked about this matter in the morning, said that Wu Mingjian had given him one. Now that the principal had sent another one, wouldn't that mean that Fang Xiu now had 2 invitations? Righteous father! In a flash, Shi Zhanhong quickly rushed to Fang Xiu and bowed his head, his voice loud and clear, covering the entire classroom. Fang Xiu? Li Qingqing? What business do you have here? Still shouldn't be doing what you're doing. Li Qingqing glared fiercely at Shi Zhanhong. But how could Shi Zhanhong be afraid of Li Qingqing? For the sake of the invitation, he gave it up. Righteous father, as long as you give me the invitation, I'll be willing to work for you as an ox for 3 years in high school. When Li Qingqing heard this, he couldn't help but have a black line on his face. Even if Fang Xiu was a saint, there was no way he could give away Master Che Xian's invitation, right? Don't dream, Li Qingqing spat out without any good humor. Fang Xiu looked at Shi Zhanhong. He took this invitation with the intention of selling it. Who wouldn't it be selling to? Fang Xiu whirled around and sat on the chair. It's not impossible. It's just that, do you have that much money? Ah, this. Shi Zhanhong couldn't help but freeze. It was because he didn't have any money that he would worship Fang Hua as his righteous father. Ah. Fang Xiu, are you really planning to sell? Li Qingqing was also startled by this statement. Even though Master Che Xian retired, but he is at least a 5-star Imperial Beast Master. As expected, this Li Qingqing had some knowledge of Che Xian. You are also interested? As Fang Xiu spoke, he took out both invitations. Why don't you guys bid on it? You have 2. Li Qingqing couldn't help but be stunned. She never dreamed that Fang Xiu had 2 invitations. Where did you get them? Chapter 83 Times Square. As the brightest star of Crane City Junior High School, Li Qingqing naturally wouldn't lack channels, and the second invitation in Fang Hua's hand was of little interest. Although Chun Fan's talent was a bit worse than a few of them, his family was at least considered rich. And besides them, Fang Xiu was not familiar with the others. Seeing that Shi Zhanhong was interested in this painting exhibition, he simply sold it to him at the low price of $100,000. Of course, it was with an IOU. The next time, Fang Xiu's energy was spent on the Imperial Beasts. Relying on the huge amount of money given by Ren Shuyue and the gift money from Wu Mingjian, Fang Xiu expanded the number of aliens to 1,000. This was thought to allow the alien queen to advance and evolve, yet nothing happened. It wasn't until the weekend 3 days later that Fang Xiu and Shi Zhanhong agreed to meet up at Crane City's Times Square. No matter what, Fang Xiu was a traveler, and after coming to this world, he had focused on the Imperial Beasts and had little chance to go shopping at all and was rather unfamiliar with the world. Righteous father! Upon seeing Fang Xiu, Shi Zhanhong's emotions were also very excited. Originally thinking that he was not going to be able to make it to this painting exhibition, he did not expect that Fang Hua would be able to get an extra invitation. It's better to call me Fang Hua. Fang Xiu spat out with a black line on his face. Although he knew that Shi Zhanhong's righteous father was just playing a stunt, there was still some shame in doing so in public. Okay. Shi Zhanhong nodded his head with a smile. However, if Master Che Xian wants to choose a disciple, it shouldn't have anything to do with me. Although he had the opportunity to come over with Fang Xiu to see the world, Shi Zhanhong didn't feel that he would be the lucky one. In his opinion, Fang Xiu's talent was the strongest. You can't say that either. Fang Xiu shook his head slightly. He didn't think so. If it's really based on talent, then there's no need for Che Xian to make such a mess. It wouldn't be better to directly select people according to their grades. Moreover, now that short videos are so developed, the live footage of my fight with Li Jin has been repeatedly edited and posted online. Even though the influence was only limited to Crane City, it was enough for Che Xian to know about it. But he didn't contact me, showing that he has his own set of criteria for selecting people. Fang Xiu analyzed. Is that so? Shi Zhanhong's eyes glowed, and with that, a fighting spirit arose. However, right at this moment, a high and cold female voice slowly floated in from behind Fang Xiu, Shi Zhanhong and the two of them. But don't be too happy too early. Shi Zhanhong subconsciously turned around and realized that the person standing behind them was no other than Li Qingqing, who was in the same class. Classmate Qingqing? Such a coincidence? Shi Zhanhong's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, not expecting to run into Li Qingqing here. But the next second, he was met with a big blank stare from Li Qingqing. The feeling was as if she was spitting out, "We're both here to participate in the painting exhibition. It's only strange that we can't bump into each other, right?" Shi Zhanhong scratched his head awkwardly. Li Qingqing didn't look at him more than once, but quickened her pace and came to Fang Xiu's side. Now that it was nearing November and the weather was cooling down, Li Qingqing had also changed into black leggings and a punching jacket, which looked very warm and emphasized her long legs. With her hands in her pockets, she lightly opened her vermilion lips beside Fang Xiu. I advise you not to care too much about this matter. How? Fang Xiu was momentarily interested, and Shi Zhanhong also followed and perked up his ears. From what my family said, this time Master Che Xian came back without bringing a single imperial beast. Qingqing Li walked towards the imperial mansion in Times Square, then shared the information she had with Fang Xiu. Didn't bring back a single imperial beast? Why? Shi Zhanhong pursued in doubt. For imperial beast masters, imperial beasts were not only the result of their years of hard work, but also partners who fought side by side. A lot of the time, the bond between an imperial beast master and an imperial beast was stronger than the bond between a person and a person. I heard that it was the 5 flowers that seized all of Master Che Xian's imperial beasts on the grounds that they were group property. So you guys understand, right? Instead of Master Che Xian returning to his hometown with his clothes on his back, it's more like he was forced to return home after failing in a power struggle. This time's acceptance of disciples might also be for revenge. Li Qingqing analyzed. In her opinion, it was unlikely that someone like Che Xian would easily bow down. This time, he made a big deal of releasing the news that he wanted to take on an apprentice in Crane City. Maybe it was to train his successor so that he could avenge himself in the future. So, be careful of being used as a gun. As he spoke, Li Qingqing glanced meaningfully at Fang Xiu. There's nothing wrong with being used as a gun, right? Shi Zhanhong, on the other hand, was a bit puzzled. According to what Li Qingqing had said, Che Xian's enemies were mostly the executives of the 5 Flowers group. If Che Xian really wanted to take revenge or something, then he would have to send his disciples to the 5 Duo Flowers group first. That is one of the 3 strongest factories in China. The existence of the Imperial 3 alongside Remy and Penguin. Is there really nothing wrong with it? Li Qingqing glanced at Shi Zhanhong. The feeling was as if she was speechless as to how Shi Zhanhong could be so naive. But Shi Zhanhong still had a confused look on his face as to what exactly was bad about it. Even Che Xian couldn't struggle against someone. Why should we be able to struggle against him? Seeing this, Fang Xiu casually spoke his thoughts. If you pick a freshman in high school, 3 years in high school, 4 years in college, even if you don't go to graduate school, that's 7 years. 7 years is enough to make a person entrenched in a field. Even now that the internet is so developed, in case the other party is a decimator and finds out that Che Xian has such a disciple, do you think the other party will do nothing? If you take Master Che Xian's cause, you have to bear his effect. Hearing Fang Xiu's explanation, Shi Zhanhong then came to a realization. Li Qingqing also felt a lightening before her eyes. Her own family had strong connections and a lot of intelligence and analysis she had heard from her family. Even before coming out, her family had reminded her that she didn't have to care too much about this matter. But Fang Xiu's family was just very ordinary laborers, and the car loan and house loan were not even paid off. Even if he was very talented at royal beasts, but this kind of thing, surely no one could explain it to him. This meant that Fang Xiu had instantly thought through the entire matter after he had reminded him. This fellow's ability to learn by example was even stronger than he had imagined. I thought that this guy Fang Xiu only knew about imperial beasts, but now he's not that kind of nerd either. Li Qingqing thought in her heart, and when she once again looked at the side of Fang Xiu's face, she couldn't help but feel that in his starry eyes. There was a radiance emanating from them. What's wrong? Fang Xiu subconsciously asked as he felt Li Qingqing's line of sight. Nothing. Li Qingqing's cheeks couldn't help but blush, and she hurriedly turned her head to look the other way, stammering, "No, what I mean is that. If you weren't chosen as a disciple by Che Xian, you don't have to." Too Lost. Chapter 84. Lu Yuanhui of the 3rd Middle School. "Oh? You are concerned about me?" Fang Xiu joked, only to be met with one big blank stare from Li Qingqing. "The hell would care about you, don't be a stinker," Li Qingqing said while puffing up and speeding up her steps. Looking at Li Qingqing's back, Fang Xiu couldn't help but smile. Although Li Qingqing had been a heavenly maiden in other people's eyes since junior high school, possessing all sorts of halos, in the end, she was only a high school student. Her mind was simply not too easy to guess. "Let's go as well," Fang Xiu said towards Shi Zhanhong. But just as Fang Xiu quickened his pace, another familiar voice came from his side. Who did I think it was? Isn't this Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu sniffed and turned his head to look. The person who came was no one else. It was the number 1 person in the senior year of the 3rd middle school, Li Jin. After the freshman exchange tournament ended, the 3rd middle school had cut ties with Gung Guangwei in flames and expelled him from the 3rd middle school on the grounds of his poor character. Although this Gung Guangwei deserved his punishment, Li Jin's methods were not as honorable as they should be. This kind of double standard was annoying in Fang Xiu's heart. And beside Li Jin there was another one, half a head taller than Li Jin, strong and sturdy, with a hint of Englishness in his eyebrows. You are Fang Xiu. My name is Lu Yuanhui, a senior in 3rd middle school. Lu Yuanhui lowered his voice and took the initiative to introduce himself to Fang Xiu. Li Jin had a bad smile on his face, originally thinking that Fang Xiu would be startled by Lu Yuanhui's words. But who knew that Fang Xiu's expression remained unperturbed, the same as it was during the freshman exchange tournament. Cut! Li Jin smacked his tongue. What Master Che Xian sees is not just the ability to control beasts. Rather, it's a combination of talent, family situation, origin, and all of them are also measures. If you're trying to hug Master Che Xian's thighs, I'd advise you to stop dreaming. Li Jin snorted coldly, ruthlessly mocking up Fang Xiu's origin. If I remember correctly, you're half-dragon man. It's a copy of someone else's imperial beast data, right? Can this also be considered talented? Fang Xiu cocked his head. If you didn't have someone else's data with your level, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be qualified to participate in the freshman exchange tournament. Oh, it's enough to lie to others. If you even lie to yourself, it would be a disgrace. Fang Xiu did not show any weakness and directly disliked Li Jin. Only, lies didn't hurt. The truth was the quick sword. As Fang Xiu's words fell, Li Jin's expression became hideous. At the critical moment, it was Lu Yuanhui who stopped him with a hand. Hehehe. Fellow student Fang Xiu, right? Lu Yuanhui laughed. It seems like you are very confident in your talent. But there's one thing that you might not be too clear about. This painting exhibition, it's not just senior students who can participate. Senior 2, Senior 3, have the same opportunity to become Master Che Xian's close disciple. You are not special. Although he didn't know who this Lu Yuanhui was, but judging from the duo's situation, he thought that this Lu Yuanhui hadn't hugged the Li Jin family's thighs much. You can't speak to me yourself, so you're starting to let the dog bite? Fang Xiu directly ignored Lu Yuanhui and directly spat at Li Jin. This sudden scene gave Shi Zhanhong a fright, and he hastily pulled up Fang Xiu's arm. His imperial beast was indeed very powerful in the first year of high school. But it wasn't to the extent of being able to call the shots of Senior 3. In case they really fought here, they would be at a great disadvantage. Fang Xiu, let's hurry and go in. Shi Zhanhong's cold sweat came down anxiously. Very well. Lu Yuanhui smiled grimly, his footsteps stepping forward, his somewhat reddened eyes causing Shi Zhanhong's heart to grow a little hairy. Fang Xiu, on the other hand, was completely unafraid. His face-hugging insect could already parasitize other people's imperial beasts. Although he didn't know what Lu Yuanhui's imperial beast was, but if they were to fight, it would be an opportunity for himself. Enough! Li Jin gritted his teeth, although his heart was also furious. But this was Times Square. Not only was there a lot of foot traffic, but there was also surveillance everywhere. Most importantly, they were here to participate in the painting exhibition, not to fight with Fang Xiu. Despite his heart's displeasure, Li Jin still tried his best to restrain himself. Fang Xiu, don't be complacent. One day, we will have to settle the score between us. Let's go. After saying that, Li Jin directly turned around and walked towards the imperial mansion. Before Lu Yuanhui left, he still didn't forget to glare fiercely at Fang Xiu, only to be glared back by Fang Xiu. Who? Shi Zhanhong covered his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. Scared me to death. Li Qingqing, who had originally left, also turned back when she saw that Fang Xiu didn't follow her. What's wrong? Looking at Shi Zhanhong's cold sweat, Li Qingqing tilted her head and asked suspiciously. Ran into Li Jin. Fang Xiu said lightly. More than just Li Jin? You really don't know who that person is? Shi Zhanhong, on the other hand, exclaimed with a surprised look on his face. That's Lu Yuanhui, one of the 4 great protectors of the 3rd middle school. Not only is he a genius with a phantom beast species, his battle power, it can be described as terrifying. Luckily, he didn't make a move against you. Even now, Shi Zhanhong felt his heart thumping. Lu Yuanhui? What's the situation? Li Qingqing's beautiful eyes also flashed with a hint of surprise. Could be seen how loud this Lu Yuanhui's name was. Is it very powerful? Fang Xiu frowned slightly. This Shi Zhanhong was even so. Li Qingqing had been to her own imperial beast space and had seen the alien kingdom. Yet it turned out to be this expression as well. Could it be that the gap between senior year and first year of high school was really big? It can't be said to be great. Li Qingqing sighed. If we waited until we were in our senior year, the kind of goods like Lu Yuanhui wouldn't even be worth mentioning. But, after all, he led for 2 years with our... No. Li Qingqing shook her head slightly. Even if it's your alien queen, there's still a bit of a gap when compared to the strongest among the seniors. I know. You must be going to say that you defeated Ma Ming from the senior class before. But at that time, school had just started, and Ma Ming hadn't been baptized as a sophomore yet. At best, he was a late senior. Between him and Lu Yuanhui, it can be said that there is a gulf. So don't create a conflict with the senior year. Do you hear me? With your current power, it's not enough. Worried that Fang Xiu would not be able to hear her words, Li Qingqing directly stood on her tiptoes and shouted in Fang Xiu's ear. But in the next second, her cheeks once again flushed red and she hurriedly turned around. Cough, cough. Only after some light coughing tactics did Li Qingqing leisurely added. In short, we are here to participate in the painting exhibition, not to fight with third middle school. Good, good, good. Fang Xiu said 3 good things in a breath, but what he was thinking in his heart was a different matter. Senior 3. If Lu Yuanhui was considered very powerful, then what level was Wu Mingjian, who was also a senior, at? Chapter 85. The strongest high school student in Crane City. Crane City Times Square, Imperial Mansion, 59th floor. Fang Xiu was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire Times Square. This was the first time since he came to this world that he was in such a high position to overlook the city. Although Crane City was only a small city in the 18th tier of this world, with the imperial beasts pulling under the technological tree, the infrastructure of this world had completely surpassed his previous world. Looking from this height, half of Crane City was in full view, making Fang Xiu unable to help but reach out and grab towards the front. What are you doing? Li Qingqing walked back from a short distance away with an extra cup of cola in her hand. This time, the painting exhibition took up the entire flat floor, and the security personnel also had a post a dozen meters apart to maintain order in the place. However, it was said that they had come to participate in the painting exhibition, but most of the people were running towards Master Che Xian's conditions for accepting disciples. There were simply not many people who were willing to spend their time and appreciate the paintings here. Instead, they were gathered in 2s and 3s, discussing what kind of methods Che Xian would use to carry out the assessment. And Shi Zhanhong is even simpler and rougher. He came back with Li Qingqing with a big lobster in his hand, looking at Fang Xiu in a daze. This is seafood. Looking from the individual head, Fang Xiu only felt that the lobster in Shi Zhanhong's hand looked like the Boston lobster in his previous life. It was just that he didn't know if there was such a place as Boston in this world, so he wasn't clear about the origin of this lobster. But there is one thing he can be sure. This Shi Zhanhong didn't seem to be here to participate in the painting exhibition, but more like he was running to a buffet. His mouth has not stopped since just now. What sirloin steak, black truffle, French foie gras, plus the lobster that he now brought back, basically all the higher ingredients. Compared to the other students who came to the exhibition, Shi Zhanhong's bravado was simply an anomaly. It should be whatever. Shi Zhanhong shrugged indifferently, and then he felt a flash of light in front of his eyes. Don't move, Fang Xiu. This angle of yours, it feels a bit handsome. As he spoke, Shi Zhanhong directly took out his cell phone and helped Fang Xiu take a picture. In particular, Fang Xiu's raised hand, as if he was trying to hold the entire Crane City in his hands, further emphasized a kind of hegemony. After taking the photo with satisfaction, Shi Zhanhong directly sent it to his sister. After some negotiation, Shi Zhanhong also got a 10% bonus from the photo business. This way, there was also a chance to pay off the outstanding amount for the invitations earlier. Fang Xiu, you really shouldn't have brought this guy here. A trace of contempt flashed across Li Qingqing's pair of beautiful eyes. Classmate Qingqing, words can't be said like that. You are all the pride of Crane City. If you're spotted by Master Che Xian, although there's a possibility that you'll be targeted by the 5 Flowers group, at least you'll have a chance to level the playing field. I'm just an ordinary person. How can I not be chosen? I'm not. Of course I have to eat more. Shi Zhanhong replied in a serious manner, swallowing a whole lobster into his stomach in 3 or 2 strokes. Worthy of being a rich man's painting exhibition, the stuff is really delicious. Just as Shi Zhanhong was feasting, 2 high school students walked towards the 3 of them. Finally, I found you. Fang Xiu sniffed and looked towards the comers, realizing that one of them was none other than Wu Mingjian, who had sent him the invitation. His outfit was obviously well designed and had a feeling of being very small and poised. Only, when he was side by side with the person next to him, Wu Mingjian intentionally gave up half a body position. It was evident that he had an attitude towards the other person. Fang Xiu's starry eyes slightly condensed as he sized up the other person, only to see that this person was not similar to Wu Mingjian's height, wearing a white Zhongshan suit, very much like the protagonist inside the novel Fang Xiu had read in his previous life. Hello, fellow student Fang Xiu. My name is Ma Wanfeng. I'm the president of the First Middle School Student Council, and I'm also the strongest high school student in Crane City at the moment. Ma Wanfeng said lightly, and these words were like a time bomb that instantly detonated the entire painting exhibition. Many people cast their gazes and stopped discussing the speculations about the painting exhibition. The hot discussions all started with the theme of Ma Wanfeng. That person is Ma Wanfeng, the strongest high school student in Crane City. Looks like, indeed, he has a great instrument. Why is he here, even without Master Che Xian's funding, with his grades? He can still get into God's capital university. Damn it. What makes a senior come? Ma Wanfeng, I heard that he junior high school 3 years, the test never got second place, has always been the first middle school's touch test, but also only 4 minutes to pass. Freshman exchange match. He used his own strength to thwart the 4 guardians of the 3rd middle school. Is a real imperial beast genius. It's just a pity that Ma Wanfeng's luck wasn't too good. In the Black River State League, he just killed his way into the top 8 before bumping into Ha 3rd middle school. If he had a bit more luck, he might have been able to break through to the top 4. Wait, did he just say Fang Xiu? That newcomer from the 1st middle school who's in the ascendancy. Seems like it. I also followed Fang Xiu's Douyin. It's really him. My husband Fang Xiu. Husband? Sister? Be reserved. Then in that case, wouldn't the strongest active and the strongest newcomer in the 1st middle school be competing on the same stage? Various voices came from all directions, and from the hot discussion about Ma Wanfeng in the beginning, it gradually spread to Fang Xiu here as well. It even triggered some female students to scream. Only, according to the gossip they had, Master Che Xian this time only wanted to take in 1 student. This made the relationship between Ma Wanfeng and Fang Xiu a direct competitor. Ma Wanfeng didn't care about these murmurs. He just lowered his head and laughed slightly and softly. It seems that you and I, the 2 of us, have become the center of attention of this painting exhibition. Qingqing Li threw the coke in her hand to Shi Zhanhong and stood in front of Fang Xiu with her hands clasped on her chest. So, are you here to use your student council president status to force Fang Xiu not to compete with you? Senior Ma really has a big stance. Li Qingqing was considered taller among the girls, but in front of Fang Xiu, Ma Wanfeng and these boys, she was still half a head shorter. At this moment, she could only look up at each other. Ma Wanfeng couldn't help but be stunned, but he didn't expect that Li Qingqing would come out to help Fang Xiu speak. In fact, even Fang Xiu did not expect it. Even at this moment, Fang Xiu was still immersed in the title of the strongest high school student. Although he understood why everyone would call Ma Wanfeng the strongest high school student in Crane City, he still felt so middle-aged. No, how did this dude say this with a calm face? Fang Xiu secretly spat in his heart. Ma Wanfeng, on the other hand, guffawed. Your classmate Li Qingqing, right? The strongest female imperial beastmaster in the 1st year of high school. That's really good. But there's one thing you've misunderstood. I'm not here to advise student Fang Xiu not to compete with me. On the contrary, whether Master Che Xian chooses me or student Fang Xiu, both are the pride of our 1st year. Chapter 86. The Student Council's Tactics. Ma Wanfeng said in a breezy manner, as if the matter of Master Che Xian accepting an apprentice was not attractive to him. Although Master Che Xian is indeed powerful, Senior Chu has also enlisted quite a few connections and resources through his efforts over the years. The corners of Wu Mingjian's mouth rose as a smug smile surfaced. These words, he was not just saying them. Nowadays, Chu Xinghe was as powerful as ever in the Imperial Capital University, and had already become a force to be reckoned with. As long as they, the rising stars, firmly held onto Chu Xinghe's thigh, sooner or later they would be able to soar one day. Even if they didn't have Master Che Xian's favor, it didn't matter much. It's Chu Xinghe again. Li Qingqing clearly had a strong resistance to this name as she glared at Wu Mingjian. If the student council has offended Qingqing student in any way before, I, the president, am willing to apologize for it. Ma Wanfeng was not annoyed when he heard Li Qingqing's words. Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, you are both the top students of the senior year, and you will surely achieve something in the future. There is a truth that I hope you guys can understand. In this world, there is no eternal right or wrong, nor is there an eternal enemy. There are only interests. Especially in this era where all the people are imperial beasts. Connections, resources, these things are what will allow imperial beast masters to go farther. That's why I hope that you guys can join the student council. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to help each other? Ma Wanfeng said in a sincere tone. These words caused even Shi Zhanhong to be a little moved. If it was himself that Ma Wanfeng had invited, he definitely wouldn't have refused. We appreciate Senior Ma's good intentions, but forget about joining the student union. We're not interested. Li Qingqing blocked in front of Fang Xiu, as if it was a human boundary, preventing Ma Wanfeng and Wu Mingjian from approaching Fang Xiu. Shi Zhanhong was also startled by Li Qingqing's reaction. Us? Is that what student Fang Xiu thinks too? Ma Wanfeng didn't care about Li Qingqing. Instead, he directly confirmed to Fang Xiu whether or not Li Qingqing's viewpoint was also Fang Xiu's. Hey! Li Qingqing glanced back at Fang Xiu with a look of fear that he would be moved. Well, I just came here to participate in the painting exhibition. I didn't really think about anything else. Fang Xiu shook his head slightly and didn't give Ma Wanfeng a clear answer. However, in Ma Wanfeng's opinion, not giving an answer to something like joining the student council was also considered a reply. Since fellow student Fang Xiu has no interest in the student council, then I won't force myself. However, we are all students of the first middle school at least. As a senior, it's only right for me to help my junior. Let's just tell you guys the intelligence I've investigated. Intelligence. Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing spoke in unison, and the students gathered nearby also pricked up their ears. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in the way of Ma Wanfeng, Wu Mingjian's identity, they also wanted to get together. That's right. Ma Wanfeng nodded. It is said that the scroll that Master Che Xian brought back is a product of the Five Flowers group. It can be used to test the qualifications of Imperial Beast Masters. It's generally used to dig up Imperial Beast Masters who have high qualifications but don't have the chance to show them. So now, this painting exhibition, it's not just us geniuses that have the chance to be seen by Master Che Xian. After all, we geniuses, sometimes we just have superior resources than others. As he uttered these words, Ma Wanfeng swept a glance at Li Qingqing intentionally or unintentionally. It was as if he was reminding Li Qingqing that those halos or achievements of hers were more of the advantages of her family of origin, and did not mean that she was a true genius. So now, for this painting exhibition, it's possible that not a single person will be selected. Ha! Shi Zhanhong could not help but be stunned. Although he didn't feel that he would be selected, so he relaxed his mind and started eating. But when he heard Ma Wanfeng say this, he was still startled, and immediately felt that the things in his hands didn't smell good anymore. To know! This time the painting exhibition, but attracted all the best of Qingqing. First middle school's Ma Wanfeng, Wu Mingjian, Xin Bing, Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, Wang Dalong of Yucai, Lu Yuanhui, Li Jin, Li Shijia, and so on. All were stars in his eyes. As a result, when it came to Ma Wanfeng, probably none of them were selected. Even these words struck those students who wanted to eavesdrop on the information. It instantly made many of them back off. Don't listen to him. Li Qingqing, on the other hand, suddenly shouted. In her opinion, Ma Wanfeng said that he was providing intelligence, but in reality he was doing it to combat others. In this way, not only would there be fewer competitors, but there would even be a wave of propaganda about the student union, getting those students who were already wavering to join his student union. After all, as a key high school in Crane City, many of the people who came to participate in this painting exhibition were students of the first middle school. Among them, there was no lack of some, the top-notch ones who had been spotted by the student council but failed to be absorbed into it. I don't know what others think, but I have heard from my family that the truly powerful force is the heart of the Imperial Beast Master. This is where the advantage of us humans being able to control the Imperial Beasts lies. As a result, Senior Ma is letting out such words at this time. It couldn't be to strike a blow at the other students' mindsets, right? After all, with an affected mindset, it's very likely that the test in a while will be shaken to its core. The students who originally had a chance to be selected by Master Che Xian will also lose their chances because of their afflicted minds. And, in my opinion, even Senior Ma's way of appearing is very deliberate then. Li Qingqing said in a conspiratorial manner. Which person would introduce themselves with a volume that was afraid that others wouldn't be able to hear them, saying that they were the strongest high school student in Crane City. Originally, I thought it was because Ma Wanfeng was pretentious. Now that I think about it, maybe that was also a means to attract attention. Putting out information in a kind way first, in order to strike out at others. On the flip side, Ma Wanfeng could be said to be quite attached to this selection yet. Qingqing students' thoughts are really refreshing. Ma Wanfeng did not get annoyed when he heard this, but only smiled amiably. After all, everyone's ideas are different, and it's only normal to have differences. Just as Ma Wanfeng and Li Qingqing were gazing at each other, the crowd in the distance suddenly became tumultuous. It seems like Master Che Xian is here. This painting exhibition is going to officially begin. Wu Mingjian reminded in a low voice beside Ma Wanfeng. I know. Ma Wanfeng nodded. Then we'll go ahead. After saying that, Ma Wanfeng and Wu Mingjian walked side by side, in the direction of the crowd commotion, leaving Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, and Shi Zhanhong behind. That Li Qingqing is still a bit tricky. Wu Mingjian waited until he was far away and couldn't help but spit out. It had all already produced some effects. Chapter 87 Royal Beast Refining Heart Diagram. Wu Mingjian shook his head slightly. In his heart, he quite felt some pity. If not for Li Qingqing killing him halfway, Ma Wanfeng's attack of words was enough to shake the hearts of many students. Ma Wanfeng didn't care too much about it, and took big steps towards the location where the crowd was stirring. Seeing this, Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, and Shi Zhanhong quickly followed him. And on the way, they ran into Zhang Shuren and Chen Fan, who had come together. A few people exchanged pleasantries for a bit, and then accelerated their steps. In the gaze of many guests, a tall woman slowly walked under the crowd. The other guests retreated to the sides as if it was a tidal wave. Fang Xiu's pair of starry eyes focused over, only to see that the visitor was wearing a bright red gown, with a head of shiny black hair, which emphasized a noble temperament. However, in Fang Xiu's opinion, this person looked to be in his 30s. Master Che Xian so young? Fang Xiu raised his sword brows and spat out in light colors. This person is not Master Che Xian. Li Qingqing, on the other hand, snorted lightly. What a big stance, obviously inviting all the outstanding students of Crane City to this painting exhibition. Yet he refuses to even show his face. Then who is this person? She is Master Che Xian's daughter, Che Yu. Li Qingqing said casually. Che Yu didn't exchange pleasantries with the people who came up to her. Her pair of beautiful eyes were tinged with a bit of coldness. She just swept a glance at the crowd and walked to a curtain. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for being able to take time out of your busy schedules to attend this painting exhibition. After saying that, Che Yu deliberately paused for a moment so that the guests at the scene could offer applause. Although many of the people who had come to the painting exhibition were the best of the best from various colleges and universities, there were also some people from the upper class who had attended the event. My father's entire life can be said to have been dedicated to the imperial beasts. But unfortunately, his old man's requirements for students were extremely high, and even after so many years had passed, he hadn't found a suitable candidate. Now that he has retired honorably and is idle at home, he moved to find a successor to pass on his life's work. That's why I personally drew this imperial beast refining heart diagram. I'm sure all of you students should have heard your physical education teacher speak about it. Imperial beasts, it's the beasts that are imperialized, and it's the heart that is refined. Che Yu gave a colorful speech, attracting the eyes of the crowd. We humans don't have sharp teeth, sharp claws, so much so that our ancestors had to hide in dark caves when facing ferocious predators. In the end, it was only by relying on our intelligence and the advantage of using tools that we gradually became the higher creatures of this continent. However, 100 years ago, the imperial beast realm suddenly appeared in our world. Humanity's situation was precarious. In the end, it was our forefathers who found a way to defeat the imperial beasts with imperial beasts. The era of all imperial beasts has also begun since then. Then what kind of power do we rely on to drive these imperial beasts to fight for us humans? It's the power of the mind. It only takes a strong mind to suppress those imperial beasts and make them work for us humans. So now, my father's test is also very simple. This is a picture of the imperial beast's refined heart that can map out the power of the mind. If there is a youngster under the age of 20 who is able to fight against the power of this painting and pass its test, my father is willing to take him or her as a disciple and cultivate him or her to the top 10 with all his or her might. Not only that, the resources you need for the 4 years of college, my father is willing to bear it all. As Che Yu's words fell, the entire room became in an uproar. Top 10? As long as you pass the test, you can enter the top 10. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, since the method of assessment is the imperial beast refining heart diagram, there shouldn't be only one spot, right? I don't know but I'm already prepared. No matter what, I'm going to become Master Che Xian's disciple. For a while, the teenage girls under the stage, each one of them rubbed their fists and had a surging mood. Even Shi Zhanhong, who originally did not hold any expectations, also developed the thought of wanting to give it a try with all his might. But immediately afterward, Che Yu raised her volume and overshadowed all the voices. This imperial beast refining heart diagram contains a trace of my father's mind power. When viewing this painting, it is inevitable that you will be subjected to some shocks. So I also hope that all of you young heroes will not try to be brave for a while. Then, unveil it. After confirming that everyone understood the rules, Che Yu retreated to the side, and the staff followed her request, pulling down the curtain that covered the imperial beast's heart refining picture. Only a 5-meter-long scroll was displayed in front of the crowd. This, Fang Xiu sucked in a breath of cool air after just one glance. This was drawn by Master Che Xian himself? How did it feel similar to an elementary school student's graffiti? A piece of black, a piece of white, all kinds of colors seemed extremely incongruous. But the next second, good drawing, only to see a 2-meter-tall strong man passing by Fang Xiu, loudly shouted. This painting is really wonderful. The use of various colors is just right, especially the colorful black in the painting. It's the finishing touch. I thought that Master Che Xian is only a genius in royal beasts. I didn't expect that the painting skills are also exquisite. It's really a model for my generation. Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing froze at the same time. But without waiting for them to have the time to spit out their words, another mellow voice came from another direction. In my opinion, even if this painting is compared to Van Gogh, Picasso, it's not the least bit inferior. It looks abstract, but it contains a profound meaning inside. In a flash, other students also nodded their heads, saying that what the two seniors said was too right. Even more and more people participated in the praise. Some even chanted poems on the spot. Ahem. Seeing that the situation was out of control, Che Yu couldn't help but clear his throat and interrupt the crowd's boasting. Everyone, my father purposely did the treatment in order to prevent this painting from hurting people. Only when you are within 2 meters of the painting can you see what's in it. Any young heroes who want to try their hand at it, please also take a few steps forward. As Che Yu's words fell, the people who had bragged about the paintings were all red in the face and retreated into the crowd in embarrassment. Ha ha ha. Flattering the horse's ass to the horse's hoof. Suddenly, a teenager stood out from the crowd. He laughed loudly and taunted the person who had just bragged about the painting, and then took big steps towards the scroll. It's Li Jin. Shi Zhanhong saw this and subconsciously recited the other person's name. Immediately afterward, the other person hesitated slightly before decisively walking up. Then the fourth, middle school Li Shijia, Yucai Wang Dalong, Shui Quan from the 8th middle school. Everyone, all of them were the best of the best from various colleges and universities. Hiss. Shi Zhanhong's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He wanted to walk over, but after seeing these geniuses in the mouths of the crowd, he ended up looking away. Chapter 88: The Heart of the Monkey. Fang Xiu had thought that there would be a large group of people swarming up to surround this imperial beast refining heart diagram. But as time passed by, there were only Li Jin, Li Shijia, Wang Dalong, Shui Quan, and Lu Yuanhui standing there. More people chose to watch. I guess it's true, it's not like this trial doesn't count the ranking or the order of front and back, and the scroll is only 5 meters in total, so you have to stay within 2 meters in order to see what's on it. With such harsh conditions, naturally not too many people can stand. It's just that, would it be too childish to conduct a test through a scroll? Fang Xiu couldn't help but spit it out. Although he had long heard that it was a painting exhibition, he had thought that the exhibition was just a name, and that the real content of the test would be to see how everyone's imperial beasts were. But it turned out to be good, just going over to take a look at the paintings? However, as soon as Fang Xiu's words fell, Li Jin flew backwards from his spot. This sudden scene scared many students. These people dodged and let Li Jin draw a parabola in the air, falling heavily on the floor. His face was extremely pale, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Holy, playing this big? Shi Zhanhong's 2 eyes stared like bull's eyes as he burst out an expletive. This Li Jin was the #1 freshman in the 3rd middle school, and it ended up flying out just like that? What the hell did this guy see? What Fang Xiu didn't expect was that after such an accident, Yu's expression didn't change in any way and only called for someone to send Li Jin back. This Li Jin, after all, is a false genius. Li Qingqing snorted coldly. False genius? Shi Zhanhong couldn't help but stare. Don't you know? His imperial beasts are data that his mother used her connections to copy from someone else. In the end, he's just standing on someone else's shoulders, not counting his own skills, and venturing to participate in the imperial beast's heart-refining diagram. Naturally, he'll end up like this. Li Qingqing said lightly, and there was even a hint of pleasure in her brows. Who let this Li Jin flaunt his power based on his family lineage? Only, with such a mess, Shi Zhanhong was even more afraid to go up. Even he noticed that the faces of Li Shijia and the others weren't looking too good either. Fang Xiu, you just said that testing through a scroll would be too childish, right? The corners of Li Qingqing's mouth rose as she put on a show-off expression. Aha! Fang Xiu gently nodded his head. Then, do you know that the heart apes? Li Qingqing didn't give Fang Xiu a chance to respond and spoke on her own. In everyone's heart, there is a demonic ape. If the demonic ape cannot be subdued, it will make a scene in the heavenly palace, and if the heavenly palace is not defended, the mind will be damaged, leading to an explosive and manic temperament. And our imperial beasts precisely can feel these, and thus also become temperament explosive, manic, and finally become vicious, violent, ferocious beasts, all day to fight, good and brave, until completely out of control. If you don't want to be revolted by these imperial beasts, you have to subdue the demonic apes that are causing havoc in the heavenly palace, and thus reach the realm where your heart is as clear as a mirror. To put it hard, it's probably a spiritual power. Li Qingqing said smugly. These words shouldn't be something you came up with on your own, right? Fang Xiu looked at Li Qingqing in disbelief. Although their interactions were still shallow, they were at least in the same class. This Li Qingqing's general knowledge class was indeed powerful, but it wasn't to the point of Zen mind enlightenment. This eloquent talk about the imperial beast refining heart diagram, I'm afraid that her family didn't purposely explain it to her, and then ran herself here to learn and sell. Even as Li Qingqing finished speaking, Shui Quan from the 8th middle school couldn't bear it and fell to the ground with a plop. Li Shijia also followed suit and knelt down on one knee, his expression twisting up in pain. But even so, Li Shijia didn't quit and was still struggling. Instead, it was Wang Dalong, who let out a long breath and retreated from the sizable range of 2 meters. I give up. But just when everyone thought that Wang Dalong had passed the test, he spat out 3 words towards Yu. Yu nodded her head slightly. It is not a wise choice to retreat in a hurry. Perhaps you are not up to my father's requirements now, but one day you will be on the right path. Although Wang Dalong failed in his enlightenment, Yu gave him a not-so-low evaluation. Many thanks, Senior Yu. Wang Dalong clasped his hands. When he walked back to the crowd, he happened to run into Fang Xiu and the others. What did you see? Li Qingqing asked curiously. The reason why she didn't go directly to the stage was that she was watching and wanted to hear what the other students had to say. This? Wang Dalong smiled awkwardly before looking at Fang Xiu. I saw fellow student Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu's head was filled with question marks. No, isn't this the imperial beast refining heart diagram? Why is the content seen me? I'm an imperial beast? I'm ashamed to say. Wang Dalong took a deep breath and explained what he saw while viewing the scroll. At a glance, he only felt that the scenery around him was rapidly changing. By the time he came back to his senses, he was already standing on the stage of the freshman exchange tournament. And the opponent he was facing was Fang Xiu and his alien queen. The harder one fought, the more desperate his heart became. It even felt like Fang Xiu and his alien queen were getting bigger and bigger. It was as if they had performed the Dharma heaven and earth. The 40-meter-tall Fang Xiu was as if it was a huge mountain that he could not cross in his lifetime. Listening to Wang Dalong's description, The corner of Li Qingqing's mouth couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. It seems like the psychological shadow you've caused him isn't small. This? Fang Xiu smacked his lips. I won't take this pot. Soon, Li Shijia was also defeated in front of the scroll, and only moved away from the scroll after being assisted by the security personnel. Many of the students from the 3rd middle school came up and asked Li Shijia what he had seen. Although Fang Xiu and the others did not get along with Li Shijia, they also perked up their ears. Only, Li Shijia didn't say much and only shook his head slightly. In fact, his picture, on the other hand, was Li Jin. Not. To be exact, it was a world without Li Jin. If there was no Li Jin, the Imperial 2nd generation, himself and his own shadow sorcerer would definitely be the #1 person in the 3rd form. Not only could they get lucrative resources, their future was also bright. Even on the college entrance exam, he himself had gotten into Magic City University with excellent grades, becoming a true pride of heaven. However, his world quickly collapsed as Li Jin brought his half-dragons and forcefully intruded, taking away everything that should have belonged to him. Damn it! Even though he was already far away from the Imperial Beast refining heart diagram, Li Shijia was still gnashing his teeth. The thing that made him feel most powerless was that he hated Li Jin, the 2nd generation of Imperials. Yet not a single word of complaint could be said. Once one told others what one had seen. Once this matter got out, he himself would be suppressed by Li Jin. Can't say it. Can't say The more Li Shijia thought about it, the more angry he became. He roared hysterically, grasping his fist with all 5 fingers and slamming it fiercely into the floor. This sudden scene scared even more people. Chapter 89. Fang Xiu are here. Li Jin, Li Shijia, Big Brother Wang, and Lu Yuanhui were all considered relatively famous students. Seeing their successive failures and even being directly carried away by the security guards on stretchers, many students who were eager to try were all daunted, looking at the scrolls and not daring to go forward. Go! Li Qingqing swept a circle of other people's reactions and directly greeted Fang Xiu to go up together. Fang Xiu naturally had no reason to refuse. Only when he walked over with Li Qingqing, he noticed that Shi Zhanhong was actually standing still and indifferent. Not trying? Fang Xiu asked softly. This? Shi Zhanhong smiled awkwardly before shaking his head. He had originally planned to try, but after seeing what happened to Li Shijia, he completely lost his courage. In the end, his own ranking in the class is not on the top, the future good way out, but also only on an ordinary 211 Wanadu Che Xian Master's disciple is still far from it. In case you hurt yourself, the Imperial Beast progress will be lagging behind again. One's family background was not particularly outstanding. Midterm exams are coming. Why bother to gamble? After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Shi Zhanhong decided to cheer for Fang Xiu under the field. Good. Fang Xiu nodded his head a bit before he turned around and walked onto the stage. Zhang Shuren and Chen Fan looked at each other before decisively following suit. Then, there was a burst of heated discussion coming from the crowd. Hey, I'm not mistaken, the ones who just went up are Fang Xiu and the others, right? The configuration of the freshman exchange tournament. That's right. It's them, the strongest freshman group of Huqing #1 middle school. It feels like they're so handsome. For a while, quite a few people threw in envious and jealous gazes. Qingqing is here. What was even more unexpected was that when Li Qingqing walked onto the stage, Che Yu actually took the initiative to greet her. Good day, Auntie Che. Li Qingqing responded politely. Cheer up, oh Qingqing. Although it was just a simple pleasantry, it was not hard to see the relationship between the two, and it even stirred up the envy of many people. Let's go too. Seeing this, Ma Wanfeng simply walked up with big strides as well. This? Wu Mingjian couldn't help but be stunned. This trial was not prioritized. It was fine to wait for Fang Xiu and the others to finish and then go over himself. Instead, he wanted to compete with these senior students on the same stage at this time. Are you afraid? Ma Wanfeng could see the entanglement in Wu Mingjian's heart and turned around with a light laugh. What do I have to be afraid of? Wu Mingjian whirled around and snorted coldly, so he followed suit. All these years, he had always been suppressed by Ma Wanfeng. If he could get guidance from Grandmaster Che Xian, he might be able to surpass Ma Wanfeng on the college entrance exam. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for himself. Although my high school career is coming to an end, if I can take the top prize in the Huqing College entrance examination, I will naturally be favored by Senior Chu as well, Wu Mingjian thought in his heart, and his eyes became sharp. Ma Wanfeng, You can't be number one forever. The two of them, as the president and vice president of the student council of the first middle school, had long been a well-known existence. There were even quite a few people that even called them the dual heavenly supreme of Crane City number 1 middle school. When the two of them walked onto the stage, the murmurs became even more intense. It's Ma Wanfeng and Wu Mingjian, they're here too? Obviously they are already senior elites, but they still came to grab opportunities from us, is that appropriate? But why this time of the year? Even though the scroll is more than 5 meters long, it's more or less a bit crowded with 6 people on stage together, right? Fang Xiu and the others don't even seem to have joined the student union. Maybe they want to suppress the new students? I don't know who in the crowd passed out such a sentence. And when other students heard it, they all felt that there were a few truths to it. After all, the student council had always been eradicating dissenters, and geniuses who didn't join the student council would be ostracized by them. Fang Xiu, as a genius amongst the freshmen, was naturally the focus of their attention. What was even more unexpected was that after Ma Wanfeng walked onto the stage, he even came directly to Zhang Shuren's side and gave him a look. Senior Ma. Zhang Shuren had also heard of Ma Wanfeng, so he only had to take a few steps back to the side to make room. However, anyone could see that Ma Wanfeng was not making things difficult for Zhang Shuren. He had asked Zhang Shuren to go to the side just to stand beside Fang Xiu. An invisible pressure approached Fang Xiu. Senior Ma even intentionally stood beside Fang Xiu. It feels like there's so much pressure. Yes, if Senior Ma were to stand beside me, I guess I wouldn't have the courage to continue watching. It feels like Fang Xiu isn't affected by anything. On the stage, Fang Xiu didn't care about the changes around him. He was fully focused towards the scroll and only felt that the scenery around him was rapidly changing. In the blink of an eye, he was already on top of a grassland. And the wind here, the soil here, all gave Fang Xiu a sense of familiarity. This is my imperial beast space. Fang Xiu fled his eyebrows and quickly recognized this place. Immediately afterward, the earth crumbled, and the dirt under Fang Xiu's feet even rose upwards. The sudden change made Fang Xiu unprepared. His feet slipped, and his entire body slumped to the ground as the dirt continued to rise. I don't know how long it took before the place stabilized. What's the situation? This is also considered as a mind? Fang Xiu recalled Li Qingqing's words, then stood up from the grass and patted the dirt on his body. After looking around, Fang Xiu noticed that the earth that had risen up was not only under his feet, but there were also various squares of land that had risen up together, formed a quadrangle. Hissing. In the next second, an eerie and low voice came from behind Fang Xiu. This voice. Fang Xiu's eyes twitched, vaguely sensing something bad. He hurriedly turned around, only to see his alien sword saint, standing on the other side of the 4-sided platform. This alien sword saint was holding a black blade in his hand, and his entire body exuded a stern, killing aura. This is my inner world? Fang Xiu muttered. According to Li Qingqing, this scroll would infinitely expand the violent side within the Imperial Beast Master's heart, thus affecting his Imperial Beast. However, he himself did not enter the Imperial Beast space. That was why Fang Xiu felt that it was possible that he had entered the inner world. What this scroll had shown himself was most likely his deepest fear. I see. Fang Xiu felt a sudden realization. As long as my mind is like still water, I can make this immediate illusion disappear. Only Fang Xiu slowly took a deep breath and relaxed his mind. However, the alien sword saint standing across from him, gripped his black blade tightly and walked towards him step by step. The murderous aura emanating from him also became even more intense. Hiss hiss. Even Fang Xiu felt that he was able to read the message conveyed by the other party from this hissing and hissing strange sound. A mere human, how dare he presume to become the king of aliens? Chapter 90. Waste. This is. Chun Fan stared at the scroll. The more he looked at it, the more mesmerized he became, and in a trance, he actually returned to Crane City number 1 middle school. He sat in the first row of the classroom, and the class teacher, Li Guosheng, picked up a list from the podium. The results of this midterm exam are out. Some students are worthy of praise, but some are simply a mess. In today's era, all people can defend their beasts, and all walks of life can't be separated from them. When you step into society in the future, without a powerful imperial beast by your side, how can you gain a foothold? How can you excel? How can you stand up to your parents? I'm not going to bother telling you guys any more superfluous words. If you guys don't take imperial beasts seriously and want to continue to waste away, then let it be. Here are the school-wide rankings for this exam. First place, Fang Xiu. Second place, Li Qingqing. When he said this, Li Guosheng purposely stopped, his eyes cold and merciless as he ruthlessly glanced at Chun Fan below. You guys look at other people's classmates in the second class, who have stabilized the top 2 in the whole school every time they take an exam, and then look at someone among you. After saying that, Li Guosheng continued reading. Chun Fan's face was a little red and hot. In terms of family background, he was not a star better than Fang Xiu. However, the gap in talent was like the difference between clouds and mud. Phew, it's alright, even if I can't compare to Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, I can still stabilize the top 10 in the school. It's not like I don't have a chance to enter the top 10 in the future. Chun Fan began to reassure himself. But what he never expected was, as Li Guosheng finished reading the top 10 rankings, Chun Fan actually realized that there was no himself among them. There's no me? Both of his eyes instantly glared like the eyes of an ox, staring incredulously at the list in Li Guosheng's hand. Li Guosheng did not pause and continued reading aloud. In the rankings of 11-20, there was also no Chun Fan's name. Then 21-30, 31-40, even the top 50, the top 60, Chun Fan's name did not even appear. His expression also gradually became surprised, puzzled, and finally horrified from the initial doubt. It couldn't be possible. He had been working hard to learn about imperial beasts, and his family had hired the best physical education teacher to give him extra lessons. Even the cost of one lesson was as high as 8,000. How could one not even get into the top 60? Moreover, the number of places to get into the top 10 every year is limited. If he couldn't even get into the top 60 in this middle school, how could he have any chance of getting into the top 10? The more he thought about it, the more Chun Fan felt despair in his heart. However, what makes him even more desperate is, there is no name for him in the top 70, top 80, top 100. Not only the top 10 in the country, 985, 211, all have nothing to do with him. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Chun Fan violently stood up from his chair. The whole person only felt a heavenly rotation. He originally wanted to question Li Guosheng why the top 100 did not have his name. But just as he opened his mouth, he felt uncomfortable in his throat. It was difficult to breathe, and everything in front of him became blurry. Then his legs went soft, and his entire body directly fell forward. Plop! Chun Fan's eyes went black and he fell straight onto the stage. Zhang Shuren, who was standing beside him, also gradually couldn't support himself and backed away from the scroll. Who? He breathed heavily, his bangs long dampened by sweat. 2 more people could not resist the impact of the scroll and declared failure. Seeing this, the students under the stage also became more apprehensive. Even students like Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan couldn't support themselves. What made them participate in the trial? At the same time, Wu Mingjian's spiritual world. He was trying hard to catch up with Ma Wanfeng. Ma Wanfeng, as long as I pass this trial, I can become Master Che Xian's disciple. For the college entrance exam, I will never lose to you. When we get to Imperial Capital University, I'll be Senior Chu's right-hand man. Wu Mingjian vented out his 3 years of high school pent-up frustration in his head. However, in the face of his venting, Ma Wanfeng didn't say a word and just walked silently in front. Hey, you guy, are you listening to me or not? Wu Mingjian gradually accelerated his steps, wanting to catch up with Ma Wanfeng, wanting to stand in front of him and shout at him. But the more he sped up his steps, the wider the gap between him and Ma Wanfeng became. That feeling was as if he could never catch up. Damn it! Wu Mingjian gritted his teeth. In his 3 years of high school, he had defeated countless rivals and countless strong enemies to get to this point today. Could it be that Ma Wanfeng really was the mountain he couldn't cross? Vice President Wu, what are you doing? Suddenly, a young boy's voice entered Wu Mingjian's ears. Can't you see it? Wu Mingjian wanted to shout out that he was catching up with Ma Wanfeng and was about to overtake him. But when he turned his head, he realized that Fang Xiu was idly walking from behind him. Vice President Wu, your speed is a bit slow. Fang Xiu's hand was still leisurely holding an apple and said flirtatiously while taking a nibble. I'll go ahead, Vice President Wu. Even so, Fang Xiu didn't stop for much longer, just exchanging a few slight pleasantries with Wu Mingjian before continuing forward. Hey, you guy! Wu Mingjian became shocked and angry for a moment, itching to yank Fang Xiu back. However, when he reached out, he realized that Fang Xiu became out of reach. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reach Fang Xiu. Even running furiously all the way made him sweat profusely. His heart was thumping, and his entire body became dry-mouthed. His body eventually reached its limit, and his speed slowed down little by little. Fang Xiu, on the other hand, had caught up with Ma Wanfeng without him realizing it, and was running neck and neck with him. Not only was he unable to catch up with Ma Wanfeng, but he was also easily caught up by Fang Xiu, the later one. Damn it! Wu Mingjian clenched his teeth, his heart struggling to accept this fact. But immediately afterward, there was another voice that came from beside him. Rubbish. The person who came was no one else. It was none other than Senior Li Qingqing, who hurriedly passed by Wu Mingjian's side and coldly left a sentence behind. Who are you calling a waste? Wu Mingjian froze for a moment and hastily retorted back, but realized that Li Qingqing didn't stop either, leaving herself far behind. That sentence of waste was also as if it was a magical sound, constantly echoing around him. Rubbish, rubbish, rubbish. Ah! Under the mental high pressure, Wu Mingjian could no longer withstand it, and with the whole person covering his ears, he turned around and fled in the other direction. I'm not a waste. I'm not a waste. I, Wu Mingjian, am not a waste. By the time Wu Mingjian came back to his senses, he was already far away from the scroll. A lousy appearance was even more visible to countless people. Only, due to Wu Mingjian's influence, these people only pretended to be calm. In the end, it was Wu Mingjian who was so ashamed that they fled the place. On the stage, only Li Qingqing, Fang Xiu, and Ma Wanfeng remained. Chapter 91. In a million talents can't even fail? Even Senior Wu failed? It can't be. Senior Wu is the second person in our Huqing First Middle School. With his grades, even if he doesn't go through the quota, he can still get into the top 10. Such talent isn't even enough? This imperial beast refining heart diagram is also too exaggerated. As Wu Mingjian walked off the stage, all sorts of murmurs entered his ears. Although no one was accusing Wu Mingjian, these discussions, which were perfectly normal, became piercing at this point. Wu Mingjian's eyes glowed red as he bit his lips, and without realizing it, he even bit out a smear of blood. Not only had he failed to defeat Ma Wanfeng, he had also been surpassed by juniors like Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing. Unprecedented frustration arose in Wu Mingjian's heart. Damn it! Wu Mingjian cursed in his heart, and even after retreating back into the crowd, his heart was extremely unhappy. And after Qin Fan, Zhang Shuren, and Wu Mingjian stepped down from the stage one after another, the stage also vacated some positions. A few students exchanged glances for a little while, and finally summoned up the courage to walk up. However, in front of Che Xian's imperial beast refining heart diagram, these students did not even last 3 or 4 breaths. The students with slightly poorer mental qualities even fainted on the spot. Even Che Yu could not help but frown and ordered the security personnel to carry these fainted students away. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. Phew! Li Qingqing let out a long breath and walked down from the stage. And compared to the reaction of Wu Mingjian and those people, Li Qingqing could be said to be calm and relaxed. Even her eyes were much brighter. Truly worthy of being Master Che Xian's imperial beast refining heart diagram, after a few epiphanies, my state of mind, indeed, has become much clearer. Li Qingqing moved her muscles, and a pair of bright, beautiful eyes also focused on Che Yu. Such a scene, moreover, caused many of the students in the arena to be shocked in their hearts, thinking that Li Qingqing had really succeeded. She had an incomparable dazzling aura in middle school. After going to high school, although she was pushed down by the surging Fang Xiu, she was at least the second person in Huqing No. 1 middle school. Now that he was fortunate enough to pass the test of the imperial beast refining heart diagram, he was even more envious. Even, the corners of Li Qingqing's mouth soon rose up, surfacing with a complacent and smug look. But who knows? Facing the excited Li Qingqing, Che Yu let out a sigh. Qingqing, you are able to face the royal beast refining heart diagram and stabilize your mind. In terms of talent and qualification, you are indeed 1 in a million. In time, you will definitely be able to get into a top university. It's just a pity that it's still a little bit short of my father's requirements. Che Yu shook her head helplessly. She and Li Qingqing's aunt had been high school classmates and attended the same school in college, and had a great friendship. In terms of selfishness, she was happy to see Li Qingqing pass her own father's test. However, unfortunately, the requirements were set by Che Xian himself, and even she, the daughter, was powerless to interfere. Hearing these words, the many students present were all secretly surprised, their pupils shaking slightly. Even Che Yu had said that, in terms of talent qualifications, Li Qingqing was already 1 in a million. As a result, even this kind of talent could not meet Master Che Xian's requirements. Just how horrible of a disciple did he want? 1 in 100,000? 1 in a million? Did such a person really exist in Crane City? That's really a pity. Li Qingqing slightly smacked her lips, and in her heart, she was glad that she didn't show too much excitement, or else she would really be disgraced. For a while, the entire scene was completely quiet, and no student dared to try again so easily. While Li Qingqing walked back to the crowd, Shi Zhanhong hurriedly came up and asked her what exactly she saw in front of the scroll. Only for this question, Li Qingqing did not answer. Instead, she stared at Fang Xiu with her full attention. Relying on you. Her eyes went back and forth between Fang Xiu, Ma Wanfeng, and the two of them. On one side was her classmate, and on the other side was the student council president that she wanted to kill. Li Qingqing naturally favored Fang Xiu. The atmosphere of the scene also became tense without realizing it. Fang Xiu and Ma Wanfeng, respectively, were the number 1 senior and junior in the first high school. The duo had walked onto the stage almost simultaneously and persisted until now. Invisibly, it was as if they were competing. Only Fang Xiu didn't care about the outside, about Ma Wanfeng. In a trance, he came to the 4-sided stage, and the alien sword saint that he had cultivated was even walking quickly towards him with a sword. A stern killing aura enveloped himself. Could this be my heart demon? Fang Xiu raised his sword brows, and simply used the method he used in the Imperial Beast space to walk towards the alien sword saint, wanting to overwhelm the past in terms of aura, once again. But what Fang Xiu didn't expect was that this time, the alien sword saint didn't stop killing as it did last time. It still took big strides, and the black blade in its hand was soon raised above its head. The distance between the two continued to shorten. By the time Fang Xiu returned to his senses, the alien sword saint was already standing in front of him, and the sharp black blade slashed down. Swoosh! A sound of breaking wind echoed in Fang Xiu's ears, and the incomparably real sense of oppression caused Fang Xiu to make an evasive maneuver at the last moment. He stomped his feet with force and tumbled out through inertia. Boom! The alien sword saint's black blade cleaved into the earth, extending a deep, bottomless crack. Holy! For real? Fang Xiu blinked his eyes, incredulously looking at the crack destroyed by the alien sword saint. If he had been a step slower, he might have been cut off at the waist by this alien sword saint. Seeing that the alien sword saint missed with one strike, he whirled around and slashed at Fang Xiu 3 more times. Cold light flashed on the blade, a mighty gust of wind, forcing Fang Xiu to dodge repeatedly, showing his woeful appearance. Alien Queen. Fang Xiu rolled again, avoiding the alien sword saint's attack. He let out a low cry, wanting to release the alien queen to meet the battle. However, his command was delayed. The alien sword saint, on the contrary, seized this break and violently threw up his tail, fiercely lashing at Fang Xiu's body. When it was too late, Fang Xiu crossed his arms and placed them in front of his chest before barely resisting this strike. But his body still flew out 8 feet backwards like a kite with broken strings. Boom! Fang Xiu fell heavily on the ground and rolled several times in a row before coming to a stop. He breathed heavily, only feeling his arms tingling and aching. Isn't this the spirit world? Why does it hurt so much? Fang Xiu couldn't help but spit out his words, and seeing that the alien sword saint refused to stop, he could only turn around and run. However, the words that Li Qingqing had said also surfaced in Fang Xiu's mind. The hard apes make a big mess in the heavenly palace. Fang Xiu adjusted his breathing and began to hypnotize himself, trying to calm himself down. My words and actions are as clear as a mirror, and what I do is righteous. I have acted in my life. Why do I need to explain to you? However, Fang Xiu's self-hypnosis did not receive any response. His alien sword saint was still fuming and chasing after him. It doesn't seem to be of much use. Chapter 92. I, Fang Xiu, am the alien king. Fang Xiu tried to regulate his mindset according to Li Qingqing's theory, but the result was not useful. The alien sword saint was still slashing at him with his sword. Unconsciously, Fang Xiu was even forced to the edge of the four-square formation by the alien sword saint. It's not over, is it? Fang Xiu turned back violently. If it wasn't for himself, would the aliens be able to survive in this world? He himself was the one who created the alien. It would be fine if it was in the real world. The physical functions of humans were completely no match for silicon-based creatures like aliens. But this was one's own spiritual world. In my dreams, I can still let you bully me? Fang Xiu raised his fist as he burst out. There was no place to hide anyway, so he might as well explode with this alien sword saint. Even if Che Xian was no more eager to take in a disciple, it wouldn't be so bad that he would mess up a person's life, right? The worst that could happen was just flying out like Li Jin. It was better than being here endlessly. Holding the idea of exploding with the alien sword saint, Fang Xiu stomped his feet hard and charged straight towards the alien sword saint, lifting his fist to aim at its chest and smashing it with all his might. Seemingly not expecting Fang Xiu to dare to counterattack back, the alien sword saint didn't react for a moment. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang exploding in Fang Xiu's ears, his alien sword saint flew out on the spot. Ha! Now it was Fang Xiu who was dumbfounded instead, as he watched the alien sword saint draw a parabola in the air and fall heavily to the ground, his own fists in turn not hurting much. He looked at his hand incredulously. So, in my spirit world, I cannot have to follow the rules of the real world? I can single-handedly defeat an alien? Fang Xiu's eyes were glowing, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. Compared to Fang Xiu's wretchedness, at this moment, Fang Xiu only felt a sense of playing a horror game, being chased up and down by the monsters and ghosts in it, and almost just as he was feeling desperate, he suddenly realized that there was an extra reddish-red thing on the other party's head. A blood bar. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. Fang Xiu couldn't help but smile evilly, then stepped away and took the initiative to walk towards the alien sword saint. Come to think of it, his physical quality here was indeed quite a bit stronger than the real world. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to dodge the alien sword saint's slashes over and over again just by rolling. The alien sword saint reared up with a carp, its mouthpiece emitting a hissing sound, sending a death threat towards Fang Xiu. But in the next second, Fang Xiu directly flashed in front of it. His 5 fingers once again clenched his fist, and he punched fiercely at the alien sword saint's chin. Rising Dragon Fist. This punch wasn't weak, hard enough to send the alien sword saint flying 3 meters high. When it started to fall, Fang Xiu directly jumped up, clasped his hands together, and viciously whacked down on the alien sword saint's abdomen. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, the alien sword saint's body was directly set into the ground. The cracks in all directions were like a black spider's web. What made Fang Xiu feel even more unbelievable was that, a moment ago, the alien sword saint was still a behemoth several meters tall. But in the blink of an eye, this alien sword saint had become much smaller. No, it's not that the alien sword saint has gotten smaller. Rather, I'm getting bigger. Fang Xiu muttered to himself. He felt that ever since he had created the heart of resistance, his own body was constantly surging with power. It wasn't just a simple matter of his strength becoming stronger. Even the movements of the alien sword saint he could see clearly. It was as if the movie was slowed down by 0.5 times. Plop! In an instant, the alien sword saint lay on the ground and spat out his own acidic blood at Fang Xiu, then rose up vigorously and waved the black blade in his hand, sweeping it across at Fang Xiu. When it was too late, looking at the acid blood flying over, Fang Xiu only felt that his starry eyes, which had never been brighter, not only could he see the acid blood's flight trajectory clearly, but his body also acted without realizing it. He dodged the acid blood's attack with a sideways turn, and grabbed at the alien sword saint's wrist with one hand, and Fang Xiu's size slowly increased without realizing it. By the time he came back to his senses, his own size had already overshadowed the alien sword saint. Only to see Fang Xiu grabbing the alien sword saint's wrist with one hand and grabbing towards his bone joint with the other. It was important to know that this bone joint was connected to the black blade, and was the most distinctive thing about the alien sword saint compared to other aliens. Do you really think that because I named you Sword Saint, you are Sword Saint? Playing with swords in front of me, you kid is still 100 years too early. Looking at the brightly shining blood bar on the alien sword saint's head, Fang Xiu's roar was like that of a wild beast, as he fired both his hands at the same time, and his features became hideous. The sudden scene even made the alien sword saint fight a cold war. Ka. Cracks traveled around the alien sword saint's arm, and finally, in a crisp clicking sound, Fang Xiu broke the alien sword saint's black blade hard, and with a backhanded grab, he directly took it into his hand. Watch this. This is the real sword art. Fang Xiu burst out once again, although he hadn't practiced any sword arts. But in his previous life, he had played quite a few games related to sword arts. For example, there was a game called DNF, where in his heyday he had defeated the highest difficulty group book at the time without selfless sword chi. Phantom Sword Dance. Fang Xiu held his sword in one hand and slashed towards the alien sword saint, as if he was swinging his sword at such a fast speed that a trail of sword art residue appeared in the air. At first glance, it was as if there were dozens of swords and knives, chopping at the alien sword saint at the same time. The alien sword saint wanted to defend, but he couldn't hold the sharpness of the black swords, and even more so, he couldn't distinguish between this reality and reality. For a while, acidic blood splashed in all directions. But what made the alien sword saint feel even more fearful was that in the face of the acidic blood splashing past him, Fang Xiu didn't choose to avoid its sharpness. Rather, waved the black blade in his hand even more frantically, slashing it along with the acidic blood. That kind of feeling was as if there was an invisible boundary around Fang Xiu, able to cut off everything that approached him. Such a subtle sword technique made the alien sword saint's heart shake. Is this guy really human? No. Hissing. He is not human. He is the true alien king. At this moment, the alien sword saint truly recognized the gap in strength between himself and Fang Xiu. That powerful strength, that exquisite sword technique, it was as if he was not in the same dimension as himself. A truly invincible stance. However, although this alien sword saint was hacked to pieces by the black blade in Fang Xiu's hand, it did not have the slightest bit of resentment in its heart. On the contrary, at this moment, the alien sword saint was completely immersed in it, marveling at Fang Xiu's might. He was the true king of the aliens. Break for me! Fang Xiu slashed out the last side of the phantom sword dance, and the lustrous sword chi streaked towards the front, breaking into two wherever it went. The entire world, too, began to collapse from the sky. Chapter 93 Li Qingqing, are you protecting your husband? The world collapsed? Fang Xiu felt the incomparably real earthquake and looked around. He only saw that the sky was continuously cracking, and the ground that had risen up began to fall down at a rapid pace. The surrounding scenery was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. But what Fang Xiu didn't expect was that the collapsing sky didn't become pitch black. Instead, it was extremely white, and there were even lights and patterns. This is the ceiling. In the blink of an eye, the azure sky completely disappeared, and in its place was a white floral ceiling. Fang Xiu subconsciously lowered his head, only to see a 5-meter-long scroll hanging on the wall. Imperial Mansion. A painting exhibition? I'm back. Fang Xiu quickly came back to his senses, yet he felt doubtful. So am I considered to have passed or not? The next second, a crack suddenly appeared on the scroll in front of him. Fang Xiu gazed up and raised his sword brows, but he saw that the crack was becoming more and more obvious and longer. Prickla, accompanied by a clear tearing sound. The entire scroll suddenly cracked from the center and fell towards the floor. This sudden scene was more than enough to call out to all the students under the stage. What's the situation? The scroll broke. This shouldn't be. Who can explain what's going on now? It's not going to make us lose money, right? The heated voices continued, and many students were even scared by this scene and took a step back. And as soon as he heard the word payout, Fang Xiu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Good fellow. It's not even if you didn't pass the trial. You still have to pay out money? All of you teenage heroes don't need to be alarmed. The scroll being destroyed is also a normal phenomenon. Seeing that the scene was becoming a bit chaotic, Yu hurriedly stood up to explain. As I said before, this scroll is a masterpiece drawn by my father with special means, and it can have a certain impact on the person viewing it. But relatively speaking, if one has extremely strong mind power, they can also in turn cause an impact on this scroll. Now that the scroll has been destroyed, it also means that the candidate that my father was expecting in his heart has appeared. Yu said with a harmonious face. She had never been able to meet Xian's requirements since she was a child, and in the end, she had relied on her family's resources to attend a top 10. Every time she saw Xian's worried face over the years, her heart also felt anxious. Even after watching Li Qingqing, Wu Mingjian and others stepped down one after another, the light of hope in her heart also became dim. I thought that this time will be nothing. Did not expect. The emperor will not let down the bitter man. This crane city had finally given birth to a talented youngster. Only when Yu looked up, Fang Xiu and Ma Wanfeng were all standing on the stage. The trial process of this imperial beast refining heart diagram was completely invisible to outsiders. Whether it was Fang Xiu who had passed the trial or Ma Wanfeng who had passed the trial made it impossible for Yu to confirm for a moment. Suddenly, as if Ma Wanfeng had sensed the atmosphere, the corners of his mouth rose as he extended his right hand towards Fang Xiu, truly worthy of being the #1 senior freshman, unexpectedly standing with me until the end. Fang Xiu looked at Ma Wanfeng's hand and then looked at Yu. Seeing that she didn't say anything, he then shook Ma Wanfeng's hand. So, what's the situation now? I remember the last moment was me. However, without waiting for Fang Xiu to finish his sentence, Ma Wanfeng had already walked past him and purposely raised his volume a few points. Since the destruction of the scroll was caused by the impact of our minds, it means that the two of us, all of us, meet Master Che Xian's requirements. I wonder if Master Che Xian would you mind accepting the two of us all as disciples? Ma Wanfeng said in a pleasant manner. Only in the ears of the students below the stage, the generosity Ma Wanfeng showed was clearly giving Fang Xiu steps. The implication was invariably that Fang Xiu was also considered to be a talking genius among the freshmen of Huqing #1 High School. If Master Che Xian was able to take him along as a disciple, he would definitely not regret it. Truly worthy of being the strongest high school student in our Huqing city. Not only is he strong, but he also has a broad mind. I, Wu Tsongjian, am convinced. Senior Ma is right. Senior Fang Xiu is also a genius amongst the 10,000 now. So let's accept them together. But would that not be too good? After all, Grandmaster Che Xian said that he would only accept one this time, and although Fang Xiu's talent is excellent, the person who just broke that scroll must still be Senior Ma, right? Indeed, Fang Xiu should just be picking up the pieces. If it was a little later, he might not have been able to hold on. Since that's the case, then we shouldn't accept Fang Xiu as a disciple, right? If you can whore yourself out if you hold on long enough, then it would have been better for me to go up just now, since Senior Ma Wanfeng was there anyway. Despite Ma Wanfeng's extremely generous behavior, there were still some people under the stage who were unconvinced and felt that Fang Xiu had just picked up a big leak. You guys, don't just lick hard there just because Ma Wanfeng is the student council president. Okay, why must it be Ma Wanfeng who broke the imperial beast refining heart diagram? I still say it was Fang Xiu who did it. Seeing the students of the first middle school take Fang Xiu over to step on one, Li Qingqing was also extremely unhappy. She clenched her hands into fists and shouted at the crowd. But although this Li Qingqing's aura was very strong, and she also had a friendship with Yu, but with the atmosphere of the scene adding to it, there were still quite a few people who retorted. That's not right, ah? Senior Ma is a senior. His state of mind must be much stronger than Senior Fang Xiu. Schoolmate Qingqing, you don't think you like Fang Xiu, do you? Indeed, I remember that you guys are in the same class and also participated in the freshman exchange tournament together. It's normal to have mutual feelings for each other. Yo. So this is considered escorting your husband? Unconsciously, even more people joked about the relationship between Li Qingqing and Fang Xiu. So why were you guys indifferent when Ma Wanfeng walked onto the stage just now? Just as the voices on the scene gradually became chaotic and Yu was about to stop everyone, Fang Xiu, who was standing on the stage, suddenly raised his volume. In a flash, countless pairs of eyes looked towards him. Honestly speaking, Fang Xiu didn't have much expectation for this trial. He just happened to get the invitation and came over to have a look. Some people felt that he was inferior to Ma Wanfeng, and he didn't care in his heart. After all, the mouth was on someone else, so he could say whatever he wanted to say. But these guys, they preferred to use rumor-mongering to joke about Li Qingqing. Then the meaning would be completely different. In the end, you guys aren't afraid of the impact that the scroll will have on you, afraid of being embarrassed, or you think that this opportunity doesn't belong to you in the first place, so you don't dare to try it. And now you're regretting it, thinking that if you watch the scroll with Ma Wanfeng and hold on a little longer, you'll have a chance to become Master Che Xian's disciple? It's fine to lie to others with such words. It's meaningless to lie to yourself. Guys who don't even have the courage to try this kind of thing don't deserve to participate in this trial at all. Chapter 94. Bring Fang Xiu over. Fang Hua. Li Qingqing blinked a pair of beautiful eyes, although she was not used to seeing the others licking Ma Wanfeng's performance, so she came out to question it, but she did not expect Fang Hua to help himself out in turn. Moreover, the way Fang Xiu had suppressed the voices of the group also made Li Qingqing feel more or less handsome. This is Fang Hua? She tilted her head, a feeling of unimaginability and disbelief suddenly coming over her heart. The Fang Xiu in her impression was completely like a man who regarded money as his life and found excuses to amass wealth whenever he moved. If it wasn't for knowing that this guy had taken all his money to imperial beasts, she herself would have thought that Fang Xiu was that kind of gambling dog. But now when he looked at Fang Xiu again, his starry eyes were resolute, and his bottom was full of energy, as if he was a true imperial beast powerhouse. Even his sword brows and starry eyes, his fresh and handsome appearance looked somewhat heroic at this moment. Since all of you young heroes are disputing this trial, let my father decide. Let him personally designate the candidates. If my father agrees to accept 2 disciples, we, the Che family, will support them wholeheartedly. While saying this, Che Yu took out his cell phone and dialed Che Xian's number in front of everyone. Seeing this, Fang Xiu just shrugged indifferently. Ma Wanfeng's brows furrowed slightly, recalling the scene he had just seen in the scroll. His heart in turn produced a trace of uneasiness. It was biased that it had come to this point. Brother Ma. Seeing this, Wu Mingjian hurriedly came up. Failing to pass the trial of the imperial beast refining heart diagram, Wu Mingjian knew deep down that there was no possibility of him surpassing Ma Wanfeng in high school, and he put away his worried brows and stretched his smile, once again reverting back to the state of looking up to Ma Wanfeng. The other students also quieted down and listened carefully to the voice coming from Che Yu's cell phone. Although Master Che Xian was old, he was still energetic about new things. Even his cell phone color ringtone was a new song by Zhou Luanjie. It took about 10 or so seconds before the call was successfully connected. In order not to be unjust, Che Yu simply pressed the speakerphone and pulled the volume to the maximum. And actually, although Master Che Xian did not attend this event, he was not ignorant of the situation in the Imperial Mansion. Bring Fang Xiu to me. I thought that Master Che Xian would have a correct ruling on this matter. But what everyone didn't expect was that the voice that came from the speaker was only this icy cold sentence. Obviously, the candidate in Master Che Xian's mind was Fang Xiu. Ma Wanfeng's face instantly turned much paler.
Master Qingqing.
He subconsciously opened his mouth as if he wanted to fight for a little more. But without waiting for him to get the words out, the other end of the cell phone directly hung up. The only thing that floated out from the speaker was the cold, beeping, busy tone. Even Fang Xiu hadn't expected this outcome. Although he didn't have much feelings for Ma Wanfeng, he also knew his senior year grades. The title of the strongest high school student in Huqing City was well-deserved. One would have thought that there was a possibility that this Che Xian would take on 2 disciples. A trace of surprise also flashed through Che Yu's eyes. Although she didn't take a stance, her heart also favored Ma Wanfeng's side. After all, he was a senior and had 2 more years of experience with imperial beasts than Fang Xiu. Even the mutations had been carried out an unknown number of times. Moreover, he was also the president of the Crane City No. 1 Middle School Student Association, so he could be considered to have a bright future. However, even though Master Che Xian had given the results, Che Yu still smiled at Ma Wanfeng. No matter what, this Ma Wanfeng was also the current strongest high school student in Crane City. With his grades, there was nothing wrong with getting into God's capital university. Even if he didn't become Master Che Xian's disciple this time, he should be enlisted. There would always be a day in the future when it could come in handy. Student Ma's talent is undoubtedly a 1 in a million genius. Even without my father's guidance, he is bound to have a career. And please, this student, there is no need to take it too much to heart. Lastly, I would like to gift Ma classmate $100,000 in my personal name. As he spoke, Che Yu directly took out a check and hastily wrote a number on it before handing it to Ma Wanfeng. This gift is purely my appreciation of your talent. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties, you can also seek help from our Che family. Although Che Xian was not going to accept Ma Wanfeng as his disciple, for this kind of extremely talented young hero, Che Yu naturally would not take the initiative to make enemies. Crane City was not big in the first place, and those who were able to go out from this city had to suffer more than the geniuses of the big cities. If she could help, she would help. $100,000 wasn't much money to her anyway, could even be said to be a show of hands. With similar grants, she didn't know how many teenage heroes she had invested in. It was only that one would be a success, and most of them ended up obliterating the public. Many thanks. Ma Wanfeng looked at Che Yu and glanced at Fang Xiu, who was standing on the stage before taking the check in his hand. Although he didn't forget to express his gratitude to Che Yu, his mindset had already changed. His own hallowed student council president. the strongest high school student in Crane City, Chu Xinghe's favored junior. And yet, he ended up losing face at this painting exhibition. If this were to be spread out, it would be good to talk about it. And it was only $100,000 in the district. One's own imperial beast fee for a month was more than that small. Saying it was a gift, what was the difference between it and sending out beggars? Let's go. Ma Wanfeng forced down his heart's displeasure, put the check into his pocket, turned around and left the place. Wu Mingjian followed in big strides, but in his heart, he had an indescribable dark pleasure. Good you Ma Wanfeng. I didn't think that you this guy also have today Of course, Wu Mingjian only thought about it in his heart and did not show it. The other students were also dumbfounded. I didn't see it wrong just now, did I? President Ma was rejected by Master Che Xian. What the hell is going on here? Wasn't the person who just broke the imperial beast refining heart diagram senior Ma Wanfeng? Could it be that it was Fang Xiu? How could a senior's mind be stronger than a senior's? Maybe it's because Fang Xiu is younger? It's not impossible, after all. Fang Xiu still has 2 years left. If he's properly cultivated, he'll be another top 10. Right, it must be like this. It's not that senior Ma Wanfeng's talent is not as good as Fang Xiu's. It's just that he suffers from the disadvantage of age. That's right, didn't you guys see, even after being rejected by Master Che Xian, Che you still gifted a sum of resources. What does that show? It shows that the Che family still wants to pull in our senior Ma. For a while, the students were talking, finding all sorts of compliments for Ma Wanfeng. On the contrary, it was Fang Xiu who was still immersed in an inexplicable feeling. Could it be that Master Che Xian had watched the entire broadcast? Or was it that he could sense what was happening in the scroll? Fellow student Fang Xiu. Without realizing it, Che Yu had already walked in front of Fang Xiu, and with a smile on her face, she extended an invitation to Fang Xiu. Please also come with me. I will now take you to see my family's father. Chapter 95 Traveling to the Che family plus one more. Fang Xiu he really succeeded. Shi Zhanhong looked at Fang Xiu incredulously, although he knew that Fang Xiu was a rare genius, and when he accompanied him, he also had a premonition that Fang Xiu would be able to pass Grandmaster Che Xian's test. But when it all came true, he was still taken aback. The feeling was as if he had joked about how he would spend the $5 million he had won, only to turn around and realize that he had really won $5 million. Congratulations, Mr. Fang Xiu. Zhang Shuren clasped his hands and congratulated Fang Xiu for successfully being accepted as a disciple by Master Che Xian. It would be a lie if he wasn't envious, but at this moment he was only envious. He himself failed to pass the trial of the Imperial Beast refining heart diagram, so naturally, he couldn't blame others. What's more, the matter of Fang Xiu becoming Master Che Xian's disciple was also a good thing for him. They were all students of Huqing No. 1 Middle School, and in the future they would have to participate in the Hejiang Prefecture League together, and the stronger Fang Xiu was, the more their rankings would be able to take a step forward. It was really tense just now. Congratulations, Fang Xiu. Chun Fan also expressed his congratulations. Although he had looked for trouble with Fang Xiu when he first started school, after a few encounters, he also admired Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu wasn't a calculating person either, and the relationship between the two of them became a lot closer. Congratulations. Li Qingqing clasped her hands on her chest. Her expression was bland, not worried or happy, but in her heart, there was more or less a trace of jealousy. From the beginning of the school year until now, her own aura had been in a state of being suppressed by Fang Xiu, not to mention that Li Qingqing felt more and more that the gap between herself and Fang Xiu was getting bigger and bigger. No, I have to work hard. I can't let Fang Xiu completely throw me off. Li Qingqing secretly vowed in her heart that after she went back this time, she would have to work even harder. Thanks a lot. Fang Xiu didn't say anything more. After all, Che Xian only had to beg to see himself alone. Even if Che Yu had some friendship with Li Qingqing, it was impossible for her to bring one more person. Under the leadership of Che Yu, Fang Xiu had to bid farewell to Li Qingqing and the others for the time being and left the painting exhibition. The gazes of the other students kept focusing on Fang Xiu, never able to move away. Still so envious. Yeah, Fang Xiu was already a genius in Huqing No. 1 Middle School, and now that he's been accepted as a disciple by Master Che Xian, I'm afraid that in the future, there will only be a widening gap between him and us. And Li Qingqing is also on good terms with him. Damn it, why is it Fang Xiu? I also want to become Master Che Xian's disciple. Various murmurs continuously floated from behind Fang Hua, and in their tone, They all contained Fang was envy and jealousy. It could be seen what kind of status this Master Che Xian had in the hearts of these students. Only when Fang Xiu and Che Yu entered the elevator together did he curiously ask, "But why only accept one? Isn't Li Qingqing's talent also good? And it seems like an old acquaintance with Ms. Che? From what I remember, Li Qingqing's family had strong connections and their wealth wasn't exactly small. Since she and Che Yu knew each other, she should be well aware of this. Wouldn't it be better to accept them as disciples together? Her aunt and I are hairdressers, so as far as selfishness is concerned, I naturally would love for her to be instructed by her family father." Che Yu lightly opened her vermilion lips and explained, "It's just a pity that my family father's decision is not something I can influence. It feels like student Fang's reaction is always a bit bland." Che Yu sized up Fang Xiu. Although he was a senior student, he was half a head taller than herself. His appearance was sword brows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome. Whether it was the front face or the side face, it was all very heroic and flawless. At once, it gave her a lot more good feelings. Only, from the time she passed the Imperial Beast refining heart diagram, until now, Fang Xiu's expression did not change much. Even the rhythm of Fang Xiu's breathing hadn't been disorganized. It was evident that this expression was not a deliberate disguise on his part. Rather, from the bottom of his heart, it was as plain as water. This kind of determination made Che Yu a little surprised. If it were any other student, he might have already been dancing with excitement. Happy or very happy, both for my own trial and future development. I don't know much about anything other than Imperial Beasts, so I don't know what the concept of this matter of becoming Master Che Xian's disciple is." Fang Xiu smiled and said, although he had traveled to this world, he hadn't inherited the memories of his predecessor, and was still in a state of figuring out the situation of this world. It was only through the mouths of others that he knew that this guy named Che Xian was very powerful and was a master of the Imperial Beast. And his own alien was not a product of this world. Although in the mouths of Zhang Yu, Zhang Panpan, these teachers, it was quite a powerful species of phantom beasts, and every time they came to their own Imperial Beast space, they would be shocked by the development of the alien, but this Che Xian seemed to be someone who had seen the world. One's own xenomorphs would not know what kind of evaluation they would get in his eyes. Although he believed that the alien had a high ceiling, but what if Che Xian's philosophy was very different from his own? Then would he be annoyed at himself for being obsessed with the alien? And I heard from Li Qingqing that after this Che Xian retired, the Imperial Beast was held in Magic City by the Five Flowers Group on the grounds of all the group's properties. Since the Royal Beast is so, what about his property? Will there be problems as well? The most crucial thing was, just how much help could this Che Xian provide to his future? Based on these practical issues, Fang Xiu's excitement of passing the Imperial Beast refining heart diagram examination subsided quite a bit. Of course, these questions, Fang Xiu naturally wouldn't say them in front of Che Xian's daughter. So it's like this. Che Yu lightly nodded her forehead and didn't say anything more. After leaving the Imperial Mansion, her driver had already parked his car at the entrance. Although Fang Xiu didn't know much about cars, he recognized that the car that Che Yu used, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, the interior inside was still flashing with ambient lights, and the back seat was quite comfortable to sit in. The full support in Che Yu's words should only be for an Imperial Beast. I really don't know what kind of expression Che Xian would have if she saw the number of aliens I have. Fang Xiu thought in his heart, then took out his cell phone, opened his Douyin account, and turned on a beauty face in the process. "Sister Che, do you mind if I take a video?" Fang Xiu asked with a smile on his face. "Of course I don't mind." Che Yu smiled and shook her head, then even moved closer to Fang Xiu's side, entering the same video frame with him. Fang Xiu's nose twitched slightly, only to feel a faint floral scent hit his face, followed by the lingering warmth of Cha Yu's arm. "Hi everyone, I'm Fang Xiu. Just now, I passed Master Che Xian's Imperial Beast refining heart diagrams trial. Right now, I'm in the car, going with Sister Che to pay my respects to Master Che Xian. I'm really so happy." Fang Xiu revealed a bright smile and took a video of about a minute. When he pressed stop, his expression returned to its previous coldness. Che Yu could not help but be stunned by this operation. "What are you doing?" "Oh, operating an account, right? Does Sister Che know a dealer or something? I can help with live streaming with goods." Yue. Chapter 96. What the hell is a master and disciple contract? Plus 2 more. Your Douyin account seems to be doing pretty well. Che Yu didn't expect Fang Xiu to pull himself together to make short videos, But only after taking a closer look did he realize that Fang Xiu had 150,000 followers. Although it was naturally not comparable to those so-called big anchors, accumulating so many followers in a small city like Crane City was already an impressive achievement. Sloppy. Fang Xiu put his cell phone away. Despite having 150,000 followers, there weren't any e-commerce companies to contact him, and even if there were, they were all sorts of strange products that Fang Xiu didn't find reliable. Apart from the clips from the freshman exchange tournament, the subsequent daily videos didn't have many clicks, and even apart from the big explosion in the beginning, the daily gift income in the back was only a few $dozen. Once he thought of Che Yu's identity, Fang Xiu did hope that she could introduce a few reliable e-commerce companies. I haven't really had much contact with people in this area. Che Yu smiled. Although she appreciated Fang Xiu's mind, she really hadn't dabbled much in the short video platforms that had only sprung up in the last few years. The next thing was relatively simple. Che Yu and Fang Xiu had a chat in the car, and the car quickly drove away from the city. Long before she retired, Che Xian had bought a mountain in Crane City and built a villa halfway up the mountain. Even Fang Xiu could feel the grandeur. If he didn't have Che Yu leading him, he probably wouldn't take much longer to get himself lost. It was only after about half an hour that Fang Xiu walked to the entrance of the villa's study. Che Yu placed her finger against her mouth, signaling Fang Xiu to be quiet before she gently knocked twice on the door of the room. "Come in." A boy's voice came from inside. Che Yu whirled around and pushed open the door, signaling Fang Xiu to just go in. Thanks, Sister Che." Before walking in, Fang Xiu still didn't forget to be polite. However, when Fang Xiu was in the middle of the study, the corner of his mouth could not help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Good guy. This study was almost as big as his own 2 dormitories, with all kinds of celebrity paintings and calligraphy, antiques and cultural relics. It was simply a wide array of things. Not to mention this life, even in his last life, Fang Xiu had never seen such a luxurious study. "You are Fang Xiu, right?" The man's voice echoed in the study. Fang Xiu looked up and saw a middle-aged man with half-white hair, sitting in an electric wheelchair, wearing a light blue shirt on his upper body, with a blanket covering his legs. Although he only looked to be in his 40s, his demeanor looked very tired, and the sagging bags under his eyes seemed as if he hadn't rested well for a long time. Good day, Master Che Xian," Fang Xiu said politely. Che Xian nodded slightly, taking a passing glance, then fiddled with the buttons on the electric wheelchair and moved over towards the desk on the side. "Come over here." Fang Xiu sniffed, took 3 steps and walked over to the desk. "Take a look." Che Xian tapped the pile of documents on top with his fingers, then said, "Fang Xiu?" For a while, it was Fang Xiu who was confused instead. What was the situation? Isn't it to take in an apprentice? Why are you letting me look at the documents? Master Che Xian, what is this? Fang Xiu raised his sword brows and smoothly took the document in his hand. "This is our master-disciple contract, and there are some requirements I have for you on it." Fang Xiu? Good lord. What the hell is the situation in this world? When the student union invited himself to join, he had to sign a contract himself. Now when Che Xian wanted to take in an apprentice, he also had to sign a contract himself. Signing a contract is addictive, isn't it? What if I don't want to sign it? Fang Xiu asked Che Xian rhetorically. Although it was black and white, and his own mind was an adult, he didn't feel in the slightest that he could mess with a person of Che Xian's caliber when it came to contracts. After all, he himself was not from law school. How could he do reading comprehension line by line? This sentence also made Che Xian baffled. With his own reputation, I don't know how many people want to find him to worship. Not to mention signing a contract, or even letting the other party go to the Mountain of Swords, the other party is afraid that they will not frown. This Fang Xiu, on the contrary, rejected it. "Reason. What if you screw me over?" Fang Xiu said without thinking. "I'm just a high school student. Where can I see the twists and turns inside the contract?"
Qingqing.
When Fang Xiu refused to sign, he thought of the worst-case scenario, which was nothing more than Fang Xiu having other contracts in place. Although Crane City was a small city, it didn't mean that there were no geniuses. In the past, there had been quite a few people who had gotten there first. Qingqing, for example, had always made him feel pity. If only he could have taken Qingqing as a disciple back then. But what Che Xian never expected was that Fang Xiu's reasoning was that he was afraid that he would screw him over. Funny, right? He's a broken high school student. What does he have to pit himself for? He is personally drawing the Imperial Beast refining heart map, and also widely distributed invitation letter in the Crane City fanfare for the selection of disciples. All of this, coming to a head, is just to fool a high school student into signing overbearing clauses? Am I idly doing nothing? Are you paranoid of being victimized? Che Xian looked at Fang Xiu with a black line on his face. That's not true. It's just that I almost let the student council get screwed over before. Fang Xiu said lightly, incidentally flipping through the clauses on the contract a few times. Rather than an apprentice contract, Fang Xiu felt that this was more like a labor contract. A student union. Che Xian sneered. Those kids just like to pull some tricks. Don't worry. There's no pit in this contract. If you don't believe it, you can also find a firm to consult. In addition, as long as you sign this contract, I can provide you with an opportunity for a mutation. A mutation? Fang Xiu's starry eyes twitched. To say that he wasn't interested in mutation would be a lie. As early as after hearing about the mutation from Zhang Panpan, he had moved this thought. It was only a pity that helping students mutate in the first middle school required credits. Even though he had won the freshman exchange tournament and gained extra credits, it still wasn't enough. Unless he could kill his way into the top 4 of the Black River State. Otherwise, he would have to wait for the next semester at the earliest before he could perform his mutation. As a result, he didn't expect that this Che Xian would be able to directly provide the opportunity for a mutation. That's right. Che Xian nodded and said in a serious tone, although normally, Imperial Beastmasters can't be exposed to mutation until the second year of high school. But since you were able to pass my Imperial Beast Refining Heart diagram, it means that the power of your mind is much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Even if you were to perform a mutation right now, nothing would go wrong. Sort of a meet and greet gift from me to you. Even though Che Xian was now a royal beastmaster with his status, reputation, and all-crushing Fang Xiu, in reality he was nothing more than a walk in the park, and Fang Xiu was a rising star. Facing this latecomer, Che Xian instead acted very politely. Also, can you tell me what you saw when you faced the Imperial Beast Refining Heart diagram? Although Che Xian could sense who had broken his Imperial Beast Refining Heart diagram, he was after all not the roundworm in Fang Xiu's stomach, so he naturally couldn't see what was happening in his spiritual world. Chapter 97 Magic City University? Fang Xiu's maneuvering made Che Xian feel a little speechless in his heart. His own hallowed Imperial Beastmaster. Why should he pit him against a little kid? But no matter how, Che Xian is not a small-minded person after all. After calming down his emotions, he then looked at Fang Xiu from another angle. You can't do harm to others, but you can't do nothing to prevent others. Although Fang Xiu's thinking is a bit odd, but this kind of vigilance will be able to avoid a lot of trouble in the future. What's more, if you want to accomplish that thing, just having the talent of the Imperial Beasts is far from enough. Che Xian thought darkly in his heart, and Fang Xiu's appraisal was a few points higher. If you really can't trust it, you can also take a few pictures and send them to someone you trust. Let him come and confirm it for you. There's always no problem now, right? Che Xian retreated as an advance, allowing Fang Xiu to find a random person to verify it. Truly worthy of being Master Che Xian. Fang Xiu was waiting for these words. Naturally, he would not push back. He took out his cell phone and took a few pictures of the contract, then sent them to Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan respectively. These two people had both given themselves help on the Imperial Beasts and were both their teachers. If they both felt that there was no problem, then there really wasn't any problem. However, these two naturally didn't reply to Fang Hua in seconds, and even if they did see the message, they would need to study it for at least a while. Fang Xiu simply took advantage of the waiting gap to state the sight he saw from the Imperial Beast Refining Heart diagram. You've encountered a situation before where the royal beasts were not under your control? Che Xian instantly grasped the point. Although he couldn't see the images that Fang Xiu saw, as the person who drew this Imperial Beast Heart Refining diagram, he knew the principles of it very well. The heart refining diagram was directly facing the horror in one's heart. It was also considered a kind of heart demon. Fang Xiu answered. Interesting. Che Xian smiled. He didn't pay much attention to Fang Xiu, but after learning that he had passed his Imperial Beast Heart Refining diagram, he also investigated Fang Xiu's identity background. Both parents were ordinary working families. The Imperial Beast was a phantom beast species of Imperial Beast called Alien. Not only was their individual strength extremely strong, but they also possessed a numerical advantage. In a place like Crane City, this type of Imperial Beast was indeed rare. What surprised Che Xian even more was that Fang Xiu's alien had the ability to parasitize. This gave the alien the possibility of infinite growth. It's probably because your imperial beast gave birth to a more powerful alien when it parasitized and evolved, and that's why it became dissatisfied with you, the imperial beast master. Although I don't know what kind of method you used to suppress that alien, this incident planted a seed deep inside your heart. You're afraid that even more powerful aliens will appear in the future, and you won't be able to control them. Am I right? Chexin parsed this. Perhaps. Fang Xiu neither admitted nor denied it. Before viewing the imperial beast refining heart diagram, he indeed didn't care too much about this issue. But on second thought, it was also, in the end, the alien could not be considered a creature that he had cultivated, but rather, he had borrowed the life experience of his previous life to materialize this alien. The self at that time lacked sufficient knowledge of the imperial beasts and only thought that the alien had a very strong potential. Not. The potential of the alien could simply be described as terrifying. As long as they kept reproducing and parasitizing, their numbers could grow indefinitely. If it really came to a number in terms of countries, or even a number in terms of planets, would one really be able to suppress such a large army of aliens? Perhaps this question was the seed within himself. It was just that he hadn't thought deeply about this question before. To put it another way, since I passed that what's-his-name sentinel beast refining heart diagram, it means that my what's-his-name mind power has become powerful. This kind of problem won't occur again in the future, right? Fang Xiu thought for a moment and inquired with a serious face. Although he hadn't decided whether or not to sign this apprentice acceptance contract, but if he had a question, he naturally had to ask it in a hurry. Not necessarily. Qingqing shook his head slightly. The imperial beast refining heart diagram is only for the terror in your heart at the moment. People grow and encounter all sorts of new problems as they grow. These problems, there is a possibility that they can be easily solved, or they can cause you to be distracted by them until they create even greater terrors. However, you don't have to be discouraged by this. Although we don't have as much power as the imperial beasts, we have intelligence and heart. These are our strengths, and the key to us humans being able to imperial beasts. This kind of problem, in Qingqing's eyes, could not be considered a problem. In all walks of life, who hadn't encountered problems? Is it possible to choose to give up for fear of a problem that hasn't arisen? That's true. Fang Xiu nodded his head in agreement. As long as Fang Xiu, keep getting stronger, I'll be able to suppress the rebellious hearts of these aliens. As long as I am the strongest alien king, I don't have to worry about my subjects rebelling. Fang Xiu said in a serious manner, but immediately afterward, he felt that his words were a bit middle-aged. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat and simply changed the topic to Qingqing. So the rumors are true? Your imperial beast was recovered by the Five Flowers group? Even though Fang Xiu felt that Li Qingqing had no reason to lie to himself this matter, he couldn't figure out how. The imperial beast, didn't it start to be carried out from the first year of high school? Before entering the Five Flowers group, Master Qingqing already had imperial beasts, right? Why would it still be treated as group property? Was this kind of thing reasonable? My imperial beast, shouldn't it also become the property of a certain group? However, Fang Xiu wasn't motivated by gossip. More than that, he wanted to understand how this world worked. If someone else could hit on an alien's idea, then one really needed to be on guard. These things are not for you, a high school student, to pry into, Qingqing said without thinking. It was just a first-time meeting, so naturally, Qingqing had no reason to tell the other party about his own past, to the other party. However, when it really comes to the necessary time, I can also tell you. There was an essential difference between being able to tell and definitely telling. There is another question. Will you interfere with my choice of volunteer? Fang Xiu nodded slightly. Perhaps in the eyes of others, being able to become Master Qingqing's disciple was an honor. One should be grateful and treat the other party like a father. But Fang Xiu was not such a person. In his view, between himself and Qingqing, it should be a two-way choice. There was no need for himself to go and lower his voice. What's more, with the previous experience of the student union, Fang Xiu was more or less sensitive to the matter of volunteering. If it's possible, I naturally want you to go to Mordor University. Magic City University? Why? Fang Xiu subconsciously pursued. Because Mordor University is my alma mater and the professors there are all my old friends as well. If you go to Mordor University, there are a lot of relationships that I can help you with. Qingqing said bluntly, but in his heart he was thinking of something else. the headquarters of the Five Flowers Group, also in Mordor. Chapter 98 National Level Imperial Beast Master. Buzzing. Fang Xiu's cell phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and realized that it was an incoming call from Zhang Yu. So he looked at the phone and then at Che Xian. Answer it. Che Xian stopped the topic of Magic City University and let Fang Xiu deal with the contract first. The moment Fang Xiu pressed the answer button, Zhang Yu's loud voice came from the phone. Fang Xiu, where are you? What's going on with that contract? Is there a problem with the contract? Fang Xiu looked at Che Xian. Although this was Che Xian's villa, Fang Xiu had nothing to be ashamed of. No. Zhang Yu denied it repeatedly. It's just that I was a bit shocked to see that the name of the party A is Master Che Xian. Fang Hua, you wouldn't have been chosen by Master Che Xian to be his disciple, right? Aha. Fang Xiu answered, then explained the situation. I'm currently at Master Che Xian's house, and he's asking me to sign some kind of disciple acceptance contract. I don't really understand it either, so I wanted to ask Brother Yu. There's nothing pitiful about this contract, right? You brat, you got a bargain, didn't you? This is an opportunity that many people have been begging for, but still a pit. I see you like a pit. Also, you talk a little quieter. Don't let people hear. Zhang Yu also did not forget to kindly remind Fang Xiu. After all, it is in someone's villa the walls have ears. In case if this was heard by Master Che Xian and regretted it, not accepting Fang Xiu as a disciple, wouldn't that be a big loss? However, what made Zhang Yu not even dream of it was, it's fine, Brother Yu, Master Che Xian is right next to me, he can hear it. And he's also the one who asked me to find someone to confirm it. Fang Xiu said lightly, as if this was a trivial matter that couldn't be more normal. Zhang Yu on the other end of the phone was petrified on the spot. No, what exactly is the situation now? Fang Xiu answered the phone in front of Master Che Xian, and questioning whether or not Master Che Xian's contract had any potholes. Is Fang Xiu usually this brave? It seems like he is really this brave. Zhang Yu sucked in a breath of cool air from the corner of his mouth. When he thought about it, Fang Xiu's character was like this. He was only focused on imperial beasts and making money. But no matter what, after learning that Master Che Xian could hear his words, Zhang Yu still forced down the excitement in his heart. Fang Xiu, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Master Che Xian is an officially certified Imperial Beast Master. The rank is second only to the Grand. It wasn't until this moment that Fang Xiu figured it out. Grandmaster Che Xian's Grandmaster was not an honorific title that other people had for him. Rather, it was an officially certified title. Similar to a national-level actor, national-level chef, and so on. The full title, on the other hand, was First-Grade Imperial Beast Master. And above the First-Grade Imperial Beast Master was the Extra-Grade Imperial Beast Master, or Extra-Large for short. That powerful. Fang Xiu looked at Che Xian, who was sitting in the wheelchair, more or less surprised in his heart. That's for sure. Looking at the entire Crane City in terms of imperial beasts, no one can compare to Master Che Xian. For you to have such an opportunity, you must grasp it well, Fang Xiu. To say that he didn't envy Fang Xiu, that would naturally be a lie. At this moment, Zhang Yu couldn't wait to directly pay a visit and accompany Fang Xiu to sign the contract. In the future, when he returned to school, he would also be able to have bragging capital. However, this kind of thing is just a thought. To have the cheek to run to someone else's home, this kind of thing Zhang Yu still couldn't do it. Even without waiting for Zhang Yu to finish his words, Fang Xiu's cell phone vibrated again. It was a call from Zhang Pan. Brother Yu, talk to you later. Fang Xiu hung up Zhang Yu's call and turned to pick up Zhang Pan's call. You passed Master Che Xian's test? Zhang Pan's tone was equally excited. Although he had long known that Fang Xiu's talent for beast royalty was extremely high, and sooner or later he would be able to walk out of this Crane City, he had never dreamed that Fang Xiu would actually pass Grandmaster Che Xian's test and become the other party's disciple. Yes, Brother Pan. So have you finished reading the things I sent you? Fang Xiu said softly. Even though Zhang Yu said it was fine, double insurance was quasi-correct. Ah, right? Zhang Pan reacted then. I've read all the clauses on the contract, there's basically no problem, it's all very normal requirements, even the employers nowadays will sign similar contracts. There are just 2 points. Fang Hua sniffed and frowned. Could there really be a pit? This seems to be a trial contract that is valid for 3 months, and if you fail to achieve the grades required by Master Che Xian, the other party can unilaterally break the contract. This is the first point, Fang Xiu. Don't think that with a contract, You are really Master Che Xian's disciple. For the next 3 months, you have to be serious about your imperial beasts, work hard on them, and strive to be recognized by Master Che Xian. You have to know that your parents are just ordinary people. They can't provide much resources to you when it comes to imperial beasts, so Master Che Xian sighed. Fang Xiu? Zhang Panpan's long speech, listening to Fang Xiu's face with a question mark. Good guy, thought Zhang Panpan was worried about being pitched, but it turned out to be the fear that he couldn't meet Master Che Xian's requirements for accepting an apprentice and was abandoned by the other side. In the end, which side are you on? Even, Fang Xiu vaguely felt that the corners of Grandmaster Che Xian's mouth were about to be suppressed. Then what about the second point? Fang Xiu hurriedly interrupted Zhang Panpan's words. If he let Zhang Panpan speak on, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to finish in half an hour. Oh, the second point. Can you ask for Master Che Xian's signature for me? I'm a fan of his. I've especially liked Master Che Xian since I was a kid. Snap. Fang Xiu hung up the phone violently. Let's not talk about the first one, it was already not toward himself. The second one had nothing to do with the contract at all, right? To sign is what the hell.
Hehehe.
Che Xian sniffed, the corners of his mouth completely suppressed. Laugh if you want to. Fang Xiu whirled around and then picked up the contract. Only at this time did he see that the contract was a trial apprentice contract. It was valid for 3 months. If Party B did not meet Party A's performance requirements, Party A could unilaterally break the contract and terminate the master-disciple relationship. Your gym teacher, on the contrary, is quite interesting. There's nothing wrong with the signature, but it's you, Fang Hua. Dare to sign this contract? Che Xian's smile came to a screeching halt, and his expression turned serious with it. The disciple I'm looking for isn't here to play some master-disciple house game. What I want to cultivate is a true imperial beast master. A strong person who can truly stand at the top of this world. This contract is both an opportunity and a challenge. If you don't meet my requirements, then in less than 3 months, we will go our separate ways. You! Not the person I'm looking for. Che Xian's eyes were incomparably deep, scrutinizing Fang Xiu's starry eyes. Fang Xiu grabbed the corner of the contract, not expecting things to develop to this point. But Fang Xiu had never been one to back down. So, Fang Xiu threw his voice and asked, what challenge? Chapter 99. Heaven does not give birth to a square, and the imperial beasts are as long as the night. Midterm exams, final exams, all of them, get first place. Che Xian gazed into Fang Xiu's starry eyes and said slowly, just that simple? Fang Xiu couldn't help but be stunned. He was the first place in the mapping exam, and this world emphasized imperial beasts and lightened general knowledge, all the knowledge points. It was much simpler than his previous life. In this case, stabilizing first place was not much of a challenge at all. Either Che Xian was underestimating himself, or he had other requirements. Black River State League. The truth was the same as what Fang Xiu thought. Che Xian naturally wouldn't make such a simple request, so he raised his volume. You have to be in the Black River State League and achieve a ranking. Once he heard the Black River State League, Fang Xiu then felt reasonable. That's right, the difficulty of the exam in Huqing First Middle School was too simple, and it was only challenging when it was replaced with the Black River State League. And to be able to claim a ranking, that would be a top 8 start? What ranking? Fang Xiu pursued. Che Xian didn't answer, just slowly raised a finger and smiled without saying anything. First place. Fang Xiu's starry eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Although he had only crossed over a short while ago and was unclear about a lot of common sense in this world, the matter regarding the Black River State League had been explained by his homeroom teacher, Zhang Yu. The strongest colleges and universities in each city of the Black River State could participate, but because of the different levels of education and resources, the only schools that were truly qualified to compete for the championship were actually Ha City, Kizil City, Qing City, and Jia City. Colleges and universities in other regions were more like green leaves that set off the red flowers. Of course, even so, being able to have imperial beast exchanges with the students of these truly top schools was a good thing with no harm done. But that was all. Even Chu Xinghe, the genius scholar from a few years ago, had only led Crane City No. 1 high school to a runner-up finish. Whether it was before him or after him, Crane City No. 1 middle school had never achieved such a good result again. It hadn't even gotten to the quarterfinals in the past few years. Now the moment Che Xian opened his mouth, He was asking Fang Xiu to take the title of the Black River State League, which was undoubtedly hellishly difficult. You're afraid. Xian smiled. Let me remind you of one more thing. If you don't achieve the results I require, it's not just as simple as terminating the contract. As Party B, you also need to pay a compensation. Triple compensation. It was worth mentioning that the issue regarding compensation was written in the contract by Xian from the very beginning. Both Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan also noticed this clause, and the reason why they felt it was fine was because they both thought that Xian's grade requirement was nothing more than for Fang Xiu to achieve grades in Huqing No. 1 middle school. As the No. 1 freshman in senior high school, this was naturally not a difficult task for Fang Xiu. If they could have thought that Xian would be so crazy as to directly ask Fang Xiu to achieve the No. 1 ranking in the Hejiang State League, they would have said nothing to allow Fang Xiu this contract. I'm sure that your two teachers, they shouldn't have realized this problem, so you can give them another call and ask for their opinions. Of course. Grandmaster Che Chui turned his words around. Your talent is indeed good, so I don't intend to make things difficult for you. If both of your teachers feel that this apprentice contract is not signable, I can also accept it and am willing to gift you $500,000 in cash. It's considered a financial support for your path to the Imperial Beast. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can also seek help from Che Yu. After saying that, Xian's hands then rested on his lap, handing over the choice to Fang Xiu. With things having developed to this point, it had completely gone out of Fang Xiu's expectations. Signing, there was a possibility that he would face triple compensation. In the end, not only did he become Xian's disciple, but he might instead go into debt. If you don't sign, you can directly take $500,000 and walk away, and you can make friends with the Che family. If there were really any problems in the future, there would also be a way back. If one was extremely rational, one would probably choose the latter. Fang Xiu glanced down at the cell phone in his hand. In reality, at this time, Xian was also very nervous. As early as a long time ago, he had the intention of accepting disciples, but the so-called geniuses that he had encountered were all nothing more than that. The only person who had caught his eye was Chu Xinghe back then. But at that time, he was busy with his own business. By mistake, he had missed his chance. Nowadays, Fang Xiu was the only person who interested him. But interest alone was not enough. What one was looking for was a true genius. Not only did he have the talent to control beasts, but he also needed to have the mentality of a strong man. Otherwise, it would only be a waste of each other's time. If I were to call Teacher Zhang Yu or Teacher Zhang Panpan, they would definitely think that unless I'm crazy, I would not sign this contract. The Black River State League is full of strong players, especially in Ha-San Middle School, where it is rumored that every single one of the key classes, there is a phantom beast species Imperial Beast Master. Since the founding of Huqing First Middle School, it has even never won a championship. This is simply an impossible task. Fang Xiu said while slamming the cell phone he was holding in his hand, heavily slapping it on the table. You think the same way, don't you, Master Xian? Thinking that I'll give up on signing this apprentice contract and walk away with $500,000? Only to see Fang Xiu grabbing over a fountain pen from the desk and then flipping the contract to the last page, cleanly writing down his name and incidentally even the time on it. Not only that, Fang Xiu even pushed the contract in front of Xian. The feeling was as if he was saying, I've signed it, now it's your turn. The reason why Crane City hasn't gotten first place in the Black River State League yet is because I'm not in high school yet. Fang Xiu said in a loud voice. When Xian heard this, his entire body spiraled into a daze. Although his mind had imagined countless possibilities when Fang Hua was silent, and was even prepared for Fang Hua to directly take the money and walk away, what he never expected was, Fang Xiu not only signed his name on this contract, he even mouthed the words, Huqing No. 1 Middle School didn't win the Black River State League Championship. Not because Ha-San Middle School was too strong, but Fang Xiu hadn't gone to high school yet. Ha 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 ha. In a flash, Master Xian couldn't help but burst out laughing, tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. You little brat, you're really interesting. First, you questioned whether or not my apprentice acceptance contract was a pitfall, and you even purposely sought out 2 teachers to confirm it for you. It can be said to be quite cautious. As a result, after learning about the triple compensation, he instead signed his name without hesitation. Interesting, really interesting. Fang Hua. Xian ran his hand over the tears, and his eyes also became resolute at this moment as he gripped the pen tightly with his other hand. You have to be clear, if you don't get the championship of the Black River State League, I can make you make triple compensation. Sign it. Fang Xiu said in a serious manner. Chapter 100 Betting Agreement Goal, Black River State League Championship. Good. Che Xian grabbed a fountain pen and signed his name on the contract. There were a total of 2 copies of the contract. One was locked in a drawer by Che Xian, while the other was directly handed over to Fang Xiu for his own safekeeping. However, you can rest assured that before the Black River State League comes, I will fully support your imperial beasts, so that your alien can take a step forward. Che Xian thought for a moment and told Fang Xiu to relax. He himself was not the type of person who would intentionally victimize others for the sake of compensation. That's natural, so when will the xenomorph start? After signing the contract, Fang Xiu's entire body felt much more relaxed, and instead urged Che Xian. What an impatient nature. Che Xian couldn't help but spit it out. It's not that it's impatient. Fang Xiu shook his head slightly. In a few more days, it will be the midterm exams. After the midterm exams, it's the Black River State League. There's still a week to brace myself. How can I slacken myself off? Che Xian smiled just slightly at his words. It takes some time to start the machine, and you consumed quite a bit of stamina when you were comprehending the Imperial Beast Alchemy Heart Diagram. So let Che take you to eat something first. Saying that, Che Xian pressed the button on the motorized wheelchair. Not long after, Che pushed the door and walked in. You first take Fang Xiu to eat something. Mutation is a physical labor. Once she heard the word mutation, Che instantly understood what was going on. In the face of Che's challenge, Fang Xiu didn't just take $500,000 in cash and walk away, but bravely signed the apprentice acceptance contract. Come with me. Fang Xiu naturally wouldn't refuse at this. He waved his hand to Che Xian and paid a temporary obeisance before taking 3 steps to Che's side and asked curiously, "For such a big villa, there's no arrangement for a butler or anything?" Although he hadn't lived in such a large house, this villa had 6 floors, and even coming over to the study side was by elevator. Obviously, it wasn't something the family could just pack up and come over. The housekeeper is there. Che smiled. But since you are my father's probationary disciple, it is only right that I receive you personally. The implication was that ordinary guests could indeed be received by the housekeeper, but as an honored guest, naturally one could not act perfunctorily. Probationary disciple can be okay. Fang Xiu slightly smacked his lips. Che Xian's study was on the 3rd floor, while the cafeteria was on the 1st floor, plus the villa itself was large and required a bit of a walk. Fang Xiu's cell phone had been vibrating non-stop since a while ago, and in this moment of effort, he also scanned the Tencent twice. It was full of text messages from Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan. Zhang Panpan also didn't forget to remind Fang Xiu not to forget to ask for an autograph for him. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, was concerned about the contract. Brother Panpan, since you are a true fan of Master Che Xian, how much do you think is a more reasonable price for such an autograph? It's done. I'm about to go to dinner now. Master Che Xian said he'd help my imperial beasts mutate a bit. Fang Xiu returned messages to the 2 respectively. As a result, the next second, Zhang Yu directly called. Congratulations, Fang Xiu. To be able to become Master Che Xian's disciple. Don't forget me when you get rich in the future. If you are rich, don't forget each other. As soon as the phone was connected, Zhang Yu's tone was even more excited than Fang Xiu's. After all, through Fang Xiu, he was also considered to have hitched a ride on Master Che Xian's human network. In the future, teacher selection, promotion, and whatnot, as long as there is this layer of relationship, he basically won't have any more obstacles. With a little bit of luck, he might be able to become a vice principal or something before the age of 45. And this was all through Fang Xiu's light. That contract is just a trial intake. It's only valid for 3 months. Whether or not you can become Master Che Xian's official disciple, it's still early. Fang Xiu's tone was much flatter than Zhang Yu's. Regarding this part, Zhang Yu naturally noticed it. What's so difficult about it? With your current accomplishments, looking at the entire Qingqing No. 1 middle school, there is simply no one who can compare to you, not even Li Qingqing or Zhang Shuren. Now that you have the full support of Master Che Xian, there's even less of a surprise. That achievement bet, there's nothing to worry about at all. The result was the same as what Fang Xiu had guessed. This Zhang Yu also felt that the grade requirement was just his own grades in the high school exams. Brother Yu, this is where you are wrong. The other Master Che Xian is not worried about my grades in the first high school at all. Then, Zhang Yu on the other end of the phone couldn't help but stare. Not high school grades. Then what else could it be? Was Master Che Xian going to give Fang Xiu a small taste of his own medicine? The Black River State League. Fang Xiu said seriously. Grandmaster Che Xian said that if I can't win the Black River State League, he will not only terminate the apprentice contract, but also demand triple compensation. Zhang Yu? Zhang Yu's entire body directly froze on the spot. He even somewhat doubted if there was something wrong with his cell phone, and that's why he misheard. Black River State League champion? Seriously? That's a state league. You think it's a freshman exchange tournament? And the Black River State League was a team competition, not an individual competition. Even if Fang Xiu got guidance and funding from Master Che Xian, Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and Chen Fan, there was no way they could get guidance and funding from each other. Most importantly, since the establishment of Qingqing No. 1 Middle School, they had never won the Hejiang State League Championship. Taking such a result and betting against Fang Xiu, wasn't this bullying? You shouldn't have signed it, right? The corner of Zhang Yu's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. In his opinion, this was simply an impossible betting agreement. Of course. It's good that you didn't sign it. Zhang Yu let out a long sigh of relief, but in his heart, he also felt strange. What level is Qingqing No. 1 Middle School? Master Che Xian should know in his heart. Why open such a difficult betting agreement? Sign it. Zhang Yu was stunned again. However, Fang Xiu did not mention this matter to Zhang Yu just to scare him. So, brother Yu, see if you can help me get a little more resources at school. If I win the Black River State League Championship and become Master Che Xian's official disciple, you'll also have a light on your face, won't you? Moreover, the credit is on you. It's you who led the students of Qingqing No. 1 Middle School to win the Black River State League Championship. How face-saving is it to say that? Head coach Zhang Yu. Fang Xiu whirled around and began to flirt. That's right, the reason why he guided Zhang Yu to make the call was to exchange for more resources and firmly bind himself to Zhang Yu and even First Middle School. Although Che Xian's family was large and wealthy, but after all, he was not yet an official disciple, so he thought that he would not throw his weight around. Zhang Yu could be different. He was his own homeroom teacher, so it was really a matter of honor and glory. Binding interests is a good ally. The Che Yu who brought Fang Xiu to the cafeteria also heard the entire conversation between Fang Xiu and Zhang Yu. This brat seems like he's really sure of winning the Black River State League Championship. Che Yu couldn't help but think back to her own high school, when she had also participated in the Black River State League as the representative of the First Middle School, and as a result, she had only gotten a top 8 finish. Father, your expectations of Fanghua, will it be too high? Chapter 101 Zhang Yu's efforts. Plus one more. Zhang Yu put down his cell phone and went straight to grade director Wang Kai's office. Brother Wang. Zhang Yu clasped his hands and his tone was very respectful. Have you taken the wrong medication? Wang Kai put down the work in his hand and could not help but be stunned. Although he was the grade director, he was not older than Zhang Yu by a few years, and his private relationship was quite good, and he would jokingly call himself Old Wang on weekdays. Suddenly to Wang brother to call each other, in turn, let Wang Kai a little uncomfortable. No happy? Zhang Yu said while pulling over a chair and sitting in front of Wang Kai's table. The Black River State League will start soon. Yeah. Next week is the midterm exams, and after that, it's time to go to the Black River State League. Wang Kai, as the grade-level director, still had a better understanding of these things. Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing are both your students, right? At that time, you and Zhang Panpan will lead the team over there. According to his understanding, this year's Hejiang State League would be held in Jiacheng, and it would be more reliable for the two teachers to lead the team together. Just make it to the top 8 this year. Wang Kai relieved up Zhang Yu so that he didn't have to have too much pressure, and the leaders above him were well aware of Qingqing's level. Fang Xiu's alien was undoubtedly very powerful, but Li Qingqing and their imperial beasts were weaker in terms of fighting. So, the top 8 is victory. What if I say that our goal this year is the championship? Zhang Yu broke off and squeezed out a sentence. It's not that he has a timid character. It's really that this kind of words are incomprehensible even to himself. Crane City is just a small city in the 18th line. Resources, education are very backward, and the population is not much. Even those powerful parents in Crane City have long sent their children to Hasan Middle School through various relationships. Even the leadership team of the Education Bureau will not have any illusions about the Hejiang State League. As a result, Zhang Yu actually said that their goal was the championship? Not buddy. A few dishes drink like this? Wang Kai looked at Zhang Yu with a look of contempt. Is this something a human being can say? Roll, roll, roll. You're the one who drank it. I'm serious. Zhang Yu took a deep breath and his expression became serious with it. Seriously, Brother Wang. Don't say you don't believe this. Even I don't believe it myself. Although we always say that First High School is a key high school, the best school in Huqing City, every year there can be dozens of students who steadily get into the top 10. Every time I tell others that I am a teacher in First High School, my heart is proud. However, we all know in our hearts that these honors, these capitals worth bragging about, are only in Huqing. Once we look at the entire country of China, where can our first middle school rank? I'm afraid we won't even be able to rank among the top 100 colleges in the country. In the past, we didn't even dare to say that we'd make it to the top 8, so no one would expect anything from our school except for Crane City. Even ourselves, we don't believe we can win the championship once. Zhang Yu became more and more agitated as he spoke, and even became choked up at the back. Zhang Yu. Wang Kai was startled. You, what's wrong? Is it because of Fang Xiu? In Wang Kai's perception, Zhang Yu wasn't a brat who had just become a teacher. When he had just joined the school, he had also held expectations for the league, thinking that one day, he would be able to lead his students to stand on the podium. But often, not all dreams can be realized. The gap between the first middle school and other schools was there. What could they do? That's right. Zhang Yu heaved his head. You've seen Fang Xiu's talent, right? In recent years, other than Qingqing, there isn't a single person who can compare to Fang Xiu anymore. And that year's Qingqing, if not for some bad luck, he might have really had a chance to take the title of the Black River State League. So, Wang Kai interrupted Zhang Yu's words. Qingqing is indeed a rare genius. Fang Xiu is likewise so. But you're not unaware that the year after that blowout at Hasan Middle School, the school carried out reforms. Today's Hasan Middle School can be said to be filled with monsters. Even if Fang Xiu could match the Qingqing of that year, it would be a pipe dream for him to win the championship. In terms of personal feelings, how could he, the grade director, not want his school to make a name for itself? It was just that one should be down to earth. It's not like that. Zhang Yu violently stood up from his chair. Fang Xiu, he, was accepted as a disciple by Master Qingqing. That's Qingqing, a national-level imperial beastmaster. With his guidance, Fang Xiu might really have a chance. The moment these words came out, Wang Kai directly froze on the spot, his two eyes staring like bronze bells, and his mouth couldn't help but open wide into an O shape, staring at Zhang Yu with a look of incredulity and disbelief. Zhang Yu quietly waited for Wang Kai to digest this information. Only after a long time did Wang Kai feel his mouth dry and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What you said is true. Fang Xiu was really accepted as a disciple by Master Qingqing? Aha! Zhang Yu nodded his head vigorously. Fang Xiu is, right now, at Master Qingqing's home. Grandmaster Qingqing also said that he would help Fang Xiu undergo a mutation to enhance the power of the alien. That's why I said that we have a chance this year. Although Fang Xiu could still participate in the Black River State League in his second and third year of high school, in Zhang Yu's heart, something like a chance did not come every time. If he couldn't get the championship at the Black River State League, then Fang Xiu would lose Qingqing as the Imperial Beastmaster. It seemed like there was still the second year of high school and the third year of high school, but the one with the most chances was the present moment. This was also the reason why Zhang Yu ran to Wang Kai as soon as he put down his cell phone. As the grade director, he naturally knew more leaders than himself, the second-class teacher. I remember in the past few years, our school would also provide resource assistance in the Black River State League so that the students could play better. However, because since Qingqing, #1 middle school no longer has any results to show for it, the budget has been cut year after year, and nowadays, there aren't many resources left. Brother Wang, I'm not asking for anything else. I'm only asking for first middle school to give Fang Xiu some resources. Zhang Yu said in a loud voice. For Fang Xiu, spell it out. Wang Kai stayed in place for a long time. The champion of the Black River State League. This kind of thing, he didn't even dare to think about it. Even if Zhang Yu moved out Qingqing, he still didn't think that Fang Xiu would be able to get a championship ranking. But did it have to be the champion? If it was the runner-up or the quarterfinals, it would also be a very good achievement. Moreover, someone who could be favored by Grandmaster Qingqing must be a genius among geniuses. Good. Wang Kai gritted his teeth. Zhang Yu, leave this matter to me. Our first middle school has been suppressed for so many years. It's time for us to take a ranking in the Black River State League. Watching Wang Kai finally state his position, Zhang Yu's heart also let out a long sigh of relief. At the same time, Fang Xiu also filled his stomach at Che Xian's house. He stood up from his seat. Sister Che, I'm ready. Chapter 102 Phantom Beast Species Hypothesis. After having dinner at Che Xian's house, Fang Xiu followed Che Yu to the 6th floor of the villa. The decoration style here was very different from the other floors. The ceiling, walls, and floors were all white and were divided into several areas. All kinds of fitness equipment were available, as well as a ring for boxing, sandbags, just like a martial arts dojo design. In the northwest corner of the room, there is a huge black ball, which emits a metallic luster, and a black line extends out from the back of the black ball, leading to nowhere. Che Xian didn't say anything, and straight away brought Fang Xiu, Che Yu, and the two of them to this black ball. Imperial Beast card. Without much explanation, Che Xian pressed his 5 fingers onto the black ball and told Fang Xiu to take out his Imperial Beast space card, only to see a blue light emerge from under Che Xian's palm, followed by a click sound. A socket popped out from the side of the black ball. Although the style of the machine was different, but looking at this black ball, Fang Xiu couldn't help but think of the time when he was taking the final exams. The first middle school also carried a similar machine to the playground. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu skillfully placed the Imperial Beast space card into the socket. The blue light on Che Xian's hand then became even more dazzling, devouring towards Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu immediately closed his eyes so as not to be pierced by this light that hurt his eyes. After about 5 or 6 breaths, Fang Xiu felt the light subside and reopened his eyes. This is... Fang Xiu looked around and realized that the scene that came into his eyes was none other than his own Imperial Beast space. Isn't it to help yourself with the mutation? Why did you come to my Imperial Beast space? Che Xian glanced at Fang Xiu's change in expression. You must feel very strange, right? Isn't it to help your alien undergo mutation? Why did it run to your Imperial Beast space? Fang Xiu didn't say anything, just nodded. With the modern Imperial Beasts technology, it is impossible to make the Imperial Beasts of a group mutate at the same time. Even if they are identical Imperial Beasts, they must be mutated separately to be able to do so. And your xenomorphs, there are many of them, and some of the individuals are even more equipped with special abilities. So before deciding to mutate that Imperial Beast, it's better to take a look at it first. Che Xian explained the conditions for Fang Xiu to mutate. Of course, it's the alien queen. Fang Xiu, on the other hand, said without hesitation. The alien queen, as the strongest monolith amongst the aliens, deserved to be prioritized. That's not something you can say. Che Xian directly poured cold water on Fang Xiu, then pushed the lever of the electric wheelchair and set off towards the underground kingdom of the aliens. Seeing this, Che Yu hurriedly followed. After all, with the habits of the aliens, they naturally did not have the concept of decoration, and the ground of the caves they dug could only be described as relatively flat. A person walking on it wouldn't have any problems, but a wheelchair was a different story. Worried that Che Xian's wheelchair would trip over rocks, Che Yu followed carefully. As the 3 of them continued to go deeper and deeper, the guard aliens also appeared one after another, as well as the inner space of this underground cave. It made Che Yu feel even more insignificant as a human being. Fang Xiu, didn't your teacher instruct you on how to control the beasts? Che Yu couldn't help but ask. From just now, she had paid attention to the number of guarding aliens, and one after another, almost 24 of them had been left behind. Such a large number of Imperial Beasts would undoubtedly exacerbate the consumption of resources. If there was a group, official funding would be fine. Fang Xiu didn't even have the income from his job. Just the resources spent on feeding these aliens would be enough to drag down the Imperial Beast Masters. How could a physical education teacher not know such a shallow reasoning? Or was it? Because Fang Xiu was from an average background, he was ostracized by the gym teacher. Well, Fang Xiu smiled. Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan had both raised the issue in this regard. It was just his own insistence. However, just as Fang Xiu was about to open his mouth to explain, Che Xian inserted himself into the conversation between the two. Although first middle school is not as good as those regions with developed educational resources, most of the teachers there are dedicated and responsible, and every year, they are able to send new blood to Imperial Beast University. Fang Xiu naturally has his reasons for not abandoning these relatively weak aliens. Perhaps, alien queens, they need the colony to reach a certain size before they can advance and evolve. Che Xian spoke his conjecture out. So that's how it is. Yu instantly became enlightened. It wasn't that no one had reminded Fang Xiu, but the number of aliens was an important part of advanced evolution. Fang Xiu's starry eyes even flashed with a hint of surprise. Whether it was Zhang Yu or Zhang Panpan, they were not quite able to understand why they had allowed the aliens to multiply. At that time, he did not know how to explain himself for a while. As a result, he didn't expect that this Che Xian would have guessed the alien queen's advancement conditions just through the guarding aliens along the way. Was this the gold content of a national-level imperial beast master? Or was it that Che Xian had encountered a royal beast that was similar to the alien? Do other people's imperial beasts also have such characteristics? Fang Xiu pursued. This world is big. Che Xian looked back at Fang Xiu. It's even so big that humans are simply ignorant of imperial beasts. Just like the phantom beast species. In the 1990s, some scientists suggested that the illusory beast species were fantasy creatures fantasized by imperial beast masters. It's like supernormal capabilities, superpowers that very few people will awaken. Extraordinary capabilities? Fang Xiu couldn't help but be dumbfounded, feeling that this word was really both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. There are still supernormal capabilities in this world? Of course there isn't. That was just limited by the conditions at that time and was deceived by some so-called masters. Because of the limited understanding of the phantom beast species at that time, some people felt that it was God's gift to mankind. But as the times continued to progress, people realized that even the illusory beast species, as long as they could decipher the data, they could materialize in the imperial beast space, and even those who didn't have the illusory beast species could obtain it. When he heard this, Fang Xiu's mind couldn't help but conjure up Li Jin's name. However, as humans continued to explore the imperial beast realm, there were also people who claimed to have seen the illusory beast seed in the imperial beast realm. There were even people who brought back pictures. With such ironclad evidence in front of us, it has caused some scholars to create bold hypotheses. The phantom beast species has never been a fantastic creature in the hearts of imperial beastmasters. It's very likely that the phantom beast species lived on this land a long, long time ago, only that I don't know what caused all of these phantom beast species to disappear. Just like the ancient dinosaurs. However, these mirage beast species are after all creatures that have lived with our ancestors, so their appearance, habits, and are also engraved in our genes. So the appearance of the phantom beast species is actually a revival of the ancient memories within humans. Of course, this is just a hypothesis as for why the illusory beast species created by humans would be similar to the creatures of the imperial beast realm. It will depend on your generation, your next generation, the next generation to uncover the truth. Chapter 103: The Truth About the Imperial Beast Realm and the Universal Imperial Beasts. Surprisingly, there is still such a thing. It was only then that Fang Xiu felt the gap between a master like Che Xian and his class teacher Zhang Yu. Knowledge points like this had never been mentioned by Zhang Yu, and even when he went online to search for it, all he got was 404, access prohibited. However, Fang Xiu turned to think that this kind of thing shouldn't have anything to do with his own alien. Not to mention the so-called Imperial Beast world. His own alien didn't even belong to this world. Master Che Xian, there's one more thing I want to ask. Fang Xiu walked beside Che Xian because the road surface of the underground cavern had some potholes. The journey that could originally be completed in 5 minutes needed double the time because of Che Xian's wheelchair. You want to ask about the Imperial Beast Realm, right? An amiable smile surfaced on Che Xian's face. Aha! Fang Xiu nodded repeatedly. It wasn't the first time he had heard about the Imperial Beast Realm. It was just that whenever he wanted to find out about it, the other party would either stammer and say that he couldn't tell, or he would just change the topic and keep his mouth shut. It made Fang Xiu feel very mysterious. What exactly is the Imperial Beast Realm? No one is actually clear. I also only realized the existence of the Imperial Beast Realm after I went to college. Ahem. Just as Che Xian spoke about the Imperial Beast Realm, Che Yu on the side deliberately coughed as if to remind Che Xian. In order for the Imperial Beast Masters to grow up without pressure, even the elders of the family, the teachers, would not go and reveal information about the Imperial Beast Realm at the high school stage. This was because even if these high school students knew about the existence of the Imperial Beast Realm, they couldn't change anything, so it would be better to let them have an easier time in their high school stage. Chuyu also agreed with this philosophy. Knowing about the Imperial Beast Realm too early would not be beneficial to Fang Xiu. It's okay. Che Xian shook his head slightly. With Fang Xiu's talent, he'll have to learn about it sooner or later. It wouldn't be a bad thing if he could know what he's going to face in the future a little earlier. After Che Xian glanced at Che Yu, he continued to narrate. Only, he was a royal beast master, not a professional scholar, and he only knew that the entrance to the royal beast realm led underground. In theory, the imperial beast realm should be an underground world. But again, it was as if it wasn't under their feet. This was because back at the end of the last century, the Sioux Alliance had organized excavations and even made the world's largest drill, digging all the way down more than 12,000 meters, which was the deepest borehole until today. But it didn't open up the passage between the present world and the imperial beast realm. But if it was said that the imperial beast realm was another world, that wasn't right either. Because whenever the entrance to the imperial beast world was opened, the ground reacted. Earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions. It was enough to show that the imperial beast realm was at least not a mere otherworldly space. And the entrances to the imperial beast realm are spread throughout the entire blue planet. The entrances to the imperial beast realm that we've made public so far are roughly 31. Humans can also currently only travel to the imperial beast realm through the entrances. At first, when this discovery was made, scientists were ecstatic and organized excavations. The results. This imperial beast realm not only contains plants, new energy sources, and other resources that are not found on the surface. All kinds of creatures also exist inside. They have a certain level of intelligence and know that we humans are intruders, so they have launched a killing spree against humans who try to enter the imperial beast realm. Even worse, the rules of that world seem to be different from ours, and human thermal weapons will lose their original power in there. Only the most primitive power can fight against those imperial beasts. Listening to Che Xian's narration, Fang Xiu's heart was also greatly shocked. Unexpectedly, such a world existed under his own feet. But us humans, how could we be a match for those terrifying creatures? Not to mention the fact that we humans were killed and defeated. There were even quite a few creatures that attempted to leave the imperial beast realm, wanting to counterattack our human world. Hearing this, Fang Xiu's heart shook. According to Che Xian's words, the humans' thermal weapons could not harm these creatures at all, so if they were allowed to run out, would the human world not be devastated? Then what happened later? Later, in order to stop these creatures, some countries did not hesitate to invest in large-scale weapons. Che Xian's eyes became resolute. Those weapons, although deadly, would also cause serious damage to the human world. If not as a last resort, they would naturally not be used. It wasn't even an exaggeration to say that these weapons were humanity's last trump card. I thought that I could use these weapons to sever the connection between the human world and the imperial beast world, but who knows? Even if those entrances were destroyed, after a while, the entrances to the imperial beast realm would reappear again. What was even more frightening was that those creatures seemed to be endless, and no matter what method was used, they could not be severed. Even some small, backward countries have been destroyed because of this. In the end, it was a scholar who stood up and thought that if humans wanted to defeat these creatures, there was only one way to do it. Imperial beasts. Only the imperial beasts can kill the imperial beasts. Based on this theory, humans began to try to capture imperial beasts, parse them, create imperial beast space, and then open source the methods of the imperial beasts, mobilizing all humans to join the imperial beasts. Che Xian's tone became excited. Although he was only in his 50s this year, and had only heard about the emergence of the imperial beast realm, the war, but when he was young, he was one of the first batch of imperial beast masters to benefit from the open source. He had also traveled to the imperial beast realm to suppress those terrifying creatures that wanted to counterattack the human world. And during that time, countless comrades, countless imperial beasts had sacrificed themselves for the humans, using their blood in exchange for the stability of the human world. So this is the truth? The original intention of all imperial beasts was to guard the human world. Fang Xiu's expression also became serious. When he crossed over, he was puzzled as to why the imperial beasts were able to integrate into every family. Why was it that every student could come into contact with the imperial beasts as long as they went to high school? Why the original 9 years of compulsory education had turned into 9 years of compulsory general education and 3 years of compulsory imperial beast education. After all, according to his experience in his last life, something like a royal beast should be a symbol of class. Now that he heard Che Xian recount the bitter history of this imperial beast world, Fang Xiu truly understood the reason why the universal imperial beasts could be promoted in this world. Because only in this way could a constant stream of top imperial beast masters be born from the human world, and these top imperial beast masters, in turn, would work hard to guard this world, giving humans enough time to nurture the next generation. The births would continue, and the human race would live on. However, even though there was pressure due to the Imperial Beast realm, the scholar who advocated for an open source that would allow the entire population to embark on the path of the Imperial Beasts was truly an extraordinary fellow. Excuse me. For a moment, even Fang Xiu's heart gained an extra point of respect. What is the name of that person who promoted Imperial Beasts for all people? Chapter 104. Choice the Queen and the Sorcerer plus one more. Fu Xiaoduan. As Che Xian said that person's name, they also arrived at the alien maternity ward. This place had become extremely spacious after the xenomorphs had opened up several times, and the rows of white bug eggs were neatly formed into a white square formation. The alien queen was still sitting on her throne with her legs curled up, constantly laying new eggs. Such a scale made even Che Yu's heart skip a beat. Is this really something that a senior freshman can do? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, and no matter how much others talked about it, she wouldn't believe that this would be a high school student's Imperial Beast space. Moreover, Che Yu had also investigated Fang Xiu's background. His parents were ordinary people, and apart from the freshman benefits given by the first high school, and the prize money from the freshman exchange competition, Fang Xiu would have no other resources. Under such circumstances, to still be able to cultivate an alien of such an exaggerated scale, it really made Che Yu feel unimaginable and unbelievable. It's really spectacular. Even Che Xian, a national-level Imperial Beast Master, had a few moments of awe in his heart. How is it going to start? Fang Xiu couldn't wait to start the mutation in his heart, and his target was precisely this alien queen. Alien queen? Che Xian observed the alien queen. In terms of size, the alien queen was almost 3 times the size of an ordinary alien, and the fan-shaped crown on its head was even more domineering. Without a doubt, this alien queen was definitely the strongest unit in Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast space. If you let your alien queen undergo a mutation, even if you encounter those college geniuses, there's nothing to worry about. But Che Xian suddenly aggravated his tone. Fang Xiu raised his sword brows. Since there was a but, it meant that Che Xian didn't want him to choose the alien queen. Not only was Fang Xiu puzzled, but Che Yu, who was standing behind Che Xian, also revealed a puzzled look. Why? No matter how you look at it, this alien queen is Fang Xiu's strongest Imperial Beast, right? Since there is only one chance for the alteration, can we choose the strongest Imperial Beast in order to improve our performance in the Black River State League? Che Xian sniffed and first glanced at Che Yu. What I just said, have you forgotten? Che Yu showed an embarrassed look. Whether it was the General Studies class or the Imperial Beasts, he himself was considered a top performer, and from middle school to high school and then from high school to college, his grades had always been at the top of the list. However, Che Xian's tone was icy from time to time, making her, as a daughter, more or less unfavorable. You're alien queen, you can still advance and evolve, right? Che Xian simply conversed directly with Fang Xiu. Aha! Fang Xiu nodded his head. Since there exists a chance of advanced evolution, it's best to reserve the chance of mutation for the alien queen after advanced evolution. Che Xian said in a serious tone. The alien queen after progression could have her body strength strengthened twice, and the energy she could withstand at that time would also be greater. This was like what some martial arts novels said, that the more times you forged your body, the more your body would be strengthened after the breakthrough. However, there are also risks. Che Xian twisted his head and glanced at the alien queen. If you give up on this mutation opportunity, there's a chance that the gap between you and those geniuses won't be shortened, which will result in your performance in the Black River State League becoming worse. At that time, not only will I dissolve the master-disciple relationship, but I will also require you to pay triple compensation. Fang Xiu, you choose. Che Xian did not intervene in Fang Xiu's decision, only stating the pros and cons and finally handing over the choice to Fang Xiu. If Fang Xiu insisted on mutating the alien queen, then he wouldn't say anything more and would directly initiate the mutation. Another choice. Fang Xiu didn't have much contact time with Che Xian, but felt that this old man was not bad. Every time he encountered a problem, he would always make the pros and cons, the gains and losses clear before handing over the important decisiveness to himself. Fang Xiu didn't answer directly, but looked up at his alien queen. The advantage of choosing the alien queen was that it would instantly increase his battle power, shortening the gap between himself and those geniuses in Hassan. The downside was that it would erase the alien queen's upper limit. On the contrary, by retaining the alien queen's chance of mutation, When it advanced and evolved into an alien queen, one could obtain a more powerful imperial beast. Similarly, this also meant that one would have to challenge someone else's strongest imperial beast with the second strongest imperial beast of the mutation. If it was Crane City's competition, Fang Xiu would still have the confidence to take the title. But it was the Black River State League. It was Zhang Yu. After Zhang Panpan knew enough about his alien, he still didn't think highly of his state league. The total population of the Black River State was enough for 130 million. The strength of the imperial beast powerhouses that could come out of such a population base could be imagined. Fang Xiu, if I were you, I would pick the alien queen. Seeing this, Che Yu couldn't help but voice her opinion. Imperial beasts are supposed to be bred in stages. An imperial beast bred in high school might be eliminated and start over in college. Even if your alien queen is able to advance and evolve, it doesn't mean that it will always be able to accompany you on your path of the imperial beasts. It's better to focus on the present and improve your instant battle power so that you can achieve better results in the Black River State League. Che Yu advised Fang Xiu in the tone of a person who had been there before. She had participated in the Black River State League and knew how brutal it was. It was presumptuous to think of mutating the second strongest imperial beast to go hard against those monsters. Unless Fang Xiu, he was crazy. Ge Yue. But what Che Yu didn't expect was that her kindness was met with her father's rebuke. What happens here has nothing to do with you. Your shallow experience with imperial beasts is not worth mentioning at all. Hearing her own father evaluate herself like this, Che Yu could not help but be dumbfounded. Father! In the matter of imperial beasts, she herself had never been lax. She thought that she hadn't disgraced the Che family, but Che Xian was always like this, and would rarely recognize her imperial beast insights. Fang Xiu also didn't expect the atmosphere to become strange. I've already decided. In order to ease the embarrassment, Fang Xiu whirled around. Alien wizard. As Fang Xiu's words fell, a black shadow quickly flashed over from the distance. It possessed a rather lanky figure, close to 3 meters tall, its entire body wrapped in a black exoskeleton, grasping a milky white vertebrae in its hand, and translucent mucus dripping down from the corner of its mouth to the ground from time to time. My choice for this mutation is it, the alien sorcerer. Fang Xiu said in a loud voice. Fang Xiu. Seeing this, Che Yu had wanted to persuade him. Very well. But Che Xian's clean voice interrupted her once again. Since you've made a choice, don't regret it. Che Xian said as he pressed the button on the electric wheelchair. A faint light flashed, and the three of them, one beast, also returned to the flat floor of the villa. Then, Che Xian activated the black ball, which was originally only 1.5 meters, rapidly expanded until it formed a 2-meter-tall container, sucking Fang Xiu's alien sorcerer, on the spot, into it. Chapter 105, The Alien's First Mutation. Looking at the 2-meter-tall container that absorbed the 3-meter-tall alien, Fang Xiu's starry eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Ge Yue. For his part, Che Xian pulled the lever of his wheelchair and stepped back a distance. Got it. Che Yu understood and instantly released her imperial beast. Fang Xiu's attention was then attracted over. This Che Yu was Che Xian's own daughter, and was also a top-notch person who came out from the top 10, so I wondered what kind of imperial beast she would have. Only to see a faint light flash by. A stout black armored knight stood behind Che Yu. He carried a 2-meter-long silver heavy sword behind him, forming a strong contrast with the pitch-black incomparable armor. Human. Fang Xiu raised his sword brows, but quickly realized that something was wrong. Although this knight was wearing full armor, there were still gaps at the joints such as the wrist guards and gloves, and his helmet did not cover his eyes. However, after Fang Xiu carefully observed, he found that neither blood nor flesh nor eyes were visible in the gaps of this black knight's armor, giving off a feeling of empty armor. If he hadn't seen Che Yu release him with his own eyes, he would most likely recognize this black knight as a model. My imperial beast is named Undead Knight, a magical knight created with soul power. Although it has a humanoid shape, it has nothing to do with humans, and like your alien, it is also a phantom beast species imperial beast. The corners of Che Yu's mouth rose as she proudly introduced her own imperial beast. In terms of stature, this undead knight was even better than Fang Xiu's alien sorcerer. Coupled with the fact that it was powered by soul power, even if the undead knight was shattered into pieces, it could still recover quickly. Listening to Che Yu's narration, Fang Xiu nodded his head repeatedly, surveying the undead knight from left to right. He indeed felt extraordinary. Especially the aura emanating from this undead knight Compared to the imperial beasts of Li Jin and those people, I don't know how many times more powerful it was. Even Che Yu's imperial beast was so powerful. One really didn't know how powerful Che Xian's imperial beast was in his heyday. The reason why Che Yu released her own imperial beast was also very simple. Although the mutation could enhance the power of the imperial beast and have the chance to grant skills, it could also cause the imperial beast to go out of control. That's why the official rule was that whether it was a school or a private individual, when performing a mutation, a more powerful imperial beast must be on hand to guard it. The undead knight was seen raising his right hand, grabbing at the heavy sword behind him, and after pulling it out, he held it with both hands, aiming it at the black ball. Here, seeing that Che Yu was ready to work on her protection, Che Xian whirled around and took out another blood extractor and threw it to Fang Xiu before explaining how to use it. Fang Xiu also quickly understood the process of the mutation. He followed Che Xian's request and took 5 cubic centimeters of blood before placing it on the mutation instrument. With everything ready, Che Xian then pressed the start switch. Buzz! Accompanied by a loud roar, the mutation instrument started to activate, and a dazzling white light swept across the entire room, piercing Fang Xiu, who had to use his arm to block the light. This process lasted for roughly half a minute or so, and the glare slowly dissipated. It's done. Fang Xiu couldn't help but be stunned, only feeling that the process of the mutation seemed to be simpler than he had imagined. Only when he subconsciously went to look at Che Xian, he found that a trace of surprise actually flashed across his eyes. So fast. Che Yu's pair of beautiful eyes stared like copper bells, and the expression on his face felt even more unbelievable and incredulous. What's wrong? Fang Xiu looked at the duo's reaction and couldn't help but feel a bit confused. Could it be that the mutation had failed? Fang Xiu, you don't know. The essence of mutation is nothing more than forcing an energy into the body of a royal beast, thus stimulating their potential and causing them to evolve. This process commonly takes 5 to 10 minutes. And to the imperial beasts, this process can be very painful, so after the mutation is complete, some of them will change their temperament and act in a way that attacks the imperial master. At this time, it is necessary for the imperial beast that serves as a protector to suppress it. Che Yu thoughtfully explained for Fang Xiu, but her mood was like a sea swept by a storm, unable to calm down. That half a minute means... Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. It means that your imperial beast is strong and can withstand the energy that activates the mutation. Che Xian whirled around and said, you can interpret this matter as charging a cell phone because there are chargers, cell phone batteries, which are not strong enough on their own. If you force fast charging, it will reduce the life of the cell phone or even the problem of a bulging battery. In order to avoid such a thing found, some manufacturers will set the charging voltage to 20 V, slow charging. But what if it's a more powerful battery and charger? 20 V is just a sprinkle for them, so they can be super fast charged at 60 V or even 120 V. Then the time needed for a full charge will naturally be shortened by several times. Che Xian used a simple example to explain the principle of mutation for Fang Xiu. Of course, he was a royal beast master, not a cell phone master 20V charger. Whether it was because the manufacturer's technology was not working or out of arrogance, he didn't care to solve the technical problems, that was unknown. Anyway, the mutation is such a situation. In other words, ordinary imperial beast's body material isn't that strong, so they have to absorb the energy slowly, whereas my altered sorcerer, its body strength is very high, so it can absorb all the energy instantly, right? Fang Xiu's eyes twinkled. It's really worthy of being my alien. It's just awesome. But thinking about it carefully, this was also very reasonable. One must know that Fang Xiu's alien wasn't a carbon-based creature. It was a silicon-based creature. It was a super monster that could be in the universe, hardened against radiation. What's wrong with a district energy injection? That's right. Che Xian nodded, indicating that what Fang Xiu thought was not at all wrong. And in his heart, he was also satisfied with Fang Xiu's comprehension. After all, when he used to go to college, he had also worked and studied hard, and at that time he had worked as a royal beast tutor and instructed some high school students. But those students, either they were one-dimensional or they seemed to have problems with comprehension, logically the same question, they themselves had to repeat it several times before the other party could understand it. On the contrary, Fang Xiu, what problem, as long as said once, he can completely understand, and even can use his own way generalize, summarize the problem. The child is teachable. Congratulations to Imperial Beast Master Fang Hua, your alien sorcerer has successfully completed its mutation. Acquired skill, Lightning Strike. The AI prompt from the Imperial Beast space rang in Fang Xiu's mind. Thunder Strike. Fang Xiu's starry eyes moved slightly, He remembered that Zhang Panpan had once said that not every imperial beast was able to obtain a skill when it mutated. What thunder strike? Che Yu immediately blurted out when she heard Fang Xiu's broken thoughts, but immediately afterward, she reacted. If a royal beast awakened a skill, the royal beast space would prompt the royal master. The lightning strike in Fang Xiu's mouth was 80% the skill acquired after the mutation. This Fang Xiu, what kind of demon was this? Chapter 106 Testing the Power of the Mutation. After the mutation ended, the black ball popped open once more, releasing the alien sorcerer. One could only see that the alien sorcerer's torso had become fuller, and its fangs had become sharper and doubled in length from its mouthpiece, looking more troll-like in character. The vertebrae in its hand also became straight, resembling a bone staff. Fang Xiu, be careful. Seeing this, Che Yu hurriedly reminded Fang Xiu not to get close to the alien sorcerer, and her undead knight quickly flashed to Fang Xiu's body, her heavy sword pointing straight at the alien sorcerer. Che Yu did this because she was also worried that Fang Xiu's alien would go out of control. However, what Che Yu feared didn't happen. The alien sorcerer just looked at the bone staff in its hand, then understood everything as it knelt down on one knee and offered its loyalty to Fang Xiu. Very good. Fang Xiu nodded in satisfaction at this. Che Xian, on the other hand, pressed a button on his electric wheelchair, and a silver-colored target was slowly lowered from the ceiling. This target was a square circle with a metallic luster emanating from it. Only the center of the circle was painted red, and the back was secured by 2 chain connections. When you just said lightning strike, you meant skill, right? It might as well be tested here. Although Fang Xiu was currently only his probationary disciple, whether it was Fang Xiu's comprehension, talent in royal beasts, and cautious character, they were all very much to Che Xian's liking. In the matter of imperial beasts, he also sincerely hoped that Fang Xiu would become stronger. Okay. Fang Xiu replied very crisply. He raised his hand and pointed, telling the alien sorcerer to use the lightning strike to attack the center of the target. The alien sorcerer comprehended Fang Xiu's command and instantly turned around, hissing noises continuously emanating from his mouth as if he was chanting an incantation, while his hand shook his bone staff. Crack! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, light purple current emerged from the bone staff, and from this current split a dark blue current, as if it was 2 miniature lightning, constantly rubbing and colliding. Every time the alien sorcerer shook the bone staff, the speed of this current would accelerate by 1 point, and the scale would grow by 1 point. The thunderous sound from the collision also became more booming. It was only after about 3 or 4 breaths that the alien sorcerer aimed the bone staff at the target and poured out this power. Rumble! The thunderclap was deafening, and the terrifying power instantly turned the iron target into a C shape. The silver color of the surface was burned into black charcoal, and the center of the circle was even melted by the high temperature generated in an instant, and the bright red iron continuously dripped down to the floor, scalded out a wisp of black smoke. However, the alien wizard's lightning strike did not dissipate because of this, but instead flowed out in another direction. In a row, it blasted all the treadmills, ellipticals, and fitness equipment on this floor to smithereens. The ignited fireball exploded in the air, directly triggering the fire alarm system here. The shower on the ceiling sprayed out water. A nice big flat floor became a mess. Watching his alien wizard have such a terrifying performance, Fang Xiu's heart was naturally elated, but the blow to Che Xian's villa was also devastating. Not to mention the value of these expensive fitness equipment, the ceilings, walls, and floors were basically ruined. I'm afraid I'm gonna have to redecorate. When he thought about how Che Xian didn't even spare the compensation, this was afraid that he wasn't gonna make himself lose money. Thinking of this, the corner of Fang Xiu's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air as he awkwardly looked at Master Che Xian. That Master Che Xian, you're the one who let my alien test its skills here.
Qingqing.
Good lord, the house master, didn't even say anything, but you kids started dumping the pot first, didn't you? Also, what kind of person did Fang Xiu take himself for? He is at least a national-level beast master. Why would he ask him for compensation for such an accident? The reason for the triple compensation is just to motivate him to perform well in the Black River State League. Do you really think you are a miser? For a moment, Che Xian felt speechless in his heart. Don't worry, you won't be held responsible for the accident this time. Che Xian glanced fiercely at Fang Xiu, but in his heart, he was surprised. No matter what, this Fang Xiu was only in his first year of high school and had only been in contact with imperial beasts for more than 2 months. More importantly, He himself had only signed an apprenticeship contract with Fang Xiu and had yet to instruct him on how to imperial beasts. This alien sorcerer was entirely an imperial beast that Fang Xiu had cultivated on his own. Himself had merely provided him with an opportunity to mutate. Even without me, as long as he saves up enough credits, Crane City No. 1 High School will still provide him with the opportunity to mutate. But this power… Thinking about this, Che Xian looked around. The power of this lightning strike was at least 100 million volts. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that this would be the kind of power that a senior imperial beast would have. Maybe this Fang Xiu's talent is going to be even more terrifying than Chu Xinghe back then. Che Xian sighed in his heart, quite a surprise that he had picked up a treasure this time. This destructive power. Che Yu rolled his throat and nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Thinking back to her own sophomore year of high school, it was also the first time she came into contact with a mutation. His father, who had been working outside, had even taken a vacation to come back and defend himself. Moreover, he had been blessed with resources since he was a child, and in his first year of high school, he even relied on his father's aura to get the attention and help of countless people. At that time, the imperial beast that he chose was a demon world flower, and after the mutation he also gained powerful skills. But whether it was destructive power or expressive power, it was far inferior to Fang Xiu's alien sorcerer. She, who possessed the aura of a master's daughter, couldn't help but feel a trace of frustration. I remember my father at that time once commented that my efforts were still good, but my talent was not enough. At that time, I wasn't able to understand the words, and only felt that it was my father who was too harsh. Or years later, after meeting those true geniuses at the top 10, I understood the true meaning of it. Che Yu looked towards her father, Che Xian. Although Che Xian didn't act gleeful or even deliberately put on a stern posture, his eyes radiated light. There was light in his eyes. Ever since father retired from the Five Flowers group, his will has sank quite a bit. Most of the time he spends in the villa, he locks himself up in his study, and every time he eats with him, he can also feel that his eyes don't have much vigor. Even before Fang Xiu's mutation, she had never seen such eyes. In father's heart, he must be very happy. Father, have you finally found the ideal heir in your heart? Che Yu secretly whispered in her heart. The corners of her mouth rose and a smile surfaced. She had wanted to inherit Che Xian's mantle countless times, wanting to prove her own imperial beast talents. Even every imperial beast she bred was a phantom beast species. Yet Che Xian had never had such a gaze on him. Fang Xiu, I'm really a bit envious of you. When Che Yu once again looked towards Fang Xiu, an extra glistening tear appeared in the corner of her eye. Chapter 107 Imperial Beasts and Human Techniques. The fire alarm system that was triggered quickly drew Che Xian's butler. Only after determining that nothing had happened did he let out a long sigh of relief. Che Xian also told Fang Xiu to retrieve the alien sorcerer and handed over the woefully assigned room to the butler to deal with, while he himself brought Fang Xiu back to the study on the 3rd floor. Fang Xiu, have you ever thought about what constitutes an imperial beast? Che Xian asked in a serious tone. Imperial beast? Fang Xiu didn't expect that Che Xian would ask this kind of question, but he intuitively felt that this question shouldn't be that simple, so he lowered his head and pondered for a while. Breeding, feeding, mutating, and relying on constant battles to accumulate experience to make it strong? But after thinking about it, Fang Xiu still couldn't come up with a deeper meaning. Yes and no. Che Xian smiled and shook his head. Have you heard of military dogs? Aha! Fang Xiu nodded his head. Regarding this aspect, Fang Xiu had actually searched online. After all, this was a world where all people could imperialize beasts, so Fang Xiu had wondered what the position of cats, dogs, and other pets were in this world. In his previous life, not only did many people like to raise cats and dogs, the police and military would also train dogs and rely on them to catch criminals. Because of the imperial beasts, these jobs that originally belonged to dogs have now been replaced by more powerful imperial beasts. Hearing an adjective like military dog after a long time, Fang Xiu's heart in turn felt a sense of affection. Che Xian had thought that Fang Xiu would not know anything about military dogs, but he hadn't realized that his understanding of military dogs was so comprehensive. What a good boy who loved history. Then do you think that military dogs are born with the ability to recognize contraband and track prisoners? Fang Xiu shook his head. Military dogs have a much stronger sense of smell than humans, so they can rely on scent for tracking, but it was humans who discovered and used this ability to train military dogs. Seeing Che Xian use military dogs as an example, Fang Xiu instantly reacted. So what you are saying is that the imperial beasts are born with various abilities, but they actually don't know how to utilize this ability, so they need us humans to train them, and this is the true meaning of imperial beasts? Listening to Fang Xiu's words that cited one thing, Che Xian nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. You told me before that you saw the alien sword saint trying to put you to death when you faced the imperial beast refining heart diagram. It was you who exploded with power at the critical moment, then used your sword technique to defeat the alien sword saint. Then, do you think that just in terms of sword arts was the alien sword saint stronger, or was the you at that time stronger? Che Xian continued to guide Fang Xiu. And this kind of question wasn't even a problem for Fang Xiu. The reason why Alien Sword Saint was called Sword Saint was because Fang Xiu felt that it would be able to blistering wind steps and mirror image split, which was very similar to the Sword Saint skills in Warcraft. However, the level of the Alien Sword Saint's use of swords only stayed at the level of basic movements such as chopping, slashing, picking, and sweeping. On the other hand, the Phantom Sword Dance that he himself used when facing the Imperial Beast refining heart diagram was a much more advanced sword art. Not only were the moves fast and powerful, but it could also vibrate sword chi that tore through the earth. Of course, it is my sword art that is stronger. Fang Xiu replied categorically. So now, this is where we humans are truly powerful. The corners of Che Xian's mouth rose and a smug smile surfaced. We humans know how to exercise, how to use more scientific methods to inflict maximum damage, and only we humans can create fighting techniques. Although the Imperial beasts were stronger in combat, they were actually all beasts, and when they said they were fighting, they were merely relying on their innate instincts to give vent to their animalistic nature. That kind of fighting style was not considered a fighting technique. Muay Thai, Jeet Kune Do, Five Animal Fist, Xingyi Quan, Tai Chi. We humans are able to observe, study, and thus maximize the potential of the human body. We are also able to forge weapons such as swords, guns, swords and halberds, and create sword techniques, sword arts, and so on based on the advantages of these weapons. This is a technique unique to us humans. Then the question arises, in the event of encountering a wild imperial beast that is more powerful than ours, how are we going to defeat the other side? Che Xian did not instill imperial beast thoughts into Fang Xiu in a brainwave, but intentionally in some places, let Fang Xiu think for himself. Technique. Fang Xiu thought for a moment and said, just like the martial arts that we humans started, the original intention was to give the weak the ability to protect themselves. But no matter how extreme the humans' martial arts are, in front of the imperial beasts, it is impossible to have the power of resistance. Just kidding. If humans could develop that theory of chi and blood, and run to the imperial beast realm to throw 2 punches at the thousands of imperial beasts bonbon, then what would be the point of having all imperial beasts? It would be better to directly have high martial arts for all. I understand. The imperial beasts are actually an extension of human techniques, and through training, these imperial beasts that are able to follow the orders of humans are allowed to master our techniques. In this way, imperial beasts that were originally weaker than those powerful creatures will also be able to have a fighting chance. If it's an imperial beast of the same level, we can rely on our powerful techniques to defeat the other party. If we encounter an imperial beast that is not as powerful as us, we will use our strength to break it. However, these were all theories. Although correct, Fang Xiu felt that it was not what Che Xian wanted him to comprehend. At least it wasn't enough. I seem to understand. You mean to say that you want me to hand over the sword technique I used when facing the imperial beast refining heart diagram to the alien sword saint? Fang Xiu's heart shook, startled by this idea. Even his mind couldn't help but conjure up an image. A ferocious alien whose entire body was wrapped in a pitch-black exoskeleton, holding 2 lightsabers in its hands, slashing madly while shouting Ghost sword technique, and then slashing from Penglai East Road all the way to Penglai West Road for 3 days and 3 nights without blinking. Finally, he shouted 10,000 swords, and a shining long sword coalesced behind him. 10,000 swords were united, and with the power of sword chi, they hung up and chopped other people's imperial beasts. Hiss. Why am I having this fantasy? And where do aliens get eyes? That's one of them. Che Xian naturally wasn't clear about the little plan in Fang Xiu's heart. He first affirmed Fang Xiu's idea and then continued his explanation. The second is to distinguish. For example, the alien sorcerer that just mutated. Do you think it has the need to learn swordsmanship? Che Xian once again asked Fang Xiu rhetorically. There's no need. The alien sorcerer's strength lies in sorcery. Instead of letting it learn swordsmanship, Why don't you teach it how to bring its sorcery up? Fang Xiu replied. That's right. Che Xian nodded, and in his heart, Fang Xiu's favorable impression increased a lot more. Understanding the strengths and weaknesses of imperial beasts, then training them in the right way, guiding them and letting them come to acquire human techniques. This was the correct way to open up imperial beasts. In Fang Xiu's heart, there were also some emotions. Sometimes it was like this: it was hard to think of some things when no one told you about them, but once someone said it, one could immediately understand the heart of it. Enlightenment. You can see the importance of having a good teacher. However, after realizing this problem, Fang Xiu's heart thought of another person. Chapter 108. Our journey is a starry sea. Li Qingqing. After being enlightened, Fang Xiu's heart couldn't help but think of Li Qingqing. Then there was Zhang Shuren Chen Fan. The Hejiang Prefecture League was not an individual competition, but by each college, for Imperial Beast Masters were sent to face off in a ring match. If it was just a match in Crane City, Fang Xiu wouldn't feel pressurized by picking four. But in this kind of state tournament, one had to play from the lineup to the top 8, then the top 4, the semifinals, and the finals. Whether it was the amount of energy invested or the opponents faced, it was not something that could be compared to a tournament in a small place like Crane City. If we want to take the title of the Hejiang State League, Li Qingqing and their strengths, too, will have to be raised up before they can do so. Especially Chen Fan. In terms of general studies results and the level of the Imperial Beasts, Chen Fan couldn't even make it into the top 5 of the first middle school. The reason why he was able to participate in the freshman exchange tournament was still relying on his family to get through the connections. But this was the Black River State League. Even Chen Fan's family shouldn't be that capricious, right? It doesn't feel good to say, either. Fang Xiu raised his sword brows. Since the establishment of Huqing No. 1 Middle School, the best result was the runner-up in the league, and compared to the unrealistic championship, they might be more willing to use the quota to exchange favors from the Qin family. Thinking about the league, Che Xian noticed that Fang Xiu's expression had become a bit gloomy, and saw the problem at a glance. To Fang Xiu, the most important thing at the moment was how to take the Black River State League title. His alien was indeed strong. This Che Xian did not deny. But no one would want to be dragged down by a weakling. It was just that he didn't know how Fang Xiu would feel about those students of Li Qingqing. Well, from what our teacher said, the Black River State League won't be held until after the midterm exams are over. There's less than 10 days left at most. Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and their imperial beasts. The imperial beasts of several of them, only Li Qingqing was a phantom beast species, but none of them had ever mutated, not to mention the Black River State League. If they didn't have themselves, they would have even lost to the 3rd middle school. So, I have an idea. Fang Xiu's expression became serious. What idea? Che Xian asked without thinking. Fang Xiu couldn't be thinking of lending his alien temporarily to Li Qingqing and the others, so that they could use their alien to participate in the Black River State League, right? Although this kind of thing wasn't considered a violation of the rules, and students were already allowed to trade imperial beasts with each other, Fang Xiu would undoubtedly affect the growth of Li Qingqing and the others if he did so. Moreover, it also meant that Fang Xiu was essentially a person who would do anything to achieve his goals. This kind of person might have high achievements, but one day he would break away from the people. This was also something that an imperial beast master like Che Xian would never recognize. So when Fang Xiu brought up that he had an idea, Che Xian's heart was more than a little nervous. Only to see Fang Xiu take a deep breath and slowly speak, "Do you want to come and be our coach?"
Qingqing.
Although he didn't want Fang Xiu to be an unscrupulous guy, letting himself go and be a coach for a bunch of high school students, it was really thanks to this Fang Xiu guy for thinking of it. What's wrong? Fang Xiu shrugged. Aren't you my probationary master now? If I can win the championship of the Black River State League, you'll also have a light on your face, won't you? Moreover, Li Qingqing also has a phantom beast species of imperial beasts. Her little gray bird even breathes fire, so with some good training, it should be quite powerful as well. Plus, aren't you retired? It's idle at home anyway. Why don't you come over and join us in our expedition to the Black River State League? No, our journey is the Sea of Stars, Fang Xiu said in a serious manner. Although he had been in contact with Che Xian for less than a few hours, Fang Xiu could sense that this Che Xian's experience with imperial beasts was really very impressive. Compared to Zhang Yu, Zhang Pan, I don't know how many times stronger. The most crucial thing was that with Che Xian, the royal beast master accompanying him, he could also help analyze the breaks and weaknesses of other people's royal beasts in the Black River State League, help them plan their tactics. Although in this world, There are bound to be people who say that there are no trash royal beasts, only trash royal beast masters, but everything is born with each other, and a powerful royal beast will inevitably have a royal beast that can restrain its attributes. Fang Xiu thought in his heart, and thought of the e-competitions in his last life. Although the various battle teams were players fighting hard behind the victory, there were fewer behind-the-scenes heroes such as coaches, analysts, and takeout orders. The Black River State League is just a starting point for me. There will definitely be bigger tournaments in the future. Just taking down a league title is far from enough. Fang Xiu's starry eyes flashed with light. Please, Master Che Xian. Even after saying these words, Fang Xiu directly bent and bowed towards Che Xian. This sudden scene took Che Xian by surprise. Obviously, when signing the contract with himself, Fang Xiu had acted in an unassuming manner. Now he was bending his head low for the sake of those few classmates of his. Is this really good? It was naturally false for Che Xian's heart to say that he wasn't moved. Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and Chun Fan, all of them are the top students of the first middle school, so I'm sure they all participated in the painting exhibition. But you're the only one who made it this far, showing that their talent is far inferior to yours. As a result, the current you wants me to act as your coach to instruct those who are not as good as you. In your heart, won't you feel unbalanced? Unbalanced. Fang Xiu looked up at Che Xian. He was not quite understanding. Where was the point of imbalance? Wasn't it Fu Xiaodun who advocated for open source in the first place, promoting 3 years of compulsory education for imperial beasts, and ultimately realizing the grand wish of imperial beasts for all? Since Fu Xiaodun can do it, then why can't I fight for Li Qingqing and the others? For a good coach? They are worth it. Fang Xiu said in a serious tone as he and Che Xian looked at each other. However, right at this moment, Fang Xiu's cell phone rang once again. This. Originally, the atmosphere was all baked well. Fang Xiu felt that Che Xian would be able to promise himself right away, but he didn't expect a phone call that directly destroyed the atmosphere. But when he took out the phone and glanced at the caller, he found that it was Mr. Zhang Yu. You answer the phone first. Seeing this, Che Xian simply let Fang Xiu answer the phone first. All right. Fang Xiu whirled around and pressed the answer button. Fang Xiu, when are you coming back to school? I have a heavenly good news. In a flash, Zhang Yu's voice floated out from the speaker, his tone even more incomparably excited and thrilled. It was as if he had won a $5 million lottery. What good news? Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows, then glanced at Che Xian. When to go back to school, he really hadn't thought about it. Didn't you sign an apprentice contract with Master Che Xian? It's a trial apprentice contract. Fang Xiu corrected Zhang Yu's statement. I know that the condition of the bet was the Black River State League Championship, right? So I found Director Wang and Old Li and the others, and went to the school leaders together to make a statement. Chapter 109, the leaders of the first middle school are here plus one more. Make a stand. Fang Xiu was a bit confused. Did this kind of matter still need the class teacher to make a statement? This was a state tournament. Shouldn't the school leaders of Huqing No. 1 Middle School support it? That should have been the case. But as you know, Crane City's league results for the most years have not been very good. So the school leaders didn't feel the need to focus their resources on the league. That's why I went to Director Wang and united the senior class teachers to talk to the school leaders about this matter. However, they didn't agree directly, but wanted to meet you first, based on your performance, to decide whether or not to fully support it. Although Zhang Yu didn't say it so eagerly, it wasn't hard to hear the implication that the leaders of the school were waiting for Fang Xiu to go over. Didn't they see my performance in the freshman exchange tournament before? Fang Xiu's sword brows slightly frowned. At least he was also a leader of the first middle school, who didn't even pay attention to the freshman exchange match. Of course I watched it, but in their eyes, you're also just a genius in the first middle school. Compared to those monsters in Hasan Middle School, there's still a gap. In the end, I still moved the matter of Master Che Xian helping you with your mutation. Only then did I convince them to give you a chance. Although he didn't know how the situation was on Fang Xiu's side, Fang Xiu was the most talented Imperial Beast Master he had ever seen in his teaching career. Master Che Xian was even his idol. The two of them teaming up would surely be able to have a marvelous chemical reaction. Otherwise, Zhang Yu wouldn't have organized the entire senior class of teachers and run to the school leaders to argue their case. So it's like this. Fang Xiu understood the ins and outs, but his mood was subtle. Supporting his own students to participate in the league, he also had to calculate the gains and losses first. Make sure that you can get a ranking before you are willing to help out. Let Che Yu send you back to school. Che Xian sniffed and didn't force Fang Xiu to stay. What about the coach? Fang Xiu's eyes twitched. If not for this call from Zhang Yu, Che Xian might have agreed. However, Zhang Yu was also trying to help himself with resources. One could only say that it was the time and the fate. You can deal with the school side first. Che Xian neither affirmed nor denied. With that, Fang Xiu only had to leave the villa with Che Yu first and asked Che Yu's driver to send them back to the first middle school. In the car, Che Yu told Fang Xiu about Che Xian's cell phone number, as well as his Tengxin friend, and asked him to add it, so that if there were any problems at that time, he could contact him directly with Tengxin. Honestly speaking, since my father returned to this Crane City, his will has been rather depressed, and most of the time he just locks himself in his study. We were all worried about him at one point, fearing that the fallout in his psyche would be too great and he wouldn't be able to come out. Thanks to you, Fang Xiu. These days, this is the first time I've seen my father so happy. When they parted, Che Yu did not forget to express his gratitude to Fang Xiu. It was his appearance that allowed Che Xian to find a new direction in life again. It should be, it should be. Fang Xiu smiled and scratched his head. But in his heart, he couldn't help but spit. That kind of performance, was that already happy? Then what was he like when he wasn't happy? After walking into the campus, Fang Xiu used his cell phone to contact Zhang Yu, and within a short while, the latter trotted out to greet Fang Xiu and led him straight to the main campus building. So urgent. Fang Xiu glanced at the time. Not only was today a weekday, the time had also come to 3 in the afternoon. He had thought that the school leader would schedule it for tomorrow, but he hadn't expected to be in such a hurry to see himself. After the midterm exams, it's the Black River State League. Do you really think that time is generous? Zhang Yu spat without any good humor. Is this Fang Xiu the reasoning behind passing away and not giving up day and night or not? There wasn't much time to prepare for the Heijiang Prefecture League this time around at all. However, it's also thanks to the help of Principal Rin. Zhang Yu said as such. In the end, this Zhang Yu was just a high school homeroom teacher, and even if he was able to convince Wang Kai, he would only be able to find the relationship to the principal. If they wanted to persuade that big leader, it was naturally not something they could do. Big leader? Fang Xiu was dumbfounded. The biggest leader in high school, wasn't it the principal? Could it be that there was a more powerful figure than the principal? Of course. Zhang Yu nodded. The secretary of the Imperial Beast Committee, There's also the deputy secretary, the vice principal of general knowledge, the vice principal of imperial beasts, the vice principal of logistics, the assisting vice principal, the labor union chairman, the director of the teaching affairs office, the director of the moral education office. Zhang Yu, as if he were counting his family's treasures, he introduced to Fang Xiu the leaders who had come over this time. So many people? Waiting for me alone. Fang Xiu couldn't help but be confused. Good Lord, the entire leadership team of the first middle school had all come. Honestly, I didn't expect to make such a big mess either. Zhang Yu wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. Originally, he thought that he only needed to communicate with the principal. As a result, he did not expect that even that big shot would be alarmed. However, Zhang Yu only figured it out afterwards. The person who looked favorably on Fang Xiu was not just himself. Principal Ren had long favored Fang Xiu. If it was just a matter of Principal Ren advocating for resources, what she could use was nothing more than the internal resources of the first middle school. But if she could convince those big leaders, then the resources that could be utilized would be much more. Fang Xiu. Such an opportunity doesn't come every time. You must grasp it well. Zhang Yu patted Fang Xiu's shoulder, encouraging him to make sure to perform well. Don't worry, brother Yu. Although Fang Xiu also felt a considerable amount of pressure, anticipation arose in his heart. In a short while, the two of them arrived at the first conference room of Huqing No. 1 Middle School. The area here was more than 100 square feet, and the wall height was even as high as 4 meters. Although the overall decoration was on the side of simplicity style, it was more dignified and majestic. The leaders, as Zhang Yu called them, were sitting on the podium, and in front of each leader's table, a microphone was placed. On the wall behind them was the national flag of China. The grade head Wang Kai, as well as the homeroom teachers of the other classes, and the physical education teachers were sitting at the bottom of the stage. The entire conference room seemed very quiet. Even a slight coughing sound seemed very clear. Fang Xiu walked over with big strides. Although he was in school and was often surrounded by his classmates, facing so many leaders felt completely different. What a strong sense of oppression, Fang Xiu thought in his heart. Student Fang Xiu, You don't have to be nervous. Ren Qiuyue comforted Fang Xiu with a smile on her face, letting him relax his mind. Then she introduced Fang Xiu to several other leaders. The secretary of the Imperial Beast Committee, Gao Yuan, and the deputy secretary, Lu Shuang. Then there was a series of names. Only after introducing the names of these leaders did Principal Ren pull the topic back to the Black River State League. Obviously, before Fang Xiu arrived, the leadership team had already had a meeting. The eyes of the other teachers had also gathered on Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu, what makes you think that you'll be able to make it to the top 4 in the Black River State League? Ren Qiuyue said as such. Fang Xiu? Chapter 110 Shocking the School Leaders +2. Top 4. What top 4? Fang Xiu was a bit confused. Not that he felt that the ranking of the top 4 was too difficult, but one's goal was and could only be the champion. What the hell is the top 4? Fang Xiu turned his head to look at Zhang Yu, only to see that the latter's smile was a bit awkward, and he reacted. It must be that class teacher Zhang Yu felt that the goal of being the champion of the Black River State League was too outrageous, which was why he said that he was aiming for the final 4. In this way, the school leaders were also more able to accept it and were willing to subsidize them, a sort of compromise. After all, Crane City had never won a championship, and the chances of making it to the quarterfinals were few. Zhang Yu even scowled towards Fang Xiu, telling him to hurry up and agree. Ren Qiuyue was also a bit confused, and the other leaders looked at each other as if they were saying, "What's the situation?" Ren Qiuyue body leaned forward, although she is the principal. But this first middle school has always been not a one-word hall. Various vice principals are staring at her position. Not to mention there is a bigger leader Gao Yuan here. Your homeroom teacher, Zhang Yu, assured us of this, saying that you have an extremely high talent for beast royalty, and that you were even accepted as a shut-in disciple by Brother Che. If you were to lead our first middle school students, we would definitely be able to achieve a good result in the top 4 at the Black River State League. Ren Qiuyue lightly opened her vermilion lips and explained the situation to Fang Xiu, while the corner of her eye glanced at Zhang Yu. Sure enough, it's just as I guessed. Fang Xiu thought in his heart, although he could also follow Ren Qiuyu's steps down. But how could the top 4 of the district be his goal? Even if he understood Zhang Yu's intentions for doing so, Fang Xiu still found it difficult to accept. Fang Xiu's starry eyes moved. Teacher Zhang, you might have misheard on the phone. Listened. Misheard? Ren Qiuyu's pupils quaked madly. The teachers of the entire senior year had jointly submitted a form, and they had gone out of their way to invite the big leaders here, but in return, all they got was a sentence of mishearing. Now, even Li Guosheng and the others were somewhat unable to sit still, and they exchanged words. What do you mean? Could it be that Fang Xiu saw so many leaders around and got scared? Then what does our efforts count for? Don't even have the confidence to fight for the quarterfinals? Luckily, I was so optimistic about him. For a while, a feeling of, I want to fight to the death. Why did your majesty surrender first? Immediately surged in the hearts of these teachers. Gao Yuan and the others also darkened their faces all of a sudden. They had all heard about Fang Xiu's performance at the freshman exchange competition, and had thought that she was a good seedling, so how could she not even have such a little bit of commitment? It was hard for Principal Ren to do his best for her. These broken thoughts also reached Fang Xiu's ears, but he didn't care. Teacher Zhang Yu indeed misheard. What I said on the phone wasn't the top 4. Fang Xiu still said in a nonchalant manner. The top 8. Ren Qiuyue hurriedly picked up. Fang Xiu didn't have the courage to take the quarterfinals, and he didn't blame him, but at the very least it had to be the top 8, right? Otherwise, one would really be unable to get off the stage. But what Ren Qiuyue never dreamed of was that Fang Xiu's starry eyes exuded an extremely strong confidence. And he said in a decisive and chiming voice, "It's not the top 8 either. I'm talking about the champion." The moment these words came out, the scene immediately became silent. The teachers who were originally still exchanging words, their eyes all stared like cows' eyes, big and round, and their mouths followed suit and opened into an O shape. Dumbstruck, Ren Qiuyu's pupils shrunk slightly, and she couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with her hearing. Fang Xiu, he just said champion? The champion of the Black River State League? It wasn't the top 8, nor was it the top 4. Rather, the champion? Fang Xiu, are you serious? In the end, it was Gao Yuan who calmed down first. They, Crane City, had never won the Hejiang State League title since their founding. Of course I'm serious. Fang Xiu took a step forward, bursting out an aura that even overshadowed the several leaders at this moment. Didn't Chu Xinghe also take second place once? Fang Hua directly moved Chu Xinghe's ranking in the Black River State League. If Chu Xinghe can do it, why can't I, Fang Hua, do it? Is my Imperial Beast not better than him? As he spoke, Fang Xiu directly released his alien sorcerer. Vault Shock. Fang Xiu pointed to the window and renamed the alien sorcerer's lightning strike skill to Tsang Dome Shock. No matter what else first, the name of the skill must be domineering. The 3-meter-tall alien sorcerer looked down at the many leaders while his right hand shook his bone staff. Crack. Accompanied by a clap of thunder, 2 different colors of lightning, light purple and dark blue, flashed from the bone staff, rubbing and colliding with each other. The moment the alien sorcerer aimed the bone staff at the window, the dazzling lightning streaked out on the spot. Rumble. A deafening sound echoed throughout the conference room. The large floor-to-ceiling window was directly pierced through, and a large piece of debris flew out towards the outside. Then there was an air wave that swept in all directions. The leaders were startled. No one had expected Fang Xiu to be so crazy that he dared to display his power of the Imperial Beast in this first conference room. Fang Xiu, are you crazy? The director of moral education immediately stood up and accused Fang Xiu. No harm done. However, Gao Yuan, who was a big leader, did not have the idea of blaming Fang Xiu. The first conference room was located on the first floor, and now that it was a double break, there wouldn't be any students passing by outside, so there wouldn't be any casualties. Moreover, he could tell that Fang Xiu was already closing his hand when he let the alien sorcerer strike. The reason why he demonstrated it was probably because he wanted to prove to them that his own Imperial Beast had already completed its mutation. One must know that the students of the first middle school were the top students of Crane City. Even those so-called geniuses were only able to attempt the mutation in the second semester of their senior year. Before the first semester of the first year of high school was even finished, Fang Xiu had successfully mutated his Imperial Beast. It was evident that his talent was not even remotely inferior to Chu Xinghe. Secretary Gao, even if that's the case, this fellow called Fang Xiu is still too chaotic. The director of the moral education department still had a displeased look on his face. Gao Yuan just waved his hand, telling him to be quiet first. However, with such a hand, many people's hearts were quite shocked, especially these teachers. They had been in contact with the students for more time and understood the level of the senior students better. There was even no lack of people among them who had witnessed Chu Xinghe's might. Right now, if one were to compare Fang Xiu to Chu Xinghe, the two sides were also on par. No, perhaps Fang Xiu's talent was even stronger. But shocked as shocked, with Gao Yuan, the great leader, in attendance, these teachers only whispered and exchanged words, praising Fang Xiu for being really good. Fang Xiu, since you are so confident in your Imperial Beasts, why don't we have a bet against each other? Gao Yuan instantly became interested. How? Fang Xiu asked rhetorically. It's very simple. We are willing to fund all your expenses for this Black River State League, but we have performance requirements for you. If it's really like you said, you can get the Black River State League Championship this time. I can turn a blind eye to today's matter. But if you guys stop at the quarterfinals. Gao Yuan pointed at the window that was damaged by the alien wizard. Fang Xiu, you have to compensate me for a window. Chapter 111, Preparing for the Black River State League plus 3 more. It's a deal. Fang Xiu retrieved his alien wizard, then clasped his hands to Gao Yuan. Zhang Yu, you're Fang Xiu's homeroom teacher, so this matter will be buttressed by you. Gao Yuan nodded in satisfaction before handing over the docking job to Zhang Yu. Yes, leader. Zhang Yu replied cleanly and hurriedly pulled Fang Xiu out of the first conference room before Gao Yuan could backtrack. The teachers of the other classes also had the big event settled, and they all dispersed very sensibly as well. Soon, only Gao Yuan and the other leadership team remained in the first conference room. Secretary Gao, will this be too spoiled for Fang Xiu? A vice principal couldn't help but speak up, releasing his Imperial Beast in public. This didn't put them leaders in their eyes at all. Even giving Fang Xiu a disciplinary action would be reasonable. Vice Principal Zhao, when you were young, were you as powerful as Fang Xiu? Ren Xiu, you said bluntly, ironically taking Fang Xiu's side. We are all seniors who are engaged in the royal beast education industry. Ask yourselves if it's common to see a royal beast master like Fang Xiu. Let alone the first year of high school, even at the second year of high school, it was rare to see a powerful Imperial Beast like the alien sorcerer being bred. You can't say that the strength of the Imperial Beasts is indeed important, but nowadays we are talking about virtue, intelligence, beauty, and all-round development. To have empty talent but no one in sight, this is called a virtue not worthy of the position. I think it's still necessary to let Fang Hua write a review and realize his mistakes. I'm doing this for his own good. Seeing this, another vice principal also voiced his opinion. What you all said is reasonable. Gao Yuan nodded. However, the Black River State League is near. What if Fang Xiu's play in the league is affected because of the review? The vice principal who refuted Ren Qiuyue was momentarily speechless. These people could step by step from the bottom to the core leadership circle. No one was a cutie. They could naturally hear the tone of the words. If they continued to refute, they would be responsible for the results of the Black River State League. Then what does Secretary Gao mean? Let Fang Xiu properly prepare for the Black River State League? Vice Principal Zhao saw that the momentum wasn't right and hastened to take advantage of the situation. Isn't it quite interesting? Gao Yuan smiled. Our first middle school. No, our Huqing hasn't had a student like Fang Xiu for a long time. In the past, in the Black River State League, those students never felt that they could get the championship. Instead, they felt that the State League, the emphasis was on participation. Now it's not easy to have a student who is determined to win the Black River State League. Why should we go and suppress him? The most crucial thing is that all of you are also connoisseurs of imperial beasts. Can't you see the extraordinary nature of that imperial beast just now? Gao Yuan's eyes swept over several people. He had also heard about Che Xian's big painting exhibition at the Imperial Mansion, attracting countless teenage heroes. And this incident happened today. Even if Che Xian was no matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to transform Fang Xiu in just one day. At most, he would be able to show him the future direction of the imperial beast. Based on such a relationship, Gao Yuan rather felt that Fang Xiu's alien sorcerer was not Che Xian's masterpiece. If I'm not wrong, Che just provided Fang Xiu with an opportunity for a mutation. And this is precisely where Fang Xiu is powerful. After Gao Yuan finished speaking, several vice principals followed suit with a look of sudden realization. If it wasn't for Secretary Gao reminding me, I almost forgot about this matter. In that case, Fang Xiu relied on his own talent to cultivate the imperial beasts to be that powerful? What a juvenile hero. No wonder Secretary Gao is so optimistic about Fang Xiu. It's said that a 1,000-mile horse is often found, but a bull is hard to find. Listening to the words of praise from the several vice principals, Ren Qiuyu's mood also felt subtle. What a bunch of wallflowers. Principal Ren. Gao Yuan wasn't repulsed by the compliments, but he didn't let them keep talking either. What's wrong? Secretary Gao. I heard that Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and the others also went to the painting exhibition, and they seemed to do quite well at the exhibition. Gao Yuan asked softly. That's right, Li Qingqing also passed the trial of the Imperial Beast Refining Heart Diagram. Only her performance was a bit worse than Fang Xiu's, but it's enough to show Li Qingqing's talent. Although Zhang Shuren and Chen Fan were second best, they didn't last for a short time either. What does Secretary Gao mean? Ren Qiuyu vaguely understood something, but there were some words that should still be said by the leader. Gao Yuan nodded a bit. Actually, I was thinking that this is a great opportunity for first middle school. First of all, the quality of the students in this class is very high, and Fang Xiu has gotten guidance from Cello again. Maybe a large part of Fang Xiu's bottom line stems from Che Gai's support. Moreover, if we can really place in the Hejiang State League, even if it's not the champion but just going to the quarterfinals or the runner-up like Chu Xinghe, it will undoubtedly make the people in the state look at us highly. Some of Crane City's budget problems this year might also be solved. No matter what, achievements were the real bottom line. Why do Huqing, Qingqing, Ziziki, and Jiaqing have 9-figure budgets every year? It was nothing more than the fact that their schools had achievements year after year. If Fang Xiu really led first middle school to the Final Four, they would also be able to take that achievement and ask for more budget. I propose that we provide Fang Xiu and the others with an opportunity for a mutation, and then allocate $2 million as the funds for the imperial beasts in this league. After saying that, Gao Yuan raised his right hand on the table, reminding everyone to settle it with a vote. I agree. Without saying a word, Ren Qiuyue was the first to follow and raise her hand. Seeing this, the other vice principals also raised their hands, expressing their agreement with Gao Yuan's arrangement. Good. Since everyone agrees, let's notify Zhang Yu and have him butt in on this matter. While saying this, Gao Yuan stood up from his seat, sort of setting the tone for this Black River State League. Full support for Fang Xiu and the others. Ren Qiuyue's heart followed suit and breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, after Fang Xiu came out of the first conference room, he parted ways with Zhang Yu and went back to his dormitory. From the royal beast refining heart diagram to the mutation and then dealing with the school leaders, Fang Xiu was also quite tired. However, tired after Fang Xiu returned to his dorm room, he still used Qingqing to pull a group, inviting Zhang Yu, Zhang Panpan, as well as Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and the others to join. Just when flipping to Chun Fan's friend bit, Fang Xiu slightly hesitated. After all, in terms of grades, Chun Fan couldn't even enter the top 5 of the first middle school. Was it really necessary to let him participate in this Black River State League? Thinking of this, Fang Xiu still cancelled the option of pulling Chun Fan into the group chat. However, what Fang Xiu didn't expect was that just a few minutes after he built the group, Chun Fan actually sent a text message of his own accord. It was followed by an aggrieved emoji. Chapter 112 Chun Fan? Young Master Chun. Plus for more. What's up, fellow student Chun Fan? Fang Xiu quickly tapped his finger on the screen and sent a message back. Fang Xiu, did you build a group chat? And invited Ms. Pan Pan, Qingqing, and the others into it. Why didn't I receive an invitation? Is it because I didn't perform well in the freshman exchange tournament? Chun Fan had always been a straightforward person, and when he realized that the group Fang Xiu had built did not invite him, he just wanted to ask for clarification. If it's because of my poor performance, please ask Fang Hua to be straightforward. I'm afraid there's a misunderstanding between us. If it's because I feel that my level of Imperial Beasts is not good, I have nothing to say. But if it's because of past conflicts, I can't accept it. Looking at one of the messages sent by Chun Fan, Fang Xiu cried and laughed a little for a while. Was this the bullhorn of a high school student? How did you know that I built the group? Did Ms. Pan Pan tell you? Fang Xiu didn't answer, but asked back rhetorically. Nope, it's just that I was with Zhang Shuren and I accidentally saw it. It wasn't Zhang Shuren who told me. Chun Fan hurriedly explained. Because this group has teachers, Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren, so I thought of the Black River State League. Right? To say that Chun Fan didn't want to participate in the Black River State League, that would naturally be false. Although he did not know for what reason Fang Xiu had sidelined himself, as long as there was a slight chance, Chun Fan was not willing to give up. Unless it was really his own level of beast royalty that was not good. As Fang Xiu looked at the text sent by Chun Fan, he felt that he was quite sincere. Moreover, Fang Xiu hadn't originally thought about whether or not to kick Chun Fan out of this Hejiang Prefecture League. After a slight hesitation, Fang Xiu directly gave Chun Fan a call. Fellow student Fang Xiu. Chun Fan's tone was tinged with a hint of unwillingness. He had always wanted to prove himself. Although you looked for trouble with me at the beginning of the school year, I didn't take that matter to heart. Honestly, I was just hesitating. Seeing Chun Fan being straightforward, Fang Xiu did not intend to beat around the bush. Hesitation means? You also went to the painting exhibition today and know about Master Che Xian's appointment with me. Fang Xiu paused slightly and continued. Master Che Xian didn't directly accept me as his disciple, but instead used the disciple acceptance contract and signed a betting agreement with me. If I can't win the Black River State League this time, Che Xian will not only break the master-disciple relationship with me, but also have me pay 3 times the amount of liquidated damages. That's why this time's Black River State League is very important to me. When he heard about the disciple acceptance contract and the betting agreement, Chun Fan did not have much of a reaction. However, after hearing that Master Che Xian's wagering requirement was the champion of the Black River State League, Chun Fan screamed on the spot, "Huh!" Although he knew that Fang Xiu's talent was very high, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was the #1 person in the first middle school, but that was the Black River State League. Just how much did Grandmaster Che Xian favor Fang Xiu before he dared to make such a request? No! This Master Che Xian was simply making things difficult for Fang Xiu, right? This is too much. Chun Fan felt unfair for Fang Xiu. However, he quickly understood Fang Xiu's hesitation. Looking at Crane City, he himself was not the topmost Imperial Beast Master, so it was only human that Fang Xiu would hesitate. I'm sorry, Fang Xiu. I didn't realize that this Black River State League would be that important to you. If that's the case, I'm willing to quit. Chun Fan took a deep breath. Although he wanted to participate in this league and compete with those strong people, after learning that Fang Xiu had a betting agreement in place, Chun Fan he no longer forced himself. After all, one could not be too selfish. Fang Xiu also didn't expect Chun Fan to withdraw so dryly. He thought for a moment. Wait a moment. What else? Chun Fan just opened his mouth and understood. Fellow student Fang Xiu, is it a need for sponsorship? Don't worry about this, we are all students of the first middle school, although I don't have a chance. I am not a narrow-minded person. I will find my sister to have a good talk and ask him to sponsor you. Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What he had wanted to say was that he was still hesitating. Although he heard Li Qingqing say that there were still students in the first middle school who had better grades than Chen Fan, but if the gap between them and Chen Fan wasn't very big, he wouldn't mind letting Chen Fan participate in this league. As a result, I didn't expect that there would be a windfall. Brother Chen, just how much assets does your family have? Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. He had also heard Li Qingqing say something about Chen Fan. His family was a supermarket owner. Were all those who opened supermarkets so rich nowadays? Sponsoring when they say so? I'm not really sure about this. I heard my sister say that last year's turnover seemed to be only a few $billions. Chen Fan stammered. His mind was basically on the imperial beasts, and he had never had much interest in his family's business. How much? Fang Xiu couldn't help but stare. No, is opening a supermarket that profitable now? Although the turnover should be subtracted from the cost to be the profit in hand, but with a turnover of billions, how could it also be a big business with an annual income of over $100 million? Before just no Chen Fan family rich, but Fang Xiu really have no concept. Good guy, the tycoon is actually on my side? It's not. That my family opens that kind of chain of supermarkets, not only Haching, but also other states, there are also supermarkets of our family. Chen Fan explained. Good guy. Chain supermarket? The kind of RT Mart? Box horse? No wonder his family gave money so painfully during the last freshman exchange tournament. That's not right, Brother Chen. Since your family is so rich, why don't you customize a god-level equipment for your imperial beast like Li Jin did? Although Li Jin's talent was not good, he had hard relied on his family's financial resources to get the illusory beast seed and customized equipment that could release lightning. If it wasn't for the alien queen's comparative strength, he might have flipped over himself. It was evident that the financial power was terrifying. I don't really want to rely on my family. I want to prove that the strong one is me. Just knowing to smash money is not really the way of the royal beast. Chen Fan said righteously. On the eve of the freshman exchange tournament, his sister did mention this matter, but it was rejected by Chen Fan. Fang Xiu exclaimed 3 good guys in one breath. Chen Fan was not only a rich brother, but also a rich brother with a temper. Chen Fan, then are you willing to do whatever it takes to participate in the Black River State League? Fang Xiu lowered his voice as if he was a demon from hell. The price? Chen Fan was stunned at first, but when he thought about it, it was the Black River State League, the highest gold content Imperial Beast tournament in Black River State. If he could defeat a strong school's Imperial Beast master in that one, wouldn't that be the best chance to prove his strength? I am willing. Chen Fan gritted his teeth. No matter what the cost, I am willing. As long as I can participate in this Black River State League, I'm willing to put in more effort than normal people. I'm willing to get up at 4 in the morning to Imperial Beasts. Chen Fan declared his determination towards Fang Xiu. Good. Very good. Very good. Then the price is... Fang Xiu took a deep breath. Ask your sister for money. Chen Fan? Chapter 113 Gathering plus 5 more. After hanging up Chen Fan's phone, Fang Xiu pulled him into the group and sent a notification in the group for everyone to gather at Class 2 at 6 tomorrow morning. Then he threw his phone on the nightstand and fell back to sleep. The night was dreamless. When Fang Xiu opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. He skillfully washed up, ate a breakfast at the Baozi store downstairs, and then went straight to the school. When Fang Xiu came to the door of the classroom of the second class, Li Qingqing also happened to come over. She was wearing a pink and white sweater, black pantyhose bottom. Her hair was also combed into a single ponytail, looking quite energetic. Only this Li Qingqing looked at Fang Xiu as if she was looking at a retard. Looking him up and down, Fang Xiu, are you alright? You dare to sign an apprentice contract that outrageous? Li Qingqing herself wasn't too keen on Che Xian's apprentice acceptance, and when she learned about the content of the contract from Zhang Yu in the group yesterday, she was even more frantic to aid Fang Xiu. As a result, Fang Xiu had been awake for a while and didn't even see the message sent by Li Qingqing. Now once she saw Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing was even more furious. What on earth do you think? I feel that Che Xian is not bad. Fang Xiu shrugged. There was nothing wrong with the contract except that there was a betting agreement. And we just need to win the Black River State League. Won't that be enough? As the words fell, Li Qingqing directly froze in place. a pair of Buring's beautiful eyes staring like silver bells, her slightly opened vermilion lips, shallowly sucking in a breath of cool air. Crazy. This fellow Fang Xiu was definitely crazy. It must be yesterday's Imperial Beast refining heart diagram that made him go off the deep end. Black River State League champion? The entire high school students in Crane City wouldn't dare to dream such a dream. Although I know that student Fang Xiu has always been confident in the field of Imperial Beasts, but the Black River State League champion, just by us? A man's voice came from behind Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu whirled around and looked with Li Qingqing. The visitors were no one else but Zhang Shuren from Class 3 and Chen Fan from Class 6. I don't think there's anything to worry about. If classmate Fang Xiu really wants to pay for the breach of contract, I can help. Chen Fan volunteered. Worthy of being the young master of the Chen family, you talk tough, you're so rich. Why don't you just buy Black River State? Li Qingqing disliked back without any good humor. This was a matter of money? This was clearly Fang Xiu being bullied and he still didn't know. Chen Fan touched his nose in embarrassment. Chen Fan he. Zhang Shuren wanted to say that Chen Fan was also well-intentioned, but when the words reached his mouth, he was stiffly glared back by Li Qingqing. All right. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right in the morning, Fang Xiu hurriedly opened his mouth. Things have already happened. To dwell on those that are not there will only consume oneself internally. What's more, the matter of the contract is my own choice. Even if something really goes wrong, I will still carry it myself. I only want to know one thing now, and that is what you guys think yourselves. You guys, do you want to win the Black River State League once? Li Qingqing and the others were not as good as himself in terms of the level of their Imperial Beasts, and he himself was the only one who could talk Che Xian into being their coach. Based on such and such relationship, Fang Xiu had already placed himself in the position of captain. Of course I want to, that's the state tournament. The top students from each school will come to participate. If I can get the championship, I can wake up smiling in my dreams. Chen Fan replied without even thinking, his hands clenching his fists in excitement. My thoughts are the same as Chen Fan's. As long as I can participate in this league, I will definitely go all out. Zhang Shuren also chimed in. Li Qingqing sighed, then lightly opened her vermilion lips. I'm the same. Wouldn't that be fine? Since everyone wants to win this league, what's wrong with aiming for that? Fang Xiu smiled. Moreover, I am not unsure this time. Tell me. Seeing that Fang Hua was so confident, Li Qingqing was also interested for a moment. Resources. Fang Xiu stretched out a finger. You guys still remember Li Jin from the freshman exchange tournament, right? In terms of beast sentencing talent, he's no match for any of us. But why was he able to become the ace of the third form squad? None other than resources. As long as there are resources, even a guy like Li Jin can get a phantom beast species and customize the Dragon Spring Group's Imperial Beast equipment. Of course, I'm not asking everyone to replace their Imperial Beasts. I'm just choosing powerful equipment as much as possible, in addition, mutation. As Fang Xiu spoke, he extended his second finger. Alteration? Isn't that a field that you have to save up enough credits to step into? Zhang Shuren couldn't help but be stunned. His Imperial Beasts were of the regular species, and in order to go farther, he had to rely on alteration to make a breakthrough. The Class 3 teacher had also focused on talking to him about this matter, telling him to study hard and get his credits up as soon as possible. This was originally the case, but I already talked to the school leaders yesterday, and they are willing to fund us with 2 million in cash, and they are also willing to make an exception for us to undergo a mutation. Fang Xiu received this news shortly after he and Zhang Yu parted ways yesterday. This was also the reason why Fang Xiu asked everyone to gather early in the morning. Chen Fan, how much can your family sponsor? Then, Fang Xiu inquired about Chen Fan's family. This? Chen Fan scratched in embarrassment. He realized after talking to his sister yesterday that the turnover of the family's supermarket was high though, and the assets were taken to open a new supermarket. So the family didn't have as much cash as they thought. Moreover, it was impossible for their family to pour in all their resources for a league. My sister only gave me 2 million, Chen Fan said with a bit of a squirm, as if the figure was a bit out of reach. Zhang Shuren, good one, only gave 2 million. Li Qingqing couldn't help but spit out. Her family's condition wasn't that bad, but it wasn't capricious enough to take out $2 million for her to fight. Fang Xiu was even more needless to say. The school was so atmospheric and only paid out 2 million. Chen Fan's family directly paid out to this amount. It was really worthy of being the young master of the Chen family. Fang Xiu did some math in his heart. Each person's share was $800,000. Plus one more mutation. It's just that I don't know if my alien sword saint can mutate, Fang Xiu thought in his heart. After all, the funding that Gao Yuan had promised him was one mutation for each person's imperial beast. Although his own alien sword saint possessed 2 skills, it was unlocked after parasitizing, so theoretically, it wasn't considered a mutated imperial beast. At the same time, Zhang Yu also walked over from the other direction of the corridor. And what was even more unexpected to the few people was that Zhang Yu was accompanied by a lady. Fang Xiu's starry eyes slightly condensed, only to see that the lady was wearing a white dress, with an outstanding temperament and a face like stagnation, belonging to a category that also had a high turnaround rate in the crowd. MS. ¿Qué? Soon, Fang Xiu also recognized her identity. It was none other than Che Xian's daughter, Che Yu. How did she come here with Zhang Yu? Chapter 114. Sneaking a secret to you. Miss Ke. Li Qingqing glared fiercely at Fang Xiu. She herself was called Auntie Che. Fang Xiu directly called sister. Wasn't that taking advantage of herself in disguise? Darn it. If you don't mind, you can also call me uncle. Fang Xiu shrugged indifferently. Li Qingqing. I'll tell you guys a good news. Seeing this, class teacher Zhang Yu hurriedly interrupted the duo. Our school has decided to fully support you in the Black River State League this time. Not only that. While saying this, Zhang Yu looked at Che Yu and waited for the other party to lightly nod her forehead before continuing. Master Che Xian is willing to provide us with a training ground. Really? Zhang Shuren sucked in a breath of cool air on the spot. Just yesterday, he was still lost because he failed to pass the test of the Imperial Beast Alchemy Heart Diagram. But as a result, he had the opportunity to go to Grandmaster Che Xian's home today. There was such a good thing. Moreover, Zhang Shuren had a strong premonition that Master Che Xian was by no means as simple as just providing a venue. I'm not dreaming, am I? Chen Fan looked at Fang Xiu incredulously. First he got the chance to participate in the league, and then he was able to meet Master Che Xian face to face. Even if he was dreaming, he wouldn't dare to dream of such a plot, right? Of course it's not dreaming, Che Yu said smilingly. However, if you guys really want to be thankful, you should still thank student Fang Xiu more. He was the one who convinced my father to serve as the coach of this league. The moment these words came out, Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan's pupils quaked madly. They even purposely pinched their thighs. It hurt and hurt. It wasn't dreaming. It was real. Fang Xiu, how did you do it? Zhang Shuren had long been a fan of Master Che Xian. He knew very well how many rich kids in Huqing wanted to be instructed by Master Che Xian. There was even a rumor that someone had offered a sky-high price of $1 million for a lesson, but he hadn't been able to get Master Che Xian to move him. On the contrary, Fang Xiu, who had only met with Master Che Xian once, had directly persuaded Master Che Xian to serve as their coach. This was too powerful. Moreover, Zhang Shuren had already heard about the apprentice contract from Chen Fan. He had initially thought that it was because this Grandmaster Che Xian wasn't too satisfied with Fang Xiu, and that was why he had made such an excessive request, trying to make Fang Xiu know what to do. But if that was really the case, then there was no need for Grandmaster Che Xian to serve as their trainer, instructing all of them on how to imperil beasts and become stronger. After eliminating all the wrong answers, the one that remained, no matter how impossible it seemed, was the only truth. Could it be that Master Che Xian really thinks that Fang Xiu can take the league title? Zhang Shuren's mood was like a sea swept by a storm, unable to calm down. This Grandmaster Che Xian, just how bullish was he on Fang Xiu? Chun Fan was even waving his fists in excitement. Great, Fang Xiu. It's Master Che Xian. We're saved. No! Thanks to you, Fang Xiu. For a while, Chun Fan was all a bit incoherent with excitement. And the good news that Zhang Yu had brought was more than that. You guys are now going to the mutation room with me, and each of you will have one chance. Also, after the mutation, you guys don't have to return to your classes. According to the leader's deliberation, it was decided that you guys should seize the time in these few days and prepare for the league at ease. As for the progress of the general knowledge class, we will arrange for a teacher to give you guys individual tuition. The more Zhang Yu spoke, the more excited he became. After all, this matter also had his credit, if it wasn't for the fact that after hearing about the betting contract, he directly ran to find Wang Kai and mobilized the teachers of the entire grade together. Fang Xiu wouldn't have had the chance to display his imperial beast in front of the leaders. Zhang Yu invited himself a hard credit. Worthy of being brother Yu. Fang Xiu gave a very knowledgeable thumbs up. Follow me. Zhang Yu took a deep breath and led the way for Fang Xiu and the others. Now that it was the last semester, many of the sophomores had already saved up enough alteration credits to apply for the use of the school's alteration machine. Considering this, Zhang Yu also chose to seize the time, taking advantage of the fact that it was still early and there weren't many people over at the alteration room. He directly led Fang Xiu and the others to rush over. Che Yu, on the other hand, cited that she had other matters to attend to and separated from Fang Xiu and the others first, allowing them to contact herself again after they had turned into mutations. In a short while, the several people arrived at the mutation room of the first middle school, which was located at the south side of the school, adjacent to the experimental building, with a total of 4 floors in the building. Hello, Uncle Wang. Zhang Yu asked Fang Xiu and the others to wait at the entrance for a while, then pulled out a box of cigarettes from his pocket, and his tone of voice carried a few moments of cordiality as he greeted the doorman. Why did Mr. Zhang come so early? Uncle Wang looked at the cigarettes in Zhang Yu's hand and a smile appeared on his face. It's not because of the Black River State League. As you know, our senior class is really good. There are 2 illusory beast species royal beast masters alone, and they were even taken as disciples by Master Che Xian. To say something you don't believe, this time, we have a chance to take the championship. Zhang Yu said smilingly, like a parent whose child at home had bought a piece of clothing for him and wore it around to show off. Seeing this, Fang Xiu and the others also had the sense to call out to Grandpa Wang. Oh, I know you. However, what Fang Xiu didn't expect was that just after he had greeted himself, this gate guard, Grand Master Wang, pointed up to himself with a happy face. You're that Fang Xiu, the student who defeated 3rd middle school and won honor for 1st middle school in the freshman exchange tournament, right? I didn't expect to see a live one today. Master Wang became happier and happier as he spoke. Then he took out his cell phone and affectionately asked Fang Xiu if he could make a move together. My family doll can like you, trouble with me together to take a picture. I can go back to take to him to see, haha. Ah, this. Fang Hua heart does not exclude this kind of self-acquaintance. Just 1 is not a star, 2 is not a public figure. In the face of this scene, the heart more or less difficult to strain. However, hard to strain, Fang Xiu could also feel the other party's enthusiasm. Perhaps, this grandpa doesn't like me that much. He just wants to talk to his grandson more. Fang Xiu thought in his heart, then stood beside Grandpa Wang and followed along to take a few pictures together. Right, you guys are going to mutate, right? Master Wang heatedly smiled. Secretly tell you guys a secret. The school recently purchased a new batch of mutation machines, the latest model. I'll take you guys there. Zhang Yu? Zhang Yu could not help but be stunned. He was at least the high school homeroom teacher. The school had procured a new batch of altered machines. How did he not know? It was just normal human affairs, but I didn't expect there to be an unexpected gain. Ha ha ha, of course you don't know. Your teacher isn't in charge of procurement either. Furthermore, this batch of altered machines was not procured at the request of the school leadership. It was those kids from the student council. That's why it wasn't disclosed to the public. Grandpa Wang explained. Fang Xiu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise when he heard this. The student council. There was still the authority to make purchases. Chapter 115. You can't be poor enough to have a poor education. Not only was Fang Xiu surprised by this, Zhang Yu's expression was also dumbfounded. The student council actually secretly bought a mutant machine? What kind of situation was this? Why don't they use the school's alteration machine? Zhang Yu could not help but spit out. These student councils, what on earth were they thinking? Speaking of which, how much does the alteration machine cost? Fang Xiu was also interested for a moment. At first, he thought that the alteration machine was monopolized by the official government, and only institutions like schools could purchase such machines. Turned out that he didn't realize that Che Xian had one at home. Now the student council was even able to cross over the school and secretly purchase the new alteration machine. Then when he had money, he could simply buy one and mutate all the aliens. The cheapest one will cost 2 million to start with, and you also need to have a channel. Although there is no official ban on purchasing altered machines privately, you need a license to buy them. Zhang Yu explained, I remember that a long time ago, there was no official control over mutation machines, and as a result, new regulations were introduced because of casualties due to people's uncontrolled mutations. The restrictions on purchasing mutant machines were increased. Considering this layer, Zhang Yu really admired these student unions in his heart for even managing to get a license to purchase mutant machines. I remember that the student council has a lot of authority, right? Since they need to use the alteration machine, why don't they just let the school purchase it? Zhang Shuren asked in confusion. The Imperial Beasts would have required a large investment of resources. Even the cheapest alteration machine would be astronomical, not to mention that Master Wang had just said it was the latest model, so it wouldn't be a few $1,000,000 that could come down the drain. Instead of going to let the school purchase it, what was the point of shelling out the money yourself? Yeah. Chun Fan was also puzzled. Although his own family didn't have much cash flow, the altered machine was still affordable. But even though his family had high hopes for him, they didn't have the luxury to buy an alteration machine. Instead, they just told him to listen to the school's arrangements. Listening to Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan's broken thoughts, Mr. Wang couldn't help but sigh. Do you guys know what year the alteration machine we're using now was procured? 23 years? Zhang Shuren asked without thinking. It was now mid-October of the year 24, and since the student council had bought the newest model, it meant that the school's altered machine was, at the very least, last year's old model. Master Wang glanced at Zhang Shuren. How can that be? You think it's a cell phone, changing the new model every year. The altered machine in our school was procured in 14 years. 14 years? Zhang Shuren's eyes dilated. Wouldn't that be a 10-year-old machine? Doesn't this school even change it? Good lord, the production date directly dried up to 10 years ago. Nowadays, mutant machines are new every year, and although they are spit out as a toothpaste squeezing design, but squeeze a little here, squeeze a little there, and the gap slowly comes out. Why isn't this being replaced? It's not necessary to have a low match, and you can't afford to replace it with a high match, right? Fang Xiu gradually understood everything. Since it was the 14th year that had updated the altered machine, it was most likely because the first middle school at that time was well funded, so it had replaced it with a new model with the best configuration. Just like the graphics card. Nowadays, the graphics cards had all been updated to 5080, but the price of a card was directly up to tens of thousands of dollars, and it was simply not something that an average person could just change. But what if it was a 5050? Then the performance wasn't that much stronger than the 2080 in the past, so that's why it was stuck in a very awkward situation. There is no money to change the good ones, and there is no cost-effective way to change the bad ones. Over time, it's just slowly getting by. Fang Xiu used the graphics card to explain to the crowd. You still know about computers? Li Qingqing was a bit surprised. She had always thought that Fang Xiu was a primitive person who couldn't keep up with the times. I used to help people install computers a lot, so I know a little bit about it. Fang Xiu said softly. Li Qingqing didn't see that you still have the skill. It was obvious that he didn't know a lot of common sense, yet he was still able to help others install computers. What was this guy Fang Xiu doing when he was online playing games? Doesn't know how to use a computer to search for study materials. Zhang Yu's face was also a little embarrassed. The first middle school was indeed the key high school in Qingqing, but the general environment was bad, coupled with the fact that they couldn't get any rankings in various leagues. The budget issued by the Imperial Beasts Bureau was basically cut every year. The old first middle school, too, was no longer financially strong. I still don't understand. Since the school is having a hard time, why don't you reflect it to the top? Zhang Shuren was somewhat righteously indignant. Poor cannot be poor education, is it an empty word? Reflected every year reflect Mr. Wang also couldn't help but break into a curse. But what's the use of reflecting? Do you want to go through the process? Go through the process. Do you want the leadership to sign? This person to approve it, that person to approve it. Then a few people together to total up and confer. Negotiate to go, and finally also what are not resolved. Originally quite happy a few people, the mood cannot help but be a little low. Our first middle school? It's the best school in Qingqing, right? Zhang Shuren couldn't help but frown. Even the things we use are 10 years old, that Yutsai, New North, second middle school, fourth middle school, those schools. In the past, Zhang Shuren had only focused on burying his head in his studies, and only occasionally heard people say that teacher power was important, and educational resources were important, so you must go to a key high school. However, it was not until this moment that he completely comprehended the meaning of these words. It was, the better the school, the bigger the budget. The bigger the budget, the better the things that could be procured. Thinking back to the middle school general studies class, their English listening was still using a third-rate stereo that cost more than $20, and when the volume was put to the maximum, there would still be sizzling noise. I heard that the good school with a big brand, tens of thousands of audio. Liberal studies in the college entrance examination weight is not big. Deal with a little, also deal with a little, good guy, change machine this is something that will be related to the college entrance examination, right? If Sanzhong, it mustn't be replaced year after year with the latest model? Zhang Shuren clenched his hands into fists. No comparison does no harm. Think about Huching First Middle School. Then think about Hasan Middle School. An unprecedented sense of disparity arose in his heart. Zhang Yu wanted to say something to encourage everyone, but the resource power of Hasan Middle School was indeed the strongest in the entire state. There's nothing to envy them. Fang Xiu sensed that the team's atmosphere was a bit low and whirled around to speak. In the end, didn't we still get the qualification to participate in the Black River State League? Won't we still stand on the same platform as them and compete on the same stage? Being from a humble background is not a shame. Being able to bend and stretch is what makes a husband. The moment these words came out, Li Qingqing and the others' hearts were all shaken. The usual Fang Xiu, apart from imperial beasts, seemed to know nothing about common sense. Moreover, he possessed the best talent for royal beasts, but he was born into that kind of family of origin, where his parents couldn't help a bit on the path of royal beasts. If Fang Xiu went to blame his family, no one would say anything. But in favor of, what a good one that being from a humble background is not a disgrace. What a good one that being able to bend and stretch is only a husband, well said, Fang Xiu. Zhang Yu all felt his blood boiling. Yes. Third Middle School's resources are strong again. Didn't it still lose to Qingqing back then? Under his excitement, Zhang Yu even cited the example of Qingqing defeating Hasan Middle School. Oh, you said Xiao Chua. Who knows? The moment he heard Qingqing's name, Grandpa Wang's tightly wrinkled brow then stretched quite a bit. Chapter 116, The Demonic Creature in the Alteration Room. Little Chu. Does he often come over? Fang Xiu was a bit surprised. Looking at Master Wang's appearance, he seemed to be very familiar with Qingqing. Come over often? Li Qingqing frowned slightly. Does he also have a lot of imperial beasts? Although Fang Xiu's number of aliens was exaggerated, students in general would focus on a single imperial beast in high school. After all, when it came to the entrance exams, it wasn't like there were extra points for having a lot of imperial beasts. It was only based on the performance of the strongest one that was used to calculate the score. Blindly pursuing quantity in the high school stage would instead put the cart before the horse, and only someone like Fang Xiu was an exception. That's not true. Master Wang shook his head. Xiao Chu mostly accompanies his classmates here. Li Qingqing slightly smacked her lips. In her opinion, the so-called accompanying classmates would also be those guys from the student union. How could Qingqing care about classmates outside of the student council? Especially those classmates with bad talent in royal beasts might not be any different from trash in Qingqing's eyes. It was only because Master Wang did not know Qingqing well that he thought that his behavior was caring about his classmates. But in reality, it was nothing more than pulling people's hearts together and eradicating dissidents. Arrived. Suddenly, Master Wang stopped at the end of the corridor on the second floor. He fished out a key ring from his pocket with a wide array of keys hanging on it. He rummaged around for a bit before opening the door here. Compared to the other classrooms, the space here was a bit smaller, only about 50 square feet, and there were a total of 3 alteration machines placed inside. Fang Xiu stood at the door and looked over, realizing that the mutation machines here were exactly the same as those in Qingqing's house. All of them were black ball-shaped. What kind of class is this to use the same mutation machine as Qingqing? Such a sentence inexplicably jumped out of Fang Xiu's mind. Mr. Zhang, you should know exactly how to use these alteration machines, right? In the end, Uncle Wang was just a janitor and didn't know much about the latest alteration machines. Don't worry, Uncle Wang. Just leave it to me next, Zhang Yu said cheerfully. With that, Grandpa Wang left the key to this place to Zhang Yu and asked him to send the key back to himself when he was done. And after explaining this, Grandpa Wang left without looking back. However, why does Grandpa Wang have the key to this place? Zhang Shuren felt strange since just now. The alteration machine here was the latest model bought by the student council, and it should only be thought of for internal use. Then why would they hide the alteration machine here and give the key to Master Wang to manage it? Wouldn't it be better to just move the mutation machine to the student council's activity room? Doesn't this really worry that someone might secretly use the mutation machine they bought? Zhang Shuren was puzzled in his heart. Who cares? The student council stuff. It's useless to use it. Li Qingqing shrugged her shoulders. She didn't care so much about what was there. The student council stuff should be hoarded out ruthlessly. Then who will go first? Zhang Yu looked around at everyone. Although there were 3 mutation machines here that could allow them to mutate at the same time, considering that this time it was a broken mutation, there might be a risk of the imperial beast going berserk. To be on the safe side, Zhang Yu felt that he should still do it one by one so that he could deal with it in time in case something went wrong. Then, Zhang Yu and I will be in charge of guarding the law, Fang Xiu said as he released his alien sorcerer. Zhang Shuren was startled by the instant appearance of the alien. After all, during the freshman exchange tournament, Fang Xiu did not have this kind of alien. Especially the bone staff held in its hand, which was originally a spine drawn from a troll's body. In Zhang Shuren's perspective, it was practically identical to human bones. Coupled with that tall body and pitch-black exoskeleton, it was even more chilling. Student Fang Xiu's alien, the sense of oppression is really strong, Zhang Shuren said with some sweat. However, just as Zhang Yu was about to release his own imperial beast to protect Qin Fan and the others, a corner of the room suddenly flickered with a faint light, instantly attracting the attention of several people. What is it? Qin Fan's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air as his feet subconsciously stepped back. Could it be that the student council did this, worried that someone might secretly use their alteration machine? Li Qingqing frowned slightly. With the student union style of dealing with things, there was nothing strange about doing such a thing. Fang Xiu, finish him off. Li Qingqing directly urged Fang Xiu to do it. Everyone be careful. Fang Xiu lowered his voice. His sight also looked towards that light. The alien sorcerer standing beside him was also ready to meet the enemy. The bone staff in his hand was directly aimed in front. The vault shock was ready. Only to see a full-bodied translucent young girl appeared in front of everyone's eyes. But when it was said to be a young girl, it was only a silhouette similar to a human's. She wore a head of long black hair that naturally fell down to her waist, and on her head was a pair of black ram's horns, and her face was covered by a crimson mask. Her pupils took on a golden color, while her body was made up of ice-blue scales constructing a suit of armor. Fang Xiu looked downwards and realized that she didn't have a lower body. It was more like she was in the form of a ghost, floating in mid-air. The overall look was more like a demonic creature. And with her appearance, the temperature of the entire room began to drop crazily. In less than 2 short breaths, Fang Xiu and the others would produce white water mist between every inhalation and exhalation. Frost that was visible to the naked eye spread from underneath the demonic maiden, and in a complete circle it covered the entire mutation room. What the hell is this thing? A royal beast or a ghost? Qin Fan couldn't help but scream. It was the first time he had seen something like this since he grew up. Teacher Zhang, what exactly is the situation now? Zhang Shuren, on the other hand, inquired towards Zhang Yu. At least he was a high school homeroom teacher, so he should know something about his high school, right? But in reality, Zhang Yu was also confused about the situation in front of him. He could sense that the thing in front of him was some sort of imperial beast, but he did not see an imperial beast master. Moreover, even if the people from the student council found out that they were secretly using the alteration machine, they would not be so crazy as to boldly strike while accompanied by one of the teachers, right? No! As soon as such a thought arose, Zhang Yu shook his head to deny it. Before teaching this year's senior year, he was the class teacher of the senior year, and he had some knowledge of Ma Wanfeng and Wu Mingjian, the more talented students. At the very least, he had seen their imperial beasts. The imperial beast in front of him was definitely not owned by Ma Wanfeng and the others. The most crucial thing was that Zhang Yu could sense the strength of this imperial beast, not even below himself. Exactly who did this? Zhang Yu felt puzzled by this. However, this imperial beast that suddenly appeared did not attack Fang Xiu and the others. She just stood there quietly, her eyes dull and lightless, as if she could not perceive anything. Fang Xiu even confirmed this with his own alien sorcerer. Aliens' perception of danger was much stronger than that of humans. Even if it was the slightest bit of hostility, they would be able to discover it at the first opportunity to ensure the safety of the pack. Now the room was just plummeting in temperature, but there wasn't any hostility. Sparing the alien sorcerer, they all lowered their raised bone staffs. Even that cold air, it only existed for a moment. The temperature of the room slowly returned, making Fang Xiu and the others feel less chilly, but the frost on the floor did not dissipate. Could it be that she is protecting us? Fang Xiu raised his sword brows. Chapter 117 Chu Xinghe's Past Events. Protection. Li Qingqing couldn't help but be stunned. Fang Xiu nodded his head. This sounds a bit unbelievable, but when a royal beast is mutated, it will be injected with a large amount of energy, and the entire process is more or less painful for the royal beast. That's why there will be a situation where the imperial beast loses control and thus attacks the imperial beast master. In order to avoid accidents, it is often necessary to have a more powerful imperial beast on the side to protect the imperial beast master in case something does go wrong. So this imperial beast, it might be that it exists for this reason. But Fang Xiu turned his head to look at Zhang Yu. Doesn't the Imperial Beast have to stay in the Imperial Beast space? Why can this Imperial Beast appear on its own? This? Zhang Yu looked up and down at the Frost Maiden and indeed did not perceive any hostility from this Imperial Beast's body. Normally, Imperial Beasts are required to stay in the Imperial Beast space. Otherwise, with Imperial Beasts all over the streets, this world would have been in chaos a long time ago. But the official target is only some large Imperial Beasts. If it's a small Imperial Beast, it's allowed to be brought around as a pet. I just don't know who left this Imperial Beast here. Listening to Zhang Yu's explanation, Fang Xiu had a new perception of Imperial Beasts. If it was a small Imperial Beast that could still be brought around and raised as a pet, wouldn't that be Pikachu? Elf Pokemon, right? Could it be Qingqing's Imperial Beast? Fang Xiu suddenly remembered Master Wang's words. Qingqing would often come over here and help his classmates with their mutations. Perhaps, after he left the school, he left behind an Imperial Beast to take care of the guardian work. Cut. Li Qingqing couldn't help but smack her lips, but she didn't say much. She didn't like Qingqing and had even always wanted to defeat him. However, what had to be recognized was that Qingqing's care for the student council was indeed nothing to write home about. Otherwise, he wouldn't have injured a group of physical education teachers back then in order to help the student council out. It should not be. Who knows? Zhang Yu was shaking his head. When Qingqing was in the first high school, I was already the homeroom teacher. When I was in the second year of high school, Qingqing also took the runner-up of the league and became famous, and I've seen all of his Imperial Beasts, not this one. It's Qingqing University's Imperial Beast, right? Chen Fan said without thinking. After Qingqing went to university, didn't he come back to the first middle school? Maybe it was left behind at that time. But Zhang Yu still shook his head. If it's a university's Imperial Beast, then this one feels a bit weak again. Weak. Chen Fan and Zhang Shuren sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. Good fellow. Although this Frost Imperial Beast had no hostile intent, she had scared them half to death when she suddenly appeared. That extremely oppressive feeling even made the two of them feel helpless. As a result, when it came to Zhang Yu's mouth, it was weak. Of course, I'm not saying that this Imperial Beast is weak. It's just relative to the time Qingqing came back. After all that time, he defeated all the physical education teachers with his own strength. He also severely injured one of the teachers, and after lying hard in the hospital for half a year, he simply left his job upon his return. This matter was still fresh in Zhang Yu's memory. Although all of them, the general education teachers, also graduated from the undergraduate Imperial Beasts University, the physical education teachers generally required 211 upwards, and their fighting strength was one level stronger than them, the general education teachers. After that incident, several teachers were afraid to come to school. And this Imperial Beast in front of him was far less terrifying than Qingqing's Imperial Beast. The physical education teacher left. Zhang Shuren's pupils quaked madly. A general studies teacher, perhaps there would be a situation where there was no establishment, and there was only a base salary plus a class salary. But the treatment of the physical education teacher, not only is there an establishment, it is a luxurious 8 insurance and 1 gold. In addition to the regular 5 insurance, there are Imperial Beast Death Insurance, Imperial Beast Work Injury Insurance, Imperial Beast Maternity Insurance. It is the Iron Rice Bowl in the Iron Rice Bowl. Such a good job, said to leave the job, visible Qingqing to this physical education teacher caused much psychological shadow. Is there no alarm? Li Qingqing was a little puzzled. After such a serious situation, that physical education teacher, and the school didn't call the police to deal with it? Really let that guy Qingqing fool around? I don't know exactly what's going on. After all, Zhang Yu was only a class teacher, and only knew that Qingqing had swept away all the physical education teachers that year. For some of the details, it wasn't clear. However, this Imperial Beast seems to be unable to distinguish whether the person using the alteration machine is someone from the student council or not. This will be beneficial to us. Who will start first? Zhang Yu did not continue chatting on Qingqing's question. After all, they had come over here to mutate. It was better to hurry up before the people from the student council came over to use the alteration machine. I'll go first, teacher. Chun Fan looked at the Frost Imperial Beast and took a deep breath, deciding to be the first to mutate. Although as of now, this Frost Imperial Beast had no desire to attack, but in case after the mutation it had any excesses, then he himself would be able to act as bait. It was, my talent, my achievements, are not as good as Fang Xiu and the others. If there is any danger, it should also be someone like me to clear the mines. Chun Fan thought in his heart, then released his imperial beast. Considering the students' imperial beasts, which varied in size, the height of the floor of each alteration room was over 8 meters. Ow roar! Accompanied by a roar, Chun Fan's Tyrannosaurus Rex was also reflected in the eyes of several people. Chun Fan observed the reaction of the Frost Imperial Beast at all times, then followed Zhang Yu's instructions and activated the alteration machine. Just like what happened to Fang Xiu that time. As the alteration machine was activated, Fang Xiu's Tyrannosaurus Rex was also absorbed into the container. Next, there was waiting. A little nervous. Chun Fan smiled awkwardly. Normal heart. Fang Xiu patted Chun Fan's shoulder. We are good brothers. Aha! Chun Fan's eyes moved and his heart was encouraged. However, his Imperial Beast mutation took much longer than when Fang Xiu mutated. Time passed minute by minute, and the mutation never ended. Fang Xiu also sized up that Frost Imperial Beast from time to time. Although he hadn't traveled to this world for a long time, he also had a clear understanding of Imperial Beasts. At the very least, he was able to distinguish the strengths and weaknesses of an Imperial Beast. The Frost Imperial Beast in front of him, however, was stronger than all the Imperial Beasts he had encountered. It was not even worse than Che Yu's Undead Knight. As a result, when it came to Zhang Yu's mouth, it was far less powerful than Chu Xinghe's Imperial Beast. This made Fang Xiu couldn't help but think, just how strong was Chu Xinghe's strength? Obviously just a college student, yet he was able to defeat all the physical education teachers. Was to beat the physical education teachers into serious injuries. Speaking of which, back when I was breeding the alien Sword Saint, Zhang Pan used his Imperial Beast to help protect me, when the alien Sword Saint was in a frenzy and cut off his Hellfire's arm. It also didn't take long for Hellfire's severed arm to regenerate. This shows how strong the gym teacher is. Then how big is the gap between Chu Xinghe and me? Chu Xinghe. Fang Xiu silently recited this name in his heart. Chapter 118 Fang Xiu's New Discovery +1. The mutation process of Chun Fan's Imperial Beast lasted for a full 3 minutes before it stopped. The mutation machine then popped open, and a faint light flickered from it. The Tyrannosaurus Rex from the ancient times was once again at its sovereign arrival. Chun Fan rolled his throat and swallowed nervously, his body instinctively taking a step back. His Tyrannosaurus Rex was already more than 5 meters tall, and after completing the mutation, its height had even reached about 7 meters, its body length was more than 10 meters, and its originally short and powerless front claws had become 3 or 4 times thicker, its fingers had become long and thin, and its nails were as sharp as knives. The sharp fangs flashed out across light. Ow roar! The roar of the Tyrannosaurus Rex echoed throughout the mutation room, its extremely oppressive eyes focusing on Chun Fan. Chun Fan, don't be nervous. Fang Xiu recalled his mutation of the Sword Saint. These Imperial Beasts were able to sense the state of mind of the Imperial Beastmaster. Once they were allowed to realize that their royal master was beginning to fear them, these Imperial Beasts would rebel against the Imperial Beastmaster. Ha! Chun Fan sniffed and then reacted. He himself was the Imperial Beastmaster. How could there be a reason to be cowed in front of his own Imperial Beasts? But this Chun Fan was ultimately a beat too slow, and by the time he realized that he had to regulate his mindset, the Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of him had already danced, its thick tail sweeping over towards Chun Fan. Vault Shock Strike. When it was too late, Fang Xiu gave an order to the alien sorcerer, who also raised the bone staff in his hand, and electric currents surfaced from it. But in the very next second, the coldness of the alteration room suddenly intensified, and frost, visible to the naked eye, climbed up the body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, hardening its tail flailing movements to a halt. This is... Fang Xiu raised his sword eyebrow and turned his head to look at the Frost Imperial Beast, while gesturing a stopping motion for the alteration sorcerer to refrain from striking first, only to see the frost spreading rapidly over the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body, forming a thick layer. By the time Chun Fan looked back, his Tyrannosaurus Rex was already frozen in place. Ha! Looking at the Tyrannosaurus Rex that was frozen into an ice sculpture, Chun Fan instantly froze on the spot. Although he had dodged a bullet because of this, his heart was dealt a blow. His own Imperial Beast was originally an ancient species. At the very beginning, out of his conservative heart, he had chosen an herbivorous terror like the Triceratops, which had a milder character. Later on, being defeated by Chun Fan made him realize his shortcomings before replacing it with the more offensive Tyrannosaurus Rex. Now that the mutation was successful, his imperial beast power had been refined again, only to be instantly frozen into a statue by a frost imperial beast that came out of nowhere. The most crucial thing was he considered a mutation failure? Chun Fan clenched his fists with both hands, his heart unwilling. This skill. Zhang Yu sized up the Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of him. In his opinion, even if this frost imperial beast didn't make a move, Fang Xiu's alien sorcerer would be able to defeat the other party. There was no need to worry about Chun Fan's safety. It was just that, this ice sealing effect, it seemed like it could not only seal the Tyrannosaurus Rex's movements. Not. Although Chun Fan's imperial beast seems to be frozen, but you guys look closely at the eyes of this Tyrannosaurus Rex. They are still turning. It seems that its consciousness has not been affected by anything. Zhang Yu said to the others. I see. Fang Xiu instantly came to a realization. As the Frost Fiend was the protector imperial beast of the alteration chamber, its duty, naturally, was not to harm, to kill those imperial beasts. Her skill was more like a control technique, forcing the mutated imperial beasts to regain their composure. Or rather, it was helping to alleviate their pain. I remember Master Che Xian said that the essence of mutation is nothing more than forcing energy into the bodies of the imperial beasts, causing them to evolve. This process would be extremely painful for the imperial beasts. That's why the out-of-control phenomenon occurs. Fang Xiu explained. Then in that case, my Tyrannosaurus Rex is fine? Chun Fan's eyes flashed with a flash of surprise. Even if there was no mutation, he was still very fond of his imperial beast. Naturally, he did not want anything to happen to it. Yes. Fang Xiu nodded. I just don't know what this ability is all about. Fang Xiu turned his head to look at his own alien sorcerer. Speaking of which, his own alien sorcerer could not only release lightning, but could also extract spiritual energy from dead creatures. It was a superpower any way you looked at it. If the power used by my alien sorcerer is attributed to magic, then this Frost Maiden should also be a magic-based imperial beast, right? Since they are both of the magic lineage, then my alien sorcerer, isn't it also able to parse and master this kind of magic? Fang Xiu's starry eyes moved, and a bold thought arose in his heart. Alien sorcerer, can you control the temperature here and make objects freeze like the Frost Maiden? Fang Xiu acted as if he had discovered a new continent and asked his alien sorcerer to try it. Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, Zhang Yu. Apart from Chun Fan, who was still immersed in the joy of having the Tyrannosaurus Rex back, everyone else had question marks on their faces. Student Fang Xiu, this is impossible. Although I know that your imperial beast is very powerful and has already completed its mutation at Master Che Xian's place. But look, isn't it true that you can only gain skills when you mutate? How is it possible to just take a look at someone else's imperial beast skill and have one's own imperial beast copy its ability? Zhang Shuren laughed politely. Shuren is right. The skills of a royal beast are not that easy to master at all. They are either mutated or self-created. So how could one glance at another royal beast's skill and instantly learn it? Li Qingqing spat along with her, and she glanced at Zhang Shuren right afterward. Shuren, say, why didn't you choose Shuren as your imperial beast? Zhang Shuren looked at Li Qingqing with a black line on his face. Not sister, is it necessary to spit out my name at this time? And, do you think I don't want a tree man kind of imperial beast? Letting plants have an animal mind and still be able to detach from the soil and move freely like humans. That's already on the level of phantom beast species, all right. If I could cultivate it, I'd go cultivate it again. But just as Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren were talking to each other, the alien sorcerer had already raised the bone staff in his hand and aimed it at the wall on the left side. As if it was groping for something, a strange hissing sound kept coming out of its mouth. Hey! Fang Xiu, your imperial beast, it's not gonna come for real, right? Zhang Shuren rolled his throat and nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He knew that Fang Xiu's imperial beast talent was extremely high, but even if it was even more powerful, it wouldn't be so exaggerated, right? But what Zhang Shuren never expected was that just as soon as his words fell, the wall that was pointed by the alien sorcerer's bone staff slowly crystallized a layer of bright substance. Ah! In an instant, Zhang Shuren's two eyes stared like the eyes of an ox. Zhang Yu and Li Qingqing even burst out in unison. What is the situation this is? And Fang Xiu just murmured softly, sure enough. Chapter 119 Killing and Determining Great Heroine plus 2 more. Fang Xiu walked to the wall, raised his hand towards the shiny wall and touched it, It was cool and icy. Although the effect was not as good as the Frost Imperial Beast here, it was enough to verify Fang Xiu's guess. His own alien sorcerer, specializing in sorcery, was an alien ability that bordered on magic, and the Vault Shock was just one of the skills it had mastered. Although Fang Xiu's alien sorcerer only froze the wall, it still set off a wave of shock in the hearts of Zhang Yu and the others. Zhang Shuren took 3 steps forward and also followed Fang Xiu's action and touched it. It's ice. How is this possible? Li Qingqing's pair of beautiful eyes stared like silver bells, and her pink vermilion lips followed suit as she exclaimed in shock. This Fang Xiu's alien was also too heaven-defying, right? Not only was his own strength exaggeratedly strong, he was also able to parasitize other people's imperial beasts to assimilate their genes, and now he had even easily learned the skills of other imperial beasts. It was simply not too outrageous. Fang Xiu, what did you just mean by fruitful? Zhang Yu's eyes showed unprecedented surprise. Even though he didn't know how Fang Xiu's alien sorcerer was able to do it, this was undoubtedly great news for the upcoming Heijiang Prefecture League. Just a guess. Only then did Fang Xiu turn back. After my alien sorcerer's mutation, he did obtain the skill-crowning shock. But when I saw that imperial beast, I suddenly had an idea. If my alien sorcerer mastered sorcery instead of the power to manipulate lightning, then wouldn't it also be able to control the temperature and make objects freeze quickly? It's like a wizard that can manipulate different elements to unleash the corresponding fire magic, water magic, and so on. In other words, since my alien sorcerer can release lightning sorcery, isn't it also possible to go after the source and replace the core energy with frost instead of lightning? Of course, this is just my bold hypothesis. It's still thanks to the alien sorcerer's groping that I was able to turn my hypothesis into reality. Fang Xiu spoke out his conjecture. Fang Xiu, your alien, is it very clever? Zhang Shuren's pupils shook once again. Although Fang Xiu's tone was one of understatement, as if this was nothing remarkable, in reality, this matter was much more problematic. For example, his imperial beast, the Black Panther, only had the intelligence of a 5- or 6-year-old child. Chun Fan Tyrannosaurus Rex's head looked big, but its intelligence was about the same as his Black Panther's estimation. The outrageousness of this kind of thing was no less than talking to cats and dogs about math, and it would be a hell of a thing to be able to understand it. Moreover, it was useless to just listen and understand, but one also needed to have the ability to learn by example. How could an ordinary imperial beast have such a high IQ? If it's an alien queen, it has an IQ of 175, right? Fang Xiu didn't expect Zhang Shuren to care about this kind of thing, so he said lightly. Whether it was an alien movie, a novel, or a setting in a comic, the IQ of an alien had been shown. The alien queen was smarter than most aliens and could read human behavior and manipulate human machines. In the movie Alien 2, when the heroine Rip threatens the queen's alien eggs with a flamethrower, the queen gives the order to withdraw her troops for the sake of the overall situation. This kind of negotiation with human beings can only be possessed by truly intelligent creatures. Even when the alien queen first saw a human using an elevator, she learned how to use it, which shows the queen's high IQ. The reason why Fang Xiu was sure that the alien queen had an IQ of 175 was that in the novel Alien, Earth's Lair, the queen's IQ test was mentioned, and the score was exactly 175. All these details are enough to prove that the alien queen has remarkable observation and learning abilities, and can even manage to assess risks and weigh the value of an action. And unlike other aliens, the alien queen is the only being in the alien unit that possesses a sense of self-preservation. The alien queen does not have the so-called Madonna complex, and in a critical situation, it will not hesitate to sacrifice all the baby aliens in exchange for its own survival. It is simply a great heroine who is resolute in killing and destroying. As for the alien sword saint and alien sorcerer, they are both new species of aliens born from the fusion of imperial beast genes. Not only do they possess more powerful strength, they also have a certain degree of self-awareness. Even if their IQ was not as high as the alien queen, they could at least be close to 140, or even 150. So Fang Xiu had never worried about their learning ability. Of course, the alien movie in question, as well as the crossing over, were the fundamentals for Fang Xiu to settle down in this world. Let alone Li Qingqing, Zhang Yu, these classmates and teachers. Even if it was his own family, it was impossible for Fang Xiu to reveal this matter. Therefore, Fang Xiu just used the sentence that when he created the alien at that time, he was worried that the alien would be too stupid, so he pulled up the intelligence. The alien queen's IQ is around 175. Ordinary aliens only have an IQ between 110 and 130, and elite aliens like the sorcerer, sword saint, and these elite aliens should be able to reach an IQ of 140. That's probably the setting. Fang Xiu said lightly, as if he was feeling that this kind of thing was nothing remarkable. Only, what Fang Xiu didn't expect was that after he finished popularizing the knowledge of the alien, Zhang Yu, Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and Chen Fan, all of them stared with their eyes wide open, and their mouths widened into an O shape. Dumbstruck. What's wrong? Even Fang Xiu felt that something was wrong at this time. One had to know that he was a traveler and they were aborigines. Perhaps their imperial beast ability was not as good as their own, but their knowledge of imperial beasts was definitely higher than their own. Especially Zhang Yu, who was at least a middle-aged uncle. What kind of imperial beasts hadn't seen before? Is this the gold content of a royal beast genius? I don't know how long it took before Zhang Shuren smiled helplessly and bitterly. Since middle school, he had been studying hard, and although he had been holding the title of a 10,000-year-old, he was at least a school bully. As long as he worked hard on his imperial beasts in high school, he would definitely be able to excel in the future. Zhang Shuren had always told himself this and believed this. Now that he saw Fang Xiu, he immediately had a feeling that seeing Fang Xiu was like a frog in the bottom of a well raising its head to see the moon. Teacher Zhang, is this very powerful? Fang Xiu also did not expect Zhang Shuren to have such a big reaction, and for a while he was also a bit confused. Is it very powerful? Hee. This is more than awesome. Fang Hua. Zhang Yu was also rendered speechless by Fang Hua's big nerves. Combined with this Fang Xiu, he had never realized just how terrifying his imperial beasts were. We humans, the reason why we can become the higher creatures of the blue star is because we possess intelligence. And other creatures or imperial beasts, it's very difficult for them to possess such a high IQ. And it's also difficult to raise the IQ of a royal beast. After all, the brain of a royal beast is just that big, and it simply cannot store that much information without its brain capacity evolving over tens of thousands of years. The more Zhang Yu spoke, the more agitated he became, and he even wanted to hit someone. Chapter 120, The Strongest Imperial Beast. Plus 3 more. Although our technology has been advancing and it is possible to create imperial beasts in the imperial beast space based on precise data alone, the difficulty also lies precisely in the data. If we forcefully expand the brain capacity of the imperial beast's brain, it will result in the imperial beast's brain needing more energy intake, but the creature's utilization rate of converting food into energy is low. Even if such a royal beast is really created, it will end up starving itself to death due to insufficient energy conversion. Zhang Yu was a bit emotional. Only some genius imperial beast masters could rely on the magic of illusory beast seeds to break this bond. But even so, the intelligence of most illusory beast breed imperial beasts would still be limited. As a result, Fang Xiu actually said that his alien queen had an IQ of 175. What a joke! The average human's IQ was only around 130. No wonder the alien's head is so big. Qingqing Li sized up the alien sorcerer. She had never understood Fang Xiu's aesthetics. Why did he set the alien into this kind of construction? Now that she understood the alien's IQ, she understood that such a large brain capacity was to increase the alien's intelligence. Zhang Yu followed suit and reacted, "This kind of thing, why didn't you say so earlier? Because I think it's normal, right?" Fang Xiu said softly. The reason why he had his eye on the alien was actually because of the alien's 3 major advantages. High IQ, ability to communicate, and although in the Alien movie, the alien's fighting style was rather primitive, but that was because of the lack of proper management and guidance. Now that he himself was the alien's royal lord, the king of the alien, then naturally, he could use teaching to popularize the human's great depth tactics to the alien community. The second point was the alien's parasitic ability. Once parasitized, it could obtain the other party's genes. This kind of ability, if it was only placed in the ordinary human world, might not be so terrifying. After all, the human world's weapon was technology, which was something the aliens couldn't seize through parasitism. But this was the world of all imperial beasts. This meant that the imperial beasts of the world were all potential upgrade routes for the alien. The third point was the alien's loyalty. Because the alien essence is the hive consciousness, all alien will follow the orders of the alien queen, who in turn will be under their own control. This allowed the aliens to be united and not fight within themselves. As long as they set their own guidelines, they would all be able to work together. Based on these 3 major advantages, Fang Xiu had chosen the alien. It was just that he didn't expect that these advantages in Fang Xiu's eyes would turn into something so shocking when it came to Zhang Yu's worldview. Wait, Fang Hua. Zhang Yu reacted with an afterthought as he glanced at the alien wizard again. So, the conversation between you and the aliens, they can really understand it? Although kittens and puppies could also understand human behavior and make corresponding actions according to human instructions, it was a result of long-term training plus guidance that allowed the kittens and puppies to develop a conditioned reflex. The most famous one was the Pavlov experiment. All along, Zhang Yu also thought that Fang Hua was through this way to make the alien action. As a result, direct communication. This was too heaven-defying, right? What kind of god is Fang Xiu in the end? Aren't you guys like this? Fang Xiu was also shocked in his heart. He had always thought that there was some sort of spiritual bond between imperial beasts and imperial beastmasters. The imperial beasts could directly comprehend the language of the imperial beastmaster. Good lord. Hoping that the alien could understand his words because the alien was too smart, right? But that's not right either, is it? If it was an alien queen that had been with itself for a long time, with its intelligence, it wouldn't be a stretch of the imagination to slowly understand its own language. But those freshly born aliens… Wait! Fang Xiu's starry eyes twitched, and just as he recalled the characteristics of the aliens, he suddenly thought of the plot in Alien 4. In addition to their intelligence and parasitic abilities, the aliens also had a very powerful ability: memory inheritance. When the alien queen produced her eggs, she would pass on some of her memories to the facehuggers along with them. This, on the contrary, made the aliens able to understand Fang Xiu's language more easily. It was only because of the different body organs, as well as the fact that the aliens could communicate through pheromones, that they didn't have human vocal cords, so they could only make hissing sounds. It was also because of this layer that Fang Xiu had never paid much attention to this issue. Only now, looking at how shocked Zhang Yu looked, did Fang Xiu realize this matter. His own alien. It seemed like it was indeed a bit heaven-defying. Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren and the others were also dumbfounded once again. Not Fang Hua. How on earth did your brain grow to be able to create such a terrifying imperial beast? Rao Qingqing, a genius like Li Qingqing, also vaguely felt the power of the alien. All right. It's better not to talk about my alien. Fang Xiu rubbed his nose, although he knew that his alien was indeed a bit perverted. But they had come over this way, it was a mutation. It wasn't like it was some alien seminar. Cut. Li Qingqing smacked her lips. That's true. Then I'll be the next one. As she spoke, Li Qingqing released her own imperial beast and activated the alteration machine. It was just that Zhang Yu's mood was like a sea swept by a storm, unable to calm down. Fang Xiu's alteration could be really heaven-defying. Suddenly it feels a bit of a pity, alas. Zhang Yu sighed helplessly. Fang Xiu? No, brother Yu, my alien is a bit more powerful. How come it's still a pity? Wasn't Zhang Yu always optimistic about himself? What was the meaning of this sighing? I don't mean that. Zhang Yu realized that his words were not appropriate, so he hurriedly explained to Fang Xiu. Honestly speaking, you are the most talented student I have ever seen. If one can be born in those rich guys or some big shots family, with the power of those families, it would be enough for you to go to the best high school in the country of China, and your future would be bright. Or even become the leader of the imperial beast industry in China. Zhang Yu patted Fang Xiu's shoulder. That regret was also genuine. Obviously, having the best talent, he was born in that kind of ordinary family. And high school could only go to a small local key like First Middle School. If Fang Hua could go into the first affiliated high school of Central China Imperial Beast University, or Hengshui First High School, Mordor Middle School, these top schools, the imperial beast resources he enjoyed would never be only to this extent. Yes, Zhang Shuren was even more somewhat groundless on the side. The Heqing No. 1 middle school that he himself had put his best foot forward to get into was conversely a shackle for a genius like Fang Hua. Ha ha ha. Brother Yu is being sentimental? Fang Xiu did not expect Zhang Yu to feel this way, but he did not care about the so-called origin. It's not sentimental. Haven't you thought about it? Zhang Yu also did not expect Fang Xiu to still be able to laugh. Doesn't matter. Fang Xiu shrugged and continued. Anyway, the strongest imperial beast is my Fang Xiu's imperial beast. Chapter 121. Why does your imperial beast have two tails? Seeing that Fang Xiu did not take the issue of his family of origin to heart, Zhang Yu's heart was once again touched. Yes, this was the Fang Xiu. This is the Fang Xiu who can say that being from a humble background is not a shame, and that being able to bend and stretch is what makes a husband. Soon, Li Qingqing also ended her mutation. Her little gray bird had doubled in size from its original size, and its gray and dusky feathers had completely fallen off, growing new pink feathers and two strange long plumes on its tail. The entire process of mutation only took a minute, and it was as if her little gray bird had been reborn in nirvana. Moreover, Li Qingqing's little gray bird did not lose control of its emotions like Chun Fan's Tyrannosaurus rex. It merely circled above Li Qingqing before landing on Li Qingqing's shoulder in a well-behaved manner. What made Li Qingqing feel even more surprised was that this little gray bird after the mutation, on the contrary, didn't weigh much and stood on his shoulder as if it had fallen as a feather. And this little gray bird was also very cordial with Li Qingqing. From time to time, it even lowered its head and gently rubbed Li Qingqing's hair. Ha ha ha! It would be inappropriate to call it a little gray bird anymore. Zhang Yu could not help but spit it out. Generally students, they would give their imperial beasts a nice name. Although Fang Xiu retained the name Alien, Sword Saint, Sorcerer, all of them could emphasize a sense of dominance. On the contrary, it was Li Qingqing who just dismissed her imperial beast with a small gray bird. So beautiful! Chun Fan's eyes also flashed with a hint of envy when he saw the metamorphosed little gray bird. Fang Xiu's alien was invincibly strong. Li Qingqing's little gray bird was both gorgeous and beautiful, giving off a very noble feeling. Don't. My little gray bird is just that, a little gray bird. Li Qingqing didn't have any attachment to the name of the imperial beast, and the little gray bird's name was also very cute in her opinion. It's my turn. Seeing that Chun Fan and Li Qingqing had both completed their mutations, Zhang Shuren followed suit and released his own imperial beast. It was a black panther, a bit larger than the northeastern golden gradient layer. Its fangs looked very sharp, and the muscles on its arms were very solid. All along, Zhang Shuren had felt that his imperial beast was very good. However, compared to a genius of the illusory beast species like Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing, it was not good enough. It was even just a regular species. Zhang Shuren raised his head to look at the black orb alteration machine, his mind recalling the words of the third-class teacher. With Zhang Shuren's learning ability and imperial beast ability, his future goal would definitely be the top 10. However, if he wanted to go on in the top 10 for a longer period of time, he would have to rely on the enhancement of the alteration. Now that this opportunity had come, his heart instead had some apprehension. Although this world allows the trading of imperial beast data, the data of phantom beast species is undoubtedly unattainable for a family like mine. Zhang Shuren's family of origin was quite a bit richer than Fang Xiu. His mother was a general studies teacher, and his father chartered land in the company. As long as they didn't encounter natural disasters, they also had an income of several $100,000 a year. The family had also been saving up for Zhang Shuren over the years, so that he could receive a better imperial beast education. But this money was a drop in the bucket compared to the phantom beast seed data. At one point, Zhang Shuren even felt that China's opening up of the imperial beast data trade was actually meant to open the back door for the second generation who had little talent for imperial beasts. If they were to keep going on the path of imperial beasts, they could only rely on themselves. Go! Zhang Shuren took a deep breath and activated the alteration machine. A faint light flashed, and his black panther was also sucked into it. At the same time, Chun Fan's Tyrannosaurus rex had completely calmed down. The cold ice that sealed him slowly melted, and when Chun Fan saw that there was nothing more to do, he retrieved his Tyrannosaurus rex into the imperial beast space. Time passed minute by minute. Zhang Shuren's mutation time didn't take too long. It was even 10 seconds faster than Li Qingqing. The mutation machine was turned on once again, and there was basically no change in the appearance of the Black Panther. It had only shrunk a bit in size. If the previous Black Panther was still the physique of a northeastern golden gradient layer, the current Black Panther was about the size of a husky. How come it still shrunk? Chun Fan couldn't help but spit out. His own and Li Qingqing's imperial beasts had both gotten bigger after completing the mutation, but how come Zhang Shuren's imperial beast had gotten smaller? Could it be that there were still side effects to the mutation? However, Zhang Shuren was frozen on the spot. Shuren, are you all right? Chun Fan noticed the change in Zhang Shuren's expression and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Couldn't be because Zhang Shuren was struck by the failure of the mutation, right? Ah, it's fine, it's fine. Soon after, Zhang Shuren shook his head repeatedly. I'm in some disbelief. The imperial beast space just prompted me in my mind. My imperial beast has gained a skill. Zhang Shuren's eyes flashed with a hint of fervor. He had put in the most effort in his general studies class and had done a lot of homework on mutations, skills, and such things beforehand. There were only a few imperial beasts that would directly gain skills when they mutated. And from the name of the skill, Zhang Shuren could also sense the extraordinary nature of this skill. Skill? That's really great. Although Zhang Yu was not Zhang Shuren's homeroom teacher, this time, the Hejiang State League was an honor. He naturally hoped that Zhang Shuren, Qin Fan, both students would perform well. Now, as soon as he heard that Zhang Shuren's imperial beast had gained a skill, Zhang Yu's heart was also heartily happy for him. What skill? Qin Fan's eyes also cast envy. The name of the skill is called Battle Form. Zhang Shuren explained to the group before looking towards his imperial beast, Black Panther, switch combat forms. As Zhang Shuren's words fell, a white light also enveloped his imperial beast. In less than half a breath, the white light began to recede and the Black Panther's form changed. Only Zhang Shuren's imperial beast was no longer prostrate on all fours, but had transformed into a standing form. It looked just like Ma Ming's werewolf. Only, the Black Panther that switched to its combat form was even more robust than Ma Ming's werewolf, growing to a height of 2 meters 8, not to mention the 8-pack abs that were revealed on its abdomen. The only shortcoming was that the upper body of this Black Panther was too robust, making the lower body look a bit slim. Give people a feeling of fitness not practicing legs. But what attracted the attention of a few people more? Not. To be exact, the place where it is hard not to pay attention is, this Black Panther's root, incomparably thick, is as thick as Zhang Shuren's arm, and its length is such that Zhang Shuren can't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Li Qingqing stared carefully for half a day, and her beautiful eyes were filled with doubts. Shuren, why does your imperial beast have 2 tails? In an instant, Fang Xiu, Zhang Shuren, and Qin Fan even burst out laughing on the spot without holding back. Zhang Yu was also dumbfounded. Li Qingqing, ? HM? What are you guys laughing at? Li Qingqing frowned slightly, but then quickly stretched. Oh, I see. This should be similar to a 9-tailed fox kind of imperial beast. Right, a 2-tailed Black Panther? Not a bad imperial beast. Li Qingqing commented on Zhang Shuren's imperial beast. Qingqing student, you shouldn't still be a… Fang Xiu's hand rested on Li Qingqing's shoulder. Ahem, you're really a person like your name. What's wrong with me? Chapter 122 Alien Sword Saint's New Skill. Explosion. Zhang Shuren didn't expect Li Qingqing to be blank about physiological matters, so he hurriedly took the Black Panther back to his imperial beast space and thought that when he went back, he would get a bigger pair of pants for his imperial beast, no matter what. Qin Fan and Zhang Yu also looked embarrassed, not knowing how to explain the tail problem to Li Qingqing. Only Li Qingqing was confused the entire time, completely unable to understand what Fang Xiu and the others were laughing at. Had she said something she shouldn't have? But even if one's own imperial beast wasn't as powerful as Fang Xiu's alien, it was still a solid mirage beast species with unlimited potential for the future. One's own performance in the general studies class also crushed Zhang Shuren. Did one not have the qualifications to critique his imperial beast? Li Qingqing let out a cold snort, solely urging Fang Xiu to hurry up with his mutation. Good. Fang Xiu nodded his head repeatedly, sidestepping the topic of the tail. When he mutated at Che Xian's place, Fang Xiu had reserved the alien queen's chance to mutate, so naturally, he wouldn't take out the alien queen again at this time. Although the alien Triceratops and alien guard were both elite-level aliens, there was also a gap between them and the alien sword saint. Thus, Fang Xiu still chose to give this mutation opportunity to the alien sword saint. Not letting the alien queen mutate? Zhang Yu was a bit puzzled. The alien sword saint faced Li Jin's half-dragon and fell into a disadvantage for a while, but instead, the alien queen used the most primal power and slapped her opponent unconscious. This time, the Black River State League was crucial, so Fang Xiu should still give the alien queen a better chance to mutate, right? The chance to mutate is only once, and my alien queen still has the possibility to continue evolving, so I want to save the chance for after the evolution. Once Fang Xiu said this, the pupils of the others shook once again. A royal beast that strong could still evolve? This was too reasonable, right? Fang Xiu didn't care much about everyone's reactions as he skillfully used the alteration machine and started this alteration. While waiting, Zhang Yu was curious about Li Qingqing's mutation. Speaking of which, didn't Qingqing-san obtain any skills? As the second person in the senior class of Huqing No. 1 Middle School, as well as a student of his own class, Zhang Yu was extraordinarily concerned about the progress of her imperial beasts. Zhang Shuren and Qin Fan's eyes also fell on Li Qingqing. Confidential. Li Qingqing guffawed and did not reveal any information in this regard. However, judging from her reaction, it was obvious that she had also acquired the skill. In this way, in turn, Chun Fan's mood was somewhat lost. So it was just his own imperial beasts that didn't have skills, right? And Fang Xiu's mutation process was even more rapid this time, only taking 20 seconds to complete. It's done. Zhang Yu could not help but be stunned. Fang Xiu's mutation speed was 3 times shorter than Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren. The more powerful the imperial beast, the easier the mutation process tended to be. This was a point of knowledge that was written into the imperial beast's lesson, and was also the focus of the exam. A hint of jealousy arose in both Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren's hearts. The alteration machine popped open again, and Fang Xiu's alien sword saint came into everyone's eyes. There was no significant change in its features. It had only shrunk slightly in size, becoming only 2 meters tall. The exoskeleton, which was already as black as ink, became brighter and filled with a metallic color. Congratulations to Royal Master Fang Hua. The alien sword saint has obtained a new skill, Explosion. Fang Xiu? Although he knew that the Imperial Beast Space's AI system was a little bit retarded, similar to the AI on a cell phone, but this skill description, would it be too inexplicable? The sneak, split, and lightning strike from before, Fang Xiu could still take it literally. What the hell was this explosion? An alien sword saint could explode? Or could use his own body organs to make bombs? What's wrong, Fang Xiu? Zhang Yu noticed the change in Fang Xiu's starry eyes and tensed up afterward. Could it be that something went wrong with this mutation? Come to think of it, Fang Xiu's alien sword saint was born after parasitizing Ma Ming's imperial beast. It was itself a mutated imperial beast. It made sense that this mutation had no effect. It was just a wasted opportunity. It was worth mentioning that in order not to make the students of the first high school abuse the mutation machine, so the school administration used a key lock. One needed to insert the Imperial Beast space card into the machine and then enter the key number in order to activate the alteration machine. And the first middle school had only given Zhang Yu 4 keys, and by the time the alien sword saint arrived, it had just used up all the keys. Failure is not a problem. Seeing Zhang Yu and the others concerned about himself, Fang Xiu shook his head slightly and explained, "It's just that the AI system of the Imperial Beast space prompted me to obtain a skill called Explosion. Literally, it's a bit hard to understand what it means." Fang Xiu was not the only one who felt hard to understand. Zhang Yu and the others looked at each other in disbelief and couldn't guess what it meant either. This was actually something that couldn't be helped, although the Imperial Beast space had adopted AI technology. As of now, this AI technology still had some flaws, and sometimes there would be logical errors. For example, Zhang Yu had experienced. When he was conversing with the car AI, he said that it was a bit cold in the car, meaning that he wanted the AI to turn on the air conditioner, and as a result, the AI directly started the navigation and searched out all the nearby foot baths. Good guy who would want to go to a foot bath store to wash their feet when a good person is cold. This happens from time to time, so it's not a big deal to need the Imperial Beastmaster to test himself and then change the name based on the skill. Zhang Yu looked around, except that this was a mutation room with expensive machines, not a good place to test skills. Go to the Imperial Beast space, Zhang Yu said as such. Good. Fang Xiu nodded. This time he didn't ask for a visit fee. After all, Chun Fan had already sponsored them with quite a bit of money. To be a human being, one should be generous. Fang Xiu retrieved his Imperial Beast space card, then invited the others to enter his own Imperial Beast space. In the next moment, the crowd arrived on top of the planes, and the alien sorcerer and alien sword saint stood on Fang Xiu's left and right respectively. It was the first time for Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan to visit Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast space, and while they were surprised, they also felt that Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast space was a bit simple. Alien Sword Saint used Explosion. In order to have an intuitive feeling, Fang Xiu also used a resource card and placed a fat pig in the Imperial Beast space, allowing it to flee across the grasslands before giving commands to the Alien Sword Saint and carefully observing the Alien Sword Saint's explosion, what kind of skill it was. Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan rolled their throats and swallowed nervously, thinking to themselves that this explosion, it couldn't really mean an explosion, could it? Like making that pig fly through the air and then explode into blood-colored fireworks in the air. However, the picture that Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan fantasized about did not appear. The alien sword saint stood in place, hissing and hissing strange screams coming out of his mouth. In the next second, its body rapidly changed, and its exoskeleton, which was originally as black as ink, actually turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was a feeling that the little green dragon was being cooked. Wait, it's not going to blow itself up, is it? A trace of panic flashed through Chun Fan's eyes. Chapter 123 Invincible +1. A bad feeling arose in Chun Fan's heart, and a hint of panic passed through his eyes, thinking that Fang Xiu's alien sword saint was planning to self-detonate here. And he was scared and hurriedly backed away. Class teacher Zhang Yu also followed suit and frowned, but there really wasn't much reason for a skill like self-destruction. The Imperial Beast also has a life. It's not like it's a desperate situation. Why would it blow itself up if it's fine? But in the next second, the figure of the alien sword saint suddenly disappeared in front of their eyes. Then there was a boom sound. The place where the alien sword saint had stepped on became torn apart. Like a black spider web, the cracks kept expanding, extending to the feet of several people. Chun Fan was already startled by the alien, so he stepped on the ground and immediately fell to the ground. Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren were also startled and hurriedly jumped away, looking down again, only to see that the black cracks could not be seen at all. It really blew itself up? Such thoughts surfaced in the minds of Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and Chun Fan at the same time, and even Zhang Yu was somewhat dumbfounded. But if it was a self-detonation, then would this power be too small? Phew! Without waiting for a few people to react to what was happening, a sound of breaking wind came from the distance. Several people looked over in unison, but they saw that the big white pig that was released by Fang Xiu was directly chopped at the waist, blood staining the green grass, and the disappearing alien sword saint sharply retrieved the black blade and stood beside the white pig. Hiss! Zhang Yu could not help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. He slightly eyeballed the position of the alien sword saint is at least 20 meters away from them. From the boom sound to the swoosh sound, not even a breath of time was used before and after. Putting aside the time it took to kill the pig, the alien sword saint's 100-meter performance was only 3 to 4 seconds at most. As the big white pig was killed, the exoskeleton of the alien sword saint slowly returned to black. Can someone explain what's going on here? Chun Fan's pupils quaked madly. Did anyone see what happened just now? Zhang Shuren couldn't help but open his mouth as well. Li Qingqing and Zhang Yu shook their heads at the same time. It seems like I know what the explosion was about. Fang Xiu looked at his alien sword saint, and his voice had a feeling of being out of this world. The others' eyes were focused on Fang Xiu, and they couldn't wait to ask after him. What exactly is the explosion skill? Was that just an explosion? Could it be instantaneous movement? Several people spoke in unison. No, it wasn't. Fang Xiu shook his head slightly. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he was certain that the alien sword saint had rushed over. As for the principle of the explosion, it's hard for me to explain with scientific theories, but I guess that the alien sword saint probably used some kind of method to make its own acidic blood collide with high intensity at the heart, thus creating an explosive reaction, allowing the alien's acid blood to circulate faster in his body, and his strength, speed, and reaction nerves were strengthened. However, the reason why Fang Xiu was able to guess the principle was not because he had a transcendent understanding of energy. Rather, he had seen a similar ability in a movie or television drama. To be exact, it was an anime. Fang Xiu recalled in his mind that the name of that anime was called King of Thieves, and the protagonist in it, Luffy, was an ability person who ate rubber fruit. He could accelerate the blood flow by pumping the body to increase pressure, as a way to achieve the effect of increasing strength, speed, and its name was Second Block. In Fang Xiu's opinion, the expressive power of the alien sword saint who had just rushed out was also somewhat similar to the shaving in the Navy's 6 styles in the King of Thieves. Of course, this kind of discovery Fang Xiu naturally wouldn't tell Li Qingqing and the others, and even if he did, they wouldn't be able to understand it. Fang Xiu just used simple statements as much as possible to let Li Qingqing and the others understand what kind of skill the explosion was. That powerful? Zhang Shuren was dumbfounded on the spot. He thought that the Black Panther's switching form was already very powerful. However, compared to this explosion, he instantly felt as if form switching wasn't that fragrant. A hint of jealousy also flashed in Li Qingqing's eyes. The alien sorcerer's vault shock was already exaggerated, but he was also able to push through his intellectual advantage and learn the Frost Imperial Beast's freezing technique. It already made her heart very envious. As a result, this alien sword saint's explosive skill was even more unreasonable. If this were to be used as an ace and it suddenly came out of nowhere, I'm afraid that no Imperial Beast would be able to react to it properly the first time to see the kill. No! As soon as such a thought popped up, Li Qingqing shook her head. What Hatsumi kill, that kind of terrifying speed, Even if it's an imperial beast that understands the explosion skill, it's still hard to dodge. And then there's the alien sorcerer cooperating on the side. Qingqing Li felt a huge pressure just by brainstorming that image. The Black River State League, there might really be a chance. If we're lucky and use this as a trump card to take out Ha Sanzhong by surprise, the Black River State Championship won't be a dream. No matter what, Li Qingqing was Fang Xiu's teammate, not a competitor. And at this time, she couldn't help but enter fantasy time. However, Li Qingqing wasn't naive enough to think that Fang Xiu could sweep away the geniuses of Hasan Middle School. After all, the Black River State League was a state-level competition, not the kind of freshman exchange tournament that could end in a single day. The group stage, the quarterfinals, semifinals, the finals. The buffer period in there was enough for the elite team of Hasan Middle School to analyze Fang Xiu's alien sword saint frame by frame and devise a countermeasure. Unless the geniuses from the other colleges couldn't force out the alien sword saint's true strength, it would still have to rely on hard power to take the title. But Fang Xiu had raised his two major aliens to such strength in such a short period of time. Sparing the genius of Hasan Middle School, would it really be Fang Xiu's opponent? It feels like anticipation is rising. Thinking of this, Li Qingqing's entire body suddenly had a feeling of boiling blood, itching to start the Black River State League right away. Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan even cast envious gazes. Especially this Chun Fan, he was the only one who didn't obtain skills in this mutation. There was truly a feeling of people dying and goods being thrown away. Great! Fang Xiu. Zhang Yu danced with excitement. With the alien sword saint and alien sorcerer, we'll definitely be able to place in the Black River State League this time. Invincible. In Zhang Yu's opinion, Fang Xiu's alien sword saint was truly invincible this time. Li Qingqing and the others were also encouraged. Although there was a certain amount of envy and jealousy, everyone was at least a team. However, just as several people were feeling immensely excited, the alien sword saint not far away suddenly dropped to one knee. Eh? Zhang Yu was startled by this scene. What happened? Fang Xiu's line of sight followed suit as he looked towards the alien sword saint. Could it be that? In the next second, Fang Xiu decisively ran over. Chapter 124. Alien. Speak for me +2. When Fang Xiu walked over, he realized that acid blood was dripping from the corner of the alien sword saint's mouth, corroding and dissolving the grass on the ground. Moreover, it was as if this acidic blood had been heated, and there was white vapor floating on top of it. Fang Xiu, what's going on? Zhang Yu hurriedly followed him over, but after the state of the alien sword saint, his mood became tense. Then there was Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and Chun Fan. It was hard for them to have the alien sword saint as an ace in their squad, so they naturally didn't want anything to happen to it. It looks like the power of the explosion was too strong, and the alien sword saint had difficulty adapting to it for a while. Fang Xiu checked the injuries. In addition to the acidic blood coming out of its mouth, the alien sword saint's muscles also had obvious tears. After all, its exoskeleton was only like armor to defend against attacks from the outside. If the impact was generated from the inside, this exoskeleton would hardly be effective. My alien sword saint is still not quite the same as King of Thieves Luffy's second block. Fang Xiu thought in his heart. The alien sword saint's blood was originally acidic blood with an extremely strong corrosive effect. It was unknown what substances were contained within it. Moreover, with the corrosive nature of acid blood, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to do a blood routine on it. With a strong collision at the heart, the energy generated would naturally be terrifying. No wonder the AI of one's Royal Beast Space named this skill as Explosion. It was truly a skill as its name, a killing move that fights for its life. Then this skill, is it that it can't be used in the future? Zhang Shuren asked with some concern. The alien was already a very powerful imperial beast, but he didn't expect that it still couldn't withstand the side effects of the explosion. Not really. Who knew that? Fang Xiu shook his head. The exoskeleton and acidic blood of the alien can quickly clot wounds, preventing blood loss and infection, and even if the body is torn apart, the wounds can be closed in a short time. Other than that, my alien can slowly regenerate all other limbs and organs as long as they are not head damaged. The alien might not be able to order the technology tree and develop a civilized society. But in terms of physical strength, it was definitely a small force that couldn't be beaten. Although the side effects from the explosion would cause the alien sword saint to lose its mobility in a short period of time, it wouldn't take long for it to recover. Even in Fang Xiu's opinion, the main reason why the explosion produced this side effect was because the alien sword saint wasn't strong enough. The more it should use explosions. Let its muscles keep tearing and regenerating until it could withstand the impact of the explosion. For the rest of the time, let the alien sword saint keep trying explosions to temper its muscle strength. Fang Xiu said as he stood up from the grass, setting a general direction for the alien sword saint's training for the next few days. The alien sorcerer, on the other hand, tried different elemental sorceries as much as possible. Fang Xiu's appearance of being so lighthearted made the three of them, Li Qingqing, freeze once again. This was too calm, right? Aren't you worried about your alien sword saint getting screwed over by you? Li Qingqing couldn't help but spit it out. Good fellow. Knowing that explosions had such great side effects, he still wanted the alien sword saint to keep using explosions. Devil. This guy, Fang Xiu, was simply a devil. If the Imperial Beast Protection Association's people who loved Imperial Beasts knew about this, they would have to hang Fang Xiu on the little red book. Strongly condemning. Me? Screw the alien? Fang Xiu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Those humans in the Alien movie series had put their lives on the line in order to mess with the alien. If they were casually played to death by themselves, that would be too weak, right? Anyway, the alien sword saint's explosion can only last for 3 seconds at the moment. This time is too short. How can we extend the time? Find a way to extend it to more than 10 seconds. Moreover, it has to be used only at critical moments. Fang Xiu parsed himself. With such a bland expression, Zhang Yu could not help but be a little surprised in his heart. Between every imperial beast and its imperial master, there was a very deep emotional bond. This was also one of the reasons the Imperial Beast Hospital was able to make a lot of money. Even though there were data that could recreate the same imperial beast, the emotions were hard to get rid of. That was why some imperial masters would choose to heal their injured imperial beasts even in the face of astronomical treatment fees. As a result, when it came to Fang Xiu, his thinking was too rational. There was absolutely none of that affliction of worrying about the aliens. Zhang Yu then looked at Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren. If it was their imperial beasts that had acquired such a skill, they would probably be torn up inside, right? Only Fang Xiu, without the slightest fluctuation in his tone of voice, had formulated an explosion plan for the alien sword saint. From a rational perspective, Zhang Yu also felt that this was the optimal solution. However, from an emotional point of view, he would also feel that Fang Xiu had been a little too harsh on his imperial beast. And just as Zhang Yu hesitated to tell Fang Xiu what he was thinking, the latter took the initiative to open up to him. That's right, brother Yu. The imperial beast skill, can it be extracted and promoted? The explosion skill, it feels too suitable for my imperial beasts. If we can make all the aliens all learn to explode. Fang Xiu's starry eyes showed a touch of fervor. Just thinking about that image made him feel excited. Zhang Yu, Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, Chen Fan. For a while, several people were all dumbfounded. Just one alien sword saint alone was already very outrageous, and as a result, Fang Xiu was planning to extend the explosion to the entire alien community. No, don't you even consider the feelings of the aliens? They are imperial beasts. They also had emotions. Fang Xiu, please be kind to your aliens, although they do look like monsters that came out of a horror movie. They are imperial beasts. They also have beast rights. Li Qingqing couldn't help but speak up for the aliens. Fang Xiu? Due to the difference in perception, Fang Xiu only felt that Li Qingqing's words were very outrageous. However, this couldn't be helped. Li Qingqing and the others didn't understand the habits of the aliens after all. In their eyes, aliens were just not so good-looking imperial beasts. But aliens were creatures like that. As long as they could make the colony grow, they would stop at nothing. Even if that price was death. They were also willing to go forward. All right. Fang Xiu looked at Li Qingqing's huffing and puffing appearance, or his tone loosened. Summer insects could not talk about ice. Fang Xiu was also too lazy to explain Li Qingqing's habits of the aliens, and just said that he would pay attention to the emotional needs of the aliens in the future. However, it still feels a bit outrageous. Aliens' emotional needs? This arrangement of words. Why did it feel so strange? Forget it. Fang Xiu left the alien sword saint in the imperial beast space, letting it take a good rest, and then followed his homeroom teacher, Zhang Yu, back to the school and then called and contacted Che Yu, and agreed with her to meet at the school gate and head to Che Xion's villa together. The next few days would be over there for training. By the way, customizing weapons for the imperial beasts, what do I have to do? After putting down the phone, Fang Xiu curiously asked class teacher Zhang Yu. Chapter 125 Sales routines never go out of fashion. Due to the fact that the imperial beasts were so strange, the equipment used by the imperial beasts was naturally difficult to mass produce, and it was usually customized by looking for manufacturers. Qingqing First Middle School also had cooperation with manufacturers. Even many general studies class teachers and physical education teachers would work part-time in sales to promote these manufacturers' imperial beast equipment to the students. Zhang Yu happened to be such a teacher. What's the difference between this and a bookstore set? Listening to Zhang Yu's explanation, Fang Xiu couldn't help but think of his own experience when he was in school. At that time, there was some kind of Huaxin bookstore that ran classes to promote the Chinese dictionary, the English dictionary, or the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Les Miserables, and so on. He had to buy 5 or 6 books a semester. Only later did he realize that his homeroom teacher could take a commission. Brother Yu, you shouldn't have a commission too, right? Thinking of this, Fang Xiu looked at Zhang Yu with a black face. What are you thinking? Seeing this, Zhang Yu whirled around and raised his volume, saying righteously, "That's them. Worthy of being Brother Yu, just different from other teachers." Fang Xiu gave a thumbs up. But the next second, the them I'm talking about is not other teachers. It's other students. Zhang Yu hemmed and hawed. The treatment of a general studies teacher was naturally not as good as those physical education teachers, and one always had to earn a little, didn't he? It was just that Fang Xiu had outstanding talent, and this time he was representing Crane City in the Black River State League, which was why Zhang Yu had little interest in the commission. As for customized weapons, there are 2 ways. While speaking, Zhang Yu called Li Qingqing and the others to follow him as well to explain to them. The first one is to find professional designers, let them come and take a look at your imperial beasts, then come up with a few sets of plans. You can just choose one of them. The price, Crane City's prices are low, usually ranging from 2,000 to 20,000. Hearing this, Fang Xiu's heart again had a sense of familiarity. This is not the decoration of that set of whole house customization? Come over and take a look at your house, then come up with a few sets of decoration designs for you to choose from, with prices ranging from a few thousand to a few tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. A good sales pitch never goes out of style, does it? Then the second one, wouldn't it be that we design it ourselves, draw our own drawings, and then send it to the customized manufacturer? Fang Xiu cited one to the other. Either find a decorator or do the design yourself. The sense of immediacy was too strong. Leave the professional things to the professionals. It's better to find an equipment designer, right? Chun Fan thought about it for a while. Although it was more expensive, there was a ghost of a reason why it was expensive. Those Imperial Beast equipment designers all graduated from prestigious schools, and their knowledge of Imperial Beasts was much better than them high school students anyways. I also agree with Chun Fan's idea. Zhang Shuren followed and agreed. This way, they would also save time and effort and could put more energy into training. I don't need it. Fang Xiu refused without thinking. I'll design my own Imperial Beast equipment. In the end, I don't believe that others can understand my xenomorphs better than me with just a few minutes of contact. There was also the cost, and Fang Xiu only felt a meaty pain. It wasn't like he couldn't design it himself. My thoughts are the same as Fang Xiu's, and with Master Che Xian, is it really necessary to find those designers? Qingqing Li also expressed her opinion. Since Master Che Xian had asked Che Yu to make a trip over and take them to the villa, that meant that Master Che Xian had expectations of them. A national-level Imperial Beast Master, wouldn't that be much better than those designers? Zhang Shuren and Xin Fan looked at each other in dismay and felt that what Fang Xiu had said also had a few truths. It was, apart from studying, eating, and sleeping every day, the rest of their time was spent with the Imperial Beasts. In order to cultivate the Imperial Beasts in a reasonable manner, they would spend a lot of energy every day to study. How could one's understanding of Imperial Beasts lose out to those designers? What's more, there was still Master Che Xian sitting in on it. Thinking of this, the 2 of them were also filled with anticipation for these cohabits. After determining that he would be the one to design the Imperial Beast equipment, Zhang Yu commanded everyone to clean up the alteration room. Although this alteration room was for the exclusive use of the student union, since they were using other people's things, they were still responsible for the hygiene issue. It was everyone's responsibility to take care of public property. Then, Zhang Yu returned the key to Master Wang and expressed his gratitude once again, and students from other grades, one after another, came over to use the alteration machine. Many of them were also Fang Xiu's fans and approached him to take a few pictures together. Student Fang Xiu is still really popular. On the way to the rendezvous point with Che Yue, Zhang Shuren didn't forget to murmur, more or less envious in his heart. Although he had been working hard on his imperial beasts and studying seriously, he was also looking forward to a sweet romance since he stepped onto the high school campus. What's there to envy? If this keeps up, I'll have to wear sunglasses and a mask to school, Fang Xiu said as if he suddenly thought of something. Right, brother Yu, this time the Black River State League. There shouldn't be a live broadcast as well, right? Hearing this, the corners of Zhang Yu's mouth rose and a trace of a smile that was able to emerge. More than just a live broadcast. It will also be aired on the local stations when the time comes. If we really get a ranking, not only will we be able to go on the podium, we will also be able to sing at that time. Sing? Sing what song? Fang Xiu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Good lord. Isn't this the world of all imperial beasts? Why would you need to sing after taking a noun? It was a bit nonsensical, wasn't it? Of course, it's our Crane City's song. Although Crane City was just a small city in Heijiang Prefecture, where few people would notice it, and where education and medical care were relatively backward, Zhang Yu had never disliked it. Here, it was the land of his first birth. It was his hometown. He had the pride of being a native of Crane City. Our city's city song, Fairview Crane City, Zhang Yu said proudly. Fang Xiu? Looking at Zhang Yu's frowny face, Fang Xiu had a black line on his face. It's not a city song. Is there a need to be so fervent? And what Fang Xiu didn't expect was that he didn't know if Li Qingqing was touched by Zhang Yu's words. She actually suddenly sang. Xing'an Ridge is high, long river water is long. A hot land of 3 golds. A river water to take China and Russia, both sides of the good scenery. The sea of forests holds mountain treasures, and the fertile field surges with waves of gold. The top of Huaxia holds up the rising sun. Fang Xiu looked at Li Qingqing's side face, and couldn't help but feel that her voice was even a bit pleasing to the ear. Without realizing it, he finished listening to the whole song. What for? Li Qingqing frowned slightly. Nothing. I just didn't realize that you still have the skill of singing. It's quite good. Fang Xiu shrugged. Turn around and write a song for you. No matter what, the people in this world, all of them were in imperial beasts, and the entertainment industry was not particularly developed. Many of the catchy songs from the previous world were not available in this world. Engaging Fang Xiu couldn't even listen to a song to relax if he wanted to. Now that he heard that this Li Qingqing had a good voice, he could write a few songs for her to sing. What if it caught fire on Douyin? He could also earn money. With money, one could better imperial beasts. Perfect. It was just that the unknown Li Qingqing was dumbfounded, her little face reddening a bit. Chapter 126. Li Qingqing's grandfather. Fang Xiu wants to write me a song? Why? Speaking of which, Fang Xiu was indeed a handsome man. Sword brows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome. His body was straight and slender, and when he got close to him, his body smelled good. In terms of beast sentry talent, Fang Xiu was even the #1 person in this Crane City First Middle School. No one could surpass him. The 3 of them being able to have the opportunity to undergo a mutation in their first year of high school was also due to Fang Xiu's light. I even heard that there is a girl named Shi Yonglin, but also specifically built a fan group. Just a few days' time, the group members grew to 1,000 people. And only receive female fans. Add the group not only to voice chime, but also video verification. Could be seen the extent of Fang Xiu's popularity. Say it up. Li Qingqing accelerated her steps and walked to Fang Xiu's left side. You're so popular? Don't you have a girlfriend? As soon as they heard this voice, Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan also subconsciously perked up their ears. Who could endure such gossip? Even Zhang Shuren suspected that Fang Xiu was just superficially high and cold. Maybe in private, he already had a harem. What? Girlfriend? Fang Xiu glanced at Li Qingqing. The 2 sides looked at each other, but the latter hurriedly avoided it. Her white face warmed up a bit, as if she had a red tide. Honestly speaking, during the time that Fang Xiu was in school, he could often receive love letters. There were also quite a few proactive girls who confessed to him on Qingqing, hoping to become his girlfriend. There were even girls who would directly send red envelopes to themselves, stating that they wanted to treat themselves to milk tea. For a time, Fang Xiu was somewhat speechless. Although it wasn't that he didn't understand the moods of these girls, he himself didn't want to fall in love when he was in high school. What's the point of falling in love when you're all reborn? None. Fang Xiu said without thinking. Really? Zhang Shuren was a bit surprised. He held up his chin with one hand. Fang Xiu student is a talented person. The royal beast talent is that powerful. If I were a girl, I would want to be your girlfriend. Fang Xiu? Li Qingqing? Chun Fan? Dude, it's not necessary. What are you thinking? I'm just saying really no. Or an underground romance. Zhang Shuren smiled. Although the school prohibited early love and urged from time to time that everyone should spend their time on imperial beasts, this kind of thing, after all, was prohibited time and time again. As far as Zhang Shuren knew, there were several students in their class who were in love. Fang Xiu glanced at Zhang Shuren and casually said, "A great man's ambition should be like the Yangtze River, running eastward to the sea. Why do you miss the land of tenderness?" Zhang Shuren couldn't help but stare. He originally just wanted to gossip a bit, but looking at Fang Xiu's reaction, it didn't look like a disguise. Well said, Fang Xiu. Zhang Yu even felt that the words were really well said. It was, a great man's ambition should be like the Yangtze River, running eastward to the sea. Why miss the gentle land? At the high school stage, it is that one should be a good imperial beast and work hard to improve oneself. Wait until a good university have a strong skills that will meet more right people. And as a teacher, Zhang Yu has seen too many students who fall in love early, not only affects the imperial beast after high school graduation, also go their own way, really go to the end of the only a few. Just what everyone didn't notice was that when Fang Xiu said these words, Li Qingqing's eyes became a bit subtle, and what came next was relatively simple. Zhang Yu brought Fang Xiu's group to the main entrance of the first middle school, where Che Yu and her driver had already been waiting for a while. By the way, Mr. Zhang, if you're going over with us, what about the second class? In the car, Li Qingqing still didn't forget to ask about this matter. Don't worry, no matter what, number 1 middle school is still the key of our Huqing city, and there will be other teachers to substitute for the class in the days I'm not there. Besides, it's not like I'm not coming back. I'm only responsible for sending you guys to Master Che Xian's home, and the Black River State League behind you. That's right. Zhang Yu also didn't forget to remind everyone, don't forget to come back for the midterm exam in a week. There's also the part of the general knowledge class. Don't relax yourself because of the imperial beasts. The knowledge of the general knowledge class also needs to be mastered. Understood, teacher. Li Qingqing nodded. She had already finished learning the general knowledge content of her first year of high school in the summer vacation before she started her first year of high school. So to cope with the exam, it was not a problem at all. Zhang Shuren and Qin Fan were also both first-class academics. Fang Xiu's talent in general studies was not as good as Li Qingqing and the others. However, in his last life, his grades were good. And with this world focusing on imperial beasts, the difficulty of the general knowledge course exam was greatly reduced. And with the general knowledge of the first year of high school, Fang Xiu was able to learn it very easily. After sending Fang Xiu and the others to Master Che Xian's villa, Zhang Yu excused himself and left. Che Yu had thoughtfully prepared a room for the few of them and also took them to visit the training ground. It had to be said that even compared to the first middle school, the facilities here were very good. It wasn't until Master Che Xian arrived at the courtyard in his wheelchair that Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan both drew in a breath of cold air, so excited that they were close to hugging each other.
Oh, 车心大师是车心大师.
Reserve. Pay attention to reserve. Chun Fan rolled his throat and nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva before jogging to Che Xian and bowing deeply. Good day, Master Che Xian. Thank you, Master Che Xian, for raising your favor. Seeing this, Zhang Shuren also followed Chun Fan's action. To them students, Che Xian was simply a living legend. Hello, Grandpa Che. Li Qingqing greeted very nicely. Because of her aunt's relationship with Che Yu, who was a hairdresser, she had met Che Xian once when she was a child. You are Li Xuanyuan's little granddaughter, right? Che Xian also revealed a rare smile when she faced Li Qingqing. In fact, when Che Xian was young, he and Li Qingqing's grandfather had gone to war together. Now that he saw the offspring of his late husband, Che Xian's mood was also filled with emotions. It was a pity that Li Qingqing's grandfather had returned from the battlefield traumatized and had been in pain in his later years. The last time I heard from him, he had taken poison at home and killed himself. And Che Xian was busy with a very important project at the time, so he didn't even get to see his late husband's last face. You know Master Che Xian? Fang Xiu, on the other hand, was a bit surprised. Looking at the relationship between Li Qingqing and Che Xian, it was like a junior and an elder. Since there was this layer of friendship, why didn't Grandmaster Che Xian just accept Li Qingqing as his disciple? He also had to create the Imperial Beast Refining Heart Diagram trial. Even when Che Yu called Che Xian, he mentioned Li Qingqing. However, the other party had requested that he only bring himself. Could it be that there was something going on here? That's natural. Che Xian sniffed and nodded. I talked to her grandfather. But when he was in the middle of his words, Che Xen intentionally glanced at Li Qingqing. Forget it. It's all old stories. Fang Xiu raised his sword brows. If he was a high school student, he might not care too much about Che Xian's reaction, but Fang Xiu's mind was much more mature than a high school student. It feels like this matter isn't that simple. Li Qingqing's grandfather. Chapter 127 The Black River State League. Came. Che Xian estimated that there was no hope. This old man ghost very much, from his mouth said information, basically no chance. Thinking about it, Fang Xiu decided to start with Li Qingqing. Although there wasn't much evidence, Fang Xiu's intuition felt that the back of this matter wasn't that simple. It might even be related to Che Xian's disciple acceptance this time. Indirectly, it would also involve himself. After greeting Che Xian, Fang Xiu and the others started the Imperial Beast. Aside from Fang Xiu, who had already made his goal clear to have the alien sword saint increase the lasting time of the explosion to more than 10 seconds within these days, everyone else's direction was to work on their own Imperial Beast's actual combat ability. And Fang Xiu's male alien became a good companion. Every time they needed to spar, Fang Xiu would invite the others to his Imperial Beast space and let them spar on the plains. At the same time, Fang Xiu also used the money sponsored by Chun Fan to expand his Imperial Beast space. Nowadays, the range of activities that the alien could use was as wide as a township. Speaking of which, is your grandfather close to Che Xian? During the rest period, Fang Xiu sat on the floor with Li Qingqing and brought up this matter in passing. It should be very good. Li Qingqing's answer was somewhat ambiguous. It wasn't because she felt that this matter belonged to some secret, but when she was very young, her grandfather had passed away, and she and Che Xian had only met a few times. The family doesn't seem too willing to bring up this matter either. All I remember is that Grandpa seemed traumatized by the post-war trauma, and sometimes he would go crazy. Post-war trauma? Fang Xiu's starry eyes twitched. Then in that case, your grandfather and Che Xian shouldn't have gone to war together. As a famous Imperial Beast master, some of Che Xian's experiences could be searched on the internet. Moreover, he had also heard from others that this master Che Xian had gone to the Imperial Beast battlefield when he was young, and had repeatedly built a great success, which was why he was able to smoothly enter the management of the Five Flowers group after retiring from the front line. As for the so-called Imperial Beast battlefield, it probably referred to the Imperial Beast realm. Li Qingqing's Imperial Beast was an extremely rare species of phantom beast, and her aunt and Che Yu were both classmates. Zhang Yu had also mentioned more than once that Li Qingqing's family had extensive connections. Perhaps it was developed by relying on her grandfather. Then what connections were the strongest? Naturally, it was comrades who had gone to war together and defended the country together. Based on these clues, Fang Xiu had some guesses about Li Qingqing's grandfather's identity. At the same time, Fang Xiu became more curious about the Imperial Beast realm. What exactly did Li Qingqing's grandfather experience in the Imperial Beast realm? Maybe. Li Qingqing tilted her head. But why are you asking this? Just want to eat a melon. Fang Xiu smiled faintly. The hell would believe you. If someone else had said this, Li Qingqing would have believed it 80% of the time, but the first impression Fang Xiu gave her was simply a royal beast's obsessive. Aside from things related to Imperial Beasts, Fang Xiu didn't care about anything. Otherwise, how to explain that he didn't even have the most basic common sense? Couldn't be that he had lost his memory. Coupled with the fact that Li Qingqing's intuition had always been sharp, she also came up and stared straight into Fang Xiu's starry eyes. Speak. A faint aroma hit his face, causing Fang Xiu to subconsciously avoid his sight. How to say it? Fang Xiu thought for a moment, since he wanted to start from the line of Li Qingqing. Pulling her in was not a bad option. In case Che Xian was really plotting something, he himself would be able to respond earlier. You can't do harm to others, but you can't do nothing to prevent them. It just feels strange, right? Strange? Strange what? Li Qingqing frowned slightly. It always felt like there was something strange about Fang Xiu today. Although your talent in beast royalty is not as good as mine, it's not bad either. Fang Xiu explained. Li Qingqing. At the painting exhibition, you also participated in the Imperial Beast refining heart diagram, and your grandfather and Che Xian are still old friends who went to war together. Since you want to train disciples, why didn't you choose you? Even if your talent isn't as good as mine, what's wrong with accepting one more disciple? Plus that disciple acceptance contract. It always feels a bit strange. Maybe I'm just overly concerned. Saying that, Fang Xiu shrugged his shoulders. Li Qingqing, however, had a black line on her face. Isn't it just that the talent is a little better than me? Do I need to say it twice? This Fang Xiu, too detestable. But as hateful as it was, Li Qingqing also seriously pondered over Fang Xiu's words. Although she could accept the fact that Che Xian did not accept herself as a disciple, after Fang Xiu said so, she also felt strange. Why would Master Che Xian not accept himself as a disciple? She herself had been the #1 junior high school student for 3 years, and her midterm scores were #1 in the entire city. The Imperial Beast is also a phantom beast species. If it wasn't for the opponent's foul in the freshman exchange match, he could definitely beat Li Jin out. Thinking of this, Li Qingqing directly took out her cell phone and called home. Fang Xiu followed suit and perked up his ears. However, when Li Qingqing asked about her grandfather's situation, her father immediately changed the subject, telling Li Qingqing to focus on preparing for this He Jiangzhou League and perform well. Then, he even hung up the phone directly, citing the reason that the signal was not good. Putting down the phone, Li Qingqing and Fang Xiu gazed at each other. It feels like something is wrong. Li Qingqing was the first to speak. There was definitely something going on here. However, Li Qingqing also felt that her old man was right. The Black River State League was just around the corner. If Fang Xiu didn't win the championship, when the time came, not only would Che Xian terminate the contract, he would also have to compensate for the breach of contract. It was indeed imperative to improve the Imperial Beast's practical combat ability before it was too late. Continue training. Li Qingqing stood up from the grass. After some rest, she had also regained her vigor. As for her grandfather's and Che Xian's past, she decided to investigate properly after she returned from the Black River State League. Li Qingqing crossed her arms and greeted Fang Xiu's alien to come over to accompany her. Indeed, Fang Xiu thought in his heart, thinking that even if it was an investigation, it wasn't urgent for these few days. It was still time to hurry up and let the alien sword saint adapt to the explosion. As the days passed, 7 or 8 days passed. Fang Xiu and the others temporarily left Che Xian's home and returned to school to take the midterm exams. There was naturally nothing to say about the Imperial Beasts. Their Imperial Beast achievements were already the top existence in Crane City #1 Middle School. Now that they had both Master Che Xian's guidance and an alien to serve as a companion, their strength had also skyrocketed. The general knowledge class has a specialized teacher who comes over to give them one-on-one highlights and lectures. This midterm exam was handled very easily. Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and Chen Fan, respectively, included 1, 2, 3, and 4 good grades in the whole school. The moment the midterm exam results came out, Zhang Yu was even more excited. Even when the homeroom teachers of other classes saw him, they would cast envious and jealous gazes. Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing, how come they were all assigned to the second class? Inside the second classroom, after Zhang Yu read out the results of this midterm exam, he called Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing to go to the office with him. Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing looked at each other and understood in their hearts. Black River State League, here it comes. Chapter 128, Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Sect. After a period of hard training, it was finally the day when the Black River State League kicked off. Zhang Yu brought Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing to his office, and physical education teacher Zhang Panpan, as well as Class 3 teacher Jiang Chao, Class 6 teacher Li Guosheng, Zhang Shuren, and Chen Fan, arrived one after another. Teacher Zhang Shuren will leave it to you to take good care of him, the third class teacher, Jiang Chao, said as such. Although he and Zhang Yu were not convinced of each other, feeling that Zhang Yu was just luckier than himself to have been assigned such a good seedling as Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing. However, public is public and private is private. He could still distinguish between such reasoning. This time in the Black River State League, Fang Xiu and the others represented Crane City. Regardless of whether it was Jiang Chao or Li Guosheng, they all hoped that they would return triumphantly. Old Zhang, this time it's up to you guys. Li Guosheng patted Zhang Yu's shoulder. Since Chu Xinghe, the first middle school had never taken a decent result. Although the league was divided into Senior Group 1, Senior Group 2, and Senior Group 3, and Ma Wanfeng, Wu Mingjian, and the others in Senior Group 3 were all excellent Imperial Beast Masters as well, but compared to them, Li Guosheng felt that Fang Xiu and the others had a better chance. But no matter what, the other students of the first middle school still had to attend classes and Imperial Beasts normally. It was impossible for the school to find 3 teachers to come over and substitute for them at the same time. So this time, the task of bringing Fang Xiu and the others on an expedition fell on the shoulders of Zhang Yu, Zhang Panpan. Don't worry, old Li. This time it's time for our Crane City to raise its eyebrows. The corners of Zhang Yu's mouth rose as a smug smile surfaced. To say that he was not excited was obviously impossible. As long as he was off work these days, he, the homeroom teacher, couldn't help but run towards Master Che Xian's villa. Watching Fang Xiu and their imperial beast's strength increase by leaps and bounds, Zhang Yu's heart was also filled with anticipation. Speaking of which, should we give the team a name? Zhang Pan proposed after thinking for a while. He had also participated in various competitions when he was in school. In order to increase the cohesion of the team, their teachers would ask them to give the team a name. Zhang Yu also felt that this proposal was good. How about Present Light Squad? Chun Fan hurriedly spoke up, as if he was afraid of being one step behind. Although he had only joined this team by relying on sponsorship, after these days of hard work, he had also gotten a good result of 4th place in midterm. Compared to before, there was a lot of confidence. What do you mean? Li Qingqing frowned slightly, somewhat resistant to the name Chun Fan had given. Present light, shine brilliantly. Chen Fan saw Li Qingqing's somewhat disgusted beautiful eyes. The bottom instantly dissipated a lot. Zhang Shuren, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders. I just can't. I'm not very good at this kind of naming thing. What about you? Li Qingqing directly kicked the ball to Fang Xiu's feet and asked him to think of one. This move made Fang Xiu a bit surprised. With Li Qingqing's character, he thought that Li Qingqing would be more persistent in this matter. After all, as the number 1 person in the past, Li Qingqing had her own pride. Speak, Li Qingqing urged. Am I not thinking about it? Fang Xiu blankly glanced at Li Qingqing, then lowered his head and pondered for a while. The heaven-blasting gang? It didn't feel good. Sitting forgetfulness Dao? A bit weird. Sunny and cheerful big boy? Thinking of this, Fang Xiu subconsciously glanced at Li Qingqing and felt that she wasn't quite able to accept it. Not. With Li Qingqing's character, maybe no matter what she said, she would reject it and then come up with something she thought of, right? Well, it must be like this. Then let's call it Wine Spirit Moon Shadow Sect. Fang Xiu casually said a name. Li Qingqing's expression was dumbfounded. In reality, the reason why she let Fang Xiu say it first was because she wanted to find a random reason to dismiss his team name. Fang Xiu was a royal beast obsessive and was basically uninterested in anything other than royal beasts. What good name could he come up with? It was probably not much different from Chun Fan. Some kind of wild wolf battle team, some kind of overlord tiger, illusory spirit battle team, or something like that. As a result, I didn't expect. The name that Fang Xiu casually said had a hint of poetry. It gave people a feeling of nature, tranquility, and homesickness. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. Li Qingqing repeatedly recited this teammate. Zhang Yu and the others also followed in contemplation. It was indeed very flavorful. A pot of wine among the flowers, drinking alone without a relative, raising a cup to invite the bright moon, and making a trio of shadows. Li Qingqing lightly opened her vermilion lips and couldn't help but recite the poem, using the moon as a friend and expressing her feelings through wine. With the wind and spirit of the moon and shadows, it was quite a kind of open-mindedness and romance in loneliness. Zhang Shuren and Chen Fan also nodded repeatedly. Truly worthy of being a student Fang Xiu. Not only is he good at imperial beasts, even his name is quite poetic. Zhang Shuren praised. Fang Xiu? No, what is this all about? What about raising a cup to invite the moon and turning the shadow into 3? Wind Spirit Moon Shadow is just a modifier for playing games. Good lord, it's still comprehensible like that? Is this the reading comprehension of schoolmasters? Fang Xiu smiled. It's good that you guys like it. Then let's call it this. Li Qingqing nodded. We are the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Sect? Why is it a clan? Qingqing Li liked the name Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, but she was a bit clueless about the zong at the end. It's probably a clan from a novel. Zhang Yu interjected. He remembered that Fang Xiu was fond of reading novels to come, so maybe it was inspired from novels. Like this. Li Qingqing came to a realization and thought that adding a clan would be good. Then let's call it Wine Spirit Moon Shadow Sect. And after determining the name of the squad, the next thing was much simpler. Jiang Chao and Li Guosheng sent Fang Xiu and the others all the way out of the school gate, and the online taxi driver had been waiting here for a long time. As soon as he heard that Fang Xiu and the others were going to participate in the Black River State League, this driver also hurriedly took out fruits from his car and distributed them to everyone, and cheered for Fang Xiu and the few of them. Ma Wanfeng and the others. Aren't they going with us? Fang Xiu was a bit surprised by this. The Black River State League was held once a year and was divided into senior group, and senior group, so he thought that Zhang Yu would find a bus and go over together. As a result, in addition to the four of them, there were only two teachers, Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan. The school leaders also did not come out specifically to see them off. It's not like you guys are from the student council. Zhang Yu could not help but spit it out. The players in the Senior 2 and Senior 3 groups were all people from the student council. Only Fang Xiu and the others, none of them had joined the student council. Since that was the case, why would they want to get involved with the people from the student council? So that's how it is. Fang Xiu nodded slightly. However, Master Che Xian, are you really not going to follow along? Zhang Yu thought for a moment and asked again. Although it was an honor to serve as the coach of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Sex squad, Zhang Yu did not have any experience in leading a team. If he could, he still hoped that Che Xian would be able to travel with him. What's more, it had been Master Che Xian who had been guiding them these days. Was he really not going to accompany them on this journey? After all, Master Che Xian is leggy, and he doesn't seem to have much interest in this kind of thing. Fang Xiu replied. Chapter 129 Penultimate +1. Indeed. Zhang Yu nodded slightly. Che Xian was at least a national-level Imperial Beastmaster, and to be able to guide Fang Xiu and the others for free for so many days was already a great favor. Other than Fang Xiu being a probationary disciple and Li Qingqing's grandfather being an old friend of Che Xian, everyone else had nothing to do with Che Xian. And since the place where the Black River State League was held was not in Crane City, it was only human for Che Xian to be unwilling to follow the trip. Fang Xiu, on the other hand, noticed that this online taxi driver opened his navigation and searched for a route to Jiacheng before he stepped on the gas. Fang Xiu? Aren't you dropping us off at the station? Driving there directly? Fang Xiu was a bit surprised. What was this? A self-driving trip? It's too unlicensed, isn't it? In the era of Universal Imperial Beasts where technology was so advanced, not to mention teleports and helicopters, at least one should take a commercial high-speed train. Jia City is right next door to Crane City. Why take a high-speed train when you can take a car? And we are 6 people, the car is only more than 300, if the high-speed rail business seat, the thousands. Zhang Yu broke his fingers and counted with Fang Xiu, just like an Iron Chicken public appearance. No, brother Yu, this kind of traveling expenses, usually the school will reimburse, right? Is that necessary? Fang Xiu couldn't help but spit it out. He thought that he was already stingy, but he didn't expect this Zhang Yu to be even more exaggerated than himself. Also, isn't this league at the state level, where colleges and universities from every city will participate? Why is it being held in Haching? Jia City was the state capital city of Hejiang Prefecture. Not only did it have the largest land area, but education, medical care, all of it was the best. Because of the discovery of the entrance to the Imperial Beast Realm, Jia City had become a key city for development in one fell swoop, and the yearly allocation was also very exaggerated. You still have the nerve to say it, this time, in order to support you guys to participate in the league, not only did they make an exception for you guys to mutate, they also allocated $2 million for you guys to customize your equipment. This matter naturally caused dissatisfaction from the student council, so this time, the reimbursement was cancelled, allowing us to use $2 million of that payment. However, when Fang Xiu and the others were customizing their equipment, they didn't even think about saving money. No, even the remaining portion of the money had allowed Fang Xiu to use it to expand the Imperial Beast space. Based on this and that, Zhang Yu could only pay out of his own pocket. Of course, it was how to save money. What's more, Jiacheng is right next door to Crane City. It's just over an hour to drive there. Zhang Yu explained. Haching was said to be a city, but the area of the 6 urban areas was very small, adding up to not as big as the Nangang district of Haching. So the journey to Jia City was shorter than expected. As for why this time the Hejiang State League would be held in Jiacheng, there are 2 main reasons. Jiacheng's economic strength is ranked 4th in the Hejiang State, after the Royal 3 of Ha City, Qing City, and Kizil City. So they have the strength to organize the league. As for the likes of Crane City, Shuangshan City, Chuni City, etc., their economic strength wasn't that strong, so naturally, they had the intention to do so. The second reason is also still economic. The Black River State League, once a year as the top college league in our state, it naturally gets a lot of attention. In addition to the TV station that will broadcast the whole game, the people of each city in the Black River State will also buy tickets to come to the site to watch. Then, having come, shall we not have some fun, eat and drink before we leave? It can both generate revenue for the organizers and stimulate local consumption. So now, if the league keeps letting Haching host it, it will cause resources to flow towards Haching, and over time, the economic strength of the other cities in Hejiang Prefecture will decline. And we, Black River State, do not advocate the centralization of resources, so every year, a different city will be in charge of the league tournaments. In addition to the 4 cities that Zhang Yu said, Mutant City, Sui City, and Heihe City, all had the strength to organize the league. Relatively, the colleges in these 7 cities are also the strongest, so they don't have to participate in the group stage. Zhang Yu smoothly explained the rules of the tournament to Fang Xiu. Crane City, if you lift the city, can't even. Zhang Shuren raised his eyebrows, then glanced at Chun Fan. Crane City's economic strength, it shouldn't be that bad, right? Like Chun Fan, wasn't his family very resourceful? If they united everyone and put their hearts into one place, wouldn't they be able to do it? It's not as simple as you think. Zhang Yu sighed. Actually, the problem with resources is not the most serious. Let's take the audience for example. The Hejiang Prefecture League spectator stands, generally ranging from 20,000 to 100,000, with so many people flooding into a city, how can they be arranged? How can they be dispatched? In case someone has an accident in Crane City, that would undoubtedly be a very serious blow to Crane City's reputation. Although it's true that we can rely on the Black River State League to generate revenue, but the risk of resisting pressure also needs to be borne. We don't have that strength. Saying 1,000 words, some things are not as easy as imagined. Just how to make 20,000 people sit together without quarreling or fighting was enough to keep the organizers on their toes. So, our Crane City, how much does it rank in terms of strength in Hejiang Prefecture? Zhang Shuren pondered for a moment and asked curiously. Second from the bottom, I guess. Zhang Yu replied. Second from the bottom? Fang Xiu thought it would be the bottom one. Good fellow. There were even more crotch pullers than He Cheng. Whose ministry was this? Then who is the penultimate? Fang Xiu couldn't help but ask. Chuani City. Zhang Yu's eyebrows, which had been wrinkled for a long time, finally stretched a bit. Thanks to Chuani City, Crane City was at least not at the bottom. However, although Chuani City is at the bottom of the list, that is because Chuani City has other meanings, and the Hejiang Prefecture does not have any expectations for them. This made it so that there was a reason why Chuani City was at the bottom of the list. What significance? Chuani City is the largest forestry city in China, with 83% forest coverage. There are 702 rivers alone, and it has the largest virgin forest in the world. It is truly the forestry capital of China. Zhang Yu explained. It had to be said that this number made even Fang Xiu a little surprised. I didn't expect that this tiny Hejiang Prefecture, this tiny Chuani City, could even have a world's best? Wait, 83%? Wouldn't that mean that only 17% of the land in Chuani City is habitable? This. Fang Xiu raised his sword brows. So our Crane City is still the penultimate? Although it was nominally the penultimate, Fang Xiu felt as if he was still losing. It was. Jiangzhou didn't even intend to develop Chuani City. Just honestly maintain the primitive forest and be done with it. Zhang Yu also lowered his head. So now you know why the leaders of Haching First Middle School don't expect anything from us. Ostensibly second to last, but actually first to last. Anyone else would not be able to hold any expectations for their league results. Chapter 130 Tactical Discussion for the Group Match +2. Finding out that Crane City was ranked almost last in Hejiang Prefecture, both Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan could not help but feel a bit lost. However, thinking about it from another angle, since everyone doesn't expect anything from us, doesn't that mean there's no pressure? Anyway, we're at the bottom of the table, so whatever we play is up. Seeing that the atmosphere in the car was a bit low, Fang Xiu whirled around and spoke. Well said, old brother. The driver uncle couldn't help but open his mouth at this time as well. He was also from Haching and would pay attention to the Black River State League every year. Seeing that Fang Hua wasn't deeply shocked by this, and was instead in a smooth mood, he couldn't help but appreciate Fang Hua a little more. You still have the heart to comfort others here now? Li Qingqing snorted delicately. It was clear that Fang Xiu was the one who should be the most anxious. Zhang Shuren or Qin Fan, it didn't matter if they couldn't get a ranking. Only Fang Xiu would not only have his contract terminated by Master Che Xian, but also have to pay compensation. It was clear that he was the one under the most pressure, yet he had to comfort others in turn. It's not exactly comforting. It's just that many times, it's the useless people in the eyes of the world that accomplish something. Fang Xiu shook his head slightly. These days everyone is working hard to become stronger. It's enough for the competition to play normally. Fang Xiu did not feel any pressure. This was because he believed that everyone from the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect would be able to show those people how powerful Crane City was. Moreover, Fang Xiu had enough confidence in his own alien. Brother Yu, since there are 7 cities whose colleges don't have to participate in the group stage, there's only one spot in the group stage? Fang Xiu was still clear about how many cities there were in the Black River State. Putting aside the 7 cities that Zhang Yu had mentioned, there were still Crane City, Shuangshan City, Chuani City, and Jishi City left. That's right. Zhang Yu nodded. There's no need to mention Chuani City. Even though they're down in first place because of some other significance, the population base is small and their colleges aren't very strong. In the past leagues, they didn't even have a fantasy beast species. In Zhang Yu's opinion, Chuani City had nothing to worry about. The key is Shuangshan City and Jishi City. Their overall strength is above ours, so pay some attention to them. Zhang Yu said as such. This is nothing to worry about, right? Zhang Shuren spoke. As the bottom 4 of the Black River State, the elder brother did not speak of the second brother. Everyone's combined strength could only be said to be half a caddy. And Fang Xiu was a rare imperial beast genius. His talent was no less than the monsters in Hassan Middle School, so there should be nothing wrong with getting out of the group stage, right? Indeed, Zhang Yu did not deny this view. But don't forget, guys, our goal is not simply to get out of the group. Rather, it's for the ranking or even champion. Although when analyzing the 11 cities' comprehensive strength rankings, Crane City was second on the surface and first in reality, comprehensive strength did not represent this time's Imperial Beast results. What if? Not to mention the fact that there was Fang Xiu, a demon, Zhang Yu did not take the group stage seriously in his heart. Their targets were those really strong schools. Only, when Zhang Yu said the champion, it startled the driver uncle. He subconsciously stepped on the brakes, and Fang Xiu and the others swayed with him. Big brother driver, are you all right? Fang Xiu couldn't help but spit out. No, it's fine. Uncle driver wiped his sweat. Champions, you guys are really daring. However, there is ambition. The driver uncle had thought that these dolls, at best, would be pointing their swords at the top 4. I didn't expect that they would even dare to fantasize about the championship. They really dared to think and do. Zhang Panpan, who had not spoken much, took over Zhang Yu's words. Those strong schools not only have students as demonic as Fang Xiu. Behind them, there are even professional analysts and coaches. If we expose our imperial beasts too early, we might be analyzed by their analysts to find out the cracks, and in that case, our play behind us will be strained. So now, for this group stage, we're going to kill our way out without exposing our cards as much as possible. After saying that, Zhang Panpan's sight landed on Fang Xiu. Li Qingqing and the others also seemed to have realized something and looked at Fang Xiu. What does Brother Panpan mean is that the group stage will be handed over to me? Fang Xiu was a bit surprised. He had thought that this time the match would be like the last match of the freshman exchange tournament, where he would be allowed to be the big general. Aha! Zhang Panpan, on the other hand, said decisively. The footage of your match from the freshman exchange tournament has already been transmitted online, and once you advance from the group stage, the other schools will surely study your imperial beasts. But because the mutation was so successful this time, all of your imperial beasts have had heaven and earth turned upside down. This makes their intelligence current. Qingqing, Shuren, and Chun Fan. You are all single imperial beasts. On the contrary, it's Fang Xiu who has a wide variety of aliens and is not weak. This time, the group stage is a round-robin tournament, and we're going to take turns with the other 3 schools. The winner takes 1 point. If one of the schools can get 3 points, then they will directly advance to the final 8. On the contrary, if all of them have 2 wins and 1 loss, then they will have to play extra matches. Based on such rules, I think that giving the group stage to Fang Xiu is the optimal solution. Zhang Panpan analyzed. In fact, not only Zhang Panpan, Rao Zhang Yu also felt that this was better. But there are risks. Worried that Li Qingqing and the others would have a gap in their hearts, Zhang Panpan also hastened to add. That is that Fang Xiu's imperial beasts, alien queen, alien sword saint, and alien sorcerer, all of them are disabled. If Fang Xiu loses in this situation, you guys will have to ensure advancement. Qingqing Li and the others exchanged glances. No matter what, everyone was a team. Their true goal was the championship this time around. I have no problem with that. Qingqing Li said with a serious face. This time, I will be the ace of wind, spirit, moon, shadow. I have no problem with it either. Chen Fan followed closely. Although this meant that if the imperial beasts had to be exposed, then Fang Xiu's elite alien could not be prioritized. Zhang Shuren and Chen Fan, naturally, became team victims. However, as long as they could advance to the top 8, Chen Fan was willing to be that sacrifice. I'm fine with it too. Zhang Shuren smiled. But with Brother Fang's strength, I'm afraid it's not going to be a case of picking 12. In Zhang Shuren's opinion, the first semester of the first year of high school, it was very difficult to have a chance to mutate. Haching First Middle School this time was also considered a desperate attempt. If everyone didn't have a mutation, then Fang Xiu's alien guard would definitely be a T0 level imperial beast in the group stage. 1 against 12, it wasn't impossible. And just as everyone confirmed the tactics for this group match, Fang Xiu's cell phone suddenly vibrated. Fang Xiu immediately opened his phone, only to see a message from his friend whose note was Mom. Go son. Transfer 3,000 renminbi. Chapter 131. First Imperial Beasts bring later Imperial Beasts plus 3 more. After more than an hour's drive, Fang Xiu and the others finally arrived at Jia City. Although Zhang Yu chose to save money on transportation, he was not at all vague on the issue of accommodation. The hotel booked for Fang Xiu's several people was also a 4-star hotel with a better reputation in Jiacheng, and it was also relatively close to the competition venue, only 3.7 kilometers away, so whether it was to take the subway or take a taxi there, it was all very convenient. It was just that what Zhang Yu did not expect was that just when he got off the car to pay, the driver uncle actually refused. Consider it as a support for you. If you still need to use the car when you come back, just call this number. While saying this, the driver uncle took out a business card and stuffed it into Zhang Yu's hand. And when he left, he still did not forget to cheer for Fang Xiu and the others. Go for it, Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Sect. Looking at the vehicle that the driver uncle left, Fang Xiu couldn't help but feel emotional. This world, there are still many good people. That's for sure, let's go. Zhang Yu's heart was also quite emotional. Although Crane City was only a small place, the people were relatively simple, and he had always liked Crane City. If he could really win the Black River State League this time, it would really be a glory for his hometown. The hotel that Zhang Yu found is not luxurious, but it is also quite clean and hygienic. Each person is a separate room. Not only is there a bathtub, massage chairs, the space inside is also very large, and there is a small piece of terrace outside the balcony, so that you can have a glimpse of the green scenery of the hotel's yard. Not only is there a buffet served in the morning, noon, and night, there is also a free gym. Only after placing his carry-on luggage in the room did Zhang Yu gather everyone once again. The group stage starts tomorrow at 5 p.m. Our task today is to rest well and recuperate. While saying this, Zhang Yu distributed the competition cards to Fang Xiu and the others, telling them to take good care of them and never lose them. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, will it be too late? Zhang Shuren asked with some confusion. This time of the competition is also to increase the ratings. Zhang Yu explained. Although the match was scheduled on a Saturday and Sunday, not all jobs in Hejiang State had double holidays. With the players arriving at 5 o'clock and then the pre-match activities, the real match would not start until almost 6 o'clock, which just happened to be the time when the working people got off work. Sort of prime time for ratings. The Black River State League is held once a year, so naturally the TV stations won't let go of the ratings. Fang Xiu nodded slightly, and in his heart, he couldn't help but look forward to this league. However, although this hotel provided a buffet, it couldn't talk about how delicious it was. In order for Fang Xiu and the others to be able to relax properly, Zhang Yu still paid out of his own pocket and took them out for a big meal. On the way back, there was another shopping mall. Even at night, Zhang Yu still didn't forget to take them to the Sherdai night market to eat and shop. Since coming to this world, it was the first time that Fang Xiu had left the matter of the imperial beasts behind and relaxed himself wholeheartedly. By the time he returned to the hotel, it was already 10 o'clock at night. So Fang Xiu simply took a hot bath before going to bed. By the time Fang Xiu woke up again, it was already 9 in the morning the next day. Yawn. Fang Xiu sat on the bed, feeling that his muscles and bones were much more comfortable. Knock, knock, knock. Not long after, a knock came from outside the door. Are you up yet, Fang Xiu? Brother Yu. Fang Xiu got down from the bed, wearing only a pair of pajama pants. The upper half of his body was completely exposed to the air. Not only was Fang Xiu's figure erect and slender, the muscles on his body were even more distinct. Not a bad figure. Zhang Yu held his chin and couldn't help but admire it. Right? Zhang Yu took out a document from his bag and handed it to Fang Xiu. What is this? Fang Xiu could not help but be dumbfounded. It couldn't be that participating in the Black River State League also required signing some kind of contract, right? This is the rules of the competition. I've already made a few copies and sent them to Qingqing before coming over. Fang Xiu roughly swept a glance. The document that Zhang Yu brought over was about 5 or 6 pages. So many? He remembered that when the freshman exchange tournament was held, there weren't any rules. Even that guy Li Jin was able to interfere with the committee halfway through, making them target the number of imperial beasts they had. This? Zhang Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of shame. The self at that time should have helped Fang Xiu argue his case. The Black River State League is at least a formal imperial beast tournament that is going to be on TV. Naturally, it is not comparable to the kind of freshman exchange tournament in Crane City. Zhang Yu explained. Registration. Fang Xiu scanned the contents. It stated that every participating imperial beast master had to register their imperial beasts in advance. Each person could register a maximum of 3 per match. As the name implied, the group stage, quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals all had to register their imperial beast lists once individually. Only the registered imperial beasts were allowed to appear. During each match, one may not change the imperial beasts midway, only after defeating the opponent. Fang Xiu raised his sword brows. This also meant that his alien sea tactics were banned again. Isn't it said that the number of imperial beasts represents the strength of the imperial beast master? Fang Xiu asked in confusion. It couldn't be that the organizing committee of the Black River State League had deliberately targeted his own xenomorphs after seeing them, right? What are you thinking? Zhang Yu couldn't help but spit out. You think everyone is a villain like Li Jin? This rule was in place a long time ago. As you know, the resources of the colleges and universities in Hejiang State are not equal. And in the past, Hasan Middle School had used the tactic of the Sea of Imperial Beasts based on the strength of its own resources, resulting in some schools that simply had no means to counteract it. Both for the sake of fairness and to give other schools a chance to counteract, the organizing committee set up such a rule after some thought. This way, some imperial beast masters with limited resources don't have to increase the number of imperial beasts just for the sake of it. After all, the college entrance exam was different from the league. There was no need for the candidates to fight against each other before, so many candidates would concentrate on breeding a single imperial beast in order to get good grades on the college entrance exam. It was only schools like Hasanzhong that could do anything for a competition. So it's like this? Fang Xiu suddenly realized. Although the number of his own aliens could be described as terrifying, Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and Chen Fan all had only one imperial beast. If they didn't set up such a rule, they wouldn't have any chance of winning against those students who didn't lack resources. Fang Xiu read through all the rules, but he didn't find anything unfair. Even on the contrary, this rule was more like targeting colleges and universities like Haqing and Qingqing that had more developed educational resources. Hasn't Ha Third Middle School ever protested? Fang Xiu asked curiously. From a certain perspective, such a rule was rather not that fair. Without such a rule, the imperial beast gap between children from resourceful families and children from non-resourceful families would only grow wider and wider, thus leading to those with resources being able to obtain more resources. This is not the intent of the policy of imperial beasts for all. Fu Xiaoduan advocates open source and agrees that imperial beasts first leads to imperial beasts later, however, in order to avoid someone from monopolizing the imperial beast resources in turn after imperial beasts first. That's why he has set up many rules. Zhang Yu's tone was also filled with respect as he uttered these words. It was only a pity that there were always people in this world that wanted to block the path of the later imperial beasts after the first imperial beasts had risen up. They hated to eat up all the imperial beast resources alone. Chapter 132 Jade Jiao Ferry. After reading through the rules of this Black River State League match, Fang Xiu also figured out the schedule. 4 teams would play a round-robin tournament, and with no extra matches, they would have to play all 6 matches. The first team to get 3 points could directly advance to the final 8. After everything was ready, Zhang Yu purposely took Fang Xiu and the others to the Hai Di Liao to have a feast. After all, in a small place like Haqing, there was no Heidaleo. Only when it was around 3:30 p.m. did Zhang Yu bring Fang Xiu and his group to the Jiachang Imperial Beast Gymnasium. This stadium was a closed design, and only 500 spectators could sit inside the arena. Compared to Crane City's Imperial Beast Stadium, this place was only a quarter of the size. Isn't it said that Jiacheng is very economically powerful? Why does it feel like this gymnasium is so ordinary? Zhang Shuren, who walked into the gymnasium, couldn't help but spit it out. Even in his opinion, although this Imperial Beast's gymnasium was clean and tidy, and all the configurations that should be there were pulled together, the decoration style was a bit old. After all, it's just a group stage match, and although there will be TV stations coming over to broadcast it, the colleges participating in the group stage match are all from small, relatively backward towns in the Hejiang prefecture, so naturally, they don't get much attention. Honestly speaking, just these 500 seats alone may not even be filled. Fang Xiu listened to Zhang Yu's explanation, and in his heart, he remembered the LOL Global Finals that he had watched before. Before the start of the Swiss round, there would also be group stage matches, where the teams were either the fourth seed of the region, or from the wildcard regions where the competitive level was backward. So, our positioning in the Black River State League is the so-called wildcard region, right? Even if we go as far as the top 8, no one will have expectations for us. Fang Xiu smiled. This was the position of the week. What about the sophomore-senior group? Zhang Shuren asked curiously, since just now, he could see students from other schools, one after another, walking into this Imperial Beast Stadium. However, he did not see the sophomore and junior students of Crane City First High School. Their matches aren't on the same day as ours. First the senior year's matches, then the sophomore group, and the senior group. After all, the ratings of the Black River State League have always been good. Group stage 8 into 4 semifinals and finals, each group would take 2 weeks, and it would take almost a month and a half for all 3 groups to play. What's wrong? Zhang Yu frowned, only to see Zhang Shuren's 2 eyes staring like copper bells, and saliva spilling out from the corners of his mouth. This fellow, what did he see? For a while, Zhang Yu, Chen Fan, Fang Xiu, Zhang Panpan, and Li Qingqing all followed Zhang Shuren's line of sight as well, only to see that, on the other passage, 2 girls were walking. One of them was dressed in a white Chinese dress, her cloud temples lightly pulled back, her sleeves fluttering, holding a verdant jade shao in her hand, as if she was a fairy walking down from the clouds. And the girl parallel to her is a pink lowly dress, above peach blossom plain, a head of black hair tied into a double ponytail, looks very lively not to mention. The girl left shoulder is also lying on a drowsy pink cat, give a person to bring extremely strong visual impact. However, what truly attracted Zhang Shuren, however, was the girl in white. It wasn't even an exaggeration to say that under the lowly girl's peach blossom pink dress, there was quite a mood of a peach blossom with a human face. So much so that Zhang Shuren couldn't help but wonder if he was hallucinating and hastily rubbed his eyes. However, this white-clothed maiden was by no means the type to be seen at first glance. The more carefully Zhang Shuren examined it, the more he could not see a single flaw on the girl's body. In particular, the tear mole that dotted the girl's cheeks made her peach blossom eyes appear to be full of emotion. How could there be such a woman in this world? Zhang Shuren rolled his throat and nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Zhang Shuren was not the only one. Chun Fan's eyes were also focused on the girl, unable to move away. Almost every boy who passed by stopped and stopped. Shuren, I suddenly understand a saying. Chun Fan couldn't even blink his eyes. Love doesn't know what it's all about, and once you're in love with it. Chun Fan was like a poet reciting the words. Hey, you guys are enough. Li Qingqing, on the other hand, had a black line on her face. Good guy, have their teammates never seen a woman before? Zhang Lao. However, just as Li Qingqing reminded teacher Zhang Yu to teach these 2 guys a good lesson, she suddenly realized that not only her own piggy teammates, but even Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan actually looked dumbfounded for a moment. That feeling was like not having seen a girl for more than 10 years. Hey! Li Qingqing was furious and stomped her feet. It's too much. Are you guys here to participate in the competition? Or have you come over to look at the girls? Fang Xiu. Li Qingqing called out Fang Xiu's name. Who said that a man's ambition should be like the Yangtze River, running east to the sea? Why should he harbor in a gentle land? You haven't met anyone who makes your heart flutter, right? Qingqing, did you say that cat is an imperial beast? Fang Xiu didn't expect Li Qingqing to spit on himself, but his focus wasn't really on that white girl. Although that young girl's appearance was indeed extraordinary, what did it have to do with himself? On the contrary, the cat on that lowly girl's shoulder was a nice pink color, and the cat's head was 1/2 the size of her body. Weight at least also have a 20 to 30 pounds. No matter how you look at it, it is not like an ordinary pet cat. But it was lying on the girl's shoulder, but it was very stable, even comfortable drowsy. This meant that the girl was walking quite smoothly. However, her height was half a head shorter than the girl in white, and she was still wearing a pair of 8-centimeter high lowly shoes, while on the contrary, the girl in white was a pair of flat-soled work tracks. From the result of visual inspection, the net height of this lowly girl, also 1 meter 6'2", more than 80 pounds, carrying 20 to 30 pounds of cats, but as if walking on the ground, breathing without wheezing. There's only one possibility: they are very strong imperial beast masters. Maybe it will be our strong enemy in the group stage this time. Fang Xiu analyzed softly. In fact, ever since he entered this imperial beast gymnasium, Fang Xiu would notice students from other schools from time to time. However, those people were nothing more than mediocre in his eyes. When you say it like that, Li Qingqing sniffed and then reacted. Yes, who is a good person who can carry such a big cat and still not get tired? There is also that white girl, that a hanbok of superior quality, not only with solid materials, handmade is excellent, especially embroidered on the top of the pattern, but also highlights the noble atmosphere. Even the belt used to fasten this Chinese dress is not an ordinary silk, but a white and flawless white jade belt. Li Qingqing, as a schoolmaster, had always been good at history. Just that one Chinese white jade buckle, if it is placed in the ancient China, non-regular third grade cannot wear. There is also the jade shao in her hand, emerald green color, bright and even, not with a trace of color, gloss like glass but also transparent as ice. Just this dress up, afraid that there is not a few million, simply cannot come down. Hiss. In a flash, even Li Qingqing could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Are they looking over? Zhang Shuren whirled around and exclaimed. Chapter 133: The Middle 2-year-old Girl and the Miao Heavenly Emperor? Could it be that I'm talking too loudly? Zhang Shuren didn't expect those two girls to look directly over, and for a moment he felt nervous. Should we go over and ask for a contact? Chun Fan put his heart on the line. The Black River State League would not start until 5 o'clock, and those who could come over here now were either participating students or insiders. Although those two girls had excellent temperament, from the looks of their faces, they were only 16 or 17 years old, so they should be the same as them, students who came to participate in the tournament. It wasn't too much to ask for a contact information, right? However, just as Chun Fan gathered his courage and prepared to walk over, two boys surrounded them first. They were both around 1 meter 8 in height, wearing blue and white school uniforms, obviously like Fang Xiu and the others. They were all students who had come to participate in this competition. Miss, do you want to add a Tengxin friend? I'm Shindaheo from Shuangshan City No. 1 Middle School. I'm an illusory beast species royal beast master. You're also here to participate in the Hejiang State League, aren't you? If you are interested in imperial beasts, we can go to my room. I will teach you all. Although Shindaheo was a bit shorter than the white-clothed girl, he exuded great confidence as a person. His family was well off and he was an illusory beast species imperial beast master, a first-class top 10 seedling. Moreover, in terms of overall strength, Twin Mountain City was one of the strongest in this group stage. Damn it! Being shortchanged. Zhang Shuren gritted his teeth. Just by being just one step slower, he was accosted by someone else first. So hateful. Come on. Just by you, there's no chance. Li Qingqing glanced at Zhang Shuren. That white-clothed girl's entire body, not a single piece of her costume was cheap. At the very least, she was a rich lady. The people chasing after her could probably all be lined up from Jia City to Crane City. It's better to die of this heart. Li Qingqing even felt in her heart that even Chen Fan, the richest among them, was far inferior to this white-clothed girl. It was better not to ask for trouble. However, it's not good to just watch like this. Chen Fan was a little hesitant. When she was stopped by those two boys, a trace of contempt flashed through the beautiful eyes of that white girl, obviously not wanting to be accosted. If he did the opposite and stepped in to help out, he might be able to gain favor. Are you all right? Li Qingqing, on the other hand, was somewhat speechless. Although this Chun Fan was a bit taller and more handsome than that Shindaheo, what made him think that he could be a hero to save a beauty? However, although Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan were both severely spat on by Li Qingqing, they did not turn around and leave. Forget it. It's better for me to go. Zhang Yu hesitated slightly. No matter what, he could be a teacher. Seeing girls from other schools being harassed, it was only right to go over and scold them. But when Zhang Yu walked over, the white girl raised her sleeves and waved her hand. signaling Shindeheo to stay away from them. Shindeheo, who was holding his cell phone, could not help but be stunned. He just wanted to add a friend, but he was belittled. The most important thing was that the eyes of many passersby were focused over. If it was an ordinary person, they might have just left. However, this Shindeheo was the strongest in Shuangshan City, and his imperial beast was even a very rare species of phantom beast. From childhood to adulthood, no one would not call him a genius. There are countless girls who have fallen for him. It is not even an exaggeration to say that in just over 2 months, the senior girls in the first high school of Shuangshan City, as long as their face value is passable, he basically has had fish in water. It was a sea king in the true sense of the word. Hey, I told you to get on the side. Didn't I hear you? The pink-skirted girl on the side also couldn't help but open her mouth. She didn't care that this Shindeheo was the school bully of that school. What's so great about a phantom beast species? What's so great about a phantom beast species? Shindeheo's face sank. That white-clothed girl belittled him as a royal beast genius, even if it's not enough. Now it's even more so that he was said that illusory beast seed is nothing great.
Hehehe.
It's true that the illusory beast seed is nothing great. But it's better than a regular breed of trash like you. As he spoke, Shindeheo deliberately glared at the cat on the pink-skirted girl's shoulder with a look of contempt. Although he didn't know that these 2 girls were students of that school, the fact that they were able to put the regular species of cat on their shoulders was enough to show that they didn't have much talent for imperial beasts. You 2 can't be the trash of Tsuruga Castle, can you? Humph. Shindeheo let out a cold snort. That's just it. There's no need to have a general understanding with the trash of Crane City. Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing. Originally it was just a hilarious scene to watch. Good lord, who did we invite and mess with in Huqing First Middle School? Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, who had spat at Zhang Shuren and Chun Fan a moment ago not to see a female on top, was also gritting her teeth at this moment. This Shindeheo going over to accost them had nothing to do with them. But to say that Crane City was trash, that just wasn't okay. Aha! Fang Xiu answered, although he had a feeling of lying down, but being inexplicably called trash, he wouldn't be indifferent. What did you just say about Crane City? Fang Xiu took big steps up, his voice low, questioning Shindeheo. Another one? Shindeheo raised his eyebrows, instantly reacting that they might be a group.
Hehehe. What?
Come over to come out strong for your goddess. Beware of being cuckolded by the golden master, bro. Those who like to wear hanfu and loli are the easiest to find a gold master. Shindeheo glared fiercely at Fang Xiu, his mouth still unforgiving. On the contrary, it was his companion, who did not expect things to suddenly get big, hurriedly came over to pull his clothes. Let's hurry over to gather. The competition will start in a while. However, this Shindeheo didn't care about the gathering. He was the strongest in Shuangshan City. He pushed his companion away, and then he took out his royal beast space card. The flavor of gunpowder in the air became even stronger. The pink-skirted girl didn't expect Fang Xiu to come over, and she didn't recognize this Fang Xiu either. However, she didn't expect to have boys come to stand up for her. What did you just say about my Miao Heavenly Emperor? The pink-skirted girl lowered her voice, and the pink-colored cat that had been lying drowsily on her shoulder suddenly opened its eyes, staring dead at this Shindeheo. Meow. Sky. Emperor. Poof. Hearing the name of the pink-skirted girl's imperial beast, Shindeheo even couldn't help but laugh out loud. This pair of girls, they were really middle-aged. Meow Heavenly Emperor? What was this guy thinking? But in the next second, the imperial beast called Meow Heavenly Emperor instantly disappeared from the pink-skirted girl. Hey! Shindeheo, watch out! Seeing that the situation was not right, Shindeheo's classmates hurriedly spoke out to warn him, only to see Meow Heavenly Emperor leaping up in the air. His pink cat paw clenched into a fist, then punched at Shindeheo's face. Heavenly Emperor Overlord Fist. The pink-skirted girl even chirped in tandem. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, Meow Heavenly Emperor's fist directly set into Shindeheo's big face. Then, Shindeheo's feet left the ground, and his entire body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. Deheo? Shindeheo's classmates were startled, but they could only watch as he crashed headfirst into the wall, unconscious. Chapter 134. This fairy's Dao name is Bei Xian plus one more. This Shindeheo stood at a height of 1 meter 8, and his muscles were also very strong, conservatively estimated to weigh 90 kilograms, but as a result, he was sent flying by Meow Heavenly Emperor with a single punch. it can be seen that this regular species of imperial beast is far from being as simple as it looks. It was the name Miao Heavenly Emperor that was full of middle-aged two winds. Deheo, Deheo. Shin Deheo's classmate took 3 steps and hurried over. Seeing that Shin Deheo was unconscious, he didn't dare to stay here any longer and threw down Shin Deheo and ran to call someone. The pink-skirted girl clapped her hands and also intentionally spat out her tongue towards Shin Deheo. See if you dare to underestimate the regular species in the future. Humph. Then, the pink-skirted girl turned her head to notice Fang Xiu. Only when she saw Fang Xiu's sword brows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome face, the pink-skirted maiden's eyes that had been disdainful a moment before instantly converged, and the Miao Heavenly Emperor that had flown out quickly returned to the pink-skirted maiden's shoulder, as if nothing had happened. Fang Xiu glanced at the fainted Shin Deheo. He wasn't a fan of things like heroes rescuing beauties, and the reason why he had walked over was just that he couldn't stand to see Shin Deheo's behavior of describing Huqing No. 1 middle school as trash. Now that the person had fainted, it was not good to go over and kick him. It was better to wait until the match and teach this guy a lesson. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu instinctively walked back. Wait a minute. The pink-skirted girl didn't expect Fang Xiu to directly leave. The whole person couldn't help but freeze for a moment, then hurriedly spoke out and called out to Fang Xiu. Something's wrong. Fang Xiu whirled around and stopped, glancing back at the pink-skirted maiden. The pink-skirted girl smacked her lips. In the past, when those boys saw the two of them, they would either try their best to be attentive or watch from afar, as if a glance would be less than a glance. But from Fanghua, the pink-skirt girl can't feel that kind of feeling at all. However, this more indifferent attitude of Fang Xiu's, the more it stimulated the competitive character within her. Oh, I see that little brother seemed to want to make a move just now. Wasn't it for the sake of heroically saving the beauty? When the pink-skirted girl spoke, she also deliberately aggravated the tone of the word hero. No. Fang Xiu slightly shook his head. Not? Then why? A trace of doubt flashed in the pink-skirted maiden's eyes. She had thought that this Fang Xiu was trying to heroically save the girls and then ask them for a contact information in the process. If it was an ordinary boy, she would naturally not be able to look at him, much less feel any gratitude. After all, when it came to fighting, her Miao Heavenly Emperor wasn't a vegetarian. But this Fang Xiu indeed had extraordinary looks. Spare her some springtime. Originally intending to give Fang Xiu a step up, who knew that this fellow was this way. Because I am from Huqing First Middle School. Fang Xiu pointed at Shin Deheo, who had collapsed on the side of the road. The implication was that he did not intend to stand up for the two of them. He was just a little dissatisfied with Shin Deheo saying that Huqing No. 1 Middle School was trash. Huqing No. 1 Middle School. The pink-skirted girl bit her lip, but did not expect it to be such an oops. Then you don't want to know who we are? In her opinion, at least a student who could come to participate in the Black River State League, even if the royal beast talent was no matter how bad it was, she should still be able to tell the level of the punch that Miao Heavenly Emperor had just thrown. One should always be curious about the identity of the two of them, right? At the very least, it was time to find out who the opponents were that they were likely to face in the future, right? Not much interest. Fang Xiu said indifferently. It wasn't that Fang Xiu was pretending to be high and mighty, but who they were, what did it have to do with himself? Darn it, you don't want to know. I still have to say it. The pink-skirted girl stomped her feet in anger. It was the first time she had encountered such a difficult fellow as Fang Xiu. It made the always arrogant her feel a hint of frustration. Huqing First Middle School brat. Listen to me carefully. This auntie coughs. This fairy's Dao number is Bei Xian, and this is the famous Jie Jiao fairy, and the most deservedly strongest senior lifetime in the Hejiang Prefecture. The corner of Fairy Bei Xian's mouth rose, revealing an evil smile. Now, one should always know to be afraid. Dao number. However, Fang Xiu's originally bland face instantly surfaced a few black lines. Good guy. Or a middle-aged girl, right? The Dao number all came out. Jie Jiao fairy, Bei Xian fairy. Read less immortal cultivation novels in the future. Fang Xiu shook his head helplessly. He sort of understood why this guy named his imperial beast Miao Heavenly Emperor. He definitely read too many immortal cultivation novels. Can't afford to mess with it, can't afford to mess with it. Fang Xiu waved his hand and took his leave, and even when he left, he intentionally sped up his steps, as if he was afraid of being infected. Fairy Bei Xian also didn't expect Fang Xiu to react this way. Could you Crane City First Middle School? However, Just as Fairy Bei Xian wanted to make a move, the girl she called Fairy Jade Jiao on the side raised her hand and pressed her wrist. Go! This Jade Jiao fairy was as shy as gold, only spitting out a single word before turning around and walking towards the passageway in the other direction. But Bei Xian fairy had wanted to say something else, but she didn't dare to disobey this Jade Jiao fairy. Forget it. We won't see each other again in the future anyway, Fairy Bei Xian muttered, finally glancing at the direction Fang Xiu had left. In the end, the students of Crane City No. 1 High School have never had the qualifications to be our opponents. Shindaheo's classmates who had run away also looked for a teacher to find those two girls just now, but they were still a step too late. By the time they arrived, those two girls had already disappeared. Although they noticed Fang Xiu's side, the teachers of Shuangshan City No. 1 Middle School only looked at them. The competition was going to start in another hour or so, and now was not the time to intensify the conflict. After a bit of planning, this teacher also commanded the other students to carry Shindaheo to the infirmary first. On the other hand, Fang Xiu returned to Li Qingqing and the others together with Zhang Yu. What did you guys just chat about? Zhang Shuren was still pining for Jade Jiao Fairy, and as soon as he saw Fang Xiu return, he couldn't wait to ask, didn't you add a contact? Just two girls who were poisoned by immortal cultivation novels. Fang Xiu couldn't help but spit out. Immortal cultivation novels? What immortal cultivation novel? Zhang Shuren couldn't help but stare. Could it be that Jade-clothed Hanfu was a cosplay of a character from some immortal cultivation novel? Who knows what immortal cultivation novel? Fang Xiu sighed. That girl in the pink dress called her imperial beast Miao Heavenly Emperor and gave herself the Taoist name Bei Xian Fairy. It also said that the girl next to her is called Jade Jiao Fairy and is the strongest senior student in the Black River State. It feels middle-aged. Fang Xiu spat helplessly. But what Fang Xiu didn't expect was that right after his own words fell, Zhang Pan violently widened her eyes in shock. Who did you say? Jade Jiao and Bei Xian are here? Then, Zhang Pan drew in a breath of cold air, as if he had heard some extraordinary news. He turned back violently, but the two girls were no longer to be seen. Chapter 135 Ha San Middle School's Ice Capital 7 Extra. Teacher Zhang knows about them? Zhang Shuren's eyes lit up. When Fang Xiu didn't add those two girls as friends, he still felt it was quite a pity. But looking at Zhang Panpan's posture, he seemed to know the identities of those two girls? Could it be that they also played short videos? Are they famous bloggers? Thinking of this, Zhang Shuren couldn't wait to take out his cell phone, open Douyin, enter the keywords, and search for Jade Jiao Fairy and Bei Xian Fairy. Although there were also girls on Douyin who used the same name ID, one click in and Zhang Shuren knew it wasn't them. Especially that Jade Jiao Fairy. Just that face alone made his heart pound. If it's really that Jade Jiao Fairy, then there's really nothing wrong with the claim of being the strongest senior in Heijiangzhou. Zhang Pan smiled. I just don't know why they came here. What do you mean? They aren't students participating in the league? Li Qingqing asked in disbelief. They are indeed players in the league. They just don't need to start from the group stage. Zhang Pan took a deep breath and then whirled around to point out the identities of these two fairies. They are the students of Ha San Middle School. Along with the name of the school, Ha San Middle School, being said, Zhang Shuren and Chen Fan were all stunned. From Ha San Middle School? Fang Xiu was also surprised in his heart, not expecting that the two girls who were so middle-aged would be students of Ha San Middle School. Well, Ha San Middle School not only has the best educational resources in Heijiang Prefecture, the teachers there are all graduates of the top 10, especially the key class where Yu Xiao and Bei Xian are in. It's said that the physical education teacher who instructs them is a national-level royal beast master. Zhang Pan's words were filled with envy. If she had been able to attend Ha San Middle School back then, she would probably be a teacher at Ha San Middle School now as well. A national-level beast master? Wouldn't that be the same level as Master Che Xian? Chen Fan sucked in a sharp breath of cool air. He was already very content to receive guidance from Master Che Xian these days. He didn't realize that the physical education teacher of Ha San Middle School was directly a national-level royal beast master to start with. Yes. Why don't we say that Ha San Middle School is the best high school in Heijiang Prefecture? Zhang Pan replied. And this class of freshmen is even more impressive. That Yu Xiao Fairy, the eldest granddaughter of the imperial beast Gao family, has had endless resources since she was a child. It's rumored that she already started imperial beasts when she was in her 3rd year. As a physical education teacher, Zhang Panpan also had his connections. Even one of his buddies from the university went to work as a teacher at Hasan Middle School under the operation of his family. For a time, it made him envious. About the Jade Jiao Fairy, he also heard it from that friend. Third year, Li Qingqing couldn't help but freeze. All along, she had been carrying the aura of being the strongest junior high school student in Crane City, and her aunt was still Che Yu's hairdresser. Then this herself hadn't even said that she had been Imperious Beast since junior high school. As a result, this Jade Jiao Fairy directly snatched a year? It was inevitably too much. Who let others have more resources? Zhang Panpan sighed. Because of Fu Xiaoduan's efforts, the country of China was able to open source its resources, realize Imperial Beasts for all, and establish compulsory high school Imperial Beast education. The school provided every new student with a Royal Beast space card. However, in reality, the trading of Imperial Beast space cards was not officially prohibited, and as long as one had enough resources, it was completely possible to purchase them in the name of a private individual. It's just that the price is rather exaggerated. Moreover, the Imperial Beasts will also have requirements on the physical strength of the students, so if they perform the Imperial Beasts in advance, they will most likely injure themselves. In order to avoid having students sneaking around, so once discovered, the Ministry of Education will impose a fine. But the sky-high price of the Imperial Beast space card or the fine, to Jade Jiao Fairy's family, it's just a drop in the bucket. And there are actually many more Imperial Beast masters from families like hers in Haqing. Especially this year, the leaders of the various big families in Ha City have all entered Ha San Middle School. Among them, the Jade Jiao Fairy of the Gao family and the Masked Immortal of the Nye family. Fang Xiu couldn't help but interrupt Zhang Panpan. Brother Panpan, why don't you just say the names? It always feels too middle-aged. Although Fang Xiu felt that he could understand why these guys would take such Dao names, it was nothing more than pretentiousness and wanting to draw boundaries with ordinary Imperial Beast masters. He still felt strange. This? I really don't know. Zhang Panpan shook his head awkwardly. No. Could it be that they don't use their real names even when they're in school? Fang Xiu was dumbfounded. Good fellow. Could still be like this? How capricious. Yes, with good studies and resources at home, of course they can be capricious students like Jade Jiao Fairy. There are a total of 7 of them, and they are also known as the 7 Sons of Ice Capital by the students of Hasan Middle School. It's a good thing that there are only 4 places in the league. If all those 7 participated, I'm afraid that no one would really be their match. Zhang Panpan explained. The main focus of Haqing cultural tourism was a world of ice and snow, hence the name Ice Capital. This was something that Fang Xiu had also heard of, only that he had never had much of a chance to go to the ice and snow world to play. Even if only 4 of them come, then they should still be the strongest 4. Zhang Shuren couldn't help but spit out. If they didn't let the strongest 4 sons come to compete, could they still let the weakest 4 come? However, as opposed to who exactly came from the 7 Sons of Ice Capital, Zhang Shuren's mind was all focused on the Jade Jiao Fairy. When he thought of her family history, Zhang Shuren instantly had a feeling of being unattainable. It seemed like this would be destined to be an unrequited love affair. This? But who knows? Zhang Panpan shook her head once again. The first of the 7 Sons of the Ice Capital really didn't participate in this league. Ha! Zhang Shuren and Chen Fan froze once again. No, the Ice Capital 7 Sons were so capricious? The strongest one didn't even come to participate? Isn't this worried about Ha Sanzhong being eliminated? Chen Fan asked in disbelief. Humph. Li Qingqing put her hands in her pockets and hummed lightly. Probably because she thinks that the students from other colleges and universities are not the opponents of Yu Xiao and the others. What arrogance! Li Qingqing whirled around and patted Fang Xiu. Use alien on them. Who knows? Maybe thinking that having Fairy Yu Xiao is enough to take the championship. Zhang Panpan looked at Fang Xiu. But no matter what, the Jade Jiao Fairy is your strongest contender this time. Fang Xiu, if you want to take the title of the Black River State League, you have to defeat Jade Xiao and Bei Xian. All right. Fang Xiu never dreamed that he would meet up with the strongest competitors of Hasan Middle School in such a way. There was also that self-proclaimed Fairy Bei Xian. According to Zhang Panpan, their family was the Imperial Beast Great Clan of the Hejiang Prefecture. Even if Bei Xian hadn't awakened the illusory beast seed, their family would be able to duplicate the data of an illusory beast seed for her like Li Jin did. Why carry around a regular breed cat? Moreover, judging from Fairy Bei Xian's behavior, she was quite fond of that Miao Heavenly Emperor. Ice Capital 7 Sons, ah. Anyway, Let's get out of the group stage first. Fang Xiu said as such. Chapter 136 Grievers plus 3 more. Although he bumped into the 2 best of Hassan in such a manner and learned of the existence of the 7 sons of the ice capital, Fang Xiu's mindset wasn't affected by it. In the end, one's own alien form would not have lost to any of them. Whether it was some Bei Xian, Yu Shao, or that mask that was the head of the 7 sons of the ice capital, it would be over if he did it. Just like that, Zhang Yu brought Fang Xiu and the others to the immortal cultivation room. Even though the size of this Imperial Beast Gymnasium was relatively small, it had all the configurations that should be there: sofas, massage chairs, car refrigerators, drinks, and snacks. The humanized design was quite a bit better than the Crane City Freshman Exchange Tournament. If I have the opportunity to go to Haching to participate in the Hejiang State League, that configuration is only called La Man. Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel emotional. Way to go, Fang Xiu. No matter what, the Black River State League was once a year, and as long as Fang Xiu was still a member of the 2nd class, then he, the homeroom teacher, would always be able to lead the team. Hopefully, next year and the year after that, it would be Haching that would host the Black River State League. Fang Xiu sat on the sofa and simply closed his eyes and rested his mind, preparing for the next match. 20 minutes later, a staff member came to the lounge where Fang Xiu was. Hello. Please ask the captain to come over and draw lots. Li Qingqing and the others looked at Fang Xiu in unison. Captain, please. Does this also need to be drawn? Fang Xiu stood up from the massage chair. Even though it's a round-robin tournament, the order of appearance has to be determined by drawing lots. Zhang Yu explained. Like this. Fang Xiu thought about it, then followed the staff to the competition field. There was still some time before 5 o'clock, and it was obvious that this tournament had adopted the method of drawing lots first to determine the order of appearance. After all, it was a group match that not many people were watching. Everything was kept simple. However, Fang Xiu had just been brought here when he felt a touch of hostility. It's you again. The visitor was no other than Shindaheo from Shuangshan City's first middle school. After some rest in the infirmary, he had already woken up. It was only the right side of his face that was red and swollen, looking rather decrepit. You and those 2 girls really are the trash of Crane City First Middle School. The first time Shindaheo woke up, he wanted to go find Fairy Bei Xian, but he was stopped by his teacher. Now that he saw Fang Xiu here, he couldn't help but get red-eyed. If it wasn't for the fact that next to him were the staff and security personnel, he really wanted to rush up and punch Fang Xiu. Have you ever heard of a saying? Fang Xiu didn't get annoyed and just spoke lightly. What saying? A Buddha's eye sees all beings as Buddhas. A dog's eye sees all people everywhere as dogs. Fang Xiu and Shindaheo looked at each other. His voice was still light, but his aura was much more composed than Shindaheo's. You. But this time, just as Shindaheo opened his mouth, he'd scared his mouth because his face hurt. Regardless of what grudges you have in private, this is the competition field. Seeing this, the staff hurriedly came over and whispered a reminder and pointed to the other side with their fingers. Although the drawing of lots was done in advance, the TV station would still record the drawing process of several players to ensure impartiality. You wait. After Shindaheo glared viciously at Fang Xiu, he turned around and went to draw lots. Anytime, because it was a single round-robin tournament, the method of drawing lots was chosen as the rotating wheel method, which fixed the number 1 position, then arranged the number 1 and number 2 on the left side, while the rest of the teams were arranged from the bottom to the top and arranged on the right side to form a pairing. Also both 1 against 4, 2 against 3, and then counterclockwise rotation is the next 1 against 3 and then against 2 to complete the cycle. Shindaheo was the first to walk up and put his hand into the box, then touched a plastic ball. Next was Fang Xiu and the captains of the other 2 colleges. Fang Xiu also took the opportunity to observe the other 2. One of them was a girl wearing a black yoga outfit with a concave and convex figure, not quite good-looking but youthful and capable. The other person was a fat, ordinary person. Please ask the contestant to open the selected lottery ball. At the staff's request, Fang Xiu and the others opened the plastic balls one after another. May I ask who drew number 1? Me. Fang Xiu held up the white paper with the number. The Arabic numeral 1 was printed on it. Very good. As soon as Shindaheo heard that Fang Xiu drew a 1, he also took 3 steps to Fang Xiu's body and shook the number in his hand towards him. It was clearly a 4. This also meant that Crane City First High School's first match was against Shuangshan City First High School. What a narrow escape. For your information, my name is Shindaheo, the strongest Imperial Beast Master in Shuangshan City First Middle School. You and those 2 ES Just wash your necks and wait for me. Shindaheo ruthlessly put down harsh words to Fang Xiu. If you have the ability, I'll see you on the field. There's no point in showing off your mouth here. Fang Xiu glanced at Shindaheo, still not taking him seriously. Even when he spoke lightly, giving Shindaheo a look of extreme disregard. You! If his eyes could kill. At this moment, Shindaheo couldn't wait to cut this Fang Xiu into 1,000 pieces. All right, I'll see you at the match. After Shindaheo said that, he turned around and left angrily. Fang Xiu didn't stay long either, and soon returned to the restroom. How was the result of the draw? Zhang Yu asked with concern. It's nothing more than the order of going on the field. Each team will have to beat up once anyway. Li Qingqing grabbed the apple on the table and brought it to her mouth, taking a hard bite. She didn't really care about the draw. With their strength, they could definitely advance 3-0. There was no need for any extra matches at all. We are number 1. Fang Xiu said softly. Number 1. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, was a bit surprised. How about number 1? Zhang Shuren asked in confusion. The draw for the round-robin tournament is the spinning wheel method. If we are number 1, the order of the match would be us against number 4, then between number 2 and 3. Zhang Yu explained. And then next, it's going to be us against team number 3 and team number 2 consecutively. And with our tactics of having Fang Xiu as the vanguard again, fighting back-to-back battles will be more or less tiring. Zhang Yu looked towards Fang Xiu. Although the match was a battle between Imperial Beasts and Imperial Beasts, Imperial Beast Masters needed to stand on the field all the time. It was still quite grueling. Team number 4, is that school? Li Qingqing asked curiously as she took another bite of her apple. Twin Mountain City number 1 Middle School. Fang Xiu whirled around and replied. Shuangshan First Middle School? Zhang Shuren frowned. Isn't that the school of the guy who molested the Jade Jiao fairy? That's right. Fang Xiu nodded, then said lightly. It seems that they're going to be the first to go out. Doesn't matter anyway. They're all going to be out. Li Qingqing said gently. Their goal this time was the championship. The district group stage was just that. It didn't matter at all. Speaking of which, inside the rulebook, it doesn't say that you can't parasitize someone else's imperial beast. Fang Xiu suddenly thought of happy things. Chapter 137 Crane City First High School versus Twin Mountain City First High School. Under the guidance of the staff, Fang Xiu's group arrived at the competition field. There are so few people coming. Zhang Shuren looked around, only the front rows of seats were relatively full, it became sparse from the center, and when they reached the outermost seats, there were basically not many people. Visually, there weren't even half of the spectators in a venue of 500 people. Even though I know that the group stage isn't too popular, it's still a bit of a loss. Zhang Shuren couldn't help but spit it out. The freshman exchange tournament in Crane City was still packed to the rafters. Zhang Shuren also noticed that even the cameramen here, when filming the auditorium, would purposely aim their lenses at dense locations to make the attention of this match appear as high as possible. That said, for tomorrow's match, it shouldn't be here. Chun Fan asked after thinking about it. As long as they came out today, it would be one of the top 8 teams in the Black River State League. There would be a gathering of strong schools and there would definitely be a lot of spectators. Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing, however, didn't care much about the audience. They were here to compete. It wasn't a celebrity meet and greet. Soon, the 4 contestants from Twin Mountain City number 1 Middle School also arrived on this competition field. Both sides stood neatly in single file as instructed by the referee, waiting to let the commentator introduce them to the audience. No matter what, the group stage, as an important part of the Black River State League, would also be broadcasted on local stations. Although there weren't many viewers online, there were still a lot of viewers paying attention to this match. The one who was doing the commentary this time was the host of the Jiachang Imperial Beast channel. It was still the standard combination of a man and a woman. The age looked to be around 30 years old, and the dress-up looked very formal. Hello everyone. I'm the commentator for this league. I'm Wang Wei. Hello everyone. I'm Zhang Weiwei. When the camera's lens was pointed at the duo, they also introduced themselves skillfully. What an exciting time. The annual Black River State League is finally going to be played today. Wang Wei smiled and looked at his partner Zhang Weiwei. Which college does Weiwei favor? As you know, I came out from Chuani City, and emotionally I naturally hope that Chuani City Experimental High School can advance from this group stage. Zhang Weiwei said bluntly. As the small city with the most backward educational resources in Hejiang State, Chuani City had not advanced in 10 years. Even for a few years in a row, they were directly eliminated by other colleges 3-0. The Black River State League was just a chance for them to interact with strong schools. But in the battle of the Imperial Beasts, strength is honored, and things like personal emotions are just emotions after all. Zhang Weiwei's words were tinged with a bitter smile. Crane City and Qingqing are at about the same level. But in the last 2 years, except for that high school student named Ma Wanfeng who could kill his way out of the group stage, the performance of the other grades in Huqing wasn't very good. Qingqing is in a similar situation. That's why I'm more optimistic about Twin Mountain City First High School. Wang Wei nodded in agreement. Before hosting today's commentary, he had also looked over the freshman exchange matches of these 4 places. There wasn't much to say about Chuani City. The lack of educational resources was a very fatal blow to those talented Imperial Beastmasters. Qingqing didn't have any students that made him feel bright this year either. Instead, it's Fang Xiu from Crane City's First High School, whose Imperial Beast talent is very good. Not only is it a rare species of phantom beast, the number of them is also very impressive. In one match, he had sent dozens of Imperial Beasts into battle. The future is promising. There were still some configurations that needed to be debugged before the official start of the group stage. In order not to leave the show cold, Wang Wei and Zhang Weiwei also analyzed the strengths of the players from each college. Then, in that case, this year's Huqing number 1 middle school is expected to take the ranking? Zhang Weiwei's eyes lit up. Although she hadn't entered the local television station for a few years, she had also witnessed Chu Xinghe's elegance. At that time, no one was optimistic about this high school student from Huqing. And their team's luck was not good. In the semifinals, they directly met the then favorite to win the championship, Hasan Middle School. The prediction before the match was that Huqing number 1 high school would most likely be beaten by a string of 4. But what everyone didn't expect was that Chu Xinghe not only completed the turnaround in the desperate situation, but also led the team, killed into the final. This matter was once on the news in Black River State. It became the biggest hotspot of that year. The name Chu Xinghe was also famous. Now that she heard Wang Wei give this kind of evaluation, Zhang Weiwei also instantly thought of that teenager. But who knew? Wang Wei shook his head. Fang Xiu's Royal Beast talent is indeed outstanding. If the league still allows the use of Royal Beast C tactics, then I'm afraid no one will be his opponent in this group stage. But as you are well aware, since the moment the Imperial Beast C tactics came out, some colleges and universities simply have no means to counteract it, and in order to make the league fairer, many rules have been added as well. For example, before the semifinals, each college's Imperial Beast Master can only register a maximum of 3 Imperial Beasts, and can only send one to battle on the field per game. Only when it comes to the semifinals can 2 Imperial Beasts be used. For the finals, only then can you use 3 Imperial Beasts in battle. This instead gives Fang Xiu an advantage that is limited. Wang Wei said with some regret. The rules that were originally used to restrict these strong schools in Hasan Middle School had never expected that they would instead become a shackle that bound Crane City. One could only say that Fang Xiu's talent was high, but his luck was poor. On the contrary, Xin Dehao from Shuangshan City's first middle school, his Imperial Beast is not only a phantom beast species, but in terms of strength, it's a broken existence. He hasn't lost a single match in the freshman exchange tournament in Shuangshan City. What's even more terrifying is that in every encounter, he instantly killed his opponents in seconds, Wang Wei said in an excited tone. In his opinion, Xin Dehao's Royal Beast was completely qualified to fight with the Royal Beast Masters of Jia City. This time, in the group stage, it was also Shuangshan City number 1 middle school that had the greatest hope of making it out of the group. Indeed, Zhang Weiwei nodded along. Shuangshan City's educational resources are quite a bit stronger than Crane City. Speaking of which, the first match of the group stage today is Crane City versus Shuangshan City. Fang Xiu and Xin Dehao, it looks like they're going to fight directly. Zhang Weiwei paused for a moment and continued. I only hope that Fang Xiu and the others won't be affected by Xin Dehao, and that even if they can't make it out of the tournament, they'll still be able to compete in Crane City style. However, right at this moment, the staff in charge of filming gestured to the duo, indicating that the configuration had been debugged and the group stage had officially begun. The TV station's picture also switched from Wang Wei, Zhang Weiwei, and the 2 of them to the competition field. Wang Wei swallowed a mouthful of saliva. First to come towards us are the participants from Crane City number 1 middle school. The name of their squad is Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Sect. Haha. What a very meaningful squad name. First up is Captain Fang Xiu. Chapter 138. The first battle is both a duel. After introducing the players of Crane City First Middle School, the commentator Wang Wei then continued to introduce the players of Shuangshan City First Middle School. First is the team name of Shuangshan City First Middle School squad, Team Ifu. It sounds like a very domineering team name as well. Then there's their captain, Shen Deheo, Phantom Beast Breed Imperial Beast Master, the true number 1 in Shuangshan City, and the favorite to get out of this group stage. Wang Wei purposely raised his volume a few times and introduced to the online-offline audience. At the same time, an inconspicuous corner of the audience. There were only 2 girls sitting here. One was dressed in a white hanbok, holding an emerald green jade shao in her hand, while the other was in a pink lowly dress, holding a big drowsy pink cat in her arms. The 2 were no one else but the Jade Jiao Fairy and Bei Xian Fairy, who were the second of the 7 sons of the ice capital. And where they were, it was as if a boundary existed, making it difficult for people to approach, and the surrounding seats were empty. Upon hearing the commentator, Wang Wei described Shen Deheo as the number 1 person in Shuangshan City. A trace of contempt flashed through Fairy Beishuan's eyes. Just a brat who thinks he's invincible when he has a mirage beast seed. What's there to brag about? Immortal Bei Xian couldn't help but spit it out, and then looked at Fang Xiu under the field. With sword brows and starry eyes, he was fresh and handsome. Standing on the field, it was like a crane standing above the chickens. What concerned Fairy Bei Xian the most was that she had met so many guys. Those guys were either attentive to nothing, or they had changed their ways to accost themselves. Only this Fang Xiu treated himself as if he was nothing. So this guy's name is Fang Xiu. Don't let me run into you in the top 8. As she spoke, Fairy Bei Xian even swung 2 punches at Fang Xiu through the air, as if she wanted to knock Fang Xiu down. However, in the eyes of immortal Bei Xian, the only chance for this Fang Xiu to fight with himself was to rely on the drawing of lots after advancing and meet himself in the top 8. Otherwise, even if he was fortunate enough to advance, Fang Xiu would still be the first to be eliminated. They, mortal Imperial Beast Masters, were ultimately not qualified to challenge themselves head-on. On the other hand, immortal Jade Jiao didn't say a word. Her eyes just quietly fell on Fang Xiu. Although Crane City's educational strength ranked second to last in Heijiang Prefecture, the Chu Xinghe of that year had stepped on Ha Sanzhong to enter the finals. It was also that loss that allowed Ha San Middle School to carry out the Imperial Beast reform. Although today's Ha San Middle School has won 5 consecutive Black River State League championships, but the shame of the past was still fresh in our minds. Every Imperial Beast Master was not to be taken lightly. This was also the reason why immortal Jade Jiao decided to personally come and watch this group match. Not to be taken lightly. After a long time, the Jade Jiao Fairy lightly opened her vermilion lips and faintly said, "Huh." Fairy Bei Xian could not help but be dumbfounded. Not only were the group matches broadcast in real time by local stations, there would also be live broadcasts online. Many anchors, moreover, relied on broadcasting the league to accumulate popularity. Obviously, it would be fine to have the school's analysts download the footage online when the time came. The Jade Jiao Fairy was the only one who insisted on coming to watch the match offline. Even apart from the 2 of them, none of the players from the other colleges came. Normally, Jade Jiao Fairy was not good with words, and worrying that she might get lost or run into any trouble, the teacher had only asked Bei Xian Fairy to come with her. "Sometimes I really can't figure you out." Fairy Bei Xian rested her hands on her own cheeks and couldn't help but spit out her words. She couldn't be interested in this kind of group competition at all. Sometimes it wasn't clear if this Yuxie was trying to set up his own persona, or if his self-confidence wasn't strong enough. These group stage players, how could they possibly be a match for the 2 of us? Even if we run into each other at the top 8, I alone can string 4 together without even needing you to make a move. Right, Miao Heavenly Emperor? While saying that, immortal Bei Xian also tickled Miao Heavenly Emperor's chin. "Chu." The Jade Jiao Fairy did not say much, but merely spat out a single word. "Chu? Chu Xinghe?" That was just an accident. If it wasn't for Senior Gao being gullible at that time, how could he have lost to that guy? Fairy Bei Xian retorted without thinking. In her opinion, the reason why Chu Xinghe was able to overwhelm Ha Third Middle School that year was just that their senior was gullible. If from the very beginning, Senior Gao had taken out his real skills, Chu Xinghe would never have had a chance to overturn the situation. What's more, in all those years in Crane City, only one Chu Xinghe had walked out. Could it be that this time another Chu Xinghe 2.0 would come out? Don't dream of it. However, in the face of Fairy Bei Xian's words, Fairy Jade Jiao still faintly said, "Chu, very strong." Fairy Bei Xian couldn't help but be a bit speechless, and her line of sight once again focused on Fang Xiu. As the commentator Wang Wei finished introducing the players on both sides, Crane City No. 1 Middle School and Shuangshan City No. 1 Middle School both sent out their first players to appear. It was just that what Bei Xian Fairy hadn't expected was, right off the bat, it was Fang Xiu versus Shen Deheo. Yo! Bei Xian Fairy's eyes twitched. These two people were the captains of Crane City's first high school and Shuangshan City's first high school, respectively. It should have been the strongest participants. Instead of serving as the generals, they were instead the vanguards. Not only was Fairy Bei Xian somewhat surprised, even the commentators Wang Wei and Zhang Weiwei's expressions were dumbfounded. I didn't expect both sides to send out their respective captains and strongest in the first match. Zhang Weiwei said as such. Could it be that they are extremely confident in their strength, so they want to stage a 1-on-4 match? Wang Wei guessed. When Fang Xiu was in the freshman exchange tournament, he was the 1-3 that took the title. Shen Deheo had also crushed his opponents in the freshman exchange tournament with his broken strength, especially his phantom beast species, Imperial Beast. In Wang Wei's eyes, it simply didn't lose to some of the students from Ha 3rd Middle School. It looked like both sides viewed the first battle as a duel. In this way, the player who wins the first game will shock the other players on the other side. It's really exciting. I didn't expect the first matchup of the group stage to be so exciting. Wang Wei began to mobilize the atmosphere of the scene. At the same time, the images from the scene were also uploaded to the Battle Shark livestream. A large number of viewers whose IP address was Crane City and Double Mountain City then flooded into the live broadcast room and started cheering for their respective players. Fang Xiu, go for it. Finish this guy off. Shen Deheo, don't hold back. Kill this guy for me. For a while, the players didn't move, but the live streaming room was staged in a spaced-out match. On the field of play, the corners of Shen Deheo's mouth rose, surfacing a hint of an evil smile. Only just as he smiled out loud, his red and swollen face was pulled, and his expression became eye-opening due to the pain. Ouch! Shen Deheo hastily covered his cheeks. The first center. I didn't expect to run into you in the first game. Shen Deheo took a step forward and whirled around, taking out the Imperial Beast space card. It's just a pity that this field is a bit smaller, in case my Imperial Beasts can't exert themselves and accidentally injure you by mistake. Don't blame me for not reminding you in advance. First grade trash. Shen Deheo lowered his voice. However, Fang Xiu didn't eat this at all. Cut the crap. Come up and fight. As soon as the words fell, a faint light bloomed from the duo's Imperial Beast space card. Chapter 139 Commentary Prediction. Fang Xiu has lost? Rumble. As the faint light disappeared, the competition venue shook violently, and the smoke and dust that curled up transformed into a terrifying air current that swept out in all directions. Huge shadows appeared in silhouette from the dust and fog.
Hehehe.
Shen Deheo's gloomy laughter came together as he took the lead and walked out from the smoke and dust, one hand covering his swollen cheek, but his eyes were tinged with intense contempt. Seeing my Imperial Beast, you should know what it means to sit back and watch the sky. Fang Xiu didn't pay attention to Shen Deheo's arrogance and only looked towards the dusty smoke, only to see a strong wind dispersing from it in all directions, splitting the swirling dust smoke into two. A pair of roughly mined ivory tusks came into Fang Xiu's eyes. The first reaction was huge. This Imperial Beast released by Shen Deheo was as tall as a 4-story building, even making this closed gymnasium look a bit stretched. Its lower body was like a giant elephant, covered with thick snow-white hair. Its legs were as thick as stone pillars, its knees were bent in reverse, and its paws were wide and flat, while its upper body was as strong as a barrel, covered with horny layers like plate armor, and its shoulders were draped with animal skin shoulder armor. With every step this beast took forward, the playing field would shake with it. The huge ivory tusks extending out from both sides of its snout were like the scythe of the god of death, and its dark red eyes looked down at Fang Xiu below. It had to be said that whether it was Fang Xiu or the alien guardian that he had released, they all looked very small in front of this ferocious beast. How about it? First form trash. This is the real Imperial Beast, Shen Deheo said as he gained an inch. My Imperial Beast is named Mammoth Demon Monarch. Not only does it have the size and defense of a creature like a mammoth, no, my Mammoth Demon Monarch can be much more gigantic than an ancient mammoth. Moreover, its upper body is like a troll, and the power of a single punch is enough to tear apart the mountains. Not to mention this district's group stage. Even if I look at the entire Black River State League, there isn't a single Imperial Beast Master that would be my opponent. Today's league champion will be me, Shun Deheo. The more Shun Deheo spoke, the more excited he became, completely ignoring the alien guard beside Fang Xiu. In the end, this alien guard size was only over 4 meters, although it was equipped with a one-handed axe and a heavy sword that was carried behind his back. And his sharp tail was very sharp though. But a single elephant leg of the mammoth demon monarch was much more enormous than this alien guard. I guess even if your Imperial Beast jumped up, it would only be able to hack my Imperial Beast's knee. Shun Deheo also kept uttering taunts. You and your Imperial Beasts, you're already trembling with fear, aren't you? Hee hee, I'm not some small-minded person. As long as you kneel down and beg for forgiveness, and let those 2 girls accompany me for a month, I'll let you go. Otherwise, the Imperial Beast's fists and feet are merciless, and it would be bad if you were mistakenly injured at that time. Shun Deheo's words were full of threats. In fact, since Shun Deheo released this mammoth demon monarch, the audience at the scene had their eyes widened in shock. Originally thought that this group match would be a chicken fight, but did not expect that this player called Shun Deheo would be so powerful. Even the commentator, Zhang Weiwei, was taken aback. So big, sitting on the commentary stage, she could feel the oppressive feeling emanating from the mammoth demon monarch. Not to mention Fang Xiu's pressure. This is the terror of Shun Deheo. Wang Wei couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Its mammoth demon monarch had once split the tournament field in pieces with a single punch, and at the freshman exchange tournament, many Imperial Beastmasters chose to surrender after seeing his Imperial Beasts. Even those who had the courage to fight were resolved by this mammoth demon monarch with a single punch. Even Wang Wei sucked in a breath of cool air. Not only does this mammoth demon monarch have terrifying strength, its defense is even more impeccable. Shun Deheo once gave a royal beast master the opportunity to attack the mammoth demon statue at will, and as a result, no matter how that royal beast master's royal beast attacked, slashing and chopping with swords, or clawing and tearing, it was unable to pierce the mammoth demon monarch's skin. Moreover, with that huge body, except for the Imperial Beasts with flight ability, they couldn't attack his vitals at all. If it was about single combat ability, this Shun Deheo's Imperial Beast, I'm afraid it wasn't the strongest in the group stage. It's a pity. Wang Wei glanced down at Fang Xiu on the competition field. If the rules of the tournament still allowed Imperial Beast sea tactics, Fang Xiu's alien army might still have a chance. Suddenly, Wang Wei's expression froze. Although the collective features of the aliens were all flat and long heads, pitch-black exoskeletons, and sharp tail spines, there were subtle differences between each of the aliens. Wang Wei remembered that the 2 strongest aliens that Fang Xiu had summoned at the freshman exchange tournament, one had a special joint on its elbow that could pop out a black blade. The other was immensely large, with a long flat head that was like a fan-shaped crown, and with brute strength alone, it slapped someone's Imperial Beast unconscious. Looking at the alien guard that Fang Xiu released at this time, it neither had such a domineering appearance as the alien queen, nor did it come with special joints like the alien sword saint. Aside from being slightly larger than the alien sword saint, the feeling that this alien guard gave to Wang Wei was simply mediocre. Could it be that Fang Xiu didn't intend to expose his strength in the group stage, so that's why he chose an alien that wasn't that strong? Wang Wei speculated. This kind of tactic was commonplace in the Black River State League. Battles between Imperial Beasts were often battles over intelligence as well. Whoever saw the other Imperial Beast's cracks first would have the active advantage. But now, let alone the alien guard, in Wang Wei's opinion, even the alien queen would not necessarily be a match for this mammoth demon monarch. It seems like this match is over. Wang Wei sighed and made a judgment. And in his opinion, as long as anyone who knew something about Imperial Beasts should be able to see that Fang Xiu, he had no chance of winning at all. It seems that this year's Shuangshan City First High School is really strong. Zhang Weiwei also commented so. Even Zhang Yu and the others who were watching the battle in the restroom were startled by the scene in front of them. Because Fang Xiu's goal was the Black River State League Championship, they had been studying the Imperial Beasts of strong schools like Ha-San Middle School and hadn't taken their opponents in the group stage seriously at all. Now after seeing Shun Deheo's mammoth demon monarch, Zhang Yu's face also suddenly changed drastically. Bad. He sucked in a mouthful of cool air backwards. If it was an alien sword saint, an alien sorcerer, it might still be possible to turn the tide by skill. But the strength of this alien guard, it was his own fault for arranging such tactics. For a while, Zhang Yu's heart could not help but blame himself. Had he known, he should have paid attention to the Twin Mountain City's freshman exchange tournament. It seems that we can only pin our hopes on the remaining 2 matches and get at least 2 points before we have a chance to go to the extra round. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and said, Fang Xiu. Li Qingqing silently played up for Fang Xiu in her heart. Don't be okay, ah. Chapter 140 I Alien Guard a Sliding Scoop. Hey, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Or were you scared silly? Seeing that Fang Xiu didn't react for half a day, Shindaheo couldn't help but raise his volume. But what he never expected was that this Fang Xiu's eyes not only did not show the color of fear, but a trace of fervor flashed in his starry eyes. It made Shindaheo feel like he was strolling through a color website and saw that the girl on the cover was extremely beautiful. What the hell? Really scared silly by his own mammoth demon monarch? Finish him off. Shindaheo ordered to the mammoth demon monarch, only to see the mammoth demon monarch striding forward, raising his right hand high in the air and grasping his fists with his 5 fingers, the muscles on his arms bulging up with it. Even the commentators Wang Wei, Zhang Weiwei, and the spectators in the audience subconsciously held their breath. This mammoth demon monarch's fist looked even more gigantic than the alien guard's size. Some of the timid viewers even subconsciously closed their eyes. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, the mammoth demon monarch's fist was directly set into the ground. Dark cracks spread out in all directions like a black spider web. Fang Xiu's alien guard, on the other hand, grabbed onto this fist before it landed and tumbled out to the side. On the contrary, it was Fang Xiu who crossed his arms and made a big X in front of him, and was hardened by the air wave that swept over, forcing him back on his feet. So strong. Fang Xiu sighed in his heart. If this punch were to directly smash on the body of the alien guard, even that classic exoskeleton would not be able to withstand it, I'm afraid. Compared to Li Shijia, Li Jin's imperial beast in the freshman exchange tournament, this mammoth demon monarch was definitely strong in terms of break strength. Even the imperial beasts of this group tournament are so powerful. I really don't know what kind of monsters those imperial beast masters in Hasan Middle School have bred. However, Fang Xiu was not disheartened by the power displayed by the mammoth demon monarch. On the contrary, he was pleasantly surprised in his heart. Only imperial beasts like the mammoth demon monarch were worthy of alien parasitism. After the alien guard tumbled out, it didn't stop, but continued to run. In the past, the alien that ran looked more like a velociraptor, and was less likely to use the power of its forelimbs when hunting. This alien guard, on the other hand, had not only absorbed the genes of the Homo erectus, but had also been tempered by Fang Xiu and mastered a more scientific running posture. Only to see the alien guard waving his arms and striding on his feet, roaming around the mammoth demon monarch by virtue of his speed, seemingly thinking of a way to crack it. Mammoth demon monarch. Behind. Shindaheo didn't expect the alien guard to be able to dodge his imperial beast's attack, but he remained relaxed in his heart. He observed the position of the alien guard and reported the opponent's position to the mammoth demon monarch from time to time so that it could adjust its direction. However, despite the mammoth demon monarch's massive size and strength that could be described as terrifying as it was, relatively speaking, it was subjected to more air resistance with each punch. Its huge body made it extremely inflexible when turning. Trying to rely on speed to win, Shindaheo raised an eyebrow. His homeroom teacher had also told him that this mammoth demon monarch had a huge body size and astounding strength. But pursuing strength too much, in turn, made speed fall short. In the future, while cultivating the mammoth demon monarch, it would be best to cultivate another imperial beast with a flexible body in order to complement each other. Even if this alien is fast, it won't be a match for my mammoth demon monarch. Shindaheo shook his head slightly. Even if his mammoth demon monarch was bulky, that didn't mean that Fang Xiu's alien had gotten stronger. When it was too late, just as Shindaheo recalled what his homeroom teacher had said, the alien guard made a sliding shovel and directly passed underneath the mammoth demon monarch, and it took the opportunity to pull out its heavy sword behind it and fiercely slashed at the mammoth demon monarch's abdomen. Useless. The corner of Shindaheo's mouth rose once again. Generally speaking, the abdomen was indeed the weakest place of a creature, and when ferocious beasts fought each other, they would also deliberately hide their abdomens so as not to be taken advantage of by the other party. However, the battle between imperial beasts did not rely on wildness. Rather, it was the cultivation of the imperial beast master. Knowing that the mammoth demon monarch's abdomen was on the softer side, Shindehyo deliberately customized a belly armor that was hidden under the snow-white fur. The alien guard's heavy sword stabbed up violently and had no effect at all, only rubbing out sparks on one side. Instead, the mammoth demon monarch grabbed the alien guard's sliding shovel and directly fell on his butt, trying to use his own weight to crush this alien guard. Luckily, at the critical moment, the alien guard sensed the danger and hastily rolled out to the other side, only to be able to avoid the mammoth demon monarch's big ass. You should recognize reality now, right? There's also a gap between the trash in the one and between the phantom beast species. Your alien is simply no match for my mammoth demon monarch. Seeing that the advantage was mine, Shindehyo continued to taunt Fang Xiu. Just now, the alien guard had to give up its heavy sword in order to avoid the mammoth demon monarch's big ass. All that was left in its hand was a one-handed axe. Even when the mammoth demon monarch stood up, it intentionally used one of its elephant legs to step on the heavy sword that had fallen on the ground, not giving the alien guard a chance to pick it up at all. Swoosh! Immediately after that, there was a rock that sped towards the alien guard. In a flash of lightning, the alien guard could only flee in a hurry. Boom! The rock smashed into the location where the alien guard was staying, directly lifting up a deep pit. The rock was 1 meter in diameter and weighed no less than 100 kilograms. In the mammoth demon monarch's hands, it was like throwing stones. The mammoth demon monarch is bulky, not flexible enough to attack. As long as you use this method, you can make up for it casually. On the contrary, it's your imperial beast. It's impossible to maintain its speed all the time, right? It's like a human, who might be able to run for 10 seconds at a distance of 100 meters, but it's impossible to maintain that speed to run through 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters. As your physical energy is depleted, and time passes, your alien speed will become slower and slower, until you can no longer dodge the mammoth demon monarch's flying stones. Shindehyo continued to stimulate Fang Xiu's nerves with words, making him realize the gap between the alien guard and the mammoth demon monarch. However, this mammoth demon monarch stones weren't infinite. Before, because of the angle, Fang Xiu didn't notice it. When this mammoth demon monarch turned around to smash the alien guard with the rocks, he realized that the big guy was carrying a bamboo basket behind him, which was piled up with this kind of rocks. Judging from the number of eyeballs, the mammoth demon monarch had 9 more of these rocks. As soon as Shindehyo's words fell, the mammoth demon monarch obediently picked up the second stone. However, this alien guard still had the high intelligence of an alien. It looked around and its body flickered. The mammoth demon monarch's bulging biceps also became flaccid all of a sudden, and with the stone in his hand, he appeared to be somewhat at a loss. And this alien guard's response was also very simple. After it ran, it intentionally kept itself in the same straight line as Shindehyo as a way to make the mammoth demon monarch throw in the towel. And using this short gap, it began to carefully observe every detail of the mammoth demon monarch's body. Chapter 141. I am your natural enemy. This guy. Shindehyo's face sank, not expecting that Fang Xiu's alien guard would in turn utilize himself as an imperial beastmaster to make the mammoth demon monarch throw in the towel. However, this level of tactics was something that could not be difficult for him. After realizing this, Shindehyo hurriedly ran wildly in another direction, wanting to bypass the alien guard. But who knows, this alien guard, although his back was to Shindehyo, but as if he could sense his movements, for a moment even matched Shindehyo's speed, and madly circled around the mammoth demon monarch. While turning, he also observed the mammoth demon monarch's body. Ow! Roar! In a rage, the mammoth demon monarch roared repeatedly at the alien guard, attempting to scare it off with its vocal power. If it was an ordinary imperial beast, it might have been intimidated by this roar and its legs would have gone weak. But how could Fang Xiu's alien guard be afraid of this behemoth? It carefully sized it up and began to approach the mammoth demon monarch. This sudden scene caused the mammoth demon monarch to be stunned. But no matter what, this alien guard was finally separated from Shindehyo, and the mammoth demon monarch threw the stone in his hand. Boom! The stone smashed into the grass, setting off a loud bang. The alien guard smoothly dodged it and utilized the mammoth demon monarch's difficulty in turning around when it threw the stone to run to its rear, and then leapt up from the ground towards the mammoth demon monarch's body. Only to see this alien guard 5 fingers grab forward, firmly hold the mammoth demon monarch's snow-white hair, itself subjected to gravity downward fall. Hard gripping the mammoth demon monarch ate the pain and screamed miserably. But this alien guard not only did not let go, but also hastily lifted up his tail, toward the mammoth demon monarch's thigh muscles ruthlessly stabbed in. However, this mammoth demon monarch not only had exuberant hair, which played a certain buffer role, even its skin was also very tough. The first time the alien guard threw his tail, it failed to directly penetrate. At the same time, the mammoth demon monarch that felt the pain also began to crazily shake its body, wanting to shake the alien guard away from its body. Its huge palm also kept slapping towards the alien guard. Sensing the incoming crisis, the alien guard spun around a few times with one hand, wrapping this snow-white fur around his hand to strengthen the friction, and his body floated in the air, dodging the mammoth demon monarch's slapping palms. Then, the alien guard pulled out the one-handed axe behind him and aimed it at his chest. When Shindaheo saw this scene, he was also puzzled. Could it be that this guy's alien has been scared silly by my imperial beast? But in the next second, the sticky liquid that flowed out of the alien guard's wound covered the axe blade. Although the acidic blood of the alien is highly corrosive, there are always substances in this world that can counter the acidity of strong acids. Fang Xiu eyed the alien guard's every move and murmured in his heart. In order to utilize the power of acid blood, he had also asked the manufacturer to make a batch of equipment that could resist acid blood. This way, not only would the alien guard's weapons not be corrupted by acid blood, it would also further enhance the power of the equipment. Only then, the durability of the equipment would have to be greatly reduced. If they weren't facing such a difficult imperial beast as the mammoth demon lord, the alien guard would never use this trick. With the addition of acid blood, the mammoth demon monarch's fur dissolved at the touch of a button, and the skin, which was still difficult to break through, was easily broken through, and blood gushed from the mammoth demon monarch's legs, splashing the sky like a dancing red butterfly. The alien guard also stabilized itself with the acid blood axe. It swayed a bit, and its feet also stepped on the mammoth demon monarch's thigh muscles. As if the sliding acid blood took away a large portion of hair, exposing the mammoth demon monarch's elephant skin like old tree bark directly, the alien guard's tail stabbed once again, directly breaking through this flesh and blood. The mammoth demon monarch's thighs suffered pain, and its temper became even more violent. From the shaking body at the beginning, it began to swing crazily, and its hind legs were even more powerful, constantly jumping up from the ground. Wanting to utilize the inertia of the fall, it threw this alien guard down. Its hands even kept grabbing rocks and smashing them towards the alien guard. Even if it accidentally injured itself, the mammoth demon monarch did not hesitate. However, at this moment the alien guard was like a piece of plaster on it, and it simply couldn't get rid of it. Instead, the competition venue was torn apart by the mammoth demon monarch's terrifying weight. Screams even erupted from the surrounding audience. This emotion was not out of fear, but excitement. In their eyes, this alien guard was like the skinny matador that had firmly mounted the mad bull. As long as it wasn't thrown off, it would have a chance to win. Even the toughness of this alien guard was far beyond their expectations. After a few attempts, the alien guard became even more comfortable. It was no longer satisfied with the mammoth demon monarch's thighs, but kept pulling the battle axe with acidic blood out of the opponent's body and setting it in again, while its other hand kept grabbing the hairs that were in a higher position and had not been corroded by the acidic blood. Its tail, too, was like a nail, nailing into the mammoth demon monarch's flesh and blood again and again. Relying on such climbing, the alien guard arrived on the mammoth demon monarch's back. Ow roar! The mammoth demon monarch was completely enraged by this behavior, and a hysterical roar erupted from the depths of its throat. However, the alien guard was at its back, hiding in the blind spot of its vision. The mammoth demon monarch's hands were also unable to reverse over due to the restriction of its elbows. For a while, it could only clench its fists with both hands and keep hammering at its back. The basket that was carried on its back also fell down. The alien guard itself had no eyes, and was completely relying on its sense of smell and pheromones to sense the danger around it. With this ability, the mammoth demon monarch's chaotic punches could be easily dodged by it every time. Relying on the acid blood battle axe and tail spikes, the alien guard had unconsciously arrived on top of the mammoth demon monarch's spine. Damn! Shindaheo's two eyes stared like cow's eyes. Until this moment, he realized that the situation was not good, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Mammoth demon lord, that guy is right behind you being. Shindaheo became sweating like a pig and kept shouting at his imperial beast. However, this mammoth demon monarch's biceps, fists, all of them were too thick. Even if he whacked his backhanded messy fists behind his back, he would not be able to hook some areas due to the angle restriction. and Fang Xiu's alien guard also saw exactly this point. In the end, Fang Xiu's aliens possessed an IQ no less than that of humans, and even knew how to use traps. This, coupled with the combat genes that were engraved in their bones, made the alien guards even more comfortable when facing strong enemies. No! Fang Xiu shook his head slightly. In addition to the excellent genes of the aliens themselves, in my alien guards, but I have also fused the hunting instincts of the Homo erectus. And in ancient times, Homo erectus survived by hunting mammoths. My alien guard is also the natural enemy of the Mammoth Demon Lord. Chapter 142 Mammoth Demon Monarch cannot rise again. After the alien guard climbed onto the Mammoth Demon Monarch's back, he squeezed out more acidic blood from his body, attached it to his battle axe, and finally slashed down hard, hitting his opponent's spine hard. In an instant, the Mammoth Demon Monarch's miserable screams echoed throughout the tournament field, causing one scalp to go numb. Its hands that were hammering haphazardly also lost their strength all of a sudden and drooped down. Then, the Mammoth Demon Monarch's huge body collapsed, sending a cloud of dust and smoke spreading around. The alien guard took the opportunity to continue climbing upwards, and quickly came to the Mammoth Demon Monarch's shoulder, and it opened its bloody mouth, and sticky acidic blood dripped down from the corner of its mouth, burning the Mammoth Demon Monarch's skin. However, instead of biting towards the artery in the Mammoth Demon Monarch's neck, the alien guard spat out a white insect egg from its mouthpiece. Regardless, the Black River State League required that the Imperial beasts appearing in the match be registered before the match. In the early stages, only one Imperial beast could be sent out for each match. Naturally, Fang Xiu was not in a good position to release a face-hugging bug to parasitize someone else's Imperial beast in public. Therefore, after some thought, Fang Xiu found a loophole in the rules. The rules of the competition only say that one cannot use two Imperial beasts, but it doesn't say that Imperial beasts can't be produced during the battle. Fang Xiu thought in his heart. This Mammoth Demon Monarch's expressive power was still quite good. If it could be combined with the alien genes, it would definitely give birth to very powerful new aliens. Seeing the alien guard spit out the insect egg the egg sheath on it quickly opened up, and a fresh white face-hugging insect leapt out from it, pouncing on the Mammoth Demon Monarch's neck. The 8 powerful tentacles gave the facehugger an excellent grip. It was literally like walking on the Mammoth Demon Monarch, and it quickly climbed up and quickly the right parasitic angle. After the Mammoth Demon Monarch had its spine cut off by the alien guard, only its head was left to move, but this face-hugger bug was like a fly to a behemoth like it, and it was physically undetectable. Shindaheo was mesmerized by the smoke and dust that rolled up, and for a while he couldn't see what was happening. In addition, this face-hugging insect was extremely fast, and by the time the smoke and dust slowly dispersed, it had already firmly embraced one of the Mammoth Demon Monarch's eyes and stabbed its parasitic organ in ruthlessly. The Mammoth Demon Monarch screamed again, and then completely lost consciousness. Mammoth Demon Monarch. Shundaheo's 2 eyes stared like the eyes of an ox as he kept calling out the name of the Imperial beast. However, in the face of his voice, this Mammoth Demon Monarch did not have any response. Mammoth Demon Monarch. Mammoth Demon Monarch. Shindaheo rolled his throat and nervously gulped a mouthful of saliva. He held his head with both hands and only felt a bolt from the sky. The scene in front of him seemed like the sky was spinning, and his ears were buzzing. It can't be, it can't be. He never dreamed that his Mammoth Demon Monarch would be defeated by Fang Xiu's alien guard. His head began to shake like a rattle, completely unable to believe what was in front of him. However, the referee walked over at this time. The Mammoth Demon Monarch could no longer stand up at all. He took a deep breath and started the countdown. 10, 9, 7. Each count of this referee seemed to stab Shindaheo in the tip of his heart. Stand up, Mammoth Demon Monarch. Shindaheo shouted hysterically, constantly fantasizing in his heart that his Imperial beast could get up again. Moreover, Fang Xiu's alien guard also had a shocking wound on its chest. It showed that it was also winded. As long as his Mammoth Demon Monarch could stand up again, he could defeat his opponent. Shindaheo kept consoling himself in his heart. But the so-called miracle didn't happen. Along with the referee counting out the last number, the winner of this match was clear. The referee took 3 steps to Fang Xiu's side, grabbed his wrist, and then raised it with force. Winner. Qingqing number 1 middle school. Fang Xiu. The moment the words fell, the audience even erupted in thunderous applause. Too wonderful. Good job, Fang Xiu. I thought it would be Shuangshan First Middle School that would win. After all, The strength of those two imperial beasts is too different. Yeah, a few 100 pounds of stone in the hands of that mammoth imperial beast is just like throwing stones. That power is just too terrifying. I didn't expect it to be crushed in one fell swoop by that alien seizing the cracks. It's really too wonderful. I didn't expect the group stage to have such a wonderful battle. Ha ha ha. Originally I was just bored from work and thought of coming over to take a look. I didn't have any expectations for the group stage, but now that I look at it, it's definitely worth the price of admission. For a while, the audience was buzzing. Originally, they thought that it would be a one-sided battle, but as a result, they didn't expect that Fang Xiu's alien guard had managed to defeat the strong with the weak. It's student Fang Xiu who won. Zhang Weiwei smiled. Before the start of the match, both of them were more optimistic about Xin Dehao of Shuangshan City No. 1 High School, especially when the Mammoth Demon Monarch was released. Zhang Weiwei racked her brain and couldn't figure out how Fang Xiu's alien was going to win. Even this alien that Fang Xiu had sent onto the field was not even the strongest unit in his hand. As a result, he didn't expect that this alien guard's battle IQ would be so high, and after finding the Mammoth Demon Monarch's inflexible turning break, he went all the way to the top. Yeah. Wang Wei smiled awkwardly, only feeling a fiery pain in his cheeks. The pre-match him was like a Xin Dehao blow. As a result, this Mammoth Demon Monarch was just hit and miss. In the late stages of the battle, it could simply be said that he was completely suppressed by Fang Xiu's alien guard. However, this kind of face-slapping wouldn't make Wang Wei feel embarrassed. I have to say, Fang Xiu's alien is indeed powerful. It barely needed much guidance from Fang Xiu throughout the entire battle. It completely relied on its own battle talent to find the path to victory. Especially when the alien realized that it was difficult for its body to break through the Mammoth Demon Monarch's skin, it didn't hesitate to injure itself by attaching acidic blood to its one-handed axe as a way to break through the Mammoth Demon Monarch's skin. Such a response method, even us humans may not be able to think of it. No, even if we thought of it, we wouldn't necessarily have such a terrifying execution. Wang Wei had watched the videos of the freshman exchange matches of various schools before taking up this commentary. He also had an extremely deep impression of the aliens' acidic blood. The blood of the aliens had a very exaggerated corrosiveness that could instantly dissolve even metals. It was just that this kind of fighting style of damaging oneself and injuring the enemy was truly unexpected. However, one of the major advantages of Fang Xiu's aliens is their numbers. Even if this alien guard is severely injured and is unable to continue the next battle, Fang Xiu can send other aliens and continue on. Perhaps, Fang Xiu is the biggest dark horse in this group stage. After witnessing the battle of the alien guard, Wang Wei had also completely turned into an alien blow, describing Fang Xiu as the dark horse in this group stage. Yeah, Zhang Weiwei concurred. Maybe this year's Black River State League will be the highest quality one in recent years. Chapter 143, Where's My Imperial Beast? Plus one more. Xin Dehao stood dumbfounded on the tournament field, looking at the knocked-down Mammoth Demon Monarch. His heart was filled with incredulity and disbelief. He himself was clearly invincible in the freshman exchange tournament in Shuangshan City, and any imperial beasts were resolved by a single punch. His own homeroom teacher, the physical education teacher, also said that he was a genius that would be hard to come by in 10 years. If it wasn't for the backwardness of Shuangshan City's educational resources, one would have definitely achieved more in the imperial beast world. Even the girls in Shuangshan City's first middle school were throwing themselves at him. Ever since he was a child, he had always been someone else's child in the mouths of adults. But now, one's own Mammoth Demon Lord had actually lost. Or he had lost to the trash in his own eyes. This shock made it difficult for Xin Dehao to accept, much less believe. But what was even more unexpected for Xin Dehao was Fang Xiu retrieved his Imperial Beast space card from the machine and put his own Imperial Beasts back. But it wasn't only his alien guard that disappeared into thin air. There was also Xin Dehao's Mammoth Demon Monarch. Xin Dehao? Only Xin Dehao's two eyes were wide open, and his pupils followed the crazy earthquake. Not, where's my Imperial Beast? I didn't retrieve the Imperial Beasts either. Xin Dehao rubbed his eyes hard, then ran over, looking left and right, but he could not see any trace of his Mammoth Demon Monarch. He spoke to the AI in the Imperial Beast space and realized that the Mammoth Demon Monarch had indeed not returned to his own Imperial Beast space. What have you done to my Imperial Beast? Xin Dehao pointed his finger at Fang Xiu, itching to rush up and fight Fang Xiu. At the critical moment, it was the referee who pulled Xin Dehao back in time. On the commentator's seat, The player from Shuangshan City First Middle School seems to have lost control of his emotions. Zhang Weiwei frowned slightly. Thinking about it, this Shindeheo, as the top player of Shuangshan City No. 1 Middle School, had always been a genius in other people's mouths, and now that he had lost to another genius, it was normal for him to lose control of his emotions. However, this world was often like this. There were people outside of people, and there was a sky outside of the sky. If one couldn't face up to the gap between themselves and others sooner or later, they would one day fall into a deep self-inflicted internal conflict. It doesn't seem to be as simple as an emotional outburst. Wang Wei, on the other hand, noticed some details. Only Fang Xiu had retrieved the Imperial Beast space card from the machine, while Shindeheo had not. Could it be that it was Fang Xiu who had retrieved this mammoth demon monarch into his royal beast space? Fang Xiu had not only defeated Shindeheo, but had also seized his imperial beast. It was simply murderous and heartless. Seize. Zhang Weiwei couldn't help but be stunned. What do you mean by seizing? Although she was the host of a local radio station in Jiacheng, she was also an imperial beast master. It was the first time she had heard of seizing another person's imperial beast. Fang Xiu's alien has the ability to parasitize other people's imperial beasts, so in the freshman exchange tournament, he had seized another student's imperial beast by parasitizing it. Wang Wei explained. He sensed that person seemed to be named Gung Guangwei, and the imperial beast he had cultivated at the time was an ancient species of upright human. There was also a new rule in the freshman exchange tournament afterward that prohibited the parasitization of another person's imperial beast. Although the Black River State League was a higher-ranked career-oriented league, it had never had a similar incident since it was organized. The matter of parasitizing other people's imperial beasts was originally unheard of. How could the Black River State League, in turn, have predicted it in advance? Naturally, there would not be any competition rules in this regard. Even after Shindeheo hysterically specified the situation, the referee also picked up the walkie-talkie and reported the matter to the staff at the other end. Then, it was a few staff members in black suits who came forward and asked Fang Xiu and Shindeheo to come down to the ring before suspending the match. The match was suspended? Zhang Weiwei, on the other hand, was a bit surprised. I didn't expect that this was only the first match and there was an unexpected incident. A means like parasitism will still be controversial. Wang Wei's expression also became somewhat subtle. If it was inside a novel, I'm afraid this wouldn't be a skill that only villains would use. Wang Wei continued to spit up. Then Fang Xiu's grade, will it be cancelled? Zhang Weiwei couldn't help but ask with some worry. For one thing, this Fang Xiu had long sword brows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome, giving her a very good first impression. As far as her personal feelings were concerned, she didn't want Fang Xiu's results to be cancelled in such a way. Secondly, in the rules of the Black River State League, there was indeed no mention of not being able to parasitize another person's imperial beast. Even if it was really necessary to target the alien's parasitic ability, then the rules should be re-added, rather than cancelling the previous results. Zhang Weiwei spoke her thoughts straight back. Although the match was suspended, the television broadcast and the online broadcast, however, were not affected. It was just the video screen which switched from the playing field to the commentary box. Zhang Weiwei's words were also considered to be a voice for Fang Xiu. It was only the pop-ups in the live broadcast room that unfolded a new round of high-intensity matchmaking. The player from Huqing No. 1 Middle School is too despicable. Since he used parasitism to take someone else's imperial beast, such a player should have his results cancelled. Why should they be cancelled? The league rules don't say you can't parasitize, and besides, the alien guard took out the mammoth demon monarch in a righteous manner, so the results are valid. What's wrong with parasitizing? As long as the data of the imperial beasts in the imperial beast space is still there, they will be able to retrain new imperial beasts in no time. That's right, I've seen it in metaphysical novels. That's right, you've read about it in fantasy novels. The official government originally allowed beastmasters to trade their beasts with each other. How can these two things be the same? Trading is buying, parasitizing is seizing. Don't argue. I believe the official can give us an explanation. For a while, the live broadcast room was a mess. The offline auditorium was also talking to each other and discussing. The battle between the alien guard and the mammoth demon monarch was indeed brilliant. If this parasite hadn't appeared, they would have all been willing to applaud Fang Xiu. However, this parasitic ability was just too sinister and domineering, causing the audience to be divided as well. Parasitizing someone else's imperial beast and then seizing it, this alien, it feels quite interesting. Fairy Bei Xian blinked her fluttering eyes as she stroked the Miao Heavenly Emperor in her arms. She didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the ability to parasitize. The Imperial Beast's abilities were inherently strange. Being able to grant parasitism to an alien meant that Fang Xiu had something he was good at. Yu Xiao, what do you think? Fairy Bei Xian turned her head to look at her companion. Should we buy an alien back from Fang Xiu and conduct research? It would definitely be great if they could parse out the principle behind parasitism. However, the Jade Jiao Fairy shook her head slightly. No bullying. Don't worry. Fairy Bei Xian nodded. I will offer a high price that Fang Xiu cannot refuse. In the end, these Imperial Beastmasters coming out of small towns haven't seen much money at all. Immortal Jade Jiao did not refute anything, but only silently memorized this name in her heart. Fang Xiu. Chapter 144 Competition Results Valid and Imperial Beast Trade. Luckily, the competition wasn't suspended for too long, and the staff of the organizing committee quickly came to the lounge where Fang Xiu was. Zhang Yu, who was the class teacher, was even more nervous than Fang Xiu. After all, this lounge was configured with screens for them to watch the progress of the competition. The image of the face-hugging worm parasitizing and seizing the mammoth demon monarch had caused an uproar on the internet. The voices that thought that Fang Xiu's results should be cancelled were even more divided from the voices that supported Fang Xiu. Now that the staff came over to inform the results, Zhang Yu's heart and liver were trembling with nervousness. Fang Xiu also stood up from the sofa. His expression was much more calm than Zhang Yu's. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with what he did. In the end, the rules of the league, it wasn't like it said that one couldn't parasitize another person's imperial beast. The match results are valid. The staff member who came over to inform didn't sell the results either. He glanced at Fang Xiu and directly stated the results. Zhang Yu, Li Qingqing, Zhang Panpan, and the others all let out a sigh of relief that was visible to the naked eye. However, from the next match onwards, it is not allowed to parasitize other people's imperial beasts anymore. The staff quickly added another sentence. Got it. Zhang Yu hurriedly responded on Fang Xiu's behalf, stating that the same problem would not happen to Fang Xiu a second time, and expressed his gratitude to the staff before personally escorting him out. Luckily, it's okay. It was only at this time that Zhang Panpan turned back and comforted Fang Xiu not to have any psychological pressure. At the same time, he also felt grateful in his heart. Fortunately, the officials of the Black River State League were fair, or else they would really have to engage in some kind of underhanded maneuvering, and Fang Xiu's situation would be in trouble. Psychological pressure is not there. It's just that I feel some pity. Fang Xiu shrugged. His face-hugging worm originally relied on parasitizing other creatures to grow. There were so many powerful imperial beasts in this Black River State League. If he couldn't parasitize them all, it always felt like a loss. Harm. Zhang Panpan saw that Fang Hua was feeling sorry for not being able to parasitize. He also couldn't help but smile bitterly. This problem, actually, is also good to solve. Brother Pan has a solution? Fang Xiu's starry eyes lit up. Don't you just want to obtain the genes of other imperial beasts through parasitism, so as to hatch a more powerful alien? Zhang Panpan said rhetorically. Well, that's true. Since that's the case, it's not necessary to go parasitize other people's imperial beasts in the tournament arena. It's entirely possible to purchase other people's imperial beasts and then just let the face-hugging bugs parasitize them. Zhang Panpan explained. In Zhang Panpan's opinion, there was no problem with Fang Xiu's parasitization, it was just the wrong form. Taking it by force on the tournament field was naturally not easily accepted. However, if it was purchased privately, then whatever Fang Xiu did, no one could say anything. Zhang Panpan had heard that a certain imperial beast master, in order to cultivate the illusory beast species nine-tailed demon fox, went out of his way to kill 9 true dragon-type imperial beasts, and then nourished that 9-tailed demon fox with the blood of the dragons, and in the end, he hardened his 9-tailed demon fox and practiced 9 characters of truth decree. At that time, in society, it caused quite a stir. After all, the people of China, claiming to be the heirs of the dragon, had a certain emotional attachment to the true dragon. But that imperial beast master did not shake his resolve because of these public opinions, and in the end, he hard relied on the 9-tailed demon fox, suppressing a side of the imperial beast world, guarding a great state in a time of crisis. But the price of purchasing imperial beast species data is expensive, right? Fang Xiu raised his sword brows. It wasn't that Fang Xiu hadn't thought about such things as purchasing imperial beast data. It was just that he had heard Shi Zhanhong say that Li Jin's imperial beast data for that half-dragon man had cost an astronomical price. His own Imperial Beast resources weren't even very rich, so how could he have the extra money to purchase the data of an Imperial Beast species at a sky-high price? The reason Li Jin's Imperial Beast data is expensive is because that Imperial Beast data from the top 10 is very mature data. Basically, taking it over is equivalent to being one's own Imperial Beast. Zhang Pan explained. Even if the Imperial Beast dies, the data can be used to recreate new half-dragons in the Imperial Beast space. But doesn't your need only require the Imperial Beast genes to hatch new alien Imperial Beasts? Then there's no need to consider the Imperial Beast data. Just directly purchase someone else's Imperial Beasts. For example, this Black River State League, there are many talented students who suffer from family of origin issues and lack resources. So for every league, there will be a Royal Beast trading company that will come into contact with them and purchase Phantom Beast species of Royal Beasts from them, and then resell them to those middle-class families. Middle-class families had certain resources, but their children's Imperial Beast talent wouldn't necessarily be high, so they often chose to purchase Phantom Beast breed Imperial Beasts to improve their offspring's high school entrance exam scores, so that they would have a chance to enter the top 10. Not to participate in the league and other Imperial Beast competition, Imperial Beasts will not have the risk of death. After the purchase, peace of mind cultivation to the college entrance examination to go to the examination on the line. After all, pure Imperial Beast data, naturally not something these middle class can afford. Simply put, if there is a demand, there will be a market. Imperial Beast trading companies have appeared as a result. So now, if you feel that that Imperial Beast is good enough, you can privately make contact with that student, and the cost is usually not too exaggerated. If you come across a student with a lack of resources, it might even be a lot cheaper. Zhang Pan told Fang Xiu what he knew and reminded him. Fang Xiu's alien was both a phantom beast species and had a nearly unique parasitic ability. It was estimated that after the group matches ended today, someone would contact him about whether or not they had the desire to sell their Imperial Beasts. There's still this kind of operation? Fang Xiu was also somewhat speechless in his heart after listening to Zhang Pan's science. Why didn't you say that earlier? If he had known that there was this kind of operation, he would have long gone to buy someone else's Imperial Beast. This you didn't ask. Zhang Pan smiled. However, right at this moment, a staff member came to the lounge and politely said, "Please invite contestant Fang Xiu onto the field." Because the results of the match were valid, Fang Xiu had not been eliminated. Therefore, he still needed to continue to play against the other players from Twin Mountain City's first high school. Coming. Fang Xiu nodded, said goodbye to Zhang Pan, and once again returned to the playing field. When he returned to the arena, the audience then erupted in thunderous applause, welcoming Fang Xiu back. It was only at this moment that Fang Xiu was still thinking about what Zhang Pan had said. Although purchasing Imperial Beasts was legal and compliant, it also added to the expenses of Imperial Beasts. How to think about it, it was still more economical to directly parasitize other people's Imperial Beasts in the competition. But Zhang Pan was right. Parasitizing someone else's Imperial Beast in a competition was still too controversial. As for his own alien, there was absolutely no reason to sell it. After all, the alien was Fang Xiu's ability to settle down in this world. It was an Imperial Beast that only he could cultivate. Anyone, by any means, Fang Xiu would not give the alien away. It's better to focus on the match first. Fang Xiu took a deep breath and raised his head to look ahead, only to see the second contestant from Shuangshan City No. 1 Middle School, arriving at the competition arena and meeting him on all fours. This student's height was only 1.75 meters, and his physique was a bit skinny. When he saw Fang Xiu, he was obviously a bit nervous, as he followed the referee's instructions and inserted his Imperial Beast space card into the machine. Chapter 145: A battle that ended in an instant. Seeing Fang Xiu reappear on the playing field, Zhang Weiwei covered her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Wang Wei also understood the situation from the note handed over by the staff. According to the discussion between the organizing committee and the judges, it was unanimously agreed that Fang Xiu's match result is valid, but Fang Xiu is prohibited from using parasitism as a sentinel beast skill again. Wang Wei spoke the result of the organizing committee before expressing his opinion. "I think this result is good. After all, this matter of parasitic Imperial Beasts, he didn't write it in the competition rules. This belongs to an omission in the tournament rules. The results of such an oversight shouldn't be left to the contestants. All right, back to the topic. Let's keep our perspective on the match. The second player sent by Shuangshan City First High School is Sun Liang. and his registered imperial beast is a conventional species of silverback gorilla. Although it belongs to the conventional species, it is the same imperial beast that should not be underestimated. Wang Wei tried his best to introduce Sun Liang's imperial beast to the audience, but he knew very well in his heart that Shindaheo was the strongest in Shuangshan City's first middle school, and his mammoth demon monarch was basically the ceiling. Sun Liang's and the other contestants' imperial beasts would not be stronger than Shindaheo's. And one of the major advantages of the aliens was the horrifying number of reproduction. The next 3 matches would mostly be garbage time. However, out of the ethics of commentary, Wang Wei still very seriously introduced Sun Liang's outstanding performance in the Twin Mountain City Freshman Exchange Tournament. Ow roar! Sun Liang's silverback gorilla roared lowly as soon as it arrived on the field. Its hands clenched into fists and pounded them back and forth in front of its chest, its voice as dull as the beat of a drum. Its eyes glowed with an amber-colored light. Its pupils resembled a sharp razor when they contracted. And when it roared, its exposed fangs radiated an eerie cold light under the light. The silverback gorilla that stood completely upright was more than 3 meters tall, and his right arm was attached to a pair of brass-colored metal boxing gloves. It was like a king in the jungle. I didn't expect even Shindaheo to lose, but his imperial beast master, Sun Liang, had a look of little spirit. He was ranked 4th in Shuangshan City's first high school, and was pretty much the weakest royal beast master in this squad. According to the original plan, he should be the one to go first. Either consume as many of the opposing imperial beastmasters as possible. Either consume as much of the opponent's imperial beast's physical strength as possible. Now, well, because of the personal grudge between Shindaheo and Fang Xiu, it resulted in the mammoth demon monarch directly giving away his head. The entire Twin Mountain City squad's momentum had also dropped to the bottom. Go Vajra! Sun Liang took a deep breath and ordered to his imperial beast, while praying that the wound on the alien guard's chest would damage its stamina severely. Only then, his own silverback gorilla might have a chance. Ow roar! The silverback gorilla let out a guttural roar before charging towards Fang Xiu. But what Sun Liang never expected was that there were no injuries at all on the alien guard that Fang Xiu had released. What? Sun Liang's 2 eyes stared almost as wide as the silverback gorilla as he rubbed his eyelids incredulously. Where are the scars? Immediately afterward, he reacted. Could it be that this Fang Xiu has more than one imperial beast? Sun Liang exclaimed on the spot, already not having much confidence. This moment was even more like falling into an ice cave. In the face of this battle-intentioned silverback gorilla, the alien guard had no fear at all. It only responded to the other party with a strange hissing sound, and with a hard stomp of its feet, it rushed upwards. The 2 beasts jumped up at the same time, 5 fingers in the air clenched fist. At the other side of the head is a punch. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound, a terrifying air current swept in all directions towards the extinguishing. The most primitive brute force sent each other flying directly out. Both of them fell back 8 feet together, their heels landing on the grass and then skidding backward for some distance before they were able to come to a stop. The alien guard's face was smashed with a fist mark. The silverback gorilla bled from his mouth and nose at the same time. After fusing the genes of Homo erectus, the alien guard's strength was quite a bit stronger than the average male alien. Although they didn't wear any equipment on their hands, their exoskeleton armor itself had an extremely exaggerated hardness. This punch went down and directly broke the bridge of the silverback gorilla's nose. Kai! Just kidding! Sun Liang's mouth couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. His investment in the silverback gorilla was not low. That pair of iron fist gloves almost used up half a year of his family's income. As a result, a punch on the alien guard's head only left a clear punch mark. Just how hard is this guy's head? King Kong's punching power is several tons. And with one punch, even granite is broken. When the alien guard and the mammoth demon monarch fought, they completely relied on speed to win, which made Sun Liang subconsciously feel that the alien guard's strength might not be that exaggerated. If he took a punch from the silverback gorilla head-on, he might be seriously injured as well. But who knows? This alien guard, surprisingly, was not much of a problem. Not only that, after standing firm, the alien guard I charged once again. This time, it grabbed its hands behind it at the same time, pulled out its heavy sword and one-handed axe, and did a jumping chop at the silverback gorilla. The speed was as fast as a black lightning. Bam! When it was too late, the silverback gorilla hastily raised his arm and used his iron fist glove to block the heavy sword's chop. Sparks flew in all directions. The alien guard, on the other hand, took the opportunity to fling his tail and stab at the silverback gorilla's shoulder. Although the two were neck and neck in terms of strength, it was the alien guard that was superior in terms of speed and battle sense. It utilized the advantage of its extra tail to restrict the silverback gorilla's left hand, while the heavy sword that slashed out caused the silverback gorilla to be unable to take care of itself. The extra hand of the alien guard, on the other hand, gripped the one-handed axe and ruthlessly swept it towards the neck of the silverback gorilla. Because the rules of the competition had already prohibited parasitism, the alien guard didn't need to intentionally leave live mouths for the face-hugging insects to parasitize like the other alien hunters did. When he made his move, it was directly towards slashing. Even though this silverback gorilla realized that the situation was not right and hastily adjusted his center of gravity, wanting to fall backwards, he was still a step too slow. A bright red color appeared from his neck and circled around to the sides of his neck, the cracks continuously expanding as it fell down. Plop! Fresh blood spurted out like a column, waving towards the ceiling, falling as if it were a fluttering red butterfly. The silverback gorilla's eyes, too, became bossy from shock. Thud! In less than half a breath, the silverback gorilla fell heavily to the ground, its palms gripping its neck in death. Its expression became unusually painful, and the corners of its mouth kept coughing out blood. Seeing this, the alien guard stepped on the silverback gorilla's chest with its sharp heavy sword pointing straight at the other party's throat, and then raised its head towards the ceiling, letting out a burst of bizarre hissing sounds. Chapter 146 Shocking Commentary for a Whole Year plus one more. Although Sun Liang's royal beast is a regular species, he is also a very powerful one as a top 4 honor student in Shuangshan City's first middle school. On the commentary seat, Wang Wei was passionately explaining the level of Sun Liang's royal beast, telling the audience not to underestimate the skinny teenager from Shuangshan City. But just as he was in the middle of his words, Sun Liang's silverback gorilla collapsed straight down. The spurting blood formed a pool of blood under its head. The referee looked dumbfounded for half a day before reacting to the fact that he had to announce the result of this match. Winner, Crane City First Middle School, Fang Xiu. It wasn't even just this referee who was dumbfounded for a long time. The entire audience also became silent all of a sudden. No one had expected this seemingly evenly matched battle of the imperial beasts to end suddenly. Commentator Zhang Weiwei glanced down at the time on her watch. Fang Xiu and Sun Liang had started releasing their imperial beasts at 5:26, and the current time was exactly 5:27. This meant that this duel didn't even use a minute. Hiss. One must know that the educational resources of Twin Mountain City were much stronger than Crane City's first high school. In the 4 cities in the group stage, it was the one with the strongest overall strength. As a result, it was only less than 2 rounds before Sun Liang completely lost. Crushing. This was a battle that completely crushed the opponent. What shook Zhang Weiwei's heart even more was that this alien guard was not the strongest alien in Fang Xiu's hands. The strongest should be the alien queen. Then there was the alien sword saint. Even if this alien guard could be ranked in the top 5, Zhang Weiwei wasn't sure. If Fang Xiu really released the strongest alien queen, would there really be anyone else in the entire group stage who would be his opponent? Sun Liang froze in place for a long time, and it was only after the referee reminded him that he retrieved his royal beast, and then left the tournament arena with a gray head. All right. Wang Wei calmed down a little and didn't feel saddened by the defeat of the silverback gorilla. The next contestant on the field is Chu Jiasun from Shuangshan City's first middle school. She is a girl imperial beast master. Don't look at her as a young girl. She also had a very bright performance in the freshman exchange tournament in Shuangshan City, and her imperial beast is also a phantom. However, just as Wang Wei's introduction was only halfway through, Fang Xiu's alien guard had already rushed in front of Chu Jiasun's imperial beast. Without waiting for the opponent to have time to react, the heavy sword in the alien guard's hand had already slashed down heavily. The blade of the sword was directly embedded into Chu Jiasun's imperial beast's shoulder blade. Blood continuously spilled out from the wound. The alien guard directly used the heavy sword to pick Chu Jiasun's imperial beast into midair, and then swung it around before slamming the other party towards the ground. Boom! Dust flew. The alien guard directly smashed a deep crater on the ground with his brute force, and the shocking sword wound spread from the shoulder blade of this imperial beast all the way to its abdomen. Chu Jiasun looked at her own imperial beast dumbfounded. Her mouth could not help but open into an O shape on its own. Although she had also participated in the freshman exchange tournament in Shuangshan City and had performed quite brightly in a few battles, it was the first time that she had seen her imperial beast nearly chopped in half at such a close distance. For a moment, The shock was so great that his eyes turned white and he collapsed on the ground on the spot. Seeing this, the alien guard did not continue to make up for it, but only put the heavy sword in his hand, inserted it back into the ground, raised his head once again, and let out a burst of low roar at the ceiling, as if it was spitting out that the opponent's imperial beast was too weak, too weak. The referee opened his mouth to speak. Not. This is too fast, isn't it? Commentator Wang Wei hadn't even finished introducing the contestants, and the match was over? Moreover, from the time Chu Jusin released the imperial beast to the time he was killed by this alien guard in seconds, it didn't even take 10 seconds before and after, did it? It even seemed like he didn't even fight back. No. The referee shook his head. How was this not even having the time to return a hand? This was clearly a case of not even having the time to raise his hand. Even he, the referee, didn't even see what was happening. It only felt like there was a black lightning that flashed past with a whoosh. What kind of monster has come to Crane City First High School this year? The corner of the referee's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and his sight then focused on Fang Xiu. In a trance, he seemed to see a shadowy figure behind Fang Xiu. That silhouette had his hands clasped to his chest, the first middle school uniform draped over his body swaying in the wind, a toothpick in his mouth, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, his smile almost sinister. Qingqing. The referee was secretly surprised in his heart, and when he tried to go and see the shadowy figure, he realized that there was nothing there, only Fang Xiu standing there in a calm and relaxed manner. Illusion. Next, Fang Xiu glanced at Chu Jusin, who had been stunned and fainted, and lightly threw down this sentence. Aside from Shen Deheo's mammoth demon monarch, which was not bad, this Chu Jusin and Sun Liang's imperial beasts didn't seem to have much of a fighting sense. Their thinking, it seemed, was still stuck in the bestiality of the imperial beasts. Neither did they understand techniques, nor were they clear on how to utilize their strengths. Surely it was still their own level that was too high? Thinking back to this period of time in Master Che Xian's house, Che Xian had constantly emphasized the importance of techniques in his ears, and he himself had also tried his best to teach the aliens all kinds of combat techniques that existed in games, movies, and novels. Originally, they didn't have any feelings. Now, facing these opponents from other cities, Fang Xiu truly felt the gap. It was not a level at all. On the commentator's seat, Zhang Weiwei's pair of beautiful eyes stared blankly, and she wanted to speak several times before spitting out the words, "This alien strength, it's too exaggerated." Although Chu Jusin is a girl, her imperial beast is at least an illusory beast species with extremely high talent. Although Shuangshan City's educational resources were not as good as Hasanzhong's, and students of the innate imperial beast species were extremely rare, but students like Shen Deheo and Chu Jusin who could come to the league were at least seedlings of the top 10. As a result, in front of Fang Xiu, it was so unbearable. It wasn't that their talent wasn't good. Rather, this guy, Fang Xiu, was too demonic. It feels like it's not a level at all. Wang Wei marveled. That's not it? We didn't even finish introducing the players before the battle was over. Zhang Weiwei nodded in agreement. But who knew? Wang Wei suddenly shook his head. No, I'm not talking about Fang Xiu and the students of Twin Mountain City First High School. Then, Zhang Weiwei couldn't help but be stunned. It wasn't Fang Xiu who wasn't on the same level as Chu Jusin? Then who wasn't on the same level as who? What I want to say is that Fang Xiu's imperial beast. Wang Wei rolled his throat and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had watched the entire freshman exchange tournament in Crane City. The sword skill of the alien sword saint was very eye-opening, but that sword skill wasn't as clean as the alien guards. Not. If one were to say it hard, this alien guard's level of swordsmanship was completely above that of the alien sword saint. Chapter 147 Heifer rides a rocket plus 2 more. What do you mean? Zhang Weiwei looked at Wang Wei in puzzlement. I watched the match footage of Fang Xiu's alien sword saint fighting other imperial beasts, and although alien sword saint has the 2 imperial beast skills of blistering wind steps and mirror image split, its swordsmanship is only limited to the basic strokes of cleave, chop, and sweep. Even when fighting Li Jin's half-dragon, the alien sword saint was completely suppressed by the other party. And in the end, Fang Xiu had to summon the alien queen to complete the turnaround. Wang Wei was an excellent commentator in his own right, and his descriptive ability wasn't bad, depicting the course of the battle between the alien sword saint and the half-dragon man with just a few words. But then you look at this alien guard, its sword skills are simply venomous, and when it fought with the silverback gorilla, it also knew to use the weight of its heavy sword to suppress the opponent's movements. and then use its tail to restrict the opponent's other hand. Seemingly mediocre, but in reality, it was rapidly forcing the silverback gorilla into a desperate situation. When dealing with Chu Jussen's Imperial Beast, from the attack to the end, the alien guard's sword-swinging movements were simply flowing without the slightest flaw. Its level of swordsmanship is definitely above that of the alien sword saint. Wang Wei was as excited as if he had discovered a new continent. Then is it possible that the alien guard's swordsmanship talent is stronger than the alien sword saint? Zhang Weiwei said after thinking for a moment. Wang Wei shook his head once again. If the guard's talent is stronger than the sword saint, then why didn't Fang Xiu rename the guard as the sword saint? And I don't know if you noticed, just now when the alien guard fought with the mammoth demon monarch, it used a self-inflicted wound to enchant its one-handed axe with acidic blood, and after the battle ended it left a shocking scar on its chest. Its axe blade was also corroded by acid blood. This alien guard, on the other hand, not only was its chest intact, but its axe blade had no traces of corrosion either, unless the alien guard possessed the ability to heal itself quickly and had also changed its equipment. Otherwise, it was enough to show that these two alien guards were not the same one. Thinking again that Fang Xiu's alien possessed a terrifying ability to reproduce, Wang Wei felt that his conjecture was very reasonable. Guards. I think this type of alien is the alien queen's personal guard. It's specialized in guarding the queen's safety. The overall strength, it should be weaker than the alien sword saint type of elite alien. So, this is where Fang Xiu is truly terrifying. It's not that he's cultivated an alien guard that's even more powerful than the alien sword saint. It's that he's taken the overall strength of the alien and raised it by a level. Wang Wei's eyes glowed with excitement. That was his new discovery. Fang Xiu's alien was far too powerful compared to the freshman exchange tournament. And how long had the freshman exchange tournament been from this Black River State League? Half a month. Only half a month's time had allowed his alien strength to skyrocket. Wang Wei couldn't help but ask, what exactly did Fang Xiu do in this half-month? Was it really just hanging on? So terrifying? Zhang Weiwei reacted with hindsight after hearing Wang Wei's long speech. The group stage was just the beginning. The truly strong enemies were all behind. Or rather, the real test would come after entering the top 8. Fang Xiu had chosen to fight with Alien Guard in the group stage in order to not expose the true strength of Alien Sword Saint and Alien Queen. So here's the problem. Even the strength of the Alien Guard was so strong, then the Alien Sword Saint and Alien Queen, how far had they grown? As Wang Wei and Zhang Weiwei discussed this discovery in shock, the pop-ups in the tournament's live broadcast room, too, became overwhelming. Ha, that's for sure, you guys still don't know, right? Fang Xiu, however, passed Grandmaster Che Xian's Imperial Beast Refining Heart Diagram test at our Crane City's Imperial Mansion, and was accepted by Grandmaster Che Xian as a closed disciple. That's right. You scums, you've heard of Master Che Xian's name, right? The senior management of the Five Flowers Group, a national-level Imperial Beast Master. With his personal guidance, Fang Xiu's strength that is not a heifer sitting on a rocket, bull up to the sky. Surprisingly, he's Master Che Xian's disciple? I said how his strength is so horrible, a pick 3 effortlessly. What's so great about Master Che Xian? Hasn't he retired? He didn't even bring the beast back to Crane City, so what's the big deal? The physical education teacher of the key class in Hassan Middle School is also a national-level Imperial Beast Master, and is still active. The gold content is even higher than the retired Che Xian, and the physical education teacher of the ordinary class is also at least a national level 2 Imperial Beast Master. After the matter of Fang Xiu being Che Xian's disciple was exposed, many pop-ups in the live broadcast room were envious and jealous. Even though there were some pop-ups that immediately used the physical education teacher of Ha 3rd Middle School to pull the stomp, their hearts were very envious of Fang Xiu being able to have this kind of opportunity. As for Wang Wei and Zhang Weiwei, even though they were in the commentator's seat, they would occasionally pay attention to some of the pop-ups in the live broadcast room. No wonder. After seeing that Fang Xiu was Master Che Xian's disciple, Wang Wei also sucked in a breath of cool air. I said that in this half a month's time, how could Fang Xiu's strength increase so much? It turns out that he has been personally instructed by Grandmaster Che Xian. The gold content of a national-level Imperial Beast Master is still too high. Yeah. Zhang Weiwei's eyes also flashed with a trace of envy. Jiacheng and Crane City were originally neighboring cities, and although their economic strength was a huge difference, Jiacheng's news would occasionally report on Crane City's situation. Che Xian's name was basically a household name in Jiacheng. The moment these words came out, The audience quickly generated heated discussions, and these murmurs gradually drifted into Fang Xiu's ears.
Master Qingqing.
Fang Xiu smiled. In this half a month, he had indeed received guidance from Grandmaster Che Xian. But most of the time Che Xian had only been inspiring himself to pay attention to the techniques of the imperial beasts. What was taught was all theoretical. After all, in Grandmaster Che Xian's eyes, he himself hadn't completed the betting clause on the trial disciple acceptance contract, and wasn't considered a true disciple yet. In terms of teaching, there were naturally some reservations. During this period of time, it was basically himself who was educating the aliens on how to fight, to how to take those moves that didn't belong to this world and evolve them. If the commentators and viewers were to learn the truth, most likely their jaws would drop in shock. But Fang Xiu didn't bother to explain. He just urged the referee to let the next contestant hurry up. He himself was here to play a match, not to work overtime. Finish early and get off work early. A corner of the audience. Watching Fang Xiu's quick 1-2-3, a trace of surprise also flashed through Bei Xian Fairy's beautiful eyes. So powerful? Che Xian disciple. Fairy Jade Jiao frowned slightly, not expecting that a student of Crane City No. 1 High School would be favored by a national-level Royal Beast Master. Although this Che Xian was already a retired Royal Beast Master, his name, contribution, and status would never lose out to some active Royal Beast Masters. As long as he had the intention, even Hasan Middle School would be very happy to rehire this master. Che Xian's teaching level would never be bad. Chapter 148 First game of the group stage, Crane City No. 1 Middle School wins. The last player from Shuangshan City soon came to the stage. His name was Lu Lia. His appearance was plain and unimpressive, belonging to the type that wouldn't be noticed even if placed in a crowd. He was second only to Shin Deheo from the same school in terms of his beast royalty level. However, the man who stepped onto the stage appeared to have little spirit. Not to mention the fact that the defeat of the Mammoth Demon Monarch had lowered the team's morale to the lowest point. The lightning-fast defeat of the other two players had made it even more difficult for him to see any hope of winning. Moreover, this was only the first game of the group stage. Later on, they would have to battle players from Chuani City and Chicken Heath City. Shin Deheo's imperial beasts that they had no longer have the ability to continue fighting. Even if they were to use their previous stats to re-imperialize their beasts, they wouldn't be able to compare to the ones that had been cultivated for so long. Lu Lie looked at Fang Xiu and his alien guards. Good news, Fang Xiu did not choose to replace his imperial beasts, and on his alien guard's face, he still had the fist marks of the silverback gorilla. Bad news, Fang Xiu didn't need to replace the imperial beast at all. Other than the fist mark, there were no other injuries on the alien guard's body. Thinking of this, Lu Lie's hand holding the imperial beast space card hesitated. Did he really want to continue fighting with Fang Xiu? Even if I do have a chance to defeat Fang Xiu's alien, I still have to face Crane City's number 2, number 3. No, with my level of beast royalty, even if I were to win against Fang Xiu by chance, it would only be a disastrous victory, right? There is no significance. In Lu Lie's opinion, even if he won this game by fluke, he would still lose to either Li Qingqing or Zhang Shuren. The final result would not change. Moreover, with Shin Deheo and the others' imperial beasts all incapable of fighting again, he himself was instead the bottom card of Shuangshan City. If they continued to fight, they might really have to lose their entire army. Instead, he abstained here. Although it was dishonorable, one could retain the battle power of the imperial beasts. When facing Chuani City and Chishi City, it would not be so ugly to lose. Even in case one was fortunate enough to take those 2 points and Tsuruga City First High School lost to another school, then Twin Hills City First High School would still have a chance to get out of the tournament. Even if that chance was very slim, at least it wasn't zero. I'll abstain. After some agonizing in his heart, Lu Lie trembled his voice and announced the result to the referee. What? It was just that this Lu Lie's voice was too small, and the referee didn't hear it at first. Lu Lie gritted his teeth and still raised his volume. I abstain. I, Lu Lie, abstain. Yet this sentence was not easy. It was clearly for the sake of his team, for the sake of his school, but at the moment he said it, Lu Lie still felt his cheeks redden and burn with an unspeakable fiery pain. He lowered his head in some shame, as if he was a child who had done something wrong. Even this referee could not help but be a little moved after seeing Lu Lie's performance. Due to player Lu Lie's choice to abstain, the winner of this match remains Fang Xiu. I declare the first group match. Qingqing number 1 middle school the winner. The referee announced this result through the microphone towards the entire room. However, this time, what rang out was no longer thunderous applause, but instead a burst of boos. Obviously, these spectators were very dissatisfied with Lu Lie's performance of directly abstaining from the match. Some of the spectators even directly stood up and raised their middle fingers at Lu Lie, shouting that Shuangshanqing First Middle School was spineless and trashy. Damn! Lu Lie clenched his fists with both hands. He naturally didn't want to forfeit. He also wanted to fight a strong person like Fang Xiu. But if he lost again, then Shuangshan City number 1 high school would have no chance at all. For the first time in his life, Lu Lie felt so powerless. Obviously, he was the second person in Shuangshan City's first middle school. Yet he didn't even have the courage to fight here. You! However, right at this moment, Lu Lie suddenly saw a silhouette slowly approaching his line of sight. He subconsciously looked up and realized that the person approaching was not the referee, but rather Fang Hua, the contestant of Crane City's first middle school. Fang Xiu gazed at Lu Lie, and at the moment he raised his head, their eyes met. Your choice is not wrong. If you choose to continue fighting, my alien guard will not hesitate to crush your imperial beast. For the next few matches, you will be defenseless. Therefore, it is the right decision to rush back at this time. Fang Xiu didn't have any discrimination against Shuangshan City number 1 middle school. He just couldn't stand the likes of Shin Deheo. On the contrary, Lu Lie, it wasn't unwise for him to choose to abstain in order to make his school's results not too bad. Moreover, Fang Xiu could feel that unlike those imperial beastmasters who chose to give up in fear of their alien form, Lu Lie did not have timidity in either his eyes or his aura. It was evident that giving up was the right choice he made after balancing the pros and cons. Although such a result was exchanged for boos, inverted applause, and abuse, Fang Xiu conversely felt that Lu Lie was a good imperial beastmaster. In the future, he would definitely get into the university of his choice. Grow up well. Maybe next time, you can challenge me without fear. The corners of Fang Xiu's mouth rose, blossoming into a gentle smile before he turned around, waved goodbye to Lu Lie, and left the arena. Lu Lie couldn't help but freeze in place for a moment. He had heard about Shin Deheo's clash with Fang Xiu from the teacher leading the team. Because it was the same school, he also knew that Shin Deheo's personality was a bit too arrogant and domineering. But no matter what, things had already happened, and Shin Deheo had been defeated by Fang Xiu. No matter how Fang Xiu humiliated himself, it was reasonable. Even when Fang Xiu walked over, he had a premonition that Fang Xiu might be like those spectators there, yelling that he was trash and get the hell out of Twin Mountain City. But who knew that not only did Fang Xiu not speak out to belittle himself. Instead, he saw his own thoughts. Seeing that he had chosen to abstain for the sake of the team, one was completely seen through by him. There was also that smile that was as warm as the sun. In the midst of a burst of boos and inverted cheers, it was like a ray of sunshine that melted into his heart. This Fang Xiu, just what kind of god is he? Next time, the corners of Lu Lie's mouth rose, and he couldn't help but smile as well. His own level of beast royalty was not as good as Shin Deheo's. As a result, he had been spoken like that by Fang Xiu. The next time he fought Fang Xiu? Next time, I will definitely surpass Shin Deheo and become the strongest in Shuangshan City. Then, come back to challenge you, Fang Xiu. Lu Lie faced Fang Xiu's departing direction and swore secretly in his heart. It was a pity that under the booing of those spectators, the conversation between Fang Xiu and Lu Lie did not spread out. Bei Xian Fairy, who was sitting in a corner of the audience, then smiled with satisfaction, guessing that Fang Xiu must have walked over just now in order to humiliate Lu Lie. However, she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this approach. To be strong is to ruthlessly humiliate the weak. Chapter 149. The weak have no qualifications for imperial beasts. Let's congratulate Qingqing First Middle School for taking a point first. The commentator, Wang Wei, didn't care about Lu Lie's choice to forfeit the match and just led the applause. What a wonderful match! Zhang Weiwei also chimed in from the sidelines. After seeing Fang Xiu's level of beast royalty and the fact that he had studied under Master Che Xian, the scales in Zhang Weiwei's heart quickly tilted in favor of Fang Xiu, certain that he would be able to break into the top 8 this time. Even not just the top 8. The only truly strong schools in Hejiang State were Qingqing Third Middle School, Qingqing Experimental Middle School, Mutant First Senior High School, and Qingqing Experimental Middle School. Although Qingqing had slowly come up over the years, there were still some gaps from these strong schools. Among them, Qingqing number 3 Middle School, Qingqing Experimental Middle School, and Mutant number 1 Higher Secondary School were even known as the 3 big guns of Hejiang State. As long as Qingqing number 1 High School wasn't extremely unlucky and ran into these 3 high schools in the 8-4 competition, Fang Xiu could have a fighting chance against all the other high schools. If he was lucky enough, he might even be able to rush into the finals. However, this probability was quite low. Next, it's the matchup between Chuanyi City and Qingqing City. Commentator Wang Wei didn't stay immersed in Fang Xiu's victory. He eased his emotions and analyzed the next match. This matchup, I think there shouldn't be any suspense. As everyone knew, Chuanyi City was the number 1 forest capital of China, possessing the largest primitive forest in the world. Because of this special significance, it made their educational resources relatively backward. In recent years, not to mention advancing to the top 8, their school was often eliminated from the tournament 3-0. Even their freshman exchange tournament didn't get much attention. Not. Wang Wei shook his head slightly. It's that there's no need for much attention. Because most of the land area of Chuanyi City is forested, the living area of the people is only 13% of Chuanyi City, and there are only 2 high schools in the entire small city. Saying that it was a freshman exchange match, there were only 2 teams in Chuanyi City. I guess this match it should end soon as well. Zhang Weiwei's heart was somewhat unfavorable. She was an imperial beastmaster who had come out of Spring E City and knew how difficult it was for her alma mater. If she could, she really hoped that Spring E City could advance to the top 8 once. However, there was no such thing as a miracle in this world. Sparing her, she hadn't paid much attention to Spring E City's freshman exchange tournament this year. Yeah. Wang Wei didn't notice Zhang Weiwei's emotions and just spoke on his own. Within a short while, the first players from both sides came to the ring and released their royal beasts. The imperial beasts released by both sides were all regular species, and hadn't even undergone any mutations yet. On one side was a 2-meter-long northern gray wolf, while the other side was a jungle boar with thick skin. Compared to the battle between Crane City's first middle school and Shuangshan City's first middle school, the imperial beasts of these 2 imperial beastmasters were plain and simple. The wild boar relied on its thick skin and frantically used its tusks to stab, while the gray wolf relied on its agility to dodge as much as possible before looking for an opportunity to pounce on the opponent's throat. It's really a plain and simple battle. Spare the commentator, Wang Wei, had lost any interest in what was going on. But it couldn't be helped is that Chuanyi City Experimental Middle School and Qixi City First Middle School had limited educational resources. This was already their limit. Even the audience in the auditorium couldn't help but take out their cell phones and start playing with them beautifully. How is this worthy of being called an imperial beast master? Fairy Bei Xian frowned slightly. This is too crotch-pulling. Although she was only in her first year of high school this year, she would have paid attention to the Black River State League in previous years, but she just didn't have much interest in the group stage. If it wasn't for Immortal Jade Jiao's interest in this group match, she would have never come to the scene in her life. Just now, when she saw Fang Xiu's fight with Shen Deheo, although she didn't think that their imperial beasts were that powerful, the fight was at least noteworthy. Coupled with the fact that Fang Xiu's next 2 matches were both cleanly killing his opponents in seconds, Fairy Bei Xian didn't feel boring either. Instead, these 2 were not only evenly matched, their will to fight was also tenacious. After dozens of rounds of exchanges, one of the boar's tusks had been taken out, and the gray wolf's thigh had been torn out with wounds deep enough to see through. But these 2 imperial beasts, neither of them had the intention to admit defeat. It was truly a vegetable chicken pecking each other. Yu Xiao, I think your worries are completely redundant. Fairy Bei Xian couldn't help but spit it out. If it wasn't for the sake of taking care of those backward regions, the Hejiang Prefecture League shouldn't have included this group stage segment at all. Just have the strongest regions interact with each other every year. Fighting spirit very tenacious. But unlike Bei Xian Fairy, Jade Jiao Fairy did not find this battle boring. Perhaps the way these 2 imperial beasts fought were both very plain, with no mutations and a non-fantasy beast species, making them seemingly no different from ordinary animals. But from their tenacious performance, Yu Xiao felt their fighting spirit. They might not be powerful imperial beasts, but they were by no means imperial beasts that should not exist. If it was about fighting spirit alone, they were even more powerful than some of the imperial beasts of the imperial beastmasters in Hasan. What's the point of a weak person's fighting spirit? Bei Xian couldn't help but spit out. How much time could a weak person block a strong person even if they put their best foot forward? 1 or 2 seconds? 10 seconds? Half a minute? Or 1 minute? In the end, in the future, the Imperial Beastmasters who will guard this world and keep the peace on this side, won't it still have to be us geniuses? Aren't the weak Imperial Beastmasters like Chuani City still going to have to hide in the safe zone and leave the battlefield to us when faced with an incoming crisis? Fairy Bei Xian leaned back, completely disregarding the two Imperial Beastmasters below who were fighting. Even, in her opinion, the two Imperial Beastmasters below had no qualifications to stand here and compete. A genius should enjoy more resources and take on more responsibilities. A weak person should not waste time and force Imperial Beasts. What universal Imperial Beasts? It was wrong from the start. Only they, the geniuses, the upper class, should take the Royal Beast education route. For those below, a happy education would be fine. Let's Imperial Beasts. They go to learn general knowledge, and when they graduate in the future, they'll do some screwing, delivery and such, and live their lives peacefully. Isn't it quite good? Can't figure out what Fu Xiaoduan is thinking. Maybe that guy is just trying to make a name for himself. When I have the chance to meet him in the future, I'll make sure to have the Miao Heavenly Emperor give him a punch in the face, so that he can properly sober up. While speaking, Fairy Bei Xian grabbed Miao Heavenly Emperor's little pink cat paw and gestured twice into the air. What you're speaking about isn't right. Fairy Jade Jiao gently shook her head, faintly refuting Bei Xian. But even so, she continued to look as if she was shying away from words. It made it impossible for immortal Bei Xian to argue even if she wanted to. However, she also did not intend to convince Jade Jiao to agree with her idea that she would prove in the Black River State League that the weak had no qualifications for Imperial Beasts. Chapter 150 Crane City First Middle School versus Chuani City Experimental Middle School. To everyone's surprise, Chuani City, which was thought to be lacking in educational resources, would be easily eliminated by Chicken Heath City. But it turned out that when Chuani City's second player came onto the court, he directly swept away Chicken Heath City's 3 players in a crushing manner and took a point. This is really surprising. Commentator Wang Wei was a bit shocked. Obviously the two sides were evenly matched in the first game, but after that Li Ying student came on the court, the situation directly turned one-sided. This Li Ying student should be Chuani City's strongest Imperial Beast Master, right? Due to Chuani City's results in recent years being very crotch-pulling, Wang Wei really didn't pay much attention to Chuani City's freshman exchange tournament. This Li Ying's ranking in Chuani City Experimental Middle School was really unclear to him. However, in the face of this question, Zhang Weiwei could only smile awkwardly, as she also hadn't paid attention to her hometown's freshman exchange tournament for quite some time. Chuani City seems to be the number 3 team, so the next match should be between Crane City First Middle School and Chuani City Experimental Middle School. Zhang Weiwei's words changed to sidetrack the topic. After all, it was the Imperial Beast Master host who came out from Chuani City, so it would be embarrassing if she answered wrongly. Wang Wei instantly understood and started a new topic. I just don't know if facing Chuani City, Crane City number 1 high school will use the same tactics as before. The tactics in Wang Wei's mouth, i.e., all of them let Fang Xiu's alien guards meet the battle, and as far as possible, did not expose the other Imperial Beast Masters' Imperial Beasts. Although there were videos of the freshman exchange match available for reference, it was not difficult to see from the match just now that the students of Huqing First Middle School were fortunate enough to receive guidance from Grandmaster Che Xian, and their royal beast strength had skyrocketed. The match footage of the freshman exchange match no longer had any reference value. If Fang Xiu's alien guard could directly pass the 3 hurdles, the elimination match at the back would be much easier for them in Crane City First Middle School. But high reward also meant high risk. Although classmate Li Ying's Imperial Beast was a regular species, it had already completed its mutation and was a Minotaur with shocking strike skill, which was not a bad strength. More crucially, no one knew for sure if this Li Ying was Spring E City's trump card, in case there were other players from Chuani City that possessed stronger Imperial Beasts. Once Fang Xiu's alien guard was defeated, there was a high probability that a chain reaction would occur, causing Chuani City to lose another city. Of course, this probability is not particularly high at all. After some analysis, Wang Wei still felt that this possibility was not high. In the end, the reason why Chuani City was able to take this point was still because of Chicken Heath City's poor performance this year. If it was replaced with Shuangshan City First High School, then Li Ying and the others would never have won so easily. Soon, Zhang Weiwei noticed that Fang Xiu, the player from Crane City First Middle School, had already arrived on the field under the instructions of the staff. Huqing number 1 Middle School still chose to let Mr. Fang Xiu play the first match. They are still hiding. Wang Wei nodded with satisfaction. Although Li Ying's performance was indeed good and she had taken a point, Fang Xiu and the others had nothing to fear at all. On the playing field, Chuani City's order of appearance hadn't been changed either, and the first one to take the field was still student Yuan Minghui. Crane City First Middle School is still really confident. Yuan Minghui wasn't in a hurry to insert her Imperial Beast space card into the sparring machine as she sized up Fang Xiu. Anyone could tell what was going on with Huqing First Middle School's battle order. Or are you planning to sweep our experimental middle school like you did against Twin Mountain City's First Middle School? It's true that our Chuani City's educational resources are relatively scarce, and we haven't had any achievements that we can take home in the last few years. But this year is different. Our ace Wang Fengshuang, her imperial beasts are very strong. Even your alien queen is no match for her. Our experimental middle school. We must make it out this year, to let those guys who despise us know how powerful we are. Yuan Minghui roared towards Fang Xiu in a loud voice, her gaze resolute, as if she was declaring war fiercely on Fang Xiu. In fact, whenever Yuan Minghui went online, as soon as people heard that she was a student of Chuani City Experimental Middle School, they would sneer at her. Their school's posting bar forum was also often trolled by guys who came out of nowhere, sarcastic about being a third-rate school, a pheasant high school, accusing them of not being qualified to participate in the Black River State League, completely occupying a latrine. Although Yuan Minghui tried to refute these voices and argue with them every time, the other party either threw out a sentence of "you're invincible" or a sentence of "Cloud Beastmasters are just great. Isn't it a recognized fact that Chuani City is the weakest?" And then blackballed her. Then they blacked her out. They didn't care about her rebuttal. Some people would even turn around and accuse them of saying nice things. But aren't you still trying to escape from your hometown by working hard on your beasts? Those Imperial Beast Masters who got into 985, 211 Imperial Beast Universities, how many of them are willing to go back and build their hometowns? I'm afraid not one of them. This once made Yuan Minghui very frustrated. Shouldn't students from remote areas have the opportunity to be a royal beast? It wasn't until she met Wang Fengshuang, saw her shining, and watched her defeat one opponent after another, bringing them to the stage of this Black River State League. It was only then that he himself completely walked out of those haze. It was, in the face of those guys who questioned themselves, wouldn't it be better to beat them all? Thinking of this, Yuan Minghui decisively released her imperial beast. It was a jungle gray wolf with a body length of more than 2 meters, and its body was littered with wounds torn by the boar's teeth, and it was only simply treated before it came onto the field once again. No matter what, the educational resources of the Chuani City Experimental Middle School were already scarce, and it was hard for a student like Yuan Minghui to have the extra resources to royalize more beasts. This one gray wolf was all she had. Seeing this, Fang Xiu couldn't help but raise his sword brows. This Yuan Minghui's imperial beast could no longer be described as weak. It was simply weak. Her mom opened the door, weak to the core. Is this necessary? Fang Xiu couldn't help but spit out. With such a heavy injury, he couldn't even block a punch from his own alien guard for fear, so he might as well just forfeit the game. Your imperial beasts are basically all superficial injuries. If you properly recuperate, you'll soon recover. Fang Xiu spoke kindly. He felt that he could understand Yuan Minghui's feelings, but it was unnecessary. I appreciate the good intentions, but how will I know that my imperial beast can't work without trying? Yuan Minghui said with a serious face, not accepting Fang Xiu's dissuasion. Fang Xiu also didn't say anything more and just skillfully released the alien guard. This alien guard had clear fist marks on its face, and its physique was quite a bit stronger than Yuan Minghui's gray wolf. According to Fang Xiu's past experience, those weak imperial beasts would have their primal fear engraved in their genes, triggered after seeing their own xenomorph. Either they would wail and scream or they would tremble, and in severe cases they would even urinate incontinence. It must be that this Yuan Minghui's gray wolf should be in a similar situation. But who knows, facing the alien guard that was twice as huge as himself, this gray wolf actually showed a fierce light and bared its teeth. Chapter 151. What is weakness? What is strong? Yuan Minghui's gray wolf faced Fang Xiu's alien guards and did not chicken out at all. It showed its teeth and stared at the other party to death, its body slowly crouching down, its eyes then turning red. With my strength, I'm naturally not a match for a royal beast genius like Fang Xiu. Yuan Minghui glanced at her royal beast gray wolf with some guilt, then raised her head to look at Fang Xiu. Sword brows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome. In terms of face value, Fang Xiu's Yingguo was indeed somewhat outstanding. It made Yuan Minghue's heart couldn't help but fantasize. How good would it be if a royal beast master like Fang Xiu, who was both heroic and talented, could attend the Chuani City Experimental Middle School? In that case, not only would they be able to get out of the group stage this year, they would also be able to achieve good results in the Black River State League. If Wang Fengshuang and Fang Xiu teamed up, other than those three big guns, other colleges and universities, they might not be in trouble. But on the contrary, Fang Xiu was like a big mountain, blocking them from tipping over from this group stage. It must be possible. Yuan Minghui shook her head, suppressing these strange thoughts in her heart. Fang Xiu's imperial beasts are indeed powerful, but the Black River State League has a rule that in order to limit the imperial beast's sea tactics, each participant can only register 3 imperial beasts. And in the group matches, only one can be sent out per match. Although his first alien guard defeated Shin Deheo's mammoth demon monarch, he himself was severely injured. So as long as I can injure Fang Xiu's second alien guard, I can push him to the edge of the cliff. Yuan Minghui thought in her heart. She wasn't naive enough to think that her imperial beast could defeat the alien guard. What she wanted to do was just to sacrifice her own imperial beast, heavily injure the other party's imperial beast, and then push Fang Xiu to the edge of the cliff. 2 alien guards were injured, and in order to deal with Li Ying, Fang Xiu had to take out his last alien guard. As long as Li Ying could die with Fang Xiu's third alien guard, then the situation would become 2 against 3. It seemed like Huqing First Middle School had a numerical advantage, but they had already investigated. Fang Xiu was the strongest imperial beastmaster in Crane City 1. As long as Lin Guangping can defeat 1 more person, the remaining 2 will allow Wang Fengshuang to pick 2 on 1. This is our tactic. Yuan Minghui clenched her hands into fists, too nervous to even blink. Soon, as if her gray wolf had found the alien guard's crack, its hind legs ignored the pain from the torn muscles and lunged at the other party with all its might. Even as blood seeped out from the bandages on the gray wolf's legs, it was evident how much pressure this high-intensity action put on its wounds. However, in the face of such heartbreaking pain, the gray wolf only frowned for a moment and did not pause in the slightest, and its speed was even faster, and in the blink of an eye, it sprinted underneath the alien guard. Then, the gray wolf's limbs stomped with force. Its entire body rose up in the air, opened its bloody mouth, and ruthlessly tore down towards the alien guard's thigh. Ow! A dull wolf howl came out from the gray wolf's mouth, and its sharp fangs broke through the exoskeleton of the alien guard, actually biting directly into it. Even Fang Xiu did not expect the gray wolf to be this crazy. Have you forgotten? My alien guard, however, has an ability like acid blood. Fang Xiu reminded Yuan Minghui. If she didn't want to watch her gray wolf get its head corroded off by acid blood, she'd better hurry up and order it to let go of its mouth. At the time we came to this arena, we have already made our realization. Yuan Minghui took a step forward. The corners of her eyes glistened with crystal tears, and her body couldn't stop trembling. The moment the gray wolf broke through the exoskeleton of the alien guard, a large amount of acidic blood gushed out from it. Part of it directly corroded the gray wolf's jaw and dripped down towards the grass, and part of it even gushed directly into the gray wolf's throat. The intense burning sensation made the gray wolf's face twist up in pain, and its whimpering wail was particularly ear-piercing. But even so, the gray wolf still didn't let go. Its hind legs continuously exerted force, and its huge body began to dance recklessly, wanting to use its body's inertia to tear apart the alien guard's thighs. Yuan Minghui slowly closed her eyes, unable to bear to look at her imperial beast anymore. She knew that this process would be extremely painful for her imperial beast. Yet, it was the only way, the only sacrifice she could make for her team. One had to be here to seriously injure Fang Xiu's alien guards. It was the only way to give Chuani Castle a chance to get out of the line. Yup, they had already defeated Chuehe City, and Twin Hills City's first high school had already been heavily injured by Fang Xiu. As long as they could defeat Crane City First Middle School here, they would hold the match point in their hands. This was the closest Chuani City Experimental High School had come to getting out of the lineup in recent years. It's just that their own imperial beasts have to endure pain that is unimaginable to normal people, corroded alive by this acidic blood until they die. Sparing the referee who had seen many matches, his mood had become very heavy at this moment. Is this the realization of Chuani City Experimental High School? All along, no one has looked favorably on them, and no one was even willing to recognize their imperial beast value. In recent years, They have often folded with a score of 0-3. I didn't expect. The referee thought in his heart, and couldn't help but somewhat admire Yuan Minghui's awareness. Not. It wasn't just Yuan Minghui. Her imperial beast, knowing that there was a huge gap between her and her enemy, was still able to endure this pain and persist in fighting. Her imperial beast might be weak, but it possessed a strong will. She and her imperial beast were both strong. Yuan Minghui? Fang Xiu recited Yuan Minghui's name, thinking back to the imperial beast masters he had met before. There were those who relied on their family's resources and acted recklessly. There were also those who were gifted in their own right. There were also those who faced strong enemies and didn't dare to meet them. However, there were very few imperial beast masters and their imperial beasts that were like Yuan Minghui. If the creatures of the imperial beast realm were to attack, Yuan Minghui and her imperial beasts would surely hold out until the last moment in order to guard the city. This time, Fang Xiu won easily. His alien guard didn't even need to put up a fight, and with just the gray wolf's suicidal attack, he gained the victory. There was a plopping sound. The gray wolf collapsed straight onto the grass. Half of its head was corroded cleanly, and it looked miserable as blood and acidic blood mixed together. Ironically, even though this gray wolf had tried its best, in the end, it had only bitten through the exoskeleton of the alien guard, and had not torn a piece of flesh from it. Much less did it bite off one of the alien guard's legs. This level of injury could almost be said to be painless for a creature like the alien guard. Yuan Minghui stared blankly at her gray wolf. The corners of her mouth rose, and a sad and sarcastic bitter smile surfaced. Even after doing this, it still doesn't work. Even if you pay such a price, you still cannot for the team eliminate a strong enemy. However, just at the moment when the referee was about to announce the result, many spectators spontaneously stood up from the audience. The applause was thunderous. Chapter 152 Humanity's Hymn to Courage. Although Yuan Minghui ended in a crushing defeat, the realization that her imperial beast was fighting to the death greatly touched the hearts of the audience. Countless spectators rose to applaud her. Yuan Minghui's figure, however, seemed out of place at this moment. She didn't enjoy the emotions of the audience. She just felt that people weren't connected to their sorrows and joys, and she mumbled as she pulled out her imperial beast space card, retrieved the remains of the gray wolf, and turned around to leave the tournament arena. The moment she turned her back to Fang Hua, Yuan Minghui sobbed uncontrollably. Obviously, she wanted to fight to the death for her alma mater, but in the end, she couldn't change anything because of her weakness. It's a pity that the difference in segment between Yuan Minghui and Fang Xiu is too big. Otherwise, it would have been a wonderful fight. Commentator Wang Wei also couldn't help but feel sorry for Yuan Minghui. If only her royal beast was a bit stronger. Yeah. Zhang Weiwei nodded in agreement. Yuan Minghui's gray wolf, whose only means of attack is tearing and biting, and the alien guard's blood is acidic blood with strong corrosive properties, completely restraining her royal beast. However, although Yuan Minghui lost the match, her performance can be said to be quite tenacious. No one will look down on their class in the future, Zhang Weiwei said with some emotion, knowing full well that her alma mater had always been criticized. Today's Yuan Minghui proved herself to have a strong heart. Yuan Minghui didn't know how many steps she had taken on the field, only to feel that she had bumped into something soft. She looked up and realized that it was no one else but Li Ying. Although they were both girls, Yuan Minghui had a petite physique of only 1.59 meters, while on the contrary, Li Ying was 1.73 meters. When Fang walked, she happened to bump into Li Ying's chest. "You've done well," Li Ying said with a smile while opening her hands and hugged Yuan Minghui, softly comforting her. "Yes, I'm sorry." Yuan Minghui could no longer restrain herself and lost her voice. "It's all my fault for being too weak. If only I was stronger." "You're already strong. Look, everyone is applauding you." Li Ying tenderly wiped Yuan Minghui's tears. "Leave it to us next, Hui Hui. We, Chuani City Experimental Middle School, can definitely make it out this year. Trust me, okay?" Li Ying's smile was always as gentle as the sun. "Aha!" Yuan Minghui eventually nodded her head as well, calming her emotions. "I believe in you." Then, the two of them looked at each other and smiled, rather ambiguously, before rubbing their shoulders. Yuan Minghui returned to the rest room of Chuani City Experimental Middle School. Li Ying also walked to the center of the playing field. "I've made you laugh." Li Ying looked at Fang Xiu with a smile on her face. That child Hui Hui has been working very hard on her imperial beasts every day. Even when she sleeps and rests, she will still sleep against her feet with little gray. Relying on this effort, she was able to come to the Black River State League. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Yuan Minghui is an untalented imperial beast master, but to us, she is an important companion. So, the smile on Li Ying's face came to an abrupt end, replaced by a serious gaze. I have to beat you all here. Take Hui Hui with her and go to the real stage together. As the words fell, Li Ying inserted the Imperial Beast Space card into the machine, and a faint light blossomed from it. The next second, a robust bull-headed beast appeared on the competition field. His arms were even thicker than Fang Xiu's waist. The black bull's horns on his head exuded a cool metallic luster under the light. His entire body was covered with brown hair, and his right shoulder held up a giant metal totem. A pair of greenish pupils stared straight at Fang Xiu. Although Li Ying's imperial beast was also a regular species, it had successfully mutated under the financial support of Chuani City Experimental Middle School and had also obtained the skill Shocking Shock. Could unleash a shocking impact on the surrounding area, lifting the opponent off the ground. In the match against Chuhi City's first high school, her Minotaur then took 1 point for the school by defeating 3. Now that she was facing Hugh's alien guard, Li Ying said that she would take this game. But what Li Ying never expected was, just when she thought that Fang Xiu would order the alien guard to charge up, a light flashed, and Fang Xiu actually directly retrieved his imperial beast. Eh? Li Ying couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes in shock. Fang Xiu had actually retracted his imperial beast? What did that mean? Did this guy want to forfeit the game? What do you mean by that? Li Ying asked in confusion. Looking down on our Chuani Experimental Middle School? For a while, Li Ying began to brainstorm. Could this Fang Xiu have seen that Yuan Minghui's imperial beasts were too weak? So he thought that even if he didn't put up a fight, his classmates would still be able to sweep them? Not really. Fang Xiu shook his head slightly before glancing at the referee. It's just that before the official start of each match, Imperial Beast Masters have one chance to change their Imperial Beasts. The referee did not blow his whistle to call for the start, and for him to change his Imperial Beasts at this time was completely in line with the rules of the tournament. However, this kind of move still puzzled Li Ying. Fang Xiu's alien guard had only been bitten by the gray wolf and had not even had its exoskeleton ripped off. Having observed a few of Fang Xiu's battles himself, he knew that this alien's vitality was very tenacious. Logically, this minor injury should not be a problem. Could it be that? Li Ying's pupils shook slightly. You did it on purpose? Eliminating all the impossibilities, what remained, no matter how unbelievable, was the truth. This Fang Hua was doing it on purpose. Is it because of Hui Hui? Li Ying asked with a serious face. Is it out of sympathy? It was because he sympathized with Yuan Minghui's realization that Fang Xiu had replaced the imperial beast. In this way, it was equivalent to Yuan Minghui spelling out one of Fang Xiu's imperial beasts. As long as her own imperial beast exploded along with Fang Xiu's imperial beast, the direction of the match, then would enter the segment they were expecting. Facing the other 3 players from Huqing First Middle School, Wang Fengshuang would never lose. It was just that this way made it difficult for Li Ying's pride to accept. It's recognition, Fang Xiu retorted. Under that kind of despair, still choosing to fight for the sake of their companions. Someone once said, true courage is not knowing fear, but being able to face it, turn it into something it already is, and overcome it. This kind of courage is what makes us human beings uniquely human. That is why Hugh of our party is here to replace the imperial beasts, not out of sympathy. Rather, it is a reward for the brave. The imperial beast I have registered is the only one left. If you can defeat this imperial beast of mine, I will hand over the rest of the match to my teammates. Of course. As he spoke, the corners of Fang Xiu's mouth rose slightly. Whether it's my last imperial beast or my companion, neither of them can be defeated so easily is all. Accompanied by a faint light, Fang Xiu's alien once again arrived on the field. This time, however, it wasn't the alien guard. Chapter 153 Bei Xian is shocked. He must be a rich second generation. Although Fang Xiu had thought of using the alien guard to pass this group stage and hide his royal beast's true battle power, he was not a man of arrogance. What if in this group match there were really hidden tigers and dragons, and there were imperial beast masters as powerful as Li Qingqing and the others? In order to avoid this kind of accident, Fang Xiu only registered 2 alien guards. leaving the third slot for the alien sorcerer. A faint light flashed, and Fang Xiu's alien sorcerer came onto the field with it. After this period of cultivation, the alien sorcerer's physique had gotten a lot more robust, and stood up in a stance that was not dissimilar to that of the alien guards. Its head was flatter and longer, with male elephant-like tusks protruding from the sides of its first muzzle, and it held a spinal staff drawn from a troll, with a string of alien skulls hanging diagonally from its body. It looked a million times weirder than an alien guard. Rao Liying, a girl with a strong character like Liying, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after seeing the appearance of this alien sorcerer. Somewhere in the corner position of the audience, Fairy Bei Xian's eyes moved lightly. This alien is so peculiar. Before she had seen this alien sorcerer, she had thought that all of Fang Xiu's aliens were the same, relying on nothing more than their own hard exoskeletons and unreasonably acidic blood, along with some human combat skills to come out of Crane City. But this alien sorcerer gave her a completely different feeling. Not only did it feel more eerie and ghastly, the bone staff that it held in its hand didn't look like it was used to smash people. It gave people the feeling that it was more like a magic weapon. There was also this alien's behavior of hanging the heads of its own kind on its body, which emphasized its cruelty and the numerical superiority of Fang Xiu's imperial beasts. The most important thing was, after seeing the different types of aliens, Immortal Bei Xian couldn't help but secretly wonder if Fang Xiu's aliens would have many types, so that he could send out different aliens to meet the enemy according to different needs. The Hasan Middle School would also have this kind of imperial beast route. After all, Hasan Middle School was the strongest high school in Hejiang State, and their teaching philosophy was no longer simply dealing with the college entrance exams, but rather cultivating imperial beast talents and sending imperial beast talents for China. Compared to the exams, they focused more on the actual combat of the imperial beasts. But the problem was, the reason why Hasan Middle School had such a backbone was that on one hand, it had the best educational resources in Hejiang State, and on the other hand, the students who were able to enter Hasan Middle School were either extremely gifted or were either rich or wealthy. There was absolutely no pressure to take such a royal beast route. Fang Xiu, a royal beast master who walked out from Crane City. On what grounds did he take such a royal beast route? Could it be that this Fang Xiu's parents were big shots in Crane City? That would make sense. As if she had seen a ray of light in a cramped cave, Fairy Bei Xian's heart was enlightened. Her family had money and power, plus Master Che Xian's personal teaching, which was why she was able to have the capital to follow the same imperial beast route as the Harsan Middle School's leader. However, this also confirmed Bei Xian Fairy's thoughts even more. It was simply impractical to have imperial beasts for all. The resources for imperial beasts should be focused on them, the warlords. Wasn't the reason why Fang Xiu was so powerful like this because he had eaten enough resources? If his parents were just average workers, and he was just born into an ordinary family with no money and no power, could he cultivate the xenomorphs to be so powerful? Thinking of this, Immortal Bei Xian couldn't help but have the corners of her mouth rise up, and a hint of a mocking smile surfaced. At the same time, on the commentary table, the duo of Wang Wei and Zhang Weiwei were also attracted by the alien wizard. It's a brand new alien again. Wang Wei tried to recall Fang Xiu's performance at the Crane City Freshman Exchange Tournament. He was certain that the Fang Xiu at that time definitely didn't have this alien. I remember. But immediately afterward, Wang Wei couldn't help but exclaim in shock. What did you remember? Zhang Weiwei asked. First and third middle schools are both key high schools in Crane City, and in the past, there were students from third middle school who won the Freshman Exchange Tournament and came to represent Crane City in the Black River State League. This year, there is a student named Li Shijia in the third middle school, who is also an innate phantom beast species imperial beast master, and his imperial beast is a troll that can use sorcery. It was defeated and parasitized by Fang Xiu's alien at the tournament. Looking at it now, the imperial beast released by Fang Xiu is more than likely a new type of alien created by combining the genes of that troll sorcerer with the alien. Wang Wei was a bit emotional. Although this way of parasitism, which was hugely controversial, would cause people to reject it on a psychological level, it had to be recognized that the alien itself possessed an exoskeleton and acid blood, and the new type of alien born from assimilating the genes of other imperial beasts would undoubtedly be very powerful. This was a good thing for the long-term development of humanity. Wait, you mean to say? Zhang Weiwei rolled her throat and swallowed nervously. Fang Xiu's alien is able to use sorcery? Sorcery, magic, supernormal capabilities, true qi. Because of the existence of phantom beast species and alteration, These transcendent powers that originally only existed in novels were able to materialize in this world. At the same time, this transcendent power is also the greatest capital of mankind against the beast world. Originally, I thought that Fang Xiu's alien only possessed terrifying brute strength and acidic blood that corroded steel. I didn't expect that after parasitizing it, it could even steal the transcendent power of other people's imperial beasts. This kind of ability, it was too much, wasn't it? That's right. Wang Wei heavily nodded his head, as if he was disguised as Fang Xiu's alien blow. Fang Xiu's classmate's alien is such an overbearing existence. And it's really something to look forward to. Although the Black River State League has banned parasitic behavior, but Fang Xiu-san can completely go through the regular channels to purchase imperial beasts. In other words, as long as student Fang Xiu is given enough time, he will be able to continuously create powerful xenomorphs. What a call for anticipation! Zhang Weiwei completely didn't expect that there was such a powerful side to aliens, and for a while, she was also a little too excited to close her legs. The students from the other schools were watching this match through the screen in their own restrooms at this time. After hearing commentator Wang Wei's interpretation, the students of Chicken Heath City were all wide-eyed. Unprecedented despair loomed over them. What's this, even a hammer? At Chuani City Experimental Middle School, Grand Admiral Wang Fengshuang was standing in front of the screen at this moment, and the moment she saw the alien wizard come out, a hint of a bad premonition also arose vaguely in her heart. This Fang Xiu was far more powerful than they had imagined. As for Shindeheo and the others from Shuangshan City No. 1 Middle School, although they had already fought with Fang Xiu, Shindeheo was not convinced in his heart. In his opinion, the reason why his mammoth demon monarch had lost was only because it lacked the experience of fighting such agile imperial beasts as the alien guard, and as long as he went back and did targeted training, he would definitely be able to defeat Fang Xiu's alien guard. But now once he heard that Fang Xiu's alien was a new species born from assimilating another imperial beast master's imperial beast genes, his mind completely collapsed. Because then doesn't this mean that my mammoth demon monarch has become the alien's graft? Using my imperial beast to beat me, killing and executing. For a moment, Shindeheo sat paralyzed on the sofa, his Dao heart shattered. Chapter 154 Invincible Vault Shock +1. Surprisingly, it's not an alien guard. Li Ying frowned. In order to be able to get out of this group stage, she had also carefully watched the videos of the freshman exchange matches in Crane City, Shuangshan City, and Qixi City. Fang Xiu's male alien or alien sword saint and alien queen were all power-type imperial beasts. That was why she was confident that she had exploded with Fang Xiu's imperial beasts. But who knew that Fang Xiu's aliens weren't all power types? Surprisingly, there were also alien sorcerers, this kind of imperial beasts that could use transcendent power. The information they had in their possession completely lost its meaning at this moment. But how is this possible? Li Ying's mood was like a sea swept by a storm, unable to calm down. It was understandable to her that the aliens parasitized other imperial beasts as a way to enhance their own power. Even the sorcery possessed by other imperial beasts could be mastered by parasitizing them. This was too exaggerated, right? But even if Li Ying's heart was hard to accept for a moment, she had no other choice but to call her minotaur to strike with a stiff upper lip. Brave cow cow, I'm relying on you. Moo! The minotaur let out a dull roar and charged towards the alien sorcerer. Facing this ferocious beast that was even more gigantic than himself, the alien sorcerer just stood still, not dodging or avoiding. Completely different from Fang Xiu's other aliens' fighting style, the alien sorcerer gave off a very calm and steady feeling. In the face of the ever-shortening distance, it just waved the bone staff in its hand and recited words under its breath. Only to the ears of the onlookers, the sound that the alien sorcerer made was just an eerie and weird hissing sound. In a flash, the temperature of the tournament arena began to drop drastically, causing the referee on the side to sneeze. The alien sorcerer's bone staff was also aimed at the Minotaur's path of necessity after a moment of shaking, only to see all the cold air rapidly gathering towards that area, and crystal-clear ice crystals covered the entire grass in a matter of moments. Boom! The moment the Minotaur's hooves stepped in, those ice crystals crazily wrapped towards its hooves. The Minotaur's running movement came to an abrupt halt, and it even nearly fell to the ground. At the critical moment, it still threw out the metal totem on its shoulder to support its balance. Frozen, Li Ying blurted out. Her minotaur. Her legs were all covered in cold ice. Although this half a month's time has allowed the alien sorcerer to constantly practice this freezing technique, There's still no way to compare it to that frost imperial beast in the alteration room. Fang Xiu thought in his heart. The alien possessed a super high IQ and could learn in depth. However, I don't know if it was because the talent of the alien sorcerer was inferior or if he was in a hurry. After half a month of grueling cultivation, the range of the alien sorcerer's freezing technique was still very small. It could only slightly restrict the opponent's movement and could not completely freeze them. This power could only be considered a control skill. Of course, in a real battle, such a freezing spell was still very useful. For example, the Minotaur in front of him, it was taken by surprise by the alien sorcerer's freezing technique, wanted to struggle, but it was difficult to pull the leg out by its own strength, and for a while it could only clench its fists and slam it against the ice on its leg. The alien sorcerer, on the other hand, had already begun to chant the next part of his strange cry. Crack! A crisp, thunderous sound came from the bone staff in the hands of the alien sorcerer. A blue current, visible to the naked eye, danced recklessly on the bone staff, and then a purple current flashed out. The two currents defied each other, moving to collide together as they flowed around. Crackling. Each collision set off a thunderclap and expanded their size. Crackle. Crackle. Boom. The sound of thunder continued to become louder and louder until it was deafening, and the currents transformed into small lightning bolts. Vault Shock Strike. Fang Xiu lowered his voice, signaling the alien sorcerer to strike directly. Vault Shocking Strike was a skill unlocked when the alien sorcerer mutated, allowing him to unleash true lightning strikes. However, the advantages and disadvantages of this skill were both very obvious. The advantage was that the power was huge. Fang Xiu had deliberately tested it with a professional machine at Xian's house, and the alien sorcerer's reckless release of the Tsangdom shock could reach a voltage of 100 million volts. But the disadvantage is that the alien sorcerer not only needs a period of time to chant, so that the current slowly warms up. There was a very obvious forward motion. It's very likely to be dodged by the enemy. Now that we have the freezing technique to restrict the opponent's movement, the hit rate of the vault shock can be greatly increased. Fang Xiu's words fell. The alien sorcerer directly released the lightning strikes that had converged onto the bone staff. Of course, in order not to injure the referee and Li, the contestant, Fang Xiu didn't let the alien sorcerer raise the power to the maximum. This lightning strike was only 10 million volts at most. Rumble. The sound of thunder shook the ears as the violent lightning strike poured onto the Minotaur, and the terrifying impact shattered the ice on its legs on the spot before sending it flying into the air. The referee, Li, as well as the audience, commentators, and staff at the scene, raised their heads and watched as the Minotaur's body drew a parabola in the air and then smashed towards the edge of the venue. Some of the spectators were worried about accidentally injuring themselves, and they even dodged away in a panic. Luckily, Fang Xiu's alien wizard had grasped the balance very well.